Having been a stay-at-home husband for 5 years, he was heartlessly abandoned by his wife and daughter, treated as nothing more than a substitute for their white moonlight. The divorce papers were thrown in my face. I only took a mere 500,000 and an old computer. They had no idea that I had already secretly established a media empire. At the very moment of signing, he awakened the SSS grade director system. All the betrayals and humiliations I witnessed. Everything will be amplified 10,000-fold into my creative inspiration and box office guarantees. My ex-wife still fantasizes that I'll beg on my knees to reconcile, while my next hit screenplay stars her sanctimonious white moonlight. When the film premieres worldwide, as the lights dim, the secret about to unfold on the silver screen will leave everyone dumbfounded. Chapter 1: The Substitute Who Steps Aside. Jiang Jing fell asleep on the sofa while writing the script for Goodbye Mr. Loser. Just as he was dreaming about how Xiao Luo could win Dong Mei's heart back, a sudden ringtone jolted him awake. He woke up in a daze and reached for his phone. It was a message from an unknown number. A meticulously edited video. In the video, Shen Yu's daughter wears a face full of innocent and unrestrained smiles. "Zixing daddy, can you please not go?" The youthful yet sincere voice pierced through the screen. Yu doesn't want to go home, Yu wants to stay with Zixing daddy. The camera person chuckled softly a couple of times. Yu needs to go home for dinner, Zixing's daddy will play with you another day, okay? Shen Yu pouted her little mouth, her face full of disdain. "I don't want to go home and eat Dad's cooking, I'm sick of it. I want to eat Uncle Zixing's food." She was only 5 years old, yet her clear and bright eyes revealed a deep sense of disgust. "Dad does nothing all day, can't even figure out household chores, and keeps cooking the same dishes over and over, I'm sick of eating them. I hope the 3 of us can become one family." The photographer feigned reproach. You mustn't say that. Zixing's father is just an outsider." Shen Yu's lips pouted even higher. "Zixing daddy isn't an outsider at all. Mommy clearly likes you. If Zixing daddy hadn't gone abroad back then, Mommy would never have married that bad daddy in the first place. Mommy likes you, and Yu likes you too. Yu just wants Zixing daddy to be my real daddy." Her childish voice was like sharp blades, ruthlessly piercing through Jiang Jing's heart. His hand trembled as he compulsively rewatched it again and again, unable to believe these were words his carefully cherished daughter of 5 years would say. He didn't understand why the child he treated with his whole heart could hate him so much. Yet, Gu Zixing, a stranger who had appeared just a month ago, effortlessly won her affection. 7 years ago, he had crossed over to this parallel world. The original host grew up with foster parents and was only reunited with his wealthy biological family as an adult. Yet the family already had a fake young master who had lived with them for over a decade. Even as the biological son returning home, he held no status within the household. The original host was even despised and brutally abused by his family under the repeated false accusations of the fake young master, Gu Zixing. He felt that growing up in a poor family without proper education had led him astray. In his previous life, he was a film director on Earth and had produced several hit movies. With both ability and education, he naturally wouldn't allow himself to be bullied like the original owner of this body. But just as he was about to take action to turn his life around, the script he had painstakingly written was plagiarized by Gu Zixing. At the hardest time, the Gu family kicked him out of the house. They were the adoptive parents of the original owner, treating him the same as before. Despite the difficult conditions, they surrounded him with enough love, allowing him who had been an orphan in his previous life to feel intense familial affection. But the good times didn't last long. Before long, the adoptive mother fell seriously ill, and overwhelming medical expenses came crashing down. At that time, Gu Zixing had already turned his creative works into short dramas, which were being wildly shared across major platforms at the peak of their popularity. To cover her foster mother's medical expenses, Jiang Jing once again tried to expose Gu Zixing and reclaim what was rightfully hers, but the powerful Gu Zixing ruthlessly suppressed her with his influence. Later, Gu Zixing suddenly went abroad. When Jiang Jing was at her wit's end, she encountered Shen Manning. Shen Manning was Gu Zixing's ex-girlfriend. Perhaps it was because he bore some resemblance to Shen Manning. After her unrequited love for Gu Zixing, she proposed a kept relationship to him, even offering to fully cover the medical expenses for his foster mother. Agreeing was his only way out at the time. Over the 6 years of marriage, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the family while enduring Shen Manning's vengeful torment. Until Shen Manning became pregnant. Perhaps becoming a mother gradually softened her once icy heart. Jiang Jing's treatment in this household finally began resembling that of a human being. Their daughter grew up gradually. For 5 years, Jiang Jing took care of the mother and daughter without fail, waking up to send their daughter to school, returning home to continue household chores, and even delivering meals to Shen Manning at noon and in the evening. From 6 in the morning until 11 at night, he was always the first to wake and the last to sleep in the household. Yet he never once complained. Since his relationship with Shen Manning was contractual, he wasn't in any position to voice objections. A few days ago, Gu Zixing suddenly returned to China, and Shen Manning braved the heavy rain to pick him up at the airport. Jiang Jing truly understood the meaning behind the phrase, once the white moonlight appears, supporting characters can perform for several episodes in vain. 7 years were rendered worthless by the appearance of Gu Zixing. Now, even his daughter, within just a month, has inexplicably sided with Gu Zixing without warning. He knew. Xinyu was just a child, she understood nothing. Her resentment toward him stemmed entirely from Shen Manning. Like mother, like daughter. Just then, another line of text popped up. You, the replacement, can step aside now. At that very moment, the sound of a door opening suddenly came from outside. Shen Manning brought Xinyu back. In the endless darkness, Jiang Jing silently extinguished the last remaining glimmer of light. Why aren't you turning on the light? As soon as she entered, Xinyu accused in a childish voice, you made it so I couldn't see my feet clearly, I almost fell. Click. After a faint sound, the dim living room lit up. Turning back to gaze at the river view, he met his daughter's impatient expression, so strikingly different from the pure, innocent look she had in the video. Shen Manning put down the car keys in her hand. When Yu came back, she slipped and fell. Go tend to her wounds. Her voice was flat, issuing commands as usual. But Jiang Jing's heart was no longer as it had been before. His prominent Adam's apple bobbed slightly as if nothing had happened, then he closed the notebook and placed it on the desk. He got up and walked towards Yu. Get away from me. Xinyu, prickly as a porcupine at the thought of Jiang Jing tending to her wounds, refused to let him near. I don't want you to do it, I want Zixing's dad to come. Even though he had already seen that video, when he truly saw the disgust in her eyes, Jiang Jing's heart still ached as if it were dripping blood. His thin lips pressed into a tight line as he forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his gaze fixed on Shen Manning. Have you eaten outside yet? Before Shen Manning could speak, Shen Luo was eager to voice her thoughts in front of Shen Manning. We've eaten. Dad Zixing took us out for Italian pasta. No way we're eating your cooking. Her tone carried a hint of provocation, as if deliberately trying to annoy Jiang Jing. Shen Manning frowned and lightly scolded, Yu. Jiang Jing's tone remained calm. Alright, I'll go heat up the food then. Haven't I already told you we've eaten? Why are you still going to heat the food? Can't you understand plain words? Xinyu stood akimbo, visibly annoyed. Jiang Jing didn't turn back, but his tone instantly turned razor sharp. Just because you've eaten, does that mean I can't have a meal? Chapter 2, Compensation of 500,000 yuan. His calm tone carried a hint of indifference. This was the first time Jiang Jing had spoken to the mother and daughter in such a tone. Shen Manning and Xinyu both stared at his retreating figure in astonishment. Until Jiang Jing brought out the reheated meal and sat down at the dining table. In the past, Jiang Jing would always wait for the mother and daughter to return before eating, no matter how late it was. Jiang Jing took bite after bite of his meal, completely ignoring Xinyu, who was still injured on his leg. When had Xinyu ever suffered such cold neglect from Jiang Jing? She was instantly furious, gnashing her teeth and shouting, I hate you, hate you. Jiang Jing remained indifferent, each bite he took appearing calm and unhurried, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Xinyu's face flushed red, and in the blink of an eye, she pitifully threw herself into Shen Manning's arms, whining, Mommy, quickly call Zixing daddy over. I don't want this bad daddy here. Shen Manning glanced at the unusually behaved Jiang Jing with a complicated expression. With such heavy rain outside, your Zixing dad can't come. Xinyu, frustrated twice in a row, grew even angrier. She immediately released Shen Manning and began to cry and shout. No, I want Zixing dad to come right now. After speaking, she somewhat broke down and returned to her childhood room. The living room instantly fell silent. Shen Manning walked up to Jiang Jing, coldly tossing the long-prepared divorce agreement in front of him, her demeanor as aloof as ever. Since he's back, and you always knew why I got together with you in the first place, your placeholder value is now useless. So, you can sign the divorce papers and step aside. The Riverview remained calm as he continued eating his meal. Everything was within his expectations. It wasn't until he unhurriedly swallowed the last bite, set down his chopsticks, and carefully examined that ice-cold divorce agreement. You want me to compensate you 500,000 yuan? Shen Manning was stunned. She hadn't expected Jiang Jing's first words to be questioning this. Yes, she responded, narrowing her eyes as she studied Jiang Jing's expression. Before proposing the divorce, she had already considered his possible reactions. She expected him to fly into a rage or beg pitifully. But nothing as calm as this. After all, he loved this family and her so deeply. Yet she had no idea that Jiang Jing had been fully preparing for today's departure from the moment he accepted the deal. A marriage without love is ultimately destined to fall apart. All these years, he had diligently played the role of a devoted husband, showering Shen Manning with abundant love. But deep down, he knew he had always been just a substitute. After all, the heart is made of flesh. It's impossible to have spent 7 years with this family without developing any feelings. But, it no longer mattered. Compared to freedom, he had long grown tired of this home, which felt like a cage. Hearing Shen Manning's firm reply, Jiang Jing picked up the pen and signed his name on the divorce agreement without hesitation. 500,000 yuan wasn't a large sum, but it would cover his mother's medical expenses for some time. During the years by her side, he hadn't been foolish enough to lose himself completely. Instead, he had written countless scripts and quietly partnered with industry friends to establish a company this year, which had already generated substantial income this month. So even leaving now, he could still afford his mother's medical bills. The reason he hadn't broken the contract and left Shen Manning earlier was because of the child. But now, none of it matters to him anymore. Seeing him sign the papers with such calm composure, Shen Manning's frown deepened and an inexplicable irritation surged within her. So straightforward? When do you need me to leave? Jiang Jing asked. Shen Manning's expression grew another degree colder, the sooner the better. All right. Jiang Jing stood up and began clearing the dishes, then I'll leave tonight. Shen Manning couldn't believe her ears. It wasn't until Jiang Jing had put down the dishes and was about to head to the bedroom to pack his things that she suddenly snapped out of her daze. She rushed over, grabbing his wrist with one hand while gripping his neck with the other just as she always did, her gaze blazing with fury. Jiang Jing, agreeing so readily, have you already found yourself a new sugar daddy? Ha, how low can a man sink? Her accusatory tone was dripping with contempt. She did it on purpose, using such words to sting Jiang Jing and fully provoke the lingering anger and resentment hidden deep in his heart. Jiang Jing clenched his fists tightly. Back then, when faced with Shen Manning's unreasonable dominance, he would simply endure it without a word. Because the contract stated that he was not allowed to resist. But now, he had nothing to do with this woman anymore, so why should he care about some damn agreement? At this thought, Jiang Jing forcefully pried Shen Manning's hand away, his eyes filled with a chilling coldness she had never seen before. Back then, I was desperate to save my mother, so I had no choice but to agree to your terms. Now you're telling me to leave. Do I still have to shamelessly beg you to let me stay? Shen Manning, I'm a human being, not a dog you can summon and dismiss at will. Under Shen Manning's astonished gaze, Jiang Jing stepped closer to her, his intimidating aura inexplicably oppressive. At first, when Shen Manning tortured him in her perverse ways, he detested this woman to the core. But there was no other choice for his mother's medical expenses, he could only endure. The repeated humiliations ground away his edges, leaving him docile and obedient. Later, it was the birth of his daughter that made him suddenly feel somewhat attached to this marriage. Yet reality dealt him a harsh slap in the face. The pain jolted him awake instantly. Shen Yu is just as cold-blooded as Shen Manning. Since it's come to this, what more is there for him to hold on to? Or is it that you can't bear to see me go? Jiang Jing asked teasingly. Shen Manning's pupils trembled slightly. As soon as she regained her composure, she immediately stepped back, clenched her fists tightly, and her face was filled with disgust. Stop being so full of yourself and get out of here now. Perhaps the weight in his heart had built up too much. Hearing Shen Manning's words, Jiang Jing actually breathed a sigh of relief. He said nothing more, turned around, and walked into the bedroom to retrieve the suitcase from the corner. She opened the wardrobe and began taking out her clothes one by one, her movements practiced and swift. He had lived here for 7 years, but very few of the belongings were actually his. Most had been bought by Shen Manning. In terms of material needs, Wu Liu had never treated him poorly. Let him live in a luxury apartment for free for 7 years. Apart from the initial 2 million thrown at him, he also received some living expenses regularly. All the high-end custom outfits Jiang Jing was wearing were also bought by Shen Manning. Even if all of this conformed to Gu Zixing's aesthetic. Shen Manning stood in the living room, listening to the commotion in the bedroom, feeling the fire inside her grow fiercer by the minute. Was he really packing up and leaving just like that? Was he really dismissed with just 500,000 yuan? In her eyes, Jiang Jing could never leave. But now, why does he seem so eager to go? Has this man ever considered how long a mere 500,000 yuan can realistically sustain a livelihood? Who else would support him after leaving her? The more she thought about it, the angrier Shen Manning grew. She stood at the door and delivered a harsh ultimatum. All those clothes were bought by me, you're not allowed to take them. Chapter 3, he just wants to escape. Every single piece of clothing was haute couture. A single short-sleeved shirt alone could easily cost 5 figures. For 7 years, Jiang Jing had gone to great lengths to make him resemble Gu Zixing. He'd bought him flashy printed shirts and skinny jeans. Beyond that, he demanded he style his hair into a slick-back pompadour and wear a blue stud in his ear. Not only did he have to look the part, but his speech and mannerisms had to mirror Gu Zixing's as well. Shen Manning vented her emotions relentlessly on him, her unrequited obsession with Gu Zixing, the longing she couldn't express, and the hatred he had abandoned her with after her family's bankruptcy. She made Jiang Jing bear it all. This was why, even when Shen Manning later changed, Jiang Jing could never love her. He felt affection for his daughter, but toward this woman, he only wanted to escape. Only now did he realize profoundly. In Shen Manning's heart, he was nothing more than an insignificant substitute, never truly treated as a husband. Otherwise, the daughter he had painstakingly raised wouldn't treat him this way. 5 years of father-daughter bond still couldn't compare to an outsider. The bitter realization spread through Jiang Jing's mouth once more. If that was the case, there was no point in staying. He refused to be the lubricant for their relationship, allowing them to trample his dignity any longer. He would make a comeback, return to the entertainment industry. Jiang Jing's mind drifted back to his former glory days in the entertainment industry. Everyone would address him respectfully as Director Jiang. Even the top-tier stars would fight tooth and nail for a chance to dine with him. He thought if those people from his past life knew, they'd never imagine he'd be treated like a dog in this parallel world. Shen Manning was furious, yet she had no grounds to keep picking fights. She watched helplessly as Jiang Jing went out to the balcony to collect the laundry. The night breeze carried a chill, its touch on her face tinged with cold. Jiang Jing took down each piece of clothing and folded it neatly. Just then, the doorbell rang. Yay! Daddy Zixing is here. Xinyu, who had been holed up in the children's room, suddenly burst out and opened the door with great excitement. Jiang Jing's hand froze as he turned his head. Gu Zixing stood at the doorway holding a KFC box. He opened his arms wide to catch Xinyu as she flew into his embrace, planting a loving kiss on her cheek. Little rascal, did you miss Daddy Zixing? Xinyu chirped like a little bird, wrapping her tiny arms around his neck and rubbing against him. Of course I did. Daddy, Daddy. Each daddy rolled off her tongue with practiced ease. Jiang Jing clenched the clothes in his hand so tightly it felt like sharp hooks repeatedly tearing at his heart, already numb from the pain. Ever since Gu Zixing returned to the country, Xinyu quickly switched to calling him Bad Daddy. The word gradually took on a tone of disgust and contempt. Jiang Jing's fingertips trembled slightly as he forced down the turmoil in his heart, hastening his packing. Oh dear. Gu Zixing deliberately fixed his gaze on Xinyu's scraped knee, feigning concern. Sweetie, how did you get hurt? Does it hurt? Why haven't you treated it yet? At this, Xinyu pouted. It's all because someone won't help me. Xinyu pointed accusingly at Jiang Jing, then turned to Gu Zixing with a pouty, helpless expression. Daddy Zixing, will you put medicine on it for me? Alright. I'll go get the first aid kit. But first, eat the KFC I brought you. You didn't eat enough last night. Gu Zixing affectionately tickled her nose, sat her down, and strolled leisurely toward Jiang Jing. His expression appeared benign, yet every inch of him radiated provocation. Bro, busy? Seeing Jiang Jing ignore him, Gu Zixing smiled again. Bro, as you use dad, how can you be so unfit? You don't even care that she hurt her leg. Now I, an outsider, have to help her with the medicine. Jiang Jing stared at him coldly, a wave of disgust rising within him. Is that so? You care deeply about Yu? Do you even know what foods give her stomachaches? Of course you don't. Otherwise, you wouldn't buy her all this junk. When Xinyu was 3, she once got food poisoning and was rushed to the emergency room at 3 in the morning. Ever since, Jiang Jing had been exceptionally careful about her diet, never buying her anything from outside. Everything she ate or drank was prepared by him personally. To prevent her from getting bored, he constantly experimented with recipes. Just as Gu Zixing was at a loss for words, a childish voice piped up from behind him. Stop talking nonsense. Daddy Zixing only brings me food I love. You're just jealous of how close we are. Xinyu stood with her hands on her hips, small in stature but big on attitude. Now get out of here. Stop being a nuisance. Our family of 3 is just fine. And I've already told Mom I'm going to make you 2 get divorced. I want Daddy Zixing to be my dad. I hate you. Staring at this unfamiliar, cold daughter before him, Jiang Jing felt as if cotton had been stuffed into his throat, swelling until he could barely breathe. He remembered Xinyu as a newborn soft, adorable, and smelling of milk. He remembered her at 1 year old, giggling at him. Xinyu learned to say daddy before she could say mommy. Jiang Jing remembered it all. The thrill he felt when he heard Xinyu call him daddy for the first time. It was the kind of excitement that tried to numb the torment Xinyu inflicted on him, the kind that made him want to stay by her side forever as she grew up. So, where had that little girl gone, the one who used to snuggle in his arms, cooing in her baby voice that she loved daddy most? These two, one mercilessly forcing him aside, the other eager to drive him away. Their actions after dinner, flipping the table, were truly identical. Jiang Jing gave a faint smile, no longer bothering to respond. He hastened to pack his things, each movement carrying a sense of finality and decisiveness. In the living room, Xinyu happily munched on a fried chicken burger, her smile radiant. Shen Manning and Gu Zixing sat together, their gazes meeting with eyes brimming with sweetness and happiness. Yes, this felt like a real family. Zixing, Yu always seems so gloomy whenever she comes home. Only when she's with you does she smile so brightly. After pausing, she glanced at Jiang Jing and added deliberately. Compared to a certain biological father, you're a much better fit. Jiang Jing emerged from the balcony carrying a bundle of neatly folded clothes, offering a cold smile. Is that so? Then I wish the 3 of you all the happiness in the world. With that, he walked straight into the bedroom. A few pieces of clothing, toiletries, and his indispensable laptop. Just a few simple things, not even filling half the suitcase. He zipped it shut and dragged the suitcase out of the living room. Ignoring the 3 people at the dining table, he walked straight toward the door. But just as he opened the door, Shen Yu's agonized cry suddenly pierced the air behind him. My stomach hurts so much. Chapter 4, A Sugar Daddy Arrives. Shen Yu suddenly curled up on the floor, her small hands clutching her stomach tightly. Beads of sweat had already formed on her pale face. Shen Manning hurriedly pushed back her chair and crouched down, clumsily supporting Shen Yu. Yu, what's wrong? What happened? Where does it hurt? Gu Zixing also set down his KFC bag and leaned in to check on her. Both were at a loss, and Shen Manning was so distraught she began to cry. She turned to Jiang Jing, who stood frozen, and shouted, What are you doing just standing there? Hurry over and check on Yu. She's in so much pain. Before Jiang Jing could respond, Gu Zixing spoke up first. He's not a doctor. We need to get Yu to the hospital right now. Watching the two of them panic, Jiang Jing said coldly. This is acute gastroenteritis. Yu got sick from eating fried chicken. Shen Manning froze, then snapped to realization. Her expression darkened instantly as she gritted her teeth. Jiang Jing, you knew all along that Yu would get sick from eating fried chicken, didn't you? Then why didn't you stop her? Jiang Jing sneered coldly, would you have listened if I had? As Yu's mother, you don't even know what your daughter can and can't eat. What right do you have to accuse me? With that, he turned and walked away without another glance back. That fried chicken and hamburger were never things Yu should have eaten. Jiang Jing still vividly remembered the utter despair and collapse he felt when Yu was rushed into the emergency room. He cared more about his daughter's diet than anyone else. Yet now, Gu Zixing had carelessly bought Yu these junk foods, and Shen Manning hadn't stopped him. Of course she wouldn't stop him. Because on the day Yu ended up in the ER, Shen Manning wasn't there. She hadn't witnessed Yu's distress, nor did she know why the little girl was suffering. Whenever he bustled about caring for their daughter, Shen Manning would only casually remark afterward, you must be exhausted. Now, it was time for Shen Manning to experience this feeling of being overwhelmed by family responsibilities. Jiang Jing dragged his suitcase into the elevator. As the doors slowly closed, an indescribable sense of relief washed over him. He hailed a taxi to a nearby hotel, unpacked his bags, and took a quick shower. When he emerged, his phone vibrated. He picked it up to find a barrage of messages from Shen Manning. Jiang Jing, you just left like that? Do you have any idea how sick our daughter is? The doctor said it's serious, she needs 4 fluids for days. Jiang Jing, Yu is your daughter too. Can't you care about her a little? As her father, you don't lift a finger, leaving Zixing to run around taking care of everything? Even through the screen, Jiang Jing could imagine Shen Manning's tone as she typed these words. Jiang Jing gave a bitter smile. He doesn't care? If he didn't care, why would he personally oversee Yu's meals all these years? But Shen Manning couldn't see any of that. All she saw was that he had left. Then dismiss all his past efforts. Jiang Jing walked to the window with his phone, lighting a cigarette. Just then, the phone rang. It was his partner, Zhao Hu. 2 years ago, he had pooled all his savings to co-found a small film production company with Zhao Hu. No one around them knew about it, not even Shen Manning. He had planned to tell her once the company showed signs of success. But now, it seemed that chance had slipped away. Jiang Jing took a drag on his cigarette and answered the call. Zhao Hu's excited voice came through instantly. Jiang Jing, are you free right now? A major investor just arrived at the company and specifically requested to see you. Jiang Jing frowned. A big shot? Who? You'll see when you get here. His partner's voice brimmed with excitement. This guy's a heavyweight in the industry, not just a top domestic investor, but also a board member of a multinational corporation. His net worth is in the hundreds of billions. He's taken a keen interest in the project we've been preparing lately and insists on discussing the partnership with you personally. Jiang Jing flicked cigarette ash from his fingers. Earlier, he had founded a small film production company, but due to family responsibilities, it had never officially launched. Now that he was divorced from Shen Manning, he was determined to focus entirely on film production. Especially that script he cherished most. With the right funding and a fresh storyline, it was bound to be a huge moneymaker. This investor was so influential if he could actually invest. Jiang Jing stubbed out his cigarette. Wait for me. I'll be right there. 20 minutes later, he hailed a cab to the location his partner had sent. Upon entering, he spotted his partner waving him over. Seated beside him was a woman in a tailored suit, her shoulder-length hair cascading down. Her expression was cool and distant, yet even sitting there, she radiated an undeniable aura of authority. This was the investor. Jiang Jing smoothed his suit slightly and walked over. Hello. Shen Qingning lifted her gaze. When she recognized Jiang Jing's face, the smile on her lips froze. She looked slightly taken aback. So, you're the one I'm supposed to invest in? Jiang Jing exchanged a glance with his partner, who immediately plastered on a fawning smile. Ms. Shen, that's correct. The manuscript you saw earlier was written by him. Then I'm afraid I must decline. Shen Qingning set down the contract in her hand. If it's him, then this collaboration is off. With that, she decisively grabbed her bag and turned to leave. Jiang Jing? The partner was taken aback and hurried after her, asking, "Mission, didn't you like the manuscript? Is there a problem now? We can resolve any issues." Shen Qingning gave a light, mocking laugh. "I have no intention of working with my brother-in-law." The partner froze. Jiang Jing, who had just caught up, heard those words and felt a sharp pang in his heart. Shen. Both of them were surnamed Shen. So this so-called financial backer was Shen Manling's older sister, Shen Qingning? Jiang Jing was startled by this realization. He recalled that although Shen Manning and Shen Qingning were half-sisters sharing the same father, the two had long since become bitter enemies. When Shen Manling's family went bankrupt, Shen Qingning had played a part in it too. Shen Manning had told him more than once how much she despised this sister. Each time she spoke of it, she seemed ready to charge forward and tear this so-called sister to pieces. He never imagined he would actually get the chance to meet this legendary, ruthless Shen Qingning. This thought made Jiang Jing suddenly feel a sense of weight in his heart. All those old grievances suddenly seemed insignificant. In the past, he would have abandoned this investment entirely because of Shen Manning. But they were divorced now. Now, all he wanted was to make money. Mission, even with this connection, it doesn't affect the quality of our work at all. Why don't you reconsider? As the partner continued his earnest persuasion, Jiang Jing suddenly walked over to Shen Qingning's side. Mission, if this decision is the reason you're considering ending our collaboration, let me clarify, I am divorced from Shen Manning. Chapter 5, Investing 5 million. Shen Qingning halted in her steps, turning to look at Jiang Jing with surprise. Are you serious? Jiang Jing nodded firmly. Yes. The divorce agreement has been signed. As if struck by a sudden thought, Shen Qingning smiled. Almost instantly, the icy aura surrounding her softened considerably, transforming her into a different person from moments before. Alright, let's talk inside. She turned and headed back into the dining room. Bro, what's going on? What sister wants her little sister to get divorced? As they walked back, the partner leaned close to Jiang Jing. By the way, this so-called sister she doesn't happen to have a crush on you, does she? Jiang Jing frowned, about to respond, when Shen Qingning suddenly turned back, her red lips curving upward. When discussing business, I prefer to deal exclusively with Jiang Jing. The unspoken message was clear, Zhao Hu should go chill somewhere else. Zhao Hu. Jiang Jing curved his lips into a smile, patted Zhao Hu's chest, and lowered his voice. I don't know if she likes me, but she definitely doesn't like you. With that, he followed her inside. Spill it. What's going on? After sitting down, Shen Qingning cut straight to the chase, her tone unapologetically blunt. You were practically fawning over her before, how could you bear to divorce her now? Jiang Jing selectively recounted a few details about his relationship with Shen Manning. Shen Qingning crossed her arms, leaning lazily against the chair back. After listening, the corners of her eyebrows lifted slightly. Long story short, Shen Manning has someone new in her life. Jiang Jing nodded. So, has Gu Zixing completely replaced you? Shen Qingning pressed. Yes. Jiang Jing gave a self-deprecating smile. Hearing this, Shen Qingning let out a cold laugh, her voice tinged with sarcasm. My dear little sister, your brain remains as dim-witted as ever. Jiang Jing remained silent. Shen Qingning set down her cup, her voice icy. In that case, I'll invest 50 million yuan into this project you're planning to film. Boom. Jiang Jing was struck dumb. Mission, 50 million? He doubted his own ears. Don't get too excited just yet, Shen Qingning said with a cold smile. I have other conditions. Please, go ahead. Shen Qingning's gaze grew colder by the second, her hatred unmasked. I want more than just profits. I want you to oppose Gu Zixing and bring them down. Hearing the woman's vicious tone, Jiang Jing's heart trembled. Truthfully, after divorcing Shen Manning, he never intended to have any further dealings with her. Nor had he ever considered taking reckless revenge on Shen Manning over subsequent events. After all, she was Yu Yu's mother, and he had once genuinely and passionately loved Shen Manning. Thinking of this, Jiang Jing's fingertips lightly rubbed the rim of the cup before him, offering no reply. Shen Qingning seemed to see through Jiang Jing's thoughts. She leaned forward, narrowing her eyes. Jiang Jing, believe me or not, if you don't accept my investment, I'll make sure you can't survive in this industry. Jiang Jing's heart skipped a beat as he recalled what his partner had told him about Shen Qingning's background. This woman's status and connections were no simple matter. If she wanted to crush him, it would be easier than squashing an ant. But Jiang Jing frowned, deep in thought. After a long pause, he sighed helplessly. Mission, I don't wish to engage in any collaboration tied to personal grudges. Shen Manning and I are divorced, and I have no desire to be entangled in her life again. I simply want to focus on building my own business. He paused, his tone humble. If you're still willing to invest in my project, I'll do my utmost to make it a success and deliver substantial returns. But if you have other motives, I'm afraid I can't accept it. Shen Qingning wasn't surprised by his response. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixed on Jiang Jing for a few seconds before she suddenly laughed a laugh dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Jing, you wish to play the noble gentleman, but do you truly believe you can remain untouched by this? Whether you can pull it off depends entirely on whether Gu Zixing gives you the chance. After all, you should know better than I do how he took over your family's nest back then. Jiang Jing's thin lips pressed into a tight line, his eyes darkening. Why did this woman know so much about Gu Zixing's background? It seemed that when Gu Zixing had expelled him from the Gu family years ago, she had already been orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Shen Qingning rose, towering over him with a cold gaze. I'll give you 2 days at most. If you don't agree within that time. She left the rest unsaid, letting out only a cold laugh before walking away. It could mean refusing the investment, or it could mean making Jiang Jing unemployable in this industry. Either outcome would be enough to crush him. After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Jing headed straight to the hospital. Sitting by his adoptive mother's hospital bed, he gently clasped her wrinkled hand. Mom, how are you feeling? Her adoptive mother, Su Xiufang, looked pale. She tugged at her dry, cracked lips. Mom's fine. Jiang Jing nodded. After a long silence, he spoke softly. Mom, I've divorced Shen Manning. Yu Yu's custody has been granted to her. Su Xiufang froze. Why did you divorce her? Jiang Jing lowered his gaze. We couldn't go on. Besides, back then, she wasn't sincere with me either. Divorce was only a matter of time. Su Xiufang remained silent for a long while. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly began to sob. Mom, what's wrong? Su Xiufang clutched Jiang Jing's hand tightly, her cloudy eyes brimming with sorrow. It's all my fault. My broken body dragged you down. Son, I'm so sorry. Jiang Jing felt a pang of tenderness in his heart, his eyes stinging slightly. Mom, don't say that. He smiled gently. I'm doing just fine now. Besides, I started my own company long ago. Supporting us is no problem at all. Just today, I received a substantial investment. Really? It's true. Just wait for my work to go viral. Su Xiufang finally stopped crying and nodded with relief. I always knew it. Whatever my son sets his mind to, he'll succeed at. Jiang Jing pressed his lips together in a faint smile. Yet inside, it felt like an invisible hand was squeezing his chest, making it hard to breathe. After calming Su Xiufang, Jiang Jing got up to buy her dinner. While pondering Shen Qingning's suggestion, he unexpectedly spotted Gu Zixing and Shen Manning in the hallway, both of them keeping company with Yu Yu. Shen Manning clearly hadn't slept well last night. Her dark circles were pronounced, and she lacked her usual vitality. Yu Yu, meanwhile, was sprawled across a chair, giggling away as Gu Zixing tickled her. Jiang Jing's footsteps faltered slightly. Just then, Shen Manning seemed to sense something and turned her head. Their eyes met instantly. Jiang Jing, what are you doing here? Shen Manning immediately stood up, firing questions at him. Why didn't you answer my calls? Did you just vanish off the face of the earth? Jiang Jing opened his mouth, about to say they were already divorced, when Yu Yu suddenly interrupted in her babyish voice. He must be here to find me. I don't want to see him. Her pale face twisted with disgust. Daddy Zixing, take me back to the 4-room. I don't want to come out for fresh air. I don't want to see this person. Chapter 6, Hidden Motives. Hearing Shen Yu's tone dripping with disgust, Jiang Jing's heart inevitably pricked with pain for a moment. His body stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. Shen Manning, exhausted from caring for Shen Yu all night, was dazed and oblivious to the ulterior motives swirling around her. Gu Zixing, standing nearby, had clearly observed Jiang Jing's reaction. From an angle unseen by Shen Manning, a playful smile stretched across Gu Zixing's face. Yu Yu, you shouldn't speak to your father like that. Even though he doesn't work outside, he's always been here taking care of you at home. Gu Zixing feigned sternness as he lectured Shen Yu, but his words were laced with subtle disparagement toward Jiang Jing. Sure enough, before Jiang Jing could respond, Shen Yu pouted in displeasure. Daddy Gu, why are you taking his side? I don't have a daddy who can't make money like him. I've got mommy and daddy Gu, that's enough for me. Let's go back to the 4-room. I don't want to see him anymore. Saying this, Shen Yu clung to Gu Zixing, demanding he take her somewhere out of Jiang Jing's sight. Shen Manning, hearing Shen Yu's words, felt a twinge of discomfort herself. She couldn't resist echoing Shen Yu's mockery. Exactly, Yu Yu. We don't need to pay attention to useless men like that. What good are they? Besides living off others, what else can they do? When she glanced back at Jiang Jing, she saw his face twisted in scorn. Faced with Shen Yu's words, he merely gave a cold snort and said nothing. Shen Manning couldn't stand seeing him like this. Who did he think he was? Daring to act so arrogant in front of her? He was nothing but a useless man. Jiang Jing, you. Before Shen Manning could finish, Jiang Jing turned and walked away without another word, leaving her standing there, fuming with rage. Gu Zixing, standing nearby, put on a sweet-talking act and poured fuel on the fire with thoughtful concern. Manning, look at the man you've been supporting for all these years. He actually dares to give you the cold shoulder. What an ungrateful bastard. Good thing you spent so much money on him. Shen Manning instantly felt her face burn with humiliation. Her expression darkened as she strode forward and grabbed Jiang Jing's arm. Jiang Jing, stop right there. You're arguing with a child? You're acting like a child yourself. Miss Shen, please release me. I believe we no longer have any connection. I ask that you show some restraint. Jiang Jing halted, his eyes brimming with impatience. With a slight tug, he shook off Shen Manling's grip. Shen Manling had never seen Jiang Jing so coldly indifferent before. She froze in shock. What kind of attitude was this? Seeing Shen Manling silent, Jiang Jing continued, since you two have nothing to discuss, I'll take my leave. But just as Jiang Jing turned to leave, Gu Zixing approached, holding Shen Yu in his arms. Mr. Jiang, please wait. Shen Yu, seeing Gu Zixing bring her closer to Jiang Jing, showed even deeper resistance in her eyes. She clung tightly to Gu Zixing's neck, burying her face against his shoulder, refusing to look at Jiang Jing even once. Gu Zixing glanced awkwardly at Jiang Jing, then at Shen Yu in his arms, deliberately feigning distress. Mr. Jiang, I know you're upset jealous that Yu calls me dad and is close to me. But she's still a child, and her health is fragile right now. As her father, you should be more understanding. You really ought to mind your behavior around her. Jiang Jing's expression had been indifferent, but after hearing Gu Zixing's words, the mockery on his face became increasingly impossible to conceal. Oh? So by Mr. Gu's logic, you know better than I do how to be a good father? Jiang Jing made no move to leave, instead turning to face Gu Zixing with a tightening tone. If that's the case, then why is Shen Yu still lying in the hospital right now? At this, Gu Zixing's expression instantly stiffened. Before he could respond, Jiang Jing continued, forgive my bluntness, dear brother. When you were climbing the ladder of success, you showed no regard for Ms. Shen. Now, what could possibly bring you back from your glittering life abroad? Is it because you can't stop worrying about Ms. Shen and her daughter? Or did you finally hit rock bottom overseas? Gu Zixing, there are some things I'd rather not spell out too clearly, but I imagine you know exactly what I mean. Jiang Jing pressed on relentlessly. Though mindful of Shen Manling standing nearby, Gu Zixing remained rooted to the spot. Jiang Jing slowly leaned closer to Gu Zixing's ear, whispering the final words into his ear. After all, how that piece of work of yours came about back then, no matter how you look at it, it wasn't exactly something to be proud of. You? Gu Zixing's face drained completely white, but he quickly regained his composure. Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you mean. I was only acting out of goodwill. Then I thank you for that, Mr. Gu. But I don't need it. With that, Jiang Jing gave them no chance to press further and walked away. Shen Manling's face darkened alarmingly. She stood rooted to the spot for a long while, finally composing herself before smiling at Gu Zixing. Zixing, don't pay him any mind. Who knows what kind of spell he's under lately, talking to us like that. Mark my words, one day I'll make him crawl back begging for mercy. It's fine. Yu's health is the priority. I just have urgent matters to attend to today. As for Yu, Gu Zixing offered a gentle smile, though his expression betrayed lingering hesitation and concern. Seeing this, Shen Manling tenderly took Yu into her arms. It's fine. I'll take care of Yu. You go handle your business first. Manling, thank you for your trouble. Gu Zixing gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, his expression filled with affection. After exchanging a few more words, Gu Zixing briskly walked away. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing had carefully prepared a hospital meal for Su Shoufeng. In high spirits, he carried it back when he unexpectedly encountered Shen Manling and Shen Yu again as he passed the injection room. Jiang Jing's brow furrowed as he quickened his pace, wanting no further entanglement with these two. But fate had other plans. Shen Yu, sharp-eyed, spotted the bag in Jiang Jing's hand. Already famished, she suddenly craved food. Without a second thought, Shen Yu called out to Jiang Jing, "Bad daddy. Give me what you're holding." Shen Yu's bossy tone rubbed Jiang Jing the wrong way. He stopped and looked at her. This meal isn't for you. If you want to eat, ask your mom to buy something. With that, Jiang Jing turned and walked back to Su Shoufeng's hospital room without looking back. Chapter 7, Hospitalized. Seeing Jiang Jing treat her this way only made Shen Yu angrier. She began throwing a tantrum at Shen Manling, demanding food. Shen Manling was at a loss with Shen Yu and had no choice but to call for some light meals to be delivered. Shen Manling was anxious about how to calm the furious Yu. After much thought, she realized Yu liked Gu Zixing, so calling him over would be twice the result with half the effort. With that thought, Shen Manling dialed Gu Zixing's number without hesitation and explained the situation. Upon hearing it, Gu Zixing agreed without a second thought. Soon, Gu Zixing arrived to save the day. Within moments, Gu Zixing had coaxed Yu into bursting into laughter. Seeing Yu in Gu Zixing's capable hands, Shen Manling decided to seek out Jiang Jing. The knock on the door made Jiang Jing think it was the doctor coming for rounds. But when he saw who walked in, his expression darkened instantly. Without a word, he stood up and blocked Shen Manling outside the door. What are you doing here? Seeing Jiang Jing's abruptness and with Yu absent, Shen Manling's temper flared instantly. She began arguing with Jiang Jing right outside Su Shoufeng's hospital room. Jiang Jing, what do you think you're doing? You don't even bother to take care of Yu when she's sick like that, and now you're picking a fight with her? Mentioning this only made Shen Manling angrier. Jiang Jing, however, remained much calmer. He spoke coolly, didn't Yu stop liking me long ago? If that's the case, why should I keep throwing myself at her? I think that Mr. Gu is quite suitable. Why would she need me? You? How come I never saw this side of you before? Jiang Jing, you're such a petty person? Is this how you just discard years of friendship? Shen Manning knew she was in the wrong, but her pride wouldn't let her bow to Jiang Jing. Petty? Jiang Jing laughed bitterly. Shen Manning, on what grounds do you accuse me now? These past years, I've done nothing to wrong you or Shin you. And what was the outcome? How have you treated me? We're divorced now. You and Shin Yu have nothing to do with me anymore. Don't bother me again. As for whether you end up with Gu Zixing in the future, it's none of my business. Perhaps their raised voices drew attention, as several people nearby turned to watch the commotion. Even Gu Zixing, who had been accompanying Shin Yu, peered out from the injection room. Gu Zixing knew a bit about the history between Jiang Jing and Shen Manning over the years. Seeing this, an idea formed in his mind. His expression instantly turned concerned as he took Shin Yu by the hand and walked toward Shen Manning. Manling? What's wrong? Why are you arguing with Jiang Jing? Gu Zixing's concerned voice rang out, but Jiang Jing only felt nauseated. Shen Manning took a deep breath and said, nothing. Why did you bring Yu over? Gu Zixing smiled warmly. I heard some commotion over here and came to see what was going on. Nothing. How's Yu? Did she finish her 4? Shen Manning stiffly changed the subject, seemingly reluctant to discuss what had just happened with Jiang Jing. She just finished her 4. Yu's feeling much better now. Gu Zixing motioned for Yu to step forward so Shen Manning could see for herself. Seeing Yu was indeed much better, Shen Manning felt considerably relieved. But before she could say anything, Yu slipped past everyone unnoticed, dodged Jiang Jing, and dashed into the ward. Su Xiufan looked at Yu entering with surprise, but before she could say anything, Yu pointed at her and declared, "It's all your fault, you old hag." At those words, Jiang Jing's expression darkened instantly. Without a second thought, he rushed in, trying to pull Shin Yu out, but it was already too late. Shin Yu unleashed a torrent of unfiltered words. "If it weren't for you, my dad wouldn't have abandoned me. It's all your fault, you old hag. If you just died sooner, none of this would have happened." Su Xiufang never imagined Shin Yu would say such things. Overwhelmed by rage and grief, she fainted on the spot. "Doctor!" Jiang Jing pushed through the crowd, rushing into the hallway and shouting, "Doctor, come quickly. My mother has fainted." Hospital staff immediately rushed Su Xiufang into the emergency room for treatment. Chaos erupted as Jiang Jing watched helplessly while his mother was wheeled into the emergency room. Meanwhile, as time passed, Jiang Jing silently prayed in his heart that his mother would be okay. Half an hour later, the doctor emerged and addressed Jiang Jing. "The patient is out of danger now. It's nothing serious, but remember, never let her get angry again." Hearing this, the heavy weight pressing on Jiang Jing's heart finally lifted. All right. Thank you, doctor. I'll keep your advice in mind," Jiang Jing said gratefully, looking at the doctor. After the doctor left, Jiang Jing seemed to remember something. He slapped himself hard twice across the face, tears of regret streaming down his cheeks. He truly hadn't expected his daughter, whom he had cherished for so many years, to utter such vicious words at such a young age, words that had caused his seriously ill mother to faint from the shock. Rage consumed Jiang Jing, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The next moment, Jiang Jing pulled Shin Yu over without hesitation and delivered several hard slaps to her buttocks. "This slap is for your disrespect toward elders, for wasting all those years I spent teaching you. This slap is to teach you how to behave. How dare you grow into such an arrogant, insolent creature? This slap is to teach you." Shin Yu froze in place, stunned by Jiang Jing's sudden outburst. For a moment, everyone present stared dumbly at him, utterly unprepared for the sight of the usually docile Jiang Jing striking Shin Yu. The stinging pain on her buttocks jolted Shin Yu back to her senses. She struggled desperately to wriggle free from Jiang Jing's grip, but her strength was no match for Jiang Jing's determination to teach her a lesson today. After struggling in vain, Shin Yu could only scream at Jiang Jing in frustration, "Let me go! How dare you hit me for that, old hag? You're not human!" Shen Manning, standing nearby, finally caught on and rushed forward to pull Jiang Jing away. "After all these years of calling you dad, you actually hit her? You've gotten bold, haven't you? All that pretending to be weak and innocent, now your true colors are showing. Are you even human?" But the disparity in strength between them was vast. Coupled with Jiang Jing's determination to vent his anger, he refused to let go no matter how hard Shen Manning tugged, pulled, or cursed at him. Only when Shin Yu's buttocks were beaten to a deep crimson did Jiang Jing finally stop. Chapter 8, Brutally Exposed Online. "You two should be careful," Jiang Jing said coldly, glaring at Shen Manning and Shin Yu, the two women he had cherished for years. Then, without another word, he crouched back down in the emergency room. To Jiang Jing, the matter was settled. He failed to notice the crowd that had gathered behind Shen Manning and her daughter, some even recording the brutal beating with their phones. As soon as Jiang Jing left, the crowd erupted into hushed yet heated whispers. "My goodness, that man was brutal. How could he lay such hands on a child? Exactly. Is that even his kid? Is he the biological father? Would a real father be that cruel to his own child? I don't buy it. Didn't see the child's mother anywhere. Pretty sure he's the biological father. TSK TSK TSK. He really laid into him. Looks like a domestic abuser to me. Words spoken without thought but heard with intent. Amidst the crowd, a man fell deep in thought. After a moment's consideration, he promptly uploaded the video he'd just recorded online. After posting it, a sinister smile spread across the man's lips. The video of a man beating a child was bound to be controversial and generate buzz. It was guaranteed to go viral. Just as the man had anticipated, it quickly drew significant attention online. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, Gu Zixing sat idly playing with his phone. Suddenly, a news alert popped up, instantly grabbing his attention. Shocking. Man assaults daughter in hospital in front of crowd. The familiar figure in the news immediately caught Gu Zixing's eye. Isn't that Jiang Jing? Gu Zixing exclaimed in surprise. After saying that, he carefully tapped on the images in the news article and studied them closely. After confirming it was indeed Jiang Jing, Gu Zixing stood up excitedly. Ah, this was effortless. I was just worrying about where to deal with you, and now you've handed me the perfect leverage on a silver platter. After that, Gu Zixing forwarded the news to his paparazzi friend, offering him a hefty sum to spread the story far and wide. With Gu Zixing and his paparazzi contact working together, the story quickly became a major sensation, shooting straight to the top headlines and grabbing everyone's attention. 3 days later, Su Xiufang, now nearly recovered, returned home. Jiang Jing sat quietly by the window, engrossed in studying his script, completely unaware that he had become an overnight sensation. Having not left his room all day, Jiang Jing naturally remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. His adoptive mother, Su Xiufang, however, was not so fortunate. Thanks to the diligence of netizens, her personal information was quickly dug up and made public. Now shopping at the market, Su Xiufang felt prickles all over her back. Passers-by stared at her with strange, scrutinizing looks, occasionally whispering behind her back. Sensing the uneasy atmosphere, Su Xiufang immediately grabbed her basket and hurried out of the market. Just as she reached her doorstep, several men blocked her path. Seeing that they were tall, burly men, fear gripped her heart. Still, she forced herself to remain calm. Who are you? What do you want? Faced with her question, the men grinned maliciously. Oh? You know fear? Why weren't you afraid when your son was beating that child? Your granddaughter was so young, yet your son beat her so viciously. Is he even human? I thought your family wouldn't know fear, but it turns out you do. I wonder if your hearts are black. Just because you're a little older, you think you can bully the weak. Su Xiufang guessed why they had come and hurried to explain. It's not like that. Things aren't at all what you think. You've misunderstood me. But the other party was a mindless online troll, caring only about their so-called justice and not the truth at all. You say it's like that? The video's already out there. The evidence is clear. What's there to argue about? Let me explain. The heated exchange quickly drew the attention of Jiang Jing inside the house. Recognizing the voice of his adoptive mother, Su Xiufang, Jiang Jing rushed out of the room. Spotting Jiang Jing, the online trolls panicked that the situation would escalate and scattered in a flurry. Upon exiting, Jiang Jing found Su Xiufang leaning against the wall, her face ashen. The vegetables she had carefully selected at the market lay scattered on the ground. What happened, mother? Jiang Jing quickly helped Su Xiufang back inside. Jiang Jing helped her to the sofa and poured her a glass of water. Once her complexion began to return to normal, Jiang Jing gently inquired, Mother, what happened? Who were those people just now? They insisted that you beat Xingyu, that you're a man who abuses his family. I tried to explain, but they wouldn't listen. Su Xiufang explained helplessly to Jiang Jing. Hearing this, Jiang Jing felt a surge of anger. He took Su Xiufang's hand and comforted her, Mother, don't worry. I'll handle this matter properly. After much consideration, Jiang Jing concluded the incident occurred at the hospital, meaning the hospital must bear responsibility. He headed straight there. The moment Jiang Jing stepped inside, he felt the intense stares and probing glances coming at him from all directions. He chose to ignore them, walking in with his chest held high and his head held high. As the saying goes, a straight back fears no crooked shadow. He hadn't done anything wrong, so what was there to be afraid of? He walked straight to the service desk and said, Hello, I'd like to speak with your supervisor. To his surprise, the person looked up and gave him a cold, dismissive glance. What do you need with our manager? The tone was sharp. Despite the unpleasant attitude, Jiang Jing remained composed. He explained, I'm here to file a complaint against your hospital. Why didn't your staff intervene when they saw someone secretly filming us? This is a serious violation of our portrait rights and has caused severe distress to both my mother and me, damaging our physical and mental well-being as well as our reputation. Jiang Jing frowned, his expression stern as he emphasized his point. At this, the hospital staff burst out laughing in disbelief. Without hesitation, they retorted, What are you talking about? Why would we stop someone from filming you? What right do I have to stop him? Chapter 9, Settling Everything. Why should they stop filming you if you're not doing anything wrong? Besides, people have the freedom to take photos or videos if they want to, right? This is a hospital, not some gangster organization. How could we possibly restrict people from taking pictures? Honestly, you've got issues. Go see a neurologist and get your head checked. You're acting like a lunatic, stirring up trouble for no reason. The staff member rolled their eyes and snapped at Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing instantly exploded at the staffer's attitude, pointing an accusing finger at him. You. Just you wait. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Your attitude is absolutely appalling. Is this how you're supposed to serve people? Even when Jiang Jing threatened to file a complaint against him, the man remained utterly unfazed, retorting, "Go ahead and complain if you want. I couldn't care less. Like I'm scared of anything. You posted that video of you beating your daughter online. Everyone knows what kind of person you are. Justice will prevail. Why would I be afraid of you?" As soon as he said this, murmurs of agreement rose from the surrounding crowd. He's such a heartless man, he'd beat his own daughter to death. Imagine what he'd do to others. Yeah, exactly. That man is truly vicious. Didn't you see the video? He nearly beat that little girl to death. Exactly. Bottom line, he's no good. Watching the crowd around him point fingers and whisper, Jiang Jing could only leave the hospital with his tail between his legs. After much deliberation, he realized this matter couldn't be delayed any longer. He had no idea how much worse it might escalate, and he lacked the resources to handle it alone. Ultimately, he decided to seek Shen Qingning's help. From what he knew, she definitely had the means to resolve this situation. With a heavy heart, Jiang Jing dialed the number Shen Qingning had given him earlier. "Hello, is this Miss Shen?" Jiang Jing asked cautiously. Shen Qingning's cool, distant voice came through the line. "Yes, it's me. What is it? What's going on? I need your help. A few days ago, I ran into Shen Manning and her mother at the hospital. Shenyu spoke disrespectfully and upset my mother so much she fainted. I ended up hitting Shenyu, and someone filmed it and posted it online. Both my mother and I faced varying degrees of online harassment, especially her. Now people point fingers at her whenever she goes out. She's already elderly and frail. After this incident, I fear her barely recovered health might deteriorate again." Jiang Jing summarized the entire incident in a few words. After listening, Shen Qingning replied calmly, "Alright, I understand. Leave this matter to me. You don't need to worry about anything. I'll handle everything." With that, Shen Qingning hung up the phone with decisive efficiency. Jiang Jing heard Shen Qingning's words without a hint of doubt, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Sure enough, that very afternoon, Jiang Jing noticed the headline about him publicly disciplining Shenyu at the hospital had vanished from the trending topics. Simultaneously, all related videos had disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Jiang Jing couldn't help but inwardly marvel at Shen Qingning's capabilities. Just then, a knock sounded in the hallway. Knock knock knock. Jiang Jing's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Could it be that some bored paparazzi was still trying to harass him? The thought filled him with irritation and exasperation. "Who are you? What do you want?" Jiang Jing approached the door cautiously and inquired. Hearing his voice, the person on the other side quickly explained, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. We're here on behalf of Miss Shen Qingning to pick up your mother and arrange for her hospital visit. Our young lady knows your mother has always had health issues, so she sent us to take her to the Lian Hospital for a more comprehensive examination and treatment." Jiang Jing was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He quickly opened the door, his voice tinged with guilt. "My apologies. I thought you were paparazzi trying to harass us again. It's fine. Mr. Jiang, where is your mother? We shouldn't delay. Let's take her to the hospital for a checkup right away. After all, an elderly person's health is paramount. Alright, she's in the room. Let's go." With that, Jiang Jing led Su Xiufang to the hospital. Liaoan Hospital was the largest, most luxurious, and highest-rated medical facility in the area. Though Su Xiufang knew little about such matters, she could tell from the hospital's scale and decor that it was vastly superior to the others Jiang Jing had taken her to before. The thought of the high costs at a major hospital left Su Xiufang feeling uneasy. Inside the hospital, Su Xiufang felt extremely uneasy. She knew her health issues over the years had already cost Jiang Jing a great deal, and she truly didn't want to burden him further with medical expenses. Grasping Jiang Jing's arm, she whispered, "Jinger, my illness is incurable. Why don't we stop treatment? Let's go home, okay? Come on." Just as Jiang Jing was about to persuade Su Xiufang to continue treatment, a cool voice interrupted them. "Are you worried about the medical expenses, auntie? Don't worry. I'll cover all your treatment costs. It's not a huge sum, just pocket change for me. You can focus on getting better." Shen Qingning looked at Su Xiufang reassuringly. Meeting Shen Qingning for the first time, Su Xiufang felt uneasy and awkward. She looked at Jiang Jing uncertainly and asked, "Jinger, is this your friend?" "A friend, I suppose?" Jiang Jing nodded in tacit agreement. Meanwhile, Shen Qingning remained silent, offering no objection. Perhaps to reassure Su Xiufang, Shen Qingning added, "Auntie, all the money for your hospital stay was earned by Jiang Jing himself through his own hard work." Realizing Shen Qingning was giving her a way out, Jiang Jing chimed in, "That's right, Mom. Don't worry about the money. Right now, the most important thing is for you to rest in the hospital, follow the doctor's treatment, and focus on getting better." Seeing this, Su Xiufang couldn't bring herself to say anything more discouraging. With tears of emotion glistening in her eyes, she agreed. All right, I'll listen to you both." Jiang Jing felt immense relief at her words. Later, just as Shen Qingning was about to leave the hospital, Jiang Jing called out to her. "Miss Shen, do you have time now? I'd like to treat you to a meal." Shen Qingning instantly understood Jiang Jing's intentions. In her view, Jiang Jing didn't seem particularly well off, and she didn't want to waste his hard-earned money. "Forget it. Maybe another time. I have things to attend to now. If you're thanking me for arranging hospital assistance for your mother, I'd suggest you focus on writing scripts and producing films instead. Prove yourself through your work. That's the best way to show your gratitude. Now that you're divorced from Shen Manning, you need to work hard to make something of yourself. Achieve something worthwhile so people won't look down on you." Chapter 10, Reporting Domestic Violence. Alright, rest assured. I'll work hard, Jiang Jing immediately assured Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning's face softened with relief before she turned and left. The next day, after settling his mother in, Jiang Jing went to find a real estate agent to rent a place. Now that he was divorced from Shen Manning, he wanted a fresh start in a new environment. Not only that, but Jiang Jing also made time to visit a barbershop. He ditched the slicked-back hairstyle Shen Manning had demanded of him and removed the blue earring he'd long grown tired of. Not only that, but the first thing Jiang Jing did upon returning home was toss those flashy floral print shirts and all manner of non-mainstream skinny jeans into the trash. Now, just looking at these things made him feel like they were dirtying his eyes. He couldn't figure out what kind of mind-altering drug Shen Manning had fed him back then to make him willingly abandon his pride and happily play the role of a stand-in. Jiang Jing visited clothing stores and bought several simple, loose-fitting plaid shirts. After dressing himself in this new style, he exuded a distinctly artsy vibe. With glasses added to the mix, he looked every bit the artsy young man from a distance, a stark contrast to his former rebellious self. Life gradually returned to normal. Just as Jiang Jing thought his life was turning a new page, a fresh crisis emerged. Inside the villa, Gu Zixing, carefully playing the role of the loving father, was gently applying ointment to Shen Yu's buttocks. Jiang Jing hadn't held back that day, and even now, Shen Yu's buttocks were still bright red and too sore to sit on a stool, occasional twinges of pain shooting through her. When Gu Zixing accidentally pressed the cotton swab a bit too hard, Shen Yu immediately hissed in pain. Gu Zixing immediately offered concern. "Oh dear, did I hurt our little Yu?" Shen Yu clutched her bottom, tears welling in her eyes as she nodded. Gu Zixing feigned innocence, shifting blame. "Ah, this is all that ungrateful Jiang Jing's fault. All these years he ate and drank at your family's expense, yet he still dares call your father dad? Not only is he utterly ungrateful, but he beat you into this state. How cruel." True to form, Shen Yu, who had been calm moments before, was instantly stirred up by Gu Zixing's words. Shen Yu angrily agreed. "Exactly. That Jiang Jing isn't human. How could he strike so viciously? It seems all his kindness toward me back then was just an act. This is his true colors now." Gu Zixing, seeing his scheming succeed, felt a surge of satisfaction. But outwardly, he maintained an air of righteous indignation as he addressed Shen Yu. "Exactly. What kind of person does he think he is, hitting you like that? If it were me, I'd make him pay dearly, like filing charges for domestic violence or something." Shen Yu's eyes lit up instantly at Gu Zixing's words. Reporting him for domestic violence and getting Jiang Jing arrested? Why hadn't she thought of such a brilliant idea? The thought filled her with excitement. Ignoring the pain in her butt, she jumped up immediately. "Let's go. We'll go to the police station and report him. We'll have the police officers arrest him." Seeing his goal achieved, Gu Zixing agreed. "Alright, whatever you say. Let's go." With that, he led Shen Yu to the police station. The moment Shen Yu saw the officers, she burst into loud, wailing sobs. "What, officer? My daddy abused me and hit me." Seeing Shen Yu's heart-wrenching tears, the officer believed her story immediately. His sense of justice flared, and he exclaimed indignantly, "How outrageous! How could such a thing happen? Don't worry, child. I will see this through to the end for you." With that, he called Jiang Jing to come to the station. Thus, Jiang Jing arrived at the station, still unaware of what had transpired. The moment he saw Shen Yu and Gu Zixing together, he began to piece together what had likely happened. His impression of Shen Yu worsened further, and he gained a new understanding of her wickedness. The officer, noticing Jiang Jing's arrival, pointed at him and asked Shen Yu, "Did he hit you?" "Yes, he hit me," Shen Yu nodded firmly. Gu Zixing chimed in from the side. "Officer, you have no idea how this man beats and abuses this child at home. Her life there is miserable. You have to save her." Gu Zixing incited further, clearly determined to make Jiang Jing suffer today. After hearing Gu Zixing's words, the police officer's gaze toward Jiang Jing grew even more contemptuous and disdainful. There was no other reason for it. They simply despised men who bullied the weak from the bottom of their hearts, especially those who abused their physical advantage as men to commit domestic violence against women. Jiang Jing didn't rush to refute them. After Gu Zixing and Shen finished their performance, he spoke slowly and deliberately. I was once the child's father, but I'm now divorced from her mother. As for their claims that I beat her, abused her, and mistreated her, let them produce medical reports. We live in a society governed by law and evidence. You can't just slander someone with empty accusations. The hospital is right next door. I suggest taking her there for an injury assessment. An injury assessment doesn't lie, does it? That would reveal the truth. Seeing Jiang Jing's unflappable demeanor, the officer couldn't immediately determine who was telling the truth. He turned to Shen and said, "All right, go to the hospital next door for an injury assessment. We'll see what the results show." Gu Zixing and Shen had no choice but to comply and head to the nearby hospital for an injury assessment. Soon the report arrived, revealing Shen alleged injuries didn't even qualify as minor. The officer frowned deeply, immediately piecing together the situation. He then gave Shen and Gu Zixing a stern scolding. Do you two realize this counts as filing a false police report? In serious cases, you could even face jail time. Even if he divorced your mother, that's an adult matter and has nothing to do with a child like you. You called him dad for so many years, you can't just go around slandering people, understand? Be an honest person. Shen hadn't imagined that her offhand lie would lead to such serious consequences. Being young and easily frightened, she was suddenly overcome with fear and dared not argue back. She just nodded obediently and said, "Okay, I understand, officer." After lecturing Shen, the officer turned his stern gaze to Gu Zixing. A child's ignorance is one thing, but you're an adult, don't you have any sense? Following along to slander someone's father? What a thankless bastard. Gu Zixing's face flushed alternately red and white at the officer's words. Yet he knew he was in the wrong. He could only nod silently in agreement. Yes, you're right. It's all my fault. I was so panicked when I heard the child being beaten that I lost my reason in judgment. I was just so worried about the child. Chapter 11, Compensation for Mental Anguish. Worrying about your child doesn't give you license to ignore right from wrong. What kind of behavior is this? The officer retorted, his expression unreadable. After Gu Zixing and Shen received a stern lecture from the officer, they prepared to slink away, but Jiang Jing wasn't one to be pushed around. Was the police station some place where they could summon him at will and dismiss him just as easily? Was he not human? Did he have no dignity? With that thought, Jiang Jing spoke without hesitation, "No. This can't just end like this. You want to slander me? Go ahead. You want to twist right and wrong? Do it. Do you think this place is your home?" Gu Zixing's face drained of color as he retorted, "Then what do you want?" "I want compensation for my emotional distress. This is compensation for the psychological trauma caused by your slander." Gu Zixing's face drained of color upon hearing this. He truly hadn't expected that one day, Jiang Jing would turn the tables on him. Just as Gu Zixing hesitated over whether to pay up, Shen spoke up, her face twisted with contempt as she looked at Jiang Jing. Just as expected. Jiang Jing was still the same old parasite, living off others and swindling money. What a worthless piece of trash. No wonder his mother looked down on him. It's just money, right? My mom has it. My mom has tons of money. Just wait, I'll call her right now and have her come bail me out. With that, Shen dialed Shen Manning's number and gave her a rough account of the situation. Upon hearing they were at the police station, Shen Manning rushed there immediately. She stormed into the station looking furious. The moment she entered, she spotted Jiang Jing, who looked completely different. Instantly, Shen Manning's heart began pounding wildly like a frightened deer. "Long time no see," Shen Manning said coyly as she approached Jiang Jing. Gu Zixing, standing nearby, felt a surge of anger at the sight. He cleared his throat to break Shen Manning's starstruck daze, then deliberately emphasized, "Manning, Jiang Jing is demanding compensation. He says we wronged him and wants us to pay him for emotional distress." At those words, Shen Manning's earlier excitement instantly cooled. Jiang Jing was still the same old pushover after leaving her. He was truly a natural-born weakling, unfit for the spotlight. "Compensation, huh? Is 50,000 enough?" Shen Manning said with utter disdain. Jiang Jing paid no mind to Shen Manning's attitude. After a moment's thought, he decided to cut his losses. "That's enough." Shen Manning pulled a checkbook from her bag, scribbled a few strokes, and tossed it to Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing had long grown accustomed to Shen Manning's arrogance and tyranny. Since she was offering him money, he saw no need to nitpick over such trivial details. "Fine. You can go now." With that, Jiang Jing turned and walked away. This farce finally came to a complete end. Meanwhile, Shen Manning watched Jiang Jing's retreating figure, lost in thought. A hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes. On the road. Sitting in the car, Shen Manning's mind was completely occupied by the image of Jiang Jing dressed in a white plaid shirt, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and looking every inch the gentleman. She hadn't heard Gu Zixing speak to her several times. "Manning, how about grabbing lunch together?" Once again, Shen Manning didn't respond to Gu Zixing's question. Gu Zixing couldn't help but ask again. "Manning, what are you thinking about?" Gu Zixing raised his voice. His voice snapped Shen Manning out of her reverie. Nothing. I'm not feeling well today. I think I'll go back to sleep. Shen Manning replied in a flat tone. Not feeling well? Should we see a doctor? Gu Zixing immediately grew concerned. Faced with Gu Zixing's concerned inquiries, Shen Manning unusually offered no response. Shen Yu, standing nearby, also sensed something was off. In her eyes, it was most likely because of the trouble they'd caused by making a false police report today. So Shen Yu, who usually loved to make a fuss, sat quietly by without a word. As if something had struck him, Gu Zixing confronted Shen Manning. Why do you look so distracted? Don't tell me seeing Jiang Jing today reignited your feelings? Are you thinking about how wonderful he is again? Faced with Gu Zixing's suspicious tone, Shen Manning felt a twinge of guilt inside, but outwardly she put on an exasperated expression. What nonsense are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? Why bring this up out of nowhere? With that, Shen Manning simply closed her eyes and ignored Gu Zixing. Gu Zixing's anger flared even more at her attitude. Upon arriving at their destination, Gu Zixing got out of the car and left. Shen Manning made no attempt to stop him. In her eyes, he could do whatever he wanted if he wanted to leave, then let him go. Shen Yu, witnessing this scene, dared not breathe a word. After getting out of the car, she silently returned to her own room, afraid Shen Manning would say something else to her. Inside the mall, Jiang Jing wandered through the dazzling array of luxury boutiques. He planned to use half of the emotional distress compensation Shen Manning had given him to buy a bag for Shen Qingning, a gesture to repay her for arranging the hospital and treatment for his mother. After 2 hours of browsing, Jiang Jing finally settled on a sleek black handbag. Its simple yet sophisticated design perfectly complemented Shen Qingning's sharp and capable personality. Once he found the perfect bag, Jiang Jing dialed Shen Qingning's number. He knew that if he simply told her he was sending her a bag, she'd likely refuse. After some thought, he settled on an excuse. Hello? What's up? Shen Qingning's indifferent voice came through the phone. Well, after thinking it over, I feel bad about owing you a favor. I'd still like to treat you to a meal. Are you free? Shen Qingning declined without hesitation. No need. I'm busy right now, got a contract to sign. Without giving Jiang Jing a chance to speak, she hurriedly hung up. Seeing how busy Shen Qingning was, Jiang Jing didn't feel comfortable pressing the issue. After some thought, he decided to head straight to her company to find her. Fortunately, Shen Qingning had previously given him the company address, instructing him to come there if urgent matters arose. Following the address, Jiang Jing soon located Shen Qingning's company. As soon as he entered the lobby, the receptionist inquired, "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" "Hello, I'm here to see Miss Shen Qingning." "You're here to see our CEO, Miss Shen? Do you have an appointment, sir?" Jiang Jing froze slightly at this, scratching his head awkwardly. How could he have forgotten that? "No, I didn't." "I'm sorry, but I can't let you in without one," the receptionist replied without hesitation. "But I'm a friend of Ms. Shen. Could you make an exception?" Jiang Jing couldn't help but try again. "I'm sorry, but without an appointment, I can't let you in. It's company policy." The receptionist declined without hesitation. After being turned away, Jiang Jing had no choice but to wait silently in the lobby's waiting area. Meanwhile, Shen Manning, who had just decisively secured the partnership, descended the elevator from upstairs in high spirits. The moment Shen Manning stepped out of the elevator, she spotted Jiang Jing sitting in the corner. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and Shen Manning felt her heart skip a beat. Chapter 12, Dinner Together. "What brings you here?" Shen Manning asked calmly as Jiang Jing approached, though a fleeting, unnoticed flicker of amusement danced in her eyes. Noticing Jiang Jing's outfit, which was completely different from before, she dismissed the people following him and then, unusually, remarked, "Your current style is so much better than what you used to wear." Jiang Jing remained non-committal. His features were naturally softer, lending themselves well to an artistic, fresh style. This look wasn't much different from who he had been in the beginning. Yet Shen Qingning's praise still left him pleasantly flustered. "Thank you for the compliment, Ms. Shen. One must always look forward, right? Changing my style is a way to fully bid farewell to my past self." Seeing Jiang Jing speak thus, Shen Qingning nodded in agreement before asking, "What brings you here today?" Jiang Jing glanced at the time before stating his purpose. "It's noon now. I'd like to treat you to lunch, Ms. Shen. Would you be willing to grace me with your presence?" Shen Qingning raised an eyebrow slightly. She'd already declined Jiang Jing twice, wouldn't it be awkward to refuse a third time? Especially since he'd gone to the trouble of tracking her down at the office. Shen Qingning nodded in agreement. "Since Mr. Jiang has extended the invitation, how could I refuse? Let's go. I'm actually feeling a bit hungry myself." Jiang Jing had already reserved a table at a private dining restaurant not far from Shen Qingning's office. The place had a solid reputation, and Shen Qingning often dined there alone. Seeing that Jiang Jing knew about this hidden gem, she couldn't help but give him a few extra appreciative glances. "It seems Mr. Jiang and I share quite similar tastes. I frequent this private kitchen myself. The flavors are truly exceptional," Shen Qingning remarked, her praise delivered with deliberate nonchalance. Jiang Jing immediately relaxed. If you like it, Miss Shen, that's wonderful. Though this is actually my first time here, so I hope you'll forgive me. Shen Qingning merely smiled without responding. Following the waiter's lead, they entered the private room Jiang Jing had reserved in advance. Jiang Jing handed the menu selection to Shen Qingning. Once all the dishes were served and the private room door closed, neither of them made a move to eat. Mr. Jiang, please speak. What brings you here today? Shen Qingning leaned back slightly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Jing across the table, a hint of amusement playing on her lips. Jiang Jing sighed softly, appearing resigned as he said, as expected, nothing escapes your notice, President Shen. But I came today simply to express my gratitude for your assistance that day. With that, he took out the gift he had prepared for Shen Qingning and handed it to her. Shen Qingning regarded the gift box, pondered for a moment, then reached out to accept it. Would you mind if I opened it now? Of course, please do, Jiang Jing replied, gesturing with a polite go-ahead. Mr. Jiang certainly has excellent taste in gifts, Shen Qingning remarked, examining the exquisitely wrapped handbag inside. It was precisely the style she would adore. But his taste in choosing partners, well, that leaves much to be desired. Setting the gift aside, Shen Qingning lifted her eyes and looked directly at Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing showed no sign of flinching, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. My past misfortune in choosing a partner is embarrassing, but as I mentioned when we first met, I have no connection with Shen Manning now. Please rest assured about that. I naturally believe what you say, Mr. Jiang. Let's eat first, these dishes will lose their flavor if they get cold. Shen Qingning didn't dwell on the topic either, it wasn't exactly something to be proud of. She lightly brushed it aside and picked up her chopsticks first, beginning to eat. After the meal, Jiang Jing thoughtfully escorted Shen Qingning to the lobby of her company building. Just before parting, Shen Qingning called out to him, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Is there something else, Miss Shen? Jiang Jing's face remained graced with a smile, radiating an effortlessly comfortable aura. Shen Qingning's mind froze for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and said in a businesslike tone, Mr. Jiang, you haven't forgotten about the novel adaptation we discussed earlier, have you? Of course not. Is there a problem? Mentioning this matter clearly made Jiang Jing a bit tense. No need to be nervous, Mr. Jiang. I just wanted to inform you that the open casting call for actors will begin in 1 week. I kindly request that you make time to attend and take this casting seriously. Compared to Jiang Jing's unease, Shen Qingning seemed remarkably composed, as if this were merely a minor detail. For Shen Qingning, it truly wasn't a big deal. But for Jiang Jing, this matter was almost entirely tied to all his upcoming plans. Its importance couldn't be compared to anything else. But knowing nothing untoward was afoot, Jiang Jing exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Of course. I'll need you to inform me of the time and location, Ms. Shen. I'll be there punctually. Shen Qingning nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, adding, my assistant will contact you then. With that, she turned and headed back into the company building. Watching Shen Qingning's figure disappear into the building, Jiang Jing finally turned to leave. Yet, unnoticed by either of them, a familiar figure stood silently in the shadows, Gu Zixing. Gu Zixing had merely been passing by, but unexpectedly, he saw Shen Qingning and Jiang Jing walking side by side toward him from a short distance away. Though they weren't exactly laughing and joking, they were engaged in a casual, off-and-on conversation. Gu Zixing knew Shen Qingning well. Seeing the two standing together now, he found himself inexplicably drawn to slip away and hide nearby. After they passed by, he quietly followed behind them. Unexpectedly, he witnessed the scene outside Shen Qingning's company entrance. From a distance, Gu Zixing couldn't make out their conversation, but the expressions on their faces told him their relationship was far from simple. After they parted ways, Gu Zixing sank into deep contemplation. He never imagined that after leaving Shen Manning, Jiang Jing hadn't ended up destitute as he'd expected. Instead, he'd somehow managed to climb onto the high branch that was Shen Qingning. The more Gu Zixing thought about it, the more infuriated he became. Both Shen Manning and Shen Qingning were targets he had set his sights on, yet now Jiang Jing had managed to wedge himself between them. No matter how he looked at it, Gu Zixing felt utterly wronged. Resolution hardened, Gu Zixing tracked down Shen Manning at breakneck speed. Shen Manning was still deeply troubled by the events of the previous day. Recalling Jiang Jing's strikingly impressive appearance yesterday, a wave of regret washed over her, making her consider the impulse to divorce. Chapter 13, Parent-Teacher Conference. Just then, Gu Zixing appeared out of nowhere. Noticing Shen Manling's sour expression as if she were still angry about yesterday, he deliberately changed the subject. Manling, on my way over, I saw Shen Qingning walking with Jiang Jing. They chatted for quite a while and seemed to get along well. Could it be that Jiang Jing is? Sure enough, the topic piqued Shen Manling's intense interest. Impossible. That Shen Qingning has always been at odds with me. Why would she suddenly be nice to Jiang Jing? She knows he used to be mine. Shen Manning frowned tightly, denying it outright without a second thought, subconsciously hoping it wasn't true. Seeing Shen Manning react this way, Gu Zixing said no more. He had merely shared what he knew with her. Either way, the seed had already been planted. Knowing Shen Manning well, Gu Zixing was certain she would investigate this matter. When that happened, Jiang Jing would be in big trouble. The next day, as Shen Manning went to work, thoughts of Jiang Jing still lingered. She decided to pull some strings and send someone to find out which hospital Su Xiufang had been transferred to for treatment. Recalling Shen Yu's words that day, Shen Manning's brows furrowed deeply. She knew Shen Yu was at fault in this matter. By inquiring about Su Xiufang's whereabouts now, she hoped to make amends and ease the tension between herself and Jiang Jing. Instinctively, she couldn't bear to see Jiang Jing treat her so coldly. Soon, Shen Manning received word Su Xiufang had been transferred to the city's finest hospital, the Liuan Hospital, for treatment. The cost of Liuan Hospital was already steep, and being the top facility, the fees were shockingly high, though Shen Manning could certainly afford it. What puzzled her more was that Jiang Jing couldn't possibly have come up with that much money on short notice. So how exactly had he managed to arrange for Su Xiufang to be admitted to such a prestigious hospital? Suddenly, Shen Manning recalled the words Gu Zixing had spoken to her yesterday. Her fists clenched involuntarily, and she slammed her fist hard on the table. Shen Qingning! You dare touch my people! Shen Manning suspected Jiang Jing's ability to arrange Su Xiufang's private hospital stay must stem from Shen Qingling's financial backing. Though merely a suspicion, once planted, such doubt proved stubbornly persistent, exactly what Gu Zixing hoped to see. After work, Shen Manning mulled it over and decided to drive to the private hospital on the outskirts of the city to visit Su Xiufang. But who could have imagined that before she even found Su Xiufang's ward, she would run straight into Jiang Jing, who had come to take care of Su Xiufang. Shen Manning? What are you doing here? The moment Jiang Jing saw her, his entire day's good mood vanished. Without hesitation, he took a step back, creating distance between them, his voice dripping with disgust. Shen Manning had been momentarily flustered, but hearing Jiang Jing speak to her like this, anger flared within her. Jiang Jing, how dare you talk to me like that? I came here with good intentions to visit, and this is how you treat me? As she spoke, she took a few steps forward, closing the distance between them. Jiang Jing's frown deepened. He reached out and shoved Shen Manning away, his voice icy. I don't need your fake kindness here. If you have any shred of respect for our past, keep Shen Yu under control and make sure she never shows her face to my mother again. And you? Stay as far away from me and my mother as possible. Jiang Jing's words ignited a raging fire within Shen Manning. Her face turned ashen, her eyes flashing with unwillingness and resentment before she coldly retorted, Jiang Jing, don't think you're safe just because you've hooked up with Shen Qingning. We'll see about that. With that, Shen Manning turned and strode away, her high heels tapping urgently on the floor as if venting her inner fury. Jiang Jing watched her retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowed, yet his heart remained utterly unmoved. Jiang Jing stood there for a moment, then pulled out his phone and dialed the hospital. Hello, is this the director? Jiang Jing's tone remained calm. I believe your hospital's security measures require improvement. As the city's premier medical institution, allowing unauthorized access to inpatient areas seems rather inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? The man on the other end, identified as the director, immediately adopted a stern tone. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. This was our oversight. We will certainly enhance security moving forward. We sincerely apologize for today's incident. Very well, I'll leave it to you then. Jiang Jing hung up the phone. Returning to the ward door, Jiang Jing glanced through the glass window at his mother lying in the hospital bed. His heart settled slightly. Over the next few days, Jiang Jing paused his meticulous script revisions. With an upcoming business trip for audition preparations looming, he had no time to tend to Su Xiufang. Previously, his constant worry had driven him to personally oversee her care, but now he needed to find suitable medical staff to assist. Fortunately, with Shen Qingning's assistance, these arrangements proceeded smoothly. Once everything was settled, he began packing his bags, preparing to join Shen Qingning's team for nationwide auditions. But just as Jiang Jing was busy, his phone rang. Glancing casually at the screen, he saw the name Shen Manning displayed. Without a second thought, he hung up. But the caller seemed unusually persistent, dialing again and again. After several repeated attempts, Jiang Jing lost his patience and answered the phone irritably, "What is it?" Jiang Jing's tone was icy. Those three short words infuriated Shen Manning on the other end. "Jiang Jing, you've really grown bold. You dare hang up on my call? Shen Manning, we're divorced. What I do no longer concerns you. If that's all you called for today, I'm afraid I can't oblige." Jiang Jing's tone was flat, a stark contrast to Shen Manning's fury. As he spoke, he made a move to hang up. Shen Manning took a deep breath and stated the reason for her call. "You're attending Yu's parent-teacher conference in a few days, remember?" Shen Manning's righteous tone struck Jiang Jing as utterly absurd, making him laugh bitterly. "Shen Manning, do I need to remind you again? We're divorced. You have custody of Shen Yu. You handled the parent-teacher meeting yourself. Jiang Jing, how can you be so irresponsible?" Shen Manning's voice suddenly rose, filled with obvious anger and resentment. "Even though we're divorced, you're still the child's father. You can't just walk away and abandon your responsibilities." Jiang Jing fell silent for a moment before his tone regained its calm. "Shen Manning, what happened between us is over. If you don't have time, have Gu Zixing handle it." Either way, I have more important things to do now. I won't be attending any damn parent-teacher meetings. Chapter 14, National Auditions. With that, Jiang Jing hung up abruptly, flinging his phone aside as he resumed packing his luggage. He refused to be entangled by the past, especially Shen Manning's persistent meddling. If she and Shen Yu disrupted his collaboration with Shen Qingning, that would be his true regret. Shen Manning never imagined Jiang Jing would say such a thing. But what unsettled her even more was the coldness in his tone. She found herself thinking that even if he were furious with her, she wouldn't feel this anxious. Meanwhile, Gu Zixing was also inquiring everywhere about what Jiang Jing was currently up to. The events of the past had driven Gu Zixing to constantly try to suppress Jiang Jing, but seeing Jiang Jing like this now, Gu Zixing felt something was gradually slipping out of his control. What Jiang Jing was doing wasn't exactly a secret, and Gu Zixing managed to find out quite easily. Upon learning that Jiang Jing's script was about to hold nationwide auditions for actors, a powerful sense of crisis surged within Gu Zixing. Others might not recognize Jiang Jing's talent, but he knew it all too well, evident from the script that had made him famous back then. Gu Zixing was acutely aware that if he allowed Jiang Jing to continue unchecked, his own standing in the industry would be threatened. After much deliberation, Gu Zixing resolved to take action against Jiang Jing. Though he hadn't achieved remarkable success in his core work during his years in the entertainment industry, he was a master of underhanded tactics. He began secretly contacting industry acquaintances, spreading negative rumors about Jiang Jing. He even twisted the story of his own breakout hit script, fabricating claims that Jiang Jing had attempted to pass it off as her own work, a scheme he had fortunately uncovered and now was trying to plagiarize others' scripts. Gu Zixing was determined to crush Jiang Jing's reputation within the industry. Simultaneously, Gu Zixing issued a statement announcing that he too had a script ready for open casting auditions. The two announcements collided, instantly sparking a massive uproar. Gu Zixing still held some online influence, and the topic of script plagiarism was particularly sensitive. Soon, this narrative flooded the internet. Though many didn't know who Jiang Jing was, it didn't stop them from hurling insults at him. Jiang Jing remained completely unaware of this. Focused on personally overseeing every detail of his own auditions, he ignored the constant notifications on his phone. Soon, Jiang Jing's nationwide auditions commenced. Coincidentally, both Jiang Jing and Gu Zixing's first audition stops were in the same city, even sharing the same building. On the day of the auditions, Jiang Jing arrived early at the venue, ready to begin the day's selection process. But just as he was inspecting the arrangements throughout the hall, Gu Zixing walked in with a group of people. With a malicious grin, he strode directly toward Jiang Jing and deliberately raised his voice. "Jiang Jing? What are you doing here? Are you holding auditions too?" The moment the name Jiang Jing was uttered, the venue erupted in a stir. Many pointed at Jiang Jing and whispered among themselves, "Hey, isn't that Jiang Jing? The one who's been getting slammed online these past few days? What do you mean badly? I think he brought it on himself. Who told him to plagiarize?" "Exactly. Haven't you heard? He's a fraud, a total hack who steals other people's ideas. A master thief." Jiang Jing sensed the tense atmosphere. Glancing around, he noticed several actors who had signed up for the audition wearing strange expressions upon hearing Gu Zixing's words. Some even turned and walked away. Jiang Jing realized Gu Zixing must be behind this. Suppressing his temper, he calmly asked, "Gu Zixing, what brings you here? Are you here to sabotage the event? Wrecking the show?" "Mr. Jiang, oh, Director Jiang, I think you've misunderstood me. I'm here for the auditions too. I just finished writing a script and wanted to see it filmed. I never imagined we'd have such perfect timing, holding auditions on the same day." Gu Zixing moved closer to Jiang Jing in a friendly manner, reaching out to adjust his collar. Then, leaning in close, he whispered into Jiang Jing's ear, "But I advise you not to waste your effort. After all, what kind of actors could a plagiarizing dog possibly select?" Jiang Jing's pupils suddenly contracted. He took a few steps back, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. "Gu Zixing, what did you say?" "Director Jiang, no need to get angry. Did I say anything wrong? That's what everyone's saying online, calling you a plagiarizing dog and such." Gu Zixing looked utterly innocent, yet his words were designed to provoke Jiang Jing. Several moderately famous actors paled at the words plagiarizing dog, murmuring among themselves before rolling their eyes at Jiang Jing and hastily turning to leave. As they walked away, they muttered curses about Jiang Jing wasting their time. As more and more people chose to leave, the once bustling audition scene quickly grew quiet. Only a few newcomers remained, lingering hesitantly. Jiang Jing's blood boiled at Gu Zixing's slander, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew arguing with Gu Zixing now would only make matters worse. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, he replied calmly, "Gu Zixing, if you have any doubts about my work, raise them through proper channels. Words alone carry no weight. You accuse me of plagiarism? Fine. Produce evidence, and I, Jiang Jing, will face the consequences without complaint. But if you have none, then stop obstructing my work here. As for the auditions, I'll continue them without needing your meddling." Gu Zixing sneered, rolled his eyes, and sneered, "Fine. I'll be watching to see what kind of new actor you, who only knows how to plagiarize, can possibly select that meets your standards." With that, he stormed off with his entourage, leaving Jiang Jing and the group of newcomers staring at each other in silence. Though seething inside, Jiang Jing refused to give up. He glanced at the once bustling production office, now eerily quiet. Quickly regaining his composure, he turned his full attention to the remaining newcomers. What wore him down, however, was that after a full day of auditions, he hadn't found a single actor who met his basic requirements, let alone his more exacting standards. Most of these newcomers lacked experience, their performances stiff and awkward. Some couldn't even deliver basic lines clearly. One after another, each audition only deepened Jiang Jing's disappointment. With few candidates, the auditions wrapped up quickly. Afterward, Jiang Jing sat alone in the empty auditorium, his heart heavy with disappointment. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him, yet he felt powerless to do anything. He casually opened his phone and glanced at the fermenting online discourse. Jiang Jing even fell into deep self-doubt, questioning whether his persistence in this path was ultimately right or. Chapter 15, The Publicity Storm. But Jiang Jing didn't stay in this low state for long. He quickly rallied himself. He had endured so much friction while working alongside Shen Manning. What pressure from Gu Zixing could possibly break him now? With this thought, his mindset shifted. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths to steady himself. When he opened them again, his gaze had hardened into unwavering resolve as if nothing and no one in this world could bring him down. Since the participants in his preliminary auditions were merely untalented newcomers, it would be better to suspend the auditions for now and devise a long-term plan rather than plunge ahead blindly. With this thought, Jiang Jing slowly rose from his chair and lifted his gaze toward the other side of the venue. This was a large sports arena, and Gu Zixing's audition area was located on the opposite side, conveniently near the main entrance. To leave the venue, Jiang Jing would inevitably pass by Gu Zixing's audition area. He believed he had prepared himself mentally, yet the sight of Gu Zixing's smug, triumphant expression still sent a surge of anger coursing through him. Yet despite the rage boiling inside him, Jiang Jing's expression remained composed. Only his tightly clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. As if sensing the gaze fixed upon him, Gu Zixing suddenly lifted his head. Through the crowd, his eyes locked instantly with Jiang Jing's. Jiang Jing's pupils contracted sharply as he froze in place. Gu Zixing merely stared back defiantly, his expression seeming to say, "Look, after all your longing and all the planning you put into this audition, you still lost to me. Give up the struggle. You'll always be my defeated opponent." Jiang Jing shot back defiantly, "The outcome's not decided yet. We'll see about that." Then Jiang Jing shot Gu Zixing a huge, dismissive glare before turning and leaving the stadium. Stepping outside the stadium, Jiang Jing took a deep breath, glanced at the sky where the sunset had yet to fully fade, and finally calmed his emotions. The auditions here would continue for 2 more days. Jiang Jing believed in his own abilities. He was certain he could find actors who met his standards. If he found nothing here, he would simply move on to another location. In any case, he would not compromise on his script. Back at the hotel, as expected, Jiang Jing was immediately surrounded by his partners who had come along to handle the audition logistics. "Director Jiang, what's the deal with all this online buzz? Is the plagiarism accusation real? Forget plagiarism for now. Just look at today's auditions. Barely anyone showed up, and they were all newbies. We invested in this script solely because of Mr. Shen's reputation. Now the auditions are a complete mess. Director Jiang, you owe us an explanation." "Yeah, Director Jiang, you owe us an explanation no matter what." Jiang Jing hurriedly responded, "Everyone, please rest assured. I will provide a reasonable explanation for this matter. First, regarding those online claims about me plagiarizing, I can personally guarantee they are entirely false. Even if you don't trust me, Jiang Jing, please trust Mr. Shen. He chose to collaborate with me precisely because he knows me inside out. I ask you to trust his judgment. As for today's auditions, I admit it was my fault. But I already have a plan moving forward. With 2 more days of auditions left, you can handle the venue screenings. I intend to scout the streets. Perhaps we'll find unexpected talent," Jiang Jing declared with conviction. Yet the partners remained skeptical of Jiang Jing's words. Still, observing his earnest expression, they deliberated and ultimately decided to trust him for now. Perhaps he truly possessed a way to turn this crisis around? With everything settled, Jiang Jing handed over the auditions to his partners for the next 2 days. He himself headed out to the streets in search of undiscovered talent. Whether in his past life or now, Jiang Jing held one firm belief: true actors weren't necessarily confined to traditional casting channels. Perhaps in some unexpected corner, he might encounter someone who would make his eyes light up. Guided by this conviction, Jiang Jing strolled through the city streets, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowds, searching for that elusive spark of talent amidst the constant flow of people. Fortunately, persistence paid off. As he passed a pet shop, something instinctively drew him to peer through the window. Inside, a young woman crouched on the floor, gently stroking a kitten. To Jiang Jing, her movements were exceptionally gentle. The gaze she directed at the kitten radiated a pure innocence, and her focused expression seemed utterly detached from everything around her. Jiang Jing unconsciously halted his steps, his gaze drawn to the girl. He sensed an unadorned, natural beauty in her aura, a clean, unique quality. An intuition stirred within him, this girl would surely bring him an extraordinary surprise. With that thought, Jiang Jing found himself pushing open the door and stepping into the pet shop. He moved quietly to the girl's side, crouching down just as she had, and reached out to stroke the kitten's smooth fur. This little kitten is truly adorable, so exceptionally endearing, Jiang Jing remarked to the girl beside him as he continued petting the cat. The girl seemed startled by Jiang Jing's sudden words, but quickly realized he was speaking to her. She looked up at him, smiled faintly, and nodded. Yes, sir. Is this your first time here? I've been here many times. This kitten is my favorite too. Actually, it's not usually like this, but today, for some reason, it's been especially affectionate. Her voice was soft and gentle, like jade beads falling onto a plate, exceptionally clear and pleasant to the ear. Jiang Jing met her gaze. Her delicate features and clear, bright eyes instantly caught his attention. Jiang Jing naturally struck up a conversation with her. His inherently refined and courteous demeanor easily put people at ease. Through his gentle and patient questioning, he learned a few things about the girl. Her name was Jolie, a sophomore at the city's film academy. From her conversation, Jiang Jing could sense her passion and dedication to acting. Though he could tell she still seemed a bit green when discussing performances, the sincerity and spirit shining through her words struck a chord with him. Jiang Jing's eyes lit up at this realization. Wasn't this the female lead heaven had chosen for him? The thought made him blurt out eagerly, Jolie, I have an audition opportunity here. Would you be interested in trying out? Jolie froze, a flicker of surprise and hesitation crossing her eyes, yet her entire being radiated excitement and thrill. Me? Can I really? I'm just a student right now. Chapter 16, Casting the Female Lead. After all, she had no fame, no portfolio. Using her was a gamble with unknown outcomes. But for some reason, Jiang Jing felt a strange confidence in Jolie, a deep belief that she would make an excellent actress. Of course you can, Jiang Jing smiled faintly. I see potential in you. If you audition, you might just get the part. Jolie remained silent, hesitating. Yet perhaps it was Jiang Jing's steady, dependable demeanor that reassured her. After much deliberation, she finally nodded and agreed to the audition. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Once Jolie agreed, Jiang Jing couldn't wait to rush her back to the filming location. When Jiang Jing introduced Jolie to the group, all eyes were instantly drawn to her. Jolie possessed a pure and distinctive aura, radiating an innate glow. Even standing still, she felt refreshing and invigorating, like a breath of fresh air. Observing his partner's expression, Jiang Jing smiled faintly, took the prepared script, and handed it to Jolie. This is the script for the role you'll be auditioning for. Why not give it a try? I'll give you some time to prepare. Jolie took a deep breath, nodded, accepted the script, and found a corner to immerse herself in studying the character's psychology and emotions. Jiang Jing had originally planned to give Jolie 2 hours to prepare. To his surprise, however, she returned the script to him after just over an hour. Director Jiang, I'm ready. Can we start now? Jolie looked at Jiang Jing with determination. Seeing this, Jiang Jing smiled at Jolie, gestured with a please, and said courteously, of course. I'm looking forward to your performance. As the audition began, Jolie instantly immersed herself in the role. Her performance was natural and deeply moving, conveying the character's emotions with remarkable intensity. Jiang Jing sat transfixed, his gaze utterly captivated. Jolie seemed born for the camera, and the character on paper appeared to come alive through her interpretation. When the audition ended, silence fell. No one spoke or moved, all still immersed in Jolie's performance. The first to snap out of it was Jiang Jing. Observing the expressions of his fellow partners, Jiang Jing smiled slightly. There was no surprise here. Jolie was undoubtedly the perfect choice for the lead role. Sure enough, the partners gradually snapped back to reality, their eyes brimming with admiration for Jolie. One patted Jiang Jing on the shoulder and chuckled, "You really are Director Jiang. Your eye for talent is sharp. To discover such a hidden gem. In my opinion, Jolie should be the lead in this script." Jiang Jing smiled and replied, "While I also think highly of Jolie, whether she ultimately lands the role depends on everyone's input. I can't make this decision alone." Though he said this, Jiang Jing's eyes burned with unwavering conviction. He believed no one but Jolie could possibly meet his expectations for this role. The man remained cheerful, glancing at the other partners who seemed lost in thought. He smiled at Jiang Jing and said, "If you ask me, this young lady Jolie is your top choice, isn't she? The role seems tailor-made for her. While her looks might not be the most striking, paired with her unique aura, it'd be hard to find another actress quite like her in the entire entertainment industry." This was arguably the highest praise Jolie could receive. Even Jiang Jing felt it, his gaze growing increasingly intense as he looked at her. After finishing her performance, Jolie stood waiting for their feedback. But as the silence dragged on, her nerves grew increasingly frayed. She began to doubt herself. Had her acting been so poor that they simply didn't know how to critique it? The thought weighed heavily on her, deepening her dejection. When the others finally snapped out of their reverie, the light in their eyes grew even brighter. They gazed at Jolie as if witnessing a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. Only then did Jiang Jing step forward, smiling as he asked, "Well, everyone? What do you think? Director Jiang, Director Jiang." It's no wonder President Shen chose to collaborate with you. It proves you truly have exceptional talent. But where did you find this young lady? Her acting is nothing short of impressive. Yeah, we auditioned so many people, but this is the first time we've encountered such a gifted actress. Where did you find her? The partners were all bursting with curiosity, but Jiang Jing merely smiled and changed the subject. I'd like Jolie to play the female lead. What do you all think? The partners nodded in agreement, none raising objections. When Jiang Jing told Jolie that she landed the lead role she auditioned for and would sign the contract soon, Jolie was completely bewildered. She looked up at Jiang Jing with a dazed expression. Jiang. Director Jiang. The female lead? Was that script for the female lead? Jolie was startled by the news. She had assumed she was auditioning for a minor supporting role, never expecting it to be the lead. Jolie, we all recognize your acting talent. Having you play the lead is the best possible outcome, Jiang Jing reassured her. After finalizing Jolie's contract, Jiang Jing finally let her leave with peace of mind. With the crucial lead role secured, he felt completely relieved. Perhaps it was sheer luck, but in the days that followed, Jiang Jing and his partners managed to find several other supporting actors as well. By the time the open auditions concluded, Jiang Jing had assembled the entire cast he needed. Gu Zixing had been keeping tabs on Jiang Jing's progress all along. Coincidentally, he hadn't been present during Jolie's audition. Regardless, Jiang Jing had accidentally protected a promising talent. After the auditions, Gu Zixing surveyed the sparse group of actors gathered around Jiang Jing. Dropping his usual public facade, he stood directly before Jiang Jing and sneered, "So, Jiang Jing? What do you think? A plagiarizing hack like you, I thought you might actually pick some decent actors. Turns out, this is the best you can do. Looks like you still haven't cast your lead, huh?" Jiang Jing stared straight at Gu Zixing. "What brings you here? Got nothing better to do? Why all this attention? Or did you suddenly decide you want to work under me?" Jiang Jing knew exactly how to get under Gu Zixing's skin. True to form, the moment the words left his mouth, Gu Zixing's face darkened. "Jiang Jing, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Seeing you short on talent, I kindly offered to send you a female lead. Don't mistake my generosity for stupidity. Sorry, I don't need her. Keep that leading lady for yourself." Jiang Jing flatly rejected Gu Zixing's kindness, turned, and walked away, refusing to give a second glance to Gu Zixing, who was left stomping his feet in fury. Chapter 17, Scandalous Rumors. With the cast assembled, it was time to tackle the production logistics. Since most actors were newcomers, the kickoff ceremony was kept simple. Despite this, the actors didn't slack off in their duties. Jolie, in particular, showed no signs of being a complete novice with zero acting experience when she stood before the camera. While filming proceeded smoothly for Jiang Jing's project, others grew restless. "Brother Gu, I hear the female lead for the Jiang Jing production has been cast and they're ready to start shooting," the scouts sent by Gu Zixing reported back to him. Gu Zixing's brow furrowed slightly at this news, clearly surprised and displeased. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Jing moving so swiftly. No, he absolutely couldn't let Jiang Jing shoot so smoothly. He had to find a way to throw a wrench in his plans. The flames of jealousy within Gu Zixing began to burn fiercely once more. After much deliberation, Gu Zixing settled on an old tactic: buying smear pieces to sling mud at Jiang Jing's production team. When a production's reputation is already tarnished with scandals before its broadcast, public perception and audience appeal are irreparably damaged. Ratings would inevitably plummet. At this thought, a wicked grin spread across Gu Zixing's lips. Over the next period, scandalous rumors about Jiang Jing flooded the internet. Shocking. Director Jiang's new film lead actress allegedly invested her own money to join the project. Let's expose her powerful connections. Director Jiang's new script allegedly plagiarizes multiple works. Is it true? Let's examine which films he copied storylines from. Director Jiang's character questioned, caught losing his temper on set? Exclusive, insider reveals Director Jiang's crew disregards environmental standards, repeatedly littering during filming despite personal hygiene concerns. Jiang Jing had been fully immersed in refining the script and perfecting filming techniques on set during this period, leaving him no energy to notice these rumors. By the time he and his crew saw the negative reports, nearly a week had passed. The smear articles about their production had already spread everywhere, becoming common knowledge across the entire internet. Jolie approached Jiang Jing with her phone, pointing to the trending headline with a helpless expression. "Director Jiang, look, they're saying I invested money to join the crew, which is why you hired me." Jiang Jing heard this and wore a helplessly amused expression. He nodded. "I know. Not only that, they're also saying I'm extremely unprofessional on set, that I love to explode in anger and curse at actors, and that I enjoy littering everywhere." Jolie's face clouded with worry. "What should we do? Is this our rival's doing? Will it affect our upcoming film?" Jiang Jing's brow furrowed slightly at this, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. Yet he maintained a calm facade as he reassured Jolie, "It's fine. Don't worry. It's not a big deal. Leave it to me. You just focus on perfecting your performance and bringing this character to life." Jiang Jing's words acted like a reassuring pill, instantly calming Jolie, who had been filled with worry moments before. All right. After reassuring everyone, Jiang Jing pondered for a moment before dialing Shen Qingning's number. Hello? What's up? Shen Qingning's cool voice came through the line. It's like this. Jiang Jing recounted the entire sequence of events to Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning remained remarkably composed upon hearing it, as if the matter were utterly insignificant to her. Got it. Leave this to me. You just focus on making the film great. I expect you to deliver a satisfactory result. Shen Qingning reiterated to Jiang Jing. Rest assured, Miss Shen. After receiving Jiang Jing's assurance, Shen Qingning said no more. She hung up the phone and went to handle the matter. Shen Qingning worked with lightning speed and precision, her methods clean and decisive. Matters she handled usually yielded immediate results. Within hours, all the negative rumors about Jiang Jing's production team and actors vanished without a trace. Jiang Jing breathed a sigh of relief at this sight, feeling as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his chest. While Jiang Jing was relieved, someone else soon became displeased. Indeed, that person was none other than Gu Zixing. The first thing Gu Zixing did every morning was open the app to see how netizens were bashing the Jiang Jing production team. Especially when he came across particularly vicious and offensive comments, Gu Zixing would be so thrilled he couldn't sleep. But today, Gu Zixing noticed something unusual. He scrolled through several videos in a row without finding any criticism of Jiang Jing's production team. Even the keywords related to Jiang Jing that had been trending non-stop had vanished. This left Gu Zixing utterly perplexed. Just as Gu Zixing was racking his brain over it, his subordinate noticed the same thing. Boss, what's going on? All the posts insulting the Jiang Jing production team have vanished? The subordinate looked at Gu Zixing with a panicked expression as he reported the situation. It was like rubbing salt in the wound. Already irritable, Gu Zixing grew even angrier upon hearing this. I know. I have eyes to see. Do I need you to tell me? Gu Zixing snapped irritably. Then what do we do? We can't just let him get away with this, can we? The subordinate asked anxiously. Deep down, the subordinate knew full well that Jiang Jing's production team was more dedicated than theirs in every aspect: script, actors, filming techniques. If they went head-to-head in a fair competition, they'd be no match for Jiang Jing. That's why they'd resorted to underhanded tactics to smear Jiang Jing's reputation. But clearly, those tactics had now proven ineffective. Just as Gu Zixing was racking his brain, one of his men suddenly seemed to remember something. With a fawning expression, he suggested, Boss, Jiang Jing isn't completely without weaknesses. Since we can't attack him directly, maybe we can target the people around him. You mean? Boss, I recall his current mother is his adoptive mother. He still has biological parents. What do you think would happen if they found out their son became a big-name director, earning enough to support someone with no blood relation to him? After speaking, Gu Zixing's subordinate flashed a sinister grin. His subordinate's words struck a chord with Gu Zixing. He instantly grasped the implication. Wouldn't news like Jiang Jing, the ungrateful bastard, refuses to support his biological parents, or famous director Jiang Jing, the ingrate, abandons his parents like a wolf with cold eyes, be even more sensational and attention-grabbing than what we've done before? Gu Zixing raised an eyebrow. The boss is brilliant, the subordinate flattered. Cut the flattery. Go find out where Jiang Jing's biological parents live. We're going to pay them a visit. Yes, boss. Chapter 18, Biological Parents. Before long, the subordinate had tracked down the address of Jiang Jing's biological parents and immediately sent the location to Gu Zixing via text. Staring at the message on his phone, Gu Zixing's face twisted into a maniacal grin. Jiang Jing, oh Jiang Jing, you're destined to fall into my hands. Without delay, Gu Zixing led his men straight to the home of Jiang Jing's biological parents. Coincidentally, both Jiang Jing's biological father and adoptive father bore the surname Jiang. Though he had long desired to take his adoptive mother's surname after leaving his birth family, he retained his original name due to her persistent dissuasion. Below the residence of Jiang's biological parents, Gu Zixing stared at the somewhat dilapidated apartment building. Sitting in his car, he hesitated to get out for a moment. After multiple confirmations that this was indeed the address of Jiang Jing's birth family, Gu Zixing felt an even deeper sense of disgust toward her. But with Shen Qingning meddling in the online backlash, Gu Zixing dared not act rashly against her pressure. This might be his only option for now. With that thought, Gu Zixing picked up the leather briefcase he had prepared and entered the building with one of his henchmen. A knock sounded on the door, and the voice of a middle-aged woman drifted through the old door into the hallway. A look of disgust flashed across Gu Zixing's face. But the moment the door swung open, that look instantly transformed into a fawning smile. It was Jiang's mother who answered. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and Jiang's father was also resting at home. Seeing Gu Zixing and his subordinate, a puzzled expression appeared on Jiang's mother's face. Who are you? Hello, Mrs. Jiang. May I ask if you are Jiang Jing's biological mother? I'm a friend of his. Gu Zixing stood before Mrs. Jiang and spoke politely. Upon hearing the name Jiang Jing, Mrs. Jiang's eyes filled with disgust, and she instinctively denied it. No. We don't know any Jiang Jing. You've got the wrong person. With that, she instinctively closed the door. Her hand was quick, but Gu Zixing's was quicker still. Before she could react, half his body had already squeezed through the doorway. Auntie, we're here about something minor. No need to be nervous. After speaking, Gu Zixing deliberately pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to John's mother. With the power of cash, John's mother and father instantly did a complete 180 in their attitude. Seeing their newfound demeanor, Gu Zixing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Money would make everything easier. Well, I have something I'd like to discuss with you both. Would you have a moment? John's mother immediately flashed a fawning smile and ushered him inside. Please, what's your name? Come in and sit down. As he walked in, Gu Zixing introduced himself. Auntie, you can just call me Xiao Gu. This is my assistant. Little Gu? No way. I think we should call you Mr. Gu. Come on, Mr. Gu, take a seat. You two chat while I go make some tea. With that, Mrs. Jiang gestured for Mr. Jiang to entertain their guest while she went to prepare refreshments. During this time, Gu Zixing charmed Mr. Jiang into a beaming smile. Only when Mrs. Jiang returned with the tea did Mr. Jiang inquire, Mr. Gu, what brings you here today? Has that good-for-nothing son of mine, Jiang Jing, gotten into trouble again? At the mention of Jiang Jing, the smile faded from Mr. Jiang's face and the atmosphere in the living room instantly turned cold. Seeing this, Gu Zixing understood clearly that Mr. and Mrs. Jiang genuinely disliked Jiang Jing. No wonder they had sent him away just days after his birth. What's more, his biological parents lived quite close to Jiang Jing's adoptive parents in the same neighborhood, in fact. Yet despite Jiang Jing growing up, he never once visited them. What a heartless child. If that was the case, then everything would be easy to handle. With this thought, a sinister smile spread across Gu Zixing's lips. Uncle, Auntie, he began, his voice thick with feigned grievance, I must confess, I've truly exhausted all other options. That's why I've come to seek your guidance. I earnestly hope you'll help me resolve this matter. Hearing this, Jiang's parents instantly boiled with rage. Mr. Gu, tell us the truth. What exactly happened? Could it be that Jiang Jing did something to wrong you? Rest assured, it must be all Jiang Jing's fault. We'll definitely avenge you. I knew that good-for-nothing son of ours was no good. Why else would we have given him up at birth? He's nothing but a disaster magnet, spreading misfortune wherever he goes. John's father cursed Jiang Jing viciously, as if venting his anger on Gu Zixing's behalf. Gu Zixing chuckled inwardly, yet his face remained pitifully downtrodden. Truthfully, I shouldn't have brought this up with you too, but Jiang Jing has gone too far. Gu Zixing poured out his grievances to Jiang's parents, detailing how Jiang Jing had plagiarized the script he'd painstakingly written, then turned the tables on him, painting himself as the victim. By the end of his speech, Jiang's parents were seething with rage. Gu Zixing might not have been fully aware, but Jiang Jing had already become notorious for his plagiarism scandal. They'd hoped he'd learned his lesson, only to find he was still the same old troublemaker. How could they not be furious when his old habits resurfaced after all these years? What? That good-for-nothing has the nerve to do this now? He truly hasn't given up his thieving ways. John's father slammed his fist on the table in fury. Gu Zixing jumped at the sound, but quickly recovered. Uncle, please don't be so angry. I don't think Jiang Jing meant to do it. He probably just desperately wants to achieve something. What do you mean, not intentional? He's just incorrigible. Mrs. Jiang chimed in. He truly is a bastard. How dare he plagiarize someone else's work? What a scoundrel. Mr. Gu, rest assured Uncle and Auntie will definitely stand up for you. We'll make sure Jiang Jing returns everything that doesn't belong to him. With the Jiang parents' stance and promise secured, Gu Zixing's smile grew more genuine. Yet, to maintain his persona, he put on a show of concern. With your assurances, I feel reassured. But I still hope you won't be so angry. We can discuss these matters calmly. Young Gu, you needn't speak for him. We will see this matter through fairly. Mr. Jiang cut him off with a sweeping gesture. Seeing this, Gu Zixing fell silent. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he reached for the briefcase he carried with him, pulled out a document folder, and spoke. Chapter 19, Public Disturbance. Oh, right, Uncle and Auntie, here's a token of my appreciation. I know Jiang Jing hasn't been home much over the years, so consider this my way of fulfilling his filial duty. With that, Gu Zixing pushed the document folder toward Jiang's parents. The couple exchanged a glance. What was inside that envelope was obvious to anyone who saw it. With these documents in hand, the gaze they directed at Gu Zixing grew even more intense. Their words, whenever they mentioned Jiang Jing, were filled with scathing criticism. Mr. Gu, rest assured. We'll take Jiang Jing's matter seriously and see to it he learns his lesson. That's right. Rest assured, we'll make sure to help you get your revenge. Since you both say so, then I can rest assured. Gu Zixing replied, putting on an extremely obedient expression. His objective achieved, Gu Zixing departed the Jiang residence with satisfaction. Seated in the car, he hummed a tune in high spirits. So what if Jiang Jing was talented? He was still a defeated foe. To succeed, one must always have more options at hand, even if it meant resorting to underhanded means. That script was already his, Gu Zixing's. Now Jiang Jing wanted to make a new movie to redeem himself? Well, he'd have to ask Gu Zixing for permission first. The next day, Jiang's mother arrived at the filming location Gu Zixing had designated for Jiang Jing. It was early morning, and Jiang Jing had already arrived on set, overseeing the crew as they prepared the filming area. Amidst the bustling crowd, Jiang's mother bellowed from outside, "Jiang Jing! Where is Jiang Jing? You good-for-nothing son! Get out here this instant!" Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Jiang Jing felt nothing but a headache. He was pretty sure it was yet another person coming to cause trouble. Jiang Jing had no desire to waste his time and energy dealing with such matters. Yet he couldn't simply ignore someone shouting like that outside. Regardless of the constant calls for his name, the commotion was severely disrupting his shoot. A crowd had already gathered to watch the spectacle. Seeing this, Jiang Jing took a deep breath and calmly walked outside. Standing atop the steps, he immediately spotted a middle-aged woman in her 50s in the crowd, glaring at him fiercely. Her appearance alone suggested she was someone difficult to deal with. Her face was etched with sharp, biting hostility. Facing the completely unfamiliar face of his mother, Jiang Jing's expression turned utterly stern. He spoke coldly, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Jiang Jing pushed through the crowd to stand before his mother, who was still shouting, "If you're here to cause trouble, then please leave." His tone remained perfectly composed, showing no sign of anger. Yet those who knew him well understood that beneath this calm exterior, Jiang Jing was beginning to lose his temper. The onlookers around them sensed the low pressure emanating from Jiang Jing and instinctively moved further away from Jiang's mother. Seeing Jiang Jing emerge, Jiang's mother finally stopped shouting. She moved closer to him and raised her hand, intending to slap him. Fortunately, Jiang Jing had anticipated this move and caught her wrist firmly, preventing the blow from landing. This only fueled her fury further. "Who do you think I am?" she screamed. "You little bastard, pretending not to recognize me? I gave birth to your own mother. Already forgotten your old lady? Heard you've become quite the big shot now, a high-ranking official. How impressive." After speaking, she scrutinized Jiang Jing from head to toe. "Jiang Jing, you really have become something, haven't you? Stealing someone else's script? How could I have given birth to such a shameless bastard? How could you be so despicable?" Jiang's mother's words struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving his mind a blank. All these years, he had constantly thought about his birth parents. He had always assumed they must have had some deep sorrow or unspoken hardship that forced them to abandon him. He never imagined they would meet again under such circumstances. Especially since his mother had come specifically to smear him with accusations of plagiarism, it felt like a knife plunged into his heart. At this thought, Jiang Jing's expression turned completely cold. He yanked his mother's hand away, his gaze sweeping sharply around the room. Spotting Gu Zixing standing not far from the crowd, Jiang Jing knew immediately that Gu Zixing was most likely the one behind this scheme. Meanwhile, Jiang's mother continued her tirade, "You ungrateful son. You dare fight back? You dare lay a hand on your own mother? Don't you fear the heavens striking you down, you plagiarizing dog?" Seeing his mother show him no mercy, Jiang Jing no longer held back any maternal affection. "Me, plagiarize?" Jiang Jing sneered coldly, glancing at the surrounding crowd before declaring loudly, "I, Jiang Jing, have never stooped to plagiarizing others' work. If you insist I did, then produce concrete evidence. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. If word of this gets out, I can sue you for defamation. I imagine you wouldn't want to face me in court, would you?" With that, Jiang Jing waved his hand. Several security-like figures emerged from behind him, escorting Jiang's mother out. These men had been arranged by Shen Qingning specifically to prevent such incidents. Once Mrs. Jiang was out of sight, Jiang Jing surveyed the crowd with a cold snort. "What are you all still doing here? Don't feel like filming today, huh?" At his words, the crowd snapped out of their daze and scattered like startled birds. The bustling throng vanished in an instant. As for Jiang's mother, who had been dragged away by security, she wasn't released until she was pulled out of the film studio. Seeing that she refused to give up and tried to force her way back in, the security guard warned, "If you know what's good for you, leave this place immediately. Otherwise, someone won't let you off the hook." At the threat, Jiang's mother recalled Gu Zixing's words from yesterday about the person behind Jiang Jing. Her expression darkened further, but with no other options, she reluctantly left the studio grounds. After the commotion, filming finally commenced. Considering Jolie was still a college student, Jiang Jing decided to consolidate her scenes to minimize disruption to her studies. Jolie had no objections. Though Jolie had performed brilliantly during her audition, this was ultimately her first time acting in front of a camera. Despite her best efforts to appear relaxed, Jiang Jing could still see her nervousness. Consequently, he felt somewhat concerned about the day's filming progress. Chapter 20, The Gathering. When filming officially began, however, Jolie delivered a huge surprise. Despite it being her screen debut, she performed flawlessly in the very first scene and delivered an outstanding performance. In fact, she didn't have a single take that needed a retake the entire day. After a full day of filming, Jiang Jing watched Jolie with eyes that sparkled. He had never seen such a gifted newcomer. If nurtured properly, Jiang Jing believed Jolie would undoubtedly become the brightest star in the entertainment industry in time. In high spirits, Jiang Jing waved his hand generously and exclaimed, "What would everyone like to eat today? It's on me." The actors and crew instantly lit up with excitement. On the very first day of filming, the director was treating the entire crew to dinner out of his own pocket, proof of how satisfied he was with their performance today. After settling on a restaurant, Jiang Jing found a spot to sit and drifted into thought. For some reason, Shen Qingning's image suddenly flashed through his mind. Shen Qingning could be described as an ice queen. She usually wore a cold expression, and even her smiles carried a hint of sarcastic mockery, making her seem exceptionally hard to approach. Yet despite this, Jiang Jing found himself irresistibly drawn to her, wanting to get closer and closer, to see what lay beneath that icy facade. His thoughts snapped back to reality, and Jiang Jing startled at his own thoughts. Yet, after careful consideration, he still chose to send Shen Qingning a message, inviting her to dinner with the crew that evening. The regret hit him almost the instant the message was sent. But recalling it now would only make his intentions obvious. Frustrated, he tapped his temple, praying Shen Qingning hadn't seen it yet. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Moments later, the phone in Jiang Jing's pocket buzzed. He instinctively checked it, only to find Shen Qingning had replied, accepting the dinner invitation. Jiang Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief, his anticipation for the evening gathering growing stronger. The crew wasn't particularly large, so a private room was sufficient. Yet with Jiang Jing present and Shen Qingning's instinctively cold demeanor, many crew members dared not even breathe loudly, let alone engage in conversation. Seeing this, Jiang Jing sighed and whispered to Shen Qingning, "Miss Shen, come on, lighten up a bit. Look at how scared my crew members are. Smile more, a good mood is good for your health." Shen Qingning nodded impatiently, but she did take Jiang Jing's words to heart. Noticing the lingering stiffness among the group, Jiang Jing cleared his throat and said with a smile, "I'm treating everyone today, so please eat freely. Opportunities like this don't come around often. If you keep holding back." Regardless, Jiang Jing had succeeded in livening up the atmosphere. His words prompted the previously silent crew members to gather in small groups, eating, chatting, drinking, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Even Shen Qingning, who had sat expressionless throughout, gradually allowed a faint smile to flicker across her icy cold face as she observed the joyful atmosphere. Though faint and easily missed without close observation, it was precisely caught by Jiang Jing, who had been watching Shen Qingning intently. Seeing this, Jiang Jing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The solemn atmosphere around Shen Qingning eased somewhat. Seeing this, led by Jolie, several actors who had had a few drinks plucked up their courage and approached Shen Qingning. "Miss Shen, why sit there all alone? Come join us." Jolie reached out to tug Shen Qingning toward them. Watching from the sidelines, Jiang Jing, who remained sober throughout, felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He knew Shen Qingning's temper all too well. If she got annoyed, tonight wouldn't end well. Before Jiang Jing could intervene, Jolie had already grabbed Shen Qingning's sleeve. But things didn't unfold as Jiang Jing had imagined. Perhaps because Shen Qingning had always shown some patience toward attractive girls, she only hesitated briefly at Jolie's gesture before letting her pull her up. She stood and mingled with the crowd of peers. Perhaps fueled by a few drinks, Shen Qingning shed her usual reserve, accepting every cup offered without refusal. By the banquet's end, nearly everyone except the teetotaler Jiang Jing was tipsy. Shen Qingning, in particular, had consumed an unknown quantity of alcohol and was now visibly intoxicated, her senses clouded. Seeing this, Jiang Jing sighed deeply, feeling a pang of regret. He should have exercised more restraint with these people. On the very first day of work, they were already drinking themselves into this state. Who knew if tomorrow's shoot would even start on time? But what was done was done. Further words were useless. Jiang Jing resigned himself to handling the aftermath. He contacted someone to arrange vehicles to take the actors and crew back to their hotels. In the end, only Shen Qingning and Jiang Jing remained in the private room. Given Shen Qingning's special status, Jiang Jing decided he should personally escort her home. She was clearly intoxicated, her mind foggy. If anything went wrong on the way, he couldn't bear the responsibility. Approaching Shen Qingning, Jiang Jing gazed at her flushed cheeks and felt his heart skip a beat. He suddenly sensed warmth spreading across his own face. What nonsense was he thinking? What was Shen Qingning's status? And what was his own status? Was he even worthy of her? The thought that he was already a divorced man brought a sudden clarity to Jiang Jing's mind. At the same time, he sensed something amiss with his body. Jiang Jing took a deep breath to steady himself before speaking. "Ms. Shen? Ms. Shen? Ms. Shen, wake up." After several calls, Shen Qingning finally stirred, mumbling a response that suggested she was still far from fully awake. Sigh. Jiang Jing let out a deep sigh, resignedly lifting Shen Qingning and half supporting, half carrying her out of the restaurant. In the underground garage, Jiang Jing carefully helped Shen Qingning into his car. Only after fastening her seatbelt did he exhale a long sigh of relief. After a brief rest, he drove out of the garage. Unbeknownst to him, a surveillance camera in an unnoticed corner shifted slightly, its angle now fixed firmly on the direction of Jiang Jing's departing vehicle. Due to the online controversy, Jiang Jing was now under intense scrutiny. Numerous media paparazzi were attempting to track his movements. Coincidentally, some paparazzi were already lurking in the parking garage of this very restaurant. However, due to the angle, none of the photos captured Jiang Jing's face clearly. Shen Qingning's features, however, were captured in sharp detail. Chapter 21, Child Support Demanded. The next day, the front-facing photos of Shen Qingning and the back view of Jiang Jing immediately trended on the hot search. Shocking. Jiang family's eldest daughter spotted on late-night date, drunk out of her mind. Is it over a love triangle? Jiang family's eldest daughter recently entangled in love triangle, drowning sorrows late at night. Jiang family's eldest daughter drinks herself into a stupor late at night and leaves in a car with a mysterious man. Is this her new love interest? As the headlines about Shen Qingning's late-night rendezvous with a mysterious man continued to ferment online for several days, even Shen Manning came across this entertainment gossip. Shen Manning zoomed in on the photos in her phone out of curiosity. When she saw the silhouette of the man riding with Shen Qingning, a vague sense of familiarity stirred within her. This man seemed like someone she knew, like Jiang Jing? No, impossible. How could Shen Qingning be involved with Jiang Jing? Shen Qingning instinctively dismissed the thought, dismissing it as her own overactive imagination. But no matter how Shen Qingning looked at it, she couldn't shake the feeling that the man's silhouette was indeed Jiang Jing. After pondering for a moment, determined to uncover the truth, Shen Manning ultimately decided to seek out Jiang Jing for answers. Shen Manning pulled out her phone and sent Jiang Jing a message. Where are you? The next second, a large red exclamation mark appeared on her phone screen. Damn it, he actually dared to block me? His nerve is growing by the day, Shen Manning muttered, thoroughly annoyed. In truth, Jiang Jing had blocked Shen Manning long ago, ever since she and Shen Yu had enraged his mother into fainting. Only Shen Manning remained unaware of this. In Shen Manning's eyes, Jiang Jing was merely still angry with her. Thinking this, Shen Manning felt too proud to go appease Jiang Jing. Forget it. I'm not going to look for him after all. After some internal struggle, Shen Manning decided to head back to the company first. No sooner had she arrived than the finance staff swarmed around her. Miss Shen, could you please sign off on this wire transfer? The finance staff handed her a pen. Shen Manning took the slip of paper and stared at it. Her brows instantly knitted together tightly. It was a remittance slip for a company under Jiang Jing's name. Did you transfer the money? Shen Manning asked, displeased. Noticing the faint frown on Shen Qingning's brow, the finance staff member cautiously replied, Ms. Shen, this payment has been made monthly without issue before. You never objected, so we processed it as usual. All right. Starting next month, stop transferring this amount. Our money doesn't grow on trees. This was the monthly allowance I used to send him for living expenses, but now that we're divorced, he no longer needs it. But Mr. Shen, what about the money already transferred? Tell him to return it. Send him a message to come see me. Shen Qingning said without hesitation. Understood, Ms. Shen. The finance staff nodded and returned to their office to draft a text message for Jiang Jing, instructing him to come in person to repay the money. Shortly after, Jiang Jing received the message. His brow furrowed slightly. After a moment's thought, he decided to go in person, as he had already spent the entire sum not long ago, all of it used to subsidize the production crew's filming. Mr. Su, could you keep an eye on the production progress for me? I have other matters to attend to and must leave now. All right. His partner nodded without hesitation. After arranging the filming schedule, Jiang Jing headed alone to the meeting. Arriving at Shen Qingning's company, Jiang Jing's mind raced with thoughts. Seeing the familiar surroundings stirred something within him, though regret was notably absent. Hello, Mr. Jiang, the receptionist greeted him politely. I'm here to see your CEO, Ms. Shen, Jiang Jing replied with a nod. Our CEO is already waiting for you in her office. This way, please. All right. Jiang Jing nodded and took the elevator straight upstairs. Upon opening the office door, Jiang Jing immediately spotted Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning showed little emotion upon seeing Jiang Jing, instead gazing down at him with an air of superiority. You're here? Yeah. Did you want something? Jiang Jing asked, his expression unchanged. Jiang Jing's cold expression provoked Shen Qingning. Suppressing her inner rage, Shen Qingning said, I didn't call you here for anything special. I just want you to return the 500,000 yuan I accidentally sent you as living expenses this month. Sorry, I've already spent it. If you want it back, it'll have to wait until I have the money, Jiang Jing shrugged, utterly candid. Shen Qingning frowned slightly upon hearing this. No, that's my money. You need to return it to me immediately. I told you, I don't have any money. How can I repay you if I don't have any? Jiang Jing couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Just as the two were locked in an argument, Shen Qingning arrived. The once arrogant Shen Manning immediately shrunk back like a mouse seeing a cat the moment she spotted Shen Qingning. You? What are you doing here? This is my company. What are you doing here? Who gave you permission? Shen Manning forced herself to stay calm. She came to see me. Seeing Shen Manning shift her fire toward Shen Qingning, Jiang Jing stepped forward without hesitation to defend her. Little did he know that this act of defending Shen Qingning ignited Shen Manning's inner rage like a spark to a flame. Are you out of your mind? What's your relationship with her? Why are you defending her? Shen Manning demanded of Jiang Jing. Shen Manning completely lost her composure. Unable to control herself, her voice echoed throughout the entire office, drawing people from neighboring offices to gather around. None of your business, is it? What business is it of yours what our relationship is? We're divorced, got it? Jiang Jing replied calmly. At this, whispers erupted among Shen Manning's colleagues. Ha? They're divorced? Then why is our CEO still seeing him? Why are they still entangled after the divorce? TSK, what's going on now? Why did our boss call him over? Hearing the murmurs around her, Shen Manning instantly reined in her emotions. She valued her dignity and didn't want to lose face in front of everyone, nor did she want to argue with Jiang Jing any further. You can leave now. Just remember to pay me back promptly. Shen Manning said indifferently. All right. Jiang Jing nodded and led Shen Qingning away from the scene. On the way. Shen Qingning couldn't help but ask, you owe her money? Jiang Jing nodded. She used to transfer me 500,000 yuan monthly for living expenses. Since we divorced this month, the company's finance department mistakenly sent it anyway. Coincidentally, our production team was short on filming funds, so I used it to cover the gap. I have all the receipts and purchase records. If you're concerned, I can show them to you. Jiang Jing replied candidly. Chapter 22, Hurt. It's fine. I believe you. I'll repay that 500,000 for you, Shen Qingning said calmly. Jiang Jing felt a pang of embarrassment. But, that's not right. It's fine. Just make sure you shoot the film well and deliver a result that satisfies me, Shen Qingning said calmly. After all, this amount of money wasn't significant to her, it was merely her usual pocket money. Alright, rest assured. I'll make sure to shoot it well, Jiang Jing assured her. At that moment, Jiang Jing's heart overflowed with gratitude toward Shen Qingning. To him, she was nothing short of a savior in his world. Today had been a relatively happy day for Jiang Jing, but Shen Manning was not feeling so great. After their heated argument, especially witnessing Jiang Jing defend Shen Qingning, Shen Manning couldn't shake the bitter taste in her mouth. Feeling deeply agitated, Shen Manning went out alone late at night to drown her sorrows in a bar. She ordered numerous drinks, downing one after another. Within an hour, she was completely wasted. No way, I can drink more, Shen Manning declared before forcing another shot down her throat. Dong 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 dong. Shen Manning's phone rang. Stumbling, she fumbled for her phone on the sofa. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Zixing. Manning, where are you? Have you been drinking? Gu Zixing deliberately lowered his voice, feigning a gentle tone. I'm drinking. I've had so much to drink. I'm at Tianjin bar. Shen Manning answered dazedly. Okay, I understand. Stop drinking, it's bad for your health. I'll come pick you up right now. Gu Zixing reassured her before hanging up. Gu Zixing saw this as a perfect opportunity to prove himself, so he sped to the bar in his car to pick up Shen Manning. After finally locating Shen Manning, Gu Zixing struggled to help her into the car. Shen Manning was extremely uncooperative throughout the entire process, muttering under her breath, "What? I don't want to go home. I don't want to go home at all. I want to see Jiang Jing. Why won't he talk to me?" Hearing this, Gu Zixing's expression darkened instantly. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you regret divorcing Jiang Jing?" The moment the words left his mouth, Gu Zixing regretted them. Yet he desperately wanted to know what was truly going on inside Shen Manning's mind. Shen Manning remained silent, sinking into a sullen silence. Seeing this, Gu Zixing sighed helplessly and pulled Shen Manning toward him. Come on, let's go home. Unexpectedly, Shen Manning's eyes lit up at his words. She looked up and mistakenly thought Gu Zixing was Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing, did you come to pick me up? Jiang Jing, I missed you so much after our divorce. Why, how could you be so heartless? You didn't even come see me once after we split. Did you forget about me? Jiang Jing, I miss you so much. Hearing this, Gu Zixing's face turned ashen with rage beside her. He was deeply displeased, and at the same time, a faint yet profound jealousy toward Jiang Jing stirred within him. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing remained completely unaware of the events unfolding between the two women. He had been fully immersed in filming lately, dedicating every ounce of his energy to perfecting and shooting this movie. On set, one scene required Jolie to run down a flight of stairs. Unexpectedly, the steps were quite steep. As she descended, momentum carried her forward, and she struggled to stop. By the time Jiang Jing and the others nearby reacted and tried to grab her, it was too late. Jolie accidentally stepped on the edge of a step, twisted her ankle, and landed on the ground. Ouch! Jolie clutched her ankle, her brow deeply furrowed. How are you? Are you okay? Are you okay, Jolie? A group of people asked Jolie with concern. My foot hurts a bit. I think I twisted it, Jolie said, tears welling up in her eyes. All right. Let's get her to the hospital for a checkup right away. We'll see what the doctor says. Jiang Jing made a quick decision. He truly hadn't expected such an incident to occur. At his words, everyone scrambled to rush Jolie to the hospital. After the examination, the doctor looked at the x-rays and finally addressed Jolie and Jiang Jing. She's fine. It's just a sprained ankle. She'll need some time to recover. All right, I understand, Jiang Jing exhaled in relief upon hearing she was unharmed. As the film's primary producer, he would bear responsibility if any actor suffered an injury during production. But Jolie, standing nearby, grew anxious upon hearing the doctor's words. What? How long will I need to rest? What if it delays the filming schedule? Jolie spoke anxiously, fearing that her personal circumstances might hold up the entire crew's schedule, leaving her with no way to escape blame. Hearing her, Jiang Jing quickly reassured her, it's okay. Don't worry about that now. This filming delay wasn't caused by you intentionally. You're a patient right now. Taking care of yourself and getting well is the most important thing. Jolie could only nod in response. All right. For the next period, Jolie followed Jiang Jing's advice and stayed in the hospital to recuperate. The nurses regularly gave her massages and applied ointments to aid her recovery. During Jolie's recovery, Gu Zixing also noticed the unusual behavior of Jiang Jing and his team next door. What's going on with Jiang Jing and his crew lately? Why haven't they continued filming? Could they have wrapped up already? They started shooting less than 2 weeks ago. It shouldn't be finished that quickly. Go find out what's happening with their production. Gu Zixing instructed his subordinate. Yes, boss. The subordinate nodded and hurried out to gather information. Before long, he returned. Boss, I found out. They've suspended filming because their female lead injured her ankle during shooting. They can't continue for now. The subordinate reported the news to Gu Zixing with great enthusiasm. Gu Zixing's eyes lit up instantly. He'd been fretting about lacking opportunities to sabotage Jiang Jing lately. Now they'd practically handed him a ready-made excuse on a silver platter. Good. Go buy me some negative press now. Say Jiang Jing is exploiting new actors to rush filming and get the movie released sooner, forcing them to shoot multiple scenes a day. One actor even got sick from the grueling schedule and is now hospitalized. Gu Zixing declared excitedly. His subordinate couldn't help but nod in agreement. That's brilliant, boss. You're always so sharp. Got it. I'll handle it immediately. Chapter 23, Bullying Newcomers. Before long, entertainment news about Jiang Jing oppressing new actors hit the headlines. Shocking. Jiang Jing allegedly exploits new actress, forcing her to film non-stop to meet deadlines? The female lead in director Zhang's new drama was hospitalized with work-related injuries less than 2 weeks into filming. Director Zhang's heartless exploitation of new actors, constantly making things difficult for them, ultimately pushed one to the brink of illness and hospitalization. Negative articles about Jiang Jing soon flooded the internet, even briefly topping the trending search rankings. Seeing himself trending again, Jiang Jing remained surprisingly calm. Unlike his usual panic, as making headlines had become routine for him. Meanwhile, Jolie, who was in the hospital, also came across the news. Just then, Jiang Jing came to visit her. Jolie, looking panicked, held up her phone and pointed at the headline, Director Jiang, look. Jolie felt so distressed she was on the verge of tears. She genuinely hadn't been mistreated by Jiang Jing. On the contrary, she thought he was a truly kind person who treated her well. She desperately didn't want him to bear the stigma of being someone who bullied newcomers. Jiang Jing responded calmly, it's fine. They're saying I bully newcomers, right? While the rumors are fierce, isn't it simple to resolve? Let's film a collaborative video together to address those comments. That should dispel them completely. At this, Jolie's eyes lit up. In her panic, she hadn't noticed the glaring flaw in the rumors. Should we film and release the statement right now? Jiang Jing waved his hand calmly. Wait a bit longer. Let the rumors run wild for a while. Once they've really taken hold, then we'll address it. Plus, we can ride that momentum to promote our new drama and generate some buzz. Jolie's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Perfect. 2 days later, seeing the situation had fermented sufficiently, Jiang Jing and Jolie recorded an explanatory video together. At the end, they casually promoted their new drama. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Jing. I'm Jolie. Regarding recent false rumors about our production team, we'd like to clarify the following. Finally, we hope you'll tune in to our new drama. Don't forget to watch. Jiang Jing and Jolie's clarification video quickly trended on social media, gaining even broader attention than before. It also rapidly boosted the popularity of Jiang Jing's new drama. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing's frequent appearances on trending lists instantly attracted numerous investors. While the quality of his film remained unknown, his new drama was certain to draw massive viewership. After all, it had already garnered immense attention before even airing. Negative rumors about Jiang Jing's new film and his personal life began spreading like wildfire. For a while, Jiang Jing remained a daily fixture on the trending topics list. Jiang Jing remained completely indifferent to all the external debates and rumors, focusing solely on his filming and work. Inside the office, Shen Manling's initial good mood vanished as she stared at the headlines about Jiang Jing on her phone. Seeing the smug smile on Jiang Jing's face only made Shen Manling feel more resentful. Why was it that after he left her, not only did she not weep bitterly, but she even seemed to be on the rise? No way! With that thought, Shen Manling resolved to make Jiang Jing pay. After much deliberation, she concluded that money was the key after all. That was precisely what Jiang Jing lacked. But under what legitimate and plausible pretext? Suddenly, Shen Manling's eyes lit up as if she'd hit upon something. Got it! She'd used the pretext of child support for Shenyu. Even though they were divorced, Jiang Jing was still Shenyu's legal father. It was only natural for a father to provide for his daughter, right? With that thought, Shen Manling beckoned to Shenyu. My dear daughter, come here. Mother has something to ask of you. You must cooperate with me. Shenyu obediently nodded in agreement. Okay. We're going to find Jiang Jing. Then you'll ask him for child support, make him pay to raise you, Shen Manling instructed. Okay. Though Shenyu didn't understand why Shen Manling was doing this, she obediently nodded. Lately, Shen Manling's mood had been extremely unstable. She'd frequently go out drinking or be seen cursing at people. So Shenyu had been walking on eggshells lately, toning down her usual temper to avoid upsetting Shen Manling. Seeing Shenyu's nod of agreement, Shen Manling took her to the riverside filming location to find Jiang Jing. The moment Jiang Jing saw Shen Manling, his brows immediately furrowed as if facing a formidable enemy. Why are you here? Sensing his unwelcoming tone, Shen Manling's expression darkened slightly. What do you mean? Are you not happy to see me? You are Shenyu's father, after all. Is there anything wrong with me bringing her to see you? Jiang Jing had no time for Shen Manling's idle chatter. He cut straight to the chase. What exactly do you want? Spit it out. Don't play these roundabout games with me. Jiang Jing's cold demeanor instantly infuriated Shen Manling. She'd come looking for trouble today anyway, so she didn't need any pleasantries. Her main goal was to get under Jiang Jing's skin. Actually, I came today to ask for child support for Shenyu. Even though we're divorced, as her father, you should at least provide some monthly support, shouldn't you? Shen Manling declared to Shenyu with righteous indignation. The moment those words left her mouth, Jiang Jing fell silent. Shen Manling's demand truly took Jiang Jing by surprise. After all the time they'd been married, this was the first time he'd seen this relentlessly persistent side of her. Before their divorce, Jiang Jing might have fallen for this tactic. But now, his loathing for Shen Manling ran deep, and he certainly didn't want her clinging to him like this. What Jiang Jing never imagined was that Shen Manling would stoop to such shameless depths, using Shenyu as an excuse to extort child support and living expenses from him. Staring at the mother and daughter standing before him, the disgust on Jiang Jing's face was nearly impossible to conceal. Shen Manling, what exactly are you trying to do? Jiang Jing's voice was thick with exasperation and bewilderment. Shen Manling remained silent, her gaze fixed on Jiang Jing. After a moment, she nudged Shenyu beside her, signaling for the girl to step forward. Noticing Shen Manling's gesture, Jiang Jing took a few steps back expressionlessly. But Shenyu followed closely, grabbing Jiang Jing's hand hanging by his side. Daddy, Yao Yao was wrong before. Yao Yao knows she made a mistake. Yao Yao apologizes to Daddy. Please don't ignore Yao Yao anymore, okay? Yao Yao misses Daddy. Shenyu spoke in a soft voice, adopting an innocent demeanor as she addressed Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing lowered his gaze, looking at Shenyu, who was looking up at him. Still, he said nothing, only his eyes were filled with deep meaning and contemplation. Chapter 24, Drawing Boundaries. Shenyu watched Jiang Jing uneasily, wondering if he'd zoned out. She gave his hand a gentle shake, trying to get his attention. Jiang Jing withdrew his hand without a flicker of emotion. Truthfully, Shenyu's display of vulnerability had surprised him. Yet he understood her nature well. She mirrored Shen Manling's temperament in every way. Mother and daughter were cut from the same cold-blooded cloth. They only approached him now because they needed something. If he truly were a worthless man, Jiang Jing had no doubt Shenyu would despise him. After all, he still vividly remembered her attitude toward him during his days as a stay-at-home husband. He wouldn't believe Shenyu had changed her nature. Daddy! Shenyu's expression darkened instantly when Jiang Jing brushed her aside. But then, as if struck by some thought, a look of hurt flitted across her face, and she called out softly. Jiang Jing paid no further attention to Shenyu, instead fixing his gaze directly on Shen Manling. Mission, I have work to do. If there's nothing else, please take Shenyu and leave. Do not disrupt my work or filming schedule. Shen Manling's pupils contracted sharply, her expression turning grim. Jiang Jing, what did you say? You don't even want to take care of Yu anymore? When did you become so cold and heartless? Or has this always been your true nature? Shen Manling's fists clenched tightly, her entire body radiating fury, but more than anger, it was sheer frustration. Mission, how many times must I repeat this before you understand? We are divorced. Divorce means we have no connection. Please stop interfering with my work, or I will call security. I imagine you don't want this escalating to the point where it reflects poorly on all of us, do you? Jiang Jing delivered his final warning to Shen Manning and her daughter with unwavering seriousness. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Shen Manning and Shen Yu standing frozen in place. The moment Jiang Jing's figure disappeared from sight, Shen Yu, who had been acting pitifully just seconds before, instantly shifted her demeanor. With a look of utter disdain, she declared, "Mom, why would we even bother looking for him? Daddy Zixing treats me so well. I don't want him at all." Shen Manning clenched her teeth, refusing to humiliate herself further. She took Shen Yu and left. Despite Jiang Jing's clear refusal, Shen Manning remained stubbornly persistent. Though she stopped seeking him out personally, she instructed the company's finance department to pressure Jiang Jing to return the money. The finance staff proved remarkably persistent and relentless, calling Jiang Jing practically day and night. Meanwhile, on set, Jiang Jing's filming was constantly interrupted by these relentless calls. Once or twice was bearable, but after several days, Jiang Jing was growing increasingly irritated. Even deleting and blocking the number proved useless. The caller simply switched to another phone and persisted relentlessly. Even so, Jiang Jing never considered reaching out to Shen Manning. He figured he could just silence his phone or find other ways to block the calls. The one who should be anxious and on edge was Shen Manning, right? He hadn't done anything wrong, so why should he feel guilty or anxious? Holding on to this belief, Jiang Jing took no action, letting Shen Manning do whatever she wanted. Jiang Jing had assumed the standoff would drag on indefinitely, but a turning point arrived swiftly. As one of the investors, Shen Qingning habitually checked on the filming progress periodically. Jiang Jing naturally had no objection to this. During filming, Shen Qingning took her usual spot in a corner to observe. But shortly after shooting began, she noticed Jiang Jing repeatedly glancing at his phone. Though he only checked it briefly each time, the frequency made Shen Qingning feel distinctly uneasy. By the time Jiang Jing called cut and hurried off to answer his phone, Shen Qingning's brows were already deeply furrowed. Shen Qingning hesitated to speak up. But seeing Jiang Jing return quickly to resume filming, she held her tongue. Surely he had something urgent to handle? Once it was taken care of, everything should be fine. She waited like this until the midday break. After lunch, Shen Qingning found a quiet corner and called Jiang Jing over. "Jiang Jing, what's going on here? Do you always check your phone like this during shoots?" Shen Qingning's tone was stern. Seeing this, Jiang Jing sighed deeply, looking slightly exhausted. "Actually, I don't like checking my phone while filming. It's just that lately, people have been calling me constantly, day and night. I really have no choice." He let out a bitter laugh, looking utterly helpless. Shen Qingning studied Jiang Jing's face, noticing the dark circles under his eyes. She believed his explanation, but her expression grew even more stern. "What exactly is going on?" Shen Qingning's voice was cold, making Jiang Jing feel even more tense. Could it be Shen Manning again? Shen Qingning cut straight to the heart of the matter. Seeing this, a flicker of relief crossed Jiang Jing's eyes. While he couldn't do anything to Shen Manning, Shen Qingning could. The two sisters were sworn enemies, and having Shen Qingning handle this matter was the best possible outcome. After processing this, Jiang Jing looked at Shen Qingning with eager eyes. He quickly recounted everything that had happened recently. Shen Qingning's reaction did not disappoint Jiang Jing. Her brows furrowed deeply. "Why didn't you tell me about this from the start? Wasting so much time like this, have you considered the consequences if it affects the filming schedule?" "You're absolutely right, Ms. Shen. But ultimately, this is between me and Shen Manning. It would have been my fault to disturb you unnecessarily over this." Facing Shen Qingning's reproach, Jiang Jing offered no defense, merely offering a faint smile. "Fine. Just focus on filming. This matter is easily resolved. Shen Manning wants money? I'll give it to her." With that, Shen Qingning pulled out her phone. Moments later, Jiang Jing received a transfer notification on his phone. Staring at the string of numbers, Jiang Jing was dumbfounded, his speech stumbling slightly. "Ms. Shen, is this?" Shen Qingning emphasized sternly, "This should cover what you owe Shen Manning. Since we're partners now, I don't want any lingering, ambiguous ties between you and her. As for the extra 50 million, that's my investment in you. The actors you found are quite promising. I've put this much money into you, don't disappoint me." With that, Shen Qingning rose to her feet. After giving Jiang Jing a meaningful look, she turned and walked away from the set. Jiang Jing stood rooted to the spot, still in a daze even after Shen Qingning's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 25, Upgrading Equipment. With the afternoon shoot about to begin, crew members, noticing Jiang Jing's absence, came out to look for him. After searching for a while, they unexpectedly found him standing in a corner, lost in thought. "Director Jiang? Director Jiang? Director Jiang?" It took several calls before Jiang Jing snapped back to reality. "What is it?" Pulling his thoughts back, Jiang Jing instinctively turned off his phone screen and looked at the person approaching. "This afternoon's shoot is about to start. All the actors are here, we're just waiting for you, Director Jiang," the staff member explained. Noticing Jiang Jing's unusual pallor, they quickly added, "Director Jiang, you look terrible. Are you sick? Should we take you to the hospital?" Jiang Jing shook his head quickly. No need. I'm fine. Go ahead and prepare. I'll be there shortly. After dismissing the staff, Jiang Jing couldn't believe his eyes as he opened his phone again. Staring at the dazzling sum of over 50 million yuan displayed on the screen, it still felt unreal. Though he could have afforded such sums in his previous life, things were different now. He'd been pinching pennies until recently, and this sudden wealth left him feeling dazed. But this time, he didn't dwell on it for long. After some thought, he proactively called Shen Manning. The moment Shen Manning received Jiang Jing's call, a flicker of joy touched her heart. But it lasted only an instant before arrogance took hold. She answered the phone in a drawn-out tone, her voice slow and deliberate. Before she could utter a single word of scorn toward Jiang Jing, his words struck her like a bolt of lightning. Shen Manning's face darkened instantly. Jiang Jing, what did you say? The words seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Ms. Shen. As far as I know, your hearing is perfectly fine. I can give you the money in one lump sum, but please don't bother me anymore. From the moment we divorced, we had absolutely nothing to do with each other. If you ever use this matter to harass me again, don't blame me for being unkind. With that, Jiang Jing hung up without giving Shen Manning time to respond. He promptly transferred the money to her account, then proceeded to block and delete her from his contacts. With that matter settled, Jiang Jing felt refreshed and invigorated as he strode back to the set, a stark contrast to his mood that morning. Jiang Jing transferred 20 million yuan to Shen Manning as a one-time child support payment for Xinyu, leaving him with 30 million yuan. With cash in hand, Jiang Jing grew increasingly dissatisfied with the equipment at his disposal. After wrapping up the afternoon shoot, he began planning an upgrade. With funds now available, upgrading the hardware was a certainty. With this in mind, Jiang Jing notified the entire crew to suspend filming for 2 days. He used this time to replace all the cameras and other equipment with new models. After the upgrades, a significant portion of Shen Qingning's funds remained. After some consideration, he set aside a portion for emergencies and distributed the rest as bonuses to the actors and crew. After all, they had worked hard. When the crew received the pay raise notice, many thought they were dreaming. Where else in the entertainment industry could they find a director as good as Jiang Jing? The production WeChat group was flooded with messages praising him. When production resumed, some bolder actors joked at the sight of the revamped set, Director Jiang must be rolling in dough. All this top-notch gear must have cost a fortune. He just swaps it out like that and even gives us raises? Jiang Jing chuckled. What's that? Not happy? How about I lower your pay again? I'll pocket that extra money myself, it's a tidy sum, you know. Oh, Director Jiang, I was just joking. The person immediately pleaded for mercy. After a few more light-hearted remarks, they got down to business. Without Shen Manning's interference, Jiang Jing's work proceeded smoothly. The entire crew's filming progressed without a hitch, and for a moment, Jiang Jing felt nothing but pure satisfaction. Gu Zixing hadn't caused any trouble for Jiang Jing either. He believed his previous actions had already sufficiently tarnished Jiang Jing's reputation. Coupled with his own deliberate sabotage, Jiang Jing would certainly be unable to recover anytime soon. With that mindset, Gu Zixing shifted his focus away from Jiang Jing and concentrated on his own filming. To outdo Jiang Jing, Gu Zixing had invested heavily in the production. If he couldn't deliver results, he wouldn't be able to shoulder the consequences of this venture. Shen Manning, however, refused to give up. Recalling Jiang Jing's actions since their divorce, she still couldn't believe he truly abandoned her like this. The more Shen Manning thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. Especially with the possibility of Shen Qingning's interference, her competitive spirit flared up instantly. Though she couldn't approach Jiang Jing directly, there was still Xinyu. Shen Manning refused to believe Jiang Jing could be so heartless toward Xinyu as to abandon her completely. If she couldn't approach Jiang Jing under her own name, she'd use Xinyu as an excuse. After all, Xinyu was raised by Jiang Jing himself, he couldn't possibly treat her the same way he treated Xinyu. When Shen Manning brought this up with Xinyu's initial reaction was one of strong resistance and incomprehension. She couldn't understand why Shen Manning remained so fixated on Jiang Jing. Though perplexed, Xinyu ultimately complied with Shen Manning's request. Jiang Jing watched the filming as usual. Just when he thought this day would pass smoothly too, Xinyu suddenly barged in. Dad! Xinyu shouted as she ran, her voice growing sharper when she spotted Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing's eyebrows twitched violently, an instant wave of foreboding washing over him. Sure enough, he instinctively turned around to see Xinyu's small figure. She ran up to him, lifting her little face with a pout. Daddy, why haven't you come to see Yu lately? Yu missed you. Xinyu's sudden appearance caught Jiang Jing completely off guard, but he quickly regained his composure. What are you doing here? Go back home. This isn't a place for a child like you, Jiang Jing emphasized to Xinyu. I don't care. I just had to find you. You're my daddy. Daddy, why are you treating me like this? Are you abandoning me? Xinyu wasn't one to back down easily. Seeing Jiang Jing ignore her, she began throwing a tantrum, hoping to wear him down with her antics. But she didn't know Jiang Jing at all. If he could be intimidated by such petty tricks, why would he be making movies and directing films? Go ahead and throw your tantrum, Jiang Jing said indifferently. With that, he led the rest of the crew to begin filming, leaving Shenyu alone on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Chapter 26, The Subtext. Meanwhile, Shen Manning, observing from the shadows, witnessed the scene. She saw Jiang Jing, who had always doted on Shenyu, completely ignore her daughter's tantrum and roll on the ground as he went about his own business. Seeing this, Shen Manning's anger flared instantly. Very well. Now that he's grown bolder, he dares treat her this way? She would make him pay for this. A sudden idea struck Shen Manning. She pulled out her phone and recorded the scene, Shenyu thrashing on the ground while Jiang Jing busied himself filming nearby. Satisfied with her evidence, Shen Manning turned and walked away, leaving the filming location without a second thought for Shenyu's fate. The first thing Shen Manning did upon returning home was instruct her staff to find several influential gossip entertainment reporters. They posted the photos of Shenyu throwing a tantrum online, accompanied by headlines like Jiang Jing, the man who started it all but abandoned them, dumped his wife and daughter, and subjected his own daughter to cold violence on set. The scandal spread like wildfire, largely because Shen Manning knew how to manipulate public sentiment. By branding Jiang Jing as a scumbag, she ignited widespread outrage among women. Uninformed female fans quickly rallied together to target Jiang Jing. Even if the truth eventually came out, such incidents severely damage one's reputation. It would likely take Jiang Jing quite a while to recover. The situation unfolded exactly as Shen Manning predicted. Now, no matter which app you log into, you'll see messages filled with insults directed at Jiang Jing. Shocking. Jiang Jing is actually a scumbag who abandoned his wife and daughter. Jiang Jing, who always portrayed himself as a good man, has finally dropped the act and revealed his true colors. His daughter throws a tantrum on set, yet Jiang Jing not only fails to comfort her but coldly ignores her? This wave of public outrage against Jiang Jing came on strong. Coupled with some long-standing haters who disliked him seizing the opportunity to attack, it led to his upcoming film and TV projects receiving the lowest possible ratings on streaming platforms even before release. It had become so extreme that Jiang Jing now faced public scorn whenever he went out. Some emotionally charged individuals even threw trash at him, while others dumped garbage and splashed paint on his doorstep when he was away. Already exhausted from a long day's work, Jiang Jing returned home to find his doorstep littered with trash, his once tidy home now unrecognizable. After much deliberation, Jiang Jing decided this couldn't go on. He concluded it would be best to move again, seeking a neighborhood with better security. He acted immediately. The next day, Jiang Jing deliberately took a day off work to find a satisfactory new residence. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose Number 1 Courtyard, a high-end community renowned for its strict security management and vigilant security personnel. Compounding the issue, netizens had dug up his personal information, leading to a barrage of abusive text messages and harassing calls to his phone. Jiang Jing promptly cancelled his old number and obtained a new one. This time, Jiang Jing was cautious. He didn't give out his new number indiscriminately, adding only his business partners, some crew members from the filming site, and actors. This finally brought some peace to Jiang Jing's world. Several days passed. Seeing Jiang Jing make no move to contact her, Shen Manning grew restless. Her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, itching unbearably. Gu Zixing noticed Shen Manning drifting in and out of focus all day, clearly preoccupied with Jiang Jing. This suddenly made Gu Zixing feel a sense of crisis. He immediately put his own film project, which had cost him a fortune, on hold. Now, Gu Zixing was solely focused on figuring out how to win Shen Manning's favor. Gu Zixing's prolonged absence from the set had earned him significant resentment from the entire crew. As days passed without any progress on the filming schedule, the production supervisor finally stepped in. However, this production manager was also relatively new to the role, lacking any practical experience, let alone the capability to oversee the entire set. Under his leadership, while the shooting schedule eventually caught up to the original plan, the resulting footage was disappointing, crudely produced and lacking even basic cinematic clarity. Seeing both the producer and the production supervisor prove so unreliable, the rest of the crew felt utterly helpless and deeply regretted joining this project in the first place. It was nothing but a waste of time and a stain on their resumes. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Jiang Jing had heard whispers about the dire situation on Gu Zixing's set. Observing his own crew working diligently, Jiang Jing felt deeply gratified. After some thought, he decided to treat the entire crew to a meal after today's shoot wrapped. Oh, and he should invite Shen Qingning to a little early celebration with everyone. With that thought, Jiang Jing immediately sent Shen Qingning a message inviting her to join the crew for dinner tonight. The message had barely been sent when Shen Qingning replied, practically an instant response. Shen Qingning promptly replied with a simple sure. Seeing Shen Qingning accept his invitation, Jiang Jing felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the end of the afternoon shoot. Amidst Jiang Jing's anticipation, quitting time finally arrived. Jiang Jing quickly stopped the crew as they prepared to leave. Everyone, hold on a moment. Let's meet at the Yangjia Hot Pot restaurant next door at 8 p.m. for a gathering. You've all worked incredibly hard these past few days. Our production wouldn't be possible without your dedication. I look forward to us working together to achieve great things. At these words, the entire crew erupted in cheers. Yes. Awesome. Yay, time for some delicious food. Evening. Yangjia Hot Pot Restaurant. Jiang Jing and the others were all together, happily enjoying the food. Everyone at the table was eating with great relish. Just then, a girl approached Jiang Jing with a shy expression. Hello. Out of courtesy, Jiang Jing nodded and replied, hello. Do you have a girlfriend? She asked, looking at him expectantly. At her question, Jiang Jing paused slightly before shaking his head with complete honesty. No, I don't. Hearing this, the crowd immediately sensed an opportunity and began teasing him, trying to set him up with the girl. Ha! Get together. Together. Seeing everyone playing along, the girl seized the moment to ask Jiang Jing, could I ask for your contact info? Sorry, but even though I'm single right now, I'm not really interested in relationships. All I want to focus on is building my career. You're very pretty, I hope you find someone even better. Jiang Jing looked at the girl with sincere eyes as he spoke. Chapter 27, Celebration Dinner. Hearing this, the girl felt a pang of disappointment. Yet she couldn't press further, muttering only, sorry to bother you, before making a hasty retreat. After she left, the others couldn't help but ask Jiang Jing out of curiosity. Director Jiang, do you have someone special in your life? Yeah, Director Jiang, are you secretly in love with someone? Jiang Jing shook his head. No, I'm truly single right now. I'm not very interested in romantic matters. I just want to make this film well and achieve something. That way, I can give an account to President Shen, to myself, and to everyone involved. His words moved everyone present. They rallied around him, encouraging him, Director Jiang, rest assured. We'll work hard to make this film great and deliver a result you'll be satisfied with. Jiang Jing nodded. Alright, let's all give it our best. With that, the gathering reached a new peak. Everyone, swept up in the excitement, began toasting each other. Even Jiang Jing, who rarely drank, was carried away by the atmosphere and ended up having quite a few drinks. Since Jiang Jing had drunk too much to drive, Shen Manning personally drove him home. In the car. Watching Shen Qingning drive with focused concentration, Jiang Jing expressed his deep gratitude. Miss Shen, I truly believe you are the benefactor in my life. I'm incredibly thankful for your trust in me and for investing in this script. Faced with Jiang Jing's heartfelt words, Shen Qingning responded with rare candor, it's nothing. You have your own strengths. I genuinely admire your talent. The person you should thank most for getting to where you are today is yourself. Hearing Shen Qingning's affirmation, Jiang Jing felt a surge of excitement. He silently vowed to himself that he would achieve great things. Soon they arrived at Jiang Jing's residence. After bidding farewell to Shen Qingning, he went upstairs to rest. Perhaps fueled by the alcohol, Jiang Jing slept exceptionally soundly that night, so soundly that he overslept the next morning. The next morning, the film crew was baffled. The ever-punctual Jiang Jing hadn't shown up for filming. This delighted the paparazzi lurking in the shadows, finally catching him in the act. Before long, news of Jiang Jing's diva-like behavior shot to the top of the trending topics. Jiang Jing skips filming due to diva behavior. Jiang Jing can't keep up? Is the good director's image crumbling? Is the entire crew waiting for Jiang Jing to show up? Jiang Jing woke up soon after and saw his name trending on the hot search list when he picked up his phone. He was already accustomed to the media's smear campaigns and insults. Occasionally, he'd even browse online to see how people were tearing him apart just for amusement. But more often than not, he pushed these matters aside, focusing his energy on the script and filming. In both his past and present lives, he firmly believed that to become a successful director, the most crucial element was the script in his hands. Everything else was mere triviality. Moreover, after switching his phone and SIM card, Jiang Jing's daily life had become even more peaceful. Neither Shen Manning nor Gu Zixing knew his new contact information, so he was rarely disturbed. Consequently, Jiang Jing settled into a routine of commuting between his residence and the film set. On rare occasions when time permitted, he would visit Su Xiufang in the hospital to check on her recovery. After explaining his delay to the crew at the set, Jiang Jing resumed filming with everyone. Once the day's shoot wrapped, he hurried back to the hospital to see his mother. In the hospital room, Jiang Jing casually picked up an apple and sat down to peel it, while Su Xiufang watched his movements with a smile. Perhaps Su Xiufang was so engrossed in watching him that even after the peeled apple was placed before her, she hadn't snapped back to reality. Seeing her like this, Jiang Jing felt helpless. He waved his hand in front of her face and asked, Mom, what are you thinking about? Su Xiufang snapped back to reality. Remembering what she'd been pondering, the curiosity on her face grew even more pronounced. Xiao Jing, what exactly is your relationship with that girl? The question left Jiang Jing bewildered. He looked at Su Xiufang in confusion. Mom, what are you talking about? What girl? What relationship? Su Xiufang wore an expression that clearly said, don't even try to hide it from me. She smiled and pressed on, what? Don't want to tell me? Trying to keep secrets from your mother? From what I can tell, that girl and you have quite the special connection. She's the one who arranged for me to be admitted to this hospital. She even came to visit me the other day, asking about my condition. Hearing Su Xiufang say this, Jiang Jing finally realized Shen Qingning had been visiting regularly to check on her mother. Yet, he still couldn't quite figure out Shen Qingning's intentions. Lost in thought, Su Xiufang nudged Jiang Jing's arm and pressed, "So what exactly is your relationship with that girl? Don't tell me." Su Xiufang didn't finish her sentence, but matters between men and women are limited in number. It wasn't surprising that Su Xiufang was overthinking it. Understanding the implication in Su Xiufang's words, Jiang Jing gave a helpless smile and quickly explained, "Mom, what are you thinking? She just invested in my script. In business terms, she's a partner." "Just a business associate?" Su Xiufang was thoroughly dissatisfied with Jiang Jing's answer and pressed him further. "Oh, Mom, I swear there's nothing personal between us. She's actually been a benefactor to me. I feel nothing but gratitude toward her, nothing else." Jiang Jing was both amused and exasperated, repeating his explanation to Su Xiufang. Seeing that there truly seemed to be nothing more between them, Su Xiufang reluctantly dropped the subject. Jiang Jing breathed a silent sigh of relief when Su Xiufang stopped pressing him. After lingering a while longer, he headed back to the set to resume filming. While filming proceeded smoothly on Jiang Jing's end, Gu Zixing had wrapped up his script shoot ahead of schedule. Eager to beat Jiang Jing to the promotional and release race, Gu Zixing spent heavily on connections to expedite the process, securing the film's public screening permit at breakneck speed. With the permit secured, the remaining task was comprehensive promotional campaigns. As the director, Gu Zixing naturally took the lead in these efforts. Though his creative talents were limited, his promotional skills were second to none. Had it not been for his marketing prowess, he wouldn't have sustained such enduring popularity with just one work. Despite his lackluster career abroad, his fame at home still commanded a devoted following. Consumed by the film's demands, Gu Zixing temporarily ceased his frequent appearances before Shen Manning, and even Shen Yu went a while without seeing him. Chapter 28, Movie Release. Perhaps it was the bond between biological father and daughter, but Shen Yu adored Gu Zixing. After not seeing him for a while, she missed him terribly. Unable to contact Gu Zixing herself, Shen Yu could only rely on Shen Manning. "Mommy, where's Daddy Gu? I haven't seen him in days." "I miss him," Shen Yu whined, clinging to Shen Manning's arm. Shen Manning had always doted on her daughter Shen Yu. At her request, Shen Manning reached out to Gu Zixing. "Zixing, what have you been up to lately?" Shen Manning called Gu Zixing, her tone gentle, a stark contrast to how she treated Jiang Jing. "Sorry, Manning. I've been swamped with the movie lately and haven't had time to reach out to you and Yu. Truly my bad." Gu Zixing knew exactly what she wanted the moment he saw her number. Hearing the guilt in Gu Zixing's voice, Shen Manning found herself inexplicably thinking of Jiang Jing. She recalled how Jiang Jing had never once seemed to disregard her or Yu's feelings. For a moment, Shen Manning fell silent. Seeing her quiet, Gu Zixing couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. But he still had to keep her calm. With no other choice, he forced himself to be patient. "Manling? What's wrong?" Shen Manning snapped back to reality at the sound of Gu Zixing's voice. "I'm fine. It's just that Yu misses you. Look." "Sorry, Manling. Could you please explain to Yu? I'm really busy right now. I'll bring her a gift when I have time, okay?" Gu Zixing's brow furrowed, his tone unchanged. "Then you go ahead and focus on your work. I'll explain things to Yu." Before Shen Manning could finish, Gu Zixing hung up. Shen Manning stared blankly at the disconnected call, at a loss for words. But looking down at Shen Yu's hopeful eyes, a pang of guilt washed over her. "Mommy, will Daddy Zixing come see me?" Shen Yu asked hopefully. "Yu, Daddy Gu Zixing is very busy right now and probably won't have time to visit you. But he also said he'll bring you a gift back later, okay?" Shen Manning explained patiently. At those words, Shen Yu's face instantly darkened. "I don't want that. I want Daddy Zixing to be with me right now. I want Daddy Zixing," Shen Yu cried incessantly. Shen Manning had no idea how to calm her down and could only frantically try to soothe her. But without Gu Zixing there to help, Shen Manning simply couldn't get Shen Yu to stop her crying. Shen Yu paid no heed to Shen Manning's gentle coaxing, instead crying even harder. At first, Shen Manning had some patience, but as Shen Yu's wails grew more intense, her limited patience was completely exhausted. "Shen Yu! Stop crying!" Shen Manning yanked her arm and snapped angrily. This was the first time Shen Yu had ever been treated this way by Shen Manning. Her crying stopped immediately. She timidly lifted her eyes, looking at Shen Manning fearfully, instinctively taking a step back. She was clearly frightened by Shen Manning's expression. Seeing Shen Yu's frightened expression, Shen Manning instantly regretted her outburst. The irritation vanished from her face. Suppressing her frustration once more, she crouched down and spoke softly, "Yu, be a good girl. Daddy Zixing is busy with work today. I'll ask him tomorrow, okay?" Shen Yu's eyes were still brimming with tears, and she wanted to cry and fuss. But remembering Shen Manning's earlier expression, she forced herself to hold back her tears and reluctantly nodded. Seeing her daughter like this, Shen Manning felt even more guilty. Yet she said nothing more, simply telling Shen Yu to go to bed quietly. Soon, the study was empty except for Shen Manning. She sat in her chair, exhausted, reflecting on her earlier actions with a heavy heart. When Jiang Jing was still around, Shen Manning had never considered Shen Yu a child prone to unreasonable tantrums. Admittedly, back then, Shen Yu only vented his stubbornness on Jiang Jing. When facing Shen Manning, Shen Yu always presented himself as a well-behaved child, and Jiang Jing had never once mentioned Shen Yu's temperament issues to her. Right now, Shen Manning didn't have the energy to dwell on Jiang Jing. Shen Yu alone was enough to keep her overwhelmed. What's more, she also felt something was off about Gu Zixing lately, a vague unease she couldn't quite pinpoint, leaving her deeply unsettled. Considering Shen Yu's desire to see Gu Zixing, Shen Manning still sent him a message, asking when he might have time to accompany Shen Yu. But Gu Zixing merely replied that he was swamped with work, that the film's promotional activities couldn't proceed without him, and dismissed her with a few perfunctory words. Since Gu Zixing repeatedly refused, Shen Manning gave up trying to reach him. Yet the successive disappointments from Gu Zixing left her feeling increasingly frustrated. She increasingly believed Jiang Jing was the root of all this. If Jiang Jing hadn't made things difficult for Shen Yu, a mere child, Shen Yu wouldn't have insisted on seeing Gu Zixing. Then Shen Yu wouldn't have thrown a tantrum at her over it, and she wouldn't have faced Gu Zixing's repeated rejections. As these thoughts swirled, Shen Manning's expression twisted further, her resentment toward Jiang Jing deepening significantly. Unbeknownst to Jiang Jing, Shen Manning blamed him for everything. He continued filming as scheduled, and news of Gu Zixing's film entering the promotional phase naturally reached his ears. But Jiang Jing felt nothing about it. He had his own rhythm and ideas. Hearing Gu Zixing's provocation, Jiang Jing merely smiled it off. Though he dismissed Gu Zixing's taunts, Jiang Jing began contemplating plans for the film's post-production phase. With filming nearing its end, the next steps would be the usual editing and promotion. Yet, the editing process left Jiang Jing in a quandary. In his vision, the film would embrace an emotional, nostalgic style. Though its slow pace and delicate, understated narrative might lack overt visual spectacle, this immersive approach could leave a lasting impression on audiences. This was precisely what Jiang Jing sought. If everything unfolded according to his vision, the film might build his reputation and pave a smoother path for his future directing career. With the direction finalized, Jiang Jing visibly relaxed, and filming progressed without delay. Within a week, the movie had wrapped production. Chapter 29, Backing Him Up. As the final shot wrapped, Jiang Jing exhaled a long sigh of relief. Joy spread across every crew member's face. With an almost entirely new cast and crew, the smooth completion of this film was a testament to the immense challenges overcome. Yet despite this, not a single person had considered giving up. If one take didn't work, they simply tried another until they achieved the effect Jiang Jing envisioned. A wrap party was inevitable. Jiang Jing had intended to book a banquet hall again, but Zhou Li and the others dissuaded him. Director Jiang, no need for a restaurant. I think DIYing it ourselves on set is great, it saves money and feels more relaxed. Many agreed with Zhou Li's suggestion. Seeing this, Jiang Jing abandoned the idea of going out but still arranged for barbecue ingredients and equipment to be delivered. Watching the crew gather in small groups, chatting and laughing over food, Jiang Jing found the atmosphere quite pleasant, at least free of the usual backstabbing. After the wrap party came the editing phase. To ensure no mistakes, Jiang Jing supervised the entire process. Watching the film gradually take shape, he couldn't quite pinpoint the feeling in his heart. It felt like returning to his first time directing. Back then, he was nowhere near as composed as he was now. The slightest issue would fill him with dread, fearing it might jeopardize the film's release or leave him bankrupt. Those nights, Jiang Jing lay awake, unable to sleep. Now, recalling those days, a helpless smile involuntarily spread across Jiang Jing's face. Yet it was more a sense of release. Starting over? So what? He, Jiang Jing, had never been one to admit defeat. He would only do better than before. With the film editing complete, Jiang Jing stared at the original print in his hands, took a deep breath, and headed to the television station with it. But what Jiang Jing never anticipated was that the television station would present an unexpected obstacle. The station manager rejected his application, citing the film's excessive length exceeding 120 minutes. Ironically, other films of the same genre, some even exceeding 150 minutes, had passed without issue. Jiang Jing sat there, his hands clenched tightly. At this point, what else could he not see? It was nothing more than someone not wanting his film to pass the review process so smoothly. But the fact that they could only nitpick over the runtime meant the film's content itself was flawless. With that realization, Jiang Jing swiftly devised a countermeasure. He took the original film print and headed straight for the editor. If a slow-paced film wasn't working, he'd go fast-paced instead. He'd accelerate the plot and shorten the runtime. But to do that, Jiang Jing needed to inject conflict into the narrative, making the story more dramatic and unpredictable to capture the audience's attention. After making up his mind, Jiang Jing spent a fortune hiring people to work through the night making revisions. He further edited the 2+hour plot, retaining only the most perfect shots and climactic plot points from many lengthy timelines. Yet while Jiang Jing's vision was ambitious, the editing process proved extraordinarily time-consuming. He worked through countless late nights alongside his team, only to find the final result left him less than satisfied. The stylistic shift rendered many original shots incompatible with the new pacing. To achieve perfection, Jiang Jing would need to reshoot these scenes. Fortunately, the actors had no objections and cooperated fully with the reshoots, even without requiring additional compensation. The reshoots weren't extensive and wrapped up in just 3 days. However, by the time the film was re-edited, over a week had passed. Fortunately, the results did not disappoint Jiang Jing. After a thorough review, he handed the production materials to Shen Qingning for her review. Shen Qingning examined the report and the raw footage Jiang Jing handed her, finding it highly peculiar. Her brows furrowed deeply as she inquired, "Why has the film's style changed? Wasn't it originally intended to be a slow-paced film?" Jiang Jing wasn't surprised by her question and explained frankly, "I originally edited a slow-paced version. But when I submitted it to the TV station, they said the film didn't meet market standards and wouldn't approve it for broadcast. I had no choice but to change the style." "The runtime wasn't acceptable?" Shen Qingning's expression darkened further. What exactly happened? What was the original runtime supposed to be? It was around 130 minutes, a standard length for this genre. But I have no idea why the station rejected it. Jiang Jing sighed deeply, looking utterly helpless. Hearing this, Shen Qingning understood immediately. It was clear someone at the station thought Jiang Jing was an easy target and was deliberately trying to intimidate him. If it were only Jiang Jing, she might have let it slide. But this film was her investment, Shen Qingning's investment. This was essentially slapping her in the face. Jiang Jing might swallow his pride, but Shen Qingning certainly wouldn't. With a sharp rise from her seat, she strode straight toward the exit. Seeing this, Jiang Jing hurried after her, asking, "Miss Shen, where are you going?" "To the TV station. I'll see just who has the nerve to question my judgment." With that, Shen Qingning quickened her pace considerably. Jiang Jing inwardly gasped repeatedly, though his expression betrayed nothing. The two arrived at the TV station in a whirlwind of tension. Despite Shen Qingning's fierce demeanor, no one dared to stop her, intimidated by her imposing presence. Shen Qingning stormed into the station's review area with Jiang Jing in tow. A staff member recognized Shen Qingning and immediately notified the station manager. Before Shen Qingning could react, the manager came running over, panting and sweating profusely. "Ms. Shen. Ms. Shen. How did you come today?" The station manager arrived breathless and flustered before Shen Qingning, gasping for air. "Why am I here?" "To demand an explanation from you, Director Su, of course." With that, Shen Qingning slammed the film rejection notice onto the desk, the paper sliding across the glass surface with a sharp screech. "Since when did the station start using runtime to censor films? The Piano Player at Sea is 190 minutes, Titanic is 194 minutes. Do you consider these films nothing but extended commercials?" Director Su heard this and glanced at Jiang Jing beside Shen Qingning. How could he not understand? Shen Qingning had clearly come to back up Jiang Jing. Chapter 30, The King of Trash Movies. Looking at Jiang Jing, Director Su recalled his recent actions, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He never imagined Jiang Jing was Shen Qingning's man. Judging by Shen Qingning's fierce demeanor, this matter wouldn't end well. Director Su wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. "Please calm down, Ms. Shen. I truly didn't recognize your importance. I had no idea this film was actually funded by you. This is truly..." Shen Qingning sat down without a word, her gaze fixed on Director Su. The intimidating pressure radiating from her eyes was impossible to conceal. Jiang Jing observed Director Su, who had been so arrogant and overbearing in his presence moments ago, now groveling before Shen Qingning. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel once more at this society that treated people differently based on their status. Beads of sweat formed on Director Su's forehead, soaking the collar of his suit jacket into a dark, damp patch. He stole a glance at Jiang Jing standing behind Shen Qingning. The faint, almost imperceptible curve of the other man's lips sent a chill down his spine, making him break out in a cold sweat and feel a wave of nausea rise in his stomach. "Ms. Shen, this is truly just a misunderstanding." Director Su pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile. "The administration has indeed been cracking down on film length recently. We were just following the rules." "Following regulations?" Shen Qingning scoffed coldly, pulling a stack of documents from her handbag. "Here are the runtime statistics for the 15 films approved last month, average 138 minutes. Director Su, care to review your own signatures? Or perhaps age has made you forgetful? If that's the case..." She trailed off, the threat implicit. The office air froze instantly. Director Su pressed his lips together, silent, while Shen Qingning's aura grew heavier. Noticing the tension, Jiang Jing stepped forward at the right moment, his voice gentle. "Director Su, I understand the heavy workload at the station can lead to oversights in details. How about this, we resubmit the materials for review, and you take another careful look." Jiang Jing was essentially offering Su a way out. What happened next would depend entirely on Su himself. Hearing this, Director Su glanced at Shen Qingning. Catching her dangerous glare, he quickly took the offered exit. "It was our oversight, our oversight. No need to resubmit. We can issue the license for the previous version immediately. Please excuse us for a moment, Ms. Shen and Director Jiang. Director Su turned to act on it, but Jiang Jing grabbed his arm. Hold on. First, I'd like to thank Director Su for his kindness. Releasing Director Su's arm, Jiang Jing retrieved another USB drive from his bag. However, I've changed my mind. After the previous rejection, I re-edited a 98-minute version with faster pacing and more intense conflicts. I'd like to test this version's market reception. Director Su froze. But the original one. Art has many forms of expression, Jiang Jing said, placing the USB drive on the table. The metallic casing clinked against the glass, cutting off Director Su's words. But just like review standards, they should be applied equally. Wouldn't you agree? With Shen Qingning standing by to back him up, Director Su dared not say anything else. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course. We will definitely treat them equally. With Shen Qingning's assistance, Jiang Jing finally secured the public screening permit for the film Charlotte. In theory, with this permit, they could proceed directly to promotion, distribution, and scheduling. Holding the coveted certificate in his hands, Jiang Jing smiled at Shen Qingning and said, I owe you a huge debt of gratitude for today, Ms. Shen. Without your help, who knows how long it would have taken to get this permit. No need to thank me. I invested money in this, so naturally I couldn't let it go to waste. Besides, those TV station people were pushing their luck. It's good to give them a taste of their own medicine today, so they know their place in the future. Thinking of those people at the TV station, Shen Qingning couldn't help but snort coldly. Mr. Shen, please calm down. Getting angry over those people really isn't worth it, Jiang Jing said with a smile. Shen Qingning's expression softened slightly before she said earnestly, now that we have the license, you should start considering the promotional campaign. Gu Zixing's film is almost ready for release, yet we haven't even heard any news about yours. No need to rush, Ms. Shen. I plan to hold off on the film's promotion for a while and wait until the summer blockbuster season. Jiang Jing had long had a plan in mind. Seeing Shen Qingning ask, he decided to lay out his thoughts completely. Why? Shen Qingning was thoroughly puzzled, unable to fathom why Jiang Jing wasn't rushing things now. For the film's promotion, the lead actress must be present. But Jolie's studies are her top priority right now. If we delay her studies for this, I don't think it's appropriate. It's better to wait until Jolie finishes her classes. We can then capitalize on the summer season and strike while the iron is hot. We definitely won't be any worse than Gu Zixing. Seeing Shen Qingning's frown deepen, Jiang Jing hurriedly explained. Very well. The lead actor should be present during promotions. You handle this matter yourself. If any issues arise you can't resolve, feel free to come to me. Shen Qingning's frown eased. Seeing Jiang Jing had his own plan, she decided not to interfere further with the film. With the permit issue temporarily resolved, Jiang Jing notified Jolie about the promotional plans. Jolie promptly responded, assuring her full cooperation in promoting the new film. While Jiang Jing was still considering the various promotional details, Gu Zixing had already used publicity stunts to position his new work as unparalleled, even causing the film he had previously plagiarized from Jiang Jing to regain significant attention. With these two works under his belt, Gu Zixing had become a hot commodity in the director's circle overnight. His striking good looks further earned him a substantial fan base. This hype carried through to the film's release. Fueled by extensive pre-release promotion, audiences entered theaters with sky-high expectations. Yet on opening day, online reviews of Gu Zixing took a nosedive. Every single viewer who saw the film declared it a flop, and both Gu Zixing himself and his work were lambasted online. Gu Zixing's reputation plummeted overnight. Countless netizens lambasted his film as trash, and it earned a high score of 3.0 on Douban. As the barrage of criticism grew, Gu Zixing realized sitting idly by was no solution. He needed to find a way to clear his name quickly. Otherwise, being labeled the king of trash films long-term would damage his reputation. Chapter 31, The Banquet of Hongmen. With this in mind, Gu Zixing racked his brain for a way to turn things around. Finally, after deep contemplation, he devised what he considered a perfect excuse. The script had been altered by the powerful investor backing the project. The investor wielded both money and influence, while he was merely a small-time director forced to follow orders. There were many unspoken reasons why the film had turned out this way. With this in mind, Gu Zixing bought numerous promotional appearances to clean up his image. Gu Zixing believed his plan was flawless, but the outcome proved disappointing. With the internet so advanced today, netizens weren't as gullible as before. They no longer blindly accepted whatever headlines claimed. They had their own discernment skills. Many even dug up Gu Zixing's past actions on set, presenting logical rebuttals against his claims. Gu Zixing didn't list any investors in the film's credits at all. Doesn't that prove the movie had no investors to begin with? So how could he possibly be oppressed by some big-shot capitalist? Exactly. I recall online rumors saying Gu Zixing frequently skipped work on set. Now that the film flopped, he blames capital? Where exactly did capital oppress him? Ridiculous. His film is trash, yet he blames capital oppression? Why doesn't he reflect on his own shortcomings instead of constantly shifting blame? Hilarious. Some influential microbloggers began dissecting Gu Zixing's directorial work in detail. One blogger went so far as to frame-by-frame compare his earlier masterpiece with his current project, meticulously analyzing cinematography, style, angles, techniques, and creative vision. The moment the blogger's video was released, it garnered massive support from netizens, with view counts soaring and countless shares flooding in. Overnight, headlines across major websites declared Gu Zixing past his prime, with some going so far as to label him the king of trash films. Gu Zixing was thrust into the eye of the storm. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing noticed the online comments and controversies surrounding Gu Zixing. Jiang Jing remained silent about the controversy. After all, Gu Zixing had once targeted him using online bullying and smear campaigns. Now, Jiang Jing let him taste the bitter pill of being bullied online himself. Jiang Jing seized this rare window of free time to focus solely on caring for Su Xiufeng. He couldn't care less about the rumors swirling outside. But just because Jiang Jing avoided trouble didn't mean trouble wouldn't find him. That afternoon, as Jiang Jing emerged from the hospital after visiting his mother, he spotted a familiar figure at the entrance: Gu Zixing. Jiang Jing was momentarily speechless, unable to fathom the man's purpose. Seeing Jiang Jing frozen in place, Gu Zixing stepped forward. "We're hosting a gathering soon, a family dinner, really. You and the others will be there. They haven't seen you in ages and miss you." With that, Gu Zixing handed Jiang Jing an invitation before turning to leave. Afternoon. Jiang Jing stared at the invitation on the table, pondering for a moment before deciding to attend. He wanted to see what the other party was really up to. After a quick tidy-up, Jiang Jing hurried to the party venue. The moment Jiang Jing appeared, he drew the attention of everyone present. Today, he wore simple black glasses, a white shirt, and tailored suit pants, radiating an artistic vibe. This outfit made him look exceptionally elegant, his refined aura radiating effortlessly, a stark contrast to Gu Zixing beside him, sporting a Mercedes-Benz cap, ripped jeans, and an earring. Many girls present were already swooning over his appearance. Wow! Jiang Jing is so handsome. Haven't seen him in days, he's gotten so much better looking. Exactly. He's absolutely killing me with cuteness. Hearing this, Gu Zixing's face darkened instantly. He had intended to use this family gathering to steal the spotlight and humiliate Jiang Jing, but unexpectedly, Jiang Jing had once again outshone him. Refusing to accept defeat, Gu Zixing's eyes darted around as he hatched another devious plan to assert his presence before Jiang Jing. Before long, Shen Manning arrived with Shen Yu in tow. Gu Zixing immediately rushed over, enthusiastically scooping Shen Yu into his arms. He deliberately addressed Jiang Jing as he said, "Yu, did you miss me?" Yes. "You know I missed you so much," she replied, planting a kiss on Gu Zixing's cheek. Shen Manning chimed in from the side, "That's right, Zixing. You have no idea how much Yu has missed you lately. She kept saying she wanted to see you." Ha ha ha. Gu Zixing let out a hearty laugh at the sound, then shot Jiang Jing a smug look, as if flaunting his victory. Yes, Gu Zixing had intended to provoke Jiang Jing into losing his composure in front of everyone. Unfortunately, his plan backfired. Jiang Jing didn't fall for it. Jiang Jing remained expressionless, though a faint flicker of emotion flickered within him. He realized that all those years of affection had ultimately been misplaced. Your little family of three seems quite happy. Children really do have short memories, they forget those who were kind to them so quickly. Mr. Gu, you must be careful. Don't end up giving so much only to get nothing in return. Jiang Jing couldn't resist taking a dig at Shen Yudao. Sure enough, the moment those words left his mouth, Shen Manling's expression darkened beside him. Wasn't this a blatant, veiled insult to Shen Yu? As Shen Yu's mother, how could she stand idly by? Shen Manling immediately confronted Jiang Jing, demanding, "What do you mean by that? As her father, is this how you speak about your own daughter?" The atmosphere instantly became tense and charged. Jiang Jing, however, remained remarkably calm and composed. "Nothing much. What Shen Yu does has nothing to do with me. Besides, we're divorced. I've already paid you the full monthly child support in one lump sum. I severed all ties with her long ago," Jiang Jing said casually. Jiang Jing himself didn't think much of it, but those around him were stunned by his words. They hadn't expected him to be so ruthless, so cleanly and coldly decisive, a stark contrast to his usual refined and polite demeanor. Shen Manling, hearing this, grew angrier the more she thought about it. Seeing Jiang Jing, who seemed like a completely different person after their divorce, filled her with rage. She surmised that Jiang Jing's current arrogance and insolence were most likely due to him having climbed onto some high branch to flaunt his newfound status in her face. The thought filled Shen Manling with fury. Meanwhile, Gu Zixing, standing nearby, noticed Shen Manling's sour expression and felt a pang of jealousy. Just as Gu Zixing was pondering how to humiliate Jiang Jing, Jiang's parents arrived. Gu Zixing's eyes lit up the moment he saw them. Talk of the devil, and he appears his savior had arrived. Chapter 32, Securing Investment. Gu Zixing hurried over to greet them warmly. "Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, hello." Indeed, Gu Zixing had specifically sent the banquet invitation to Jiang's parents, inviting them to help humiliate Jiang Jing. Clearly, his goal was about to be achieved. Soon, the sharp-eyed Mrs. Jiang spotted Jiang Jing nearby. Her expression instantly soured. What a nuisance. Why is he here too? Exactly. That ingrate is here too? Mr. Jiang, who had also spotted him, chimed in. Seeing this, Gu Zixing deliberately spoke up. Oh, uncle and auntie, you don't know? Jiang Jing has climbed the social ladder now. Rumor has it he's being kept by some mysterious rich woman. His status has risen accordingly, so naturally, he looks down on people like us. At these words, Jiang's parents' expressions darkened even further. Jiang's mother couldn't hold back any longer and burst into a tirade. Good heavens! How did I end up with a son like this? Shameful. A man with 2 good hands and feet, yet he prefers to live off others. How could I have given birth to such a weakling? Exactly. You're bringing shame to our family. If I were you, I'd jump into the river and be done with it. How dare you show your face in public? Jiang's father chimed in, spitting to the side with utter contempt in his eyes, as if even looking at Jiang Jing defiled his vision. Jiang Jing, however, remained remarkably calm, as if the insults weren't directed at him at all. Compared to online bullying, the attacks from his parents were pitifully weak. Jiang Jing spoke calmly. Oh? Well, I'm still far superior to parents like you who abandon their children at birth. If I were you, I'd keep my own business in check, avoid having kids recklessly, or get sterilized if necessary. With that, Jiang Jing walked away without another word. They'd called him here just to pick a fight. How boring. Jiang Jing was gone, but everyone present was stunned by his words, frozen in shock for a long moment. They truly hadn't expected the seemingly refined and polite Jiang Jing to speak with such explosive, shocking candor. His parents, standing nearby, finally snapped out of their daze. Watching him stride away with such nonchalance, they couldn't help but curse him. You bastard. You deserve to be unloved. Even your own parents can't stand you. You beast. You worthless piece of trash. How dare you speak to your own parents like that? Watch out for a bolt of lightning from heaven striking you dead, you ungrateful son. Jiang Jing paid no heed, a faint smile even playing at the corners of his mouth. He was delighted to have provoked them, hoping these 2 old fools would be driven to their graves by sheer rage. After stepping outside, Jiang Jing felt a pang of hunger and decided to grab a bite at a nearby restaurant. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted a familiar figure, Shen Qingning. Sitting beside Shen Qingning was a young man in a suit, and the two seemed to be discussing something. Perhaps sensing Jiang Jing's intense gaze, Shen Qingning instinctively looked up and locked eyes with him. Shen Qingning paused for a moment, then greeted Jiang Jing with a confident smile. Hello. You're here for dinner too? After speaking, she waved at Jiang Jing, gesturing for him to join them. Jiang Jing smoothly took the seat next to Shen Qingning. Yes, it's lunchtime. I thought I'd grab a bite here. Shen Qingning nodded in acknowledgement before introducing Jiang Jing to the man across from them. This is director Jiang Jing. He directed that wildly popular movie, Charlotte. At this, the man across the table's eyes lit up instantly. His gaze toward Jiang Jing brimmed with admiration and delight. Wow. Really? I saw your movie in theaters too. It was truly fascinating, the plot twists and turns, the characters are so intriguing, it really draws the audience in. I was completely engrossed while watching it. At this, Shen Qingning's eyes lit up. This man was a renowned investor. Collaborating with him could bring in substantial profits and secure significant sponsorships. Seeing this, Shen Qingning responded with equally enthusiastic praise for Jiang Jing. Absolutely. Director Jiang Jing writes all his own scripts. He personally selects every actor. The plot, costumes, makeup, and character development are all meticulously crafted by him. He's incredibly dedicated and rigorous on set, practically living there day and night, overseeing every detail personally. Let me put it this way, Jiang Jing is one of the few truly outstanding men I've encountered. Jiang Jing, embarrassed by Shen Qingning's effusive praise, scratched his head modestly. Miss Shen, your words are truly flattering, almost embarrassing. These are simply the fundamental responsibilities of any director. I've only done my duty, I'm not as good as you make me out to be. As for the script, I believe audiences will resonate with any work crafted with genuine dedication. At these words, the man across from him looked at Jiang Jing with even greater admiration, unable to help but praise, Director Jiang, you are truly one of the few people I've encountered who are both so talented and so humble. With such outstanding abilities and remarkable achievements, might I have the honor of collaborating with you? Before he could finish, Shen Qingning beside him lit up instantly. Without hesitation, she answered for Jiang Jing, absolutely. It would be our honor to have your investment. After speaking, Shen Qingning nudged Jiang Jing with her elbow, hinting, hurry up and thank President Liu. Jiang Jing snapped to attention and responded with sincere gratitude, thank you, Mr. Liu. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Ha ha ha, no problem. I'm really looking forward to working with you and seeing your next masterpiece. The man chuckled. Rest assured, I'll work tirelessly to create even better films and live up to your expectations. Jiang Jing solemnly assured him. The man beamed with delight upon hearing this. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And just like that, with Shen Qingning's help, Jiang Jing inexplicably secured the production funding for his next film. After dinner, Jiang Jing got into Shen Qingning's car. On the way, watching Shen Qingning drive intently, Jiang Jing couldn't help but express his gratitude. Thank you for securing this investment for me again. To show my appreciation, I'd like to transfer 10% of my shares in a company I co-founded with other partners to you. Shen Qingning didn't refuse. After all, who wouldn't want to earn more money? She nodded in agreement. Sure. Moreover, she had witnessed Jiang Jing's genuine talent and potential. If she could align her interests closely with his, he might bring her even greater benefits in the future. With this in mind, Shen Qingning didn't refuse Jiang Jing. Seeing Shen Qingning agree, Jiang Jing was overjoyed. He'd secretly feared that someone as wealthy as her might look down on his small company. Chapter 33, Car Accident. After dinner, Jiang Jing shared the good news with his business partner. His partner listened with equal excitement. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he couldn't resist teasing Jiang Jing. Why do you think this Miss Shen is being so unexpectedly kind to you? Could it be, she likes you? At this remark, Jiang Jing's previously cheerful expression turned serious. He looked at his partner intently and emphasized, Miss Shen and I have a purely professional relationship. I hold her in the highest regard. We shouldn't joke about such things. Seeing Jiang Jing's stern expression, the partner felt awkward and realized his teasing had gone too far. He chuckled awkwardly, alright, got it. I won't make jokes like that again. Seeing that his partner had recognized his mistake, Jiang Jing didn't press the issue. Instead, he changed the subject. This is great news. I think we should grab a nice meal to celebrate. Sounds good. Same place as always? The partner nodded in agreement. Lately, Jiang Jing had been preoccupied with managing the company's resource allocation, neglecting to care for Su Xiufang. He'd even forgotten that despite the recent chill in the air, Su Xiufang was still using the thin quilt he'd prepared for the summer heat. Su Xiufang, being elderly and in poor health, had long felt her body struggling to cope. Yet, knowing Jiang Jing was swamped with work, she considered her own needs insignificant and endured without calling him to bring warmer clothes and blankets. Su Xiufang herself had stubbornly kept quiet, but the hospital nurses couldn't bear to watch. She was already in poor health, and letting her suffer the cold was unacceptable, especially since she had a son. Seeing this, the hospital doctors found it somewhat peculiar. From their interactions with Jiang Jing, they perceived him as a decent man who respected Su Xiufang and was willing to spend money on her. Yet, if he truly cared so deeply, why hadn't he brought her blankets and warm clothes the moment the weather turned cold, instead of letting her freeze? In short, the doctor's view of Jiang Jing was complex and contradictory. Adopting a responsible attitude, the doctor still dialed Jiang Jing's number. Soon, Jiang Jing's phone rang. Seeing it was the hospital, Jiang Jing felt a sudden flutter of panic and hurriedly pressed the answer button. Hello? Is this the hospital? Is something wrong with my mother? Hearing the panic in Jiang Jing's voice, the doctor hastily explained, No, Mr. Jiang, your mother is doing well. Hearing this, a huge weight lifted from Jiang Jing's heart. Nothing serious. I called today to remind you that the weather has turned colder recently. I want you to bring your mother some warmer clothes and thicker blankets. She's already in poor health and undergoing treatment, so these small details require extra attention. The doctor couldn't help but emphasize to Jiang Jing. Hearing this, guilt flooded Jiang Jing's heart. He quickly nodded and agreed, yes, I understand. I've been neglecting this matter. Thank you for reminding me. Jiang Jing expressed his deep gratitude. The doctor nodded and hung up. Hearing the news, Jiang Jing rushed to the hospital with thick clothes, blankets, and bedding. Not long after he started driving, he witnessed a small car ahead being struck by another vehicle that suddenly emerged from the right-hand merge lane. Boom! A deafening crash. Jiang Jing nearly rear-ended the car in front of him. Thankfully, his quick reflexes allowed him to slam on the brakes just in time, avoiding a chain reaction collision. Jiang Jing was forced to stop his car, and several drivers behind him also came to a halt. After the collision, the driver of the car on the right peered out briefly before hastily driving away. Damn it! Hit and run? Jiang Jing's eyes widened. Seeing the hit-and-run driver escape, concerned bystanders immediately dialed 120 and 110. Jiang Jing prepared to reverse out of the area, but upon turning around, he discovered his path was already blocked by numerous parked cars. Even if he tried to turn around, he couldn't get out. Seeing this, Jiang Jing decided to just wait until the police cleared the road. Beep beep beep. The ambulance rushed to the scene, and paramedics arrived. Everyone scrambled to lift the person from the car onto a stretcher. The next moment, Jiang Jing realized the wrecked car belonged to none other than his biological parents. Seeing this, Jiang Jing felt little emotion. To him, though his biological parents had given him life, they had abandoned him as an infant. Coupled with the petty, mercenary attitude they displayed during their first meeting, Jiang Jing's heart had long since grown cold toward them. To him now, they were nothing more than strangers. As Jiang Jing pondered this, Gu Zixing suddenly appeared out of nowhere, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Jing and shouting, "You bastard! They're your own parents, and you ran them over?" What kind of monster are you? Get out of the car. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. With that, Gu Zixing instinctively kicked at the car door, trying to force Jiang Jing out. Gu Zixing had arrived because medical staff found his contact information in the phones of Jiang's unconscious parents. Seeing that the couple had called Gu Zixing almost daily, the staff assumed he was a relative and contacted him to come. Of course, Gu Zixing's response and attitude did not disappoint the medical staff. He hung up the phone and rushed over immediately, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. Upon hearing about the accident, Gu Zixing was deeply anxious. In his view, Jiang's parents hadn't yet dragged Jiang Jing into disgrace and ruin, so they couldn't be allowed to meet with misfortune just yet. Jiang Jing watched this unfold, feeling utterly baffled. Is this guy crazy? What does the front-end collision have to do with him? It must have been caused by the car rear-ending him from behind, right? What a ridiculous way to try for a child. Didn't he see the scrape marks on the side of the car? Just as Jiang Jing was about to berate Gu Zixing, a man appeared before them, looking somewhat guilty and awkward. Sir, I'm terribly sorry. I was the one who hit the car in front. I was afraid of blocking the ambulance, so I just moved my car a little. The man stammered awkwardly to Gu Zixing. Gu Zixing realized he'd mistaken the man for someone else and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Chapter 34, Smooth Sailing. You're quite the character. Anyone can tell you've got no brain in your head. You didn't even bother to ask before yelling at someone. Jiang Jing couldn't help but mock Gu Zixing. Gu Zixing flushed crimson at Jiang Jing's words, but he retorted defiantly, "Look who's talking. You're their biological son. Now your own parents got hit by a car and are going to the hospital, and you're just standing by doing nothing. Plus, the medical staff called me, a complete stranger, to notify the family. If I were you, I'd be so ashamed I'd want to crawl into a hole and hide." Gu Zixing finished, glaring at Jiang Jing with utter contempt. Jiang Jing merely shrugged indifferently. Exactly. The biological son isn't even worried, yet you, someone with no connection whatsoever, are rushing to take charge. I wonder if you're scheming something or planning some shady business. Jiang Jing spoke without the slightest pretense of politeness. Jiang Jing's words seemed to pierce straight through Gu Zixing's scheming heart. His face instantly drained of color as he stammered, somewhat uneasy, You're talking nonsense. I was just stepping in to help when I saw injustice. You're twisting my words. Your mind is filthy. I'm done talking to you. I need to go to the hospital to visit my uncle and aunt. Unlike you, I'm not an ungrateful bastard. With that, Gu Zixing hurriedly left. Seeing that annoying pest finally gone, Jiang Jing breathed a sigh of relief and drove to the hospital himself. When he arrived at the ward, he found Su Xiufang chatting animatedly with the nurses and attendants in the room. Her complexion looked much better than usual. Seeing this, Jiang Jing felt a vague sense of unease. He feared this might be a final burst of strength before her passing, so he hurried to find the attending physician to inquire about his mother's condition. In the office, Jiang Jing knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Jiang Jing looked at the doctor and said, Doctor, hello. I'm the son of Su Xiufang from your ward. I'm here today to ask about my mother's condition. The attending physician looked up at Jiang Jing and replied slowly, Su Xiufang? She's fine. She's doing well. Her health has been gradually improving over the past few days. Everything is progressing in a positive direction. Thank you, doctor. Hearing this, Jiang Jing felt a weight lift from his chest. He had worried needlessly. Jiang Jing hurried back to the ward, helped the nurse change the bedding, and chatted with Su Xiufang for a while. When he judged it was about time, he turned to her and said, Mom, I have work to attend to. I need to head back now. There are still tasks I haven't finished. I'll come see you again next time. Su Xiufang responded with understanding, All right, go ahead and take care of it. Don't worry about me. The doctors, nurses, and Aunt Fong are all looking after me very well. You can leave with peace of mind. Work is important, but so is your health. Take good care of yourself. Don't think you're young and neglect your body, Su Xiufang said, unable to hide her concern as she looked at Jiang Jing. All right, mother, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. You take care too. Jiang Jing felt a warm glow inside and replied with a gentle smile. The moment Jiang Jing returned to the office, his phone rang. Ring. Jiang Jing picked up the phone and saw it was Shen Qingning calling. Without hesitation, she pressed the answer button. Hello? What's up, Miss Shen? Well, nothing major. I just wanted to tell you that Gu Zixing's situation isn't looking too good right now. His reputation's in the dumps, his box office is flopping, and his standing keeps plummeting. I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to take him down. We can schedule our planned movie for release now and then really push the marketing. I'm confident we'll absolutely beat them in both box office and reviews. Jiang Jing listened and agreed wholeheartedly. All right, don't worry. I'll handle it right away and let you know once it's confirmed. Shen Qingning nodded and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Jiang Jing methodically mapped out the plan and sent the detailed schedule to Shen Qingning. Within minutes, Shen Qingning replied with a single, concise word, good. Seeing his arrangements approved by Shen Qingning, Jiang Jing felt greatly encouraged. He promptly notified Jolie and the other lead actors to prepare for the film's promotional activities. Upon receiving the news, Jolie didn't hesitate. She immediately requested leave from school. When the school learned it was for film promotion, they didn't make things difficult for her and readily agreed. Thus, the lead actors, including Jolie, began accompanying Jiang Jing to various events, gaining considerable fame. Leveraging Shen Qingning's connections, the popular variety show Happy Is Here extended an invitation to Jiang Jing and the others. Jiang Jing, Jolie, and the other leads were thrilled upon hearing the news. After all, Happy Comes was the largest variety show in the country, boasting extremely high ratings and immense popularity. Appearing on the show meant they would gain considerable exposure. Plus, thanks to Shen Qingning's influence, the hosts treated Jiang Jing and the others with great care. Jiang Jing won the host's recognition and admiration through his high emotional intelligence and smooth, worldly demeanor, especially with the show's star host, He Xiao. After just a few days of working together during the recording, he developed a deep appreciation for Jiang Jing. He found Jiang Jing to be exceptionally articulate, humble, and meticulous in his approach to work. Their collaboration on the film was noteworthy, and Jiang Jing proved to be very talented. He Xiao also realized that many of the rumors circulating online about Jiang Jing were not worth believing. At the same time, He Xiao had instantly won Jiang Jing's heart. As the saying goes, talented individuals are common, but those who recognize talent are rare. Jiang Jing felt he and He Xiao connected deeply. After much consideration, He Xiao couldn't resist extending an olive branch to Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing, I also host a variety show called Look. The idols are here. Are you interested? Would you like to join? We haven't decided on new guests recently, and I think you have a strong sense of variety show appeal. Jiang Jing's eyes lit up at the mention. Why would he turn down an invitation to a variety show? Especially one like Look. The idols are here. He'd heard of it. It was hugely popular with high ratings. Appearing on it would be a great chance to promote their movie and cast, boosting exposure for his film. Why not? Of course I'm in. No problem at all. Jiang Jing accepted without hesitation. Chapter 35, Movie Release. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing secured numerous appearances and variety show opportunities for himself and the film's lead actors. Shen Qingning watched these developments unfold with great satisfaction, feeling genuine admiration for Jiang Jing's capabilities. With such promising prospects, both Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning eagerly anticipated the film's release, harboring high hopes for its success. Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning even pushed forward the airing of pre-recorded variety shows, which, as they anticipated, garnered substantial attention and skyrocketing viewership. The shows made headlines and dominated trending topics non-stop. This development made Gu Zixing restless. Burning with envy, he schemed relentlessly, deciding to buy some dirt and strike a blow to teach Jiang Jing and his team a lesson. The next day, Weibo's top headlines were flooded with negative stories about Jiang Jing. Shocking. Jiang Jing loves making trash movies. Jiang Jing's plots are too cliched, suspected of plagiarism. Jiang Jing's scripts are so shoddy they can't be written any further. But to Gu Zixing's disappointment, his campaign of paid smear articles only served to make Jiang Jing and his film Charlotte even more popular. Had these smear articles surfaced before Gu Zixing's film release, they might have gained traction. But now that his movie had flopped so spectacularly, the fact that people still stepped forward to praise Gu Zixing while vilifying Jiang Jing revealed exactly whose side they were on. Of course, some remained unaware of who Jiang Jing and Gu Zixing truly were. Yet the sheer volume of negative articles about Jiang Jing proved irresistible, piquing the curiosity of even those initially disinterested in both him and Charlotte. They say a fool's luck beats a villain's scheming. Gu Zixing's stunt has directly sparked a wave of curiosity among casual viewers. Driven by the principle of trying everything at least once, more and more people are eager to see what this film already savagely criticized before its release actually looks like. Tickets for Charlotte's premiere sold out instantly, a testament to its explosive popularity. As he studied the box office figures, Jiang Jing couldn't hide his delight. His eyes and brows radiated pure joy. Yet beside him, Shen Qingning frowned deeply, as if something terrible had happened. Noticing Shen Qingning's expression, Jiang Jing's smile faded. He asked uneasily, "Miss Shen? Is something wrong?" Shen Qingning snapped back to reality at Jiang Jing's voice and shook her head. "Nothing. I just didn't expect the film to generate this much buzz and fame before its release. But I fear that when things reach their peak, they inevitably decline." Shen Qingning paused, then voiced her concerns aloud. While fame was undeniably tempting, she worried more about what would happen if the film failed to meet audience expectations after its release. Jiang Jing could hear the worry and hesitation in Shen Qingning's voice, but he merely smiled. "If it's about the film's content, then I think you can rest assured, Miss Shen. While I can't guarantee everything else, I can vouch for the quality of this movie." Jiang Jing had always been confident in his own talent. Hearing Jiang Jing speak so assuredly, Shen Qingning suppressed her worries, relaxed her brows slightly, and nodded. "Very well then. I'll just sit back and wait to collect my pay, Director Jiang. Rest assured, Ms. Shen. Just sit back and enjoy the results." Jiang Jing's eyes crinkled into a smile. The day of Charlotte's nationwide premiere arrived quickly. Despite his confidence in his work, Jiang Jing was so nervous he couldn't sleep a wink that night. The next morning, he woke up early to check the online reviews. Jolie was equally excited. She called Jiang Jing early, her voice trembling. Director Jiang. Director Jiang. I'm so nervous right now. Jiang Jing was already on edge, and hearing Jolie's voice made his hands tremble slightly. But he quickly regained his composure and said, "Don't be nervous. Trust your acting skills. You're the most talented actor I've ever seen. This film will leave a lasting impression on everyone." Jiang Jing's words acted like a stabilizing force, calming Jolie's anxious heart. It wasn't just Jolie, everyone on the Charlotte crew was incredibly tense that day. The group chat was buzzing with all sorts of opinions, buzzing with excitement. The wait was unbearably agonizing, so Jiang Jing decided to scroll through the group chat to distract himself. Soon after the premiere ended, Jiang Jing shifted his focus from the group chat to short videos, refreshing constantly. Quickly, the first video about the film Charlotte popped up. It was from an internet celebrity, though not with a massive following, he still had some recognition. He was most famous for reviewing films, including but not limited to actors' performances, plot, music, and more, with a sharp tongue. Yet even this notoriously critical figure couldn't stop praising Charlotte. In the video, he clutched the freshly used movie ticket, his eyes slightly red and clearly moved to tears in the theater, his voice carrying a faint nasal tone. Jiang Jing watched the video over and over, his smile growing wider each time. Following the first video, more and more moviegoers joined the chorus of praise. Many who hadn't seen it yet came across the online reviews and found their curiosity piqued. In no time, Charlotte became a sensation. Jiang Jing and the entire Charlotte crew shot to fame overnight. Newcomer Jolie gained a small but noticeable following, and the biggest investor, Shen Qingning, made a fortune beyond belief. Not only did she recoup her investment, but she also earned substantial additional income. But fame often brings controversy. As more people watched Charlotte, many began noticing unusual aspects. While some remained hesitant, marketing accounts seized the opportunity to fuel controversy. They edited together clips comparing Charlotte with an earlier film that had similarly skyrocketed to fame, directed by Gu Zixing. Viewed separately, the films might seem unremarkable. But side by side, the similarities become glaringly obvious to any discerning eye. While the scripts differ, the cinematography, camera angles, post-production editing, and countless other details mirror each other almost identically. Previously, such posts might have gone largely unnoticed. But with Gu Zixing's film preceding it and Charlotte's explosive popularity, this post gained significant traction. Chapter 36, The Twist. One or two instances could be dismissed as coincidence, but when coincidences pile up, they cease to be mere coincidence. Perhaps Jiang Jing and Charlotte had been too prominent lately, drawing the ire of detractors who used this video to smear Jiang Jing's team. Some accused Jiang Jing of copying Gu Zixing's filming techniques, while others claimed Jiang Jing had paid a hefty sum to poach Gu Zixing's film production team. Initially, some doubted the rumor's validity. Yet when the controversy first erupted, Jiang Jing and his team failed to offer reasonable explanations or refutations. Many viewers began to waver. Seeing the tide turning in their favor, opportunists seized the moment to stir up public sentiment, launching a wave of attacks and insults against Jiang Jing. Overnight, Jiang Jing's newly gained popularity plummeted significantly. Yet even then, he remained silent. Shen Qingning grew restless, wanting to speak up for him, only to be stopped by Jiang Jing himself. "Jiang Jing, what exactly are you trying to do? Can't you see all the comments online? If you don't clarify and explain soon, aren't you afraid this movie?" Shen Qingning's tone was utterly serious. "Miss Shen, there's no need to rush," Jiang Jing replied with a confident tone, seemingly certain of his advantage. "Don't you want to see what the other party involved in this farce will do? You mean Gu Zixing? Could it be that he orchestrated this?" Shen Qingning's voice grew even colder at the mention, her posture suggesting she might take action against Gu Zixing at any moment. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jing shook his head. "I doubt it. If it were Gu Zixing, given his temperament, he would have stepped forward immediately. Instead, he remained silent. I'm curious to see what he'll do now that the situation has turned so favorable for him." "Are you sure you don't need my help?" Shen Qingning remained skeptical. "Given the current online sentiment, the situation is extremely unfavorable for you. It's fine. I know my limits." "No need for excessive worry, Miss Shen." Jiang Jing remained as calm as ever, as if he weren't the one caught in the whirlwind of public opinion. Seeing Jiang Jing's firm stance, Shen Qingning could only shake her head helplessly and say no more, leaving only this parting remark: "If you truly can't resolve it, contact me. I'll handle it." With Shen Qingning offering her help, Jiang Jing had no reason to refuse. He simply nodded with a smile before rising to see her off. Gu Zixing didn't keep Jiang Jing waiting long either. Once he confirmed the winds were favorable, he struck without hesitation, never pausing to wonder why Jiang Jing hadn't stepped forward until now. Perhaps, after all these years, Gu Zixing had long since convinced himself that the work in question was entirely his own creation, not something plagiarized from Jiang Jing. Gu Zixing issued a statement under his own account, claiming the drastic decline in his work's quality stemmed from Jiang Jing poaching his entire team at exorbitant salaries and forbidding him from speaking out. In short, Gu Zixing painted himself as the ultimate victim. Not only had his team been poached, but his very life was now in danger. This statement not only validated the rumors spread by online marketing accounts but also delivered a vicious blow to Jiang Jing. After releasing the statement, Gu Zixing's smugness was impossible to contain. His face twisted into a grimace as he muttered, Jiang Jing, you'll be crushed under my feet eventually. Give up that delusion. Gu Zixing's statement sent shockwaves through the calm waters of public discourse, instantly dominating Weibo's trending topics. Hashtags related to Gu Zixing and Jiang Jing flooded the charts, yet the comment sections didn't erupt in the one-sided condemnation of Jiang Jing Gu Zixing had anticipated. Perhaps it was because Gu Zixing's film was simply too terrible. Despite his claim that his entire team had been poached, many viewers remained skeptical, especially after watching Charlotte. To any discerning eye, Charlotte clearly outshone Gu Zixing's work in both plot and production quality. Even Gu Zixing's breakthrough film couldn't hold a candle to Charlotte. Gu Zixing was displeased with the comments section. His face darkened as he scanned the skeptical remarks, his expression growing even more grim. But he soon let it go, hiring paid commenters to steer the conversation. Finally, Teacher Gu speaks up. Support originality, reject plagiarism. Plagiarizing scum like Jiang Jing should be kicked out of the creative industry. Charlotte movie tickets refunded. We refuse to watch plagiarized works. Jiang Jing swiped through his phone screen, calmly scanning these malicious comments. Occasionally, he let out a soft chuckle, as if those remarks weren't directed at him personally, but rather at some clownish buffoon. What are you planning to do now? Shen Qingning stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, her silhouette appearing exceptionally slender against the backlight, yet her voice was stern. Gu Zixing has already made a public statement. The situation is very unfavorable for you now. Don't worry. The situation is actually working in my favor. I've been waiting for Gu Zixing's statement. This time, I'm going to crush him. Jiang Jing's eyes gleamed as he looked at Shen Qingning, filled with unwavering resolve. So what exactly do you plan to do? Do you have any evidence? Shen Qingning's brows remained tightly furrowed, her concern palpable. Hearing this, Jiang Jing set down his phone and retrieved a laptop from the drawer. Naturally, I've been prepared for a long time. I've been waiting for this moment. He opened an encrypted folder containing dozens of neatly organized files. Here are the scanned original manuscripts of that film, proof of creation dates, and... He clicked on an audio file. A recording of Gu Zixing personally admitting to plagiarism 3 years ago, after drinking. Shen Qingning hurried over, her high heels clicking sharply on the marble floor. You've had all this prepared all along? Indeed. All these years, I've been under Shen Manning's control, but I've never accepted it. Why should my own hard work become the dagger that stabs me in the back? I'll make sure Gu Zixing falls from grace just as spectacularly as he rose to fame because of this script. Jiang Jing's voice was low as he ran his fingers over the computer. But... Shen Qingning's expression remained grim, about to plead further when Jiang Jing cut her off. Ms. Shen, rest assured. Look, even after Gu Zixing released his statement, people will still harbor doubts. Chapter 37, Backfiring. Besides, thanks to Charlotte, I've gained some fans and support now. So what if we clash? I, Jiang Jing, am not afraid of Gu Zixing. In fact, I should thank him. If not for him, Charlotte's box office wouldn't have climbed even higher. Jiang Jing laughed heartily, utterly unconcerned about the criticism he was facing. Shen Qingning fell silent. Since Jiang Jing had made up his mind, she couldn't really do anything about it. Still, she offered a word of caution. Jiang Jing, know your limits. Gu Zixing isn't as simple as you imagine. His fame has lasted this long. There must be people pulling strings behind the scenes. Thanks for the heads up, Ms. Shen. I'll keep that in mind. Jiang Jing smiled at Shen Qingning and watched her leave. Shortly after, Jiang Jing issued a statement online, declaring he had never plagiarized. He directly challenged Gu Zixing, demanding he produce evidence of Jiang Jing's alleged plagiarism or face legal action. Gu Zixing was clearly taken aback by this side of Jiang Jing. After all, Jiang Jing had never been this defiant before. This sudden shift left Gu Zixing feeling uncertain. As the standoff unfolded, many bystanders gathered with a spectator's curiosity. The spectacle drew a significant crowd to watch Charlotte, eager to see if it was indeed plagiarized. Gu Zixing never imagined he'd be inadvertently boosting Jiang Jing's box office. In no time, Charlotte's ticket sales skyrocketed again, leaving Gu Zixing livid. While publicly clashing with Gu Zixing, Jiang Jing prepared to bundle the evidence and send it to major media outlets. But just as he hit send, a system alert popped up in his inbox, account anomaly detected. Temporarily unable to send emails. A bad feeling instantly gripped Jiang Jing. Immediately after, his phone buzzed repeatedly with messages from several journalists he had already arranged to contact. Director Jiang, I'm sorry, but we just got orders from above not to cover your story. Director Jiang, I genuinely want this exposure, but I truly can't help you. The higher-ups have spoken. Jiang Jing's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly before he regained his composure. He attempted to log into his Weibo account to send a message, only to discover he had been silenced as well, unable to issue any statement. Gu Zi has made his move, he murmured, his tone devoid of panic, instead carrying a resigned acceptance of inevitability. Shen Qingning's expression abruptly darkened. She immediately pulled out her phone and dialed a number. After a brief conversation, her face turned grim. I just checked around. Gu Zixing's adoptive father, Lin Chang, has intervened. He controls 3 major media outlets, and other media outlets have to give him some face. With him stepping in, your evidence will likely. Lin Chang, a name reverberating throughout the entertainment industry. The 60-year-old media mogul controlled multiple film companies and media outlets, widely regarded as the uncrowned king within the circle. His influence extended far beyond showbiz, reaching deep into political circles. He took Gu Zixing under his wing as his adopted son right when Gu was rising to fame, funneling resources his way. From then on, Gu's career sailed smoothly. Jiang Jing closed his laptop, a cold smile curling his lips. Seems this Gu Zixing isn't just trying to ruin my reputation, he wants to blacklist me completely. Shen Qingning's lips parted as if to speak, but she was interrupted by the ringing of a phone. It was Jiang Jing's phone. He picked it up and glanced at the unfamiliar number. Though he didn't recognize the caller, his instincts told him this person was likely connected to Gu Zixing. Jiang Jing exchanged a glance with Shen Qingning before putting the phone on speaker and placing it on the table. You're Jiang Jing? A deep, slightly aged voice came through the receiver. I'm Lin Chang. I assume you know who I am. Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure. What brings you here today? Jiang Jing's tone was cool, as if genuinely unaware of Lin Chang's intentions. Lin Chang chuckled softly on the other end, utterly unfazed by Jiang Jing's tone. His voice carried the characteristic composure and weight of a superior. Director Jiang, I admire your talent. I saw Charlotte. It's a fine film, but in this circle, talent isn't always the most important thing. Jiang Jing's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, maintaining a steady rhythm. Then what exactly is your point, Mr. Lin? I'm afraid I'm not quite following. Jiang Jing, I assume you're a smart man. Lin Chang's voice suddenly turned cold. Don't refuse the wine offered and then drink the punishment wine. Escalating this situation won't benefit you either, would it? Is Mr. Lin threatening me? Jiang Jing's tone turned icy. Or are you trying to protect someone like Gu Zixing? Hearing this, Lin Chang laughed bitterly in rage. Jiang Jing, you're still too young. Charlotte is your life's work, isn't it? You wouldn't want anything to happen to it because of this matter, would you? At these words, Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning's expressions darkened completely. Lin Chang's threat to Jiang Jing was now blatantly obvious. Jiang Jing, seething with anger, was about to retort when Shen Qingning stopped him. She shook her head at him without saying a word, but the meaning was unmistakable. Jiang Jing clenched his fists in frustration, but in the end, he could only vent his helplessness by slamming his fist onto the table with a loud thud. Lin Chang, on the other end of the line, heard it loud and clear. Well, have you made up your mind? Lin Chang's voice snapped Jiang Jing back to reality. His gaze darkened as he stared at the phone. In the end, he could only manage a hoarse whisper, rest assured, Mr. Lin. I know what needs to be done. The call ended, leaving both Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning with grim expressions. But with matters having reached this point, at least Gu Zixing was untouchable for now. Jiang Jing, there's plenty of time. No need to rush. Lin Chang's power is overwhelming, he's not someone you can take on right now. Even with me, we might not be able to bring him down, Shen Qingning tried to reassure him. Gu Zixing got lucky this time. He'd better pray I don't get another chance, Jiang Jing said bitterly. The public opinion battle suddenly fell silent. After Jiang Jing posted an ambiguous statement on Weibo, he never mentioned the plagiarism incident again. The onlookers were deeply disappointed, and the trending topic was quickly replaced by fresh gossip. But strangely, negative reviews for Charlotte surged overnight. Major ticketing platforms flooded with one-star comments, trash made by a plagiarizing dog, plot makes no sense, the female lead has a frozen face. The next day at noon, Shen Qingning checked the box office figures on her phone and called Jiang Jing. Charlotte's box office has surpassed 100 million yuan. The unmistakable excitement in her voice was impossible to hide. Chapter 38, Rumored Girlfriend. Jiang Jing was editing a new trailer when he heard the news. He chuckled softly. Gu Zixing's negative review marketing actually saved us millions in advertising costs. Though the quality of the paid trolls he hired was pretty shoddy, it worked out perfectly for us. The negative reviews specifically orchestrated by Gu Zixing's paid trolls for Charlotte backfired, triggering a rebellious reaction among audiences. Suddenly, forums were flooded with discussions like, how bad does it have to be to get one-star reviews, and I'm dying to see how it's supposedly plagiarized. Cinema managers, watching the skyrocketing advance ticket sales, quietly increased screenings. With more showings, Charlotte's box office soared even faster, and Jiang Jing's commercial value skyrocketed along with it. Numerous investors recognized Jiang Jing's talent or perhaps saw it as a sweetener offered by Lin Chang to reward his tact, and investment deals and endorsement offers began pouring in. Some even added Jiang Jing's contact information, eager to collaborate with him on his next film or television project. Jiang Jing didn't refuse any of these offers. He accepted all the contacts, adding them to his list for future reference. Meanwhile, Jolie had been successfully signed by Shen Qingning, who recognized her potential as a promising talent. Seeing this, Jiang Jing shared his thoughts with Shen Qingning. I think we could keep Jolie as the lead for our next drama. Her acting is solid, she grasps roles quickly, and she really immerses herself in studying characters and scripts. At this, Shen Qingning immediately responded, I think your idea isn't fully developed yet. The Charlotte you're filming now is closer to our real lives, so it's natural for her to have strong relatability. But if you were to film an ancient role or a more complex character, she might not be able to pull it off. After all, she's still too young and hasn't been tempered by life experience. Shen Qingning fixed her gaze on Jiang Jing as she emphasized her point. A clear disagreement emerged between them. After pondering, Jiang Jing finally spoke up, I still trust my instincts. Jolie is a patient and hard-working girl, and the role she plays radiate a natural charm. You say she lacks experience, but I think we can send her to a specialized acting training camp for focused development. That way, she can accelerate her acting skills. Shen Qingning didn't respond immediately upon hearing this. Instead, she pondered for a moment. Seeing Jiang Jing so adamant, she reluctantly conceded, alright, since you have such confidence in her, I'll go with your suggestion. Seeing Shen Qingning nod, Jiang Jing was overjoyed. Afternoon. Upon seeing Jolie, Jiang Jing immediately shared the good news with her. Jolie, I have great news. I've requested from President Shen that you continue as the lead actress in our next film project. At this, Jolie's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Director Jiang, are you serious? Jiang Jing smiled and nodded. When have I ever lied to you? Of course it's true. That's wonderful. Rest assured, I won't let you down. I'll give my all to make this production a success. Jolie pledged earnestly to Jiang Jing, deeply grateful for his recognition of her talent. Jiang Jing felt deeply gratified. Go for it. I believe you won't let me down. Once the script is finalized, I'll send it to you. All right. Jolie nodded. After returning to her dorm, Jolie still felt as if she were in a dream. Just like that, she had been cast as the female lead in the next film. With that came pressure and invisible weight she could feel bearing down on her. For a time, she couldn't eat or sleep properly, her mind consumed solely by how to portray the next role well. The price of fame wasn't just fame and fortune, it also brought immense psychological pressure. Of course, Jiang Jing felt the pressure too. The success of one film meant the bar for the next one was set high. So every week, Jiang Jing made time to discuss the script with Jolie. Office. Jiang Jing was startled by Jolie's haggard appearance and quickly asked, what's wrong? You don't seem to be in good spirits. Jolie sighed, offered a wry smile, and explained, nothing much. Just feeling the pressure now that we're filming a new drama. As the lead actress, it's weighing on me. Lately, I've been struggling to eat and sleep properly. Hearing this, Jiang Jing immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He offered reassurance and guidance, it's okay. I believe you're a talented actress. Trust your abilities. As long as you give it your all, it won't be bad. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. I believe in your skills. You're a very perceptive person. Jolie's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She nodded firmly. Okay. Thank you. It's fine. Just relax, Jiang Jing reassured her. After a moment's thought, Jiang Jing decided it was best not to discuss the script today. Since Jolie was clearly in a low mood, any discussion would likely be fruitless. Instead, he'd rather have a heart-to-heart chat to help her relax. With that thought, Jiang Jing spoke up, alright, how about we skip the script today? Let's go for a walk. It'll help clear your head and ease your nerves. Alright. Jolie nodded in agreement. The two stepped out of the office and began strolling through the streets. As they walked, Jiang Jing spotted a juice stand nearby and asked Jolie, would you like some juice? I'll buy you a cup. Sure, get me a grape juice. Alright. Jiang Jing nodded, then went to a nearby shop to order 2 cups of grape juice. After buying them, he handed one to Jolie. The two strolled along, chatting as they walked. They were completely unaware that a man lurking in the shadows behind them had quietly pulled out his phone and snapped photos of Jiang Jing and Jolie laughing and chatting. The next day, photos of Jiang Jing and Jolie laughing and talking together went viral online, quickly landing on the trending topics list. Shocking. Renowned director Jiang Jing and actress Jolie spotted walking intimately late at night. Is Jolie's career built on sleeping her way to the top? Jolie and Jiang Jing's relationship remains murky late-night date? Meanwhile, Jiang Jing also saw the headline news on his phone. His face darkened as he read the titles. He rarely addressed rumors about himself, believing even negative stories could boost his visibility. But this gossip was too much. It involved Jolie. How could an innocent college girl like her have her reputation ruined over something like this? How could she ever find a partner or face society's judgment afterward? The thought filled Jiang Jing with sudden anger. No! He had to immediately clear up this fake gossip. Chapter 39, Complete Breakdown. With that, Jiang Jing promptly drafted a clarification statement himself and had his company staff release it. The announcement caused an uproar as soon as it went live, but few believed Jiang Jing and Jolie were truly innocent. Anyone up for script discussions tonight? Yeah, so weird. TSK TSK TSK. If they're innocent, I'll believe in ghosts. Exactly. Two innocent friends walking together in public acting so intimate? Meanwhile, Shen Manning also saw the gossip and the announcement. Upon reading the news, a complex mix of emotions flooded her heart. She had suspected Jiang Jing might have a romantic connection with Shen Qingning, but she never imagined Jolie would suddenly appear out of nowhere. The thought brought a pang of bitterness to her heart. To drown out her unease, Shen Manning threw herself into work, trying to numb herself with busyness so she wouldn't think about Jiang Jing. She was rarely home, even delegating the care of Shenyu feeding her and taking her to and from school entirely to the nanny and driver. Shen Manling's neglect of Shenyu's care meant that even as the weather turned cooler these past few days and other children had long since changed into thick clothes, Shenyu was still wearing only a single layer. Unsurprisingly, Shenyu caught a cold. Cough cough cough. Shenyu coughed incessantly. A passing teacher noticed something amiss and hurried over. Upon approaching, she immediately saw Shenyu's flushed face. She touched his forehead and found it burning hot. Oh no, you must have a fever. The teacher sensed trouble. The next moment, she noticed Shenyu was still wearing only a thin shirt. Her tone turned reproachful. How are your parents taking care of you? It's getting colder lately. You should be wearing warmer clothes. Why are you still in just a thin shirt? And now you have a fever. I need to call your parents to come pick you up. As she spoke, the teacher wrapped Shenyu in the extra clothes nearby to prevent him from catching a chill and worsening his condition. After doing this, the teacher promptly dialed Jiang Jing's number without hesitation. On the other end, Jiang Jing saw the teacher's call come in. After a moment's thought, he decided to answer. Hello, teacher? What's the matter? Mr. Jiang, right? I'm Shenyu's homeroom teacher. She wore too little today, caught a chill, and isn't feeling well. She seems to have a slight fever. Could you come pick her up to take her to the doctor? The homeroom teacher explained. Jiang Jing frowned slightly upon hearing this and asked back with a hint of displeasure in his voice, Teacher, didn't you call her mother? Didn't her mother come to pick her up? The homeroom teacher was momentarily speechless and annoyed. I did call her, but she didn't answer. I don't know what she's busy with. Noticing the hint of reproach and even displeasure in the teacher's tone, Jiang Jing pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to go pick up Shenyu. After all, she was a child he had watched grow up. Though he was on a business trip, Shenyu's well-being took precedence. With that thought, Jiang Jing's resolve softened completely. All right. I'm currently on a business trip. Hold on, teacher. I'll book the earliest flight out and rush back to pick her up. All right. The teacher could say no more upon hearing this and could only nod in agreement. After hanging up, Jiang Jing looked apologetically at Shen Qingning beside him. Miss Shen, I'm terribly sorry, but I have to rush back for something. Shen Qingning, seated right beside him, had overheard the entire conversation. It's fine. If you have something urgent, go handle it. This matter isn't urgent or particularly significant anyway. I can manage it alone. Shen Qingning spoke with genuine consideration. Hearing this, Jiang Jing's eyes flickered with gratitude as he looked at Shen Qingning. All right, thank you, Miss Shen. Go ahead. With Shen Qingning's permission, Jiang Jing booked the earliest flight and rushed back immediately. By the time he arrived at the school, 2 hours had already passed. Upon entering the dorm, he found Shenyu lying in bed with a flushed face. Gone was her usual arrogance and tyranny. The illness had visibly thinned her frame. Seeing this, Jiang Jing felt a pang of heartache. Meanwhile, Shen Manning and Gu Zixing had only just strolled over. Their tardiness and nonchalant attitude instantly angered Jiang Jing. The moment Shen Manning saw Jiang Jing, she was utterly astonished. At the same time, the Jiang Jing in her eyes seemed to be bathed in a golden glow, shimmering brightly. Feeling her heart racing wildly, Shen Manning finally realized she had long since fallen for Jiang Jing. Gu Zixing, standing nearby, grew displeased at the sight of Shen Manning staring blankly at Jiang Jing. He turned to Jiang Jing with a scowl and snapped, "What are you doing here? You're not welcome. Get out." Gu Zixing's voice was slightly raised, startling Shenyu awake from her nap nearby. Shenyu slowly opened her eyes. The moment she saw Jiang Jing, her gaze was filled with disgust. "What are you doing here?" Shenyu retorted sharply, clearly annoyed. Jiang Jing couldn't help but laugh bitterly at her words. He shouldn't have let his heart soften and come to care for this ingrate. She truly was an ingrate who couldn't be warmed. Jiang Jing looked up at Shen Qingning. "Since you wanted Shenyu, take proper care of her. She's running such a high fever that I rushed back from a business trip out of town. And you, her biological mother living right here, took 2 or 3 hours to show up? Forget it. I'm done meddling in this mess. I shouldn't have shown any kindness in the first place. Whatever happens to Shenyu at school from now on is none of my business. I've already paid your child support in full." After saying this, Gu Zixing turned to the dorm supervisor and emphasized, if Shinyu gets sick again, just contact her mother. No need to call me. Shinyu's mother and I are divorced. She has nothing to do with me anymore. Hearing this, Shen Manning's eyes widened in shock. She truly hadn't expected Jiang Jing to be so ruthless and unforgiving this time. Shen Manning felt a surge of anger welling up inside her, ready to explode. But with Gu Zixing standing nearby, she forced herself to swallow her words. The tirade on the tip of her tongue turned into a cold, sharp retort instead. Oh, fine. Like anyone needs you to visit my daughter anyway. That's the attitude I prefer. Jiang Jing nodded, then turned and walked away. After Jiang Jing departed, Shen Manning and Gu Zixing took Shinyu to the hospital. After examining Shinyu, the doctor addressed Shen Manning, "Ma'am, your child is fine. She just caught a cold and has a slight fever. I'll prescribe some medication. Head to the pediatric ward for an 4 drip and she should be fine." Chapter 40, The Ungrateful One. All right. Shen Manning nodded and took Shinyu to the pediatric ward. As the needle pierced Shinyu's skin, she immediately furrowed her brow. Closing her eyes with trepidation, she recalled her lifelong fear of injections. A sharp sting across her wrist made Shinyu take a deep breath. But the pain didn't last long. Soon, the doctor had the needle in place. After administering the injection, the doctor left, and Shinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Qingning, however, hadn't noticed Shinyu's reaction at all. Instead, her mind was still preoccupied with the argument she'd just had with Jiang Jing. Finally, Shen Qingning couldn't help but vent to Shinyu about Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing is such an ingrate. After all the kindness I showed him, all the money I spend on him, he turns on me like that. He's not human. Though Shen Qingning spoke these words, her heart felt strangely complicated. Deep down, she even harbored a hint of regret. Regret over parting ways with Jiang Jing. This time, Shinyu didn't respond. She merely murmured a faint then countered with a question of her own. "Mom, our teacher called you at 10 o'clock. Why did you only come back after 1 o'clock? Caught off guard by her daughter's sudden question, Shen Manning felt a pang of guilt. She couldn't very well tell her daughter she'd slept in and missed the teacher's call, could she? With that thought, Shen Manning quickly concocted an excuse to gloss over the matter. "Mommy was at work negotiating a deal, so I didn't get your call right away. I'm really sorry about that. But Mommy works hard at the office to earn money and give you a better life. You understand, right?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Shinyu's eyes. Though young, she was sharp enough to know her mother was lying. She gave a perfunctory reply, "Okay," and dropped the subject. Clearly, Shinyu harbored resentment toward Shen Manning. As her mother, Shen Manning hadn't rushed to pick her up the moment she felt something that was simply unacceptable. Shen Manning, however, remained oblivious to this. Instead, she inwardly gloated over having outsmarted Shinyu once again. Noticing Shinyu's displeasure, Gu Zixing chimed in from the side, "Once you use better, why don't the 3 of us go out for a trip to clear our heads? What do you think?" Shen Manning nodded upon hearing this. "Sounds good." Shinyu, overhearing this, instantly cheered up, the earlier unpleasantness forgotten. "Yes." Shinyu exclaimed excitedly. But Yao must listen to the doctor, take your medicine properly, and get well soon. Then the 3 of us can go out healthy and happy." Okay, Shinyu agreed immediately. Gu Zixing felt deeply satisfied that his words had made a difference. The next day, Jiang Jingxin's new film project was now on the schedule. He planned to set the backdrop in Haisher, a city renowned for its beautiful environment and pleasant climate. The outskirts also boasted numerous classic scenic spots, which would serve as multiple filming locations for their movie. Jiang Jing delegated all pre-production tasks like publicity and promotion to the actors, focusing instead on securing the filming locations. Before departing for Haisher, Jiang Jing made a special trip to the hospital to visit Su Xiufang. Inside the hospital, Su Xiufang was leaning against the headboard, chatting cheerfully with a nurse. Jiang Jing stood outside the ward, watching this heartwarming scene. Unconsciously, a faint smile spread across his face. Lately, he'd been so consumed with filming that he barely had any spare time to spend with Su Xiufang. Thinking of this, Jiang Jing couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. As if sensing Jiang Jing's gaze, Su Xiufang instinctively looked toward the doorway. Her eyes met his inquiring stare. She froze for a moment before quickly regaining her composure, her smile widening even more brightly. She hadn't even registered what the caregiver had just said. The caregiver, sensing something amiss, followed Su Xiufang's gaze and promptly rose to open the door for Jiang Jing. "Mr. Jiang, you're finally here. Mrs. Su has been asking about you constantly these past few days," the nurse said, gesturing for Jiang Jing to enter. Jiang Jing gave the nurse a slight nod. "Thank you for all your trouble these past few days. You should go rest now." The caregiver nodded understandingly, turned, and left the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. "Xiao Jing? How come you have time to visit Mom today?" Su Xiufang beckoned to Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing hurried over and sat beside her, smiling. "I just missed you, Mom. I've been busy with the new movie shoot lately, so I haven't been able to visit often. You're not upset with me about that, are you?" Hearing this, Su Xiufang feigned annoyance and glared at him. You silly boy. There's nothing serious going on with mom here. Your frequent visits wouldn't change anything. Besides, at your age, your career should be your priority. Why would mom get upset about that? Stop talking nonsense. Hearing this, Jiang Jing's smile grew even brighter. Sitting beside Su Xiufang, the weariness in his body seemed to dissipate considerably. Seeing Su Xiufang's recovery progressing well, Jiang Jing felt reassured. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he hurriedly added, "Oh, Mom, I'm leaving on a business trip tomorrow. I might not be able to visit you for a while. Remember to take good care of yourself. If anything happens, be sure to call me." Business trip? Where are you going? Is it far? Is anyone going with you? Su Xiufang's expression turned worried at the mention of the trip. Don't worry, Mom. I'm a grown man, do you think I'd get lost? This trip is for scouting locations for the movie. I'm going with the investors. Facing Su Xiufang's nagging, Jiang Jing showed little impatience, instead savoring the moment. After chatting for a while longer, Jiang Jing finally got up to leave the hospital. Outside the ward, he called out to the caregiver about to enter and instructed, "If anything unusual happens with my mom's condition, you must contact me immediately. I'll be away on business for a while, so I'll have to rely on you to look after her." After speaking, Jiang Jing lowered his head and tapped on his phone. Soon, the caregiver received a transfer notification on her phone. Jiang Jing said, "Consider this a bonus for taking care of my mother during this period." The caregiver's smile widened at the sight of the bonus. Before she could say anything else, Jiang Jing turned and left the hospital, looking extremely busy. After handling Su Xiufang's affairs, Jiang Jing finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Back home, his luggage for Haishur was nearly packed. Glancing at the time, he gathered his daily essentials before hailing a taxi to the airport to meet up with Shen Qingning. Chapter 41, Filming the New Movie. Since this trip was primarily for location scouting for Jiang Jing's film, Shen Qingning didn't bring many people along, just Jiang Jing and her own personal assistant. At the airport, Shen Qingning frowned as she checked her watch, looking distinctly impatient. Jiang Jing approached her and immediately noticed her expression, instantly feeling uneasy. Just as Jiang Jing opened his mouth to explain, Shen Qingning cut him off. "This is the first and last time. I expect strict punctuality from you. Handle your own affairs in advance." With that, Shen Qingning shot Jiang Jing a cold glance before turning and striding toward the boarding gate. Jiang Jing and his assistant were left staring at each other in bewilderment before hurrying after her. As the assistant passed by Jiang Jing, he silently gave him a thumbs up, leaving Jiang Jing even more puzzled. Jiang Jing hastened to match the assistant's pace and whispered, "What did that gesture mean?" "Nothing much. Just, I'm really impressed by you." The assistant cautiously glanced at Shen Qingning ahead and whispered to Jiang Jing. "What?" Jiang Jing was utterly baffled, his confusion deepening. Seeing Jiang Jing still didn't understand, the young assistant kindly explained, "I've been working alongside President Jiang for many years now. You're the first person I've ever seen make him wait this long. And crucially, he hasn't done anything to you yet. You should know that the last person who dared to treat President Jiang like this has long since disappeared into some remote corner." Mid-sentence, the assistant felt a death stare pierce through them. Even Jiang Jing instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively glancing up, he saw Shen Qingning had turned around at some point, arms crossed, glaring coldly at him and his assistant. Both men flinched involuntarily, then awkwardly chuckled before straightening up abruptly. They immediately backed away, not daring utter a word. Seeing this, Shen Qingning gave a cold laugh, turned away, and chose not to dwell on their earlier gossip. The trio soon arrived in Haishur. Due to Jiang Jing's previously viral film Charlotte and the fact that their plans to shoot in Haishur hadn't been kept secret, relevant government officials were already waiting at the airport for their arrival. Reborn into this life, this was Jiang Jing's first encounter with such a scene, and he felt momentarily flustered. He instinctively glanced at Shen Qingning, only to see her calmly stepping forward to greet the officials, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with composure evident in every gesture. This must be director Jiang Jing of Charlotte, right? Such a promising young talent. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses smiled as he extended his hand. Jiang Jing promptly shook his hand. "You flatter me. We'll be relying heavily on your support during our filming in Haicheng." Amid the pleasantries, he noticed Shen Qingning observing him with a sidelong glance, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Jiang Jing's heart tightened, recalling her admonition on the plane, and he instinctively straightened his posture. "Director Jiang and President Shen must be weary after your long journey. Why not rest at the hotel first? We've prepared a welcome banquet to honor your arrival," the host said with a smile. "The journey wasn't too bad, but the welcome banquet can wait. My primary purpose here is location scouting. Work comes first. Finalizing the shooting locations sooner will give us all peace of mind." Seeing Shen Qingning remain silent, Jiang Jing politely declined. Hearing this, the manager didn't press the issue. He simply nodded and replied, "Director Jiang is absolutely right. Shall we go check out the locations first?" Shen Qingning finally nodded. "Thank you for your trouble. Jiang Jing had already reviewed photos online and narrowed down the general areas. This trip to Haishur served as a field inspection. The group headed straight for their targets, scouting locations from daylight until nightfall. Haishur wasn't particularly large, and within an afternoon, they had covered all the spots Jiang Jing wanted to see. After the tour, Jiang Jing was thoroughly satisfied with the potential filming locations in Haishur. Though he felt immense joy inside, his expression remained calm and composed. Shen Qingning's demeanor was not much different from his. After the welcome banquet, the organizer escorted the trio to their hotel. In the room, Shen Qingning tapped the table and asked, "What do you think?" Jiang Jing, seated across from her, couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. "What are you laughing at?" Seeing Jiang Jing didn't respond, Shen Qingning's frown deepened. Jiang Jing snapped back to reality, quickly composing himself. "I'm quite satisfied with these locations. They meet my expectations perfectly. What do you think, Ms. Shen?" Shen Qingning nodded in agreement. "I also think it's quite in line with expectations. At least, we won't find a more suitable filming location than Haishur in the short term. Then the rest is in your capable hands, Ms. Shen." Jiang Jing nodded cheerfully. After a brief discussion, the assistant swiftly produced a pre-drafted contract, made some adjustments to the details, and handed it to Shen Qingning for review. The next day, Shen Qingning and her two colleagues arrived at City Hall. Such collaborations naturally required official negotiations. In the conference room, the staggering number of zeros in the venue rental fee Shen Qingning presented caused the responsible official across the table to gasp in shock. Shen Qingning, however, mistakenly thought the other party was dissatisfied with the price and asked, "What's wrong? Is something not right? Or do you think the fee is too low?" Hearing this, the official hastily shook his head. No, Ms. Shen, you misunderstand. This price is actually higher than we anticipated. We never imagined you would be so generous." Shen Qingning's expression finally relaxed slightly. "This is our gesture of goodwill. After all, this price is fitting for locations in Shanghai." With the most critical aspect the price settled without dispute, the contract was signed in a very pleasant atmosphere. After successfully securing the filming locations in Shanghai, Jiang Jing felt something was still missing. He stared repeatedly at the photos in his hand, yet couldn't pinpoint what was lacking. Lost in thought, he drifted into a daze until Shen Qingning entered and tapped lightly on the desk before him. "Jiang Jing? Jiang Jing?" Jiang Jing snapped back to reality, instinctively looking up at Shen Qingning. "Ms. Shen? Is something wrong? The venue lease contract has arrived. Why are you spacing out now?" Shen Qingning sat down in front of him, her brow slightly furrowed. Jiang Jing gave an apologetic smile, then lowered his gaze to the photo in his hand. The smile instantly froze on his lips. Noticing the unease in Jiang Jing's expression, Shen Qingning asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Chapter 42, Distracted. Jiang Jing shook his head instinctively, then slowly lifted his gaze. "Ms. Shen," he began carefully, "I have a new idea." "What kind of idea? Tell me about it." Shen Qingning asked, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Jing paused, then shared his recent idea. "I'd like to rebuild the main set on that vacant lot in the suburbs of Haishur. Firstly, an actual set would better capture the atmosphere of the script. Secondly, Haishi's existing architecture and style don't quite match my script. It's not a major issue, but I feel." Jiang Jing hesitated. After all, such a sudden proposal wasn't easy to accept, especially since he wasn't the primary investor. This uncertainty weighed heavily on his mind. Shen Qingning raised an eyebrow knowingly. "But that would significantly increase my budget. But it would enhance the effect by at least 30%. After confirming Shen Qingning showed no obvious signs of refusal, Jiang Jing pulled up several concept images on his phone. "Take this design, for instance. It fully aligns with the script's vision. Shooting on location would feel far more authentic than modifying existing buildings in post-production, wouldn't you agree?" Shen Qingning studied the images for a moment before her lips curved into a faint smile. "That does make a certain amount of sense. I'm not opposed to the expense, but are you certain we can achieve the desired effect?" Jiang Jing nodded firmly. "I believe my vision is worthy of your trust, Ms. Shen. Didn't you see that in Charlotte? All right then. If you can present me with a complete design blueprint in 3 days, I'll invest the money. How does that sound?" Shen Qingning considered it briefly before readily proposing her terms. "Deal." Jiang Jing was overjoyed and immediately agreed, afraid Shen Qingning might change her mind. 3 days later, construction machinery roared to life on a vacant lot in the outskirts of Haishur. Jiang Jing personally supervised the work, patrolling the site in his hard hat and frequently discussing details with the designers. "Director Jiang, should we adjust the curvature of this wall?" a worker called out loudly. Just as Jiang Jing was about to respond, his peripheral vision caught several figures approaching nearby. He instinctively turned his head to look, his brow furrowing involuntarily. It was Gu Zixing, Shen Manning, and Shen Yu. Gu Zixing led Shen Manning and her daughter toward them, his eyes constantly scanning Jiang Jing and the building behind him. Gu Zixing quickly grasped what Jiang Jing was doing. Stepping forward as if just noticing him, he smiled and said, "Hey, isn't this Director Jiang? Never expected to run into you in Haishur." What are you, setting up a scene? Has director John's new film already begun preparations? Gu Zixing appeared concerned for Jiang Jing, though this was largely for Shen Manning's benefit. More than anything, he sought to extract further details about the new film from Jiang Jing. Before seeing the group, Jiang Jing still had a trace of a smile on his face. But the moment they approached him, his expression turned cold and distant. Seeing Jiang Jing like this, Shen Manning naturally felt uncomfortable. She wanted to pull Shen Yu and Gu Zixing away, but Gu Zixing paid no heed to Jiang Jing's expression and continued talking as if nothing was wrong. After hearing Gu Zixing's words, Jiang Jing merely gave a slight nod. That is the plan, though nothing has been finalized yet. And Mr. Gu, are you here with your family? I hope you all enjoy yourselves. The word family made Shen Manning's face darken instantly. She stepped forward, about to say something, but was stopped by Gu Zixing ahead of her. Director Jiang, you jest. Manning and I are merely friends. With recent projects wrapped up, I thought it fitting to bring her and her daughter out for some sightseeing. After all, both Manning and Yu have been feeling rather low lately. Gu Zixing cast a smile toward Shen Manning and Shen Yu before fixing Jiang Jing with a look brimming with provocation. Jiang Jing, however, paid no heed to Gu Zixing's actions. Or rather, he couldn't care less about the nature of Gu Zixing and Shen Manning's relationship. Well then, I hope you all have a good time. I have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. With that, Jiang Jing turned and walked away, paying no further attention to the people behind him. Once Jiang Jing was gone, Shen Manning's expression darkened completely. Zixing, why did you even come looking for him? You know perfectly well. Though Shen Manning didn't finish her sentence, Gu Zixing understood exactly what she meant. Gu Zixing merely smiled indifferently. Sorry, Manning. I didn't think this through. But I'm genuinely curious after Charlotte, what better work could Jiang Jing possibly create? I'd like to learn from it. Shen Manning choked on her words. Something felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. With no other choice, she swallowed her unease and followed Gu Zixing out. Noon arrived quickly. Ever since encountering Jiang Jing, Gu Zixing had lost all interest in taking Shen Manning and Shen Yu out for leisure. His mind and eyes were entirely consumed by Jiang Jing's upcoming new film project. Shen Manning could tell Gu Zixing was distracted. At lunchtime, she hesitated before speaking up. Zixing, is something bothering you? You seem a bit distracted. If it's urgent, you should go handle it. I can take Yu out for a walk on my own. Shen Manning's words were thoughtful, but to Gu Zixing, they sounded more like a probing hint of dissatisfaction. Yu, however, didn't see it that way. She found Shen Manning's suggestion utterly baffling. Setting down what she was holding, she declared, Daddy Zixing, you promised to take me out to play. You can't just leave me with mommy. I don't want that. Wherever Daddy Zixing goes, I go too. Gu Zixing's expression stiffened for a moment before softening into a gentle smile for Shen Yu. He patiently explained, Yu, sweetie, nothing is more important to Daddy Zixing than spending time with you. Shen Manning watched Gu Zixing like this, her expression softening slightly. She pressed her lips together, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. After calming Shen Yu, Gu Zixing turned his attention to Shen Manning. His voice carried a note of apology. I'm sorry, Manning. I didn't mean to make you worry. I think you misunderstood me earlier. Seeing Gu Zixing apologize, Shen Manning's expression softened considerably. She replied gently, it's fine, Zixing. After all, your career comes first. If anything important comes up, you must tell me. Chapter 43, A Beautiful Comeback. After calming both adults and child, Gu Zixing glanced at his phone before rising. You two keep eating. I'll step out to make a call and be right back. Shen Yu immediately tried to follow Gu Zixing, her expression saying she'd go wherever he went. Seeing this, Gu Zixing felt a headache coming on and shot a pleading look at Shen Manning. Shen Manning clearly hadn't anticipated Shen Yu's reaction either. She shot Gu Zixing an apologetic glance before saying, Yu, Daddy Gu Zixing is just making a phone call. He won't abandon you. I don't want to. Shen Yu was stubborn. If she could be persuaded by just a few words from Shen Manning, that would be the strange part. Seeing Shen Yu refuse to listen to Shen Manning only made Gu Zixing feel more irritated. But with no other choice, he crouched down and patiently explained to Shen Yu. After a long while, Shen Yu reluctantly let go of the sleeve she was clutching. Gu Zixing gave her a quick pat on the head before hurrying to a secluded spot. The moment the call connected, Gu Zixing blurted out, Godfather, I need your help. His tone toward Lin Chang was thick with ingratiation. What is it? Lin Chang's voice sounded casual, his mood seemingly quite good. Hearing this, Gu Zixing immediately feigned hurt. Godfather, you know I have some history with that Jiang Jing. My movie lost to us earlier, but now he's starting preparations for a new one. I can't accept that. I want. What? You want to make another one too? Lin Chang's tone held a hint of amusement. From his voice alone, Gu Zixing couldn't quite gauge Lin Chang's intentions. Godfather, Gu Zixing hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Before he could finish, Lin Chang cut him off. If that's your ambition, your godfather naturally approves. It's just a movie, it won't cost much. But remember this, since you can't stand that Jiang Jing, you must crush him completely. Overjoyed that Lin Cheng had agreed to his request, Gu Zixing repeatedly assured him that this time, he would make a spectacular comeback. Jiang Jing, however, remained completely unaware of Gu Zixing's plans. He had assumed that in Haisher, his scripts and ideas would at least be safer. Yet Gu Zixing clung to him like a leech, appearing wherever Jiang Jing went. This constant presence filled Jiang Jing with a profound sense of crisis. Jiang Jing was now intensely worried about his scripts. After all, the very first script he'd ever written in this world had mysteriously been stolen by Gu Zixing. Although he'd succeeded with his second project, Charlotte, that was only because Gu Zixing had been abroad initially, unable to interfere. But this time, Gu Zixing was back in his vicinity, and Jiang Jing was absolutely determined not to let history repeat itself. Fearing another leak, he carefully considered his options. Ultimately, he had his assistant secure the original script and made a backup copy of all electronic versions onto a USB drive, which he kept close at hand. Only after resolving the script issue did Jiang Jing lie down on the bed, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. Over the next few days, Jiang Jing divided his time between supervising construction and accompanying Shen Qingning on various errands. Shen Qingning had come to Haisher partly to help Jiang Jing secure filming locations there, but her primary goal was to expand her own business empire in the city. In her view, Haisher offered significant untapped market potential. During this business trip, Shen Qingning worked tirelessly and managed to secure quite a few contracts. Meanwhile, accompanying Shen Qingning, Jiang Jing had also met several influential figures in Haisher. Shen Qingning's business trip was drawing to a close. Before her departure, Jiang Jing, wishing to express his gratitude, planned to treat her to a special meal. Being a coastal city, Haisher naturally boasted an abundance of seafood. Although they had dined at several high-end seafood restaurants during their stay, Jiang Jing felt the flavors couldn't compare to those found at the seaside food stalls. Moreover, Jiang Jing didn't want the atmosphere to feel overly formal, so he decided on a seaside stall not far from their hotel. Shen Qingning accepted without hesitation when Jiang Jing suggested dinner. She figured she'd been busy lately and deserved a night to relax. The seaside city's nightlife was incredibly vibrant. Even though it was past 10 at night, the beachfront was still bustling with people strolling and chatting. The food stalls were packed, with hardly any empty seats, a clear sign of how popular the local cuisine was. Jiang Jing handed the menu to Shen Qingning. "Miss Shen, take a look and see what you'd like. Everything tonight is on me." Shen Qingning, dressed casually, seemed far more approachable than her usual corporate self. Perhaps it was the lively atmosphere of the street food stalls, but Jiang Jing no longer felt she was an unattainable beauty. The dishes arrived swiftly. Seeing the table piled high with seafood and inhaling the spicy, savory aroma filling the air, Jiang Jing suddenly felt ravenous, his appetite instantly awakened. Shen Qingning seemed much the same, his eyes fixed on the seafood as if he might lunge for it at any moment. The two of them feasted heartily at the ordinary street stall, sipping beer from time to time as they basked in the sea breeze. It couldn't have been more delightful. Just as they were enjoying themselves, a passerby glanced their way and suddenly rushed over, utterly thrilled. "Director Jiang! Oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm seeing Director Jiang in person. I'm so lucky." Jiang Jinggang had just set down his crab shell when the sudden shriek nearly made him choke. He looked up to see a young woman in her early 20s, her eyes shining brightly as she excitedly waved her phone toward him. "Director Jiang! It really is you. I absolutely loved Charlotte." The girl stammered excitedly, practically pressing herself against him. Can I take a picture with you?" Before Jiang Jing could react, several passersby turned to look. More people quickly recognized him, especially the girls, who screamed excitedly and swarmed around him. "Ah! It really is Jiang Jing. Oh my god, I knew I should have come out today. I can't take it, I'm about to faint. Someone pinch me. Is this real? Is it really Director Jiang? He's so handsome. Director Jiang. You're even more handsome in person than in videos. I want a photo too." Already in the spotlight thanks to Charlotte, Jiang Jing's striking looks naturally drew the admiration of many young women. The scene quickly descended into chaos. When Jiang Jing finally snapped out of it, he shot Shen Qingning a pleading glance. Chapter 44, Looking for Trouble. But Shen Qingning merely sat there with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, looking like she was enjoying the show, as if to say, "Your own fans, you deal with them yourself." Seeing this, Jiang Jing stood up and addressed the crowd gently, "Everyone, please don't push. Take your time. Everyone will get a photo." After posing for just 2 photos, Jiang Jing suddenly heard a shrill child's voice. "Bad daddy. You're such a big jerk. How could you find a new girlfriend? How could you do that to mommy?" Jiang Jing froze, turning to see Xingyu had somehow pushed through the crowd, her small frame now standing before him. She pointed an accusing finger at him, her words sharp and accusatory. Her eyes darted warily toward Shen Qingning beside him, her expression fierce like a little beast with its hackles raised. Shen Manning, who had been chasing after Xingyu, clearly hadn't expected to run into Jiang Jing here either. Her expression shifted slightly as she instinctively grabbed Xinyu's hand. "You, stop it." Gu Zixing stood behind them, his gaze sweeping between Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning. A meaningful smile curved his lips. Well, Director Jiang, what a coincidence. Is this bringing your new flame out on a date? He deliberately emphasized the words new flame, his eyes brimming with provocation. Jiang Jing frowned, but before he could speak, Shen Qingning had already set down her chopsticks. With the fire burning at her doorstep, she couldn't stand idly by any longer. Shen Qingning slowly wiped her hands, then lifted her gaze to meet Gu Zixing's. Her tone was cool and measured. Gu Zixing, you do well to think before you speak. You know my temper. Save yourself the trouble of doing something you won't be able to handle. As for me and Jiang Jing, we're strictly professional. But you. Her gaze swept over Shen Manning and Xin Yu before she let out a light chuckle. Parading around town with someone else's ex-wife and child, anyone watching would think you're the real family. Shen Manning's face paled, her fingers tightening into fists. Gu Zixing's smile instantly froze, a shadow of menace flickering in his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. He spread his hands in feigned helplessness. Miss Shen, I think you've misunderstood. I'm just accompanying Manning out to cheer her up. You know she just got divorced and isn't feeling well. Gu Zixing deliberately brought up Shen Manning's recent divorce to remind Shen Qingning that Jiang Jing was a divorced man. But Shen Qingning wasn't buying it. She merely raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone neutral. Is that so? You really are the helpful type. Xin Yu couldn't decipher the undercurrents between the adults, but she instinctively sensed Shen Qingning's words weren't complimentary. She immediately pointed at Shen Qingning and shouted, "Bad woman. You're the one who broke up my mom and dad's family. You're the mistress. I hate you." Jiang Jing's expression darkened, about to speak, but Shen Qingning had already risen to her feet. Looking down at Xin Yu with calm, unyielding authority, she said, "Xin Yu, hurling insults isn't a good habit. Especially since I'm technically your elder. Didn't your mother teach you manners?" As she spoke, Shen Qingning shot a sarcastic glance at Shen Manning and sneered, "Then again, my dear sister, she never knew the meaning of manners growing up. Naturally, she couldn't raise a polite child. Wouldn't you agree?" As she spoke, Shen Qingning moved closer to Shen Manning. Shen Manning, seeing her sister Shen Qingling, was instantly too frightened to speak. At the same time, her resentment toward Shen Qingling and Jiang Jing grew even stronger. Shen Qingning felt immensely pleased at Shen Manning's flustered demeanor. She patted Jiang Jing on the shoulder and said, "I'm leaving all the filming location arrangements entirely in your hands. I'll go ahead and book my flight back, I've got other matters to attend to." Jiang Jing nodded in agreement. "Alright, no problem. Leave it to me." Shen Qingning was thoroughly satisfied with Jiang Jing's response. She gave him a nod and departed. Of course, given Gu Zixing's nature, he wouldn't give up so easily. Sure enough, during Jiang Jing's time supervising the shoot, Gu Zixing would periodically hover around him to make his presence felt, occasionally trying to pry information out of Jiang Jing. "Jiang Jing, what kind of movie are you guys planning to shoot this time? You'll find out when it's released. What's the rush?" Jiang Jing replied calmly. "I'm just curious. What's your shooting plan? What does the script look like?" After more small talk with Jiang Jing, Gu Zixing finally couldn't resist asking. The moment those words left his mouth, Jiang Jing inwardly sneered. So he couldn't keep it hidden after all. The fox's tail was showing? No comment. That's confidential. If you ask me questions like that again, I'll have to ask you to leave our set. Jiang Jing stared expressionlessly at Gu Zixing as he issued his warning. Perhaps Jiang Jing's tone was too icy, for Gu Zixing instantly felt intimidated and a twinge of guilt stirred within him. Still, he forced himself to remain calm. "What's the big deal? I was just asking. Honestly, look at you being so stingy. If you can't tell me, then don't tell me. But giving me that attitude? Come on, man." With that, Gu Zixing stormed off, muttering curses under his breath. Watching Gu Zixing leave with a guilty look, Jiang Jing fell deep in thought. Knowing Gu Zixing well, he understood the man would never give up until he got what he wanted. Having failed today, he would surely find another way later. At this thought, a hint of wariness flashed in Jiang Jing's eyes. The next day, Jiang Jing's right eyelid twitched incessantly. No matter how he analyzed it, he sensed impending trouble. His gut feeling screamed it was almost certainly related to the production crew. After pondering, Jiang Jing had surveillance cameras installed at the filming location. This way, if any unexpected incidents occurred, he could review the footage to investigate. Simultaneously, he dispatched numerous security personnel to patrol the area, aiming to safeguard the production from any mishaps. But as they say, what you fear most is what happens. The very next day, as soon as Jiang Jing arrived at the filming location, a patrolling security guard rushed over to him. Director! Director! Seeing their panic, Jiang Jing immediately frowned. "What's wrong? Has something happened?" "Director, last night during our patrol, we spotted several shadowy figures sneaking onto the set under cover of darkness. They looked like thieves, probably trying to steal something. We confronted them, but they refused to admit anything. Since we didn't catch them red-handed, we had no choice but to let them go," the security guard replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing's brows immediately furrowed deeply. "You did the right thing. Lately, it seems someone has been keeping an eye on our production crew. Things just aren't peaceful. Be extra vigilant going forward and don't let any suspicious individuals get close to our crew. Jiang Jing instructed the security guard. Yes, Director. Understood, Director. Chapter 45, Asking for Trouble. Needless to say, Gu Zixing's little scheme didn't escape Jiang Jing's notice. Within half a day, Jiang Jing had pieced together the entire story and uncovered the mastermind behind the theft Gu Zixing. Meanwhile, Gu Zixing also learned that Jiang Jing had uncovered his involvement. Seeing that Jiang Jing hadn't publicly exposed him, Gu Zixing breathed a sigh of relief. His old tricks having failed, Gu Zixing dared say little more. Jiang Jing's rejection was now crystal clear. Staying in Haishur any longer, Gu Zixing knew, would yield nothing more from Jiang Jing. Seeing his efforts backfire, Gu Zixing reluctantly boarded a flight out of Haishur, his pride wounded. Jiang Jing, however, had been monitoring Gu Zixing's every move. Seeing him finally depart, Jiang Jing breathed a huge sigh of relief. Ever since Gu Zixing had sent people to infiltrate his inner circle to steal the script, Jiang Jing had been on edge. Despite tightening security, he'd barely slept during this period, terrified that Gu Zixing might succeed. But now that Gu Zixing was gone, it meant he had temporarily abandoned his plan to steal Jiang Jing's script. This was the most relieving thing for Jiang Jing. After leaving Haishur, Gu Zixing had barely returned home when he received a message from Lin Chang. Earlier, Gu Zixing had earnestly requested Lin Chang's investment for his film project, and Lin Chang had readily agreed. Thanks to Lin Chang, Gu Zixing immediately spotted a script adapted from a novel among the pile she provided. With the script secured and Lin Chang pouring substantial funds into the project, Gu Zixing swiftly commenced filming. His progress far outpaced Jiang Jing, who was still busy constructing sets. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing remained unaware of Gu Zixing's actions. After all, since Gu Zixing left Haishur, Jiang Jing had lost all interest in tracking his movements. He might have suspected Gu Zixing was likely challenging him again, but Jiang Jing knew full well that if Gu Zixing possessed even a shred of talent, he wouldn't dream of stealing his ideas. Thus, Jiang Jing wasn't worried Gu Zixing's work would outshine his own. Jiang Jing continued overseeing the construction of the filming set in Haishur step by step. In just a week, the set had taken on its initial form. Surveying the framework before him, Jiang Jing nodded with satisfaction. The most crucial structural elements were complete, all that remained were the soft furnishings. Jiang Jing had a rough plan for the interior decoration, though he knew the later stages would be exceptionally tedious and certainly wouldn't be finished in a few days. But Jiang Jing no longer wished to linger in Haishur. This business trip had already stretched into nearly half a month, and the thought of it made his brow furrow deeply. After pondering, he summoned his assistant, Li Yun. Director Jiang? What can I do for you? Li Yun knocked on the door and asked. Jiang Jing nodded, gesturing for Li Yun to sit down. The set construction has reached the decoration stage, he said. But I can't stay in Haishur indefinitely. I'll need you to oversee things at the venue from now on. Is that okay? Jiang Jing wasn't the type to bully his assistants. While he believed having Li Yun supervise the site was ideal, he wouldn't force it if Li Yun was unwilling. No problem, Director Jiang. Leave it to me. You can count on me. Just remember to bump up my pay, okay? Li Yun winked at Jiang Jing and agreed without hesitation. Hearing this, Jiang Jing felt a slight sense of relief. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a raise. In Haishang, the most crucial task was setting up the filming location. After arranging that, Jiang Jing wasted no time packing his bags to head home. Coincidentally, shortly after arriving home, he received news about the final promotional push for the Charlotte production. Knowing this, Jiang Jing naturally intended to participate. He dropped off his luggage at home, gave himself a quick tidy up, and headed straight to the promotional event without even letting Pearl rest properly. Backstage, when Jiang Jing arrived, Jolie and the others were already gathered. Seeing him walk in, Jolie teased with a smile, Director Jiang, you're such a busy bee. I couldn't get a hold of you all week. I thought you might not even make it today. Jiang Jing gave a helpless smile. Before he could respond, someone beside him chimed in, exactly. Director Jiang is clearly in our group chat, but he never says a word in there. He doesn't even send red envelopes. Exactly. Ever since Charlotte rapped, I feel like Director Jiang's connection with us has faded. The group chattered on, leaving Jiang Jing speechless. Guys, I had no idea you were criticizing me like this when I'm not around. Jiang Jing laughed heartily, showing no sign of anger. The group gathered, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere lively and boisterous. Director Jiang, this issue is easy to resolve. Just send out a red envelope and it'll be settled. A few bolder members even draped their arms around Jiang Jing's shoulders. While they chatted and laughed here, several crew members nearby had turned ashen-faced. Jiang Jing and the others made no effort to lower their voices, so every word reached the staff members' ears without exception. One of the crew members couldn't help but mutter under his breath, this group is really something. It's not like they're the only ones backstage. All this noise and commotion, they have zero manners. Another makeup artist curled her lip in disdain. Exactly. They think they're big shots just because they're famous actors and directors. They don't give a damn about anyone else. Seeing them like this, I'm starting to wonder if that crappy movie really was plagiarized. What a bunch of jerks. Ugh. Who says it isn't? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if everything director Gu said turned out to be true. Though they kept their voices low, the cramped backstage space amplified their words. As the laughter and chatter from Jiang Jing's side died down, their murmurs drifted over faintly. Jolie's smile stiffened slightly. She clearly heard it too. But she quickly composed herself, instinctively glancing at Jiang Jing and murmuring, "Director Jiang, are we being too loud?" Jiang Jing naturally sensed the shift in atmosphere. Glancing around, he saw the other crew members looking perfectly normal, only the group that had just spoken huddled together, pointing in his direction and making pointed references to Gu Zixing. Chapter 46, Provocation and Disturbance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing knew these people were either tools hired by Gu Zixing to provoke him, or Gu Zixing's fans who simply disliked him. Realizing this, Jiang Jing cleared his throat softly, drawing their attention. Noticing their hostile stares, he suppressed his smile but kept his tone calm. "It's rare for us all to gather. We got a little carried away chatting and may have raised our voices, disturbing you." His words were neither humble nor arrogant, avoiding any air of superiority or condescension. He simply stated the facts. Yet the staff clearly weren't buying it. One of the crew members muttered sarcastically, "Wow, big shot director, huh? So confident about disturbing others. Must have kissed up to someone important." Put. Jolie frowned, about to speak, but Jiang Jing gently raised his hand to stop her, his gaze calmly fixed on the man. "If this is interfering with your work, we can move elsewhere to talk. But please show some respect in how you speak. I'm just being patient and don't want to make a fuss. If word of this gets back to the right ears, I doubt you'll come out unscathed either." He paused, a faint smile playing on his lips, before continuing, "Besides, we're all working on the same film. There's no need to make things unpleasant, right?" The man was momentarily speechless, his expression sour, but he said nothing more. Several crew members exchanged glances nearby. One of them discreetly pulled out a phone, pretending to organize props while pressing the record button. "Pfft, useless platitudes. Surely our esteemed director John doesn't think your earlier behavior was appropriate? I'm just a worker myself, a nobody to you lot. But I've seen plenty of big-name directors and stars, and I've never seen anyone like you yelling in public and then accusing us of disrespect. Honestly, you lot." The production assistant stared at the person before him with utter contempt, showing not a shred of fear. Jiang Jing was infuriated by this attitude. He stood up abruptly and walked over to the group. "I think you're the one who needs to learn some respect. Don't mistake me, Jiang Jing, for some pushover. Sure, we raised our voices earlier, but it wasn't exactly a scene that drew everyone's attention. Look around. Only you lot are acting like this. If you have a problem with me, Jiang Jing, you can take it up with me directly. Please don't drag them into this." Though furious inside, Jiang Jing chose his words carefully, his voice merely growing colder, nothing more extreme. Just as the production assistant was about to say more, the crew chief hurried over, cutting him off. He clapped his hands. "All lead actors and director, the roadshow begins in 5 minutes. Please prepare to take the stage." Jiang Jing nodded, ignoring the others' petty maneuvers. Turning to Jolie and the others, he said, "Let's go. Focus on nailing the roadshow. Don't waste your energy on these people." The group responded in unison, following the staff toward the stage. What they didn't notice was the sinister grin spreading across the face of the staff member who'd secretly recorded the exchange. He swiftly edited the audio clip and sent it to a paparazzi contact he knew well, attaching a message, "Behind-the-scenes drama on the set of Charlotte. Jiang Jing leads the Diva Act live recording as proof." The paparazzi lit up at the message. Without hesitation, they crafted a headline, paired it with the edited audio snippet, and posted it online. "Explosive. Rising director gets big head after fame. Publicly insults crew before roadshow, audio leaked. Is it fame bringing trouble? Or just a diva act after going viral?" No kidding, this was Jiang Jing. Any news about him was guaranteed to go viral, especially given the constant controversy surrounding him since his rise to fame. This kind of story was prime material for generating buzz. The paparazzi could already picture themselves becoming overnight sensations. The promotional tour was going smoothly. Jiang Jing and Jolie worked seamlessly together, and the audience response was incredibly enthusiastic. But the moment the event ended, Jolie casually picked up her phone to scroll through updates. Her expression was fine at first, but upon seeing a certain news article, her face instantly darkened. She took a deep breath, leaned close to Jiang Jing, and whispered, "Director Jiang, something's wrong. Look at the trending topics." Jiang Jing, puzzled, opened his phone to find his name prominently displayed at number 3 on the trending list, followed by the jarring hashtag Jiang Jing acting like a diva. Jiang Jing's brow instantly furrowed. He instinctively tapped on the link and found it was the recording of him speaking to that stagehand backstage before the roadshow. Jiang Jing had no idea when the audio had been recorded, but what was now circulating was clearly a maliciously edited clip. Taken out of context, it made him sound like he was arrogantly berating the crew. True to form, the comments section had already erupted. Unaware of the truth, netizens joined the chorus of criticism. Got a little famous and already got a big head? Think you're some big shot director now? Poor crew members working hard only to be treated like this. Turned from fan to hater. Does someone with this kind of attitude even deserve to make movies? Used to think Jiang Jing was a decent director, but now it's clear he's just average. Boycott, boycott. With audio evidence in hand, Jiang Jing's fanbase was never particularly loyal to begin with. Now, with this blatant proof, even those trying to defend him are fighting a losing battle. After reading the entire report and listening to the full audio, Jolie was so furious her fingers trembled. This is pure distortion. They clearly started it. How can these people only blame director Jiang? Jiang Jing, however, remained uncharacteristically calm, as if his earlier dark expression had been an illusion. His eyes darkened slightly as he put away his phone and said softly, "No need to rush. Let's leave this place first." Though Jiang Jing spoke calmly to reassure Jolie, only he knew the turmoil and anguish churning within. After all, the weightless force of public opinion could crush a person. Even though Jiang Jing had weathered many such storms before, facing it head-on still inevitably took its toll on his psyche. What's more, thanks to Gu Zixing, Jiang Jing's reputation in the entertainment industry had always been tarnished. It was only after Charlotte that his standing began to gradually improve. Now, it had been so easily ruined again. But that wasn't Jiang Jing's greatest concern. What truly worried him was that the online haters targeting him might drag Jolie and others into the mess. That was the last thing he wanted to see. Chapter 47, The Crazy Stalker. Yet things rarely go as planned. The very scenario Jiang Jing dreaded most had unfolded. Before he could devise a solution, some emotionally charged trolls had already dragged Jolie into their tirades. After all, her voice was clearly audible in that leaked audio clip. Worse still, some began tracking Jolie offline. She hadn't concealed the fact that she was still in college, and her fans knew details like her school. As soon as the recording scandal broke, many fans, claiming to have Jolie's best interests at heart, began staking out her campus. Numerous stalker fans even blocked the entrance to her university, causing significant disruption to other students and faculty. Jolie remained unaware of these developments until her roommate called her. "Lily, where are you? Something's happened at school." Jolie instantly tensed up. She glanced uneasily at Director Jiang beside her and asked anxiously, "What happened?" "There's a huge crowd blocking the school entrance. Seems like they're all your fans, probably stalkers." "It looks terrifying. If you're off campus now, it might be safer to stay put. Maybe don't come back just yet? I think the advisor will contact you soon." Her roommate briefly described the current situation at the school to Jolie. No sooner had her roommate finished speaking than Jolie's counselor called. Seeing the words counselor on the screen, Jolie gave a wry smile and said, "Thanks for the heads up, but you really have a way with words. The counselor already called me. I'll talk to you later." After hanging up with her roommate, Jolie gave Jiang Jing a quick nod before stepping aside to take the advisor's call. When she returned, Jolie's expression was particularly grim. Yet when Jiang Jing offered concern, she said nothing, merely shaking her head to indicate everything was fine. Seeing Jolie's reluctance to talk, Jiang Jing didn't press further. After the roadshow concluded, Jiang Jing first arranged for someone to escort Jolie back. He waited a long while before finally leaving the venue. Since filming kept her from returning to campus often, Jolie had simply rented an apartment off campus. Little did she know it would become her only refuge now. Recalling what her advisor had said on the phone earlier, Jolie's face twisted into a bitter smile. Because of this incident, because of the illegitimate child blocking the school, her advisor had even urged her to take a leave of absence for a while, so as not to disrupt the school's normal teaching order. Moreover, many within the school had already begun harboring resentment toward Jolie over this incident. Not wanting to cause further disruption to others, she readily agreed to her advisor's suggestion to take a leave of absence. But even as Jolie holed up at home, the stalkers kept finding their way to her doorstep. Though her rental had decent security, it proved no match for the relentless, crazed fans. Moreover, her personal information had been leaked online. Her phone was now bombarded non-stop with harassing calls and messages. Within just a few days, Jolie had visibly wasted away. Jiang Jing also learned about Jolie's situation. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Looking back, he realized Jolie had started acting off right after the roadshow ended. But at the time, he'd been preoccupied with other matters and hadn't paid much attention. Looking back, Jiang Jing even despised himself a little. After all, he was the one who had pulled Jolie out of her stable campus life, and now she was caught up in this mess because of him. The thought filled him with guilt. But he quickly pulled himself together. The issue of the illegitimate child had to be resolved. Jiang Jing gathered some things and headed to Jolie's residence. From a distance, Jiang Jing saw the entrance to Jolie's building swarming with people, one after another holding their phones pointed at the doorway. Fortunately, the door remained locked, accessible only by swiping a card. Jiang Jing stood frozen for a moment before pulling out his phone and dialing emergency services. "Hello, is this 110? I need to report a crime." As the police car arrived swiftly, the onlookers scattered like birds and beasts. Some who moved too slowly were apprehended by the officers. Jiang Jing remained hidden in the shadows, unnoticed by anyone. Only after everyone at the entrance was taken away did Jiang Jing breathe a sigh of relief. He took a detour through the underground garage and entered Zhou Li's building. Knocking on Zhou Li's door, Jiang Jing whispered, "Zhou Li, it's Jiang Jing. Is it okay to open the door now?" Inside, Zhou Li flinched at the knock, but upon hearing it was Jiang Jing, she exhaled sharply in relief. She flung the door open. Seeing Jiang Jing standing there, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. "Director Jiang." Zhou Li's voice choked with emotion. Seeing Zhou Li standing before him, Jiang Jing felt a complex mix of emotions. In just a few short days, she looked utterly exhausted. Dark circles filled her eyes, and her complexion was sallow and waxy. "Zhou Li, I'm so sorry for what you've been through." Jiang Jing's voice was low and heavy, his sorrow palpable even in his tone. "Director Jiang, please come in and sit down." Zhou Li hurriedly ushered him inside before quickly closing the door. "I brought you some things, and I ordered food from that restaurant you like. Please eat something first," Jiang Jing said, handing the items to Zhou Li. As Zhou Li ate, tears began to fall uncontrollably. Seeing her like this, Jiang Jing didn't know what to say. He waited silently until she finished eating before asking, "What exactly happened? Did you take a leave of absence?" Jiang Jing couldn't help but ask, recalling the news he'd heard. Zhou Li recounted the events of the roadshow day to Jiang Jing. As she spoke, her mood sank once more. Seeing this, Jiang Jing said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely resolve this matter. There's no way I'll let you suffer this injustice." After speaking, Jiang Jing rose to leave. Zhou Li froze for a moment, instinctively asking, "Director Jiang, are you leaving already?" Jiang Jing paused briefly, nodded, and spent a few more moments reassuring Zhou Li before finally leaving her residence. Back at his own home, Jiang Jing let out a long sigh. Since the release of Charlotte, he had taken the opportunity to build his own network of connections, no longer relying solely on Shen Qingning. Leveraging these connections, he easily tracked down the production assistant who sold the recording to the paparazzi, as well as the staff members who had provoked him back then. His gaze grew intense as he studied the list of names before him. He genuinely disliked wielding power to intimidate others, whether in his past life or this one. But some people simply deserved no leniency. Jiang Jing pulled out his phone and made a call, issuing a few instructions. Hearing the affirmative response on the other end, he hung up with satisfaction. Chapter 48, Suing Them All. His subordinates worked with remarkable efficiency. Within hours, the staff members who had spread rumors and slandered Jiang Jing were swiftly located. This time, however, their attitude had completely shifted. Gone was the previous arrogance and insolence. Instead, they appeared pitiful and pathetic as they begged Jiang Jing to spare them. "We're sorry, Director Jiang. We know we were wrong. Please forgive us and let us off the hook. Yes, we'll write a clarification statement. We'll say we edited and fabricated the videos and recordings ourselves. It won't affect your reputation at all. Director Jiang, please forgive our foolish mistake this once. I have elderly parents and young children to support. My entire family depends on me. If you sue me, how will I survive?" "That's right. Everything we said before was out of ignorance and recklessness. We've realized our mistake now. Please show mercy." Facing these staff members deliberately putting on a pitiful act, Jiang Jing paid them no mind. Had he not been more ruthless than they were, they would never have admitted fault, much less apologized now. Their perceived remorse stemmed solely from realizing the consequences had far exceeded their expectations. Jiang Jing would never soften his heart and forgive them. "You reap what you sow. I'll handle this strictly by the book. Begging me won't help. You may leave now," Jiang Jing stated coldly. At these words, the staff members' faces instantly drained of color. Some even attempted to cling to Jiang Jing, pleading for mercy. But Jiang Jing wasn't swayed by such tactics. Instead, as if reading their minds, he deliberately emphasized, "If you persist in pestering me, I'll only act more ruthlessly. I won't leave you any room for retreat." The staff members who had been planning trouble abruptly halted their actions, stifling their malicious intentions. The group reluctantly departed Jiang Jing's residence. Jiang Jing immediately contacted his lawyer to issue a formal legal notice clarifying the video's content. He also demanded that those who had slandered him and damaged his reputation issue public apologies. The legal notice proved effective immediately. Online videos insulting Jiang Jing rapidly decreased, and cyberbullies became noticeably less aggressive, suddenly reining in their behavior. Though a few die-hard haters persisted in attacking Jiang Jing, they were now a tiny minority. Even the overwhelming flood of negative rumors about Zhou Li that had previously dominated the internet vanished almost overnight. Zhou Li, who had been under immense mental pressure during this period, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Due to the negative exposure and harassment from various haters, filming for Jiang Jing's new movie had been suspended for some time. Being relatively young, Zhou Li struggled with her emotional state and resilience. After enduring such prolonged negativity, she decided to use this downtime to visit her hometown with her recent earnings, hoping to clear her mind. With this in mind, Zhou Li called Jiang Jing to inform him of her plans. "Director Jiang." Jiang Jing's cool voice came through the phone. "Yes, what is it?" Since our production has been on hold for a while, I was wondering if I could take some time off to visit my hometown for a few days. Would that be okay? Jolie said cautiously. Jiang Jing immediately understood her thoughts and responded with understanding, of course. With everything that's happened lately, it's good for you to get out and clear your head. Alright, take care of yourself too. Jiang Jing's words instantly warmed Jolie's heart. Alright. With Jiang Jing's permission secured, she wasted no time planning her trip back home, determined to truly unwind. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing hadn't been idle either. After much deliberation, he carefully reread the script and meticulously refined it. Seeing that Jiang Jing hadn't made any significant moves lately, Shen Qingning grew restless. She personally visited Jiang Jing's residence to inquire about his current situation. Noon. Just as Jiang Jing sat down after lunch, ready to review and revise the script again, there was a sudden knock at the door. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Jiang Jing called out. It's me, Shen Qingning. Coming. Jiang Jing responded immediately, though inwardly he was slightly surprised. Why was Shen Qingning here? It was almost certainly because she needed something from him. After Jiang Jing opened the door, Shen Qingning entered and sat down on the sofa. She gave the room a casual glance before her eyes settled on the script resting on Jiang Jing's desk. Mission, what brings you here? Jiang Jing couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing much. Just came to see you. I've been a bit worried since you've been quiet lately. Shen Qingning replied. It's fine, don't worry. I've handled everything online. I've already hired a lawyer. I won't hold back on any lawsuits that need to be filed, I'll pursue them all. Jiang Jing immediately replied. Shen Qingning nodded after hearing this, then changed the subject. So when do you plan to start shooting the new movie? In a while. I want to polish the script thoroughly first. Then I'll wait for Jolie to return from her break in the countryside. She's been under a lot of mental pressure lately. It's time to give her some space to relax and adjust her state of mind. That will help us create a better film. Jiang Jing explained. Shen Qingning had no objections. Instead, she nodded and said, that sounds good. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Jiang Jing cautiously looked at Shen Qingning and asked, some of our crew's filming equipment is malfunctioning. I'd like to replace it with new gear. Is that okay? Shen Qingning agreed without hesitation. Sure, no problem. Go ahead and make the switch. Just handle the finances with our company's accounting department later. All right. Jiang Jing nodded. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shen Qingning departed. Before leaving, Shen Qingning had her assistant deliver a blank check to Jiang Jing. The amount was entirely up to him. Seeing this, Jiang Jing felt a warm glow inside. He sensed Shen Qingning's profound trust in him and silently vowed never to betray that trust. He would achieve even greater results to repay her. With renewed motivation, Jiang Jing returned to revising the script. Once the voices slandering Jiang Jing died down, the hesitant investors set aside their reservations and began extending olive branches to him. To be fair, while Jiang Jing was indeed surrounded by controversy wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It could generate buzz and boost viewership. Regardless of whether the reviews were positive or negative, as long as there were views, it ultimately meant money could be made. Chapter 49, Introducing New Equipment. Many investors recognized this potential and sought out Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing didn't miss this chance either. He used it as an opportunity to network with many people, though his main goal was to find out the contact information for suppliers of new filming equipment. By a twist of fate, he actually managed to uncover who the supplier of the new equipment was. With the contact information in hand, Jiang Jing didn't hesitate to dial the number. The phone rang only a few times before being answered. A deep voice came through. Hello. Jiang Jing promptly responded, hello, may I speak with Mr. Li, the supplier of the new equipment? The man on the other end paused briefly before replying, yes, what can I do for you? Jiang Jing quickly explained, hello, I'm Jiang Jing, the director of Charlotte. I'd like to purchase some new filming equipment for my movie. Jiang Jing got straight to the point. Mr. Li paused slightly, surprised that Jiang Jing had contacted him specifically to purchase filming equipment. Mr. Li responded with complete candor, certainly. Our new filming equipment is top-notch, it doesn't compromise image quality and is highly durable. It has almost no drawbacks, though the price is a bit steep. Each unit starts at a minimum of 500,000 yuan. Mr. Li stated the facts plainly. Jiang Jing froze upon hearing this. He knew the equipment was expensive, but he hadn't imagined it would be this pricey. He would certainly need to purchase the equipment, but he wondered if there was any room to negotiate the price. After a moment's thought, he spoke up, Mr. Li, could you possibly give me a discount? If I use it well, I'll buy from you again next time. Plus, I can recommend you to my peers. You know my influence, right? Jiang Jing negotiated with Mr. Li. Mr. Li paused, slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Jiang Jing to negotiate. After some thought, he remained firm. This equipment is imported from Germany. The costs are already high. I'd like to give you a discount, but I simply can't. Jiang Jing sensed an opening and pressed his case. Rest assured, I won't make you lose money. I'll ensure you make a profit. After all, business is about making money. But consider this, you've imported new equipment without establishing a market presence yet. Even if this equipment is top-notch, it's just scrap metal if it doesn't sell. With so many units sitting idle, it's a financial burden. Selling them quickly at a discount would ease your pressure. Then what? When I promote my new movie, I'll give your equipment a shout-out too. That way, everyone will know you're selling new gear, and you'll save on advertising costs. You've seen my influence firsthand. Just look at how my name stayed trending non-stop for weeks. Jiang Jing's analysis was spot on. Hearing this, Mr. Li was instantly tempted, especially by Jiang Jing's line, "Sell it, and its equipment. Sell it, and it's just a pile of junk." That hit home perfectly. Well, Mr. Jiang, you're not at all like the rumors suggest. Alright, I'll sell it to you at an 80% discount. Consider it a gesture to make friends with you. Mr. Li pondered for a moment before speaking. Jiang Jing, hearing the deal was about to close, was overjoyed. Great. Then tell me where to go, Mr. Li. I'll head back tomorrow to inspect the goods. Alright, I'll text you the details later. Alright, see you at noon tomorrow. Got it. The next day, Jiang Jing eagerly went to Mr. Li's place and purchased a significant amount of new filming equipment, all at a lower transaction price. This made Jiang Jing extremely happy. Meanwhile, news of Jiang Jing's purchase somehow leaked out, reaching Lin Chang's ears. Without hesitation, Lin Chang relayed the news to Gu Zixing. Upon hearing it, Gu Zixing was immediately intrigued. In his view, Jiang Jing's purchase of new filming equipment was simply to enhance the visual quality of his upcoming film and improve the final product. This prospect stirred Gu Zixing's own ambitions. He turned to Lin Chang with a pleading look. Godfather, I also want to buy some new filming equipment to improve the quality and level of my new work. Could you support me too? Lin Chang paused slightly upon hearing this, then refused without hesitation. I'm afraid that won't be possible. I don't have any channels to purchase them. Gu Zixing felt a surge of resentment and anger at the rejection, but he dared not show it openly out of respect for Lin Chang. Alright, Godfather. Then I won't bother you anymore. Go ahead with your work. Alright. After seeing Lin Chang nod, Gu Zixing turned and left. Gu Zixing clearly had no intention of giving up on acquiring the new filming equipment. After pondering it for a long time, he finally recalled a classmate he'd met while studying abroad who now specialized in precisely this kind of film production equipment. Without hesitation, Gu Zixing dialed the man's number. Upon learning Gu Zixing's purpose, the classmate readily agreed with a hearty laugh. After all, who could refuse someone offering to deliver money right to their doorstep? Alright. Don't worry, I'll pack up the equipment you need tomorrow and ship it out to you as soon as possible. As for the payment, just transfer it to the account I just sent you. Okay, no problem. Gu Zixing was delighted with the confirmation. He had secured a batch of cutting-edge film equipment at a premium price, feeling he'd struck gold. It felt as if he were about to crush Jiang Jing beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing's new equipment arrived directly via courier. To be safe, he stored the expensive gear at his company for safekeeping, planning to transfer it to Haishur later. While everything seemed exceptionally smooth for Jiang Jing, Gu Zixing was struggling. He couldn't settle down to draft his script at all. Staring at the dense sea of words on his desk only made him feel increasingly irritable. After pondering for a moment, he summoned his assistant. Director Gu, you wanted me? Gu Zixing nodded. First, review this new script and flag any issues. Then make some edits on the side. I have matters to attend to, learning and exchanging ideas with other major directors, so I won't be able to join the crew for a while. Chapter 50, Script Adaptation. The assistant nodded eagerly upon hearing this. Sure thing. Seeing this, a faint, enigmatic smile curved the corners of Gu Zixing's mouth. While Gu Zixing claimed he was going for advanced training and director exchanges, his real intention was to shadow Jiang Jing and observe what he'd been up to lately, ideally gleaning details about his new film script. The next day, Jiang Jing was on location with his crew, conducting a site survey and discussing further details of the film. Just as the discussion grew intense, a familiar figure immediately caught his attention. Jiang Jing watched the man's figure, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. After a moment of thought, he finally recognized who it was. It was none other than Gu Zixing's assistant. Observing the assistant's furtive demeanor, Jiang Jing immediately suspected ill intent. He deliberately sought out the man who had just been conversing with Gu Zixing's assistant and inquired, "Do you know that man you were talking to earlier?" The staff member shook his head honestly. "No, I don't. How could I possibly know him?" "He's Gu Zixing's assistant," Jiang Jing explained with a wry smile. "Huh? What? Then what was he doing on our set?" The staff member's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. "What did he ask you just now?" "I suspect he was here to probe for information about our film shoot," Jiang Jing answered truthfully. The crew member nodded earnestly in agreement. "Right, exactly. He pretended to ask what I was doing here. I told him we were filming a movie, and then he asked what kind of movie we were making. I didn't tell him yet." Jiang Jing pondered for a moment. Given how I know her, he won't let this go. He'll definitely come back. Next time he asks what kind of film we're shooting, just tell him it's an art house film. The staff member instantly understood Jiang Jing's intent, smiled, and nodded. Got it. The next day, Gu Zixing's assistant did indeed return. This time, he again casually inquired with the crew about the film's genre. The staff member relayed the message exactly as Jiang Jing had instructed the day before. Upon learning that Jiang Jing and his team were making an art house film, Gu Zixing's assistant left satisfied, relaying everything he had seen and heard to Gu Zixing. Gu Zixing grew anxious upon hearing this. He had assumed the film would follow a similar light-hearted, refreshing style to previous works. After all, Charlotte had been a huge success. Sticking to a proven formula couldn't go wrong. Perhaps a sequel like Charlotte 2 would be a good idea. He had specifically chosen a novel with a similar style to Charlotte for adaptation, only to discover it wasn't. After much deliberation, Gu Zixing decided it wouldn't work. He needed a new script. So he found another editor and had the entire script completely rewritten. News of Gu Zixing's actions quickly reached Lin Cheng's ears, instantly putting him in a foul mood. Confused by Gu Zixing's actions, he immediately called him. Seeing Lin Cheng's name on the caller ID, Gu Zixing felt a pang of unease. His godfather rarely called unless it was urgent, given how busy he was. Godfather, is there something you need? Gu Zixing asked cautiously. Zixing, I hear you've made major changes to the script recently? Why alter a perfectly good script? Wasn't everything already finalized? Lin Cheng's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Godfather, so that's why you called? Rest assured, I've got this covered. I'll stake my reputation on it. This revised script is absolutely solid and will definitely resonate with the market. It'll make those big investors rake in the profits. Trust me, I just heard that this kind of film is trending right now. Lots of directors are shooting them. Gu Zixing spoke with great earnestness. Seeing Gu Zixing so confident, Lin Cheng decided not to object further. Alright, since you're so sure, go ahead with your plan. Got it, Godfather. You can count on me. Gu Zixing nodded eagerly. Hearing this, Lin Cheng hung up without further persuasion. With his godfather's approval, Gu Zixing felt even more confident. He immediately had the original script drastically rewritten. Half a month later, a completely new script appeared before everyone. Gu Zixing was quite satisfied with it. However, when the original author saw the new script, she felt as if the sky had fallen. The new editor had completely butchered her work, leaving it unrecognizable and utterly dreadful. Seeing her painstakingly crafted work reduced to this, the original author could no longer contain her fury. She took to the internet to publicly denounce Gu Zixing's production team. The gist of her complaint was that when Gu Zixing had purchased the book's copyright from her, he had promised not to make major alterations to the novel and to respect the original work. Yet now, he had broken that promise, changing the book beyond recognition in a way that was utterly appalling. The news quickly drew widespread attention and shot to the top of trending topics. Shocking. Gu Zixing's script alterations show zero respect for original work. Original author accuses Gu Zixing's new film of plagiarism. Gu Zixing breaks contract? New film ripped apart? Faced with Gu Zixing's actions, fans of the original novel could no longer sit idly by and immediately began voicing their complaints. How could he do this? Didn't he promise minimal changes when he bought the rights? How did it turn out like this? TSK. This is such a lack of respect for the original author. If he's going to change it this much anyway, why not just write a new book himself? Why insist on using the original title? It's so disrespectful to the original work. Using the original novel's title to lure fans in, while the actual content bears no relation to the original work. All I can say is this move is masterful. I'm truly impressed. 6,666-inch. Jiang Jing also spotted the trending topic. Watching Gu Zixing dig his own grave, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Meanwhile, he'd overheard that Gu Zixing's new movie script leaned heavily into the tragic romance genre. Hearing this, Jiang Jing couldn't help but laugh. People today already face immense life pressures, fast-paced lifestyles, and fierce competition. Who in their right mind would voluntarily seek out misery by watching these emotionally draining films with zero nutritional value? No way. This movie was practically guaranteed to bomb and lose money. The thought brought an excited grin to Jiang Jing's face. He couldn't wait to see Gu Zixing's tearful, defeated expression after his inevitable failure. Chapter 51, Auditioning for the Male Lead. Seeing that Gu Zixing was moving exactly as he planned, Jiang Jing felt a slight sense of relief. He certainly didn't want Gu Zixing to delay his own affairs any further. A sly gleam flashed in his eyes. Art films were notoriously difficult to produce. With minimal special effects, they demanded exceptional acting skills and meticulously crafted scripts. Though Charlotte was also an art film, its success stemmed from Jiang Jing's painstakingly refined screenplay, the very reason it had become an overnight sensation. But in Jiang Jing's view, Gu Zixing lacked that patience. His focus wasn't on the work at all, it was entirely on Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing believed Gu Zixing would stop at nothing to crush him underfoot. Now that Gu Zixing had fallen completely into Jiang Jing's trap, there was no way he could possibly come out on top this time. Gu Zixing remained utterly unaware of all this, even smugly preparing for the filming of his own movie. With Gu Zixing no longer capable of causing trouble, Jiang Jing felt a slight sense of relief. Both their respective filming projects were progressing smoothly. After finalizing the script and direction, Jiang Jing moved casting to the forefront. After all, the only confirmed role in the entire film was the female lead Jolie. The male lead and supporting cast remained entirely up in the air. Jiang Jing had considered drawing from the cast of Charlotte, but after careful review, none met his requirements. This time, Jiang Jing had decided to make a comedy, and the Charlotte cast simply didn't fit the new film's comedic style. Even if someone caught his eye, they could only play a minor supporting role in the new project. This stark disparity left many Charlotte actors conflicted. Not wanting to morally coerce them, Jiang Jing decided to recruit new talent instead. Before issuing the casting call, Jiang Jing sought out Shen Qingning to share his plans. Shen Qingning naturally had no objections. She simply told Jiang Jing to pursue whatever ideas he had, assuring him that as long as the outcome was good, she would have no complaints. With Shen Qingning's approval secured, Jiang Jing posted casting calls for his new film on his Weibo and other social media platforms. The massive success of Charlotte had already established Jiang Jing's reputation. Combined with Shen Qingning's ongoing efforts to promote him through trending topics, numerous actors within the industry soon came to audition, drawn by his name. While many were relatively unknown, Jiang Jing felt they were more than sufficient for his needs. After all, while these actors may not be particularly popular, they do have a solid fan base. Plus, precisely because they aren't well known, they'll be more compliant with Jiang Jing's arrangements, which is exactly what he wants. After all, no matter how brilliant a film script is, if the actors fail to deliver as directed, the final result will inevitably fall short. Resumes poured in, and Jiang Jing wasted no time setting interview dates and locations. For the next few days, Jiang Jing immersed himself entirely in the audition venue, searching for a male actor with charisma who met his requirements. To his disappointment, after days of auditions, not a single male lead met his standards. Supporting roles, however, were mostly cast. The male lead was crucial to this production. With the role still vacant, Jiang Jing dared not casually begin filming. Left with no other options, he even considered revisiting his original approach of finding Jolie, wondering if he could discover a suitable candidate on the street. Coincidentally, Gu Zixing's casting location was the same building as Jiang Jing's, though this time they were on different floors. Jiang Jing's mind immediately began to scheme. Since Gu Zixing had always been trying to get information from him, why couldn't he poach Gu Zixing's talent? Jiang Jing had never been one to play by the rules, and besides, Gu Zixing hadn't finalized the casting yet. This hardly counted as poaching. Though this was his reasoning, he wasn't particularly eager to visit Gu Zixing's location. Deep down, he suspected anyone auditioning for Gu Zixing might share similar motives. He certainly didn't want such individuals causing trouble during his own shoot. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Jing decided to go out for a stroll. Perhaps he'd stumble upon the perfect candidate that way. With that thought, he delegated the audition arrangements to others. Changing into fresh clothes, he began aimlessly wandering the streets. Drawing on his experience with Jolie, he began consciously and unconsciously scanning the people inside the surrounding shops. Clearly, luck wasn't on his side this time. After walking until his feet were nearly raw, he still hadn't made any progress. Just as he was frowning in frustration, he received a call about a return audition. Apparently, there was a young man who seemed promising. Jiang Jing's eyes lit up at the news. He hurried back to the venue, but his disappointment was immediate upon seeing the young man. First off, his face didn't quite match Jiang Jing's requirements. But after so many days of disappointment, Jiang Jing was willing to compromise. As long as his acting skills were up to par, they could find a way around the looks issue. After watching the audition, Jiang Jing felt even more disappointed. Facing the questioning looks from others, he shook his head without hesitation. Then, turning to the young man, he said, "I'm sorry, but I don't think you fit the requirements I have in mind for the male lead." The auditioning actor appeared shy. Upon hearing Jiang Jing's words, he merely bowed his head low, gave a slow nod, and murmured, "My apologies for the disturbance," before turning to leave. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Jiang Jing hesitated. Ultimately, her heart couldn't bear it. She instructed her assistant to chase after him, leaving his contact information and promising to prioritize him for suitable scripts in the future. After handling this matter, Jiang Jing let out a long sigh. For days on end, the search for a male lead had yielded nothing. Jiang Jing couldn't help but wonder if his standards were truly too high. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He decided to visit Gu Zixing's location to see what was happening. Disguised, he went to Gu Zixing's audition venue. Jiang Jing had no expectations, but as he wandered through the crowd, a chance glance suddenly made his eyes light up. Chapter 52, Casting the Male Lead. There stood a tall, young man who appeared to be around Jolie's age, his head bowed as he pored over a script. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on his profile and accentuating his perfectly defined jawline. Even dressed simply in a white shirt and black casual pants, he possessed an undeniable magnetism that made it impossible to look away. Jiang Jing's eyes were glued to the young man's face, her thoughts racing, truly a stroke of luck. Never imagined I'd come across someone like this. TSK TSK TSK. If he were to stand beside Jolie, how perfectly matched they'd be. No, a man like this must be in my hands. I can't let Gu Zixing get her hands on him. With that thought, Jiang Jing cleared her throat and stepped forward. Hello, what's your name? Jiang Jing's voice was gentle, yet it still startled the boy, who had been completely absorbed in his script. Snapping back to attention, the boy fixed his gaze on Jiang Jing's face. His eyes lit up instantly. Director Jiang? Jiang Jing quickly made a shushing gesture, scanning the area to ensure no one had noticed the commotion before letting out a slight sigh of relief. So, what's your name? Jiang Jing continued. Director Jiang, hello. I'm Fang Jiahuan. Pleased to meet you. I hope we can work together. Fang Jiahuan quickly smoothed his clothes and gave a brief introduction to Jiang Jing. Jiaha, right? Are you here for auditions today? Have you considered auditioning for me? Jiang Jing nodded slightly before extending his invitation directly. Hesitation flickered across Fang Jiahuan's face. He met Jiang Jing's gaze for a moment, then glanced down at the script in his hands. After a brief pause, he lifted his head again, his eyes now steady with resolve. Thank you for your consideration, Director Jiang, Fang Jiahuan said calmly. But this time, I'm more inclined to explore art house cinema. I believe Director Gu's script aligns better with my artistic vision. I hope you understand. Facing Fang Jiaha's refusal, Jiang Jing's eyes brimmed with admiration. Despite the success of Charlotte, Fang Jiaha had chosen to reject other temptations and stay true to his artistic path, a resolve Jiang Jing deeply respected. Thus, despite Fang Jiaha's polite refusal, Jiang Jing showed no anger. Instead, he looked at Fang Jiaha with admiration, took out his business card, handed it to him, and said, "It's good for young people to explore. But remember, a true actor shouldn't be confined by genre. Your talent extends far beyond art films. If you ever change your mind, give me a call." With that, Jiang Jing turned and walked away without further persuasion. He trusted Fang Jiahuan would make the wisest choice. Fang Jiahuan stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at Jiang Jing's retreating figure, the business card still clutched in his hand. After a long moment, Fang Jiaha snapped back to reality. He glanced at Jiang Jing's card in his hand, thought for a second, then carefully tucked it away before returning to poring over the script in his hands. Back at the audition venue, today's interviews had concluded. When Jiang Jing inquired, everyone's expressions were noticeably grim. Seems like there's no suitable candidate today either? Jiang Jing remarked, raising an eyebrow slightly. One young woman sighed dejectedly, there was only one, and you rejected him, Director Jiang. The rest of the actors simply don't meet your standards. How could there be a suitable candidate? We've been searching for so long and still can't find the right male lead. Exactly. Director Jiang, do the characters in your script even exist? If we really can't find a suitable male lead, why don't you just take the role yourself? The speaker was a young man, his face wearing a playful smile as he teased Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing didn't get angry. He just smiled and reassured them, alright, no need for those sour faces. Let's wrap up the auditions. I've already decided on the male lead. Continuing here won't help. Pack up and call it a day. You've chosen? Really? Who is it? Who is it? The young girl leaned in curiously, her voice brimming with excitement. It's not really you, Director Jiang, is it? Jiang Jing shot her a disapproving glance. So curious? Take a guess. If you get it right, I'll tell you. Director Jiang, that's not very nice of you, the young woman pouted, feeling brushed off. Alright. If you're not tired, how about working a little overtime? Jiang Jing didn't want to dwell on the topic and decided to change the subject. At his words, no one spoke. They swiftly gathered their things and left. Watching the employees vanish in a flash, Jiang Jing could only smile wryly. He glanced once more in the direction of Gu Zixing's interview room before heading home himself. A few days later, while Jiang Jing was deep in thought about the upcoming shoot in his studio, his phone suddenly began vibrating violently on the nearby table. Jiang Jing instinctively checked the caller ID and saw an unfamiliar number. He was about to hang up, but at the last second, he stopped himself. After a moment's thought, he answered the call. Sure enough, Fang Jiahan's voice came through the line immediately. Director Jiang, hello. This is Fang Jiahong. A few days ago at Director Gu's audition, you mentioned an opportunity to audition. I'd like to try. Is it still possible? His voice carried hesitation and nervousness. Jiang Jing, who had picked up on it, merely smiled and said, "Of course, you're always welcome. You called me earlier than I expected. I thought you might take some time to consider it. Director Jiang, forgive my rashness. I hadn't thought it through earlier, but I don't believe it's too late now. At least you're still willing to give me this chance, right?" Fang Jiaha's tone was neither servile nor arrogant, and it was actually quite pleasant to listen to. Very well. Let's meet at my studio this afternoon at 3. With that, Jiang Jing hung up. Fang Jiaha paused for a moment. Realizing what Jiang Jing had just said, she was suddenly overcome with excitement. She quickly tidied herself up and set off for Jiang Jing's studio. At 2:30, Fang Jiaha pushed open the studio door. Jiang Jing had been waiting inside. Seeing her enter, he stood up, smiled, and said, "You're here so early?" I was a bit excited, so I came early. I hope I didn't interrupt your work, Director Jiang? Not at all. Here's the script. You have half an hour to prepare. Follow me. With that, Jiang Jing led Fang Jiahe upstairs. All right. Fang Jiahe nodded and began preparing once upstairs. Chapter 53, Script Rehearsal. Half an hour flew by in the blink of an eye. When the time was up, Fang Jiahe didn't hesitate and began her performance immediately. Jiang Jing smiled without comment. He appreciated young people with such decisiveness. "Jian, I truly love you." Fang Jiahe delivered his lines with complete immersion. Jiang Jing watched his performance with growing satisfaction, unable to suppress a smile of approval. Without hesitation, Jiang Jing immediately decided to cast Fang Jiahe. "That's it. You're the one. You'll play the male lead in this film. Just come tomorrow for the promotional video shoot." Hearing this, Fang Jiahe was overcome with excitement. He looked at Jiang Jing in disbelief and asked, "Really? You're casting me?" "Yes. Give it your all, young man. You've got a bright future ahead." Jiang Jing smiled, patted Fang Jiahe on the shoulder, and then turned to leave. The next day, Fang Jiahuan arrived as promised. Jiang Jing wasted no time, bringing him straight to his company. After all, the new filming equipment was all there. The moment Fang Jiahe saw Jolie at the company, his eyes widened instantly, filled with utter disbelief. "What are you doing here?" Jolie smiled at the sound of his voice and asked in return, "I haven't asked you how you ended up here yet." "So Director Jiang was talking about you as the male actor." "Ha ha ha, I never imagined the female lead would be you either." Both were visibly excited. Jiang Jing saw they chatted enough and spoke up, "All right, cut. Here are your scripts. Take a look, run through your lines together, and get into character." "Got it. Got it." Fang Jiahe and Jolie immediately dropped their carefree demeanor upon hearing this and began studying the script intently. After reading for a while, they suggested running through their lines first. However, being classmates, they kept breaking into laughter. Jiang Jing, observing this, remained unhurried and calmly encouraged them to properly immerse themselves in their emotions. Fang Jiahe immediately grew serious, his smile vanishing. Fang Jiahe possessed a high level of professionalism. He knew that continuing like this would inevitably affect both his and Jolie's audition. Jiang Jing's directorial prowess, of course, spoke for itself. Both he and Jolie were still students. Landing the lead roles in this new drama could become the first milestone in their acting careers. "Sorry, I need to adjust my state of mind." Jiang Jing raised his hand, signaling him to take his time, then instructed the others to take a break. "Sorry, Director Jiang, for holding everyone up." Jolie felt a pang of embarrassment at the remark. But she couldn't help herself. While she rarely broke character during auditions with strangers, her familiar classmate across the table made her laugh uncontrollably. "It's fine. Just adjust this as soon as you can." Jiang Jing didn't press the issue, instead speaking with remarkable generosity. After all, he understood exactly how they felt. Despite their frequent laughter, he recognized their solid acting skills. He'd worked with Jolie before and knew her capabilities, while Fang Jiahe was the male lead he'd personally selected. For now, aside from the laughter, Jiang Jing hadn't spotted any other flaws in their performances. If they could resolve this issue quickly, the male and female leads would essentially be confirmed. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Fang Jiahe returned to the set. This time, the moment Jiang Jing called action, Fang Jiahe instantly slipped into character, his entire demeanor perfectly embodying the role. "Why are you doing this to me?" He was no longer Jolie's classmate, he was the male lead in the script, his face etched with grief and indignation. This scene demanded portraying the male lead's complex emotions tortured and tormented. An ordinary actor might easily overact, which would only alienate the audience. Fang Jiahe's performance, however, drew Jiang Jing's spontaneous praise. By controlling the subtle expressions on his face, he perfectly conveyed the protagonist's hesitation. "Excellent." As expected of a professionally trained actor, he got into character so quickly. "He's pleasantly surprised me. His control over facial expressions is truly masterful." Li Yun, standing nearby, was somewhat surprised. As Jiang Jing's assistant, he rarely heard Jiang Jing praise an actor so highly. This signaled Jiang Jing's approval of Fang Jiahuan. Now it's up to Jolie. If she can match Fang Jiahuan's performance, we can lock in the lead roles right away. Li Yun hesitated. The male lead was no problem, but the female lead required additional consideration. Online speculation about Jolie and Jiang Jing never ceased. A rising star frequently cast as the female lead in Jiang Jing's productions inevitably sparked speculation. Li Yun planned to broach the subject with Jiang Jing after the auditions concluded. "What gives you the nerve to question me?" Coincidentally, Jolie seemed to have found her rhythm. During the line reading, she didn't act hysterical at all. Instead, she was remarkably calm. Every emotion was hidden within her eyes. Jiang Jing had always said Jolie possessed eyes that spoke volumes, a rare gift among actors. As a professional actress, each gaze could evoke different emotions in the audience. Different scenes demanded different expressions, she couldn't stick to just one look. Excellent. Notify everyone else the male and female leads are confirmed. No need for further auditions. Jiang Jing was thoroughly impressed with both of them. Whether it was their delivery during the scene or their grasp of the rhythm, few among the new generation of actors could match their strength. Director Jiang, the male lead is set, but should we reconsider the female lead? Li Yun stepped forward to remind him. What else is there to consider? There's been online speculation comparing you and Jolie. This could impact our new drama's release. We might need additional PR efforts right before the premiere. Li Yun voiced his concern. Jiang Jing frowned, but after some thought, he decided to cast Jolie. He couldn't abandon a talented actress just because of external pressures. If he dropped Jolie, Fang Jiahe might also be affected. As long as we prepare the PR in advance, it won't be a big deal. Let's cast Jolie and Fang Jiahuan as the leads. Jiang Jing's words carried no room for debate. Li Yun could only make the necessary arrangements promptly. Director Jiang, how did we do just now? As soon as the audition ended, Jolie and Fang Jiahe rushed to Jiang Jing and asked. Perfect. You two are confirmed as the leads for this drama. Go back and prepare, thoroughly familiarize yourselves with the script. Also, never be late for script readings. Investors will be present, so make sure to leave a good impression on them. Jolie and Fang Jiahan exchanged glances, their joy evident. Thank you, Director Jiang. We won't be late. Both being new actors, they couldn't help but feel a bit awkward when speaking in front of Jiang Jing. Chapter 54, The Feeling of Heartbeat. Additionally, the script may undergo minor adjustments. Over the next period, I'll incorporate your unique qualities into new creative elements. Be prepared. No problem. Compared to established actors who came with their own star power, Jiang Jing preferred working with newcomers. They were more receptive to fresh ideas and new approaches, whereas most veterans were like stagnant pools. Over the next few days, Jiang Jing locked himself in his study to revise the script. Once finished, he immediately sent the revised draft to the investors for review. Shen Qingning lay in bed, skimming through the revised script Jiang Jing had sent. The main plot hasn't changed much, but some details have been added to make the script more polished and the storyline more suspenseful. Shen Qingning was somewhat surprised, once again impressed by Jiang Jing's talent. When she met Jiang Jing the next day, she couldn't stop praising the new script. Director Jiang, the industry's praise for you is well deserved. Torture Devices is bound to be a hit. I'll attend the table read too. I hope the actors will surprise me as well. Jiang Jing was taken aback by her words. Script readings are a crucial creative step before filming begins. The core creative team gathers to discuss the script, refine characters, and organize plot details. Typically, investors don't participate, so he hadn't expected Shen Qingning to show interest in it. Seeming to notice the confusion on his face, Shen Qingning offered an explanation. Don't read too much into it. I won't interfere with your creative process. I just want to see if the actors can fully embody the script. After all, as an investor, I need to consider all potential factors. Shen Qingning wasn't sure why she felt the need to explain herself. Jiang Jing listened without suspicion and nodded in agreement. I'll inform the actors beforehand. The day of the table read arrived as scheduled. The core creative team gathered in the room for the rehearsal. At first, Jolie and Fang Jiahe felt a bit nervous after all, so many heavyweights were sitting nearby. But with a little encouragement, they quickly adjusted their state and delivered outstanding performances. A second run-through was necessary, and Shen Qingning was equally satisfied with both their performances. She praised them more than once during the session. That's a wrap. Everyone did a great job. Next came the official start of filming, but preliminary promotional materials still needed preparation, so they'd likely have to wait a few more days. Jolie and Fang Jiahe were both prepared. They planned to go back and study the script several more times. Since Jiang Jing had chosen them, they were determined not to let him down. Before leaving, Jiang Jing suddenly offered to treat everyone to dinner. We've been busy all afternoon. Let's grab dinner together. Think of it as a pre-production gathering and a chance to get to know each other better, so we avoid any awkwardness later. Ah, are we two invited too? Jolie asked. Of course. It's mainly so you two can get acquainted with the rest of the crew. The rest of the crew weren't so formal. The assistant director patted Fang Jiahan on the shoulder and said with a smile. Count yourself lucky, kid. Getting Director Jiang to treat us isn't easy. We're riding your coattails on this one. We'll make sure Director Jiang splurges tonight. Shen Qingning watched the harmonious scene unfold among the group, lost in thought. She had participated in script readings before and encountered many film crews. But few were as harmonious as the Jiang Jing crew. Most veteran crew members looked down on newcomers, and sometimes even deliberately made things difficult for new actors. The entertainment industry was one big circle, yet within that circle lay countless smaller cliques. To break into this circle, one had to pay their dues. Shen Qingning detested this state of affairs, but changing it wasn't easy. It wasn't something one person could accomplish alone. To her delight, Jiang Jing showed none of these traits. She loved the atmosphere on his set. So when Jiang Jing invited her to dinner, she accepted immediately. Miss Shen, if you have time, would you like to join us? Sure. And so, the group arrived at the restaurant. Wow, Mio Wei. Director Jiang is really splurging. We'd never normally treat ourselves to a place like this. I heard you need reservations for Miao Wei. Director Jiang must have planned this in advance. The comment came from 2 makeup artists on the crew. On other sets, they'd never dare joke with the director like this. Unless you're a highly renowned makeup artist in the industry, you're just a tool. A small detail like this revealed the entire crew's atmosphere. Shen Qingning knew this restaurant to a very niche spot with an excellent reputation in the city and a uniquely atmospheric vibe. She'd visited several times before and hadn't expected Jiang Jing to share her taste. Everyone, order whatever you like. Miao Wei's dishes are uniquely crafted, each one infused with their own innovations. The flavors are fantastic and won't disappoint you. Jiang Jing ushered everyone to their seats before handing the menu to the ladies present. Just then, the assistant director suggested having some wine. Jiang Jing hesitated briefly before ordering a bottle of red wine. He specifically reminded the designated drivers not to drink, ordering them alternative beverages instead. His every gesture radiated gentlemanly grace, making everyone feel remarkably at ease. In the entertainment industry, drinking gatherings are inevitable, and the culture of drinking at tables is everywhere. Some people specifically seek out actresses to accompany them in drinking. Jiang Jing clearly had no such arrangements. During the meal, the group revisited the script. Jolie shared her thoughts, noting a minor flaw in the writing. Director Jiang, I feel this supporting character's design is a bit unreasonable. Their entrance is too abrupt, with no groundwork laid earlier. It might not sit well with the audience. Typically, new actors like Jolie wouldn't voice their opinions, even if they had them. The entertainment industry is a place where seniority reigns supreme. Some veteran actors lorded over their seniority, bullying newcomers. Even if a newcomer's suggestion was sound, it wouldn't be adopted merely to reinforce their own status. Upon hearing Jolie's words, Jiang Jing not only didn't dismiss them but began to seriously consider her point. You're absolutely right. I hadn't noticed that before. This supporting character's entrance does feel abrupt. I'll go back and think about adding some setup scenes earlier on. When Jolie spoke up, Bong Jiahong was startled. After all, this was his first time collaborating with a major director like Jiang Jing. Uncertain of his temperament, he feared Jolie's words might provoke him. Fortunately, the outcome was different from what he had imagined. Not only did Jiang Jing approve Jolie's suggestion, but he also made changes to the script. Shen Qingning observed Jiang Jing's every move from the sidelines. She had to admit, this man was undeniably charismatic. She felt a flutter stir deep within her heart. Chapter 55, A Perfect Match. Just then, Jiang Jing seemed to sense Shen Qingning's gaze and looked up. Their eyes met mid-air. Shen Qingning flustered instantly, accidentally dropping her chopsticks onto the floor. Ms. Shen, did you burn yourself? Jolie, seated beside her, witnessed the scene and assumed she'd been scalded. I'm fine. Shen Qingning kept her head down, not daring to look at Jiang Jing again. Jiang Jing didn't say much, but he motioned for the waiter to bring her a new pair of chopsticks. Shen Qingning felt she couldn't stay any longer and quickly made an excuse to leave. Excuse me, I'm already done eating. I won't disturb everyone else's meal. I have a video conference to attend back at the office shortly. Jiang Jing didn't think much of it, assuming Shen Qingning simply disliked social dinners. Old Lu, please take care of everyone. I'll walk Ms. Shen back. It might be inconvenient for her to go alone. All right. Shen Qingning had intended to refuse, but since Jiang Jing had already made arrangements, she rose and dressed. Feeling awkward about objecting further, she could only follow nervously behind him as they departed. The assistant director watched their retreating figures with a puzzled expression and whispered to the screenwriter beside him. Don't you think Ms. Shen and our boss make a perfect match? You know what? Now that you mention it, they really do. At that moment, Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning remained unaware that their staff had already secretly paired them up as a couple behind the scenes. Jiang Jing drove the car and hadn't consumed any alcohol at the restaurant. He drove Shen Qingning straight home. It's pretty dark out. To avoid any accidents, I'll walk you inside and make sure you get in safely before I leave. No one had ever been so considerate toward Shen Qingning before. Hearing his words, warmth instantly filled her heart. She nodded softly, her voice barely audible. Shen Qingning could feel her heart pounding wildly, though she wondered if Jiang Jing beside her could sense her current flustered state. Neither spoke, the silence so thick they could hear each other's footsteps. Shen Qingning's thoughts were entirely on Jiang Jing, leaving her completely unaware of the steps ahead. She stumbled, missing a step. Fortunately, Jiang Jing reacted swiftly, reaching out to steady her. The physical contact made Shen Qingning's face flush bright red, though thankfully the fading light obscured the detail. Be careful. Jiang Jing's voice was rich and magnetic. Thank you. Jiang Jing harbored no improper intentions toward Shen Qingning this time, he was genuinely just escorting her home. Standing at the doorway, Shen Qingning tentatively extended an invitation, something she'd never done before, asking a man to come inside her home. Would you like to come in for a cup of tea? Rest a bit before heading out. No need to trouble yourself. It must be inconvenient for you to be home alone. You've worked hard all day, finish up early and get some rest. Jiang Jing maintained his composure no matter who he interacted with. Watching Shen Qingning close the door with his own eyes, Jiang Jing turned and left. Hearing his footsteps fade away, Shen Qingning found herself inexplicably opening the door again. She waited until Jiang Jing had entered the elevator before closing the door again. Leaning against the door, Shen Qingning's thoughts were complicated. Jiang Jing's figure kept flashing through her mind, something that had never happened before. It was rare for anyone to linger in Shen Qingning's thoughts, yet after these few encounters with Jiang Jing, his presence had become undeniable. Forget it. Stop thinking about it. Go wash up and get some rest. Shen Qingning rubbed her face, still feeling it burn hot to the touch. That night, Shen Qingning tossed and turned alone in bed, unable to sleep until the dead of night when she finally drifted into a deep slumber. In her dream, Jiang Jing hadn't left. Instead, he followed her into the room, gently carried her princess style onto the bed, and then began unbuttoning her white shirt. With each button undone, his 8-pack abs were revealed. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight touched her face. Shen Qingning sat up in disbelief. She abruptly pulled back the covers, then quickly pulled them back over herself. As if worried someone might discover something, though she lived alone in the room. Oh my. Shen Qingning crept out of bed like a thief. Whether it was a case of daydreams manifesting in nightmares, Jiang Jing had actually appeared in her dreams last night, and it was the kind of dream too embarrassing to mention. How could this happen? Could I really have such lewd thoughts about Jiang Jing? Shen Qingning rushed to the bathroom to splash water on her face, hoping to sober up, but Jiang Jing's image lingered stubbornly in her mind. Originally, Jiang Jing had invited Shen Qingning to attend the launch event in person. Now, she could only call to say she had something else to do and couldn't make it. Jiang Jing sounded genuinely disappointed on the other end, but Shen Qingning dared not elaborate. She hung up immediately after explaining. She felt utterly unable to look Jiang Jing in the eye now. If she appeared before him, who knew what embarrassing situation might arise? After the gathering, the production schedule would be finalized. Jiang Jing had already begun constructing the filming set. Everyone on set was busy. Even Jolie and Fang Jiahe were rehearsing their lines intensely nearby, too absorbed to take a break. Old Lu, let's stick to our previous division of labor. I'll handle the filming side, and you take care of the actors. Make sure no one develops resistance during filming. If any issues arise, report them to me immediately. I don't need to explain the importance of this production. We absolutely must deliver outstanding results for the investors. Jiang Jing usually appeared gentle, but once he got into the zone, his entire demeanor shifted. At such moments, he commanded respect without raising his voice. Even crew members who interacted with him regularly couldn't help but take him seriously, let alone the actors present. Director Jiang seems like a different person on set. Does he ever lose his temper normally? Jolie, having worked with Jiang Jing before, was well aware of this. Fang Jiahong, seeing him like this for the first time, couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. Don't worry too much. As long as you don't make any basic mistakes, Director Jiang usually won't deliberately make things difficult for you. He rarely loses his temper normally. But let me tell you, when Director Jiang does lose his temper, it's terrifying. He won't yell like others do, but the silent Director Jiang is far more terrifying. Everyone on set was busy, completely unaware that one crew member was acting suspiciously. Hidden against his chest was a pinhole camera, nearly invisible to the untrained eye. When others helped move things, he'd pretend to lend a hand, but his full attention was fixed on the actors. These were industry paparazzi, filming hidden information to sell or leak. While generally illegal, such activities were rarely prosecuted. Chapter 56, another major scoop. Unless you could identify the individual and serve them with a cease and desist letter, there was nothing you could do. The entertainment world is chaotic. Some famous paparazzi have extensive connections, making it futile even if you can identify them. Jiang Jing was a renowned director in the industry. Many were watching the start of his new drama, and of course, many were waiting for leaks. Naturally, curiosity about the cast ran high. This time we really hit the jackpot. Just this photo of Jiang Jing and Jolie talking face to face is worth at least 100,000 yuan. After filming wrapped, the subjects slipped out of their work clothes and slipped away from the scene without a trace. The set construction crew had hired some outside workers to begin with. It was nearly impossible to guarantee no one would leak information. Although Old Lu had repeatedly emphasized before work began that electronic devices were not allowed on set, random body searches weren't feasible. Soon, a photo surfaced online and shot to the top of trending searches at breakneck speed. Breaking, female lead confirmed for renowned director's new drama. The eye-catching headline dominated the trending topics, impossible to ignore. The news immediately sparked heated discussions among netizens. Jolie again. Guess who the director is? Do you guys even know who it is? I'll never guess. I told you so. Jolie landing the lead role in Jiang Jing's drama as a newcomer couldn't be that simple. Back then, a bunch of people were bashing me for saying it. China's entertainment industry is utterly rotten. With all the underhanded dealings behind the scenes, climbing the ladder requires nothing but dirty tricks. Truly talented new actors will never get their chance. Under deliberate manipulation by certain parties, the topic quickly shot to the top of the trending charts. Jiang Jing was already highly prominent in the industry, compounded by the fabricated rumors about his alleged affair with Jolie. Li Yun's initial worries were justified. Trouble had indeed struck. Jiang Jing had been swamped with work on set and hadn't noticed the online buzz. It wasn't until Li Yun rushed over that he realized something was wrong. "What's going on?" "Boss, I told you casting Jolie as the lead was a bad idea. Now the internet's blowing up. We got caught by paparazzi." Li Yun had prepared for damage control, but he hadn't anticipated this happening so quickly. It caught everyone completely off guard, and worst of all, there was a strong backlash online. It seems someone was deliberately stoking the flames behind the scenes. Otherwise, even if paparazzi exposed them, it wouldn't have escalated this quickly. He even suspected someone had secretly bought trending topics. But this time, facing the online rumors, Jolie didn't react with the same shame and anger as before, nor did she avoid looking directly at them. After this period of mediation, Jolie had long since grown accustomed to online rumors. Or rather, the Jolie of today had begun to embrace the role of an actress. After all, even back when she was just a student, she knew that as an actor navigating the entertainment industry, everyone would inevitably face some negative comments. Back then, Jolie couldn't understand why it had to be this way. She just wanted to focus on her acting and be a dedicated performer. But now, she had begun to grasp a truth: she wasn't a banknote, and naturally, she couldn't win everyone's favor. Some would envy her success and resort to any means necessary to fabricate baseless rumors, undermining her resolve and driving her out. Moreover, this industry itself imposes extremely harsh demands on actresses. Many maliciously twist an actress's sudden rise to fame into rumors of scandalous deals, yet no one bothers to dig deeper for the truth behind it. Having come to terms with all this, Jolie was determined not to let these people have their way. No matter how much these marketing accounts spun tales, baseless rumors remained just that, baseless. She refused to let such nonsense disturb her peace of mind. With this resolve, Jolie's mood gradually calmed. She tossed her phone aside, refusing to engage with the online chaos any longer, and instead channeled all her focus back into the script. On Jiang Jing's end, he watched the online backlash and began to worry about Jolie's state of mind. More than anything, though, he felt an overwhelming headache. He had anticipated suspicions about an ambiguous relationship between himself and Jolie, but he hadn't imagined the online mob would escalate the situation with each new round of rumors. After much deliberation, Jiang Jing called Jolie. "Jolie, are you okay? All that stuff online." Jolie cut him off, her tone unusually calm. "Director Jiang, don't worry. I'm fine. I don't really care about those online comments anymore. Whatever needs to be done to resolve this, just do it." Jolie had made her stance clear to Jiang Jing. Hearing this, Jiang Jing breathed a slight sigh of relief. "That's good. Rest assured, I'll resolve this matter as quickly as possible." After hanging up, Jiang Jing's expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he issued a statement on behalf of his studio, reiterating that his relationship with Jolie was purely professional. They could be considered friends, but there was nothing more between them. Once released, both Jiang Jing and Jolie reposted the statement. Yet no matter how sincere it sounded, once it hit the internet, some netizens remained skeptical. Seeing both parties step forward to clarify immediately, netizens flooded their comment sections, unleashing a torrent of messages. "Are you sure there's nothing going on between Jiang Jing and Jolie? I don't buy it." "You don't believe it? Well, neither do I." "Exactly. If they really had nothing going on, how come Jolie starred in both of Jiang Jing's movies? I don't buy that the entire entertainment industry couldn't find a better actress than her." "I agree with the above. Plus, they're always seen dining together. I recall it being the same last time. If it happened once, it couldn't be coincidence every single time." "Last time? Wait, wasn't the girl with him last time Jolie? Could it be that Jiang Jing also? Who knew Jiang Jing was this kind of person? I even praised him as an up-and-coming director before. Now look at him. TSK. Am I the only one who thinks Jiang Jing and Jolie make such a perfect pairing? One's a rising actress, the other a hot new director. Hey, you need to eat something decent. Obsessing over everything will only hurt you. Besides, didn't you see the parties involved already denied it? How can you still be shipping them?" Chapter 57, Looking for Daddy. Online opinions about this incident are all over the place, with three distinct camps emerging. One group believes there's genuinely nothing going on between them. This camp consists mostly of their respective fans, naturally defending their idols. Another group engages in malicious speculation, convinced there must be something hidden between them. They stir up drama in the comments and hurl insults. The third group has fully embraced the CP pairing. While also believing there's definitely something going on, they express strong support. Some fans even went so far as to create a dedicated CP super topic for the pair on Weibo. It was filled with fan-edited videos showcasing their pairing, featuring all sorts of misaligned shots and edits, layered with suggestive filters and music that inevitably sparked wild imaginations. Jiang Jing naturally kept a close eye on developments after the statement was released. But upon seeing those short videos, he fell into a deathly silence, utterly speechless. He instinctively closed his phone and covered his face in anguish. He never imagined things would escalate to this point nowadays. Netizens would pair anyone together as a couple. After watching those videos, Jiang Jing had no idea how to face Jolie. He even began to doubt whether he truly had no feelings for her at all. Realizing his thoughts had been warped by those clips, Jiang Jing shook his head sharply, banishing those unfounded notions from his mind. The incident continued to ferment online, growing increasingly chaotic. Even Shen Manning, who rarely paid attention to the internet, had heard about it. Upon seeing the Jiang Jing and Jolie CP videos, Shen Manning's first reaction was disbelief. She kept telling herself it was all fake, impossible, yet she couldn't stop replaying the video over and over. Until Shen, who had been playing nearby, couldn't resist running over and asking, "Mommy, are you listening to music? You've played it so many times already. Yu wants to listen too." Shen spoke while leaning in to peek at what Shen Manning was looking at. Startled by her daughter's movement, Shen Manning snapped back to reality. She flipped her phone face down and forced a smile at Shen. "Nothing, sweetie. Mom just got a little distracted." Despite her explanation, Shen remained skeptical. But she soon let it go, wrapping her arms around Shen Manning's arm and pouting, "Mommy, Daddy Zixing hasn't come to see me in so long. I want Daddy Zixing to play with me. Can we?" Hearing her daughter's words, Shen Manning suddenly recalled that since their last visit to the seaside city to see Jiang Jing, Gu Zixing had been distant toward both mother and daughter. The thought stirred an uneasy feeling in her heart. But facing Shen hopeful gaze, Shen Manning nodded gently and said softly, "Then Mommy will go contact Daddy Zixing, okay?" Shen nodded excitedly and turned to play. Watching her daughter's solitary figure, Shen Manning hesitated before unlocking her phone. The video of the sea view she just watched appeared on the screen, stirring a growing irritation within her. She uninstalled the app immediately before sending Gu Zixing a message saying Shen missed him. But Shen Manning waited a long time, and Gu Zixing didn't respond at all. Shen Manning's heart gradually grew restless too. She tried to reassure herself that Gu Zixing must be busy and hadn't seen the message yet. But after another long wait, their chat screen still froze on her unanswered message. Shen Manning's patience snapped. She instinctively dialed his number. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Unwilling to give up, she tried again. This time, Gu Zixing picked up quickly. Before Shen Manning could speak, he hurriedly said, "Sorry, Manning. I've been swamped lately. We'll talk about Yu when we get back." With that, Gu Zixing hung up without giving Shen Manning a chance to respond. Just as Shen Manning opened her mouth to speak, she realized the call had ended. A wave of speechlessness washed over her. Fuming, she dialed again, but not a single call went through. A deep sense of helplessness washed over her. She tossed her phone aside and sank into deep thought. She couldn't fathom why Gu Zixing had changed so much. He hadn't been like this before. And for some inexplicable reason, Shen Manning found herself thinking of Jiang Jing. She thought if it were Jiang Jing right now, he would surely drop everything to come to her side. He would do his utmost to fulfill any request from her or Yu, unlike Gu Zixing now. Shen had slipped back inside unnoticed. Seeing Shen Manning sitting alone, she sensed an inexplicable heaviness in her mother's mood. Perhaps she didn't understand Shen Manning's exact state of mind, but she knew Shen Manning was unhappy. Realizing this, Shen stopped in her tracks and stood silently observing Shen Manning's state. After watching for a while, Shen suddenly remembered her earlier request for Mom to ask Gu Zixing to keep her company. She speculated, could it be that Daddy Gu upset Mom? No way. I have to find Daddy Gu. I'll definitely get revenge for Mom. With that thought, Shen quietly turned and ran out. Shen Manning, lost in her own gloom, didn't notice her daughter's departure at all. Shen had money on her, so she hailed a taxi after leaving. Seeing only the little girl, the driver asked with concern, "Little girl, are you all alone? Where are your parents?" "Uncle, it's just me. I want to go to the filming location. Do you know where that is?" Shen remained a well-behaved little girl even in front of a stranger. "Filming location? You mean the film studio?" The driver paused, then realized where Shen was referring to. "Yes, the film studio. I need to find someone there. Could you take me, Uncle? I have money." Shen clutched her hands nervously as she spoke timidly. Seeing her like this, the driver couldn't help but chuckle. He agreed to take her and dropped her off at the studio. Still feeling concerned, he called out to her as she was about to get out. "Little girl, who are you looking for? I can help you find them." "No need, Uncle. I can manage on my own." Shen declined the driver's offer, got out of the car, and walked into the studio complex. But the studio was enormous. Shen had no idea where Gu Zixing was or even if he was there at all. Turning left and right, she managed to get completely lost within the sprawling complex. Chapter 58, Drowning Sorrows in Alcohol. Coincidentally, although most of the filming for Jiang Jing's new movie took place in the coastal city, some scenes were also being shot locally at the city's film studio. While Jiang Jing was conducting pre-shoot equipment checks, a crew member hurried over and whispered in his ear, "Director Jiang, some girl snuck into the crew. She says she's looking for someone. What should we do?" "A young girl? Who is she looking for?" Jiang Jing raised an eyebrow slightly, continuing his work while asking casually. "We asked her, but she only said she's looking for someone. When we asked who, she wouldn't say a word. We don't know what to do. Why don't you go take a look?" The staff member looked utterly helpless. Hearing this, Jiang Jing's brow furrowed slightly. He set aside his work and said, "Let's go. Take me to see her." Following the staff member toward the girl, Jiang Jing felt a sense of familiarity with her figure from afar. As he drew nearer and her face came into clear view, his expression darkened instantly, his brows knitting tightly together. "Shen Yu? How did you get in here?" Jiang Jing strode swiftly to her side and demanded coldly. Shen Yu heard the familiar voice and instinctively looked up, only then realizing it was Jiang Jing. "Why are you here?" "I came to find Daddy Gu Zixing, not you." Shen Yu's face turned sour as she faced Jiang Jing. The childishness from moments ago vanished from her tone. Everyone around could hear the disgust toward Jiang Jing dripping from her words. "Gu Zixing isn't here. And why did you come alone? Where's your mother?" Jiang Jing clenched his fists. Shen Yu's attitude stung, but he couldn't very well get into a spat with a child. Suppressing his irritation, he asked patiently. Shen Yu, however, stubbornly stuck out her neck, refusing to give Jiang Jing any face. "You're not my dad now, so what right do you have to tell me what to do?" Jiang Jing choked on his words. Deciding it was pointless to press further, he pulled out his phone, opened a contact screen, and instructed a nearby staff member, "This is her mother's number. Contact her immediately and have her come pick Shen Yu up." The staff member nodded and started to leave when Shen Yu suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Jiang Jing's sleeve. "Don't you dare call Mom. She'll get mad." In the struggle, Shen Yu's fingernail accidentally scraped Jiang Jing's hand, leaving a red mark. Jiang Jing's frown deepened, but he remained patient, refraining from anger. He gently freed himself from Shen Yu's grip, gave a subtle signal to the staff nearby, and said, "Hurry up. Don't delay the next shoot. I hate you." Seeing her attempts to stop him fail, Shen Yu suddenly grabbed a mineral water bottle from the nearby table and hurled it at Jiang Jing. The bottle grazed his shoulder before crashing to the floor with a loud thud. "Don't you dare tell Mom." The set fell instantly silent. Jiang Jing's expression darkened further, though his tone remained controlled. "Shen Yu, throwing things is wrong. Mind your own business. You're not my dad anymore." Shen Yu shrieked, tears finally spilling over. "Mom was right. You're nothing like Zixing's dad. He never yells at me." Jiang Jing felt a tightness in his chest, but he still signaled the production assistant to prepare some snacks and drinks the children would like. Then he said to Shen Yu, "Shen Yu, wait here. Your mom will be here soon." "I won't wait. I'm going to find Zixing dad myself." Shen Yu turned to run out, but fortunately, a staff member nearby reacted quickly and stopped her. "You." Just as Shen Yu was struggling, Shen Manning arrived. She cried out, running over as she shouted. Seeing Shen Manning arrive, Jiang Jing's expression softened slightly. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Shen Manning hurried to Shen Yu's side, her expression grim. "You, why did you run out alone?" Seeing Shen Manning, Shen Yu stopped struggling. She stood there with her head bowed guiltily, saying nothing. Seeing Shen Yu like this, the reproachful words stuck in Shen Manning's throat. In the end, she could only sigh. "You, we'll deal with your situation once we get home." She then stood up and addressed the staff nearby. "Where is Jiang Jing? I want to see him." Shen Manning had clearly seen Jiang Jing when she ran over, but as she approached, he had vanished. "I'm sorry, Miss Shen. Director Jiang has already gone to prepare for filming and is unavailable at the moment. Perhaps you should take the young lady home first," said the staff member who had been accompanying Jiang Jing. At these words, Shen Manning's expression darkened instantly. She felt furious inside, truly unable to tolerate Jiang Jing's cold, indifferent attitude toward her. But constrained by her lofty status, she couldn't show it publicly. Thus, Shen Manning stormed off the set, angrily grabbing her bag and leading Shen Yu away. Watching from the shadows, Jiang Jing breathed a sigh of relief at her departure. He genuinely feared Shen Manning might come looking for trouble. Jiang Jing composed himself and promptly announced the resumption of filming, swiftly shifting his focus to the new scenes. With that concern resolved, Jiang Jing was in excellent spirits, and the actors' scenes went smoothly. Seeing that the episode's filming was nearly complete, Jiang Jing spoke up. "All right, everyone take a break. We'll pause for now." "All right." Everyone was exhausted, including Jiang Jing. He found an empty spot and sat down. Jolie, standing nearby, approached curiously and asked Jiang Jing, "Director Jiang, what's the deal with that woman who came to see you earlier? She had a little girl with her. What's your relationship with them?" Jiang Jing thought for a moment before answering truthfully, "My ex-wife and my daughter." The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Eyes widened in surprise. Even Jolie, who had asked the question, was momentarily speechless. She could only awkwardly excuse herself and leave. Jolie's face was now etched with regret, regretting her own sharp tongue for asking such a question. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Jiang Jing noticed the shift. At the same time, the good mood Jiang Jing had been in vanished instantly. Past events weighed on him like a massive stone, crushing his chest and leaving him breathless. After finishing the day's filming, Jiang Jing remained intensely irritable. Breaking his usual routine, he headed to a small tavern, intending to drown his frustrations in drink. Chapter 59, Drinking Away the Night. Inside the tavern, Jiang Jing found a secluded corner to sit. At first, he simply sat there, lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, he snapped back to reality, glanced around, and then beckoned for the waiter to approach. "Sir, what can I get for you?" The waiter approached with a smile, his voice timid. This tavern differed from the noisy, chaotic bars. It was Jiang Jing's favorite place to visit. Occasionally, when he had nothing to do, having a drink here was uniquely comfortable. But today, Jiang Jing only wanted to get completely drunk. "Bring me a few glasses of your strongest liquor," Jiang Jing said, massaging his slightly throbbing temples, ready to drown himself in drink. The waiter's expression was slightly awkward, but he still asked, "Sir, are you sure? Would you like?" Jiang Jing merely shook his head, signaling the waiter to fetch it without further questions. Seeing this, the waiter didn't press further and simply prepared the drinks as requested. Soon, several colorful glasses of liquor appeared before Jiang Jing. They looked quite appealing, but beautiful things often concealed danger, and these drinks were no exception. They were the strongest spirits available in this tavern. Yet as he looked at them, Jiang Jing's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't seem particularly pleased with the selection. Still, he pressed his lips together and said nothing, simply picking up a glass and beginning to drink. After several cups, Jiang Jing felt little effect. Seeming unsatisfied, he drank a few more before a faint buzz began to take hold. The alcohol began to take hold, clouding his gaze with a hazy haze. His expression remained impassive, but his ears had flushed a deep crimson. Jiang Jing realized his thoughts remained surprisingly clear, which only deepened his frustration. Just as he was about to order more drinks, an excited cry erupted beside him. "Director Jiang? Is that you, Director Jiang? Really?" It was a young girl's voice. Just by the tone, Jiang Jing knew she was almost certainly one of his fans. Moreover, that Director Jiang had been shouted quite loudly. Jiang Jing was certain many people present had heard it clearly. Realizing this, Jiang Jing shut his eyes tightly, his mind filled with irritation. He had only intended to have a drink to ease his mood, but it seemed that wish was now unlikely to be fulfilled. Sure enough, when Jiang Jing turned his head, the girl who had screamed earlier raised her voice even louder. She ran straight up to him, bouncing excitedly as she spoke. "Director Jiang, I can't believe it's really you? And may I take a photo with you?" The girl spoke, batting her large eyes hopefully at Jiang Jing. Faced with this little girl, Jiang Jing sighed resignedly. Then, his familiar smile spread across his face as he gently replied, "Of course." As Jiang Jing posed for photos with the girl, others began crowding around, one by one asking for his autograph and pictures. Facing his fans' requests, Jiang Jing naturally didn't refuse, though he was already feeling quite irritated inside. Fortunately, the tavern wasn't overly crowded. Some noticed the slightly unpleasant expression hidden beneath his smile and wisely didn't pester him further. Though the fans gradually dispersed, they still sat not far from his table, watching him. Seeing this, Jiang Jing sighed deeply. He had intended to drown his sorrows in drink, but he hadn't wanted his fans to witness him completely wasted. With that thought, Jiang Jing rose, waved to the surrounding fans, settled his bill, and walked out of the tavern. Night had already fallen outside. Jiang Jing took a deep breath. The evening air carried a hint of chill, and the cool breeze blew away what little drunkenness he had felt, leaving him completely sober. Jiang Jing sighed deeply once more and began walking toward his home. He recalled a convenience store downstairs in his residential complex, so he decided to buy some alcohol there and bring it back home. The liquor from the convenience store wasn't blended like the tavern's. Without any mixers, it hit his palate with a sharp, fiery bite. Perhaps because he was alone at home, he felt no need for restraint. He drew the curtains tightly shut and turned on only a soft lamp in the living room. Under the dim light, he sat casually on the floor, surrounded by the bottles of liquor he had just bought. The variety was vast, but Jiang Jing paid it no mind, pouring bottle after bottle into his mouth. Yet the more he drank, the clearer his mind became. Even memories he had deliberately pushed aside began surfacing in his thoughts. He shook his head, trying to shake off those memories, but it backfired. Instead, they became even clearer. Seeing his efforts were futile, Jiang Jing resorted to pouring bottle after bottle down his throat, trying to numb himself with alcohol. Finally, he could barely hold the bottle steady. With a clatter, it fell to the floor, spilling its contents everywhere. Jiang Jing froze, his gaze drifting slowly to his own hands, which were trembling slightly. He let out a bitter laugh, abandoning the broken bottle on the floor as he leaned back, collapsing onto the soft sofa behind him. Drunk and drained of strength, his mind remained unnaturally sharp. Unconsciously, he began revisiting fragments of his past with Shen Manning, then recalled Shen Yu's words from today. Jiang Jing started chuckling softly, his laughter swelling until he appeared almost deranged. He now bitterly regretted ever having been involved with someone like Shen Manning. The mere thought that he had once entertained the idea of spending the rest of my life with her like this made him want to slap himself. The sharp crack of the slap echoed jarringly in the quiet, empty room. Yet Jiang Jing seemed oblivious, slumped on the sofa. After an unknown period, perhaps overwhelmed by the alcohol, he gradually drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, just as Jiang Jing was getting completely drunk, trouble struck the film crew. During their routine nightly checks, the crew discovered that the cloth covering the equipment, which should have been neatly in place, had been pulled off at some point. A sense of dread immediately gripped the crew members. They rushed over to investigate and confirmed their worst fears: the equipment had been sabotaged by someone. Chapter 60: Equipment Sabotaged. And it wasn't just one piece of equipment. Nearly all the critical filming gear had been tampered with. These devices weren't cheap, so the crew wasted no time. They stationed 2 people to guard the equipment while another rushed to contact Jiang Jing. Unfortunately, Jiang Jing had fallen into a deep, drunken slumber. His phone, dropped on the floor, kept lighting up and being pressed down repeatedly. The ringtone blared incessantly, yet it failed to rouse the unconscious Jiang Jing. With no other options and unable to reach Jiang Jing, the crew member gritted their teeth and made a desperate call to Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning was working overtime at the company when she received the news about the damaged equipment on set. Her expression immediately darkened. Has Director Jiang been notified about this? Shen Qingning's voice carried a serious tone. The staff member on the other end of the line was nearly in tears. No, Ms. Shen. We couldn't reach Director Jiang either, which is why we dared to call you. Do you know where Director Jiang is? With such a major incident on set, we have no idea what to do. Alright, don't panic. Secure the scene. I'll go find Jiang Jing first. Shen Qingning paused briefly before calmly giving instructions. After hanging up, Shen Qingning couldn't help but rub her throbbing temples. She had sensed all day that something was about to happen, and here it was, waiting for her. Recalling the crew's mention of being unable to reach Jiang Jing, Shen Qingning's expression darkened. She muttered a silent curse under her breath before quickly gathering her things and driving alone to Jiang Jing's residence. Few people knew Jiang Jing lived here, and the community's privacy and security measures were quite good, which was precisely why Shen Qingning had arranged for him to stay here. She reached Jiang Jing's door as fast as she could. Staring at the closed door, Shen Qingning took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response from inside. The doorbell's ringing persisted without interruption. Shen Qingning's frown deepened. She decided to call the property management directly and ask them to come open the door. The property management staff arrived swiftly. They recognized Shen Qingning, and upon her request to open the door, they complied without question, quickly unlocking it before stepping aside to let her enter. The moment the door swung open, a pungent stench of alcohol hit her. Shen Qingning instinctively covered her nose, taking a moment to adjust before stepping inside. The room was completely dark except for a faint glow around Jiang Jing. Standing at the doorway, Shen Qingning could only vaguely make out Jiang Jing leaning against the sofa, seemingly lost in some activity. An inexplicable irritation rose within Shen Qingning. With a sharp click, she flipped on all the lights in the room. The bright light seemed to sting Jiang Jing's eyes. He let out a soft tsk, muttered something, and rolled over, shielding his eyes with his hand as if trying to block the glare. With the lights on, the room was as bright as day. Now, Shen Qingning could clearly see the scene in the living room. Jiang Jing slumped on the floor, surrounded by empty liquor bottles. The floor was littered with spilled alcohol and overturned bottles. The utter mess stunned Shen Qingning. Snapping out of her shock, she hurried over and shook Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing? Jiang Jing? Wake up! The sound at his ear irritated Jiang Jing to no end. He opened his eyes irritably, blurry-eyed at the figure standing before him. He shook his head, and only then did he begin to make out the person more clearly. But the moment his gaze landed on her face, Jiang Jing's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression darkened instantly. Shen Manning? Why are you here? How did you get in? Shen Qingning froze, then realized Jiang Jing had mistaken her for Shen Manning. At that thought, she sneered coldly, Jiang Jing, take a good look. Who exactly do you think I am? But the drunken Jiang Jing couldn't hear a word she said. He stumbled to his feet, trying to push the Shen Manning he saw before him out the door. Shen Manning, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. I don't know how you got in here, but if you don't leave now, I'm calling the police. With that, Jiang Jing reached out and shoved Shen Manning aside. In his drunken state, Jiang Jing's movements lacked any sense of restraint. Shen Qingning, caught off guard, stumbled backward from the shove and nearly fell to the floor. Only the property management staff at the door, noticing something was amiss, rushed in to catch the nearly falling Shen Qingning. Once Shen Qingning regained her balance, the two approached Jiang Jing, attempting to restrain the disoriented man. But Jiang Jing was incredibly strong now. Even though the two men used every ounce of strength they had, Jiang Jing still managed to push them both to the ground. Watching the situation escalate, Shen Qingning felt nothing but a throbbing headache. She helped the security guard to his feet and led them to the doorway. Thank you both, she said. I'll handle the rest. But whatever happens tonight, please keep it confidential. Once this is resolved, I'll make sure you're compensated. No need to thank us, Miss Shen. It's our job. But that gentleman inside seems terribly drunk. Are you sure you can handle this? The property manager waved it off, smiling at Shen Qingning before casting a worried glance at the inebriated Jiang Jing. Shen Qingning nodded. No need for you two to trouble yourselves. With that, Shen Qingning closed the door, turned around, and walked toward Jiang Jing. Seeing that Shen Manning not only hadn't left but had closed the door and was approaching him, Jiang Jing's expression darkened further. Shen Manning, you. Jiang Jing watched as the Shen Manning before him drew nearer, his entire being growing increasingly agitated. Jiang Jing, I am not Shen Manning. Look closely, I am Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning snapped sharply, trying to rouse the drunken Jiang Jing. But Shen Qingning had underestimated the effects of alcohol. Jiang Jing refused to believe her explanation, stubbornly convinced that the person before him was Shen Manning. Seeing reason was futile, Shen Qingning shut her mouth. Just as Jiang Jing stepped forward to shove her, she grabbed a small stick nearby and struck him hard on the back of his neck. Jiang Jing instantly lost consciousness, collapsing unconscious at Shen Qingning's feet. Seeing this, Shen Qingning finally let out a slight sigh of relief. She set down the stick, sighed softly, and resignedly dragged Jiang Jing into the bedroom. Though Jiang Jing was on the lean side, he was still a man over 6 feet tall. His weight was considerable, and by the time Shen Qingning managed to get him onto the bedroom bed, she was utterly exhausted. Chapter 61, Calling the Police. Shen Qingning straightened up, panting heavily as she stared at Jiang Jing, who lay unconscious on the bed. She kicked him spitefully, aiming for the foot dangling limply on the floor. Perhaps because she used too much force when knocking him out earlier, even after several hard kicks, Jiang Jing remained as still as a corpse. Shen Qingning stared at him, utterly speechless. Yet the memory of him mistaking her for Shen Manning filled her with a deeper ache, as if a piece of her heart had been torn out. Realizing this, Shen Qingning's gaze toward Jiang Jing grew even more complicated. She couldn't quite define her feelings for him now, but whenever she heard Shen Manning's name escape his lips, she felt herself teetering on the edge of losing control. This feeling of losing control was unbearable for Shen Qingning. Just as she was about to lash out at Jiang Jing again, she took a deep breath and hurried out. Stepping out of the bedroom, Shen Qingning finally exhaled a long breath. But the sight of the living room's utter chaos made that breath catch in her throat, stuck there in an uncomfortable lump. After much internal struggle, Shen Qingning resolutely headed for the door. Seriously, she'd already shown remarkable kindness by dragging Jiang Jing back to the bedroom. That was more than enough. If she were truly holding a grudge, she wouldn't even have pursued the matter further. But right now, the production crew was the top priority. Jiang Jing was passed out cold, yet the equipment issue still needed resolving. Since Jiang Jing couldn't handle it, Shen Qingning would have to take care of it herself. After mentally cursing Jiang Jing one last time, Shen Qingning finally left his apartment and drove to the production crew to clean up the mess. The crew had been eagerly awaiting Jiang Jing's arrival. When they spotted Shen Qingning's car, their eyes lit up with hope. But to their disappointment, only Shen Qingning stepped out of the car. With Jiang Jing nowhere in sight, everyone present pinned their hopes solely on Shen Qingning. "Mission, where's Director Jiang? Did you not find him either?" The person who first discovered the destroyed equipment approached Shen Qingning, asking anxiously. "Jiang Jing has some urgent matters he couldn't get away from, so he sent me to handle this." "Where are those pieces of equipment? Take me to see them." Facing the crew's confusion, Shen Qingning instinctively concealed the fact that Jiang Jing was drunk. Hearing her explanation, the crew members exchanged glances, knowing better than to press further. Soon, Shen Qingning saw the damaged equipment. Her expression darkened instantly. The most critical components had been violently destroyed, rendering them beyond repair. Even if sent back to the factory for maintenance, they wouldn't be usable anytime soon. Moreover, the repair costs were exorbitant, nearly equivalent to buying new equipment. Shen Qingning's hands clenched unconsciously. What the hell is going on here? The words practically ground out between her teeth. Rarely seeing Shen Qingning like this, the others exchanged nervous glances, none daring to speak. The first person to speak stepped forward, explaining clearly, "Miss Shen, here's what happened. We were doing our routine night patrol and equipment check. When we reached this area, we noticed the cloth covering the equipment had been moved. We checked it out, but we never expected it to end up like this. After discovering the damage, we didn't touch anything here. We immediately contacted Director Jiang and you. That's the situation as it stands now. Before I arrived, did anyone besides you lot approach these devices?" Shen Qingning's brows knitted tightly as her piercing gaze swept over the group. The group exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. "No, it was only us." "Good. Call the police. This equipment is extremely expensive. We can't just let this slide." Shen Qingning calmly gave the order. These were all filming equipment Shen Qingning had sponsored, newly acquired top-tier gear from across the nation and even the world. A single piece could cost 6 figures, and the total value of all this equipment was unimaginable. Yet now, it was practically reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Though Shen Qingning was wealthy, she couldn't tolerate someone stepping on her like this. Calling the police was the best choice. With Shen Qingning's approval, the crew swiftly reported the incident. Police arrived at the set shortly thereafter. While equipment vandalism on film sets was nothing new, the sheer scale of the damage involved was unprecedented. Despite their astonishment, the police handled the situation efficiently. After reviewing surveillance footage and documenting the scene with photographs, they departed the set. They should have taken everyone present for questioning, but with Shen Qingning there, the officers dared not act rashly. Just as they were leaving, Shen Qingning spoke up, "Officers, this equipment is extremely valuable. I don't mean to put undue pressure on you, but the amount involved is so large that even I find it hard to bear. I sincerely hope the police can apprehend the mastermind behind this crime as soon as possible." While phrased diplomatically, her words carried a subtle weight that anyone could sense, let alone the officers. "Rest assured, Ms. Shen. We will spare no effort to deliver results to everyone as soon as possible." With that, the officers turned and left. "Ms. Shen, with the equipment in this state, what about our upcoming shoot?" The crew members, noticing Shen Qingning's grim expression, dared not breathe loudly and could only ask cautiously. "With the equipment damaged, filming obviously can't continue. Let's suspend production for a day. I'll figure out a solution for the equipment, but it will take time." Shen Qingning spoke as if it were no big deal, as though the equipment were insignificant. But what about Director Jiang? An extra day off was a godsend for these overworked laborers. Yet their immediate superior, Jiang Jing, remained unaware of the shoot's suspension. Should blame fall, Jiang Jing wouldn't confront Shen Qingning. The scapegoats would inevitably be these lowly underlings. Noticing the crew's anxiety, Shen Qingning reassured them, "Don't worry about Director Jiang. I'll handle it. It's late now. You should all go home and rest." With that, Shen Qingning also left the set. Since departing the company, she hadn't had a moment's rest. At this point, she was genuinely exhausted, feeling like she could pass out the moment her head hit the pillow. Chapter 62, Blackout after drinking. However, after returning home, Shen Qingning reconsidered and sent Jiang Jing a text message. She then went through a quick routine of washing up before retiring for the night. The next day, the sun was high in the sky when Jiang Jing sprawled on his bed. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the bed curtains, gradually shifting to fall on his face. The glare was blinding, and Jiang Jing slowly came to. The aftermath of his hangover surfaced, and the newly conscious Jiang Jing felt aches all over his body, especially in his head and the back of his neck, where the pain was particularly intense. The headache was understandable, but what puzzled Jiang Jing was why the back of his neck hurt so badly, even more than his head. Dragging his weak body, he rose and glanced at the window obscured by curtains. Instinctively, he walked over and pulled them open. Blinding sunlight flooded the darkened bedroom, and Jiang Jing's expression darkened instantly. Ignoring his discomfort, he hurried into the cluttered living room and fished his nearly dead phone from a pile of empty bottles. Seeing the brightly lit 11 o'clock on the screen, Jiang Jing nearly exploded. He had scheduled filming to start at 9 o'clock, yet here he was, the director, still stuck at home at 11 o'clock. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. He quickly plugged his phone into the charger and dashed into the bathroom. By the time he emerged from his shower, his phone was ringing incessantly. Annoyed by the constant alerts, he picked it up to see who was messaging him. Unexpectedly, the fully charged phone loaded all the messages from last night until now. Countless missed calls and 99 plus WeChat messages made Jiang Jing feel even more uneasy. He ignored the missed calls and checked the messages first, finally learning what had transpired during his drunken stupor. Not only had he been unaware, but he'd also burdened Shen Qingning with handling the situation. Worse still, all these devices had been purchased with Shen Qingning's money. Jiang Jing covered his face in anguish. Now he remembered the absurd things he'd done last night, mistaking Shen Qingning for Shen Manning and even attempting to lay a hand on her. Jiang Jing was overcome with shame and rage, wishing he could jump off the balcony right then and there. When he finally lowered his hands, his face was flushed crimson. Shameful as it was, Shen Qingning had handled the aftermath with the production crew. Both in principle and in practice, Jiang Jing owed her a debt of gratitude. After a moment's thought, Jiang Jing called Shen Qingning. She answered quickly, but her opening words instantly made Jiang Jing cringe. "What? The renowned Jiang Jing, Director Jiang, has finally woken up? Do you still remember who I am?" Jiang Jing fell silent. After a long pause, his voice raspy, he replied, "Ms. Shen, please don't tease me. I'm truly sorry about last night. It was embarrassing." "Embarrassing? Hardly. It was actually quite a sight seeing you drunk for the first time. Director Jiang's behavior when intoxicated is truly..." Shen Qingning trailed off mid-sentence, but the teasing undertone was unmistakable. "Last night's offense was truly unintentional. I sincerely hope you'll forgive me. Also, regarding the crew equipment, I'm terribly sorry for the trouble. Would you be free for lunch? I'd like to treat you to a meal." Jiang Jing awkwardly scratched his head, stiffly changing the subject. "It's no trouble at all. Since I've invested in your film, it's only natural I handle matters that need addressing. You've just woken from drunkenness, you should rest while things are quiet. I've poured so much money into this, I wouldn't want you to collapse before we recoup our investment. Personal feelings and professional matters should be kept separate. There's no need to let past people or events derail your work." Shen Qingning's words carried hidden meaning. She intended to give Jiang Jing a blunt warning, but the words died on her lips. Jiang Jing nodded firmly, regardless of whether she could see him.
Thank you for your trust, Miss Shen. This won't happen again.
His tone was unwaveringly serious.
Indeed, one such incident was more than enough. Repeated occurrences would inevitably cast doubt on his professionalism, something Jiang Jing was determined to avoid.
After hanging up, Jiang Jing exhaled a long breath, his mood inexplicably lifting. But the sight of the living room strewn with debris made his expression stiffen again. After a long moment, he sighed and resignedly began cleaning up himself. By the time the living room was tidy again, Jiang Jing felt utterly drained.
He collapsed onto the sofa, unwilling to move a muscle.
But the production crew had finally granted a day off, and he had no plans this rare time truly his own. He didn't want to waste it cooped up at home. After much deliberation, Jiang Jing, having rested sufficiently, changed his clothes and prepared to go out shopping for some necessary items. A large shopping mall was located not far from his residence, so he strolled over at a leisurely pace. His outfit today differed from his usual artsy style. He wore a white shirt with black jeans, topped with a black denim jacket and sunglasses. Though simple, it was the kind of look popular among young people these days.
This outfit made Jiang Jing look even more handsome.
As he walked down the street, many young girls turned their heads to look at him, some silently admiring him, others excitedly whispering and squealing with their friends beside them. While strolling through the mall, Jiang Jing was even asked for his contact information by several beautifully dressed young women. But Jiang Jing merely gave a distant smile, waved his hand, and declined them all.
Surprisingly, these girls didn't seem upset at all. If anything, they appeared even more excited.
Jiang Jing found their reactions somewhat amusing. He nodded politely before turning away and casually choosing a quiet corner to sit down.
But Shen Manning had seen everything clearly when Jiang Jing was being approached.
Others might not recognize him, but Shen Manning knew exactly who he was. Seeing Jiang Jing like this only made Shen Manning feel worse. She realized that since leaving her, Jiang Jing seemed to be thriving more and more, something Shen Manning found unbearable.
This time, however, Shen Manning didn't storm over hysterically like before. Instead, she walked over to Jiang Jing with her chin slightly raised and a look of pride on her face, just like the Shen Manning he had known from the very beginning. Chapter 63, Relentless Pursuit. Jiang Jing sat quietly in the corner when suddenly, a shadow fell across his vision. He instinctively looked up to find Shen Manning's face staring down at him.
His face immediately turned pale. The mere sight of Shen Manning reminded him of his mistake in mistaking her for Shen Qingning. The thought made his expression even more unpleasant.
"What are you doing here?"
Jiang Jing asked coldly, his tone far from pleasant. Shen Manning paid no heed to his attitude, simply stating, "There are some things I'd like to discuss with you."
With that, Shen Manning firmly grabbed Jiang Jing's arm.
Just as he started to struggle, Shen Manning leaned close and whispered, "If you don't want to be the center of attention, you'd better come with me." Jiang Jing immediately gave up resisting, though his brows remained tightly furrowed as he followed Shen Manning into a coffee shop. The cafe wasn't crowded, providing the perfect opportunity for Shen Manning and Jiang Jing to talk. They settled into a corner seat, and Jiang Jing impatiently asked, "What exactly do you want to talk about by bringing me here?" Shen Manning simply stared intently at Jiang Jing. After a moment, she gestured to the waiter and ordered 2 coffees. Soon, the coffees were placed before them. "Try it. This coffee tastes pretty good," Shen Manning said, lifting her cup and taking a sip, appearing in a fairly good mood. Jiang Jing, however, remained sullen and motionless. "If you only wanted to buy me coffee, I think we can skip it. I told you before, there's nothing between us anymore." This time, however, Shen Manning didn't let Jiang Jing's words provoke her. She sipped her coffee leisurely until Jiang Jing's patience was nearly exhausted. Only then did she speak, "I want to send you abroad. What do you think? If you think it's fine, then I have no objection. You're her mother now, not mine. You don't need to consult me about her future plans." Jiang Jing's expression remained impassive, lacking the agitation Shen Manning had anticipated. Shen Manning hadn't expected Jiang Jing to speak like this. In that moment, she could no longer control her thoughts. "Jiang Jing, Yu is your daughter too. Don't you have any feelings at all? Even if she has to go abroad to study alone, doesn't that break your heart? She's the daughter you raised from childhood." Shen Manning was utterly baffled. She couldn't fathom why Jiang Jing had become this way. Yet facing Shen Manning's disbelief, Jiang Jing remained uncharacteristically calm. "Shen Manning, regarding Yu's upbringing, I believe we made it perfectly clear when we divorced. You should know better than anyone whose child she truly is. The fact that I once treated Yu as my own flesh and blood proves I did have feelings for her. But those feelings vanished completely when Gu Zixing appeared. Do you have any idea how I felt seeing Yu's face, so strikingly similar to his? But Yu is innocent." Shen Manning knew she was in the wrong, yet she spoke up anyway. "Whether she's innocent or not, I think you should know better than I do." Jiang Jing's voice was cold. "You saw how Yu treated me. Do you think I, Jiang Jing, am some kind of pathetic person? Today I'll say it again, whatever you choose to do to Yu, whatever state she ends up in, it has nothing to do with me. I don't want anything to do with it anymore.
Please don't come looking for me again." With that, Jiang Jing stood up and left. The coffee before him remained untouched, leaving Shen Manning sitting there, her hands clenched tightly. She wanted to stop Jiang Jing, but when she opened her mouth, no words came out. She sat there, her heart aching terribly, yet she had no one to vent to. Jiang Jing's words echoed relentlessly in Shen Manning's mind. Stepping out of the cafe, Jiang Jing felt an unusual calm. He realized that getting everything off his chest had brought him immense relief. He would never again drown his sorrows in late-night drinking over his relationship with Shen Manning. Still, Shen Manning's appearance had shattered his good mood for the entire day. After this incident, he lost all desire to shop. Reluctantly, Jiang Jing decided to head to the studio instead. Though he believed he had let go of both Shen Manning and Xinyu, her confrontational words today had still sent ripples through his calm state of mind. He could sense that deep down, he wasn't feeling quite right. But this state was actually conducive to creativity, as his previous bursts of inspiration had always come when he was in a bad mood. Inside the studio, Jiang Jing entered his office, powered up his computer, and began revising the script. The current draft followed the standard formula for comedy, though it incorporated his own interpretation of the genre. Overall, the script maintained a lighthearted tone. Now, however, Jiang Jing had woven in subtle twists sprinkling tragic elements throughout the script to use sorrow as a foil for comedy. Reviewing the revised draft, Jiang Jing felt thoroughly satisfied. After saving his work, he headed home early to rest. The next day, Jiang Jing arrived at the production set early. Spotting Jolie, who had arrived even earlier than him, a relieved smile spread across his face. "Jolie, you're here so early?" Jiang Jing greeted her, casually setting his bag aside. Jolie smiled back at him. "Good morning, Director Jiang. Since we had the day off yesterday, I thought I'd come in a bit earlier today. I didn't expect you'd be here so soon after I arrived." Jiang Jing beckoned to Jolie. "Here, take a look at the new script." Saying this, Jiang Jing handed the script to Jolie. "New script? Director Jiang, what did you add this time?" Jolie took the script, flipping through it as she casually asked. "You'll see when you read it." A mysterious smile flashed across Jiang Jing's face. "No way, Director Jiang. How did a breakup storyline get added?" Jolie happened to flip to a page Jiang Jing had revised. It detailed the female lead believing she'd been abandoned by the male lead, doing some ridiculous things in her heartbreak. Sensing something was off, Jolie flipped through more pages. Her expression darkened. While she'd handled the original script with ease, the new scenes demanded a level of acting skill far beyond her current capabilities. This was a huge challenge for Jolie. She had virtually no experience with romance. Chapter 64, Hone Her Acting Skills. Jiang Jing observed her expression. "Jolie, you need to polish this new script thoroughly. You must convey the character's emotions so the audience can see them clearly on your face." Jiang Jing believed the mark of a great actor lay in their ability to convey a character's emotions. It must be portrayed reasonably and seamlessly for the audience to see, otherwise, one is not a qualified actor. As a newcomer, this pressure weighed heavily on Jolie. "Director Jiang, rest assured I'll polish it thoroughly." She saw this as a challenge for herself. Though Jolie is a woman, she possesses remarkable resilience, precisely why Jiang Jing holds such high hopes for her. While her acting may still feel raw and unpolished now, scene after scene, Jolie will ultimately transform into a fine actress. Let's study this together. We can rehearse our lines and make sure we're in sync when we start filming. Seeing this, Bang Jiahe stepped forward and began discussing the script with Jolie. Watching the two of them so absorbed, Jiang Jing nodded approvingly. This is the professionalism an actor should possess. Approaching the script with meticulous care, not just shouting action in front of the camera. "Mr. Shen, what brings you here? The set is rather makeshift. I doubt we have proper accommodations for you. You should have given us advance notice." Not far away, Shen Qingning had come to inspect the set again. Whether it was because of that dream the night before or not, whenever Shen Qingning had a moment to herself, Jiang Jing's figure would inevitably flash through her mind. This left her thoughts in a peculiar state, and before she knew it, she found herself at the set pretending to inspect the work. Fortunately, as an investor, she had legitimate grounds to visit the set without arousing suspicion. "Don't mind me. I'm just taking a look around. You all go about your business. We've been shooting for days now. Why does it seem like everyone's idle? Could it be that something isn't ready, or we've run into trouble?" Hearing Shen Qingning's question, a nearby crew member quickly explained. "Well, Miss Shen, Director Jiang has made some changes to the script again, adding more scenes for the main characters. Jolie and Fang Jiahan are currently polishing the script." Shen Qingning's mind drifted back to Director Jiang's drunken state the night before. It seemed that as a creator, extreme emotional swings could indeed spark bursts of inspiration. "You all go ahead with your work. No need to mind me. I'll just take a quick look around and leave." Having invested in numerous productions, Shen Qingning was thoroughly familiar with how film crews operated. She wouldn't act like other investors who exploited actors or put on airs on set. Jiang Jing's production team operated completely differently from others. The overall atmosphere was excellent, seemingly chaotic, yet everything was actually organized and efficient. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. Shen Qingning didn't disturb them, simply observing from the sidelines. Zhou Li and Fang Jiahong still hadn't made any progress. This made Zhou Li anxious. She felt she was holding up the entire crew and causing trouble for others. After repeated attempts, they finally regained some momentum. The two approached Jiang Jing to prepare for the next scene. Director Jiang, I'm ready. Shall we give it a try? Jiang Jing glanced at Zhou Li, whose state was clearly off. He was known for meticulous, slow-paced filming. If any actor was off, he'd immediately call a halt and let them adjust first. This situation clearly wouldn't do. Don't rush. Actors need to be in the right state to immerse themselves in the role and connect with their character. Let's refine the new script further and find the right feel. Better slow than serve up a hodgepodge to the audience. Any other director would have been cursing by now. Only Jiang Jing was willing to give actors more chances. While new actors on other sets trembled in fear, speak up, Zhou Li and Fang Jia felt incredibly at ease with Jiang Jing. Alright, let's keep finding our rhythm. Zhou Li exhaled in relief, pumping her fist in encouragement. Fang Jia smiled at the sight, while Jiang Jing turned his attention to filming the supporting cast. The supporting actors delivered flawless performances. That's it, that's the feeling. Keep it up. These supporting actors also spent time refining the script on set and continued their studies privately. This atmosphere was cultivated by Zhou Li and Fang Jia. The supporting actors feared being overtaken by these young upstarts, surpassing them, the seasoned veterans. Jiang Jing was considered a young director in the industry, but anyone with discerning eyes could see his boundless potential. No one wanted to be left behind. Cut. Everyone did a fantastic job today. We're wrapping up early. Get some rest after you head back, we need to prepare for the next shoot. After calling cut, Jiang Jing unexpectedly wrapped up early. He then hurriedly drove off. He rarely left first otherwise, sometimes even staying until he was the last one to leave the set. Today, he had something important to attend to, visiting his foster mother, Su Xiufang, at the hospital. Mom, how are you feeling today? Any discomfort? Su Xiufang lay in her hospital bed, her complexion looking much better than before. Her appetite was also quite good. She was peeling an orange to eat when Jiang Jing arrived. Jiang Jing naturally took the orange, peeled it, and fed it to her. I've been feeling pretty good these past few days. Unlike before, I've been able to sleep through the night without pain. How are things on your end? I told you to focus on your own business and not worry about me for now. Su Xiufang knew full well that Jiang Jing had many responsibilities and couldn't stay by her side constantly. The crew wrapped up early today, so I came to check on you. Just then, Su Xiufang's attending physician pushed open the door and entered. Dr. Song, how is my mother's recovery progressing? No need to worry. The patient is recovering exceptionally well. Things are looking very promising. She should be fully recovered in about another 2 weeks. She can already get out of bed for light activity now. Receiving the doctor's reassuring confirmation, Jiang Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. You can start preparing for her discharge in the next few days. There's no need for her to stay in the hospital indefinitely. Recovery will be more conducive at home, where she's more familiar with the environment. The attending physician clearly favored home recuperation. Su Xiufang's condition had stabilized, and barring any unforeseen complications, there was little cause for concern. Jiang Jing didn't respond immediately. He wouldn't make the decision about discharge directly. He still needed to ask Su Xiufang herself what she wanted. Chapter 65, The Car Accident. Jiang Jing was usually too busy with filming to spend much time caring for Su Xiufang. Mom, what do you think? Do you feel safer staying in the hospital, or would you rather recover at home? Alone in the hospital with few familiar faces around, Su Xiufang was genuinely bored. With no one to chat with, she naturally wanted to go home. I think the doctor is right. It's better to recuperate at home. Staying in the hospital forever makes me feel like I'm molding away. It's so boring. The hospital environment wasn't ideal for recuperation. Only critically ill patients needed to remain in hospital wards, where medical staff could respond immediately to emergencies and where monitoring equipment was more advanced. Alright then. Since you want to leave the hospital and recuperate at home, let's go back. But I'm warning you now, no strenuous activity at home. Let's focus on healing first. There's no rush for anything else. Don't go running around doing this and that every day. Jiang Jing feared Su Xiufang would be unable to sit still once home, so he made sure to emphasize these points clearly beforehand. I'll listen to you. I won't cause you any trouble. I need to find you a top-tier nutritionist and someone to care for you. The new production just started filming, and I won't be able to spare much time for a while. Su Xiufang nodded in agreement. After all, she'd already spent so much time in the hospital, a few more days wouldn't make much difference. After that, Jiang Jing made his way to the stairwell and dialed Li Yun's number. Xiaoli, did you get in touch with that senior nutritionist I asked you to contact last time? Also, could you arrange for a team to come over? My mom is being discharged soon, so please get this sorted as quickly as possible. Jiang Jing had already made these arrangements earlier, having Li Yun secure the senior nutritionist beforehand. Now he just needed to notify them. Having worked alongside Jiang Jing for so long, Li Yun was highly reliable and never dropped the ball when it mattered. Got it, Director Jiang. I'll notify them immediately and have them prepare. After settling the family matters, he also informed the production crew. Jiang Jing handled everything personally. Especially when it came to his adoptive mother, he couldn't trust anyone else to handle the arrangements. He needed to oversee it personally to ensure everything was in order. After much deliberation, Jiang Jing decided to temporarily entrust the production team to his friend. As for himself, he could return to work after ensuring his adoptive mother was settled. Jiang Jing was a workaholic, yet deeply devoted to his family. He understood that some regrets, if left unaddressed, could never be undone. Yet the more he pondered this, the harder it became to reconcile his work and family responsibilities. Yian, do you have any upcoming commitments? The friend on the other end of the line instantly guessed his intentions the moment he answered the call. What's up, bro? I finally got a chance to take some time off. You're not going to draft me as your laborer, are you? You guessed right. I've got some family stuff to handle and can't get away. Could you come over and keep an eye on the production crew for me temporarily? This guy was Jiang Jing's close friend from college, also a director, but he was a laid-back, free-spirited type who took nearly half a year off after finishing each filming period. Perfect timing to draft him for some work. I knew you wouldn't call me for anything good. How's your new production going? Are the actors easy to work with? I saw online that Jolie is the female lead again. Don't worry, come over. The actors are all easy to work with, and you know the crew even better. Just keep an eye on things for a while, make sure nothing goes wrong during filming. The other end of the line agreed quickly, proving their relationship was indeed solid. Though it was just a supervisory role, this was Jiang Jing's new drama. If he didn't trust him, he wouldn't have sent someone over casually. By the time Jiang Jing brought Su Xiufang home, Li Yun had already arrived with the nutritionist and accompanying caregiver. Director Jiang, this is the nutritionist I mentioned earlier. She's quite renowned in our area. Director Song was under her care after his accident not long ago. I've heard of her. We'll be in your capable hands, Ms. Zhou. The nutritionist, surnamed Zhou, recognized Jiang Jing immediately. She nodded without asking further questions. In their line of work, discretion was paramount, sometimes knowing less was better. As a renowned director, his family details were strictly confidential. If any information leaked from her, it could severely damage her future business prospects. She could even get blacklisted by many clients. Mom, you must follow Ms. Zhou's instructions. Don't take matters into your own hands. Don't ruin your health again. Even with the nutritionist on board, Jiang Jing remained uneasy. Before leaving, he repeated his warnings until Su Xiufang gave multiple assurances, finally allowing him to depart with some peace of mind. With household matters settled, Jiang Jing would now focus entirely on work. But fate had other plans. The new production team faced one setback after another. Fang Jiahan was involved in a car accident on her way to the set. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Jing's brow furrowed. Could someone be targeting him, leading to this incident involving Fang Jiaha? How is she now? Is she seriously injured? She's okay. Just a leg abrasion. The doctor said it needs bandaging and a week of rest before she can move it again. Li Yun had already rushed to the hospital. Fang Jiahang had only sustained minor leg injuries. With proper rest, she would recover fully. There were no disfiguring wounds, nor was her life in danger. Find out exactly what happened. Was it their own fault, or was someone deliberately targeting them? The driver said it was an accident with a follow-cam vehicle on the way to the set. It wasn't primarily our fault. Hearing this, Jiang Jing's expression darkened. Since the new drama began filming, paparazzi had been a constant nuisance. Fang Jiahan wasn't the only one facing such trouble. The entire crew had been severely affected. Especially Jolie and Jiang Jing. There were already plenty of rumors circulating online about the two of them. Who knew how many eyes were watching them, desperate to dig up any juicy details about their relationship? This meant Jolie had to bundle herself up like a dumpling whenever she went out. Some paparazzi even followed her to school to take photos, showing absolutely no professional ethics. Their actions skirted the edge of legality. Without concrete evidence, it wasn't easy to shut them down completely. At most, they could be subjected to moral condemnation. Tell Fang Jiaha to rest properly in the hospital. No matter what, he needs to recover from his injuries first. Don't worry about the production crew for now. If necessary, we can pause filming for a while. It won't be too late to resume once he returns. Jiang Jing didn't want to put too much pressure on Fang Jiaha. The supporting actors' scenes were mostly wrapped up. Only the scenes involving the male and female leads remained unfinished, and both were indispensable. Chapter 66, appearing on the show together. Fang Jiaha's injury forced the production team to suspend filming. Jiang Jing deeply despised this kind of paparazzi behavior, as it violated the subject's right to privacy. Actors have private lives too. Unless they choose to share them on screen, no one has the right to force them to do so. Yet these paparazzi operate under the guise of being fans, secretly filming or photographing stars.
In reality, the footage they capture becomes a means for them to profit. Many have built fortunes this way, some with particularly sophisticated methods. Take one notorious paparazzo in the industry who staked out a location for 3 days and snapped photos of a certain actor surnamed Gao cheating overnight. He became a sensation. Jiang Jing wasn't about to tolerate this. He directly posted a separate thread on his social media, fiercely confronting the paparazzi. Artists deserve privacy protection too. This headline quickly trended on social media. Personally, I believe the media shouldn't just chase exposure. This kind of stalking has crossed the line. At first, Jiang Jing tried to reason with them. But as things escalated, Jiang Jing unleashed a tirade, partially condemning all the paparazzi. Similar incidents weren't unprecedented. Many celebrities had been harassed by paparazzi, with some even confronting them publicly. Unfortunately, the impact was minimal. Most paparazzi simply ignored the protests, often displaying unusual solidarity during such confrontations. Whoa, Director Jiang's furious. Looks like someone really pushed his buttons this time. What's there to fear? He's just another director in the industry. Celebrities are public figures, they have no right to privacy. Unless we've caught them doing something scandalous, why make such a fuss? Just get a few people to steer the narrative. Don't worry, the fans are on our side this time. Fans don't oppose paparazzi photography, which is precisely why it's such a headache for all celebrities. Sometimes, this collective of fans becomes wildly irrational, losing all sense of reason in their pursuit of stardom and completely disregarding the consequences. Most of the time, leaked private photos of idols spark their wild celebrations. Director Jiang is trying to sweep this under the rug. There was no paparazzi involved as far as I know. Li Yun just ran into fans on his way to the set. That guy crashed into a fan's car and didn't even apologize. Now he's staying silent, acting like he's the one who's been wronged. Come out and apologize. Jiang Jing acted impulsively this time, not that he shouldn't have addressed it online, but he should have prepared beforehand. The tactics of those paparazzi were entirely predictable. Jiang Jing should have mobilized his online supporters to counter them instead of impulsively speaking out online. This left him squarely in the crosshairs. Under the paparazzi's deliberate manipulation, his fans didn't rally behind him. For the first time ever, he faced online bullying again, with some even firing shots at him. Fortunately, Jiang Jing had weathered many storms before and didn't panic over this incident. After his initial statement, he chose not to engage with the online backlash. There was no need to engage in a public debate at this point. Doing so would only play into the traps they had set. Shen Qingning had also noticed the online commotion. After much hesitation, she dialed Jiang Jing's number, wanting to offer him some comfort. Are you okay? I saw what happened online. Do you need my help? This is nothing. Just a minor issue. Don't worry about it. The best approach right now is to stay silent. Otherwise, they'll keep setting traps for me. It'll die down in a while. Jiang Jing understood the online tactics well. They chatted casually for a while before hanging up. The production team of Dare to Speak Out. This entertainment industry variety show aired on Mango TV, specifically inviting controversial celebrities to participate. Director Chen Ming quickly noticed Jiang Jing's remarks. He turned to the assistant director beside him. What do you think about inviting Director Jiang to appear on our show? He was the first big-name director to publicly confront those paparazzi. If we can stir up some controversy during the broadcast, our show might go viral again. Chen Ming's personality was the polar opposite of Jiang Jing's. He loved taking risks and disliked playing it safe. Had Jiang Jing been producing a similar variety show, he would never have deliberately invited controversial figures. It was a double-edged sword. It could potentially drive viewership to new heights, but it could just as easily drag the entire show into a quagmire from which it might never recover. This doesn't feel right. It seems like you're playing with fire. Inviting other celebrities with scandalous pasts might boost buzz, but Jiang Jing has offended so many paparazzi. Having him on could directly impact our show. The assistant director hesitated. Chen Mingqi had directly scheduled the segment, finalizing the decision, and called to invite Jiang Jing to appear on the show. Jiang Jing understood the entertainment industry's dynamics all too well. He didn't refuse the invitation, readily agreeing instead. Since Fang Jiahan wouldn't be able to film for the foreseeable future anyway, he might as well kill some time over there and boost his own exposure while he was at it. Li Yun, notify everyone that the entire crew was off for the next few days. Use this time to rest properly. Also, have Jolie come over. I'll take her along to the variety show to get her face recognized. Director Jiang, are you really going to bring Jolie on the show? Won't that cause even more misunderstanding? You know how the online sentiment is right now. Li Yun, fearing Jiang Jing might overlook this detail, offered a reminder. Jiang Jing was well aware of the rumors circulating online about his relationship with Jolie. Don't worry. I'll be on the show myself. What's there to fear? Nothing will go wrong. Li Yun thought about it and agreed. Although the assistant was new, he would likely be well taken care of on the show, so nothing should go wrong. Learning Jiang Jing planned to bring her on the variety show, Jolie couldn't help but feel flustered.
She'd appeared on a few small-scale variety shows before, but their viewership was dismal, barely anyone watched. This time, however, it was a major production like Dare to Speak Out, sure to feature many high-profile peers. How could she not feel pressure? Director Jiang, besides us two, who else is appearing on this episode? On the flight to the production site, the two engaged in casual conversation. Facing Jolie's question, Jiang Jing shook his head. He didn't know the specific lineup either, but knowing Chen Ming, the other guests were bound to be tough nuts to crack. Don't feel pressured. Remember, entertainment shows are all about fun. Just be yourself. If anyone gives you trouble, I'll handle it. With Jiang Jing's reassurance, Jolie gradually relaxed. Chapter 67, Laying the Groundwork. The plane touched down, and the production team had arranged for a dedicated crew to meet them at the airport. The official recording had now begun. Director Jiang, welcome both of you to our show. The entire recording session is 120 minutes long. We'll officially start filming on the way to the production team. Chen Ming showed Jiang Jing ample respect by having the assistant director personally greet them. Jiang Jing nodded silently without comment. He followed domestic variety shows somewhat but held little interest in them. The vast majority of variety shows borrowed concepts from abroad with little originality. Chen Ming, a director specializing in variety programming, enjoyed immense fame. Many celebrities would even bribe him to secure spots on his shows and boost their visibility. This was the prevailing model across the entire industry. No problem, we'll cooperate with your filming. By the way, may I ask in advance who else will be participating in the variety show with us? The assistant director smiled but didn't answer directly. Sorry, Director Jiang, that's confidential for now. But I can tell you there are 2 male actors and 1 female actor among the guests. The remaining 2 are surprise guests will appear at the end. That's our show's standard practice. Jiang Jing frowned. He disliked this feeling of being out of control. Let's get started then. Head to the production team first. Besides the assistant director, a host accompanied them throughout the journey. They mainly asked them a few questions. Questions like how they felt about their first time on the show and whether they'd prepared in advance. Jiang Jing answered them all. Jolie didn't let them down either. Though flustered when they first came out, she'd composed herself by now. They soon arrived at the production team's location. Coincidentally, they bumped into a guest, a famous singer in their circle who had transitioned into the film and television industry in recent years, boasting tens of millions of followers on social media. How much of that following was inflated remained unknown. The celebrity didn't even acknowledge them upon meeting, seemingly wanting no association with Jiang Jing and his group. After all, Jiang Jing had recently rubbed quite a few people the wrong way. The paparazzi swarmed Jiang Jing, practically tearing at him like they wanted a piece of him. Director Jiang. Jolie spoke cautiously. Don't worry. Remember what I told you, go for it boldly. Whatever happens, I'll have your back. Jiang Jing remained as calm as ever. The show Dare to Speak wasn't broadcast live, it was pre-recorded and would air later. But Chen Ming was a sly one. He knew Jiang Jing was incredibly popular online and had already hyped up this episode. How did they manage to get him on? What a pain. He even runs into his own fans. How dare he stand there and criticize others? It must be said, this move proved highly effective, leaving Chen Ming thoroughly satisfied. Conflict was good. It meant the show would generate even more buzz online after airing. Now it was just a matter of whether the recording would go smoothly. With all guests in place, Chen Ming announced the recording had begun. Before coming to the show, Jiang Jing and Jolie had watched the previous episodes to get a general sense of the program's flow. Please welcome our first guests today, director Jiang Jing and the female lead of the new drama, Jolie. Jiang Jing and Jolie took the stage first, followed closely by the remaining guests. The show's theme was evident from its title. It primarily involved asking the guests questions through games. Some questions were difficult to answer, but no matter what, everyone had to tell the truth. The audience's eyes are sharp. If your lies fail to meet their expectations, everyone will spontaneously turn against you. From the outset, the other guests openly and subtly targeted Jiang Jing and his group. Throughout the game, the targeting of the two was subtle on the surface, yet deeply felt by those involved. Jolie grew visibly annoyed but could do little about it, while Jiang Jing put on a smiling face, countering each provocation with sharp retorts. Director Jiang, may I ask a rather personal question? I imagine this is what most netizens are curious about. Sure. We've heard you're still single. Is your relationship with Ms. Zhou what we all suspect it to be? This question was clearly digging a trap for them. Jiang Jing's response didn't disappoint. He fired back immediately. And he didn't give them a chance to counter. Brilliant. Make sure to include this clip in the final edit, don't cut a single second. Also, highlight the question in the promo, it'll spark plenty of buzz. Chen Ming felt his blood boil. The ratings for their show were bound to hit new heights. The 2 hours flew by. Not only did Jolie pose no trouble, but she seemed genuinely excited as she left. No wonder she had a powerhouse agent by her side. With Jiang Jing on the show, he could smooth over many things for her. No wonder director Jiang wasn't worried at all. So you'd already figured out how to handle their questions. Jiang Jing smiled and said. Actually, all their questions followed predictable patterns. They just picked topics with high visibility and widespread online buzz. Naturally, you can prepare countermeasures in advance. You should also be well prepared when participating in variety shows in the future. Don't wait until you're on stage to start warming up. Jolie nodded, taking Jiang Jing's advice to heart. When the show aired, Jiang Jing's memorable quotes from the variety program quickly spread across the internet. Simultaneously, Jiang Jing's fame rapidly expanded through this opportunity. His commercial value soared, with investors even approaching him privately to star in short dramas. The short drama industry had expanded rapidly in recent years, carving out a significant market share. Many renowned directors had entered the field. With Jiang Jing's current fame, his ratings would surely be impressive. Yet, he declined the offers. Sorry, I'm tied up with other projects. My new drama hasn't aired yet, and I need to polish it thoroughly. Some actors spend their entire careers churning out assembly line productions, but Jiang Jing was different. He aspired to create true classics, works worthy of both his audience and himself. Such repetitive calls were nothing short of a nuisance. He received 7 or 8 calls daily, making him consider turning off his phone altogether. Shen Qingning learned about this when she visited the set. She called one of her friends. And then, do me a favor. Tell certain investors to stop bothering Jiang Jing for a while. No way, Qingning. You and this director Jiang aren't secretly involved, are you? I've never seen you care this much about a guy before. Chapter 68, Spring Festival Release. Shen Qingning flushed crimson, muttered a few choice words into the phone, then hung up hastily. Mentioning Jiang Jing reminded her of that night's unspeakable dream. Looks like another sleepless night ahead. The next day. The filming on Jiang Jing's side was unusually smooth, so smooth that Jiang Jing felt something was very, very off. During a lull, she looked around and finally realized what the oddity was. Gu Zixing had been too quiet lately, not causing any trouble in front of Jiang Jing. Not only had he not sabotaged Jiang Jing's shoot, but Gu Zixing himself hadn't even appeared before Jiang Jing. For a moment, Jiang Jing felt profoundly uneasy. It struck him as utterly bizarre. After all, based on his understanding of Gu Zixing, the latter had already confirmed Jiang Jing was filming a movie on the same theme. Given that, Gu Zixing would surely go out of his way to make things difficult for Jiang Jing. Yet, for this entire period, Gu Zixing had been eerily quiet. Jiang Jing fell deep in thought. He began to wonder if Gu Zixing was holding back some major move all this time. After much deliberation, Jiang Jing still couldn't shake his unease. To ease his mind, he summoned Li Yun. Director Jiang, is there anything you need me to do? Li Yun appeared at his side promptly, his tone cheerful as he inquired. Jiang Jing nodded and motioned for Li Yun to draw closer. Go investigate what Gu Zixing has been up to lately. Something about him just doesn't feel right. Gu Zixing? Are you suspecting him, Director Jiang? Li Yun's expression grew slightly serious upon hearing this. He was well aware of what Gu Zixing had done to Jiang Jing. Hearing Jiang Jing ask him to investigate Gu Zixing, Li Yun's first thought was that Gu Zixing must have done something again. Perhaps he was behind the earlier destruction of the equipment. Just go investigate for now. Don't worry about anything else. Jiang Jing shook his head, saying nothing more. Seeing this, Li Yun didn't press further and simply agreed to conduct the investigation. Li Yun moved swiftly. Within just an afternoon, he sent the investigation results to Jiang Jing and reported, Gu Zixing hasn't shown any unusual activity lately. Instead, he's been staying on set. His team seems to have been replaced entirely. Within just 3 months, his film has wrapped up production and completed shooting. 3 months? For one film? I recall it was an art house production. That short a time frame? Jiang Jing couldn't help but express surprise. Even he found 3 months a remarkably short time frame for completing a film. Now, he couldn't help but wonder about the quality of the production. But to be fair, the success or failure of this film had little bearing on him personally. Or rather, if it flopped, it would only benefit him. Thinking this, Jiang Jing's mood lifted considerably. After all, as long as Gu Zixing didn't cause him trouble, whatever Gu Zixing did had nothing to do with Jiang Jing. On Gu Zixing's end, after rushing through the filming schedule, the team plunged straight into post-production editing, dubbing, and all the rest. Gu Zixing simply handed these tasks over to his crew and went to find Lin Cheng again. Facing Gu Zixing before him, Lin Cheng's expression remained impassive. He took a sip of tea and asked calmly, "So, what brings you here today?" Gu Zixing flashed a flattering smile at Lin Cheng, then walked behind him. Reaching out, he began massaging Lin Cheng's shoulders as he spoke. "Godfather, now that my film is finished, we're just waiting for the final cut to be released." But about the release. Gu Zixing didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. He hoped Lin Cheng would lend him another hand with the film's release. Lin Cheng snorted coldly. "You wouldn't be bothering me if you didn't need something. Spit it out. Stop beating around the bush. When do you plan to release it?" "I knew you'd help me, Godfather." Gu Zixing's expression grew even more obsequious. "The spring festival season is approaching soon, right? I was thinking, what if we release this film during the Spring Festival season? The box office during that period is bound to be huge. Gu Zixing had already mapped out his strategy. He decompressed the filming schedule to 3 months precisely to meet the Spring Festival window. If the box office proved lucrative, he'd be able to crush Jiang Jing underfoot. He was certain Jiang Jing's progress couldn't possibly match his own pace. With this thought, Gu Zixing couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. He couldn't wait to see the look on Jiang Jing's face when he realized he'd been bested. For Lin Chang, this wasn't a big deal. After a moment's thought, he agreed. The Spring Festival release is no problem. Once your film is edited, I'll just need to give the TV station a heads up. Gu Zixing was overjoyed. Seeing his reaction, Lin Chang decided to make the call to the TV station right in front of him. After hanging up, Gu Zixing's grin was impossible to hide. But news of Gu Zixing's film securing a Spring Festival release slot soon reached Shen Qingning's ears. With her connections at the station, she immediately called Jiang Jing upon learning the news. Jiang Jing, how's the filming going? Shen Qingning jumped right into asking about the movie's progress. Jiang Jing rarely saw Shen Qingning like this. Though puzzled, he answered honestly, it's almost wrapped up. Is something wrong? Gu Zixing's film has wrapped up. Did you know about this? Shen Qingning hesitated before speaking. Jiang Jing grew even more puzzled, unsure why Shen Qingning would bring up Gu Zixing. I heard a bit about it. Finishing a movie in 3 months does sound impressive. But he plans to release it during the Spring Festival season. Shen Qingning's voice was serious. Even if his film is terrible, box office numbers during the Spring Festival season never dip. At this, Jiang Jing's expression darkened instantly. The Spring Festival season? Looks like Lin Chang, the guy backing him, pulled some serious strings. His film just wrapped shooting and is still in post-production, yet he's already secured a slot in the Spring Festival lineup. Precisely because of this, I need you to accelerate production and keep pace with Gu Zixing's schedule. Once your post-production wraps up, securing a Spring Festival release should be feasible. I'll handle the TV station arrangements. All you need to do is deliver the finished film. Chapter 69, Rap Party. Shen Qingning voiced her thoughts, though it seemed like a suggestion, it essentially set a deadline for Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing's thoughts coincided with Shen Qingning's. He hadn't been unaware of the possibility of a Spring Festival release, but the timeline was too tight. Achieving perfection under such urgent deadlines was nearly impossible, so securing a Spring Festival slot had remained merely a pipe dream. But now, with Gu Zixing goading him, Jiang Jing would never allow Gu Zixing to step on his head again. If Gu Zixing wanted to ride the Spring Festival wave for box office success, Jiang Jing wouldn't pass up this chance either. Moreover, this presented Jiang Jing with the perfect chance to redeem himself. While Charlotte had catapulted him to fame, Gu Zixing's repeated smear campaigns and verbal attacks had also dragged Jiang Jing into controversy. This time, Jiang Jing intended to use this opportunity to thoroughly clear his name of those stains. Naturally, if he could also use this chance to expose Gu Zixing's true colors, Jiang Jing would be overjoyed. After hanging up, Jiang Jing took a deep breath. Though he just assured Shen Qingning he'd accelerate production to meet the Spring Festival release window, what he hadn't mentioned was the immense challenge ahead. This meant completely disrupting his existing schedule and starting from scratch. The sole consolation was that filming, though not yet finished, was nearing its end. Once shooting wrapped, the rest would be up to the rest of the crew working overtime. After a brief planning session, Jiang Jing urgently convened a meeting to relay Shen Qingning's instructions to the crew. If our film aims to compete in the Spring Festival season, everyone must give their absolute all from here on out. I'm sure you all understand the value of securing a spot in that season. If we succeed, I'll discuss with President Shen doubling your year-end bonuses. That final sentence ignited the competitive spirit in everyone present. The prospect of higher pay naturally spurred them to work even harder, and Jiang Jing understood this principle well. Seeing the team brimming with determination, Jiang Jing nodded with satisfaction. Soon came the final scene to wrap up filming a crucial face-off between Zhou Li and Fang Jiahe. Jiang Jing placed immense importance on this sequence, recognizing it as the film's most pivotal moment, hence saving it for last. On set, Jiang Jing and the assistant director crouched in front of the camera. Before filming began, Jiang Jing specifically called Zhou Li and Fang Jiahe over. Today's scene is the last one, but also the most crucial. I want you both to give it your all. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves, but I need you to be at your absolute best. Let's aim to get it in one take. How does that sound? Jiang Jing instructed earnestly. Zhou Li and Fang Jiahe exchanged glances, took deep breaths, and saw the same solemnity in each other's eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Jing simply reached out and patted both of their shoulders. You've worked hard, but it'll be over soon. Don't worry, Director Jiang. We'll give it our all, Zhou Li said firmly, clenching her fist. Soon, filming began. Jiang Jing crouched in front of the camera, his gaze fixed intently on the two actors within the frame. He held his breath throughout the entire take, finally exhaling a long sigh only after the final line was delivered. He jumped to his feet, clapping first, and soon thunderous applause erupted from the entire set. The actor's performance alone had moved nearly everyone present, leaving even the two individuals in the crowd lost in their roles for a long moment. Excellent. Jiang Jing approached them, his praise immediate. That was the most perfect take. You two truly possess exceptional talent in acting. Director Jiang, you flatter us, Fang Jia said modestly, scratching his head slightly. No, this is no flattery. I watched every detail just now. That scene transcended your current level. Had I not been watching the entire time, I might have doubted it was even you two. You truly surprised me. Jiang Jing spoke with genuine sincerity. Not just Jiang Jing, everyone watching was utterly captivated by their performance, completely immersed and momentarily lost in the moment. This was what astonished Jiang Jing most. If this shot underwent post-production refinement and enhancement, its impact on the big screen was beyond imagination. This thought made Jiang Jing even more excited. He called Li Yun over and instructed, have the post-production team do a quick edit of that scene and put it on our movie's official account. We need to build some buzz for the film. We can't let Gu Zixing steal all the spotlight. After giving Li Yun his instructions, Jiang Jing followed the cruise van to the hotel he'd booked long ago. A wrap party was a must, and in his excitement, Jiang Jing generously increased the budget for the celebration. Li Yun worked with remarkable speed. Before long, the final wrap-up scene trimmed to its core appeared on the official Weibo account. No editing was needed at all. With handsome men and beautiful women and the original audio intact, it offered a more direct glimpse into both actors' performances. After receiving Li Yun's reply, Jiang Jing deliberately opened the video to take a look. Watching the rapidly increasing number of likes and comments under the official Weibo post, he nodded with satisfaction. Jiang Jing's new film was already highly anticipated, and with such a heavyweight video release, it quickly caused a huge stir online. During the cast dinner, the video shot straight to the top of the trending charts, and the male lead, Fang Jia, rode the wave of popularity. In an instant, this single video had overturned the momentum Gu Zixing had spent so long building. Fang Jia, too, had made his mark in the entertainment industry thanks to it. When Jiang Jing first announced Fang Jia as the male lead, many questioned his acting skills. But now, Fang Jia has used his own momentum to prove those skeptics wrong and attract a new wave of fans in the process. From the moment the video was released to its surge onto the trending charts took only a matter of minutes. Even while en route to the dinner gathering, Fang Jia was recognized by passers-by. At first, it was just one or two people, unsure if they had truly spotted Fang Jia. But as more and more people recognized him, his fans quickly confirmed it was indeed their idol. Instantly, they were overcome with excitement. Chapter 70, Mutual Feelings. Oh my god, who would have thought? I just became a fan and now I'm meeting the real person. Did I save the galaxy in a past life or something? Fang Jia is even more handsome in person than in videos. Seriously, how can someone this gorgeous not look good on camera? Mom, I've made it big. A guy this gorgeous is standing right in front of me, and I feel like I can barely breathe. Fang Jia was unaware of his sudden surge in popularity. So when he stepped off the car and heard people excitedly discussing some handsome guy, he had no idea that handsome guy was himself. Even when he was surrounded by fans, he remained completely bewildered. Seeing Fang Jia's puzzled expression only made the fans more excited, and they immediately swarmed around him, snapping photos. Only then did Fang Jia begin to grasp the situation. But when he tried to escape the crowd, he found himself completely immobilized. Even Jiang Jing, Zhou, and the others beside him were completely surrounded, unable to move an inch. Fang Jia's pleading gaze instinctively drifted toward Jiang Jing. Seeing this, Jiang Jing sighed helplessly, motioning for Zhou and the others to head to the private room first. He then pushed his way through the crowd to reach Fang Jia's side. Everyone, please calm down and keep your voices down, okay? Jiang Jing smiled, gesturing for the surrounding fans to quiet themselves. Clearing his throat, he continued, I completely understand your excitement at seeing your idol. But Jiahuan has just finished filming and hasn't had a chance to rest yet. I hope you'll understand and let Jiahuan go rest first. How about that? After Jiang Jing finished speaking, Fang Jiahong stepped forward. Though he was just gaining popularity, he still possessed some professional poise. Thank you all so much for your support. However, we're currently at the hotel entrance, and the large crowd risks causing congestion and disrupting the business's normal operations. I truly appreciate your support, but I don't want anyone to miss out on their own affairs because of me. After these words, even the most reluctant fans had no choice but to let Jiang Jing and Fang Jiahan depart. Fang Jiahuan's figure disappeared from the hotel entrance. Seeing this, the fans gathered outside the doors dispersed one by one. Only a few reluctant young girls lingered outside the hotel, hoping for another glimpse of Fang Jiahong. Having escaped the crowd, Fang Jiahong followed Jiang Jing into the elevator. Still shaken, she patted her chest and looked at Jiang Jing in confusion. Director Jiang, what on earth just happened? When did I gain so many fans? Jiang Jing looked at Fang Jiahong's bewildered expression, gave a mysterious smile, and said, maybe you should check online right now. Hearing this, Fang Jia immediately opened his phone. The moment he launched his long-neglected Weibo app, notifications began flooding in one after another, instantly freezing his phone solid. Only after reaching the private room did Fang Jia's phone finally manage to load Weibo smoothly.
Seeing his name prominently featured among the top trending topics on Weibo, Fang Jiahan was so stunned his jaw dropped.
Director Jiang, this. Fang Jiahe was speechless, clutching his phone as he approached Jiang Jing.
Jiang Jing glanced at the screen briefly before replying, "You'll get used to it. Your acting deserves this attention.
Besides, this is just the beginning. Look at Jolie, she's gotten used to it now, hasn't she?"
Jolie froze upon hearing her name, her expression shifting to something unsettling. Jiang Jing felt a twinge of confusion when he noticed Jolie's gaze lingering on Fang Jiaheng. Her expression was complex, as if she had something she wanted to say but couldn't bring herself to voice it. Recalling Jolie's behavior earlier at the hotel entrance, Jiang Jing's gaze shifted between the two with a hint of amusement.
He seemed to have sensed something intriguing, though he wasn't entirely sure if his intuition was accurate. Fang Jiahan also noticed Jolie's unusual state and quickly asked, "Jolie, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?"
Jolie had been lost in thought, not even registering Fang Jiahuan's words.
Fang Jiahuan waved a hand in front of her face, snapping Jolie back to reality. "What? Nothing. You've just been spacing out. Are you feeling unwell? Should we go back and rest?" Fang Jiahuan patiently asked again.
Jolie finally smiled at Fang Jiahe.
"Don't worry, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something and got lost in my thoughts. Sorry for worrying you. Was everything okay outside the hotel earlier? Director Jiang was there, so it was fine. No need to worry too much."
Fang Jiahe scratched his head and offered a reassuring smile.
Jolie nodded thoughtfully and said nothing more.
Moments later, a knock sounded at the private room door.
Shen Qingning entered.
Spotting her arrival, Jolie rose first and approached Shen Qingning.
"Miss Shen, you're finally here. We've all been waiting for you."
As she spoke, she pulled Shen Qingning down to sit beside Jiang Jing. A smile spread across Jiang Jing's face as he watched Shen Qingning take her seat beside him. With everyone present, Jiang Jing instructed the waitstaff to serve the meal. Cheers erupted from the group.
While the crew's usual meals weren't bad, they couldn't compare to the hotel's feast. The difference was night and day.
Throughout the meal, Jiang Jing paid close attention to Jolie and Fang Jiahuan. Sure enough, Jolie's behavior grew increasingly peculiar. She ate sporadically, her eyes darting repeatedly toward Fang Jiahuan. As someone who'd been through it before, Jiang Jing could easily discern Jolie's feelings toward Fang Jiaheng. He nudged Shen Qingning beside him, signaling her to observe Jolie and Fang Jiaheng. Shen Qingning was puzzled at first, but after observing them for a while, her expression grew increasingly suggestive. "I think there might be something going on between those two," she whispered, leaning closer to Jiang Jing.
Jiang Jing nodded. "I think so too.
And from what I can tell, it's probably Jolie who's interested in Fang Jiaheng, but he seems oblivious."
Shen Qingning nodded in agreement.
But with him being handsome and her being pretty, if they really got together, it'd be quite a sight to behold. Jiang Jing, who was also entertaining thoughts of playing matchmaker, noticed everyone had finished eating. He tapped his glass to quiet the room before speaking up, "Since this is our wrap party, just eating feels a bit dull.
Why don't we play a game? Director Zhang's in such a playful mood." "What game?" Li Yun chimed in first, followed by a flurry of suggestions from the others. Chapter 71, Truth or Dare.
But Jiang Jing merely gave a mysterious smile and uttered a few words, "Truth or Dare." The moment they heard Truth or Dare, everyone's enthusiasm instantly deflated.
"Director Jiang, we've played this game since we were kids. There's nothing new about it. Why don't we pick something else?" someone teased. But Jiang Jing just smiled and stuck to his choice. "So what if we've played it since childhood? Just think of it as playing along with me."
"I haven't really played this kind of thing much myself." "Fine then," Fang Jiaheng chimed in, smiling at Jiang Jing.
"But Director Jiang, don't be a sore loser." Seeing Fang Jiahe take the bait, Jiang Jing's smile broadened.
"Of course. But let's agree on one thing first, we're all respectable people here, so the dares can't get too wild. If it comes down to it, we'll just take a shot as punishment.
Sound good?"
Jiang Jing was in high spirits, and seeing this, the rest of the crew was infected by his enthusiasm. They rubbed their hands together, eager to use this game as an excuse to enjoy the drama.
Satisfied with his initial success, Jiang Jing felt elated.
He turned to Shen Qingning beside him with a smile.
"Miss Shen, care to join us for a round?"
Shen Qingning shook her head with a smile, about to speak, when her phone rang. She glanced at it and whispered, "Something came up at the company that needs my attention.
You guys go ahead and play. I'll catch up later." With that, Shen Qingning walked out of the private room with her phone.
The others noticed her departure, and the previously boisterous room instantly grew quieter.
"Director Jiang, what's going on with Miss Shen?" Jolie, sensing something was off, leaned in close to ask.
Jiang Jing saw the puzzled looks on their faces and knew they'd misunderstood.
He quickly explained, "Let's keep going. Miss Shen probably has something urgent to handle. She'll be back soon."
Hearing this, everyone present breathed a slight sigh of relief.
At least Shen Qingning didn't think they were being disruptive.
Jiang Jing had reserved a spacious private room. Beyond the dining table lay a large open area. Jiang Jing and several others eager to play games casually formed a circle in this space.
Jiang Jing deliberately, or perhaps not so deliberately, had Zhou Li and Fang Jiahuan sit together. Watching Zhou Li's expression instantly stiffen, Jiang Jing's smile grew even broader. Zhou Li seemed to sense something was off too. She looked up at Jiang Jing and met his beaming face. Zhou Li shook her head helplessly. She now understood why Jiang Jing had insisted on playing truth or dare. But the moment that thought crossed her mind, her gaze drifted involuntarily toward Fang Jiahe. The instant Fang Jiahe's eyes met hers, however, Zhou Li quickly looked away. Jiang Jing took it all in, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. The game began, and Jiang Jing joined in, attempting to pass the opportunity to take a dare onto Zhou Li or Fang Jiahuan. But contrary to his wishes, he never once received a dare himself, merely participating throughout. After a while, Jiang Jing couldn't help but feel a bit deflated. Just as he was thinking about asking for a break, Shen Qingning walked in. "How's the game going?" Shen Qingning approached from behind Zhou Li, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Zhou Li had been slightly lost in thought, but Shen Qingning's touch snapped her back to reality. "Sis Qingning, you're back." As she spoke, Zhou Li started to rise to offer Shen Qingning a seat. Shen Qingning quickly pressed her back down. Joking aside, she and Fang Jiahan were the protagonists of this game. Shen Qingning had no intention of letting the main act quit before the show even began. "How's the game going?" Shen Qingning patted Zhou Li's shoulder before turning to Jiang Jing and asking. Jiang Jing shook his head with a wry smile. Shen Qingning understood immediately. She decided to raise her voice slightly and said, "Everyone, would it be possible to add me to the game?" Seeing Shen Qingning actively request to join, everyone was naturally delighted. Jiang Jing immediately shifted aside to make room for her. The game resumed. Originally, Shen Qingning had planned to team up with Jiang Jing to see if they could further bring Zhou Li and Fang Jiahe together. But what neither of them anticipated was that after Shen Qingning joined, both Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning started getting called out frequently. At first, it was just one after another, which wasn't too bad. But in the final round, the two of them actually collided. The moment the result appeared, everyone present froze for an instant. Then, as if realizing something, both their expressions stiffened. Before Jiang Jing could speak, Zhou Li seemed to sense his intention to back out. Remembering the way he watched her with that spectator's gaze before the game began, a small spark of revenge ignited in her heart. "Director Jiang, you're not being a sore loser, are you? Trying to renege on the bet?" Zhou Li called out from within the crowd, her voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Instantly, all eyes turned to Jiang Jing. The atmosphere froze as the crowd naturally split into two groups. The larger group surrounded Jiang Jing, grinning broadly but leaving him no room to escape. Seeing this, even though Jiang Jing was reluctant, he had no choice but to concede. All right. Who said I was running? It's just a game. Who's afraid of who? It's just a punishment? Go ahead and say it. That's our Director Jiang for you, dominant as ever. Since you put it that way, don't blame us for being ruthless." The crowd exchanged teasing glances between Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning. Jiang Jing's eyebrow twitched sharply as he spoke, feeling a bit uneasy. "But let's be clear beforehand, don't go too far. I can handle it, but this is Ms. Shen we're talking about. She's the one who pays your salaries. Relax, Director Jiang, we won't go overboard." Fang Jiahan patted his chest in assurance before gathering a few others for a whispered plot. Soon, the punishment was discussed and decided. After much pushing and shoving, Fang Jiahuan was finally shoved forward a bit too forcefully, nearly sending her crashing into Jiang Jing. "Ahem, Director Jiang." Fang Jiahe grinned mischievously, cleared his throat, and held up the small piece of paper in his hand. He announced loudly, "Our punishment this time is, two people, getting intimate." The last four words sent both Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning's faces flushing red. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted into cheers and jeers, filling the private room with a raucous din. Jiang Jing shot Shen Qingning an embarrassed glance before striding forward, feigning an attempt to twist Fang Jiahan's ear. "What kind of intimate contact is this? Fang Jiahan, you better explain yourself clearly." Chapter 72, Punishment. Fang Jiahan dodged swiftly to the side and hurriedly explained, Director Jiang. Don't get upset yet, I haven't finished explaining." Seeing Jiang Jing's temper rising, Fang Jiahan wisely dropped the banter. Clearing his throat, he hurriedly clarified, "Of course, this intimate contact comes with conditions. As long as the two maintain a distance of half a meter and maintain eye contact for 10 seconds, the punishment is considered completed. How about it, Director Jiang? Is this acceptable?" Jiang Jing's expression softened slightly. Truthfully, he wasn't opposed to this punishment, but he feared Shen Qingning might find it abrupt. After some consideration, he decided to try negotiating. Before Jiang Jing could speak, however, Shen Qingning beat him to it. "All right, let's go with this punishment. What do you think, Jiang Jing?" Seeing Shen Qingning had agreed, Jiang Jing's words caught in his throat. He felt stuck, unable to fully commit, yet unable to object now that things had come to this. So, though he felt a bit strange inside, urged on by the people around them, he sat down face to face with Shen Qingning. Lifting his gaze slightly, their eyes met. As they watched the two move, the surrounding voices gradually quieted, each pair of eyes fixed on Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning. Yet Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning seemed oblivious to their surroundings, as if only the two of them existed within the room. 50 centimeters apart at such close proximity, Jiang Jing could clearly see every minute detail on Shen Qingning's face. He could even feel her breath lightly brushing against him. As he became aware of this, Jiang Jing's breath caught in his throat. His mind exploded with a thunderous roar, and suddenly, his eyes saw nothing else but Shen Qingning standing before him. Shen Qingning, too, stared back at Jiang Jing without blinking, seemingly unaffected. Yet only she knew the storm raging within her heart. 10 seconds wasn't a long time, but for Jiang Jing now, it felt unbearably prolonged. His hands clenched tightly on his lap, his entire body tense and rigid. The moment Fang Jiahe declared, "Time's up," Jiang Jing darted his eyes away as if escaping. He shifted his gaze to the side, frantically gathering his thoughts. Just now, he'd suddenly realized he felt something different toward Shen Qingning, an emotion that made him instinctively want to flee. Yet, upon reflection, he didn't feel the slightest aversion. Regardless, the game was over. Not only had Jiang Jing failed to successfully match Zhou and Fang Jiahe, but he ended up entangled himself. Thinking about it, he wished he could go back in time to stop his past self. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Jing composed himself and said, "Everyone's eaten and played. It's getting late now, so let's all head home. If anyone doesn't have a ride, I'll arrange transportation to take you back." Only after everyone had left did Jiang Jing exhale a long sigh of relief. Glancing at Shen Qingning standing beside him, he momentarily lost his words. Scratching his head, he hesitated before finally explaining, "About today. I'm sorry. I never imagined they'd make such a request." As he spoke, Jiang Jing's ears flushed crimson once more. Shen Qingning shook her head at his reaction. "It's fine. They're just a bunch of energetic young people. Besides, it was just a game. You shouldn't dwell on it too much." Shen Qingning's words were meant to comfort Jiang Jing, but after hearing them, he felt a lingering unease. He didn't show it on his face, however, and instead shrugged, changing the subject. "Come on, I'll drive you home. You've had some drinks, so you probably shouldn't be driving." Shen Qingning paused, then nodded with a faint smile. "That sounds good. Thank you for your trouble, Director Jiang." Seeing Shen Qingning accept without hesitation, Jiang Jing felt a slight relief wash over him. Since he too had been drinking, driving was out of the question. He simply called for a ride. The car glided smoothly along the road. Seated side by side in the back seat, neither spoke. Jiang Jing's mind was in turmoil. He didn't know what to say to Shen Qingning now, yet the silence felt unbearably awkward. "Shen." After much hesitation, Jiang Jing finally opened his mouth to speak. But just then, the car slammed on the brakes. Caught off guard, both of them lunged forward. Jiang Jing snapped out of his shock instantly. Seeing Shen Qingning about to slam into the driver's seat, he lunged forward without hesitation, shielding her with his own body. Soon, a massive impact jolted them. Jiang Jing could even feel the car skidding forward after the brakes had been applied. Only then did he realize they'd been in a car accident. Only after the car came to a complete stop did Jiang Jing release his tight grip on Shen Qingning. Yet his nerves remained taut. The moment the vehicle stabilized, he opened the door and pulled Shen Qingning out. "Jiang Jing, your hand." Shen Qingning gasped. Hearing her, Jiang Jing instinctively looked down at his hand and discovered a large, raw gash had opened up at some point. Only then did he belatedly realize it wasn't just his hand, his entire arm throbbed unbearably. The impact inside the car had been quite severe. Jiang Jing had been so focused on protecting Shen Qingning that he hadn't noticed his own injuries at all. But seeing Shen Qingning's worried expression, Jiang Jing merely smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Unnoticed by either of them, a camera clicked in the corner. The paparazzi photographer had been lurking nearby, unexpectedly spotting Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning. Watching them exit the car, the paparazzo instantly hatched a plan. He quickly blurred the photos and posted them online, captioning them with the claim that popular director Jiang Jing was suspected of drunk driving and hit and run. The news shot straight to the top of the trending topics. Countless people flooded the comments section to berate Jiang Jing, calling him unworthy of his position. Jiang Jing only learned of the online rumors after returning home from the hospital. Shortly after discovering the news, police officers knocked on his door. "Mr. Jiang, we've received reports of you driving under the influence and fleeing the scene of an accident. Please come with us," the officers stated, presenting their credentials and addressing him in a strictly professional manner. Jiang Jing sighed softly but complied, following the officers to the police station. Naturally, this news was promptly posted online by those eager to stir trouble. With this hard evidence, the trolls ramped up their attacks on Jiang Jing even more fiercely. Chapter 73, Confrontation at the Police Station. Inside the police station, Jiang Jing sat across from the officer. Glancing around the dimly lit room, he felt a sense of strangeness. In both his past and present lives, this was the first time he'd found himself in such a place. This thought only deepened his loathing for the sensationalist paparazzi who couldn't tell right from wrong. Yet, he had to admit, sitting in the interrogation chair this time, the police station environment provided him with inspiration for his screenplay. As he looked around, waiting for the police questioning, he mentally sketched out how he could incorporate this element into his script. Just as Jiang Jing sat lost in thought, the interrogation room door swung open. Hearing the sound, Jiang Jing immediately sat up straight. He looked at the newcomer and gave a slight nod, his expression showing not a trace of guilt. Even when meeting the sharp gaze of the police officer across from him, Jiang Jing showed no sign of fear.
Mr. Jiang, are you aware of the online reports about you driving under the influence and fleeing the scene of an accident?
The older-looking officer spoke first. Jiang Jing paused briefly before nodding without hesitation.
Officer, I am naturally aware of this matter. However, I only just saw the reports before you brought me to the station.
I'm not particularly clear on the specifics of how those marketing accounts have portrayed me.
Then is it true? The younger officer, still somewhat impatient, pressed eagerly. Jiang Jing shook his head, offering a wry smile.
Of course it's not true, officer. I don't know if there are surveillance cameras on that stretch of road, but if there are, you should be able to see that there was another person in the car at the time of the accident, the driver. That vehicle was a taxi I hailed, it wasn't mine. Besides, I know perfectly well that drinking and driving is illegal.
I wouldn't risk breaking the law like that. As for those photos circulating online, they're completely fabricated.
They only captured me getting out of the damaged vehicle, but they didn't show that shortly after I exited, the driver's door opened, and the person who stepped out was the actual driver. Jiang Jing explained in great detail, but the two police officers before him remained stern.
Then how did the hit and run occur? The officer pressed.
Jiang Jing rubbed his temples, trying to piece together last night's events. Yet he still couldn't recall what caused the crash. He could only shake his head helplessly.
I'm sorry, officers. I was sitting in the back seat. When it happened, I was lost in thought. By the time I snapped back to reality, the car seemed to have hit something.
But why the accident occurred, I genuinely have no idea.
So the so-called drunk driving and hit and run aren't true?
The officer remained skeptical. Jiang Jing looked at the two officers with sincere eyes.
Of course not.
I'm truly being framed. I implore the police to uncover the truth.
I wasn't alone that night.
Shen Qingning, the general manager of Shen Group, was with me.
She can vouch for me. As if afraid the police wouldn't believe him, Jiang Jing even brought Shen Qingning into the picture.
The two officers exchanged a glance, each seeing a flicker of confirmation in the other's eyes. Besides, judging from the photos circulating online, there did appear to be another person standing beside Jiang Jing when he got out of the car. By the time he emerged from the police station again, over 2 hours had passed.
Jiang Jing was escorted out by the officers.
Perhaps it was because of Shen Qingning standing behind him, or maybe they felt that as a public figure, he deserved a measure of courtesy before being fully implicated. The moment he stepped outside, Jiang Jing keenly sensed that more than one paparazzi photographer was lurking around the station, their cameras and lenses trained on him. Seeing this, Jiang Jing gave a cold laugh. After thanking the police, he headed home first. Back home, after a moment's thought, he dialed Li Yun's number.
Boss, how are we going to handle this online situation? Before Jiang Jing could speak, Li Yun's anxious voice burst through the line. Boss, you weren't called in for a chat by the police, were you? Could all that stuff online actually be true? Jiang Jing felt utterly helpless at Li Yun's state. Don't jump to conclusions.
As for those online comments, you don't need to pay them any mind.
Just remember who's making the loudest noise. Boss, are you actually going to sue them? Li Yun's eyes lit up instantly, his whole body brimming with excitement. First, issue a statement. Clarify this matter on behalf of the studio. Additionally, I'm suing those who slandered me without distinguishing right from wrong.
If they want to feast on my blood-soaked buns, they better measure whether their stomachs can handle it.
Jiang Jing's tone was thick with fury. If it were just some entertainment gossip, that would be one thing.
But this involved breaking the law, something Jiang Jing absolutely could not tolerate. If he kept holding back, people would inevitably start thinking he was easy to push around.
Li Yun received the instructions and immediately drafted a statement at breakneck speed so fast that even Jiang Jing was slightly taken aback.
The statement declared Jiang Jing's intent to sue those who defamed him, even attaching a list of names.
At first, no one took it seriously, assuming Jiang Jing was merely bluffing.
That was until Shen Qingning learned of the situation. Learning that Jiang Jing had been taken to the police station, Shen Qingning could no longer sit still. Fortunately, she retained enough composure not to rush straight to his side. Jiang Jing was resting at home when Shen Qingning's call came through. Jiang Jing, if you truly intend to pursue legal action, the Shen Group's legal team is at your disposal.
Are you serious, Miss Shen? Jiang Jing was slightly taken aback. He hadn't been entirely opposed to seeking Shen Qingning's help before.
After all, Shen Group's legal team was among the best in the country, boasting an almost unblemished record and considered a legend in the industry. But before he could fully process the offer, Shen Qingning had already brought it up. With that, Jiang Jing saw no reason to refuse. With your assistance, Miss Shen, this matter should be resolved swiftly, Jiang Jing replied, his tone brimming with cheer, showing no trace of the dishevelment or irritation he'd carried when leaving the police station.
Naturally. I'll forward your contact details to the legal team shortly. They should reach out to you soon.
With that, Shen Qingning ended the call and immediately instructed her lawyers to ensure Jiang Jing's case was resolved flawlessly. Chapter 74, The Legal Notice. The Shen family's legal team moved with remarkable speed. After Jiang Jing outlined his requirements, they promptly issued a formal legal notice in his name. The initial paparazzi who posted the story, several highly influential marketing accounts, and even a few entertainment companies all received Jiang Jing's legal notice. This time, no one dared dismiss Jiang Jing's warnings as idle threats. Everyone involved in the exposure campaign lived in fear, dreading that the next legal notice might be addressed to them. Moreover, the statement was issued by Shen Group's legal counsel. No one would be foolish enough to court death by challenging Shen Group's lawyers. As soon as the letters were sent out, the first few marketing accounts and paparazzi targeted immediately deleted all their defamatory remarks about Jiang Jing online. Seeing this, others quickly followed suit, terrified that any delay might land them in court facing Jiang Jing. The incident naturally shot to the top of the trending charts. Within days, Jiang Jing's name remained fixed at the top of the trending topics. Staring at the words Jiang Jing on his phone, Gu Zixing was so furious he nearly smashed his device. Gu Zixing had invested heavily in preparing a promotional video for his arthouse film, pouring both money and effort into it. Yet after release, it failed to generate any buzz whatsoever. Instead, it was completely overshadowed by Jiang Jing. While neither story was particularly favorable, they still granted Jiang Jing significant exposure. After this incident, the number of people recognizing Jiang Jing would only continue to grow. Even when Gu Zixing paid to buy trending topics, he couldn't outrank Jiang Jing's news. His own topic barely stayed up for minutes before being pushed down. Furious, Gu Zixing sought out Lin Chang once more. Godfather, Jiang Jing is pushing it too far. Look at the online buzz, not a single mention of me? Jiang Jing stormed up to Lin Chang, his voice thickening with grievance. The movie's release is almost here, but it's barely making a ripple online. If this keeps up, the box office is doomed. Lin Chang calmly sipped his tea, casting a slightly reproachful glance at Gu Zixing. Zixing, you've been with me for quite some time now. Why do you still handle things with such reckless haste? At those words, Gu Zixing instantly fell silent, his mind, previously clouded by ambition, snapping back into focus. Godfather, I'm sorry. I lost my composure. Gu Zixing immediately bowed his head in apology, lowering his posture as much as possible. Though his heart still raced with anxiety, he dared not show it on his face. Satisfied with this display, Lin Chang nodded slowly, sipping his tea with deliberate grace. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes concealed a sharp, calculating gaze. Zixing, keep your cool. In this line of work, remember, the faster you rise to fame, the faster you fall. But Jiang Jing still has the Shen Group backing him, with Shen Qingning supporting him. We might. Gu Zixing could tell Lin Chang was considering taking action against Jiang Jing, yet he remained wary of Shen Qingning. He feared that if Shen Qingning intervened, their plans might not succeed. Hearing this, Lin Chang chuckled lightly. The Shen Group? The Shen family's eldest daughter is merely acting on a whim. Do you seriously believe Shen Qingning would stick her neck out for Jiang Jing in every situation? The entertainment industry's waters run deep. It's not something Shen Qingning can navigate just because she has money. He set down his teacup, a shadow of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes as his tone grew sharper. Next week, I happen to be hosting a dinner with several producers. Lin Chang slowly brushed imaginary dust from his cuffs, his voice tinged with amusement. Gu Zixing's eyes lit up instantly. So you mean, as a rising star, you should seek guidance from your seniors. Lin Chang patted Gu Zixing's shoulder. You can accompany me. I'll introduce you to them. Go prepare and remember to bring a few friends along. When Jiang Jing received the invitation from Gu Zixing, he was in the middle of discussing the promotional strategy for a new film with his team. Li Yun walked in holding something, his expression grim. Jiang Jing motioned for his team to step out before asking, "What's wrong?" "What's that in your hand?" "A package just delivered to the studio entrance. It's thin, and I don't know what it is, but judging by the address, it seems to be from Gu Zixing." Li Yun frowned as he handed the item to Jiang Jing. At the mention of Gu Zixing, Jiang Jing's expression also turned serious. He opened the package to find an envelope inside. Taking out its contents revealed a black invitation with gold foil lettering, exuding an air of extraordinary luxury at first glance. Jiang Jing's eyebrow shot up involuntarily. Without hesitation, he opened the invitation. After reading its contents, his expression turned strangely peculiar. "Boss, what is this? An invitation?" Li Yun looked curiously at the item in Jiang Jing's hand. Seeing this, Jiang Jing simply handed the item to Li Yun. Flipping through the gold-embossed invitation, he asked with some confusion, "Boss, this doesn't feel right. These people seem to be from the Film Association. That bunch of old foxes are notoriously exclusive. Why would they suddenly invite you?" Jiang Jing's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. He knew exactly why this invitation had found its way to him. "Remember when I asked you to look into Gu Zixing? His new movie got pushed off the trending charts because of my project. He's probably fuming about it, so he's using Lin Chang to vent his anger. My guess is, this is 80% likely a trap. Jiang Jing spoke with casual ease, as if he didn't care about the matter at all. Then why are you going? Li Yun was even more perplexed. Why wouldn't I? Jiang Jing's lips curved into a smile. I'm going to see what kind of show they've prepared. Consider it expanding my network. The day of the banquet arrived quickly. To show his commitment, Jiang Jing even booked a styling studio for a full makeover. Li Yun naturally accompanied him. Watching Jiang Jing emerge from the dressing room, Li Yun was instantly stunned. Boss, you look so handsome when you dress up. Li Yun's reaction was understandable. Jiang Jing usually paid little attention to his appearance, so to casual observers, he was simply a man with striking, chiseled features, handsome at first glance. But the dressed-up Jiang Jing was a completely different story. His perfectly tailored black suit accentuated his physique to perfection. His fair skin and handsome features, combined with the stylist's meticulous work on his hair, made Jiang Jing look even more refined. Chapter 75, Seeing is Believing. Wow, boss, standing like this in front of that Gu Zixing, he'd be crushed with inferiority. Li Yun circled Jiang Jing several times, comparing him to himself, nearly shedding tears of envy. Jiang Jing shot Li Yun a sidelong glance, a faint, ambiguous smile tugging at his lips. Staring at his reflection in the full-length mirror, he was thoroughly pleased with the result. Truthfully, he wasn't particularly fond of wearing formal attire, but in certain situations, it served as an effective tool for projecting an imposing presence. After dressing, Jiang Jing glanced at his wristwatch. Seeing the time was right, he finally headed toward the address written on the invitation. Standing at the clubhouse entrance, Jiang Jing took a deep breath. Though mentally prepared, the moment of standing there still made him incredibly nervous. Li Yun, following behind him, seemed to sense his unease and hesitation. He murmured, "Boss, maybe we should." Before Li Yun could finish, Jiang Jing's gaze hardened. He strode purposefully inside. But the moment he entered the club's lobby, he was stopped. "Sir, an event is currently underway inside. Entry is restricted without an invitation." Jiang Jing raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at the security guard-like figure before him. He didn't make things difficult, simply pulling out the black invitation with gold foil lettering from his coat pocket. After carefully verifying the guest list, the guard finally allowed Jiang Jing to enter. However, just as Li Yun was about to follow him inside, he was stopped. "I'm sorry, sir. You don't have an invitation and aren't on the guest list. You cannot enter. Please understand." Li Yun's expression darkened instantly. Before he could speak, Jiang Jing interjected, "This is my assistant. Surely he can accompany me inside?" The security guard shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir. Only those with invitations may enter this banquet. Even though this gentleman is your assistant, he cannot be admitted. Please understand." Jiang Jing took a deep breath and let out a cold laugh. How could he not see through this now? They clearly didn't want anyone else by his side. Otherwise, how else could they mock him? With that thought, Jiang Jing turned to Li Yun, whose face was etched with worry. "Boss." Li Yun's voice was thick with concern and anxiety. Facing Li Yun like this, Jiang Jing merely smiled at him, moved closer, and reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Just wait for me outside. If anything goes wrong, I'll message you immediately. Then you contact President Shen, understand? If things escalate beyond control, the only one who can step in and resolve this is Shen Qingning." Jiang Jing had laid out the plan clearly. He always prepared for contingencies. Little did he know his words would prove prophetic in the end. Shen Qingning was the one who stepped in. After instructing Li Yun, Jiang Jing finally headed toward the banquet hall. The venue was the most prestigious and exclusive club in town, a place where money alone didn't guarantee entry. Jiang Jing had heard rumors about the establishment, but knew nothing of its true owner. As he walked, he surveyed the surroundings. The lavish, gilded decor left Jiang Jing speechless. The banquet was held in the club's innermost private room. Before Jiang Jing could approach, the banquet hall door slid open, pushed by an observant attendant. Jiang Jing stepped inside without hesitation. Outside the banquet hall, an eerie silence reigned, broken only by the melodious strains of a piano, an atmosphere of refined elegance. Yet the moment the doors opened, Jiang Jing was instantly enveloped by a different vibe. Inside, revelry filled the air. Bright lights illuminated every corner of the hall without being blinding. Jiang Jing had intended to find a corner to observe the attendees discreetly. But fate had other plans. The moment he stepped inside, he captured everyone's attention. He felt the sudden convergence of all eyes on him. But Jiang Jing showed no sign of timidity. He casually took a glass of champagne from a nearby table, raised it slightly toward those staring at him as a form of greeting, yet showed no intention of approaching anyone for conversation. Gu Zixing, standing beside Lin Chang, naturally noticed Jiang Jing's actions. Seeing this, he couldn't help but snort coldly, shooting Jiang Jing a withering glare. In his mind, he cursed Jiang Jing as a pretentious jerk countless times. Jiang Jing, of course, caught Gu Zixing's envious glare. But when their eyes met, Jiang Jing couldn't help but curve his lips into a mocking, defiant smile directed squarely at Gu Zixing. Witnessing this, Gu Zixing instinctively tightened his grip on the wine glass in his hand. Lin Chang realized Gu Zixing's emotions were being manipulated by Jiang Jing. His pupils suddenly contracted, his expression darkening instantly. The gaze he shot at Jiang Jing was laced with displeasure and wariness. Just as Gu Zixing seemed on the verge of losing control and charging forward, Lin Chang cleared his throat. Only then did Gu Zixing snap back to reality. Realizing what he had nearly done, Lin Chang's face paled momentarily before he immediately bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry, Godfather. I lost my composure just now." Lin Chang merely snorted coldly, ignoring Gu Zixing beside him as he walked purposefully toward Jiang Jing. Gu Zixing and his entourage hurriedly followed suit. Other small groups gathered nearby, drawn by Lin Chang's movement, and began to cluster around them. Noticing their movements, Jiang Jing's eyebrow lifted slightly, seemingly intrigued by what they were about to do. Sure enough, Lin Chang, standing not far from Jiang Jing, shot Gu Zixing an imperceptible glance. Instantly, as if struck by divine inspiration, Gu Zixing stepped forward. "Godfather, this is the director of Charlotte I mentioned to you, Jiang Jing." Gu Zixing then plastered on a fake smile as he introduced them to Jiang Jing. "Director Jiang, this is Lin Chang and his father, Mr. Lin, my godfather." By the end of his introduction, Gu Zixing's tone brimmed with pride. To an outsider, it would be easy to mistake Lin Chang for his biological father, or rather, someone even closer than a biological father. It was all just putting on a show. Who couldn't do that? Jiang Jing maintained a steady smile. "So it's Mr. Lin. Long admired, long admired. I'd heard Director Gu had someone behind him all along. Never imagined it would be you, Mr. Lin." Gu Zixing sensed Jiang Jing's words weren't exactly complimentary, yet he found himself unable to retort, choking on his frustration. It was Lin Chang who finally let out a cold laugh. "I'm not worthy of such praise, Mr. Lin. But I've long heard of Director Zhang's reputation. Now that I see you in person, it's truly well deserved." Chapter 76, Win-Win Cooperation? Jiang Jing's gaze grew icy. Lin Chang's words were nothing but sarcasm, inside and out. With the online scandal blowing up so big, what reputation did he, Jiang Jing, have left? Nothing but infamy. Director Jiang seems upset? Mr. Lin was merely joking with you. Look at the young people these days, they can't take a joke at all. Seems we really are getting old. The words came from the middle-aged man standing beside Lin Chang. Jiang Jing recognized him, the internationally renowned director Wang Song. Though highly skilled professionally, his personal conduct left much to be desired. Then again, anyone who associated with Lin Chang couldn't be all that great, could they? Director Wang, what are you saying? I wouldn't dare take offense. Compared to all of you seniors, I'm still far behind. I should be learning more from you all. It's actually me who's been making fools of you," Jiang Jing said, tilting his head back to drain his glass in one gulp, as if to apologize. Speaking of which, I recall Zixing was about the same age as director Jiang back when his film took the world by storm. How young was he then? Now that was truly youthful talent. In my opinion, director Jiang still falls a bit short compared to Zixing. The speaker was another man, appearing middle-aged with a receding hairline. Jiang Jing felt a sense of familiarity, yet couldn't quite place him. But this exchange was clearly just flattery and backstabbing. Once these words were spoken, others chimed in, openly praising Jiang Jing while subtly disparaging him, their remarks laced with veiled insults. Jiang Jing, however, remained good-naturedly unruffled, his face perpetually masked with a smile. Yet he understood perfectly well that these remarks were merely appetizers. After all, he was considered a rising star. The buzz around his first work already surpassed that of some present, and his second project, still in post-production, was already generating significant online buzz. Compounded by Lin Chang and Gu Zixing's deliberate sabotage, Jiang Jing wasn't entirely unprepared for this isolated predicament. But as the remarks grew increasingly harsh, Jiang Jing's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He spoke up, "Esteemed seniors, I know I have much room for improvement. That is precisely why I came here today seeking your guidance. I humbly ask for your understanding." Gu Zixing sneered coldly. "Jiang Jing, Director Jiang, you know full well that everyone here is a senior figure in the film association. You think you can just talk your way into benefits? It's not that easy." Jiang Jing's heart sank instantly. This meant they were about to start negotiating terms. Gu Zixing tried to say more, but Lin Chang cut him off. "Enough." Those two simple words instantly silenced Gu Zixing. He respectfully stepped back behind Lin Chang, remaining utterly silent. Satisfied with Gu Zixing's compliance, Lin Chang nodded approvingly. His gaze then shifted to Jiang Jing, carrying a clear warning, a message that Jiang Jing would be wise to follow Gu Zixing's example and toe the line. But this was bound to go against Lin Chang's wishes. Jiang Jing was never one to be pushed around. Everyone who knew him understood that Jiang Jing was, in fact, a complete rebel. "Is there something you wish to say, Mr. Lin?" Jiang Jing's smile grew even brighter. "Jiang Jing, I trust you're a smart man. I had Zixing invite you here precisely because I want to collaborate with you. I'm deeply interested in the film you're currently working on. If you choose to partner with me, this project could reach new heights of popularity." The truth was laid bare. Jiang Jing now understood clearly, Lin Chang was after his new film. Whether Lin intended to use his project as a stepping stone for Gu Zixing or simply give Gu the final credit remained unclear. Either way, Jiang Jing would never agree to Lin Cheng's terms. Jiang Jing's mind raced. Mr. Lin, I'm deeply grateful for your recognition. However, the script I'm currently working on has already secured investment from President Shen. I can't just renege on that agreement, can I? Lin Cheng's expression darkened instantly. Do you seriously think I, Lin Cheng, can't handle a mere girl like Shen Qingning? At these words, Jiang Jing's expression shifted. Mr. Lin, I fear you've misunderstood my meaning. Mr. Lin, I didn't realize you possessed such formidable influence? Before Jiang Jing could finish, the private room door swung open again and a woman's voice echoed inside. Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Jing exhaled sharply in relief, quickly stepping back a few paces. Glancing sideways, he could see Shen Qingning striding confidently through the doorway. Lin Cheng's expression darkened further at the sight of Shen Qingning. Even so, he forced a smile and pretended nothing was amiss. I didn't know Ms. Shen would grace us with her presence. My apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. Forgiveness isn't necessary. I'm rather intrigued by the young lady you mentioned that would be me. How exactly do you plan to deal with me? Shen Qingning briskly shielded Jiang Jing behind her, stepping directly into confrontation with Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng nearly ground his molars to dust. It wasn't that he feared Shen Qingning. If it came down to a showdown, he wasn't convinced she'd come out on top. But unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to provoke this female demon, Shen Qingning. Ms. Shen must have misunderstood. We were merely joking earlier. Indeed, Ms. Shen. My father-in-law merely wished to discuss a potential collaboration with Director Jiang. There's no need for undue concern, Ms. Shen. Gu Zixing stepped forward, taking over for Lin Cheng. Oh? Is that so? Collaboration? But it sounds to me like Mr. Lin is trying to poach my people, Shen Qingning? Shen Qingning wasn't falling for Lin Cheng's act. She ruthlessly exposed his words. Seeing Shen Qingning refuse to give him any face, Lin Cheng's expression darkened. Why so hostile, Mr. Shen? After all, Jiang Jing is a director and I'm a professional film investor. Seeking to collaborate with him is perfectly reasonable. Or does Mr. Shen intend to hog all the meat while leaving us nothing but the broth? Lin Cheng, let me make this clear, as long as I'm here, Jiang Jing will never collaborate with you. Besides, comparing Jiang Jing's achievements to Gu Zixing's, any reasonable person should know who to choose. Or do you, Mr. Lin, also think Director Gu is unworthy? Why else would you poach my team? With that, Shen Qingling stormed off with Jiang Jing, ignoring the sour expressions on Lin Cheng and Gu Zixing's faces. Chapter 77, Rising to Stardom. Lin Cheng and Gu Zixing were furious, but there was nothing they could do against Jiang Jing. They could only swallow their anger and take the silent humiliation. Having been outmaneuvered by Jiang Jing, Gu Zixing, and Lin Cheng's reputations within the film association were now utterly ruined. Despite exhausting every promotional tactic for their arthouse film, their efforts proved futile. Audiences simply weren't buying it. The heavily advertised art film they'd poured massive resources into remained completely overlooked. Staring at the dismal numbers, Lin Cheng was furious. He had predicted this outcome and warned Gu Zixing, but the latter had stubbornly persisted. Just recalling Gu Zixing's overconfident demeanor back then made Lin Cheng's blood boil. Thinking about how much money he had poured into it, only to end up with such an outcome, Lin Cheng was furious. His anger even spilled over to Gu Zixing, who had always doted on him. Gu Zixing hadn't anticipated that this single incident would create a rift between him and his foster father, Lin Cheng, who had always cherished him. Inside the mall, Jiang Jing was seen searching intently for something. To thank Shen Qingning for saving him, he planned to find a luxury boutique and commission a master craftsman to create a custom handbag for her as a gift. Girls, after all, loved handbags most. After visiting several stores, Jiang Jing finally found one that met his expectations. After explaining his requirements, he paid the deposit. With that settled, Jiang Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him. At last, one more thing was off his mind. Recently, the promotional campaign for Jiang Jing's film had been highly effective, attracting a significant fanbase. Simultaneously, the movie had drawn the attention of numerous investors. Seeing how captivating Jiang Jing's film was, they hatched a scheme. They wanted to collaborate with him by placing advertisements at the beginning of the movie. This would generate traffic and exposure for their products. In return, these investors offered Jiang Jing a substantial advertising fee. One might assume Jiang Jing would have no reason to refuse such a mutually beneficial arrangement, but the outcome was unexpected. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Jing declined every single investment offer. In his view, accepting their product placements would tie the films to the promoted goods. If the products performed flawlessly, it would be fine. But if any issues arose, the film's reputation would suffer a devastating blow. With no funding shortfall for his current project, why take such a risk? Moreover, building audience goodwill and a dedicated fanbase was already a significant achievement. As a director, he felt it was his responsibility to set an example by cherishing this reputation, refusing to compromise his image for money. Building a reputation is arduous, demanding immense time and effort, yet destroying it is simple. A single action or incident could shatter a reputation built over years. As it turned out, Jiang Jing's decision proved prescient. Through Jiang Jing's meticulous planning and careful execution, the film became an extraordinary hit. It dominated the headlines across various platforms for an extended period, even boosting Fong Jiahan's follower count and exposure significantly. Seeing this, Jiang Jing signed him to his company without hesitation. After all, he had personally nurtured this talent and understood both his acting skills and character. Thanks to the film's massive success, both Fong Jiahong and Jolie, the male leads, successfully upgraded their industry status from obscure newcomers to rising stars. Thanks to their massive following and buzz, Fong Jiahan and Jolie instantly attracted numerous brands seeking endorsement deals. To secure their endorsements, these investors offered Fong Jiaha and Jolie numerous enticing benefits. Faced with a swarm of partners vying for their attention, both felt a wave of confusion, unsure how to proceed. While the partners promised enormous compensation, such huge gains also meant significant risks. They couldn't let themselves be blinded by money. Being relatively young and lacking social experience, they deliberated and ultimately sought advice from Jiang Jing. Upon learning their purpose, Jiang Jing agreed without hesitation to vet the offers. After all, Fong Jiahuan and Jolie were still early in their careers, in a crucial phase for building reputation and recognition. Endorsements at this pivotal moment carried exceptional weight. A well-chosen, high-caliber deal could boost their traffic, visibility, and status. Jiang Jing approached the matter with particular caution. After thorough research, Jiang Jing selected several high-end luxury brands suitable for Fong Jiahuan and Jolie to endorse. In no time, Fong Jiaha and Jolie gained significant exposure and buzz, securing lucrative endorsement deals. Jiang Jing's company also profited handsomely from their success. As the company's profits soared, Jiang Jing's partners became increasingly motivated. They even held a special shareholders meeting to encourage all partners to strive for expanding the company's operations. Not only did Jiang Jing's company ride the wave of success, but Shen Qingning's company also saw its stock soar dramatically due to the film. Naturally, Shen Qingning seized this rare opportunity, cashing in big and enjoying unparalleled glory for a time. 3 days later. Today was the Shen family banquet. Though called a family gathering, each attendee harbored their own hidden motives. Shen Manning had dressed up elaborately for this gathering, hoping to boost her own prestige and silence the rumors. Unfortunately, her carefully laid plans were completely derailed. The moment Shen Qingning appeared, she instantly captured everyone's attention. The Shen family relatives swarmed around her, offering warmth and affection. "Qingning, you've grown even more beautiful lately. Qingning, I hear the movie you invested in recently is quite famous. The box office is doing well, isn't it?" "Exactly. You're the sharpest and most promising of your generation. I knew it. My judgment has never failed me. Qingning, you must have made quite a fortune lately." "Qingning, you're still amazing." Shen Qingning smiled without responding. Instead, she walked straight up to Shen Manning and inquired with feigned warmth, "How has my dear sister been lately? Where are you working now?" At these words, Shen Manling's expression darkened instantly. She knew full well this was Shen Qingling's way of provoking and disgusting her, yet she still had to put on a magnanimous front as she gritted her teeth and replied, "I've been doing quite well lately, thank you for your concern, little sister." Chapter 78, Watching the Musical. Seeing Shen Manling's displeasure, Shen Qingling's objective was achieved. She nodded with satisfaction and departed. Shen Manling's relatives were all opportunists. Seeing Shen Qingling's sarcastic tone, they immediately swarmed around Shen Manling to curry favor with Shen Qingling, launching a barrage of criticism at her. Shen Manling, her ambitions are sky high, but her fate is as thin as paper. All that busyness day after day, and look what it's gotten you. TSK, she really has no sense of her own place, always trying to measure up to others. Shen Qingning heard the commotion and smiled silently, her face radiating smug satisfaction as she watched Shen Manling from within the crowd. Shen Manling was deeply stung by the scene, yet she was powerless to retaliate against Shen Qingling. As for the remarks about Shen Manling falling short of Shen Qingling, she couldn't refute them either, for the truth was undeniable. After the family dinner concluded, Shen Qingning planned to linger a while longer to chat with other relatives. But just then, Shen Qingning's assistant hurried over and said, "Ms. Shen, the company needs you urgently. You must return immediately." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingning apologized to the relatives she was conversing with and hurriedly departed. Once Shen Qingning was gone, Shen Manling visibly relaxed. Without her sister's oppressive presence, Shen Manling regained her confidence and began mingling among the relatives. "Manling, what have you been up to lately?" her aunts and uncles asked curiously. Shen Manling paused briefly before smiling and replying, "Nothing much, really. Just planning to make a movie or something." The relatives nodded in agreement. "That's great. I hear making movies is quite profitable these days, and building film studios too. When productions shoot there, they pay you, and it can also be a tourist attraction, very lucrative. I heard your sister, Shen Qingning, is doing just that." Shen Manling's eyes lit up at the mention. She hadn't expected such a casual chat to yield such valuable information. Thank you, Auntie. Excited, Shen Manning thanked her aunt and rushed back to the company to call an emergency meeting. The main agenda? Assigning someone to develop a film studio. Shen Manning, who always went against Shen Qingning, wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Plus, Shen Qingning had recently invested in several blockbuster films that made a fortune, which truly made Shen Manning envious. Unaware of her sister's scheming, Shen Qingning returned to the company, wrapped up the meeting, and immediately sought out Jiang Jing. She handed him the design blueprints for the film studio. What's this? Jiang Jing took the blueprints with a puzzled look. These are the blueprints for a film studio. I plan to build one here. It'll let us shoot our own movies, generate extra income, and establish our company's culture and landmark building. Take a look and point out any issues. I'll have the designers make adjustments later. Shen Qingning hurriedly explained. Alright, let me take a look. Jiang Jing took the blueprints and began examining them closely. The more he studied them, the deeper his frown grew. Finally, Jiang Jing handed the blueprints back to Shen Qingning and shook his head. No, this plan just won't work. So many aspects are impractical. All I can say is the idea itself is good. Why? Seeing Jiang Jing reject her plan, Shen Qingning pressed back, unwilling to accept it. You're trying to replicate that film studio in Haishu, right? We've already secured that site to develop as a tourist attraction. It's certainly a lucrative venture. But our location differs significantly from Haishu's conditions. Simply copying their model won't work. It needs adaptation. Moreover, your blueprint falls short of Haishu's standards. We must base this design on our actual circumstances. Jiang Jing cut straight to the heart of the matter. Shen Qingning was stunned by his words. She quickly replied, Alright, I'll have the designer contact you later. Just tell her directly where you think changes are needed. Alright. Jiang Jing nodded. The two briefly discussed some additional work details. After wrapping up the work discussion, Jiang Jing suddenly realized it had been ages since he last chatted or met with Shen Qingning. Their last encounter was over half a month ago. He'd been either busy revising scripts or holed up at home. This thought prompted Jiang Jing to suggest, Are you free the day after tomorrow? I have 2 tickets to a musical. The film association gave them to me. If you're free, let's go see it together. Shen Qingning paused slightly upon hearing this. Not wanting to disappoint Jiang Jing, she nodded. Sure, I can. Besides, she'd been so consumed with work lately that she really did need to take some time for herself and relax. Jiang Jing was delighted by her agreement. I'll pick you up at 9 in the morning at your building. Okay, Shen Qingning nodded. Jiang Jing left with a satisfied smile. Once Jiang Jing was gone, Shen Qingning immediately dove into handling matters at her company. After all, she needed to clear her schedule for the musical the day after tomorrow. Relaxation was relaxation, but company matters couldn't be neglected. With that thought, Shen Qingning worked even harder. Before she knew it, 3 days had flown by, bringing her to the date Jiang Jing had arranged with her. Shen Qingning rose early that morning. After a quick wash, she had her pre-booked makeup artist create a distinctive look for her. After finishing her look, Shen Qingning descended the stairs to find Jiang Jing already waiting for her. Today, Shen Qingning wore a white gauze dress styled in a vintage look. She accessorized with a white lace-trimmed hat, perfectly embodying the image of a wealthy socialite from the Republican era. Her aloofness and elegant, icy beauty perfectly complemented her natural aura. Jiang Jing was instantly stunned by Shen Qingning's beauty. He had always considered her beautiful, but he never imagined she could be breathtakingly stunning. By the time she reached the car, he was still lost in the moment. When Shen Qingning looked up and saw Jiang Jing staring at her blankly, she felt deeply satisfied, even a hint of secret delight. But she didn't show it, instead adopting a calm demeanor as she spoke. What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Aren't we leaving? Startled out of his daze by her voice, Jiang Jing snapped back to reality and hurriedly explained, Right, let's go now. Sorry, I was distracted for a moment. With that, he thoughtfully opened the car door for Shen Qingning. Not only that, but while watching the musical, Jiang Jing's mind had gone completely blank. He'd been completely distracted, unable to resist stealing glances at Shen Qingning beside him. Chapter 79, Fleeing in Disarray. After the musical ended, Jiang Jing remained lost in thought, while Shen Qingning slowly snapped back to reality. Turning her head slightly, she caught Jiang Jing staring at her without blinking, his expression utterly focused. Perhaps stung by Jiang Jing's intense gaze, Shen Qingning's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet even when their eyes met, Jiang Jing remained utterly transfixed, utterly lost in her. Seeing this, Shen Qingning felt even more flustered and annoyed. She glanced down at her outfit, finding nothing amiss, and then casually waved her hand in front of Jiang Jing's face. Jiang Jing, she called softly. The shifting light seemed to jolt Jiang Jing awake. He snapped back to reality, realizing what he'd been doing. His gaze immediately shifted away. He cleared his throat a few times and instinctively mumbled, Sorry. The moment Jiang Jing finished speaking, no further words passed between them. Only an awkward atmosphere hung between the two, occasionally tinged with other emotions. Yet neither Jiang Jing nor Shen Qingning had the heart to probe what those other feelings truly were. What were you staring at just now? So lost in thought? The musical's already over. Shen Qingning couldn't bear the silence any longer and broke it first.
Jiang Jing took this moment to gather his thoughts, a faint smile returning to his face.
He shook his head and replied, "Nothing really. I just thought you looked exceptionally beautiful today. Come to think of it, since we've known each other, this might be the first time I've seen you wear this style of clothing. It suits you very well."
Shen Qingning froze, her cheeks flushing even redder. She shifted her gaze uncomfortably.
"Thanks for the compliment. But the musical's over. Are we really going to sit here talking forever?" She awkwardly changed the subject. Hearing this, Jiang Jing belatedly glanced around. Most of the audience had already left. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. "Sorry, I didn't notice. Let's go. It's getting late. I'll walk you home."
With that, Jiang Jing stood up first and extended his hand toward Shen Qingning.
Shen Qingning's rising motion halted.
After a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand in his palm and used his strength to pull herself up.
Jiang Jing instinctively tightened his grip on Shen Qingning's hand.
The moment he realized what he'd done, he quickly released her. Unable to meet her gaze, his body stiffened, and he nearly stumbled as he walked forward.
Shen Qingning stood rooted to the spot, watching Jiang Jing's retreating figure.
She seemed to notice his awkwardness, and a faint smile slipped onto her face. She then glanced down at her own hand, recalling the sensation of resting it in Jiang Jing's palm moments ago. His body temperature had been slightly higher, his palm warm and soft. Even now that he had let go, she could still faintly feel that lingering warmth. But Shen Qingning only lost herself in thought for a brief moment before lifting her foot to follow Jiang Jing's pace.
Walking ahead, Jiang Jing unconsciously clenched his fist, seemingly lost in his own recollection of their brief contact. Once seated in the car, Jiang Jing exhaled a long breath.
Shen Qingning, sitting beside him, naturally noticed his reaction. Yet, with an unspoken understanding between them, neither brought up what had just happened. The car started moving, heading first toward Shen Qingning's residence. Jiang Jing drove carefully, while Shen Qingning sat in the passenger seat beside him. Jiang Jing could distinctly feel Shen Qingning's gaze occasionally resting on him, as if she wanted to say something.
Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she held back.
Finally, Shen Qingning turned her head away, no longer looking at Jiang Jing.
The moment her gaze shifted, the tension in Jiang Jing's body relaxed.
He drove while keeping a part of his attention on Shen Qingning. Though neither spoke, the atmosphere inside the car grew increasingly charged.
Both sensed it.
Shen Qingning's hand, resting on her lap, slowly clenched into a fist. Her gaze out the window grew increasingly troubled, yet she remained silent. As for Jiang Jing, he remained focused solely on driving, seemingly unaffected by the atmosphere inside the car. Only Jiang Jing knew what was truly on his mind. Ever since leaving the theater, he'd realized something. He didn't know when it had happened, but he had fallen for Shen Qingning. And judging by her demeanor, he couldn't quite gauge what she felt for him. Jiang Jing had never been one to hide his feelings. Once he confirmed his affection for Shen Qingning, he hadn't considered avoiding her.
But now wasn't the right moment to confess.
Perhaps it was due to the nature of his work, or perhaps influenced by his acting career, but Jiang Jing didn't want his confession to happen in such an informal setting.
After much deliberation, Jiang Jing still chose not to speak.
The two rode in silence, the car enveloped in quiet. Night had deepened, and with few cars on the road, they arrived smoothly at Shen Qingning's residence. When the car stopped, Shen Qingning snapped back to reality. She instinctively turned to look at Jiang Jing, but he had already unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out.
A wave of disappointment and irritation washed over her.
Before she could dwell on her thoughts, Jiang Jing thoughtfully opened her door and stood outside, smiling at her. Shen Qingning froze for a moment, taking a long while to react before using Jiang Jing's assistance to step out of the car.
"Thanks for driving me home today," Shen Qingning said before they parted.
Jiang Jing looked slightly surprised, but his voice remained gentle.
"It's only natural.
I invited you out, so I couldn't very well let a young lady like you go home alone."
Shen Qingning paused.
Ever since taking over the Shen group, no one had referred to her as a girl anymore. It seemed everyone now expected her to handle everything personally. Unconsciously, Shen Qingning's eyes stung with moisture. Not wanting to appear vulnerable in Jiang Jingwei's presence, she turned her head slightly and quietly wiped away the tears threatening to spill, using the darkness as cover.
Regaining her composure, Shen Qingning gave Jiang Jing a slight nod before turning to ascend the stairs.
Yet just as her foot touched the first step, Jiang Jing suddenly spoke, "Qingning."
Shen Qingning's body froze abruptly.
She turned back in surprise, meeting Jiang Jing's gaze, which had grown even gentler.
"May I call you that?" In that instant, Shen Qingning's thoughts were completely unsettled by Jiang Jing.
She managed only a quick, privately, yes, before fleeing in a panic, not even hearing Jiang Jing's low chuckle.
Chapter 80, Sleepless Night.
Only when the lights came on in Shen Qingning's home did Jiang Jing drive away. Back at his own place, Jiang Jing didn't rush to bed. Instead, he tidied himself up thoroughly before finally collapsing onto the soft mattress with a sigh of relief. He hugged a pillow close, tossing and turning, yet sleep eluded him. Every time he closed his eyes, images flooded his mind, Shen Qingning in her elegant gown at the theater, laughing and chatting animatedly during the play. The mere thought stirred an inexplicable excitement within him, keeping him awake.
He tossed and turned until dawn, still unable to sleep. He simply lay in bed, eyes wide, staring out the window. Only when a streak of light appeared in the east did he realize he hadn't slept at all. Remembering his upcoming work schedule, he reluctantly forced himself to take a short nap. But no sooner had he drifted off than the alarm clock rang punctually. Startled awake from his slumber, he shut off the alarm, feeling a dull ache in his head. Probably a hangover from staying up late. Jiang Jing dragged his still unwoken body to the bathroom. Even that short distance felt like he was stumbling, as if he could collapse into a deep sleep at any moment. He rubbed his throbbing temples, trying to ease the discomfort. After washing up, he stared at the dark circles under his eyes with growing worry. But work couldn't wait. No matter how much he groaned, he found a way to cover them up. Fearful he might nod off while handling tasks, he downed a strong iced Americano, which finally gave him a bit of energy. Only after getting everything in order did Jiang Jing head out to the studio to begin his day's work. The toll of staying up late on his body was immense. Even though Jiang Jing made a concerted effort to recover, it took him a full week just to barely regain his energy. During this period, he hadn't managed to meet up with Shen Qingning, though their conversations remained frequent. After confirming his feelings, Jiang Jing felt much calmer around her. In his free moments, he sent her messages updating her on the script's latest progress. When creative inspiration eluded him, he called her to brainstorm often late into the night, sometimes even all night long. He relished every minute of it. While things progressed smoothly between Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning, Shen Manning and Gu Zixing had been disconnected for quite some time. Primarily, Gu Zixing simply had no time left to maintain his relationship with Shen Manning. When he first returned to China, he never imagined things would escalate to this point. He certainly hadn't anticipated that his arrival would lead to Shen Manning divorcing Jiang Jing, effectively cutting off one of his avenues for probing Jiang Jing's background. Gu Zixing harbored significant resentment toward Shen Manning for this outcome. Moreover, what was now driving Gu Zixing to distraction was his arthouse film project. Though the movie had been released, its initial promotional efforts had yielded mediocre results. Time and again, it was overshadowed by Jiang Jing's trending topics. Even Lin Chang, who wanted to lend a hand, found herself powerless to help. Box office revenues after release proved dismal. Fortunately, Gu Zixing had cast several popular stars as leads, and now the film's primary audience consisted of those stars' fans. If Gu Zixing's film had been good, fans would have promoted it organically. Unfortunately, even with big names attached, the film's reviews couldn't be salvaged. Instead, more and more people took to the internet to criticize its flaws, causing the film Gu Zixing had poured so much hope into to bomb unexpectedly. Word had leaked out about Gu Zixing and Lin Chang teaming up with the Film Association to squeeze out Jiang Jing. Though the heat was quickly suppressed, many in the film industry took note. Many were now waiting to see Gu Zixing fail. When the new film's box office figures came out, though few voiced it openly, behind closed doors, they mocked him relentlessly. In an instant, Gu Zixing found himself in an awkward limbo within the film industry. Misfortune struck again as Gu Zixing's career suffered consecutive setbacks. Even the company he founded was now in a state of continuous loss. These two issues alone left Gu Zixing overwhelmed, with no time to spare for conversations with Shen Manning. This situation only deepened Shen Manning's resentment toward Gu Zixing. Shen Yu, having gone long without seeing Gu Zixing, threw tantrums daily at home. Shen Manning not only had to work but also had to placate Shen Yu's whims. Over time, Shen Manning inevitably felt emotionally and physically drained. Because of this, she found herself missing Jiang Jing's kindness more and more. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing was nurturing his relationship with Shen Qingning while also keeping tabs on Gu Zixing's activities. He had closely monitored the release of Gu Zixing's new film. Upon learning of its lukewarm reception, Jiang Jing grew concerned that Gu Zixing might target him again. Fortunately, his worries proved unfounded this time. Jiang Jing also discovered that Gu Zixing's company had been consistently operating at a loss, presenting him with an opportunity to rapidly climb the ranks. Under his leadership, his studio began to show signs of potentially surpassing Gu Zixing's company. During a casual chat with Shen Qingning, Jiang Jing brought up Gu Zixing. "Have you heard about Gu Zixing lately?" Jiang Jing asked Shen Qingning casually, appearing quite cheerful. But the moment Gu Zixing's name was uttered, Shen Qingning's brows furrowed deeply. "Gu Zixing? What about him? Is he bothering you again?" Seeing Shen Qingning's apparent misunderstanding, Jiang Jing hastened to clarify, "He hasn't been bothering me lately. It's more about him. His company seems to be facing some issues." "Do you know what's going on?" Relieved, Shen Qingning shrugged indifferently. Gu Zixing was never cut out for running a company. If not for Lin Chang backing him all this time, he'd have gone bankrupt ages ago. But after that incident, Lin Chang has been quite critical of him. Now Gu Zixing is so preoccupied with his own problems, he's buried in company matters day and night. "I see. That puts my mind at ease. Gu Zixing's company won't recover anytime soon, so I can relax a bit during this period." Hearing Shen Qingning's words, Jiang Jing finally relaxed completely. Chapter 81, Regular Guest. It was worth noting that although Jiang Jing's new film hadn't secured a release date yet, the buzz generated by Jolie and Fang Jia, combined with Jiang Jing's early promotional efforts, had already sparked tremendous online excitement. This made Jiang Jing particularly anxious that Gu Zixing might stir up trouble at such a critical juncture. Don't worry. I've had people keeping a close eye on Gu Zixing. If anything happens, I'll let you know immediately. Shen Qingning understood what Jiang Jing was anxious about and couldn't help but offer reassurance.
Jiang Jing nodded reassuredly, skipping over the topic of Gu Zixing and shifting to casual conversation with Shen Qingning. Recently, Jiang Jing had received numerous variety show invitations. Previously, due to Lin Cheng's targeting and Jiang Jing's persistent negative publicity, no variety show dared to invite him.
But things were different now.
Both Fang Jiahong and the new movie had garnered overwhelmingly positive online buzz, significantly reducing the weight of Jiang Jing's past controversies. Moreover, those so-called scandals now appeared to be nothing but baseless rumors. Jiang Jing carefully reviewed the variety show offers. Many producers hoped he would participate, recognizing that his exposure would significantly boost the show's ratings. This win-win situation was exactly what Jiang Jing wanted. He also had other plans. Although he had signed Fang Jiahan under his management, he hadn't found the right opportunity to bring Fang Jiahan out to gain fans.
The current variety shows presented just such an opportunity. If he could use this chance to attract a wave of fans, it would be a win. However, the sheer volume of show offers left Jiang Jing momentarily torn.
Sifting through the array of variety shows, he ultimately settled on a slow-paced talk show, exactly his preferred format. As long as he watched his words, there wouldn't be much to worry about.
Plus, the styling requirements were relatively low maintenance, no silly games would risk ruining his look.
With that in mind, Jiang Jing called Li Yun over.
Respond to this show. Set up a time and tell them I'll bring Fang Jiahong along. He handed the invitation to Li Yun.
Li Yun took the invitation, glanced at it briefly, and looked surprised.
Boss, they sent an invitation for this variety show too? Looks like you've really hit it big now. Seeing Li Yun's reaction, Jiang Jing couldn't help but feel curious. What's up with this variety show? Isn't it just a new one? Why are you so surprised?
Seeing Jiang Jing genuinely unaware, Li Yun quickly explained, this isn't just any slow-paced variety show.
Don't let its recent debut fool you, I've been following it closely.
They invite incredibly famous celebrities, and even the regular hosts are top-tier talent.
Have you heard of He Guan? He's the anchor for this show. Li Yun rattled off the details like an expert, piquing Jiang Jing's curiosity even more.
I know He Guan, but besides him, who else is a regular host?
Li Yun nodded.
Of course. Besides He Guan, there's also Huang Xiang, one of the most renowned directors in the entertainment industry, who serves as a regular host on this show.
Alright, I got it. Go reply and schedule a time with them. Make sure to be polite, this is essentially Fang Jiahan's official variety show debut.
Jiang Jing waved his hand, signaling Li Yun to handle the invitation, then added a special reminder.
Don't worry, boss. What about the other invitations? Li Yun gestured toward the stack of invitation letters on Jiang Jing's desk. Jiang Jing glanced down at them and said, respond to those too. Just say the schedule conflicts. We'll collaborate in the future.
With that, Jiang Jing shoved all the letters into Li Yun's hands.
Li Yun nodded and immediately went to respond.
Left alone in the office, Jiang Jing sat there, lost in thought. He kept replaying Li Yun's words in his mind. After a moment's thought, he decided to call Fang Jiahuan over first.
With nothing else pressing, Fang Jiahong was resting at home.
She had just woken up when Jiang Jing's call came through.
Hello, Director Jiang? What's up? Is something wrong?
Fang Jiahuan rubbed her eyes as she headed toward the bathroom.
You just woke up?
Jiang Jing raised an eyebrow slightly at Fang Jiahong's tone, his voice carrying a hint of subtlety. Caught red-handed for sleeping in, Fang Jiahong felt a pang of guilt.
I stayed up a bit late last night, so I slept in a little today. What did you need, Director Jiang? I'll get ready and head to the studio right away. Alright, hurry up then. I need to discuss something with you. With that, Jiang Jing hung up. Half an hour later, Fang Jiahan stood across from Jiang Jing. Director Jiang, I'm here. Fang Jiahan flashed Jiang Jing a bright smile.
Jiang Jing shot Fang Jiahong a look and handed her the prepared materials.
Take a look first. This is information about a variety show.
As Fang Jiahuan began reading, Jiang Jing explained, it's a newly launched slow-paced talk variety show.
We'll be participating in it soon.
This will be your official variety show debut, so you need to be extremely careful with your words.
Fang Jiahan's face lit up with excitement upon seeing the show's title. Oh my gosh, Director Jiang, this is my absolute favorite show. Rest assured, I'll give it my all.
After Fang Jiayan left, Jiang Jing also curiously opened the variety show. He had only heard of it before but never watched a full episode. Honestly, as a viewer, he didn't have the patience to sit through it. But for work purposes, he made an effort to watch several episodes and got a general idea of the show's format. Li Yun promptly sent Jiang Jing the filming schedule just 3 days later.
Since the show required guests to cook their own meals, Jiang Jing made a special trip to the supermarket to buy ingredients as a gesture of goodwill. He browsed the supermarket and ended up buying a variety of ingredients, meat, vegetables, and more as a hostess gift for his visit. After gathering everything, Jiang Jing informed Fang Jia, "We'll be filming the variety show in 3 days. Meet me at the studio. The production team will send a car to transport us all to the filming location. Remember not to be late." Though Jiang Jing knew Fang Jiahan's temperament, he still gave careful reminders just to be safe. Even though Fang Jia agreed readily, Jiang Jing couldn't shake a sense of unease. Sure enough, 3 days later, Jiang Jing arrived at the studio early. He waited and waited, but as the departure time approached, Fang Jia was nowhere to be seen. A sense of unease immediately washed over Jiang Jing. Chapter 82: The Terrifying Stalker. Just then, the production crew arrived. Seeing only Jiang Jing there, they frowned. "Director Jiang, weren't you supposed to bring someone else?" "Where is he?" the crew member asked first. Jiang Jing's expression darkened, but since Fang Jia was under his supervision, he couldn't openly criticize him in front of others. He could only explain, "He must be stuck in traffic. Please wait a moment while I try to reach Jia." With that, Jiang Jing stepped aside to make a call. But even after hanging up, Fang Jiahan hadn't answered. Jiang Jing's brow furrowed tightly as he dialed Fang Jiahan again, only to get the same result. Already irritated, Jiang Jing was now growing angry at Fang Jiahan's persistent unavailability. Just as he was about to dial for the third time, Fang Jiawan's name suddenly appeared on his phone screen. Jiang Jing glanced at the production crew's van parked nearby, pursed his lips, and answered the call. "Fang Jia, where are you? Didn't I tell you we had a variety show recording today? How can you have no sense of time anymore?" The moment the call connected, Jiang Jing unleashed a torrent of scolding at Fang Jia. But as he spoke, he sensed something was off on the other end. The background noise around Fang Jia was unusually loud, suggesting he wasn't alone. Seeing this, Jiang Jing urgently asked, "Where are you? Did something happen?" Fang Jia, who seemed to have only just found a moment to speak, replied rapidly, "Director Jiang, I'm in a bit of trouble right now. A bunch of people are blocking my front door. I can't get out at all. No matter what I say to them, it's useless." Just as Fang Jiaying was trying to keep his explanation brief, he suddenly bellowed, "Will you lot ever stop? I have important work to do right now." Seeing this, Jiang Jing understood immediately. One glance told him Fang Jiahan was being harassed by stalker fans. Jiang Jing was at his wits' end. Stalker fans were the worst kind of fans. He despised nothing but crazies. Call them die-hard fans if you wanted to sugarcoat it, but let's be honest, these people were nothing short of criminals invading others' privacy. But there was never a truly effective solution for dealing with these stalkers. Many were minors, and even calling the police couldn't pose any real threat to them. Worse, they seemed utterly reckless, willing to go to dangerous places, block cars, and obstruct roads without a second thought. What troubled Jiang Jing even more was how these people had discovered Fang Jia's residence. Logically, no more than 5 people besides Jiang Jing knew where Fang Jia lived. But now clearly wasn't the time to dwell on that question. For Jiang Jing, the most urgent priority was resolving the stalker issue plaguing Fang Jia. As Fang Jiahan's voice grew increasingly agitated on the other end of the line, Jiang Jing rapidly formulated a solution in his mind. Suppressing his own anger, he calmly instructed Fang Jiawan, "Go back inside your home right now. Don't go out. No matter how many people are outside, no matter what they say, don't leave the house. Just wait for me there. I'll be there soon with the production crew." After instructing Fang Jiawan, Jiang Jing contacted Li Yun, "Go find Jiawan immediately and call the police. He's already surrounded by paparazzi. Before the police arrive, you and Jiawan must avoid any physical confrontation with them, not even verbal altercations. He's just starting to gain traction now, his every move must be flawless." Jiang Jing then approached the production team to explain Fang Jia's current situation. The staff had previously harbored some reservations about Jiang Jing and Fang Jian. However, upon learning Fang Jian was trapped by obsessive fans, they immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Obsessive fans were universally despised by everyone involved. Without hesitation, the production team rushed Jiang Jing to Fang Jiawan's residence. As soon as they reached the entrance of the residential complex, Jiang Jing noticed from afar that the area below Fang Jiawan's building was already swarming with people. Nearly every person held a phone or camera pointed at the building entrance. Some had even shifted their lenses toward Fang Jiayan's apartment windows. If she passed by the window, she would be clearly visible. Fortunately, Fang Jiayan had the foresight to draw the curtains. Jiang Jing instructed the production crew to park the car in front of the building entrance. He didn't get out but instead called Li Yun first. "How is Jiahuan doing now?" Jiang Jing's tone was unusually cold. Out of sight, his hands had clenched into fists. Li Yun lived in the same building as Fang Jiahuan, a deliberate choice when Jiang Jing had rented the apartment for him. Li Yun was already at Fang Jiahuan's place. Seeing Fang Jiahuan sitting silently on the sofa, Li Yun patted his shoulder and said, "Jiahuan's condition is relatively stable. I've already called the police, but they're still on their way." "Boss, where are you guys now?" Jiang Jing breathed a slight sigh of relief. Knowing someone was watching Fang Jiahuan meant he could focus more intently on the task at hand. I'll handle Jiahuan. I'm waiting downstairs now. Once the police arrive, I'll go up with them. With that, Jiang Jing hung up. Moments later, he heard the sound of police sirens. Seeing the patrol car speeding toward them, he finally let out a deep sigh of relief. The surrounding stalkers naturally noticed the police cars too. Panic spread across every face. Joking aside, even if they weren't facing legal charges, doing this kind of thing still meant getting taken away by the police for questioning. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Everyone, run! The police are here!" The words had barely left the speaker's mouth when the crowd scattered like boiling water hitting a hot pan. Yet, with so many people packed together, few actually managed to escape. Instead, they all collided, creating a massive pileup. The police, accompanied by the neighborhood security guards, swiftly arrived at the base of Fang Jiahan's building and began dispersing the crowd. Jiang Jing emerged at that moment, standing with a cold expression to the side, silently observing the farce unfolding before him. A police officer noticed Jiang Jing and approached him. "Sir, we're conducting official duties here. If you have no business with us, please leave the area." Chapter 83, Direct Rebuttal. Jiang Jing snapped back to attention and explained, "Officer, my assistant called the police. These fans are surrounding an artist under my management. I'm here to escort my artist to a scheduled appearance." As he spoke, Jiang Jing gestured toward the production crew's vehicle behind him. The officer glanced at the program's logo on the vehicle, fell silent for a moment, then quietly walked away. The stalker fans were quickly dispersed. With the officer's nod of approval, Jiang Jing immediately went upstairs and knocked on Fang Jiahan's door. When the door remained closed for an extended period, Jiang Jing grew increasingly anxious. He sent a message to Li Yun, and moments later, the door opened. "Boss, you finally made it." Fang Jiahang's been sitting on the couch for ages, not a word, not a move. Sigh, Li Yun sighed, shaking his head as he ushered Jiang Jing inside. Two police officers had accompanied Jiang Jing upstairs and followed him into the room. Looking at the three people standing inside the room, the officer asked, "We need someone to come with us to make a statement. Which one of you three will accompany us?" Before Jiang Jing could give instructions, Li Yun immediately stepped forward. "I'll go, officer. I was the one who called the police." With that, Li Yun exchanged a nod with Jiang Jing and followed the officers out. After the officers departed, Jiang Jing turned to Fang Jiahuan and said, "Jiahuan, get ready. The production crew is waiting for us." Fang Jiahuan snapped back to reality, recognizing Jiang Jing standing before her. She exhaled sharply in relief. "Director Jiang, you're finally here. I'll pack my things right away." Seeing Fang Jiahuan seemingly unaffected, Jiang Jing grew even more concerned. But with the variety show recording taking priority, he had to suppress his unease and lead Fang Jiahuan to the production team's vehicle. Despite handling the situation as quickly as possible, Jiang Jing was still nearly 3 hours late. Outside the recording venue, Jiang Jing took a deep breath and carefully reminded Fang Jiahan once more before entering with their prepared items. The two regular hosts, He Guang and Huang Xiang, had been waiting for quite some time. Spotting Jiang Jing and Fang Jiaha enter, He Guang immediately stepped forward. "This must be Director Jiang Jing. Please, have a seat, have a seat." The moment Jiang Jing stepped onto the set, a smile spread across his face. "Mr. He, it's a pleasure to meet you. Here's a small token of appreciation I prepared for you. I hope you won't be upset about the slight delay today due to unforeseen circumstances." He Guang hastily waved his hand, glancing at Huang Xiang beside him, whose expression was less than pleasant, and tried to smooth things over. "Director Jiang, what are you saying? These things are unavoidable. Besides, you're not that late." Huang Xiang, seated nearby, snorted coldly. "If you knew there was an emergency, you should have left earlier. Instead, you made so many people wait here." Oof. At this remark, everyone present stiffened except Huang Xiang. Fang Jiahan looked at Jiang Jing with unease, and the smile on Jiang Jing's face froze. He Guan, witnessing this, felt utterly devastated inside. "Still," he said, "Teacher Huang didn't mean it that way. He's just like that, outspoken and blunt. Don't take it to heart." Though he said this, Jiang Jing had been immersed in the entertainment industry for years. He was well acquainted with Huang Xiang's temperament. This wasn't straightforwardness at all, it was clearly Huang Xiang feeling humiliated for being left out, and now he was trying to intimidate Jiang Jing and Fang Jiahuan. Even though Huang Xiang hadn't named names, Jiang Jing could tell he was taking a dig at both him and Fang Jiaheng. Fortunately, He Guang's smooth mediation ensured that even if Huang Xiang truly harbored grievances toward Jiang Jing and the others, he refrained from voicing them. After some casual chit-chat and filming a bit more footage, it was already afternoon. Following the show's schedule, the guests had to arrange their own dinner. The four divided tasks clearly, Jiang Jing and Huang Xiang formed one group to cook, while Fang Jiahe and He Guang teamed up to complete a task assigned by the production crew. Fang Jiahe had initially wanted to join Jiang Jing's group, but he could sense something off between Huang Xiang and Jiang Jing. Before he could voice his request, He Guang proactively suggested Fang Jiahe accompany him to the fields to gather ingredients. Soon, only Jiang Jing and Huang Xiang remained in the kitchen. Huang Xiang had always been the show's designated chef, so when Jiang Jing said they'd cook together, it was more accurate to describe it as Jiang Jing assisting Huang Xiang washing vegetables, chopping ingredients, and so on. While handling the ingredients, Jiang Jing casually remarked, nature calls, and priorities must be set. What do you say, Chef Huang? Huang Xiang's movements froze, his expression darkening instantly. Jiang Jing, what do you mean by that? Don't get angry, Teacher Huang. Can't you tell what I mean? Jiang Jing looked up and flashed Huang Xiang a smile. Could it be that Director Jian thinks I'm wrong? You were so late today, leaving me and He Guang waiting here. Do you really think that's something to be proud of? Huang Xiang's face remained dark as he decided to lay it out plainly. Jiang Jing showed no fear. Teacher Huang didn't even ask why we were late. You're just making assumptions without any evidence. Do you really think that's something to be proud of? If so, I guess I need to learn more from you. Only incompetent people make excuses for themselves. You were late, period. Huang Xiang slammed his hand on the table and barked harshly. Jiang Jing merely smiled. Then I suppose Teacher Huang must be quite capable. But I doubt you'd understand the troubles of having too many fans after all. You've never been mobbed by crowds of admirers, have you? Huang Xiang hadn't expected Jiang Jing to respond this way. His face darkened completely, but he found no words to counter Jiang Jing. He could only angrily shake his hand, turning back to his own work without another glance at Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He placed the prepared ingredients on the table beside Huang Xiang, leaving him no opportunity to find fault. Huang Xiang's expression remained sour throughout the entire cooking process. Not a single word passed his lips, even as Jiang Jing executed everything flawlessly. Huang Xiang couldn't help but find fault with Jiang Jing's every move, as if he were determined to pick on something. Fang Jiahong, who had gone to help He Guang in the fields, had returned at some point. He intended to check on the kitchen's progress, but the moment he entered, he sensed something was off. Chapter 84, Utterly Awkward. Fang Jiaha's expression also turned awkward. Hearing his approach, Jiang Jing and Huang Xiang both looked up at him simultaneously. Fang Jiaha froze in place, caught between a rock and a hard place, utterly awkward. Huang Xiang's gaze toward Fang Jiahuan wasn't exactly friendly. Instead, Jiang Jing approached Fang Jiahuan and asked gently, "How's the work with Teacher He going?" Only then did Fang Jiahong snap out of his daze. Glancing at the kitchen, he replied, "Teacher He asked me to check on Teacher Huang and Director Jiang. Is dinner almost ready?" Huang Xiang remained silent. Instead, Jiang Jing peered into the kitchen and nodded. "Almost. It should be ready soon." "That's good. I think I just heard Teacher He call me. I'll go check again." With that, Fang Jiahong dashed out without looking back, afraid that any delay might force him to stay in the kitchen. After Fang Jiaha left, Jiang Jing turned his attention back to Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang caught Jiang Jing's movement and couldn't help but snort coldly before returning to his task. After over 2 hours of bustling activity, the meal was finally ready. The four sat down at the table. Fang Jiaha gazed at the feast spread before them and couldn't help but exclaim, "Teacher Huang, did you make all these dishes? They look absolutely delicious." Huang Xiang still made no move to respond to Fang Jiahuan. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the production crew on the sidelines was on the verge of breaking down. He Guang, helpless, nudged Huang Xiang discreetly from where he couldn't be seen. Huang Xiang glanced at He Guang and reluctantly nodded. "Yes, they're all home-style dishes. Everyone, please try them. These ingredients were all bought by Director Jiang. I'm not sure if the taste is the same as before." As he spoke, Huang Xiang rolled his eyes at Jiang Jing almost imperceptibly. Hearing Huang Xiang's words, He Guang felt an overwhelming headache coming on. He glanced at the production crew, who looked utterly defeated, and suddenly felt a little better about himself. That a variety show recording would lead to Jiang Jing and Huang Xiang crossing swords was something no one had anticipated. Yet, judging by Jiang Jing's demeanor, he seemed quite resigned to this turn of events. At the dinner table, He Guang urged everyone to eat. Fang Jiahan glanced at Jiang Jing and, upon receiving his tacit approval, eagerly dug in. Who knew just how starved he was? Watching Fang Jiahan wolf down his food, Jiang Jing suddenly realized Fang hadn't had a proper meal since morning. Instead, he'd expended considerable energy dealing with the morning's incident. That he'd managed to hold out this long was nothing short of remarkable endurance. The production team was thoroughly pleased with Fang Jiahong's performance, focusing numerous camera angles on him. His eating habits alone spoke volumes about how delicious Huang Xiang's cooking was. But apart from Fang Jiaha, everyone else ate at a leisurely pace. He Guang dutifully acted as a mediator, diligently trying to smooth things over between Jiang Jing and Huang Xiang, searching for topics to keep the conversation flowing. As the meal drew to a close, the usual variety show routine called for post-dinner chit-chat. But this time, things were different. Huang Xiang and Jiang Jing couldn't stand each other, neither personally nor professionally, leaving He Guang in a tough spot. As for Fang Jiaha, he simply followed Jiang Jing's lead. He Guang racked his brain until he finally found a topic to discuss.
Somehow, though, the conversation drifted toward film production and casting. Huang Xiang's eyes flickered, his gaze gradually shifting toward Fang Jiahuan, making the latter feel uneasy as he stared intently behind him. Fang Jiayan's gut told him Huang Xiang was up to something. Before Fang could speak, Huang cut in, "Jiayan, I've seen plenty of your videos. I'm genuinely impressed by your acting skills. I'm currently preparing to shoot a film. Would you be interested in collaborating with me? Taking the lead role in my movie?" The moment those words left his mouth, every face in the room shifted. The production crew's expressions darkened considerably, and the PD looked like he might faint on the spot. He Guang's face paled for a moment. He stammered, glancing at Jiang Jing then at Huang Xiang, his mind racing but still unsure what to say. Fortunately, Jiang Jing stepped forward at that moment. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Teacher Huang's interest in our Jiahuan is a testament to his talent. If Jiahuan himself is willing, as his agent, I certainly won't stand in his way. Besides, collaborating with Teacher Huang can only be beneficial for Jiahuan." Jiang Jing's words were a significant show of respect to Huang Xiang. Hearing this, He Guang quickly caught on. Before Huang Xiang could press further with his criticism of Fang Jiahuan, He Guang swiftly interjected, "This is a casual variety show. We don't discuss work matters during breaks." He Guang successfully steered the conversation away. Huang Xiang shot him a sidelong glance but ultimately said nothing, choosing to give He Guang the benefit of the doubt. As the casual chat concluded and night fell, it became clear the visiting guests would be staying overnight. Originally, the 2 guest stars and 2 resident stars were to share accommodations, with female guest stars receiving private rooms. But given the current situation, He Guang knew Jiang Jing would never share a room with Huang Xiang. Left with no choice, He Guang arranged for Jiang Jing and Fang Jiahan to stay in another room. Jiang Jing welcomed this arrangement with delight. He'd been worried about what Huang Xiang might do if they shared a room, but now his concerns vanished completely. After the daytime filming wrapped, everyone returned to their accommodations. Jiang Jing naturally shared a room with Fang Jiahuan. After washing up and lying down, Fang Jiahuan asked uneasily, "Brother Jing, that director Huang today?" Jiang Jing smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. It's nothing serious. He just doesn't care for me. We'll just avoid him going forward. It's getting late. Get some rest. We're leaving early tomorrow morning." Seeing Jiang Jing so unconcerned, Fang Jiaying promptly cast her worries aside. Exhausted from the day's work, she soon drifted into a deep sleep, emitting soft snores. Early the next morning, Jiang Jing roused Fang Jiaheng before dawn. After packing his belongings and leaving the room, he exchanged brief greetings with He Guang. Without a backward glance, Jiang Jing led Fang Jiaheng to catch the earliest bus away from the production crew. He couldn't care less about Huang Xiang's sour expression. Chapter 85, Resolving the Conflict. On the way, Fang Jiahan noticed Jiang Jing was clearly in a foul mood. Today's recording had indeed been unpleasant. The main issue was Huang Xiang's persistent, subtle targeting of him during the show. There had been no prior conflict between the two. Both were rising directors renowned within the industry. It was only natural they might find each other irritating. What stunned most was that during a previous recording, Huang Xiang had expressed admiration for Fang Jiahe and even invited him to direct his new drama. "Mr. Jiang, rest assured I won't have any contact with Director Huang. You're my mentor. No matter what happens, I'll never join another company." This was Fang Jiahan's way of showing sincerity to Jiang Jing. Such minor matters must be clarified up front. Otherwise, if they accumulate, they'll inevitably become barriers in their communication. Though Jiang Jing remained outwardly silent, a lingering unease would persist within him. Better to clarify matters from the outset, preventing future complications. "I trust you, and I have high hopes for your future. Given time, you will undoubtedly become a pillar actor in this industry." Jiang Jing nodded with satisfaction. He certainly recognized Fang Jiahan's potential. Though he was still a newcomer now, his acting possessed a remarkable innate quality. Jiang Jing couldn't quite articulate why, but he understood clearly that there were inherent differences between actors. Some talents are innate. When Fang Jiahan portrayed a character, he brought it to life with remarkable depth, unlike some actors who remained one-dimensional no matter the role. "Thank you for your confidence, Mr. Jiang. Do your best." No sooner had he returned to the office than Jiang Jing heard his phone buzz. Opening it, he saw a friend request from an unknown number. After accepting the request, the other party immediately sent a message. "Director Jiang, this is He Guang." Jiang Jing had a favorable impression of He Guang. He had an excellent reputation in the industry and was highly emotionally intelligent. After interacting with him, Jiang Jing understood why many called him the ace host. He skillfully navigated every unexpected situation that arose during the show's recording. Jiang Jing. He just couldn't quite figure out why He Guang had reached out to him. At first, he assumed it was about some matter related to the show's production. But He Guang's next words immediately dispelled that notion. "I was wondering if Director Jiang might be free tomorrow evening for dinner?" Jiang Jing hesitated, but ultimately didn't refuse. Partly because he had a favorable impression of He Guang, and partly because the man had extensive connections. Plus, with He Guang currently hosting a popular variety show, there might be opportunities for future collaborations. Even if he didn't appear on the show himself, he could arrange for other artists under his company to make an appearance. Variety shows were a great way to boost visibility. Some people even paid out of pocket for appearances. And even then, there's no guarantee of getting a spot. This industry demands relentless effort to survive. You have to develop in all areas. Some people spend their entire careers buried in acting, yet in the end, everyone only remembers their iconic roles and has little recollection of the actor themselves. This happens precisely because the actor rarely makes public appearances. I happen to be free tomorrow night. Just send me the address. Backstage at the production office, He Guang breathed a sigh of relief. He'd feared Jiang Jing might refuse, but the outcome didn't disappoint him. He immediately instructed his assistant to reserve a private room at the restaurant. Xiao Lu, go book a room for me at Gingyuan Pavilion. We'll be there at 8 tomorrow night. Got it. The next evening, after finishing his work, Jiang Jing drove straight over. He had assumed he'd be alone, but upon opening the door, he found not only He Guang but another person inside. This made him frown. Huang Xiang was there too. It seemed He Guang's setup wasn't as straightforward as it appeared. Notably, Huang Xiang also seemed unaware of Jiang Jing's arrival and frowned upon seeing him. Brother He, this is a bit underhanded. Didn't you say this was a private dinner just for me? Why invite others? Huang Xiang asked expressionlessly. He Guang wasn't about to be flustered by this. The two had clashed on the show, and he needed to resolve the conflict quickly to avoid disrupting future recordings. To prevent future complications, He Guang decided to have the two become friends. Both of you are renowned directors in the industry. To be perfectly honest, I'm a huge fan of the dramas you've directed. When I learned the show had invited both of you as guests, I was genuinely thrilled. This is the perfect chance to get to know you both. What do you say? The underlying intent was clear, to diffuse the tension between them and offer a way out. Jiang Jing and Huang Xiang exchanged a glance. Truthfully, their disagreement was merely a clash of egos. There was no real deep-seated conflict between them, nor had any business rivalry ever emerged. They worked on different types of projects. Jiang Jing focused more on films, while Huang Xiang primarily did TV series. With He Guang himself extending the invitation, it would be impolite to refuse. Huang Xiang spoke first, extending his right hand toward Jiang Jing. Director Jiang, I look forward to working with you. Not at all. I'm the one who should be learning from Director Huang. The tension dissolved effortlessly. Jiang Jing, naturally prioritizing mutual benefit, understood the importance of connections in the entertainment industry. As a renowned director in the industry, Huang Xiang possessed extensive connections with both talent and film resources. Who knew when they might need each other in the future? Every new connection meant another avenue open. No one turns down a chance to benefit, so both men gladly took this opportunity to back down. He Guang, seeing this, smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. With today's dinner settled, the two of them shouldn't clash head-on during the subsequent program recordings. Let me raise a toast to you both. May everything go smoothly during the upcoming show recordings. The three raised their glasses and clinked them together. Huang Xiang and Jiang Jing were both accomplished directors who also dabbled in writing. Many outstanding scripts bore their names. They shared a mutual admiration in this regard and had plenty of common ground. With He Guang's deliberate guidance, the conversation flowed smoothly around the table. Director Jiang, perhaps we could collaborate on a project someday. I find your talent in lighting design truly remarkable. So many of your dramas have that eye-catching quality. Jiang nodded with a smile, effectively agreeing. He truly possessed a deep understanding of lighting design. Take that previous drama, for instance. Its lighting design was deeply moving. Directing truly tests one's innate talent. This was precisely why the same script could be brought to life by some directors in a deeply moving way, while others produced work that felt utterly unremarkable. Chapter 86, Truths Revealed After Drinking. Let's learn from each other. Director Huang's visual language is something I could really benefit from studying. It's an area I'm weaker in. I'd be honored if you could mentor me on that someday. The two chatted about professional topics while mingling, and it was noteworthy that He Guang could actually contribute to the conversation. It seems that to become an outstanding host, one must inevitably have a broader range of knowledge than the average person. The three drank and chatted, finishing 2 bottles of wine before they knew it. Before coming, Jiang Jing hadn't anticipated drinking so much and hadn't had time to notify Li Yun to pick him up. Moreover, he had assigned Li Yun another task before leaving work, so bothering him now felt rather inappropriate. He had no choice but to call a friend for a ride. Jiang Jing held his liquor well. Even drunk, he wouldn't cause trouble like some people. As for He Guang and Huang Xiang, they had both brought assistants with them, so they didn't need to drive themselves. Director Jiang, why don't we have our assistants drive you home first? It's not too late yet. We can head back to rest after dropping you off. No need to go to all that trouble. I'll just call a friend to pick me up. You two have been busy all day. You should head home and rest early.
Jiang Jing didn't want to trouble them either. He pulled out his phone and dialed a friend's number, completely unaware that the screen was still displaying Shen Qingning's number. "Hey, brother Lu, come pick me up at Gingyuan Pavilion. I've had a bit too much to drink with some friends and can't drive." On the other end, Shen Qingning had just finished getting ready for bed when Jiang Jing's call came through. She assumed it was about a new drama needing investment. Instead, she heard Jiang Jing's slurred voice. Though she'd already been lying in bed, Shen Qingning hesitated briefly before dressing and rushing straight to the location Jiang Jing had mentioned. Jiang Jing wasn't one to cause trouble when drunk. Even when intoxicated, he stood quietly in one spot. Shen Qingning reached the scene in just over 10 minutes. "Who might you be?" "Sorry, I'm a bit late." "I'm a friend of Jiang Jing's." Shen Qingning remained perfectly composed, and neither He Guang nor Huang Xiang seemed suspicious. They handed Jiang Jing over to her care and left in their car. Inside the house, he'd still been relatively lucid, but after stepping outside into the breeze, his confusion deepened. He remained completely unaware that anything was amiss. Fortunately, he hadn't lost the ability to move. Shen Qingning supported his arm and guided him to the car. "Don't you dare throw up in my car, or I'll make you clean it up yourself tomorrow." Jiang Jing collapsed onto the back seat the moment he got in. Shen Qingning felt a pang of disgust, yet the sight of him drunk also made her want to laugh. Jiang Jing remained quiet throughout the ride, and Shen Qingning soon delivered him safely home. She then helped him into his room. She had intended to return home to rest after dropping him off, but seeing Jiang Jing slumped on the bed, Shen Qingning sighed. She helped him shed his coat and shoes, then went to the bathroom to wet a towel and gently wipe his face. This should make him more comfortable when he slept tonight. She didn't know why she was doing all this. After finishing all this, Shen Qingning was about to get up and leave when suddenly, a pair of large hands grabbed her arm. "Qingling, don't go." Shen Qingning jumped in surprise, fearing Jiang Jing was taking advantage of his drunkenness. But when she turned around, she saw Jiang Jing still had his eyes closed. Grabbing her arm had been a completely instinctive action. All right. I've brought you home. Go rest now. You'll be busy tomorrow." Shen Qingning hadn't noticed her face was flushed crimson, nor that her tone was unexpectedly gentle. It was as if she were speaking to a child. "Qingning, why haven't you contacted me lately? Didn't you miss me? Without seeing you, I feel like I have no motivation to do anything. It was better when we were on set together. We got to see each other every day." Jiang Jing suddenly launched into a long, rambling monologue, leaving Shen Qingning frozen in place, utterly flustered. She'd never been able to figure out his true feelings toward her. After all, most of the time, he treated others with the same gentleness. Shen Qingning had been looking for an opportunity to test the waters with Jiang Jing, but she hadn't expected this day to come so soon, and without her even opening her mouth, he'd voluntarily laid his feelings bare. They say truth comes out when drunk. Therefore, everything Jiang Jing had said must be true. There was no possibility of deception. This left Shen Qingning's expression suddenly complex. She had never rejected Jiang Jing. With her exceptional qualities, stunning looks, and perfect figure, Shen Qingning attracted countless admirers. Yet, whether they were business partners or privileged second-generation heirs, she felt little interest in them. She even actively avoided their advances. Yet when it came to Jiang Jing, she couldn't control her emotions and found herself developing feelings for him too. Shen Qingning stared at Jiang Jing lying on the bed for a moment, lost in thought. In the end, she said nothing. Even if this was Jiang Jing confessing to her, it felt too abrupt. Besides, he was drunk. It wasn't formal enough. "Rest well first. We can talk about it later." After settling Jiang Jing and tucking him in before leaving, Shen Qingning closed the door with a complex expression. On the drive back, Shen Qingning was distracted the entire time, barely paying attention to the road. Lying in bed, she lay awake for a long time. She had to admit that Jiang Jing's sudden confession had thrown her off balance. Nothing in the world was more beautiful than mutual affection. The next morning, Jiang Jing woke up with a splitting headache. Sitting on the bed for a long while, he finally recalled going out for dinner and getting drunk the night before. Ouch. I hope I didn't act like a drunken fool last night? Jiang Jing dialed old Lu's number, intending to ask him if he'd behaved inappropriately so he could apologize to He Guang. But when he called, old Lu sounded completely baffled. "What's going on? When did you drink? I didn't get any calls from you last night." Jiang Jing fell silent. If old Lu hadn't received his call, then who had driven him home last night? "Hey, you're okay, right? Should be fine. Don't worry. I probably dialed the wrong number last night. Someone else drove me home." She hurriedly hung up the phone and sat on the bed, lost in thought for a while. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember who had actually driven her home last night. If it wasn't old Lu, then who else could it be? Could it have been Li Yun? Jiang Jing hadn't even considered Shen Qingning. When she woke up this morning, her clothes and shoes were neatly arranged beside the bed, and the quilt was perfectly tucked in. Shen Qingning usually seems so detached from worldly affairs. How could she possibly have done these things for him? He dared not even entertain the thought. He was still a bit groggy now, otherwise he could have checked his call log to see who had come back for him. Chapter 87, The Oath Conflict. With no other choice, Jiang Jing turned on the surveillance feed to see who had brought him home. Yet when that familiar figure appeared on the screen, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Shen Qingning? How could it be her? Did I call her last night? Jiang Jing's heart skipped a beat. He paused the footage, freezing the image at the moment the two entered the door. He almost didn't dare to continue watching. He'd blacked out last night and had no memory whatsoever of what happened after entering the door. After sitting on the bed in a daze for a while, Jiang Jing cautiously pressed play. There was no way around it, he had to face it eventually. He could only hope he hadn't made any mistakes last night. He trusted his tolerance implicitly. He'd gotten drunk before without incident. But the scene that played out on the monitor made Jiang Jing's toes curl. He never imagined he'd be holding Shen Qingning's hand while confessing his feelings to her. Now that it had happened, he had to figure out how to deal with it. He had long been aware of his feelings for Shen Qingning. It began during the filming of his previous drama, when Shen Qingning frequently visited the set. They'd interacted frequently back then, and over time, Jiang Jing naturally grew more attentive toward Shen Qingning. But he hadn't been ready to confess to Shen Qingning, because he didn't understand her feelings for him. Qingning. The very thought of how he addressed Shen Qingning sent a chill down Jiang Jing's spine. He wanted to slap last night's version of himself twice. If he'd known this would happen, he should have double-checked before dialing. He shouldn't have called Shen Qingning. After much deliberation, Jiang Jing decided to reach out to Shen Qingning. This matter couldn't be left hanging like this. Mission, I'm sorry about last night. I was drunk. Please don't take it seriously. Just consider it nonsense I was spouting. Also, thank you for driving me home. Let me know when you're free, and I'll treat you to a meal. After sending the text, no reply came. Jiang Jing had no idea what Shen Qingning was thinking. He considered calling to ask, just as he was about to press dial. Jiang Jing pulled his finger back. Calling her now would only make things more awkward for both of them. What if Shen Qingning was furious and gave him an earful? Then he might not even get another chance to see her. After much deliberation, he decided it was best to lay low for a while. He could always apologize in person when they met again. On the other end, Shen Qingning had just climbed out of bed. She had seen Jiang Jing's text, but she didn't know how to respond. In truth, Shen Qingning and Jiang Jing were in a similar mental state. They were both in the same state regarding this relationship. If Jiang Jing had confessed while sober, Shen Qingning might have known how to handle it. The problem was that he was a bit tipsy. This left their relationship in a limbo. For the next few days, Jiang Jie dared not contact Shen Qingning again. To distract himself, he threw all his focus into his work. It was worth noting that Su Xiufang's health had recovered remarkably well during this period. Occasionally, she would even bring homemade meals to the office to visit Jiang Jing. Mom, I've told you your health should be your priority. I don't need you to bring me meals every day. I'm perfectly capable of feeding myself. Eating out all the time isn't good for you. Our home cooking suits your taste better, and honestly, I feel much stronger now. I don't need to stay home every day. With a dedicated nutritionist at home, Su Xiufang's health had fully recovered after a period of recuperation. She'd had a checkup at the hospital recently, and everything was perfectly fine. It's not as mysterious as you make it sound. When I get busy, I can eat anything. You should just rest at home and stay out of the kitchen. The doctor said I should get out more. Su Xiufang insisted on her own plan. Then you don't need to come to the office to see me either. Just sit downstairs and take a stroll, get some sun. There's really nothing here that requires your attention. Despite his words, Jiang Jing opened the boxed meal Su Xiufang had brought him. He had to admit it tasted better than anything from outside, perfectly suited to his palate. Cough. Cough. Just as he finished eating, Jiang Jing heard Su Xiufang coughing. He hurried over to pour her a glass of water, his eyes filled with concern. I told you not to come over. Not to come over. Look at you now. Su Xiufang said nothing, quietly tidying up the lunchbox herself. Jiang Jing sighed. He knew she was stubborn. Even if he told her not to wander off, she wouldn't listen. Since that was the case, he'd have to make other arrangements. Mom, whenever you want to come over, don't rush back. I'll set up a lounge for you on the first floor. That way, you can stay longer when you visit. If you miss me, just come straight up instead of running back and forth. We can leave together after work. I really worry about you traveling alone. Su Xiufang smiled and nodded in agreement. The company happened to have an unused space on the first floor. Jiang Jing gave the order, and within 3 days, a lounge was set up. Su Xiufang was very pleased. The lounge even featured a TV, and a large bed lying on it felt incredibly comfortable. For the next few days, Su Xiufang came to the office daily, but it didn't cause Jiang Jing any trouble. He knew his son was busy and usually stayed in the lounge. Occasionally, when Jiang Jing had free time, he would take Su Xiufang out for a stroll. Nothing unusual would have happened, but one day, Shen Manning happened to pass by the company and suddenly spotted Su Xiufang. Xiaoson, go to Jiang Jing's company and see if that's Su Xiufang. She thought she might have seen wrong, but the driver went down to check and confirmed it was indeed Su Xiufang. Coincidentally, Shen Manning had some things she wanted to discuss with her. She got out and walked toward Su Xiufang, but Su Xiufang gave her a cold shoulder. The relationship between the two had long been like water and fire. Facing Shen Manning, Su Xiufang offered no warmth whatsoever. "What are you doing here? How dare you think you haven't caused enough trouble already? I don't want to see you anywhere near me right now." Shen Manning's expression darkened. He'd intended to have a proper conversation, but after this exchange, there was no way to continue. Conflict had erupted after just a few words. "Do you think I want to see you? You're nothing but a burden to him, constantly causing trouble. And you have the nerve to lecture me? At least I don't go around bothering people every single day." Su Xiufang was thoroughly infuriated. Jiang Jing was her son, no outsider had any right to speak for him. Chapter 88, Legal Trouble. Su Xiufang couldn't stand Shen Manning, yet this woman, showing no gratitude, kept showing up at her doorstep time and again. This time, she was particularly enraged. They'd been separated for so long, yet she still lingered around demanding attention. "What are you doing? Trying to extort me? I didn't touch you." Seeing Su Xiufang's unusual state, Shen Manning was utterly shocked. Heaven knew she'd only come to vent her anger. She certainly hadn't intended to send the other woman back to the hospital. "You?" Su Xiufang couldn't even speak now, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Shen Manning, her face flushed crimson. Her entire body fell straight backward. Chaos erupted on the scene. Shen Manning, flustered and at a loss, hurriedly pulled over nearby staff, pleading for them to testify on her behalf. "You must testify that I had nothing to do with this. I didn't even touch her." She collapsed on her own. Shen Manning feared this incident might land her in legal trouble. She now regretted coming to cause trouble. If she'd known this would happen, she should have pretended she saw nothing. "Miss, please don't leave. We need to call the police to handle this matter." The staff naturally wouldn't let her go easily. Everyone knew Su Xiufang was the boss's mother. Moreover, they all held a favorable impression of Su Xiufang. She always seemed gentle when chatting with them, sometimes even bringing snacks. "Don't call the police, this has nothing to do with me," Shen Manning immediately explained upon seeing the staff's actions. The staff paid no heed whatsoever, dialing the police immediately and also calling 120. Someone went to find Jiang Jing, but unfortunately, he wasn't there. He'd just left the company to handle other matters. "You guys keep an eye on this woman. Don't let her leave before the police arrive. I'll go with the ambulance to the hospital first." Several staff members kept a close watch on Shen Manning, afraid she might slip away when no one was looking. Shen Manning's face was ashen. Su Xiufang had lost consciousness and now lay motionless on the stretcher. Panic gripped Shen Manning. If something truly happened, her family might not be able to protect her. With so many witnesses, there was no way to hide. Su Xiufang was quickly transported to the hospital, and someone had already called Jiang Jing to notify him. Upon hearing the news, he rushed to the hospital immediately. Meanwhile, the police arrived at the scene and took Shen Manning away. "Let me explain. This incident has little to do with me. I never even touched her." She collapsed on her own. "This isn't the place for explanations. You're coming with us. We'll investigate what happened. If you're truly innocent, you'll be cleared afterward." Faced with Shen Manning's stubborn resistance, the police paid her no mind and forcibly took her away. Seeing this, Shen Manning knew she couldn't escape and obediently followed the officers. Jiang Jing arrived at the hospital just as Su Xiufang regained consciousness from her coma. "Mom, how are you feeling now?" "I'm fine now, feeling much better. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you." Jiang Jing didn't know what to say. He understood this wasn't Su Xiufang's fault. "Rest well first. I'll speak with the doctor." Jiang Jing sought out Su Xiufang's attending physician once more to inquire about her condition. It was best to get the details directly from the doctor. "Mr. Jiang, your mother's fainting was caused by sudden emotional distress. You must be careful, avoid subjecting her to significant emotional fluctuations in daily life. Bringing her to the hospital this time was very timely. No serious harm occurred. Next time, we might not be so fortunate." Upon confirming there were no major physical issues and that she only needed to recuperate in the hospital for a while, Jiang Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. If something had happened due to his negligence, he would never forgive himself. "Shen Manning, this time I won't let you off the hook." The once peaceful life had been thrown into chaos once again by Shen Manning. After their breakup, Jiang Jing had abandoned all illusions about her. The best outcome would be for them to simply forget each other. Yet she kept reappearing in his life, stirring trouble. Targeting him alone would have been one thing, but this time she caused Su Xiufang to be hospitalized again. No matter what, Jiang Jing could never forgive Shen Manning. He couldn't hold back any longer and went straight to the police station to find someone. This time, he would teach her an unforgettable lesson. Shen Manning couldn't be allowed to run rampant any longer. Yet by the time he reached the station, it was too late. Shen Manning had already slipped away under her family's protection. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, correct? I'm Miss Shen's attorney. You can discuss anything with me. I'll coordinate with Miss Shen."
This incident has been difficult for everyone involved. Miss Shen will provide adequate compensation and hopes for your understanding. Shen Manning dared not face Jiang Jing herself, sending only her lawyer to wait at the station for his arrival. Get lost. Tell that Shen woman to come herself. She thinks she can get away with a few empty words after causing all this trouble? It won't be that easy. Jiang Jing was furious and had no intention of negotiating calmly. With so much pent-up tension between them, Jiang Jing had finally reached his breaking point. Unfortunately, no matter what he said, the lawyer repeated the same line. If you want to talk to me. Miss Shen isn't available to see you right now. Realizing there was no chance of meeting Shen Manning today, Jiang Jing lost all patience. He didn't care about compensation, all he wanted now was to see her behind bars. He hadn't been fully prepared to take action against Shen Manning so abruptly, but there was no time for hesitation. He had to move forward with his plan immediately. Shen Manning's company project was at a critical preparatory stage. Sabotaging it now would spell utter ruin. Truthfully, Jiang Jing had been debating whether to take such drastic measures. After all, they had once been husband and wife. But now he had seen her true colors clearly. This woman was utterly ungrateful. You treat her too well, and she won't appreciate it, she'll just take it for granted. Therefore, there was no need for him to show her any courtesy either. Li Yun, gather the materials I previously assigned to you and prepare them for release. Hire several paparazzi. Once the information is made public, I want you to disseminate it within an hour. Li Yun received Jiang Jing's call and immediately began preparations. The dossier was comprehensive, its release would deal a fatal blow to Shen Manning's company. However, to completely bring it down, Shen Qingning's help would be essential. After the confession incident, the two hadn't been in contact for quite some time. Just as Jiang Jing was about to call Shen Qingning, her name appeared on the screen. She had called ahead of schedule. Chapter 89, Data Leak. I heard Auntie got injured and was hospitalized again. What happened? Is she okay? Jiang Jing sighed deeply and explained Su Xiufang's condition to Shen Qingning. Don't worry too much. She was taken to the hospital just in time. She'll be fine after recuperating there for a while. Send me the address. I have time to visit her right now. Jiang Jing immediately sent the address to Shen Qingning. It was a good opportunity for them to meet and discuss things properly. Shen Qingning had already planted spies in Shen Manning's company. To completely overturn this project, Shen Qingning's help was still needed. The previous drunkenness incident marked their first meeting. Jiang Jing felt a bit awkward, though Shen Qingning seemed fine on her end, treating him no differently than usual. Truthfully, she felt the same inside. Their current relationship felt somewhat delicate, like newly dating long-distance lovers. Though they were clearly very close, when they met, they didn't quite know how to handle their feelings for each other. How is Auntie feeling? What did the doctor say? I just spoke with the doctor. It's nothing serious, just needs rest. Shen Manning's been released from the police station. Someone from the family stepped in to smooth things over for her. They both shared one common trait, an intense drive for success. Shifting the topic elsewhere, their interactions became less fraught than before. What's your plan? Should we move forward with it early? Shen Qingning roughly guessed Jiang Jing's thoughts and frowned, calculating their odds of success if they moved now. The company project Shen Manning was currently overseeing required secrecy for its implementation. If exposed prematurely, it would jeopardize all subsequent plans. She would bear the entire burden of any losses, with no possibility of recovery. Even if exposed now, it wouldn't pose a significant problem. There's no point in waiting any longer. We should move now. Jiang Jing nodded and spoke. Can the mole you planted move now? He can't carry out the operation for us. He can only provide useful intelligence. We'll use that intelligence ourselves to make a public move soon. After all, he's helped us so much, we can't let him get caught up in legal trouble. Shen Qingning wasn't the type to burn bridges. Even if they targeted Shen Manning, the informant she'd planted shouldn't suffer any repercussions. Ideally, they should be able to withdraw completely. No problem. As long as we get all the project data, we'll secretly release it on the black market. Their project will be dead in the water. The two had prepared for this long ago, so now it was smooth sailing. Shen Qingning's mole quickly sent over the crucial data. Jiang Jing made it public immediately, sending shockwaves through the industry. At that moment, Shen Manning had just returned home from the police station, still shaken and completely unaware of the massive breach in the project. Her secretary frantically called her. Miss Shen, it's bad news, there's a problem with the company's project. What's the panic? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. What could possibly go wrong? Is it the data not matching up again? Shen Manning never imagined the company's most critical experimental data could be leaked. When the secretary revealed the truth, she froze in shock for a long moment, unable to process it. She kept muttering to herself, repeating, it can't be. How could such a massive oversight happen? Miss Shen, you need to come see for yourself. The company is in complete chaos right now. Several shareholders are demanding to know where you are. But that was far from the end of it.
Several suppliers who had already signed contracts with their company all received calls from Shen Qingning at that very moment. Shen Qingning's objective was straightforward: strike from two fronts to completely derail the project, catching the other side off guard and leaving them no chance to react. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Li, I won't beat around the bush this time. The Shen family project is impossible to continue. Sending your raw materials over now would be a waste, and you won't receive any subsequent payments. I can introduce you to several new manufacturers whose capabilities are absolutely no weaker than Xingqian's. If you're willing to do me a favor, I can get you their contact information right now. The raw material suppliers exchanged nervous glances, but Shen Qingning remained unhurried. Soon enough, they all received calls from their companies. Upon learning the Shen family project had indeed hit a snag, they all stared at Shen Qingning in astonishment. They were all sharp individuals and instantly guessed she must have orchestrated this behind the scenes. If Miss Shen is willing to give us a chance, we'd be delighted to accept. When it rains, it pours. The supplier's sudden disappearance only added to Shen Manling's woes. No sooner had she arrived at the company than she was besieged by several shareholders. Miss Shen, you owe us all an explanation for this incident. Why did critical project data leak at such a crucial moment? And what about compensation? Our company's finances are at a critical juncture, relying on this funding to cover the deficit. With such a major oversight now, who will take responsibility? As the shareholders spoke one after another, Shen Manling found herself at a loss for words. For now, she could only try to calm them down, focus on resolving the project issues first, and address other matters later. Otherwise, things would only spiral further out of control. Gentlemen, as you know, I've just returned to the company and haven't had time to investigate yet. But rest assured, I will get to the bottom of this as soon as possible and provide you all with a reasonable explanation. After much persuasion, she finally saw them off. Collapsing into her chair, Shen Manling felt utterly at a loss. She had never imagined that a project she believed to be foolproof would go wrong. Everything unfolded too abruptly. The immediate priority now was to plug the hole in the company's finances. Otherwise, other projects would be affected too, leading to even greater losses later. Ms. Shen, Manager Chen is here. Would you like to see him now? Send him in. Shen Manling felt a headache coming on. After coordinating with the finance manager, the latter slammed a statement of accounts onto her desk. Ms. Shen, who will cover such a massive loss? If this funding can't be restored, the company's other projects will all collapse. With matters having reached this point, Shen Manling had no choice but to confront the situation. Gritting her teeth, she made a decision. Give me a few days. I'll sell the property under my name to cover this shortfall. Also, inform the other shareholders, tell them not to panic. It's already happened. I'll do my utmost to recover the situation. Please don't put too much pressure on me. Hearing this, the finance manager was taken aback. He hadn't expected Shen Manling to act with such decisiveness this time. Chapter 90, National Day Release. Alright, Ms. Shen, please handle this as quickly as possible. These shareholders are all company veterans, and there are some things I can't openly discuss in front of them. Though these shareholders rarely interfered in daily operations, their wrath was formidable when provoked. Shen Manling waved her hand impatiently. After selling off the luxury properties under her name, the company had finally stabilized and was currently operating normally. This year's financial statements, however, were bound to look grim. Shen Manling wanted to investigate where the experimental data had leaked from, but after hours of digging, she found no leads. Everyone seemed perfectly normal. The records were clean. Continuing the investigation would only cause panic among the staff, so she had no choice but to drop it. Meanwhile, Shen Qingning and Jiang Jing quickly received the news. They exchanged glances, equally surprised. She really acted decisively, selling off her luxury mansion immediately to keep the company afloat. That was quite a surprise. Shen Qingning pondered thoughtfully. In her memory, Shen Manling had always been an indecisive person. This rare display of decisiveness had unexpectedly saved him from disaster. No need to rush. There's plenty of time. After such a major crisis, their company's finances must be strained. Even if selling the mansion keeps operations afloat, they won't have the bandwidth to focus on other projects. All we need now is a gentle nudge from behind, and this skyscraper will collapse. Jiang Jing showed no sign of discouragement over this setback. Had they waited until everything was perfectly prepared before striking, the consequences would have been devastating. But acting prematurely and allowing the other side to dodge a bullet was only natural. Then I'll deploy my spies and wait for another opportunity. You keep a close watch on your end too. Agreed. Shen Manling kept a low profile for several days, no longer daring to act as conspicuously as before. She planned to stay indoors as much as possible for the foreseeable future, focusing first on weathering this crisis at the company. Otherwise, she'd never recover from this. She didn't even dare answer her phone. The calls she'd received these past days were almost exclusively from the company's partners. They either demanded compensation or questioned whether Shen Manling had any regard for their partnership. Faced with their accusations, Shen Manling had no idea how to respond. Mom, is everything okay at the company? I heard something happened. How are you? It wasn't until her daughter Shen Yu called that. Shen Manning finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. I don't know what happened either. The project was going smoothly when suddenly the data leaked. We still haven't identified who exactly leaked the company's data. Several partners who were ready to sign contracts have abandoned me. It feels like some invisible hand is manipulating everything behind the scenes. I feel like the whole world is against me. This was the only call Shen Manning had received in recent days showing concern for her. She had so much she wanted to share, so much pent-up frustration bottled up inside with no outlet. After over 2 hours of video chat, Shen Manning finally managed to steady her emotions. Mom, it's just one project. If it falls through, it falls through. You must take care of yourself. You absolutely cannot break down now. As long as we're okay, we'll have another chance to make a comeback. I believe in you, and I'll always be here supporting you. Okay. After her daughter's reassurance, Shen Manning hung up and sank into deep thought. With this project now impossible to continue, the company had to find a new path forward. The only way forward was to find new partners and get the company's finances back on track. This was the only way forward. Shen Manning thought of Gu Zixing. She dialed his number and arranged a meeting. Mr. Gu, I'm sure you've heard about my situation. I'm reaching out to you sincerely to discuss a partnership. I hope you'll give me a chance. Gu Zixing looked thoughtful. This was the first time he'd seen her so formal. Whether to proceed with the partnership required careful consideration. Shen Manning's current state was undeniably precarious. Meanwhile, Shen Manning and Jiang Jing closely monitored every move the pair made. They had long anticipated Shen Manning would turn to Gu Zixing for help when cornered, and had already devised their next plan. Should we intervene again? At the very least, we can't let them collaborate so smoothly. Leave them be for now. Even if they join forces, they pose no threat to us. Besides, they have no idea we're the ones stirring the pot behind the scenes. Let's observe first. Jiang Jing had no intention of acting now. That would be too easy for them. Waiting until they were entangled in life and death struggles would be far more effective, inflicting far greater losses upon them. As for the film they'd previously shot, it had successfully secured a release date right in the peak National Day holiday season. Jiang Jing had poured too much effort into this film, it absolutely couldn't go wrong. Moreover, Shen Qingning's investment hung in the balance. Recouping costs depended entirely on this release. The film's quality was beyond reproach. Jiang Jing personally oversaw the script, and the actors delivered flawless performances. After half a year of relentless effort, it was finally time to see the results. How's the promotion for the other films in the National Day lineup? Currently, none have invested as heavily in promotion as we have. But we can't underestimate them. Several actors are very active, likely preparing for the National Day Season 2. We can't afford to fall behind. Jiang Jing held a brief meeting at the company. Next up was the film's promotion and distribution. He planned to bring Jolie and Fang Jiahe along to appear on variety shows. This would boost the film's exposure. After all, promotional tactics are limited in number. It didn't matter if the tricks were old as long as they worked. Stability was the priority now. Some might take risks by exploiting scandals to boost exposure, but Jiang Jing had no intention of doing that. It was a double-edged sword. It might work, but any success would come at an irreversible cost to both the actors and the film itself. The variety show hosted by He Guang enjoyed immense popularity. By capitalizing on this platform, they could ensure the film remained in the public eye. Before the official recording, Jiang Jing personally trained Jolie and Fang Jiahe, aiming for an overnight sensation. Notably, both delivered outstanding performances, winning the affection of other guests on the show. These guests were also happy to cooperate in promoting the film. This was largely due to the positive reputation Jiang Jing had built during his previous appearances on the show, prompting them to do him a favor. Mr. Jiang, we'll definitely support your new film. We hope it won't disappoint us all. Even He Guang, who was usually reluctant to promote, spoke up proactively. Thank you so much. Jiang Jing replied with a warm smile. Chapter 91, Celebration Event. It's the least we can do. The others exchanged more polite pleasantries. After the program wrapped, just as Jiang Jing was about to leave with Fang Jiahe and Jolie, He Guang stepped forward to intercept them. He Guang glanced at the two people behind Jiang Jing, then smiled at Jiang Jing and said, Director Jiang, may I have a word with you? Jiang Jing was slightly surprised and puzzled, but he nodded nonetheless. He turned to instruct Fang Jiahe and Jolie to get into the car first, then followed He Guang to the side. Is there something you need, Mr. He? Jiang Jing asked first. He Guang smiled and replied, Director Jiang, you're indeed a smart man. It's nothing major, really. Although the show recording has ended, I still have a favorable impression of Fang Jiahe and Jolie. Coincidentally, our station is holding a celebration event in 3 days. We'll be inviting quite a few celebrities. If you're free then, you're welcome to attend. Here's the invitation. The time and location are all listed. You can bring them both along. Jiang Jing was a bit surprised but still reached out to take the invitation. He opened it, gave it a quick glance, then tucked it away. Mr. He, you're too kind. I'll definitely bring Jia Huan and Jolie along. Thank you for your appreciation of their work. Jiang Jing's words weren't mere politeness. He genuinely appreciated the opportunity He Guang had given him. Countless people sought to curry favor with He Guang for such a chance, yet He Guang had chosen to offer it to him. This surprised Jiang Jing immensely, but he also knew it was an exceptional opportunity, one that could even elevate Fang Jiahuan and Jolie's fame to new heights. After bidding farewell to He Guang, Jiang Jing returned to Fang Jiahuan and Jolie. As soon as they saw him get into the car, the two immediately surrounded him. Director Jiang, what did Teacher He want to talk to you about? You looked so serious. Is it something big? The two chattered incessantly in his ear, talking over each other so rapidly that Jiang Jing couldn't get a word in edgewise. As their chatter showed no signs of stopping, Jiang Jing raised his voice slightly. I think your mouths could use a little rest. Hearing Jiang Jing's slightly reproachful tone, Fang Jiahe and Jolie exchanged a glance before offering an awkward smile. They mimed zipping their lips shut and obediently fell silent. Once they fell silent, Jiang Jing cleared his throat and pulled out the invitation He Guang had given him earlier. This is what Teacher He just gave me an invitation for us to attend the celebration in 3 days. With that, Jiang Jing handed the invitation to the two of them. True to their status as college students, Fang Jiahe and Jolie's eyes sparkled with innocent amazement as they flipped through the invitation repeatedly, each gasp louder than the last. Jiang Jing watched them, suddenly feeling overwhelmed. He quickly silenced their exclamations, saying wearily, could you please stop acting like you've never seen the world before? You're public figures now, with quite a few fans. If word gets out about you two acting like this, who knows what you'll say about me, your agent, mistreating you. Seeing Jiang Jing's exasperated expression, the two gave a sheepish chuckle, composed themselves, and looked at him seriously. Only then did Jiang Jing nod in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Alright, once you get back, get some proper rest and improve your complexion. As for what you'll wear to the banquet, don't worry, I'll handle it. Just focus on taking care of yourselves. Hearing this, both nodded obediently. Only then did Jiang Jing let them off the hook. The car moved slowly as Jiang Jing shifted his gaze outside. Truthfully, Fang Jiahe and Jolie were quite obedient actors in his eyes. Perhaps because they were newcomers, they accepted his arrangements without question, doing exactly as he said. Both possessed remarkable acting talent, though still a bit raw, they showed exceptional promise. After dropping them off at their respective residences, Jiang Jing exhaled a long sigh of relief. Returning to his own place, he pondered for a while before deciding to call Shen Qingning first. Qingning, are you still busy? Jiang Jing hesitated for a moment before asking. Shen Qingning was a bit surprised to receive Jiang Jing's call at this hour. What's up? Well, He Guang invited me to their station's celebration in 3 days. I'd like to bring Jolie and Fang Jiahe along, but since Jolie is under your management, I figured I should at least let you know. Jiang Jing offered a reasonable excuse for his call. Shen Qingning could tell he was playing it safe, but she didn't call him out on it. She simply went along with his line of reasoning. That's fine. You should take Jolie with you. They actually sent me an invitation too, but I have other plans that day. I'll leave Jolie entirely in your hands. Also, I'll arrange for a professional stylist to handle your makeup and styling. You don't need to worry about that. If anything comes up at the banquet that you can't handle, just give me a call. The moment he heard Shen Qingning had been invited, Jiang Jing felt a surge of joy. He'd hoped to see Shen Qingning at the event, but upon hearing her next words, his eyes dimmed momentarily. Still, he said nothing. They chatted idly for a while longer before Shen Qingning mentioned she had to attend a meeting. Hearing this, Jiang Jing could only reluctantly end the call. Before long, the day of the banquet arrived. After discussing plans with Fang Jiahuan and Jolie, the three met at the styling studio under Shen Qingning's name. Once they were all dressed up, they headed toward the event venue. In the car, Jolie remained visibly nervous, her hands clenched tightly at her sides, her face slightly pale. Seeing this, Jiang Jing reassured her, don't be nervous. Once we're inside, you and Fang Jiahuan just stay right behind me. Everything will be fine. Fang Jiahuan patted Jolie's shoulder and added, Brother Jing is right. Relax, I'll protect you too. Hearing Fang Jiahe's words, Jiang Jing's eyebrow twitched slightly. He instinctively glanced at Fang Jiahe, but the moment Fang Jiahe noticed, Jiang Jing quickly averted his gaze. At the event venue, He Guang had arrived early. The moment Jiang Jing and the others stepped out of the car, they spotted He Guang looking around at the entrance. Jiang Jing led the two behind him straight toward He Guang without hesitation. Teacher He Guang's face lit up with delight at the sound of Jiang Jing's voice. You're finally here. I was just wondering if you'd show up today. Chapter 92, Win-Win Cooperation. With a personal invitation from Teacher He, of course I had to come, Jiang Jing said with a smile, shaking He Guang's hand. Fang Jiahuan and Jolie flanked Jiang Jing on either side, bowing slightly to He Guang. Hello, Teacher He. He Guang looked at them with admiration in his eyes. What a handsome man and beautiful woman combination. You two are a sight to behold. Thank you for the compliment, Teacher He, Jolie responded with a smile, mirroring Jiang Jing's grace. Her every word and gesture was impeccable. Come on, let's go inside first.
It's crowded out here, and there are a lot of reporters. Guang gestured for the three to enter. The venue was spacious and lavishly decorated, yet Jiang Jing and the others wore no trace of emotion on their faces, maintaining an unflappable composure. Guang quietly observed their demeanor, growing increasingly satisfied with what he saw. At the banquet, everyone was clinking glasses and mingling. Fang Jiahe and Zhou, however, felt distinctly out of place in such a setting. Following Jiang Jing's subtle instruction, they quietly slipped into an inconspicuous corner, waiting patiently for his arrival. However, their striking good looks made them stand out remarkably. Even as they tried their best to blend in, people still noticed them, and every so often, someone would approach to strike up a conversation. Handling a few people at a time proved manageable for them. Zhou took care of the women, while Fang Jiahe dealt with the men, and things proceeded without incident. Jiang Jing occasionally checked on their progress. Seeing them manage so well, he felt slightly reassured and continued following Guang to meet influential figures at the event. Through Guang's introductions, Jiang Jing met Deputy Station Manager Ji Yun-er. He heard of her reputation. Reaching such a position required considerable skill and naturally welcomed the opportunity to connect with someone of her caliber. I've long heard of Director Zhang's reputation. Never imagined I'd meet the man himself today, Ji Yun-er remarked as she shook Jiang Jing's hand. Deputy Director Ji, you flatter me, Jiang Jing replied with a gentle smile, his conversation effortlessly pleasant. After chatting for a while, Ji Yun-er's eyes brimmed with admiration for Jiang Jing. Yet mid-conversation, she let out a soft sigh and furrowed her brow, as if weighed down by some worry. Noticing this, Jiang Jing inquired, is something troubling you, Director Ji? Ji Yun-er had been waiting for Jiang Jing to ask. I'm afraid I'm making a fool of myself in front of Director Jiang. There's been something happening at the station lately that I just don't know how to handle. Jiang Jing was slightly surprised. What could possibly be so difficult that even Director Ji finds it challenging? Ji Yun-er gave a wry smile. It's nothing major, really. One drama finished airing, but we haven't found another to fill the slot. That late-night time slot has been vacant ever since, and we still haven't found a suitable show to fill it. But leaving it empty indefinitely isn't a solution either. Sigh. She shook her head as she spoke. Jiang Jing was no fool. He could easily discern the subtext in Ji Yun-er's words. After a moment of thoughtful silence, he spoke up, actually, this issue isn't that difficult to resolve. I've long harbored the desire to collaborate with your station. The only question is whether Director Ji would be willing to give me this opportunity. Oh? Director Jiang, are you serious? But we need a TV drama, not a film. This. Ji Yun-er feigned hesitation, actually employing a strategy of feigning reluctance to gauge whether Jiang Jing had more sincerity to offer. Jiang Jing smiled. Director Ji, you underestimate me. I don't just make films. A good director shouldn't limit themselves to just one medium. I'm aiming for multifaceted development. My next project is actually a TV series. If Director Ji is interested, I can send you the script once it's ready. Is that true? Ji Yun-er's eyes lit up. Absolutely. Even if you don't trust me, Director Ji, surely you trust Teacher He? We're practically friends, Jiang Jing replied without hesitation, effectively putting Ji Yun-er's mind at ease. After lengthy discussions, they had surprisingly reached a preliminary agreement on their collaboration. The conversation flowed smoothly between them, though the event venue proved unsuitable for delving into detailed terms. Ji Yun-er simply proposed, perhaps we can find a more private moment to discuss this matter further. Jiang Jing nodded slightly. I'll be at your service any time, Director Ji. As their conversation drew to a close and the banquet concluded, Fang Jiahe and Zhou approached Jiang Jing once he was alone. Jiang Jing glanced at them. Only after they were back in the car did he ask, so, how's it going on your end? Everything smooth? The two exchanged a glance before Fang Jiahan replied, don't worry, Brother Jing. Everything went smoothly on our end. Those people didn't seem intent on making things difficult for us. That's good. Bringing you both here was precisely to help you seize more opportunities yourselves. After all, relying solely on me would limit the resources you could access, Jiang Jing said earnestly. Fang Jiahe and Zhou understood this well. Earlier in the banquet, they planned to stay hidden in a corner to avoid attention. But later, Fang Jiahe realized they couldn't keep lurking like that. They split up and began navigating the venue, and the results were evident. Though still inexperienced in socializing, they managed to secure several opportunities. Not long after the banquet ended, Jiang Jing's studio began receiving endorsement offers and script proposals from major brands. The sheer volume exceeded even Jiang Jing's expectations. Still, surveying the array of items now scattered across his desk, Jiang Jing felt deeply satisfied. At the very least, it proved that both Fang Jiahe and Zhou were exceptionally promising new actors. The endorsement deals weren't urgent. He needed to thoroughly investigate the quality of the products to avoid any scandals tarnishing their reputations. Jiang Jing decided to focus on scripts first. Although he was a director himself, he couldn't forcefully tie the two actors to his own projects. Jiang Jing had extremely high standards for scripts. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose a youth campus drama where Fang Jiahuan and Zhou would play the male and female leads.
Jiang Jing's choice was based on multiple considerations.
Although the new film hadn't been released yet, from various leaks, he had already noticed that the two had gained quite a few CP fans.
Once the film hit theaters, the number of CP fans would undoubtedly increase rather than decrease.
By choosing this script, Jiang Jing was essentially laying the groundwork to solidify their CP fanbase early on.
Chapter 93, Going on a Trip.
With the film's prospects looking exceptionally bright, Jiang Jing was in an excellent mood. During this period, Jiang Jing specially arranged a week-long vacation for all employees. The first 3 days featured a company-organized 3-day trip to the coastal city, with the remaining 4 days left for personal arrangements. When Jiang Jing shared the news with the staff, everyone was thrilled beyond belief.
Yay! Awesome, we get a long vacation. This is fantastic. So exciting we can finally relax properly.
Seeing the satisfied expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Jing felt immensely pleased. But one thing still weighed heavily on his mind: whether to invite Shen Qingning to this event. He personally wanted to invite her, but he wasn't sure if she'd be available or willing to attend. Jolie and Fang Jiahun, standing nearby, had noticed everything. Just as Jiang Jing was deeply conflicted, Jolie seemed to sense his inner thoughts and spoke up. "Director Jiang, should we invite President Shen?"
Jiang Jing nodded instinctively.
"I really want to invite her, but I'm not sure how to broach the subject." Hearing this, Jolie offered to solve the problem.
"How about I give Mr. Shen a call and ask?"
"Sure," Jiang Jing agreed, relieved to have someone handle the awkwardness.
Seeing his nod, Jolie immediately dialed Shen Qingning's number.
The call connected after only a few rings.
"What is it?" Shen Qingning's cool voice came through the line. "Mr. Jiang, it's me, Jolie. Mei Chem, I know. The company is organizing a 3-day trip to the coastal city for all employees. Would you like to join us, Mr. Jiang?" Jolie asked eagerly.
"I'll be traveling for business negotiations during that time, so I'm afraid I can't join you on the trip."
"Have a great time," Shen Qingning replied without hesitation. "All right, then. You go ahead and focus on your work, Ms. Shen. I won't bother you any further,"
Jolie responded perceptively. Jiang Jing, standing nearby, heard Shen Qingning decline the trip. His face was etched with disappointment. Jolie realized her well-intentioned offer had backfired, so she decided to make a quick exit.
"Director Jiang, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now." "All right." Fang Jiahuan watched Jolie's retreating figure and let out a wry smile.
He then walked over to Jiang Jing and offered a few words of comfort.
"It's okay, Director Jiang. Mission seems pretty busy lately.
If she had the time, she would have joined us. This would have been such a great chance to bond with the crew."
MHM. Jiang Jing nodded in agreement, though a pang of sadness still crept into his heart. Seeing Jiang Jing's mood lift slightly, Fang Jia didn't press further and left.
The next day, the group boarded a flight to Haishur. During the flight, Jiang Jing appeared completely distracted, as if weighed down by some personal concern.
In contrast, Jolie and Fang Jia, whose bond had strengthened significantly during the break, behaved with noticeable intimacy.
Everyone began speculating whether the two had become a couple.
"Look," one employee pointed at Jolie and Fang Jia's backs.
Jolie and Fang Jia, seemingly captivated by something, huddled together excitedly, chattering away with visible enthusiasm. Their shoulders were practically touching, and the atmosphere between them felt distinctly flirtatious. The other employees who witnessed this scene couldn't help but smile warmly, while Jolie and Fang Jia themselves remained completely oblivious. Once Jolie and Fang Jia had walked far enough away, the group erupted into excited discussion.
"Do you think they're together?"
"I don't know, but I don't think they are yet."
"Maybe they're just flirting? I thought they were already together."
Just now, the way Fang Jia looked at Jolie, it was practically dripping with chemistry.
"Wow, really? But it's true."
The group was engaged in a heated discussion.
Hearing the commotion, Jiang Jing joined in with keen interest.
"I don't think they're actually together yet," Jiang Jing pondered before finally answering.
"They are together.
Believe it or not, Director Jiang, I'll bet you $50. I'll bet $100 they're not together yet, just flirting."
"I agree. How could it happen so fast?" "I'll bet 100 they're not together.
Maybe they're deliberately keeping it secret from everyone, having a secret romance." The two involved had no idea about any of this. And so, a group of people eager to prove their theories began trailing Jolie and her friend, scrutinizing every interaction between the two. The moment they spotted even the slightest hint of intimacy, the crowd erupted in excitement. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the 3-day trip had come to an end. Jiang Jing led the group back.
Inside the airport.
As they approached the security checkpoint, Jiang Jing reached into his pocket to retrieve his ID for inspection. But when he felt inside, he discovered the pocket was completely empty. "This is weird. I distinctly remember putting my ID in my pocket this morning.
How could it be gone?"
Jiang Jing rummaged through his luggage again, but no matter how thoroughly he searched, he couldn't find his ID. A nearby staff member noticed Jiang Jing's distress and approached him.
"Director Jiang, what's wrong? My ID is missing." "I'll keep looking."
At this, a crowd gathered around him. "Did you forget where you put it?"
Is it still in your bag, Director Jiang? Yeah, keep looking. Everyone chattered away in a flurry of voices.
Jiang Jing searched every possible spot but still couldn't find his ID.
Seeing everyone waiting for him, Jiang Jing thought for a moment before finally saying, "You guys go ahead.
The plane has started security screening and will be leaving soon.
Don't let me hold you up.
I'll just rebook my ticket. You don't need to worry about me." Hearing this, the others didn't argue. They gathered their luggage and left, as the announcement had already stated boarding had commenced. If they lingered any longer, they might miss their flight entirely. And so, everyone else departed, leaving Jiang Jing alone. Jiang Jing returned to the hotel and asked the front desk staff if they had seen his ID card during the morning room cleaning.
The response was a crushing disappointment. The cleaning staff hadn't seen Jiang Jing's ID photo in the room.
After searching in vain, Jiang Jing had no choice but to go to the police station to report his ID lost. By the time he finished handling the matter, it was already afternoon. It seemed he would have to stay here tonight. So, Jiang Jing renewed his hotel stay for another night, as the hotel's environment was indeed quite pleasant. The moment he stepped back into the hotel, he spotted someone incredibly familiar: Gu Zixing.
Chapter 94, Tempting Him. Gu Zixing was accompanied by a young woman, chatting and laughing with him.
The girl handed another ID to the front desk clerk, apparently checking in. Watching Gu Zixing and the woman beside him from a distance, Jiang Jing raised an eyebrow slightly. He never imagined that just coming to Haishur for a little relaxation would lead him to run into Gu Zixing, that unlucky bastard. But Jiang Jing's gaze lingered only briefly on Gu Zixing before shifting to the woman beside him. From his angle, he couldn't see her face clearly, only her back.
Yet Jiang Jing knew instantly this wasn't Shen Manning.
Shen Manning stood around 5 feet 7 inches, but the woman before him was clearly closer to 5 feet 3 inches. A hint of amusement flashed in Jiang Jing's eyes. Looks like Shen Manning, that white moonlight, isn't such a saint after all. Hooking up with another guy so quickly, how amusing, Jiang Jing murmured under his breath. But soon, Jiang Jing pulled his gaze back, pretending he hadn't seen anything. He had no interest in Gu Zixing's private life, and certainly didn't want to meddle in his relationship with Shen Manning.
Jiang Jing felt these matters were best left to his own amusement. With that thought, Jiang Jing prepared to ignore what he just witnessed and walked toward the elevator. But before his hand could touch the elevator button, Gu Zixing's voice called out from behind him, "Director Jiang, please wait." Gu Zixing's tone was neither loud nor soft, drawing glances from several people nearby. With his back turned, Jiang Jing couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically.
His hand shot out to press the button, desperate to slip into the elevator before Gu Zixing could catch up. But things didn't go as planned.
Gu Zixing moved swiftly. The moment the elevator doors opened, he was already beside Jiang Jing. "Director Jiang, it's been ages."
"Never imagined we'd cross paths again in Haishur," Gu Zixing said with a fake smile, extending his hand to pat Jiang Jing on the shoulder. The force seemed light, but Jiang Jing felt an unusual sharp pain in his shoulder. "I never imagined running into Director Gu here either."
"And who might this be by your side, a new girlfriend?"
Jiang Jing shifted slightly to create distance between them, glancing sideways at the figure beside Gu Zixing with a faint, ambiguous smile.
Gu Zixing waved dismissively. "Director Jiang, what are you saying?"
"She's just a friend.
Come, let me introduce you. This is Lin Jiaojiao."
"I'm sure you've heard of her." As he spoke, Gu Zixing nudged the woman beside him forward. The moment Jiang Jing heard the name, his gaze instinctively turned toward her.
His pupils instantly contracted. It really was Lin Jiaojiao. Jiang Jing knew Lin Jiaojiao all too well.
Her rise to fame followed a path similar to Zhou Li's, but the very script that had catapulted Lin Jiaojiao to stardom was the one Gu Zixing had plagiarized from Jiang Jing.
Lin Jiaojiao had been Jiang Jing's original choice for the female lead.
He never imagined that in the end, both the script and the actress would be stolen by Gu Zixing. Jiang Jing's hand, hanging at his side, clenched tightly, though his face betrayed no emotion. He maintained that same distant, detached smile.
"So it's Miss Lin. What a pleasure to meet you."
Though Jiang Jing spoke these words, he offered Lin Jiaojiao not a shred of warmth. Lin Jiaojiao said nothing, merely giving a faint nod before slipping her arm through Gu Zixing's. The way they looked together, no matter how one interpreted it, did not resemble that of ordinary friends.
"But Director Jiang, did you come to Haishur alone? Or perhaps?"
Gu Zixing flashed Jiang Jing an ambiguous smile, his words leaving room for wild speculation. Jiang Jing snorted coldly. "Director Gu, if you don't want to hurt your heart, don't read into everything. Besides, I'm not like you, blessed with such good fortune with women." With that, Jiang Jing strode out of the elevator, ignoring Gu Zixing's sour expression.
As the elevator doors closed, Gu Zixing's expression darkened completely.
He violently shook off Lin Jiaojiao, who was clinging to him, and clenched his fists tightly.
"Damn you, Jiang Jing.
You just wait."
Lin Jiaojiao pressed herself tightly against the elevator wall, holding her breath.
Gone was the defiant confidence she'd displayed moments earlier in front of Jiang Jing.
"Gu. Young Master Gu."
Lin Jiaojiao whispered, her voice trembling with helplessness. Hearing her voice, Gu Zixing snapped back to reality.
He grabbed her by the throat, yanking her close, and whispered into her ear, "Lin Jiaojiao, you should know why I brought you here today. If you screw this up, don't blame me for being harsh." Gu Zixing's tone was deliberately measured, but to Lin Jiaojiao's ears, it sounded more like a demon's whisper. Lin Jiaojiao shivered and nodded, whispering, "Gu. Young Master Gu, I remember. I'll make sure it gets done." Satisfied with her response, Gu Zixing finally released her, patting her hand away as if she were some kind of filthy thing. Lin Jiaojiao witnessed every one of Gu Zixing's actions, yet she dared not speak her anger aloud, not even daring to glance at him again. As for Jiang Jing, having escaped that madman Gu Zixing, he finally exhaled a long breath of relief. He had no idea what schemes Gu Zixing was hatching now, nor whether their encounter in Haishur had been pure coincidence or deliberately orchestrated. Whatever the reason, Jiang Jing dared not let his guard down. For the foreseeable future, Jiang Jing planned to stay holed up in his hotel room. At the very least, the hotel had surveillance cameras. In broad daylight, Jiang Jing figured Gu Zixing wouldn't dare make a move. With that thought, he flopped onto the bed, allowing himself to relax completely. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Jiang Jing drifted in and out of sleep when a faint sound reached his ears. Though barely audible, it grated on his nerves like a sharp noise. At first, Jiang Jing ignored it, pulling the blanket over his head to block out the irritating noise. But the sound persisted relentlessly. Finally driven to the brink of irritation, Jiang Jing yanked the covers off and sat up, his expression darkening. Only then did Jiang Jing realize what the persistent noise had been: a series of urgent knocks on the door, relentless and unyielding, as if determined not to stop until he opened it. Any lingering drowsiness vanished instantly. Sitting on the bed with a dark expression, his eyes fixed intently on the doorway, he sat there lost in thought. Chapter 95, Hint. The person knocking paused briefly when no one answered, but only for an instant. Before Jiang Jing could react, the knocking resumed. This time, a woman's voice called out his name amidst the knocking. Jiang Jing raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing the person knew he was in this room. Since sleep was impossible anyway, he got up and opened the door directly. He wanted to see just who possessed such perseverance. The moment the door swung open, Jiang Jing's expression remained impassive. But the instant he recognized the person outside, his face darkened instantly. "Lin Jiaojiao? What are you doing here?" It was indeed Lin Jiaojiao. But the Lin Jiaojiao standing before him now bore no resemblance to the one he'd seen earlier that day downstairs at the hotel. She was dressed in a revealing outfit, and from Jiang Jing's angle, her ample cleavage was easily visible. Yet Lin Jiaojiao seemed utterly unconcerned about her wardrobe malfunction. Noticing Jiang Jing's averted gaze, she deliberately tugged her top down even lower. "Director Jiang." Lin Jiaojiao gazed at him with a seductive look, her fingers lightly brushing the hem of his shirt. Noticing her gesture, Jiang Jing abruptly yanked his shirt from her grasp and took a step back. He remained firmly planted in front of his door, determined to keep both himself and Lin Jiaojiao within the surveillance camera's view to avoid gossip. "Lin Jiaojiao, if you keep this up, don't blame me for calling the police." Seeing her attempt to draw closer, Jiang Jing barked sharply. Lin Jiaojiao froze instantly, gazing at Jiang Jing with a look of hurt that would have melted any other man's heart. "How did you know I lived here?" Seeing Lin Jiaojiao frozen in place, Jiang Jing finally relaxed slightly. Only then did he realize where his earlier sense of unease had come from. Lin Jiaojiao's expression flickered for a moment before she quickly regained her composure. Her eyes reddened, and tears fell instantly. "Director Jiang, I was forced into that situation back then. I have no other choice but to come to you now. Please, help me. I'll do whatever you ask." As she spoke, Lin Jiaojiao suggestively shifted her body. Jiang Jing understood her meaning all too well. But precisely because Jiang Jing understood her intentions so well, he found her behavior even more repulsive. "Lin Jiaojiao, don't waste your time trying this on me. You've known me long enough to understand my character. These tactics won't work. If you have any self-respect left, you'd do best to leave now and stay far away from me." Jiang Jing rejected her invitation to engage in under-the-table deals without hesitation. He retreated into his room, shut the door, and ignored her lingering presence in the hallway. Jiang Jing believed his actions left no trace for anyone to exploit. What he hadn't anticipated was that paparazzi lurked in the hallway of his floor. Hearing Lin Jiaojiao's approach, their lens locked onto her and Jiang Jing. The moment she drew near, they captured the scene. The paparazzo couldn't hide the grin spreading across his face as he examined the photos in his hands. Having obtained what he wanted, he hurriedly departed, paying no attention whatsoever to the pitiable Lin Jiaojiao left behind in the hallway. After being rejected by Jiang Jing, the pitiful expression on Lin Jiaojiao's face instantly turned dark and gloomy. She paid no attention to the clothes hanging precariously on her body, her hands clenched tightly at her sides, her face twisted in agony. Lin Jiaojiao hadn't gotten what she wanted from Gu Zixing, but she never imagined even Jiang Jing would reject her. As Jiang Jing's door slammed shut before her, Lin Jiaojiao muttered under her breath, "Jiang Jing, how dare you look down on me, Lin Jiaojiao? This time, I'll make you pay." The paparazzi, having obtained the scoop, immediately churned out an article. The headline alone was enough to spark wild speculation. The moment it was published, the article spread like wildfire across the internet. Given that it involved Jiang Jing, even in the dead of night, various keywords related to him instantly surged to the top of the trending searches, refusing to drop. The next morning, Jiang Jing was jolted awake by his phone's vibration. Groggily opening his eyes, he saw dawn breaking outside the window. His phone rattled furiously on the nightstand, its screen flashing new call alerts though most were missed calls. Jiang Jing rubbed his temples. After Lin Jiaojiao's commotion last night, he hadn't fallen back asleep until 3 in the morning. The more he thought about the absurd events of the previous night, the more grim his expression became. Glancing at his phone, the call screen was paused on Li Yun's name. Jiang Jing decided to answer it casually. Hello? His voice still carried traces of exhaustion as he answered Li Yun's call. My dear boss. You finally picked up. Li Yun's voice nearly pierced Jiang Jing's eardrums. Hurry and check the internet, it's about to explode. I've been calling you non-stop since I saw the news, and you finally answered. Hearing Li Yun's incessant chatter, Jiang Jing instantly sobered up. What happened? Did you meet Lin Jiaojiao last night? Li Yun's voice carried an unprecedented desperation. The entire internet is flooded with photos of you two, and the headlines are getting more sensational by the minute. Jiang Jing shot up from the bed, his fingers flying across the social media app. His eyes scanned the trending topics, and the top 3 were all about him. Hashtag Jiang Jing sleeps with actress. Hashtag Lin Jiaojiao knocks on Jiang Jing's door late at night. Hashtag entertainment industry director's dark secrets. Hashtag. Clicking on the hottest one, a set of high-definition photos appeared. Lin Jiaojiao stood disheveled before his door, his hands seemingly draped over her shoulder. Another photo showed Lin Jiaojiao tilting her face upward, leaning close to him. Seeing this photo, Jiang Jing's face darkened completely. Glancing at the caption, it read, up-and-coming director Jiang Jing allegedly exploited actress Lin Jiaojiao late at night. Despite her repeated pleas, she was forcibly dragged into his room. The two appear to be old acquaintances. Jiang Jing felt darkness engulf his vision, a buzzing sound filling his ears as if he could hear nothing else. Boss. Boss. Li Yun raised his voice, finally managing to snap Jiang Jing back to his senses. Boss, what do we do now? Li Yun's voice was filled with panic. He frantically scanned online comments while rapidly brainstorming countermeasures, but ultimately, everything hinged on Jiang Jing's decision. Chapter 96, The most vicious heart belongs to a woman. Contact PR, issue a statement immediately. Make it crystal clear that I have no relationship with Lin Jiaojiao. Monitor her movements closely. See what she says. Jiang Jing took a deep breath. Though his hands trembled, he forced himself to stay composed, refusing to let his emotions overwhelm him. Rest assured, boss. I'll keep a close eye on Lin Jiaojiao. But when will you be able to return? Staying alone in Haishur now, you might? Li Yun agreed, yet his concern was palpable. Li Yun's worry wasn't unfounded. Online sentiment toward Jiang Jing was overwhelmingly negative. In cases involving unspoken rules, men were typically assumed the perpetrators and women the victims. Without concrete evidence, Jiang Jing would find it nearly impossible to extricate himself from this situation. Moreover, browsing online comments now, whether driven by malicious intent or herd mentality, revealed no one believed Jiang Jing was innocent. Even his previously loyal fans had unfollowed and turned against him. The few remaining supporters were watching cautiously. If Jiang Jing couldn't emerge unscathed, he might never regain his standing in the industry. Jiang Jing understood Li Yun's concerns all too well. I should be back soon. Don't worry about me. Just focus on running the studio. And don't forget what I just told you, keep a close eye on Lin Jiaojiao. Make sure she doesn't cause any more trouble. With Jiang Jing's assurance, Li Yun could only hold her tongue and say no more. Just before hanging up, Jiang Jing seemed to remember something and hurriedly added, oh, and about Jolie and Fang Jiahuan, tell them both to stay off social media at this critical juncture. The current situation is extremely unfavorable for me. If they get linked to me, the fanbase they've painstakingly built could plummet again. Just take their Weibo accounts away for now. Don't give them back for a while. At first, Li Yun didn't understand why Jiang Jing was acting this way. But soon, as he looked at the message Fang Jia had just sent him on his phone, he instantly grasped Jiang Jing's intent. After hanging up, Jiang Jing collapsed onto his bed. His clenched fist couldn't hold back, and he slammed it into the mattress. His phone screen remained lit, frozen on the article posted by the marketing account. The studio acted swiftly. The PR department drafted and released an official statement at top speed. Jiang Jing immediately reposted it, adding a caption stating he had no relationship with Lin Jiaojiao and would deal severely with any marketing accounts spreading false information. After issuing the statement, Jiang Jing repeatedly refreshed the comments section. Unsurprisingly, it remained flooded with abuse. Jiang Jing took a deep breath and turned off the screen. Out of sight, out of mind. This was clearly not something that would be easily resolved. He picked up the room phone and dialed the hotel front desk. This is Jiang Jing. I need access to all surveillance footage from the 21st floor corridor last night. Jiang Jing was staying on the 21st floor of this hotel. After a few seconds of silence on the other end, the front desk staff's voice came back. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. The surveillance system on the 21st floor malfunctioned last night. We can't retrieve any footage from 9 p.m. last night until 6 a.m. this morning. Would you like the footage from before 9 p.m.? Jiang Jing's fingers tightened around the receiver, his knuckles turning white. What a coincidence. Last night of all nights? The 21st floor of all places? Yes, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and appreciate your understanding. The front desk voice remained measured and unhurried, as if this were a routine occurrence. Jiang Jing slammed the receiver down. Veins throbbed on his forehead. No surveillance footage, no evidence, only those carefully angled photos, Lin Jiaojiao in revealing attire and himself standing at the door in just a robe. Lin Jiaojiao, with Gu Zixing. Lin Jiaojiao is with Gu Zixing. Gu Zixing. Jiang Jing repeated the two names over and over. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Yes, Lin Jiaojiao was with Gu Zixing. Knowing Gu Zixing as he did, the man had always been exceptionally wary of him. How could Gu Zixing not know that someone close to him had come looking for him? Unless this had been a meticulously planned trap from the moment he encountered Gu Zixing in the lobby, and he had walked right into it unprepared. Perhaps this trap had begun the very moment he lost his ID documents. At this realization, Jiang Jing's expression darkened completely. He never imagined he'd be tripped up by Gu Zixing again, and worse, he hadn't sensed it at all, leaving him in such a passive position now. But what good would it do now to finally understand what was happening? There were no witnesses, no physical evidence. Words alone carried no weight. Who would believe Jiang Jing? Realizing this, Jiang Jing could only swallow his pride for now. He vowed that one day, he would make Gu Zixing and Lin Jiaojiao pay back 100-fold. But the storm was far from over. As Jiang Jing sat in his room contemplating his next move, Li Yun's call rang again. Boss, check your phone. Lin Jiaojiao's holding a press conference. A sinking feeling gripped Jiang Jing as he immediately unlocked his phone. The top push notification read, Lin Jiaojiao responds to unwritten rules allegations at her press conference. Clicking in, he saw all the major entertainment media outlets he recognized live streaming Lin Jiaojiao's press conference. In the live feed, Lin Jiaojiao had ditched last night's sexy outfit for a plain white shirt. Though she wore glasses, the redness and puffiness around her eyes were unmistakable. Paired with her pale complexion, she looked pitifully vulnerable, just like the first time Jiang Jing had met her. Jiang Jing's hand tightened around his phone as he let out a cold laugh. Lin Jiaojiao, you really know how to put on a show. The live stream continued. I truly didn't know what to do. Lin Jiaojiao's voice trembled, punctuated by occasional sobs. Last night, I went to director Jiang to discuss a collaboration opportunity, but he suddenly. Before she could finish, she covered her face in anguish, her shoulders shaking violently. Her assistant, standing nearby, immediately handed her a tissue, gently wiping away her tears while whispering soothing words as if Lin Jiaojiao had suffered some immense injustice. Chapter 97, Stirring Up a Storm. After a long while, Lin Jiaojiao finally composed herself. Wiping her tears, she continued, I never intended to make this public. It's not something to be proud of, and I didn't want to. But who knew the paparazzi would catch it? I had no choice but to. Her voice broke into sobs as she spoke. Below the stage, camera flashes erupted wildly as reporters fired increasingly pointed questions. Miss Lin, did Jiang Jing sexually harass you? Why didn't you call for help at the time? Were you coerced? Or was it consensual? When Lin Jiaojiao heard a particular question, her emotions surged violently. She shouted hoarsely, it wasn't consensual. I didn't. As she spoke, Lin Jiaojiao's face grew increasingly pale, and she seemed on the verge of fainting. I'm sitting here today only to demand an apology. Seeing this, Jiang Jing shut off the livestream. He closed his eyes slightly, yet Lin Jiaojiao's words still echoed in his mind. Jiang Jing smiled sarcastically, murmuring to himself, Lin Jiaojiao. Who would have thought? Back then, I didn't misjudge you. When it comes to acting, you truly are masterful. With Lin Jiaojiao now stepping forward as a witness, no one was willing to side with Jiang Jing anymore. He could even foresee the torrent of online criticism he would face. A buzzing vibration shook Jiang Jing's phone. He casually opened it to find a message from the police station. His temporary ID had been processed and was ready for pickup at any time. Closing the message, Jiang Jing immediately booked the earliest flight home. He didn't want to waste another second. Everything had to wait until he returned. In Haichun, he was alone, and he dared not act rashly. The earliest flight departed at 3 a.m. the following day. Even so, Jiang Jing felt somewhat dissatisfied, but with no earlier options available, he could only endure the night at the hotel. After checking out promptly, he headed straight to the police station. Holding his temporary ID in hand, he took a deep breath before rushing without delay to the airport. Fortunately, the flight departed on time. Seated in his window seat, Jiang Jing gazed out at the nightscape below, his eyes heavy with an unyielding, profound melancholy. Sir, please fasten your seatbelt. The aircraft will be landing shortly. The flight attendant's voice snapped Jiang Jing out of his reverie.
The moment the plane came to a stop, Jiang Jing reflexively unlocked his phone. The instant it powered on, it began vibrating frantically. Over a dozen unread messages and missed calls all came from Li Yun. Boss, don't use the main exit after landing. The media is swarming the exit. I've already sent old Chen from security with a team over there. Not sure if they'll make it in time. There are too many people, and I can't get through either. I'll be waiting for you outside in the car. Jiang Jing's fingers paused on the screen for a second before he replied, no need. Just wait for me in the car. Tell Chan and the others to hurry up. After putting down his phone, Jiang Jing gazed through the window at the sky turning pale with dawn. He took a deep breath and adjusted his collar. Running away wouldn't solve anything. He, Jiang Jing, didn't want to keep hiding forever. Rather than staying passive, he'd take the initiative. Sure enough, the moment he stepped out of the airport, camera flashes erupted like a torrential downpour. Following that came the reporters' shrieking questions. Even with security personnel maintaining order ahead, Jiang Jing was completely surrounded, unable to move an inch. Director Jiang, what is your response to Ms. Lin's allegations? Do you admit to sexually harassing Ms. Lin? Are the rumors about the unspoken rules true? Reports suggest you've been summoned by the police. Is that true? Jiang Jing halted, fixing his gaze on the camera directly before him. He recognized the logo on the reporter's press badge, a symbol he knew all too well. If memory served, he'd consistently encountered defamatory and insulting articles about himself in publications under this entertainment company's umbrella. I, Jiang Jing, have never engaged in any inappropriate behavior toward Ms. Lin Jiaojia. Jiang Jing's voice was clear and resolute. The so-called unspoken rules scandal circulating these past few days is nothing but a misunderstanding. Furthermore, I have never been summoned by the police. Then why was Ms. Lin sobbing uncontrollably at the press conference? The reporter pressed relentlessly, cutting him off mid-sentence. Jiang Jing's gaze turned icy. You should ask that question to Ms. Lin herself. He paused slightly. After all, I too want to know why she's so determined to frame me and destroy me. The remark ignited a barrage of relentless questions from the already boisterous reporters. Director Jiang, are you threatening the victim? You claim Miss Lin is framing you? What evidence do you have? Director Jiang, as a public figure, isn't this tone of yours a bit arrogant? Jiang Jing felt his temples throbbing. He'd never found this group of reporters so relentless. A simple clarification had been twisted beyond recognition. Abandoning any attempt at explanation, he raised his voice. The innocent will be proven innocent, he declared, raising his voice. But I reserve the right to pursue legal action against those who spread rumors and stir up trouble. With that, Jiang Jing had no desire to say more. He simply continued walking forward, attempting to push through the crowd. Yet the reporters swarmed around him like a tidal wave, showing no intention of letting him pass. Just as Jiang Jing found himself in a bind, a strong arm suddenly thrust in from the side, pushing aside the foremost reporter while simultaneously pulling Jiang Jing behind it. The arm used its own body to create a barrier between Jiang Jing and the journalists. Excuse me. Please make way. A tall figure stood protectively in front of Jiang Jing. It was old Chen, the company's security chief. With Chen and two security guards who arrived shortly after assisting him, Jiang Jing finally broke through the reporter's encirclement and slipped into the black business van that had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. The door slammed shut, and Jiang Jing instantly collapsed into the seat, his forehead suddenly covered in a fine sheen of sweat. Boss, straight to the office? Old Chen asked from the passenger seat. Jiang Jing nodded. The car immediately turned around and headed toward the studio. Boss. Li Yun's voice came from behind Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing glanced over, and Li Yun promptly moved from the back seat to sit beside him. Chapter 98, Asking for the Moon. Jiang Jing glanced at Li Yun before lowering his head to fiddle with his phone, not uttering a single word. Sitting beside Jiang Jing, Li Yun felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He rarely saw Jiang Jing like this usually. He was so affable and easygoing that Li Yun often forgot he was actually his boss. Boss. Li Yun's anxious voice broke the silence once more. Only then did Jiang Jing lift his head from his phone and glance at Li Yun. What is it? His gaze lingered only briefly before returning to the phone. His voice was cold and distant, a stark departure from his usual manner. Boss, is there anything you need me to do? Li Yun hesitated for a moment before asking. Jiang Jing remained silent. After a long pause, he finally stopped what he was doing, sighed softly, and turned his serious gaze toward Li Yun. What's wrong? Why so tense? Seeing Li Yun's expression, Jiang Jing remarked with a hint of amusement. Seeing Jiang Jing like this, Li Yun felt a slight relief wash over him. He explained, Boss, after you called out to me from the car earlier, you didn't move. I thought you were angry with me. Enough with the small talk. There are matters I still need your assistance with, Jiang Jing said, his tone turning serious. Li Yun quickly snapped back into work mode, his expression turning serious. Boss, what exactly do you need? There were many reporters trying to ambush me today, but only a few were truly aggressive. The rest were just following suit. I need you to look into those specific outlets. If I recall correctly, their involvement was evident in the defamatory posts targeting me. This incident is highly likely connected to Gu Zixing, but I don't have concrete evidence yet. I need you to investigate. Jiang Jing recalled the scene at the airport where he'd been surrounded. He'd just been looking at his phone, searching for information on these media outlets, but time was too short. Jiang Jing had only managed to compile a list of their names. As he spoke, Jiang Jing handed the freshly compiled list to Li Yun. Li Yun glanced at it and asked, "Boss, do you want me to look into the connections between these media outlets and Gu Zixing?" Jiang Jing shook his head. "It's not that simple. Gu Zixing isn't someone you can easily deal with. He's deeply calculating and won't let you catch him off guard so easily. I'm having you look into this to uncover as much as possible about these companies, especially their finances. It's impossible to take down Gu Zixing just through these media outlets, but we can still sever some of his arms." Jiang Jing had absolutely no intention of tolerating Gu Zixing any longer. Perhaps he had once entertained the notion that by keeping a low profile and avoiding confrontation, Gu Zixing wouldn't dare target him. But clearly, Jiang Jing had underestimated Gu Zixing's ruthlessness. Still, it wasn't too late for him to wake up now. After all, he wasn't without a chance of winning. It would just be a bit troublesome. Understood. I'll start investigating as soon as I return to the studio. Li Yun grasped what Jiang Jing truly sought and promptly nodded in agreement. Also, get me Lin Jiajiao's contact information. Jiang Jing paused before adding. Li Yun immediately pulled out his phone. "Boss, right here. When this whole thing happened, I already jotted down Lin Jiajiao's contact info just in case." Without delay, he sent the number to Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing stared at the string of numbers lying silently in the chat window, his eyes slowly narrowing. He merely rubbed the screen, not dialing immediately. Back in his office, Jiang Jing retrieved a voice recorder from his desk drawer before finally dialing Lin Jiajiao's number. The call connected, and within seconds, Lin Jiajiao answered swiftly. "Hello?" Her voice was soft and gentle, tinged with a hint of contentment, a stark contrast to the pitiful tone she displayed during the livestream. "Miss Lin seems to be in a rather good mood?" Jiang Jing gave a cold chuckle, his voice tinged with chill. He leaned back slightly in his chair, crossed his legs, rested one hand on his thigh, and tapped the other on the desk rhythmically. It was an intensely imposing posture, though unfortunately, Lin Jiajiao couldn't see it. "Director Jiang?" Lin Jiajiao recognized his voice instantly. She idly twirled a strand of hair, her tone languid. She seemed neither surprised nor particularly troubled by his call, even hinting at anticipation. "I thought it would be a while longer before you'd call me. Miss Lin, what exactly do you want?" Jiang Jing remained completely unfazed by Lin Jiajiao's demeanor, speaking with cool composure. "What do I want?" Lin Jiajiao scoffed. "What I want? Director Jiang, you should know better than anyone. You've gone to such lengths to smear my reputation. I honestly can't fathom what benefit this brings you." Jiang Jing took a deep breath, suppressing the anger welling up inside him. "Director Jiang, don't pretend. You're not stupid. You should know exactly who wants you dead. I'm just looking out for my own interests. What's wrong with that?" Lin Jiajiao remained composed, refusing to be led by Jiang Jing's game. "So, what are your terms?" "Simple. Give me 200 million. That sum will secure my livelihood for the rest of my life. Once the money is in hand, I'll immediately step forward to clear up this mess and restore your reputation, Director Jiang." "How does that sound?" Lin Jiajiao gave a sly smile. "I'd say 200 million is a steal for safeguarding your future career, Director Jiang. Besides, that amount shouldn't be difficult for someone like you to come by, right?" Jiang Jing held back his anger, but it was too much. He hadn't expected Lin Jiajiao to ask for such an exorbitant sum. 200 million? Miss Lin, you're overestimating me. I don't have 200 million to give you, and even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Jiang Jing flatly rejected the proposal. Lin Jiajiao showed no surprise at Jiang Jing's refusal. Or rather, she had never expected him to agree to her terms in the first place. "Alright then, how about I change the terms? I think Director Jiang might find this next condition a bit more acceptable." Lin Jiajiao's smile grew even brighter. "I recall Director Jiang is planning his next film, but the roles haven't been finalized yet, correct? What I'm asking for isn't much, just the female lead role. What do you think, Director Jiang?" Chapter 99, Negotiation Fails. Jiang Jing's brow furrowed deeply. Over the phone, he couldn't gauge Lin Jiajiao's true intentions. "What do you mean? Director Jiang should know exactly what I mean, shouldn't he?" Seeing Jiang Jing's continued evasion, Lin Jiajiao grew increasingly annoyed. Her tone thickened with impatience. "Miss Lin, you really are asking for the moon. Demanding the lead role in my next film right off the bat, quite the clever plan. I must say, you truly live up to your reputation, Lin Jiajiao." Jiang Jing replied with a cold laugh. Jiang Jing had anticipated Lin Jiajiao might present some difficult demands, but he hadn't imagined she would dare to make such a request. Moreover, these two demands were likely solely for Lin Jiajiao's benefit. Gu Zixing remained unaware of them.
After all, if Jiang Jing actually agreed to Lin Jiajiao's terms, it would mean he could gain some breathing room in this matter, something Gu Zixing certainly didn't want to see. If I refuse, then Miss Lin's next move will be to need Jiang's cooperation in your publicity stunt. Jiang Jing's tone was utterly certain. Or rather, he understood Lin Jiajiao's character and could guess her ultimate goal with near certainty. Director Jiang, there's no need to put it so bluntly. We're merely pursuing mutual interests, what's wrong with that? Lin Jiajiao chuckled lightly, sounding quite pleased. It seemed she was either relieved or delighted that Jiang Jing had discerned her intentions. Jiang Jing scoffed. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Miss Lin. I currently have no intention of collaborating with you. Setting aside whether you meet my requirements for the lead role in my next film, why would I give my resources to you instead of my own actors? Do you think you possess some extraordinary quality, Miss Lin? Lin Jiajiao's smile instantly froze on her face, her expression darkening abruptly. Jiang Jing, what do you mean by that? It seems you have no intention of accepting my terms? I trust Miss Lin is a smart woman, so I'll be blunt, I refuse to accept any of your terms. I have no desire whatsoever to be associated with you. You know full well whether I'm innocent in this matter. You also understand perfectly why it's been amplified online. Don't assume I, Jiang Jing, am unaware of anything. Jiang Jing couldn't be bothered to argue with Lin Jiajiao any longer and decided to lay it all out plainly. Hearing this, even though she knew Jiang Jing couldn't see her, Lin Jiajiao's expression darkened instantly. So, Director Jiang, you're not planning to collaborate? I believe I've already made myself perfectly clear, haven't I? Jiang Jing tapped the table, his meaning unmistakable. In that case, I hope Director Jiang won't regret today's decision in the future. Frustrated and humiliated, Lin Jiajiao snapped this out before hanging up. Watching the phone screen slowly fade to black, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Jing's face. He paid no attention to Lin Jiajiao, who had hung up on him, but instead picked up the voice recorder beside him and pressed the stop button. Only then did Jiang Jing exhale a long sigh of relief. While the recording didn't contain Lin Jiajiao directly admitting that she and Gu Zixing had conspired against Jiang Jing, it did indirectly confirm his innocence. However, Jiang Jing had no intention of releasing the recording just yet. Instead, he carefully stored it in a hidden safe, reserving it for future use. On Lin Jiajiao's end, after the call ended, her face darkened to an unimaginable degree. Fury surged through her, and she couldn't control her emotions. She smashed everything she could find in the room. Only when she saw the mess scattered across the floor did she feel slightly better. After instructing her assistant to clean up the mess, Lin Jiajiao rolled her eyes and returned to her bedroom. She had made up her mind, since Jiang Jing refused to cooperate, she wouldn't let him off easy either. With that resolve, Lin Jiajiao pulled out her phone and sent a message to a media contact she knew well. She claimed that before entering the entertainment industry, she had been a student. Back then, Jiang Jing had lusted after her and tried to pursue her, but she had rejected him. Now, Jiang Jing was trying to force her into an unethical arrangement because he couldn't have her and had turned his love into hatred. In short, Lin Jiajiao concocted an utterly bizarre tale. Coincidentally, the media had already been tipped off by Gu Zixing. They merely embellished her story slightly before publishing it outright. The scandal had already drawn significant online attention, and the published story ignited a massive wave of public scrutiny. Naturally, netizens were more inclined to believe any statement from Lin Jiajiao, the purported victim. This fueled the gossip surrounding Jiang Jing and Lin Jiajiao to unprecedented levels. But for Jiang Jing, this might not be entirely bad news. Or rather, he was worried the fire wasn't burning hot enough. Clearly, Lin Jiajiao was doing a great job. After handling his own affairs, Jiang Jing found time to surf the web and gauge how far the situation had escalated. Just as he was engrossed in the updates, notifications began popping up relentlessly at the top of his screen. He decided to open one. It was from some friends from his university days. They had been close back then, and even after entering the workforce, they had stayed in touch. As such, they knew him best and understood that Lin Jiajiao's words were untrue. Precisely because of this, they were all the more concerned about his current predicament. Reading the concerned messages on his screen, Jiang Jing felt a warm glow in his heart. At least there were still people who believed in him unconditionally. While feeling touched, he didn't forget to reply. He kept it brief, telling them he was fine and not to worry, that he could handle this matter himself. But just as he was replying, his phone began to vibrate again. This time, it was Shen Qingning. Seeing the three characters flashing on the screen, Jiang Jing felt a mix of emotions. He had a vague sense that Shen Qingning was contacting him because of the online situation. Still, he answered quickly. Qingning, when did you find time to call me? Finished up with Europe? Jiang Jing's deliberately light tone reached Shen Qingning's ears, causing her to pause before continuing. My matters here still need some time to resolve. I saw the online news. Do you need my help now? Chapter 100, She's Back. Knowing Shen Qingning couldn't see him, Jiang Jing still smiled instinctively. You're juggling a million things overseas. How did you find time to follow domestic entertainment gossip? Jiang Jing, I don't find this amusing. I'm discussing serious matters with you. Shen Qingning felt a headache coming on at the tone in Jiang Jing's voice. She could tell he was trying not to worry her, but with the situation escalating this much, how could she possibly remain indifferent? Seeing Shen Qingning's reaction, Jiang Jing's expression grew serious. Don't worry about me. I can handle this myself. Ultimately, this also involves some personal grievances between me and Lin Jiaojiao. Both professionally and personally, it needs to be resolved completely. I know you mean well, but this time I want to handle it myself. I can't keep relying on you to step in and solve everything for me whenever something comes up. This was Jiang Jing's true sentiment. Before, even with his limited abilities, relying solely on himself would likely have led to failure. But now things were different. Jiang Jing had gained some capability, and he wanted to prove himself through this matter. But the situation has already escalated this much. Are you confident you can resolve it completely? Can you guarantee there won't be any lingering issues? Putting it off any longer won't do your reputation any favors. Shen Qingning wasn't the least bit surprised by Jiang Jing's refusal. It had been entirely within her expectations. Still, she couldn't help but urge him. It wasn't that she doubted his capabilities, it was clear there was a mastermind behind the scenes plotting against Jiang Jing. She feared he might not be able to handle it alone. Hearing this, Jiang Jing shook his head. Only after realizing she couldn't see him did he let out an almost imperceptible sigh before replying, "Don't worry. I'm not alone. I've already reported the rumors circulating online about me and Lin Jiaojiao to the police. They've opened an investigation into the matter. I've also secured legal counsel. You needn't concern yourself." That's good. With the police involved, it should be easier to handle. Shen Qingning knew she couldn't persuade Jiang Jing now, so she can only go along with his words for the moment. Jiang Jing didn't want to discuss Lin Jiaojiao with Shen Qingning any further. He casually shifted the topic, and they chatted idly for a while longer. Shen Qingning needed to attend to other matters and ended the call. Watching the screen turn black again, Jiang Jing let out a long sigh. In truth, he was far from as calm and composed as he'd appeared during the call. He simply didn't want Shen Qingning to worry about him. The truth was, this matter wasn't nearly as easily resolved as he'd made it sound. Without the crucial physical evidence, the recording he held was utterly meaningless. "You're up." Shen Qingning stared blankly at her phone screen, so lost in thought she didn't notice someone approaching. "Ms. Shen? Ms. Shen? Are you feeling unwell?" It was Shen Qingning's assistant, who noticed her unusual expression and hurriedly asked. Shen Qingning snapped back to reality, quickly stowing her phone and regaining her composure. "I'm fine. How's the situation progressing? There are still some details to iron out, but this part requires your attention, Ms. Shen." The assistant placed the documents before Shen Qingning. "Ms. Shen, you look a bit pale. Perhaps you should rest first? We have ample time this trip, there's no need to rush." "No need. The sooner we wrap this up, the sooner I can return home." Shen Qingning merely shook her head, declining the assistant's suggestion. The assistant understood. "Is it because of Director Jiang?" Shen Qingning sighed and nodded. "Yes. Keep a close eye on domestic developments regarding Jiang Jing these days. I can't shake the feeling this isn't as straightforward as he claims." The assistant nodded slightly before turning to leave, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Only then did Shen Qingning focus intently on the documents in her hands. Most of the work was already done, and the remaining details posed no real challenge for her. After wrapping up the European matters as swiftly as possible, she boarded a flight back to China without delay. On the flight, Shen Qingning closed her eyes to rest while listening to her assistant brief her on the domestic situation. By the time the plane touched down, she had a solid grasp of the entire sequence of events. After landing, Shen Qingning didn't even go home. She headed straight for Jiang Jing's studio. Jiang Jing sat in his office, deep in worry. The recent scandal had left him physically and mentally exhausted, robbing him of sleep night after night. After several days, he looked noticeably haggard. Seeing Jiang Jing like this, Shen Qingning was startled. "Jiang Jing, what happened to you?" Shen Qingning approached Jiang Jing with a frown, her face betraying unmistakable worry and heartache. Hearing Shen Qingning's voice, Jiang Jing finally lifted his head, as if just coming to his senses. Seeing Shen Qingning standing before him, Jiang Jing instinctively perked up and offered her a smile. "Qingning, why did you come back from Europe so soon?" Seeing Jiang Jing like this, Shen Qingning felt more exasperation than pity. "If I hadn't come back, who knows what state you'd be in now? I could have helped you resolve this matter, but you insisted on being stubborn." Her brows knitted tightly, a flood of words threatening to spill out, yet she swallowed them back at the last moment. "It's fine. I can handle it." Jiang Jing tried to put on a brave front, but his current disheveled state made his words ring hollow. Shen Qingning paid no heed to Jiang Jing's protests. With a sweeping gesture, she made her decision. "You don't need to get involved in this. I'll handle the rest. Which hotel did you stay at in Haishur? Send me the name, and I'll have someone check the surveillance footage." The hotel said their surveillance system is broken. Jiang Jing blurted out instinctively, but his words trailed off the moment his gaze met Shen Qingning's expression. "Just because you can't retrieve them doesn't mean I can't."
Shen Qingning glanced at the message Jiang Jing had sent her, let out a cold laugh, and then instructed her assistant to contact the local government in Haishur. Through government channels, she demanded access to all surveillance footage from the 21st floor of the hotel on the day of the incident. With a single order, within a mere half hour, the hotel's surveillance footage was already sitting on Jiang Jing's computer. This series of actions left Jiang Jing utterly dumbfounded. After verifying the footage, Jiang Jing felt increasingly uneasy. What had seemed so difficult to resolve when he was handling it became a mere formality with Shen Qingning's intervention. Now, Jiang Jing deeply understood how crucial it was to wield power. Chapter 101, Scandal After Scandal. Faced with Lin Jiazhou's smear campaign against him without any evidence, Jiang Jing could only respond with silence. He refused to give her any opportunity to ride his coattails. But now, with the surveillance footage in hand, he could immediately clear up the rumors about himself. Confronted with concrete evidence, every smear Lin Jiazhou had hurled at Jiang Jing would crumble without a fight. "Mr. Jiang, you requested me?" Naturally, Jiang Jing didn't need to handle these matters personally. He handed the surveillance footage to Li Yun. "This contains footage of me alone with Lin Jiazhou. Have PR handle it." Li Yun's eyes lit up at the request. Ever since the rumors about Jiang Jing and Lin Jiazhou surfaced online, the company had been in disarray. While everyone naturally wanted to believe Jiang Jing, they were also wondering how he would handle the situation. After all, the situation clearly wasn't in their favor, and turning it around would be extremely difficult. Even Li Yun, who knew Jiang Jing well, felt uneasy about it. But based on his understanding of Jiang Jing, he knew that under normal circumstances, someone holding evidence would have released it immediately. He couldn't figure out why Jiang Jing had waited so long. It wasn't like him to engage in publicity stunts. "Mr. Jiang, are you sure this evidence is solid? I know editing techniques are incredibly sophisticated these days, but there are plenty of sharp-eyed netizens out there. If there's any flaw, they'll spot it immediately." After hesitating for a while, Li Yun finally spoke up. It seemed he suspected something was off about the surveillance footage. Jiang Jing shot him a disapproving look. "Do you really think I'm the type to fabricate evidence? Go ahead and release it. The footage is absolutely genuine, taken directly from the hotel's surveillance system." Seeing Li Yun still look doubtful, Jiang Jing explained again. "The hotel deceived us earlier. Surveillance footage isn't irreparable." Receiving the definitive answer, Li Yun finally relaxed, clutching the disc as if it were a treasure. "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. I'll deploy online trolls for damage control. Your reputation won't suffer a scratch. Lin Jiazhou will pay for every single one of her actions." Li Yun proved highly reliable in his work. Within half an hour of receiving the footage, he had it released. It swiftly displaced the original trending topic. The moment it appeared on the trending list, it shot into the top 50, and its ascent remained rapid, soon reaching the top 10. "I knew something was off. From what I know of Director Jiang, he's not the type to exploit others through industry backroom deals. Honestly, while Lin Jiazhou is beautiful, she's nowhere near good enough to be paired with Director Jiang. If you have evidence, why not just hand it over to the authorities? Posting a little essay online is just about the stakes not being high enough. This Lin Jiazhou has deceived all of us fans." The video had already been released online, and public opinion swung sharply in opposite directions. While Li Yun certainly orchestrated paid commenters to fuel the fire, the public's eyes are sharp. Faced with the video evidence, the credibility of Lin Jiazhou's social media posts evaporated. Moreover, flaws were found in the evidence she had previously released by relevant parties. Amidst a wave of criticism, she didn't even dare to step forward and respond to the matter. "Sis, what do we do now? How could Jiang Jing possibly have surveillance footage? Didn't we arrange everything with the hotel?" Lin Jiazhou looked to her agent for help. Her agent was equally at a loss, clearly anticipating the hotel's betrayal. If only they hadn't trusted the hotel in the first place. "How should I know what to do? We can only respond with silence to this kind of situation. It won't hurt to wait until the heat dies down before issuing a statement. Besides, you'll need to lay low for a while now. Stay out of the public eye. The entertainment industry, after all, just repeats the same old tricks over and over." Silence was the best solution for this situation. If Lin Jiazhou stepped forward, all the fire would be directed at her. "But what about my upcoming shows? They'll be cancelled, right? And what about the penalty fees for breaching endorsement contracts? Will the company cover those?" Lin Jiazhou had secured endorsements with numerous brands during her rise, including high-end fashion labels. Now that her scandal had surfaced, she was clearly the party in breach of contract. "This is your own fault, your own decision. The company definitely won't cover it. But don't worry, they've invested so much in you, they won't abandon you." The agent was merely trying to console Lin Jiazhou. Having managed numerous artists before, she knew this wouldn't end easily. Those Lin Jiazhou had offended would inevitably seize this chance to kick her while she was down. Sure enough, after simmering for a while, by afternoon numerous insiders had come forward to expose Lin Jiazhou's scandals. Allegations surfaced about fabricated charity donations, plastic surgery before her debut.
Even tales of theft during her school days surfaced everything imaginable, revealing just how unwelcome Lin Jiaojiu was in her circle. To achieve fame, she had essentially stopped at nothing. Before the scandal broke, no one dared provoke her. But now that someone had taken the lead, all the pent-up resentment came crashing down on her like a boomerang. Gu Zixing, of course, noticed this unfolding drama, his expression darkening considerably. He had hoped to leverage Lin Jiaojiu to secure a permanent move to Jiang Jing, but now it was clear this foolish woman was nothing but a fool. Just as he was about to issue a statement distancing himself from her, Lin Jiaojiu's call came through. "Hello? You dare contact me now? Trying to drag me down with you? I advise you to know your place." Lin Jiaojiu was reaching out for help. At this critical moment, she didn't mind threatening Gu Zixing to get him to bail her out. But she hadn't expected his attitude to be so utterly resolute. "Don't forget framing Jiang Jing wasn't my decision alone. You were involved too. Aren't you worried I'll expose everything?" Gu Zixing wasn't worried at all. "Go ahead and try. I don't care. Give me a push from behind and see if you can still get back up." A long silence hung on the other end of the line. Lin Jiaojiu realized she had become Gu Zixing's sacrificial pawn. After saying that, Gu Zixing hung up. He knew continuing the investigation would inevitably implicate himself. Better to cut ties cleanly now and sever all connections with Ling Jia. His announcement was swiftly posted on social media platforms, and he even secretly orchestrated further momentum to accelerate Lin Jiaojiu's demise. Lin Jiaojiu was utterly powerless against it. She truly dared not fight to the death. As Gu Zixing had said, she lacked the courage. Going down fighting meant losing all retreat, abandoning every ally. Chapter 102, the dual female lead art film. Better to follow her agent's advice and lie low for a while, waiting for the right moment. After handling Lin Jiaojiu's affairs, Gu Zixing finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he knew the most urgent task now was to keep Jiang Jing occupied either by stabilizing him or diverting his attention with other matters, leaving him no time to investigate this incident. The boomerang would eventually come back to hit him. With that thought, he dialed Jiang Jing's number to extend an invitation. Jiang Jing was somewhat surprised that Gu Zixing would contact him. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call, wanting to see what underhanded tricks the other was playing. "Hello? Director Jiang, your mother's birthday celebration is in 3 days. She asked me to help organize it. I didn't plan to notify you, but then I thought you're her own son. How could her son not be present for her birthday? Consider this me doing her a favor. Remember to arrive early, don't keep the guests waiting too long." That was Gu Zixing's strategy. After speaking, he didn't give Jiang Jing a chance to respond, hanging up the phone decisively. Jiang Jing had barely started to refuse when the line went dead. Oomph. He certainly wouldn't attend this so-called victory banquet. The scene of his mother publicly berating him on set still burned vividly in his memory. Parents who bear children but neglect them, there were none like them in this world. Naturally, Jiang Jing wouldn't give them the courtesy of his presence. Besides, he had important work ahead. He planned to lock himself in the office and refine his new script. Indeed, Jiang Jing had already conceived a fresh direction for his next project. The concept had taken shape over half a month ago, but trivial matters had kept him from putting pen to paper. With Lin Jiaojiu dealt with, he could finally enjoy some peace for a while. After finishing the opening, he handed the script to Shen Qingning, eager to hear her thoughts on the new work. Shen Qingning clearly hadn't expected the new script to land on her desk so soon. "What genre is it?" "A dual female lead art house film." Shen Qingning's eyes lit up, and she was instantly intrigued. She sat in her study and read through the opening Jiang Jing had sent her, losing herself in it for the entire afternoon. When she opened her eyes again, the sun had already set. Time flies, but this script is intriguing. I never expected him to be so skilled at directing art films. Shen Qingning felt a pang of admiration. Jiang Jing was a true creative treasure. His new script gave her a very positive impression. While similar themes had been explored in the industry before, other scripts always seemed to lack that certain something. Jiang Jing's script was different. It captured everything it needed to, and just reading the opening was utterly compelling. Little did she know, on the other end, Jiang Jing grew increasingly suspicious as she delayed her response. "She can't possibly be rejecting my passion project, can she? That doesn't make sense. We should resonate with each other's work." The phone rang, and Jiang Jing pressed the answer button with lightning speed. "What do you think of the new script?" "Absolutely brilliant. Only director Jiang could pull this off." Relieved by the response, Jiang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, all his hard work hadn't been in vain. Shen Qingning's voice came through again on the other end. "Focus solely on writing and preparing this script for the time being. Funding isn't something you need to worry about. I'll handle all the arrangements. Don't let anything disrupt your creative flow. If anything comes up, tell me immediately. I'll handle it, any problem." Jiang Jing felt like he was being kept. A faint smile touched his lips as he agreed. That was exactly what he had in mind. Having someone handle the mundane tasks was ideal. It meant he could immerse himself fully in his work. "All right, I'll leave it to you then. It's no trouble at all. We're both getting what we need. I'm looking forward to the complete script. Make sure to send it to me the moment you finish writing it. Will do.
Over the next few days, he immersed himself entirely in writing the new script, holing up in his study for days on end. He'd informed the company in advance, so no one would disturb him. However, over the course of those 3 days, someone kept coming to the door. He had largely ignored them at first, but eventually, the constant disturbance became too much. Opening the door, he found none other than Lin Jiaojiao standing there. Recognizing her instantly, Jiang Jing understood her purpose. Leave. Don't come bother me again. I don't want to see you right now, and there's nothing left for us to discuss. Lin Jiaojiao wouldn't leave so easily with her goal unmet. Her visit was primarily to discuss the online backlash that had completely engulfed her. If she ignored it completely and let things run their course, this storm would utterly destroy Lin Jiaojiao's career, leaving her with no chance of recovery. After much deliberation, Lin Jiaojiao resolved to tackle the root cause. She would persuade Jiang Jing if she could earn his forgiveness. All problems would be solved then provided Jiang Jing agreed to pull the online trolls. Jiang Jing, don't be so heartless. Let's talk this through. I was wrong about what happened before. I'm willing to compensate you. Name your terms, anything I can manage, I'll agree to. I know some secrets. If you're willing to spare me. Before Lin Jiaojiao could finish, Jiang Jing cut her off. Sorry, I'm not interested. From the moment you made your decision, we were already locked in a fight to the death. You still have to pay for your actions. A couple of hollow apologies won't turn swords into plowshares. When you had the upper hand, I didn't see you leaving me a way out. Jiang Jing wasn't the type driven by lust. Most importantly, he genuinely held no interest in Lin Jiaojiao. She seemed utterly desperate this time, deliberately wearing revealing clothing when she approached. Her words were laced with seduction as she spoke, clearly driven to desperation. Unfortunately for someone like her, Jiang Jing wouldn't give her a second glance. With that, he slammed the door shut. No matter how hard Lin Jiaojiao pounded on it, he didn't respond. Jiang Jing intended to give her a taste of her own medicine. Li Yun, draft a cease and desist letter for Lin Jiaojiao. Detail the damages she's caused to the company and myself through her recent rumors. Demand compensation for emotional distress. Contact several reliable lawyers to handle this matter exclusively. Ensure this person never disturbs me again. Li Yun instantly understood Jiang Jing's intent. He knew full well that Lin Jiaojiao had likely already sought out Jiang Jing, but Jiang Jing clearly had no intention of turning hostility into friendship. Thus, the only path left for Lin Jiaojiao was to rely on her own means. Chapter 103, Sink or Swim. Understood, Mr. Jiang. I'll handle it immediately. Should we make it more high profile? I can arrange for some online trolls. Li Yun was asking whether to send a private legal notice or make it public. Jiang Jing hesitated briefly before opting for public disclosure. Soon, an even greater wave of public opinion crashed down, leaving Lin Jiaojiao's dwindling fanbase utterly devastated. As the saying goes, the law isn't just for show. With sufficient evidence, one can fully pursue their rights through legal channels and make the responsible parties pay the price. With this legal notice in hand, Lin Jiaojiao's fans could no longer defend her. After receiving the letter, despair was written all over the face of the person in charge of Lin Jiaojiao's studio. She could only turn to her agent for help once more. Sis, I don't think we can wait any longer. If we keep stalling, I'm doomed. Even if I manage to stay in the industry, I won't get any decent opportunities. The agent sighed. Who could have imagined things would escalate to this point? If only they'd known, they shouldn't have pressed Jiang Jing so relentlessly back then. They should have known when to stop, using the opportunity for a quick publicity stunt. There was no need to push him to the edge. But now it was too late for regrets. Even if they wanted to end it, Jiang Jing wouldn't let go easily. Jiao, we absolutely can't stay silent any longer. We need to get the lawyers involved ASAP. Here's what we'll do, you go talk to Jiang Jing again. Settle this privately. This is your only way out. His legal notice is just a demand for compensation. Even if he asks for an exorbitant sum, agree to it. Remember, no more stubbornness. Stop throwing tantrums. Lin Jiaojiao nodded. With things having come to this, there was no other choice. Still, her heart fluttered with unease. Jiang Jing had rejected her several times before this visit would likely yield the same result. She found her way back to Jiang Jing's residence, but this time, no matter how long she pounded on the door, there was no response from inside. Lin Jiaojiao waited outside all afternoon without seeing him. This planted a troubling thought in her mind. Could Jiang Jing have moved elsewhere to avoid her? Her suspicions were confirmed. He had anticipated that after sending the legal notice, the other party would inevitably come bothering him again. To ensure his future creative work wouldn't be disrupted, he had moved to a new residence, arranged by Shen Qingning, who had also prepared other measures to ensure the other party could never track him down. Just focus on your work. I won't let anyone disturb you. Thank you. For several consecutive days, Lin Jiaojiao failed to locate Jiang Jing. She couldn't wait much longer.
Due to her declining reputation, numerous endorsement deals were being terminated, requiring her to pay substantial breach of contract penalties. As the party at fault, each penalty was astronomical, a rule of the entertainment industry. If you break the rules, paying the price was only natural. Though Lin Xiaojiu had long anticipated this outcome, the sheer weight of the penalty invoices delivered to her desk still left her feeling utterly hopeless. Driven by desperation, Lin Xiaojiu could only turn her attention back to Gu Zixing. At this point, there was no need for further hesitation. She resolved to go down fighting with Gu Zixing. If he refused, she would rather destroy herself than let him off easy. There had been one chance to turn things around earlier, but now that it had come to this, Lin Xiaojiu had walked herself into a dead end. Desperate people are capable of anything. Facing Lin Xiaojiu's personal visit, Gu Zixing's expression darkened. You should know the situation I'm in now. Help me get out of this. You're using a tone as if you're negotiating with me. Do you even realize what you're saying? Gu Zixing narrowed his eyes, even contemplating whether to make her disappear entirely. Little did he know that at this critical moment, Lin Xiaojiu displayed an extraordinary calmness. Even if you take direct action against me, it won't work. I've made multiple copies of your secrets and entrusted them to others. Should anything happen to me, everything about you will be exposed to the world. Shen Qingning had also informed Jiang Jing about their meeting. Her original intention was merely to keep an eye on Lin Xiaojiu and prevent her from disrupting Jiang Jing's creative process. She hadn't anticipated this unexpected development. What do you think? Should we intervene? These two tangled up together might just turn the tables on them. Listening to Shen Qingning's steady voice on the other end of the line, Jiang Jing hesitated for a moment before deciding to sit back and watch how things unfolded. No need to intervene. I'm curious myself now that Lin Xiaojiu is swamped with trouble. How will Gu Zixing help her extricate herself? Fair enough. You're certainly keeping your cool. But now you mention it, I'm curious too. Let's wait and see how they handle this. Faced with Lin Xiaojiu's threats, Gu Zixing gritted his teeth and agreed. On the surface, he had already distanced himself from her. Yet because Lin Xiaojiu held evidence of his tax evasion, they were forced to continue collaborating behind the scenes. This meant they'd be tied together for the foreseeable future. This prospect gave Gu Zixing a massive headache, but he dared not take any chances. Lin Xiaojiu had now completely lost all hope. Who knew what this madwoman might do? He had to stay calm and stabilize Lin Xiaojiu first. You're ruthless. I can help you this once, but after this matter is settled, we're even. If you threaten me again when you're in trouble next time, don't blame me for being unkind. Hearing this, Lin Xiaojiu finally exhaled in relief. Her greatest fear had been that he'd refuse, outright forcing her into a desperate, mutually destructive situation where she'd expose Gu Zixing's tax evasion evidence. That outcome wouldn't benefit her either. Rest assured, my word is my bond. As long as you help me through this crisis, whatever you endure for me will remain separate from my affairs. I won't threaten you over the same issue again. Gu Zixing nodded in agreement. He hadn't had it easy navigating the entertainment industry lately. He didn't have the clout to help Lin Xiaojiu directly, so he had to seek assistance from his godfather, Lin Chang. Why are you here? Gu Zixing was completely unaware that Lin Chang's reception of him was nowhere near as warm as before. In fact, he seemed downright cold. Godfather, could you do me a favor? As Gu Zixing spoke, he glanced at Lin Xiaojiu, who had followed him over. Lin Chang instantly understood his meaning. Instead of agreeing immediately, he looked at Gu Zixing with a playful expression. You wish. What's in it for me to help her? What use are the two of you? Lin Chang said with a smile. Gu Zixing failed to grasp the true nature of their relationship. He believed they shared a bond of friendship, but in reality, everything ultimately boiled down to one word: profit. Chapter 104, Nurturing a Menace. The world bustles with people coming for profit, and throngs with people going for profit. Mr. Lin, you promised me you'd help me with one thing unconditionally. Gu Zixing looked stunned, still trying to push his luck. That was then, not now. Back then, you still held value to me. Now, you're worthless to me. Do you really think I'd want to owe you a favor? Lin Chang regarded Gu Zixing with a faint, mocking smile, as if deriding his naivety. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Gu Zixing clearly couldn't get any advantage from his godfather anymore. All his previous groveling had been laughable in the face of self-interest. He felt like a clown. At this moment, Gu Zixing was nothing but a stray dog. Mr. Lin, must you push someone to the brink? I have no qualms about going down with the ship. Gu Zixing made one last desperate attempt, but his words held no sway over Lin Chang. They were not on the same level. Even if he chose to go down fighting, Lin Chang possessed ample means to resolve any trouble. You can try, but I advise against it. I have ways to make you vanish from this circle entirely. If that doesn't work, we'll see how it plays out. Gu Zixing left Lin Chang's office with Lin Xiaojiu utterly defeated. In the end, he didn't even dare to make any threats. The so-called sink or swim scenario held no real threat to Lin Chang. Only he knew he didn't have the capability. You go back first. I'll think of another way. Seeing this, Lin Jiajia wanted to say something more, but in the end, she just shook her head with a sigh and left Gu Zixing. The two of them were now in the same boat. Just as he finished a day's work, Shen Qingning's call came through. I have some good news for you. Want to hear it? The general chuckled at the mention. What good news could there be at this hour? It must involve Gu Zixing. He voiced his guess. What? Gu Zixing? Did he hit a snag? How boring. Talking to someone as sharp as you is no fun at all. You're right, Gu Zixing got his ass kicked by Lin Chang. From what I understand, they've completely severed ties. That means for a long time to come, Gu Zixing won't have any protection within the industry. Jiang Jing's eyebrow twitched. This was indeed good news for him, the perfect opportunity to strike at Gu Zixing's career. He could use this chance to ensure the man never recovered. Previously, with someone shielding him, crushing Gu Zixing hadn't been easy. But now it was different. Without anyone to help him, he was nothing but a stray dog. I need to make preparations. Need my help? If there's anything you require, just say the word. I'll support you unconditionally. Shen Qingning understood Jiang Jing's thoughts perfectly and offered her support. Not yet. I plan to handle this myself. If I need anything, I'll let you know. Then he hung up on Shen Qingning. In the days that followed, Jiang Jing leveraged his connections within the industry to marginalize Gu Zixing. For Gu Zixing, this was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. He knew exactly who was targeting him, yet he was powerless to stop it. Without Lin Chang's backing, Gu Zixing found himself completely isolated within the industry. Several deals he had already secured fell through as partners called to cancel. This only made him more furious, and he smashed many things in his office. Not a single one of them is decent. They're all a bunch of money-grubbing bastards. Gu Zixing ranted in his office, leaving the company staff frozen in fear. For days, no one dared approach him. After calming down, Gu Zixing reflected that it was unwise for him to appear in public during this period. He decided to temporarily step back from the industry to avoid Jiang Jing. Soon after, Gu Zixing's studio issued an official announcement. With Lin Jiajiao's incident dominating headlines, this announcement drew little attention. Only companies that had collaborated with Gu Zixing or were involved in the dispute between the two speculated about its meaning. Jiang Jing, who had been closely monitoring Gu Zixing, naturally noticed the announcement. Interesting. If he wants to back down now, he'd better ask if I'm willing to let him. Having cornered Gu Zixing into a dead end, Jiang Jing had no intention of letting him off the hook. He was determined to kick a man when he was down, ensuring Gu had no chance of recovery. Looks like I'll have to give Lin Jiajiao a chance after all. She holds the key to sending Gu Zixing to jail. Both men were cut from the same cloth. If possible, Jiang Jing wouldn't spare either, but now he had to choose. After careful consideration, Gu Zixing posed the greater threat. Jiang Jing quickly contacted Lin Jiajiao and decided to offer her a chance. If you're willing to hand over the evidence of Gu Zixing's tax evasion, I'll drop the charges against you, withdraw the online trolls, and we can settle the other matters privately. Receiving this call, Lin Jiajiao was utterly stunned. She had already prepared to leave the entertainment industry. Gu Zixing clearly couldn't help her anymore. In fact, his situation was even worse than hers now. Yet she never imagined that when all seemed lost, a new path would open. The general who had clung relentlessly to his position was now willing to let go. After a moment's thought, Lin Jiajiao understood why this outcome had come about. It all boiled down to the dispute between the two of them. Well, it's a fair and equitable deal. I hope you'll give it careful consideration. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Jiang Jing frowned, expecting her to refuse cooperation. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Jiajiao responded with excitement. I agree. I can hand over all the evidence of his tax evasion to you. Compared to offending Gu Zixing, her own future was far more important. Besides, Gu Zixing no longer posed any real threat to Lin Jiajiao. He was barely holding his own. Even if he knew who leaked the evidence, he couldn't do anything to Lin Jiajiao. On the contrary, all the predicaments she faced now would be resolved effortlessly. This was a high-stakes gamble. Then here's to a fruitful collaboration. The deal was struck. Lin Jiajiao didn't have time to immediately arrange for someone to deliver all the evidence she held to Jiang Jing. Once Jiang Jing received the evidence and confirmed she wasn't playing games, he withdrew all previous accusations against her. Subsequently, both parties issued clarifying statements online. Regarding the previous misunderstanding with Lin Jiajiao, our company has privately communicated with the other party and confirmed that another group was behind the scheme. We have now withdrawn the accusations against Lin Jiajiao. We apologize for the delay in resolving this matter. The content of the announcements released by both parties was virtually identical, making it obvious to anyone with discernment that private negotiations had taken place. This finally brought the farce to an end. However, numerous versions of the story continued circulating online. Yet this could no longer affect Lin Jiajiao. The release of this statement was sufficient to completely turn the tables in her favor. Chapter 105, No One to Turn to. Fans on both sides were buzzing with excitement, piling up over 10,000 comments within half a day of the announcement. All thunder and no rain. They were at such odds before, I never thought they'd reconcile. Yet here they are, releasing a clarification statement in less than a week. First time following this circle? Everyone's the same. Most people were just spectating. Men who understood the situation bought the product and then moved on. After all, the entertainment world churned out fresh scandals daily. But some people had peculiar focuses. What do you think Jiang Jing and Lin Jiaozhou secretly agreed to behind the scenes? Given how tense things got between them this time, you'd think they'd have completely fallen out. It's hard to imagine they could actually reconcile. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure it out. This incident also involved another person. Could it be their private relationship is more than meets the eye? Could Lin Jiaozhou's previous claims actually be true? Probably not. I think it's just a publicity stunt. The entertainment industry today revolves around popularity metrics. Anything can be spun into hype. The conspiracy theory quickly gained traction among many. The internet was ablaze with heated debates over the incident. Nearly half of the fans following the story believed it was a publicity stunt between the two, as there was no other way to explain their reconciliation. As time passed, another incident surfaced, instantly drawing the entire industry's attention. The previous arguments abruptly fell silent. Even some industry insiders who had been watching the drama dared not comment further. Renowned director Gu Zixing is under investigation by authorities for suspected tax evasion. The news quickly shot to the top of trending topics, dominating headlines. Gu Zixing enjoyed considerable prominence within the industry as one of the more active directors of the younger generation in recent years. The sudden tax evasion allegations immediately drew connections to Lin Jiaozhou for those familiar with Jiang Jing and Gu Zixing. The tricks in this game are always the same. If anything could make Jiang Jing drop his pursuit of Lin Jiaozhou, it would be this incident. Those familiar with the pair knew of the grudge between Jiang Jing and Gu Zixing. If the evidence of tax evasion came from Lin Jiaozhou, she might indeed seize this opportunity to earn Jiang Jing's forgiveness. Bang! That Lin Jiaozhou. I won't let her off the hook. Gu Zixing raged in his studio, alone in the empty office. He had already sensed everything when Lin Jiaozhou and Jiang Jing issued their mutual statements. Just as he was preparing to make arrangements, the authorities had already come knocking. He was now under spending restrictions and prohibited from leaving the city in the near future. Until the matter was fully investigated, all his actions were restricted. The online buzz remained intense, even more gripping than the major scandals involving Jiang Jing and Lin Jiaozhou. Someone had tracked down a well-known paparazzo in the entertainment industry. Bro, have you got any new intel on that famous director evading taxes? This dog brother is the entertainment industry's most elusive paparazzo. No one knows his true identity, yet the latest exposés invariably trace back to him. Faced with hundreds of inquiries in the comments section, Dog Brother didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he offered an ambiguous message. I wouldn't dare make any definitive claims, but I can confirm one thing: this director is indeed under investigation by the relevant authorities. This undoubtedly added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Especially when another piece of news broke the next day, solidifying everyone's belief that Gu Zixing was indeed suspected of tax evasion. All his directed works were taken down from every video platform, just like what happened to Lin Jiaozhou before all her works were hidden by the platforms. This was only natural. Tax evasion had always been a major taboo. If you avoided exposure, you were lucky. Once exposed, bouncing back was incredibly difficult. Shen Manning naturally noticed the online buzz. She immediately called Gu Zixing to ask about the situation. Her first few attempts went unanswered, but on the fourth try, his voice finally came through on the other end. What the hell is going on over there? Why did such crucial information leak out? Gu Zixing didn't directly answer her question. Manling, could you lend me some money? You know how serious this is. I have to handle it quickly. If I don't make up for the losses, there won't be a chance to recover for a long time. Shen Manning didn't know what to say. She understood Gu Zixing's implication. He was hoping she could help him through this crisis. In the past, she might have considered it, but this time she hesitated. After cooling off and carefully considering her relationship with Gu Zixing, she realized she didn't care about him as much as she thought. At least when she compared him to Jiang Jing, the two were completely incomparable. This meant she valued Jiang Jing more. She just hadn't recognized this truth before. She thought Jiang Jing was dispensable to her, but seeing one's own heart clearly was never easy. Say something. Aren't you going to help me? There was a long silence on the other end before Gu Zixing's hoarse voice came through. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you this time. I don't have that kind of money to lend you. I invested everything I had into a movie recently. I'm truly helpless about your predicament. Gu Zixing nearly laughed in frustration. He knew full well Shen Manning was merely making excuses. Ultimately, she simply didn't want to help him through this crisis. Before he could say anything else, he realized Shen Manning had hung up. When he tried calling back, the phone was turned off. Fuming with rage, Gu Zixing flung his phone across the room. He felt utterly alone now. Besides Shen Manning, the other friends he considered close also refused to lend a hand. What a bunch of heartless bastards. After hanging up, Shen Manning walked to the balcony and stood at the window, gazing down. Over time, she had come to understand her feelings for Jiang Jing. From the very beginning, it wasn't Gu Zixing she had liked, but Jiang Jing. It was only due to certain circumstances that he had misunderstood Jiang Jing, mistaking Gu Zixing as his substitute. Jiang Jing. Shen Manning murmured to herself, her gaze unfathomable, her thoughts hidden within. Regardless, she had no intention of maintaining any connection with Gu Zixing. This situation provided the perfect opportunity to sever ties with him completely. As for whether she could return to Jiang Jing's side, Shen Manning found herself troubled by the thought. Chapter 106, Cornered. Gu Zixing had reached a dead end. Jiang Jing had people watching him around the clock. Jiang Jing knew his movements over the past few days better than Gu Zixing knew himself. After all, Gu Zixing had become nothing more than a walking corpse. So far, every aspect of the situation remained firmly within Jiang Jing's grasp. Mr. Jiang Gu Zixing did indeed contact his associates. Unsurprisingly, none were willing to get dragged into this mess. So far, there's been no incoming funds to his accounts. Excellent. Keep monitoring him. Also, pay close attention to his interactions with Shen Manning. At this stage, he'll inevitably reach out to her. Jiang Jing's new script was complete. With only the final touches remaining, he found himself with spare time and naturally turned his attention to these minor details. Meanwhile, Shen Qingning had also arranged surveillance on Gu Zixing and Shen Manning's every move. Their former arrogance had vanished completely. They were now a pair of star-crossed lovers, barely able to look after themselves. With that thought, Shen Qingning's lips curved into a smile as she dialed Jiang Jing's number. Director Jiang, you finished your script, right? Fancy grabbing a drink with me tonight? I imagine you're in a pretty good mood. Jiang Jing readily agreed, and the two met at their usual restaurant. You handled this brilliantly. Impressive restraint forcing Lin Jiaojia to burn her bridges like that. I thought you'd lose your cool, content to take down Lin Jiaojia without implicating Gu Zixing. Shen Qingning raised her glass to clink with Jiang Jing's before offering her praise. It's like the clouds parting to reveal the sun. I never imagined Lin Jiaojia actually had evidence of Gu Zixing's tax evasion. Jiang Jing smiled subtly, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. The two ate and chatted, even discussing Jiang Jing's new script. Shen Qingning had already read it as an investor and was thoroughly impressed. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. Jiang Jing hesitated briefly before taking a box from his carry-on bag and placing it before Shen Qingning. What is this? You've been such a tremendous help to me lately. How could I not show my appreciation? Especially since you helped me through that difficult time when I was in trouble. This is a custom gift I had made for you. Take a look, do you like it? Shen Qingning's eyes widened in complete surprise at Jiang Jing's unexpected gesture. While Jiang Jing appeared outwardly composed, he was inwardly nervous, wondering what would happen if she refused his gift. Fortunately, the outcome didn't disappoint. Shen Qingning gladly accepted the general's gift. Oh. Then I'll take it. Thank you, Director Jiang. Shen Qingning carefully placed the package aside without opening it in public. Jiang Jing breathed a sigh of relief, at least she hadn't refused. Back when he confessed to her while drunk, both were sober now. Jiang Jing maintained a careful distance in their interactions. Strangely enough, though they clearly harbored feelings for each other, to outsiders they appeared more like close confidants. The main issue was that a thin layer of paper separated them. Neither had taken the initiative to break through it. Perhaps they needed a catalyst to bridge the gap between them. However, after this recent assistance, their feelings for each other had clearly intensified rapidly. Especially after Shen Qingning accepted Jiang Jing's gift, their conversations had grown noticeably more intimate. You still need to be wary of Gu Zixing's counterattack. Now that you hold the upper hand, you can't give him any chance to turn the tables. Shen Qingning cautioned. When someone was cornered, one could never be too careful. They might do anything without restraint. Jiang Jing, of course, was well prepared for this. He wasn't afraid of any counterattack. Is this your way of caring about me? After uttering those words, Jiang Jing paused, taken aback. A long silence followed. What else? I'm your investor, after all. Don't forget I'm the largest backer of your new film. I certainly don't want you to run into any problems now. Jiang Jing felt a pang of disappointment at this response. Shen Qingning, naturally sensing his reaction, blinked and said with rare playfulness. Besides, I've already accepted your gift. The ease between them spoke volumes without words. Let's call it a day for now. I'll arrange another time. Hold on, I have a business dinner later. It's a bit troublesome, but I have to attend in person. After dinner, Shen Qingning had to leave early due to work commitments. The company had recently secured a new project. They just signed the contract, and she had to make a personal appearance at the first celebratory dinner. She could only apologize to Jiang Jing. It's fine. I'll polish the script after I get back and wrap up the final touches. Once it's complete, I'll send you the full draft. Shen Qingning's eyes lit up. She was genuinely curious about the script's conclusion. I'll be waiting to see it then. Just as they were about to part ways, Jiang Jing suddenly turned back and called out to Shen Qingning. "Oh, one more thing." "What is it?" "The movie promotion is in 3 days. If you have time, could you come show your support?" Shen Qingning wouldn't refuse such an invitation and readily agreed. "Don't worry, I'll definitely be there." Watching Shen Qingning walk away, Jiang Jing finally got up to leave. On his way home, Jiang Jing's mind was filled with images of Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning felt the same way. Without realizing it, the connection between them had grown so deep. Gu Zixing continued his attempts at reconciliation. He visited Lin Chang's company once more, seeking the other's assistance. "Mr. Lin, I trust you know why I'm here. Given our past collaboration, I'm begging you please help me this once. If you're willing to get me through this crisis, I'll agree to whatever you ask." He had reached a point where he was utterly cornered. Lin Chang sighed and shook his head in refusal. "Gu Zixing, you were far too careless. Matters like this once leak leave virtually no chance for recovery. Even if I agreed, there's little I could do to help you. Rest assured, I won't seek any compensation for our past collaborations. You just need to focus on handling your own affairs now." Hearing this, Gu Zixing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He knew the refusal was unequivocal. Before coming here, he had clung to a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, reality had once again delivered a harsh slap across his face. Gu Zixing left in a daze, his entire being radiating utter despondency. Chapter 107, Declaring His Intentions. Gu Zixing's string of failed investments had cooled Lin Chang's heart toward him. Their relationship was nothing like it once was, evident in how Gu Zixing now addressed Lin Chang as Mr. Lin instead of Godfather. While Gu Zixing's life had hit rock bottom, Jiang Jing's career was soaring to new heights. Since the film hadn't fully premiered yet, and neither Zhou Li nor Fang Jia had joined the production crew, Jiang Jing had them record numerous promotional videos at the company. He then took the Jiang Jing crew to participate in a large-scale outdoor reality show, hoping to boost their visibility. What they didn't know was that the show's investor was actually Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning hadn't forgotten her earlier promise to Jiang Jing. Upon learning Jiang Jing was also participating in the variety show, she made a point to visit the recording site. After arriving at the recording site, Shen Qingning scanned the area before her gaze finally settled on Jiang Jing. At the same moment, Jiang Jing seemed to sense an intense gaze upon him. He looked up and locked eyes with Shen Qingning. "Mr. Shen? What brings you here?" Jiang Jing looked at Shen Qingning in surprise, blurting out the question. "This is a variety show I invested in, so I came to check it out. Besides, I heard you were participating too. I promised I'd come see you, so naturally I'm keeping my word." Shen Qingning replied with a faint smile. "Do your best. I'm rooting for you," Shen Qingning said, smiling warmly at Jiang Jing. With Shen Qingning's encouragement, Jiang Jing seemed energized as if injected with adrenaline. "Alright, rest assured. I'll definitely give it my all." Meanwhile, Shen Qingning specifically called over a production crew member and instructed, "This group of guests are my friends." The production crew were seasoned veterans who immediately understood the implication. "Got it, Ms. Shen. We understand and will take good care of them." Shen Qingning's expression softened with satisfaction upon seeing they understood. These days, everyone was sharp. Some things simply didn't need spelling out. Soon, the variety show commenced. With Shen Qingning's encouragement, Jiang Jing led the entire crew to sweep through the challenges with remarkable ease. Coupled with the production team's special consideration, Jiang Jing lived up to expectations and clinched the championship. When the host announced the result, Jiang Jing and his team erupted in joyful cheers. "Yay! We won! This is amazing! Awesome! We're amazing! Ah!" Everyone excitedly embraced each other to share this moment. The show concluded perfectly with Jiang Jing and his team emerging victorious. After filming wrapped, Jiang Jing and the others were invited to stay for a dinner gathering, euphemistically called a celebration banquet. Shen Qingning intended to leave at this point, as she had other matters to attend to. Unfortunately, she hadn't taken more than a few steps before Jiang Jing intercepted her, having noticed her intention. "What is it?" Shen Qingning asked, slightly surprised. "You're leaving? Won't you stay and have dinner with us?" Jiang Jing quickly offered, trying to persuade her to stay. At the same time, the others chimed in. "Ms. Shen, please stay and have dinner with us." "Yes, Ms. Shen, please join our celebratory banquet." "Ms. Shen, please stay for dinner. Don't you miss us?" Seeing everyone's warm invitation, Shen Qingning felt awkward refusing again. She could only nod in agreement. "Alright, I'll stay then." Hearing Shen Qingning's agreement, Jiang Jing was overjoyed. And so, the whole group headed off to a bustling night market restaurant for dinner. Observing the bustling surroundings, Jiang Jing suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He looked up at Shen Qingning and said, "Sorry, I was so focused on finding a place to eat that I forgot to ask your opinion. Do you think this is okay? If you don't like it, we can go somewhere else." Shen Qingning smiled gently, showing great understanding. "It's fine. Let's eat here. I don't mind where we eat as long as I'm with everyone. Besides, the atmosphere here is pretty good, lively and interesting." Hearing this, Jiang Jing's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, instantly relaxed. Alright, then let's eat here. Seeing Shen Qingning nod, Jiang Jing quickly added. Hello, what would you all like to order? The owner asked, looking at Jiang Jing and the others. Owner, bring us all your signature dishes. Then I'll have this one, and this one, and this one too, and these few as well. Jiang Jing frantically tapped the menu, afraid of shortchanging Shen Qingning. The owner, seeing such a big spender arrive, was so delighted his mouth couldn't close. Soon, the dishes began arriving. Though the restaurant was small, the food was absolutely delicious. Especially this dish, spicy yet fragrant, not overly hot, truly unique. Hello? Just then, a beautiful young woman approached, timidly looking at Jolie before tentatively asking. Excuse me, are you Jolie? The question instantly drew the attention of many people. Jolie's expression shifted slightly, but she eventually nodded with a hint of resignation and greeted the woman. Hello. This instantly drew a crowd of nearby fangirls who rushed forward in a frenzy of excitement. Jolie, I adore you. Can I take a photo with you? Me too. Me too. I've been a huge fan for ages, could I get your autograph? The crowd surged forward, completely surrounding them. Before Shen Qingning could react, she was pushed out by the throng. In the chaos, Shen Qingning seemed to step on something and suddenly stumbled backward. Shen Qingning frowned slightly, feeling a pang of helplessness. But instead of the expected pain, she landed in a warm embrace. She lifted her gaze to find herself looking into Jiang Jing's eyes. Are you okay? Jiang Jing asked with genuine concern, his eyes betraying unmistakable worry. There are too many people here. It's not wise to push our way in. This gathering is definitely over. Let's find somewhere to lie low for now. Seeing Shen Qingning shake her head to indicate she was fine, Jiang Jing finally exhaled in relief before speaking. Shen Qingning glanced back at Jolie and the crowd. Though Jolie showed some delight, she appeared mostly flustered and at a loss. Fame truly came with its own set of troubles. As more people surged toward them, Jiang Jing didn't wait for Shen Qingning's response. He simply took her hand and started walking forward. Chapter 108, Successful Confession. The two ended up stumbling into a storage room. The storage room had clearly been cleaned recently and wasn't too dirty, but it was cramped with all the props scattered about. Meanwhile, outside. Miss Jolie, please come with us first. Such a commotion naturally caught the attention of the production crew. They quickly dispatched personnel to escort Jolie to safety, evacuating the area to prevent accidents. The once bustling scene gradually returned to calm. After Jiang Jing led Shen Qingning into the storage room, he finally released her hand. The lingering warmth from her touch still clung to his fingers. Jiang Jing turned his head away uncomfortably, his ears flushing slightly. Thanks for earlier. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't be standing here unscathed. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Shen Qingning laughed it off, her face breaking into a smile as she addressed Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing scratched his head awkwardly, saying nothing more. Once again, an awkward silence settled between them. Are you sure they went this way just now? I'm certain. I absolutely didn't mistake them. I saw them heading this way. I'm absolutely certain. Just then, the clamor outside grew louder again. Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning exchanged a glance, realizing the commotion was likely directed at them. Why did they follow us all the way here? Shen Qingning frowned slightly, displeased. Jiang Jing, however, reacted swiftly, pulling Shen Qingning behind a storage rack. In the fluster, their eyes locked. Trapped in the cramped space, their distance rapidly closed. The creak of the storage room door handle being turned made Shen Qingning gasp, panic unmistakable in her eyes. What the hell? This door was clearly locked, and there's no movement inside. You must have misheard. The man said to the person beside him with a hint of reproach in his tone. The other person seemed at a loss for words. Finding no one, they saw no point in wasting time there. After a moment, their footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Jiang Jing, however, remained fixedly focused on Shen Qingning. Her exquisite features held his gaze captive, and the sounds outside seemed to fade into nothingness. It felt as if the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. As the commotion outside gradually subsided, the two emerged from beneath the shelves. Shen Qingning. At that moment, Jiang Jing seemed to make up his mind, his voice soft as he addressed her. Shen Qingning turned her head, looking at him with confusion. I like you. Jiang Jing's expression remained composed, though only he knew how incredibly nervous he truly felt. Yet those few words left Shen Qingning frozen in place. I really like you. I've liked you for a long time. Will you be with me? For some reason, Jiang Jing felt completely out of control today. He suddenly sensed that if he didn't confess now, he might never get another chance like this. Perhaps because they'd been dodging each other earlier, both their hearts were still racing. This only intensified Jiang Jing's urge to confess today. Shen Qingning's face was frozen in shock as she stared blankly at him, though the trembling of her hands betrayed her own nervousness. Jiang Jing stared at her with sincere eyes, a moment of silence hanging heavy between them. Shen Qingning, still shaken from the earlier scare and completely unprepared for Jiang Jing's sudden confession, felt utterly flustered. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond to the person before her. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Jing seemed to understand something.
A flicker of comprehension crossed his eyes before he sighed helplessly. Sorry, I was too abrupt. Just pretend nothing happened earlier. Jiang Jing cleared his throat twice, his face full of apology, but the awkward atmosphere remained largely unchanged. Jiang Jing's face flushed an unnatural crimson as he silently berated himself. Why couldn't he have held back just now? Great, now look at this mess. They'd probably struggle to even remain friends. All he wanted now was to find a crack in the ground to crawl into and make a quick escape. I'm willing. Just as Jiang Jing was drowning in self-reproach, Shen Qingning's words came like a lifeline. Jiang Jing abruptly turned his head, meeting Shen Qingning's gaze once more. By now, Shen Qingning had calmed her emotions and gradually realized the person before her wasn't joking. A smile spread across her face. I said, I'm willing to be with you. Shen Qingning repeated herself, and this time it was Jiang Jing who froze, feeling fireworks go off inside his chest. Seeing Jiang Jing hesitate, Shen Qingning pouted in slight annoyance, about to voice her complaint. But Jiang Jing stepped forward abruptly, pulling her into his arms as if she were a precious treasure, silencing her words with a kiss that pressed against her lips. This confession must have startled you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so abrupt. Jiang Jing murmured tenderly. Shen Qingning's face flushed as she playfully tapped his chest. I already said yes to you. Why are you apologizing? Jiang Jing laughed heartily twice, then held the person in his arms even tighter. Everyone outside should be gone by now. We should head back. Shen Qingning remembered something. Hearing no more noise outside, she spoke again. Indeed, they had been gone for a while. Jiang Jing's face was full of smiles as he bent down and scooped Shen Qingning up horizontally. Well, I'll have to show her off properly then. Unexpectedly, he accidentally kicked a nearby shelf, causing a prop to fall and shatter. Shen Qingning shot Jiang Jing a furious look, but he seemed utterly unconcerned, still basking in the joy of their newly confirmed relationship. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. With that, Jiang Jing cut off Shen Qingning before she could say more, unlocked the door, and let her back inside. After contacting Jolie and confirming their meeting spot, they wasted no time heading straight to the address she sent. Meanwhile, the production team's gathering was cut short due to today's unexpected incident. The moment Jolie and Fang Jiahe saw Jiang Jing, they sensed something was off. Though he appeared outwardly normal, his radiant expression was impossible to miss. Exchanging a glance, they eyed Jiang Jing suspiciously. They noticed his gaze linger repeatedly on Shen Qingning beside him. When their eyes met, Shen Qingning's slightly unnatural expression made it clear to both of them what had likely transpired. Chapter 109, Script Discussion. Alright, that's all for today. Jolie and Fang Jiahuan, come with me back to the office to wrap up today's work. The rest of your time is yours to manage freely. After confirming Jolie was fine, Jiang Jing finally relaxed, his expression returning to its usual self. Upon hearing Jiang Jing's instructions, they nodded without further comment and followed him back to the company. Today's main task was filming promotional videos. Shen Qingning followed closely behind, arriving shortly after and settling into a small corner nearby. My little girlfriend is quite obedient, knows to find a spot and wait patiently while I finish up. Jiang Jing noticed her and came over to her first. His teasing tone made Shen Qingning feel a bit embarrassed. After all, they had only just confirmed their relationship and still felt somewhat shy around each other. I ordered some desserts and coffee. We can share them later, Jiang Jing said, his voice slightly louder, presumably addressing the others present, though his gaze never left Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning chuckled softly. She knew inviting everyone was merely a pretext. Jiang Jing just wanted to settle her in first. It's fine, don't worry. I'll just sit here for a bit until you're done, Shen Qingning said soothingly, taking Jiang Jing's hand and softening her tone considerably. Seeing Shen Qingning so docile, Jiang Jing felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He smiled and ruffled her hair before settling her in. Then, he turned back to oversee their work. Watching Jiang Jing supervise the work with a distant expression from a short distance away, Shen Qingning couldn't help but notice he looked even more handsome than usual. No wonder they say a man is most attractive when he's focused on his work. The thought brought a faint smile to Shen Qingning's lips. Seeing Jiang Jing busy, Shen Qingning decided not to disturb him. But standing there, she didn't know where else to go. After pondering for a moment, she simply headed for Jiang Jing's office. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the stark contrast in style compared to her own office. Perhaps it reflected Jiang Jing's personality, or maybe it was just typical for someone in the arts. She found his office far more comfortable than her own. Green plants dotted the space, lending an exceptionally fresh feel to the room. Several flower pots sat by the window, and as a gentle breeze swept through, the floral scent drifted through the air. It wasn't overpowering, but it was delightfully pleasant, making one want to linger and identify the fragrance. After surveying the space for a moment, Shen Qingning finally shifted her gaze to the desk positioned right in the center of the office. This was Jiang Jing's work desk, where he handled his daily affairs. Stepping closer, Shen Qingning realized just how enormous the desk truly was. Take Shen Qingning's own desk as an example. It was extremely minimalist, holding just a computer and a few documents, making everything clear at a glance. Yet the desk before her was more than twice as large, piled high with items.
Some were books, some were sketches, but the majority were various printed documents, all stacked together in a dizzying jumble. Her keen eyes, however, spotted a small stack of neatly bound printouts amidst the chaotic pile. Glancing around to confirm there was nothing else, she picked up the papers and instinctively sat down in the office chair, flipping through them casually. After a few pages, Shen Qingning's eyebrows arched slightly. She flipped through a few more pages before realizing what she'd picked up. This was clearly Jiang Jing's unfinished script. This script leaned toward a romantic, literary style, Jiang Jing's most familiar territory. The writing flowed relatively smoothly. Shen Qingning had only heard Jiang Jing mention it in passing before, but she hadn't expected him to have drafted so much in such a short time. Shen Qingning decided to read it thoroughly. She had only intended to kill some time, but unexpectedly, she gradually became completely immersed in it, unaware even when Jiang Jing entered the room. After handling his affairs, Jiang Jing noticed Shen Qingning was nowhere to be seen and immediately guessed she'd gone to his office. He gave a faint smile before turning toward the door. Pushing it open, he found Shen Qingning seated at the desk, engrossed in whatever she was reading, so absorbed she hadn't even noticed his entrance. Seeing this, Jiang Jing knew Shen Qingning was completely absorbed. He decided not to disturb her, instead sitting down on the nearby sofa. Crossing his legs, he propped his chin on his hand and watched her profile from a short distance away. Just then, a ray of sunlight slipped through the clouds, streaming through the window and landing on Shen Qingning's profile. This exquisite scene instantly brightened Jiang Jing's vision, and his gaze grew intensely heated as he watched her. Suddenly, inspiration struck Jiang Jing. He realized Shen Qingning was reading his unfinished new script. He had been pondering how to develop the plot next, but watching Shen Qingning sparked an idea. He wanted to weave himself and Shen Qingning into the script as its real-life inspiration, as if this story were a token of their love. As Jiang Jing pondered this, Shen Qingning finished reading the entire script, still feeling unsatisfied. She set down her things and looked up, meeting Jiang Jing's unabashed gaze. Seeing Shen Qingning notice him, Jiang Jing instinctively smiled. Instantly, an ambiguous atmosphere filled the office. Shen Qingning glanced sheepishly at the items she'd just set down and instinctively explained, "Sorry, I was just reading this new script." It's fine. It's just a script. No harm in taking a look." Sensing Shen Qingning's tension, Jiang Jing stood up, walked behind her, leaned forward slightly, his body enveloping hers, and reached for the script on the desk. Shen Qingning froze in her chair, not daring to move. She let the crisp breath of the person behind her envelop her, inhaling the pleasant, sunlit scent emanating from Jiang Jing. Unconsciously, she began to relax. Jiang Jing slowly shared his thoughts with Shen Qingning. At first, she hesitated, but after hearing his explanation, she began to ponder it seriously. Noticing Shen Qingning's silence, Jiang Jing belatedly felt a pang of unease. He watched her nervously, unsure what she was thinking. Chapter 110, Intimate Gestures. "Qingning? What do you think?" Jiang Jing stared intently into Shen Qingning's eyes and called out softly. Hearing his voice snapped her back to reality. Noticing his nervousness, she realized he must have misunderstood something. Seeing this, Shen Qingning smiled at Jiang Jing and nodded readily. "Of course. I'm really looking forward to seeing the final script. This is an approach I've never even considered before." With Shen Qingning's agreement, Jiang Jing exhaled a long sigh of relief, his smile returning to his face. Now that the basic plan was settled, the two began discussing how to further refine and develop the script. That day, they revised until the sun set. Only when Jiang Jing noticed the room growing dim did he realize they had unknowingly discussed until this hour. Glancing at his phone, Jiang Jing sheepishly said to Shen Qingning, "It's getting late. You must be hungry. Let's call it a day on the script. How about I take you out to eat?" Shen Qingning, however, still felt reluctant to stop and hesitated, saying nothing. Seeing this, Jiang Jing immediately understood her feelings and smiled, "It's fine. There's no rush with this script. We can discuss it together again when you have time. How does that sound?" Hearing this, Shen Qingning's hesitation vanished instantly. "Deal," she declared, winking playfully at Jiang Jing. For the following period, whenever Shen Qingning had no other commitments on weekends, she would spend her time immersed in Jiang Jing's studio, collaborating with him on script revisions and plot development. This creative process felt distinctly novel to her, unlike her usual work. Seeing Shen Qingning like this, Jiang Jing's own enthusiasm gradually grew. Noticing her keen curiosity, Jiang Jing began imparting bits of knowledge about screenwriting to her. Facing a field she had never explored before, Shen Qingning listened with intense focus, her eyes sparkling brightly whenever she looked at Jiang Jing. Before long, Jiang Jing's studio had become their secret rendezvous spot. To play it safe, neither Jiang Jing nor Shen Qingning had any intention of going public with their relationship. They didn't even dare to be overly conspicuous about their dates, so naturally, hardly anyone knew about their romance. But as Shen Qingning's visits to Jiang Jing grew more frequent, someone began to notice something was off. The first to uncover their romance was none other than the young girl Jolie. Jolie hadn't noticed anything unusual until one day, when she arrived at the studio for her routine check-in as usual. Not far from the studio, she spotted Shen Qingning. Jolie found it peculiar. It wasn't a weekend or holiday. Shen Qingning should have been at the company working. Although she was the general manager, she was always busy with countless tasks every day. Jolie couldn't figure out why Shen Qingning would come at this time. Still, Jolie didn't dwell on it, assuming Shen Qingning had come to discuss something important with Director Jiang. But after clocking in, Jolie overheard a conversation between two people nearby. Hey, isn't this the third time this week that General Manager Shen has come to see Director Jiang? Could it be something tricky? Doubtful. I don't recall Director Jiang trending on hot searches lately. Maybe you're overthinking it? Then why is Mr. Shen meeting with Director Jiang so frequently? Hey, haven't you forgotten? Mr. Shen is Director Jiang's biggest investor. I recall Director Jiang is working on a new script lately. Maybe Mr. Shen is here to discuss funding. Hearing them discuss Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning, Jolie unconsciously slowed her pace. Only after they shifted to another topic did she quicken her steps and leave. Finding a quiet corner, Jolie began to replay what she just overheard. Others might not understand Shen Qingning's temperament, but Jolie, as an actress under her, knew her boss well enough, if not completely, then certainly the ins and outs. This sparked Jolie's intense curiosity about the relationship between the two. Lost in thought, she found herself unconsciously approaching Jiang Jing's office door. As if compelled by some unseen force, Jolie pressed her ear against the door, straining to hear the voices inside. Sure enough, she could make out the sounds of Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning conversing, and from the tone, both seemed to be in fairly good spirits. After a moment's hesitation, Jolie raised her hand and knocked on Jiang Jing's office door. A rhythmic knock 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 echoed through the hallway. Inside the office, Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning paused their conversation. They exchanged a glance, and Shen Qingning instinctively asked softly, "Should I step out for a moment?" "No need. Our relationship isn't something we need to hide." Jiang Jing knew exactly what Shen Qingning was thinking and quickly stopped her. Shen Qingning nodded cheerfully. She could see the tension in Jiang Jing earlier, and her earlier words had been nothing more than a playful tease. Jolie, hearing no movement inside, grew even more curious and knocked on the office door again. Startled by the knocking, Jiang Jing snapped back to reality. He glanced down at Shen Qingning, then at the door. After a moment's hesitation, he walked over and unlocked the office door. Seeing Jolie standing outside, Jiang Jing's eyebrows raised slightly. His body almost completely blocked the door crack, effectively preventing Jolie from peering inside. "Jolie, what do you need?" Jiang Jing felt a bit uneasy as Jolie stared intently at him. "Jolie?" Jiang Jing waved his hand in front of Jolie's face, finally snapping her out of her trance. "Director Jiang, is Sister Qingning in there?" A suggestive smile spread across Jolie's face as she lowered her voice. "You're so nervous and won't let anyone see. Come on, tell me, is Sister Qingning in there?" A hint of exasperation flashed in Jiang Jing's eyes. "Why are you so nosy? I'm genuinely curious, where do you even get all this information?" Though he spoke several sentences, not one denied Shen Qingning's presence. Hearing this, Jolie felt even more certain there was juicy gossip to be had. "Oh my, I just entered the studio right after Sister Qingning. And if she hasn't gone out, she must be here with you. Jiang Jing, what's going on? Who's out there? Why do I hear Jolie's voice?" Before Jiang Jing could respond, Shen Qingning's voice rang out from behind him. Chapter 111, calling her in for a talk. Hearing Shen Qingning's voice, Jolie's gaze toward Jiang Jing became even more unspoken, filled with "I knew it. You think you can keep lying to me?" Jiang Jing shook his head helplessly, then stepped aside to make room, gesturing for Jolie to come inside and talk. Closing the office door, Jolie immediately spotted Shen Qingning seated at Jiang Jing's desk. She sat there with the air of a mistress of the house, not a hint of awkwardness in her demeanor. "Sis Qingning, see? I knew you'd be in Director John's office. But what's this?" Jolie's eyes darted between Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning, her tone growing increasingly suggestive. All right. You've got me beat, you little minx." Jiang Jing chuckled helplessly, walking over to Shen Qingning and casually draping an arm around her shoulder. "Well, as you can see. What more do you need me to say? Oh my god. You two are really together?" Upon confirming her suspicions, Jolie couldn't suppress a shriek. Covering her mouth, she looked exceptionally excited. "Shoo, calm down." Jiang Jing hurriedly gestured for Jolie to quiet down, afraid she'd attract more attention. "Right now, you're the only one who knows about this. Keep it a secret, got it? Don't tell anyone else." Jolie nodded frantically, her hand still over her mouth. Realizing the magnitude of the secret she now held, she was practically beside herself with joy. At heart, she was just a gossip-loving college girl. What harm could that do? "Director Jiang, Sister Qingning, when exactly did this happen?" "If I hadn't seen Sister Qingning at the studio today, I'd never have known." Jolie scampered over to Shen Qingning's side, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she stared at her. "It hasn't been that long. All right, enough gossiping here. So, what did you need to talk to me about?" Jiang Jing scratched his head, cutting off Jolie's urge to pry further. Seeing this, Jolie pouted and decided not to press further. She simply said, "I just wanted to come see for myself. Who knew I'd actually be right? But hey, Sister Qingning is my boss, and I work under her. Now that she and Director Jiang are together again, I was wondering, could I maybe ask for some hush money?" Jolie chuckled, her eyes sparkling with undisguised cunning. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jing's expression darkened upon hearing this. He glanced cautiously at Shen Qingning and spoke up before she could respond, cutting Jolie off. Enough, Jolie. I know you've been bored out of your mind these past few days, but your break is almost over. You'll be joining the production soon. Why not use this time to relax properly? Only then did Jolie turn to Jiang Jing, noticing his sour expression. Realizing what she just said, she covered her mouth in regret, muttering apologies before hastily leaving his office. Watching Jolie leave, Jiang Jing exhaled a slight sigh of relief. He turned to Shen Qingning. Sorry, Qingning. Jolie, she didn't mean it like that. Shen Qingning flashed Jiang Jing a smile. Don't worry. Jolie's just a young girl. It was just a joke. I won't take it to heart. Besides, she was right earlier. I am her boss after all. I signed her to my agency. I should definitely pay more attention to her career. I can't have her just following you around making movies forever, can I? Working on my films isn't so bad, Jiang Jing muttered, detecting the teasing tone in Shen Qingning's voice. Shen Qingning just smiled without responding. Working on your films would be great, but Jolie is an actress. She can't just be in your movies forever. Fine, you're right. I'll keep an eye on her too. Jiang Jing shrugged and changed the subject. With Jolie causing such a distraction, Shen Qingning couldn't focus on the script anymore. Glancing at the time, she pushed the script aside. Let's call it a day then. I'll come back another time. I've got something to do later, so I'll head out now. Seeing Shen Qingning prepare to leave, Jiang Jing felt a pang of disappointment, but he quickly pulled himself together. All right. I'll walk you out. You go ahead and take care of your business. We'll pick this up when you have time. After Shen Qingning departed, Jiang Jing exhaled a long sigh of relief, his expression turning wistful. Jolie had been watching Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning's movements closely. Seeing Shen Qingning leave, she quietly approached Jiang Jing. Director Jiang, did Sister Qingning leave? Jolie's soft voice came from behind him. Jiang Jing jumped in surprise. Jolie, what now? Turning around, he met Jolie's gossipy gaze and felt utterly helpless. Jolie grinned. Just curious. Why did Sister Qingning leave so suddenly? Did something come up? Seeing Jolie's loose lips, Jiang Jing's expression darkened. Glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention, he whispered to her, "Come with me." With that, Jiang Jing headed back to her office. Jolie's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a pained expression. Seriously, Director Jiang. But Jiang Jing paid her no mind, striding purposefully into his office. Jolie didn't linger long before following him in. Director Jiang, what is it? Close the door first, Jiang Jing gestured for Jolie to shut the door. Jolie felt increasingly uneasy. Director Jiang, what exactly is going on? She couldn't fathom what Jiang Jing intended to do. Jolie, didn't you notice something off about how you spoke to President Shen today? Director Jiang sat sternly in his chair, leaning forward as he looked at Jolie standing before him. Jolie recalled the words she had just spoken to Shen Qingning. Only then did she belatedly realize what had been amiss. Her face instantly drained of color. Director Jiang, Jiang Jing nodded silently. It seems you're not entirely clueless after all. Since that's the case, I'll be blunt. Jolie, your acting is excellent, but you need to be more careful with your words. This time, Mr. Shen spared you because you're still young. But if it had been someone else, the outcome might have been different. Do you understand? Jolie nodded. I understand, Director Jiang. I'll be more careful. Chapter 112, Hone Your Acting Skills. After leaving Jiang Jing's office, Jolie fell deep in thought. His words kept echoing in her mind. Right though she was currently filming, her mindset was still stuck in student mode. Her speech carried a youthful, student-like quality. When talking to Shen Qingning, Jolie had unconsciously slipped into the role of a roommate, completely failing to recognize that the person before her wasn't some kind-hearted college student, but a ruthless and decisive CEO in the business world. The realization sent a chill through her. For days afterward, Jolie walked on eggshells, terrified she might cause some major disaster. However, Shen Qingning didn't hold Jolie's offense against her. Instead, she began seeking out promising scripts for her. Within days, Jiang Jing received an email from Shen Qingning. Jiang Jing, here's a script I found for Jolie. Take a look. If you think it's suitable, have Jolie audition for it. Jiang Jing's face lit up with a smile as he casually opened the script and began reading. He scanned through it quickly, having a good grasp of it within half an hour. The plot seemed solid to him, meaning the script itself was sound. Jiang Jing felt slightly reassured and turned his attention to the production team. The team was one of the most crucial factors in evaluating a drama, and since it involved Jolie, Jiang Jing needed to be extra careful. However, Jiang Jing's worries proved unnecessary. Shen Qingning had exceptionally high standards, so the production team for this drama was exceptionally strong. Every actor currently confirmed was a proven talent. Unfortunately, the lead female role had been cast long ago, so Shen Qingning offered Jolie the third female lead. Both the character design and other aspects suited Jolie perfectly. One could even say this role seemed tailor-made for Jolie. After confirming everything was in order, Jiang Jing called Jolie over again. "Jolie, take a look at this." Before Jolie could respond, Jiang Jing handed her the printed script. Jolie opened it in a daze. The moment she realized what she was holding, she nearly jumped up in excitement. "Director Jiang, is this for me? When did this happen?" Jolie covered her mouth, afraid she might scream with joy. "Calm down first. This is a script Mr. Shen found for you. I've reviewed it myself, it suits you perfectly. Though it's a supporting role, you'll be acting alongside some of the industry's most renowned powerhouse actors. It'll be incredibly beneficial for your craft." Jiang Jing tapped the table, his tone earnest. Jolie gradually emerged from her overwhelming joy. "But Director Jiang, She doubted whether her acting skills were truly up to the task. Moreover, judging from what Jiang Jing had shown her, the role required an audition. If she failed the audition, she wouldn't get the part. Jolie couldn't guarantee that her still unpolished acting could win over this director. After all, not everyone was Jiang Jing. Noticing her hesitation, Jiang Jing smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry so much. Trust me, I'll support you. Your foundation isn't weak, you just lack experience. But this director's standards are indeed high, otherwise, he wouldn't have produced so many blockbuster hits. Here's the plan, go prepare for the audition. I'll find you a coach to help refine your skills. What do you say?" Hearing Jiang Jing's words, Jolie felt much more at ease. "Thank you, Director Jiang." After Jolie left, Jiang Jing let out a long sigh. Truthfully, his earlier words had been nothing more than consolation. Even he couldn't immediately think of the most suitable candidate. Jiang Jing absent-mindedly scrolled through his contacts, flipping from top to bottom. Suddenly, his gaze landed on one name, Huang Xiang. Jiang Jing fell deep in thought. Although they had exchanged contact information during a previous variety show appearance, it had been purely out of courtesy. After they had a falling out, Jiang Jing had never reached out to Huang Xiang again. But to be fair, if he really needed to find a teacher for Jolie, Jiang Jing couldn't think of anyone more suitable than Huang Xiang. After all, Huang Xiang's acting skills were solid, and he was also a faculty member at a renowned drama academy in China. Teaching Jolie would be a perfect fit for his expertise. With this thought, Jiang Jing decided to stop hesitating and sent Huang Xiang a message. "Teacher Huang, are you busy?" Jiang Jing chose an opening line that wasn't too abrupt. Huang Xiang replied swiftly, but only with a single question mark. Jiang Jing bit her lip, her fingers trembling slightly as she edited her request and sent it off. After a long wait, Huang Xiang finally replied. To Jiang Jing's surprise, Huang Xiang showed no sign of making things difficult. Instead, he readily agreed, though he made it clear that while he could accept the request, he also had conditions. Huang Xiang's demand was surprisingly simple. He wanted a share of the profits from Jiang Jing's future films. This demand was a mere trifle to Jiang Jing, who readily agreed. After finalizing the collaboration with Huang Xiang, Jiang Jing breathed a long sigh of relief. Without delay, he called Jolie. "Jolie, I found your teacher Huang Xiang. In 3 days, you'll begin formal acting training with him." Teacher Huang Xiang? Jolie hadn't expected the general to actually bring Huang Xiang on board. For a moment, she was so flustered she could barely speak. Studying under Huang Xiang was a dream opportunity for many film academy students, yet Jolie never imagined she'd actually get this chance. "Don't get too excited just yet," Jiang Jing said earnestly. "Since you know teacher Huang, you should also know his standards. I hope you won't disappoint me." Jolie readily agreed. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. She vowed to seize it and never let Jiang Jing down. Jolie soon began formal acting training under Huang Xiang. As a professional acting instructor, combined with Jolie's natural talent, her skills underwent a dramatic transformation in just a few short days. It was no exaggeration to call it a leap forward. Chapter 113, Checking the Situation. Huang Xiang watched Jolie with growing satisfaction. Though he had previously looked down on Jiang Jing, he now acknowledged Jiang Jing's discerning eye for selecting actors. At that moment, Jiang Jing arrived to check on Jolie's progress. Originally, Jiang Jing had thought even a slight improvement would be enough for her to handle the audition. But seeing the completely transformed Jolie before him, Jiang Jing was utterly stunned. "Jolie, this." Jiang Jing was too stunned to speak. He glanced from Jolie to Huang Xiang, yet no words came out. Noticing Jiang Jing's stunned expression, Jolie burst out laughing. "Director Jiang, don't be so flustered." "Well, haven't I exceeded your expectations?" Jiang Jing nodded, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Jolie, I truly didn't misjudge you back then." Jolie chuckled softly. "Director Jiang, it's all thanks to teacher Huang's excellent guidance. Without him, I might still be the same as before." Hearing this, Jiang Jing's gaze shifted to Huang Xiang. "Teacher Huang, thank you." Facing Jiang Jing's gratitude, Huang Xiang merely gave a slight nod. "No need to be so formal. Jolie's transformation shows she has innate talent. I merely helped her along." After hearing Huang Xiang's words, Jiang Jing paused for a moment before motioning for Jolie to step out first. Soon, only Jiang Jing and Huang Xiang remained in the room. Teacher Huang, I have an idea. I wonder if you might be interested in collaborating with me. Jiang Jing offered Huang Xiang a friendly smile. What kind of collaboration?
Tell me more, Huang Xiang replied, glancing sideways at Jiang Jing with renewed interest. Jolie has made remarkable progress in her acting after studying with you for just this short period. My studio also has several new actors like her. If you're willing, I'd be honored to offer you a generous salary to mentor them.
Jiang Jing voiced his proposal.
Hearing Jiang Jing's words, Huang Xiang's eyebrows arched slightly.
What do you mean?
Seeing Huang Xiang's reaction, Jiang Jing inwardly cursed him for playing dumb to catch the wise, but outwardly smiled as he explained, Teacher Huang, it's like this. Look at Jolie, she's made such remarkable progress in such a short time under your guidance.
Why not collaborate with me?
I'll fund a short-term intensive acting workshop and invite you to teach it, training the acting skills of the other artists in my studio.
What do you think? Sounds promising, but what's in it for me?
Huang Xiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. While intrigued by Jiang Jing's proposal, he preferred to keep the upper hand.
He chose to hold back for now, continuing to gauge Jiang Jing's sincerity. Of course, the compensation won't disappoint you, Mr. Huang. How about this amount?
Jiang Jing gestured toward Huang Xiang.
Huang Xiang's eyes lit up instantly.
This price was already quite high, at least high enough to catch his attention. With that thought, he readily agreed, since you're showing such sincerity, I have no objections.
When can we sign the contract? Jiang Jing's expression froze at Huang Xiang's abrupt change of tone.
He suddenly realized his offer might have been too generous.
But backtracking now was out of the question.
Jiang Jing had no choice but to accept the situation.
3 days from now.
I'll be waiting for you at the studio, Mr. Huang, Jiang Jing said with a smile before turning to leave. At the entrance, Jolie had been waiting all along. Seeing Jiang Jing emerge, she finally let out a long sigh of relief.
Director Jiang, you finally came out. I was starting to think.
Jolie didn't finish her sentence, but her face was filled with concern. Seeing this, Jiang Jing chuckled softly.
What? Worried I'd get into a fight with Huang Xiang?
Caught out, Jolie flushed slightly but nodded anyway.
I just thought you looked a bit off, so I got worried. Alright, you don't need to worry about that. I came here today primarily for you.
Jiang Jing composed his expression and said solemnly. Seeing this, Jolie also grew serious.
What happened, Director Jiang?
The production team has already provided the audition time and location.
It's tomorrow.
I'll take you there, but the audition itself is entirely up to you. Recalling the news he'd received before coming to see Jolie, Jiang Jing's expression grew grave.
Got it, Director Jiang. Don't worry, I'll give it my all.
Jolie clenched her fists, rallying herself.
There's no need to be overly nervous.
Just relax and give it your best shot, that's all it takes, Jiang Jing offered reassuringly.
Jolie nodded. The audition day arrived quickly.
Even though it was only for the third female lead, many people came to audition, drawn by the director's reputation. Standing beside Jolie, Jiang Jing noticed the crowd too. He didn't doubt Jolie could hold her own against them, but she still seemed unsure of herself. Yet when Jolie lifted her gaze to look at Jiang Jing's profile, the words she wanted to say just wouldn't come out. After a long moment, she could only clench her fists and silently pump herself up. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Jolie's acting skills were evident to all the judges. Without a doubt, the supporting role was hers.
Upon hearing the news, a smile finally spread across Jiang Jing's face. He looked at Jolie with approval and said, Jolie, I told you you'd succeed.
Overwhelmed by joy, Jolie remained dazed for a while. By the time she snapped back to reality, Jiang Jing had already finalized her start date for the production.
What? Back already?
Noticing Jolie's movements, Jiang Jing shot her a sidelong glance. Jolie immediately felt guilty, rubbing her nose and giving Jiang Jing a sheepish grin.
Alright, head back now. This isn't the place for chatting.
And remember, study the script thoroughly these next few days, you'll be joining the shoot soon enough.
Jiang Jing waved dismissively as a reminder.
After handling Jolie's matter, Jiang Jing finally found time to draft the contract with Huang Xiang. This was a piece of cake for him. He finalized the terms in no time, leaving only for Huang Xiang to sign. A few days later, as Jiang Jing sat in his office brainstorming ideas for the script, he heard a knock at the door. Come in, Jiang Jing said without looking up.
The office door swung open. It was Li Yun. Boss, Mr. Huang is here. He's waiting outside right now. What should we do?
Jiang Jing paused his typing before replying, show him in.
Chapter 114, Looking for Trouble.
Director Jiang is certainly swamped with work. Huang Xiang's voice reached Jiang Jing before he even stepped inside.
Mr. Huang, you're too kind.
It's merely part of my duties.
Your timing is perfect. I've drafted the contract. Please review it and sign if everything looks good.
Jiang Jing spoke while handing over the folder on his desk.
Huang Xiang took it and examined it carefully. Upon seeing a clause regarding future film profit sharing, Jiang Jing provided a more detailed explanation.
Essentially, it agreed to allow Huang Xiang to invest and take equity in Jiang Jing's future script productions, with subsequent profit sharing from the film's earnings.
Huang Xiang seemed quite satisfied with this arrangement and signed his name without hesitation. With Huang Xiang's matters settled, a weight lifted from Jiang Jing's shoulders. Meanwhile, Jolie was packing up to join the production crew. Unfortunately, Jolie's schedules for both productions clashed. This meant she faced a choice: either exhaust herself juggling both sets or abandon one to focus on filming. Clearly ambitious, Jolie wanted both. With that mindset, she had no choice but to juggle back-to-back schedules between the two sets. Originally, this arrangement existed by tacit agreement. Jolie hadn't let it interfere with her filming, so neither director seemed inclined to make things difficult for her. But over time, someone inevitably grew dissatisfied. The first to confront Jolie was Zhou Hao, who played the male lead in the script provided by Shen Qingning. Coincidentally, that day featured a scene between Jolie and Zhou Hao. Jolie was remarkably perceptive the moment she saw Zhou Hao. She sensed his deep aversion toward her, bordering on contempt. After pondering it, Jolie concluded it was most likely because he found her attitude problematic. Every time she shuttled between the two sets, she arrived precisely on schedule. Perhaps deep down, Zhou Hao, as the male lead, subconsciously disapproved of her behavior. Realizing this, Jolie became extra cautious around Zhou Hao during subsequent shoots. Yet inexplicably, Zhou Hao seemed determined to pick on her that day, seizing upon even the smallest issues and refusing to let them go. "That look in your eyes is wrong. You can't act like that." Zhou Hao suddenly snapped at her while they were rehearsing their scene. Without warning, Zhou Hao snapped at Jolie. Jolie froze at the sound, momentarily stunned and unable to react. After a moment, she snapped back, arguing her case. "My acting is fine. That's exactly how her attitude should be. Look." Before Jolie could finish, Zhou Hao cut her off impatiently. "What nonsense! With acting like yours, you expect to be the lead? Are you kidding me? I can't shoot this scene today. You need to go back and study the script, really understand how to play this role." With that, Zhou Hao slipped on his coat and walked straight off set without giving Jolie a chance to respond. With the sudden departure of the male lead, filming ground to a halt and the crew suspended production. Watching Zhou Hao's retreating figure, Jolie felt a wave of injustice wash over her. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet he treated her so inexplicably harshly. Wasn't this bullying? The thought made Jolie feel a surge of indignation she couldn't swallow. After much hesitation, Jolie decided to tell Jiang Jing about the incident. After all, it was a matter of some consequence, though seemingly minor. It was she who would bear the long-term resentment. No matter what, she couldn't let herself be wronged. Without further hesitation, Jolie laid out the entire incident to Jiang Jing. Naturally, Jiang Jing couldn't tolerate such behavior from his subordinates. He immediately rushed over to question Li Yun about the situation. Upon learning the reason for Jiang Jing's visit, Li Yun's eyes flashed with a look of understanding, as if he had anticipated this all along. "Director Jiang, I know this person. Some crew members seem to have some grievances against him too. Young bulls fear no tigers, after all." Li Yun spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, briefly recounting recent events to Jiang Jing. His expression darkened further. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the break room. "Jolie, right? Did I say you could leave?" It was the very person at the center of Jiang Jing and Li Yun's earlier conversation. Jolie frowned slightly, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation. She replied distantly, "Mr. Zhou Hao, I finished my scenes for today and have other commitments to attend to. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave." As Jolie spoke, Jiang Jing and Li Yun emerged, observing Zhou Hao with cool detachment. Zhou Hao met Jiang Jing's gaze but only sneered in contempt. Well, what wind has blown you here today? Even Director Jiang has been summoned. I was wondering why Jolie seemed so confident today. Turns out she brought backup." The disrespectful tone made Jiang Jing frown slightly. "You see, this isn't the first time he's acted like this on set. He bullies people, relying on his status as a big shot. No one dares to mess with him." Li Yun chimed in at the perfect moment, deepening the frown on Jiang Jing's forehead. "This is a film set, a place where actors work diligently. It's no excuse for you to abuse your status and run amok." Jiang Jing's forehead veins bulged slightly as he barked the warning in a deep, furious voice. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Hao not only showed no fear but actually laughed as if he'd heard a joke. Jolie, watching from the side, sucked in a sharp breath. She opened her mouth, intending to smooth things over, but Zhou Hao cut her off. "What gives you the right to yell at me? I'm a big shot. Why shouldn't I give these greenhorns a little guidance?" Zhou Hao paused for emphasis, then locked eyes with Jiang Jing with utter contempt before continuing. "Besides, you only got where you are by climbing up a woman's back. How much better are you than me?" The moment Zhou Hao finished speaking, Jiang Jing could no longer contain his rage. His eyes blazing with fury, he punched Zhou Hao squarely in the face. "This punch is my way of teaching you a lesson on how to behave on behalf of your parents. I hope you'll learn to keep your mouth shut and stop spouting nonsense." Zhou Hao's words were practically an open insinuation about the relationship between Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning, smearing mud on both of them. This was Jiang Jing's absolute line, one that no one was allowed to cross. Zhou Hao clearly hadn't expected Jiang Jing to dare strike him in front of so many people. A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. But he quickly snapped out of it, his rage boiling over in the next instant. Attacking him in front of all these people was nothing short of openly humiliating him. Chapter 115, The Fight Begins. Refusing to concede defeat, he struck back, swinging a punch straight at Jiang Jing's face. Jiang Jing's reflexes were lightning fast. He shifted his body slightly to the side, evading the attack. This only infuriated Zhou Hao further. He shifted his punch's trajectory with all his might, aiming straight for Jiang Jing's midsection. Jiang Jing took the blow head-on. Zhou Li stood nearby, holding her breath, unsure what to do. The scene descended into utter chaos. Li Yun tried several times to intervene, but both men shoved him away. In the end, it was the crew who called the police. Both men were taken away to the station to cool off. At the station, both Zhou Hao and Jiang Jing bore visible injuries. Zhou Hao shot him a glance, his expression still dripping with contempt, and let out a cold snort. "Boss, we've got some real juicy material today." Little did they know that hidden in the bushes nearby, two paparazzi had already captured the entire scene on camera. One of the men, his face flushed with excitement, nudged his companion with his elbow, his voice thick with anticipation. "All right, enough gloating. Let's get back before someone spots us." His companion remained far more composed, stowing the camera away with a blank expression. Yet the faint tremor in his fingertips betrayed his true emotions. That very night, Jiang Jing and Zhou Hao dominated the trending topics across major social media platforms. Videos of their afternoon brawl on set circulated wildly online, instantly sparking a massive uproar. Good heavens, what a messy world. Who would have thought these public figures present one face to us, yet are so barbaric and vulgar behind closed doors? You really can't judge a book by its cover. So terrifying they actually came to blows. What could it be about? This storm hit with fierce intensity, and it seemed someone had deliberately stirred the pot, directing the backlash almost exclusively toward Jiang Jing. The hashtag Jiang Jing reputation crash shot to the top of the trending charts late at night and remained there stubbornly the next day, clearly orchestrated. Many unaware netizens, after seeing the video, began overwhelmingly hurling abuse at Jiang Jing, causing his reputation to plummet significantly. Find a way to take down this trending topic immediately. If it stays up, who knows what trouble it will stir up. Li Yun, known for his efficiency, kept a close eye on the situation after learning about it. Why is everyone only targeting Jiang Jing for criticism? Is Zhou Hao hiding comfortably again? Could this be a paid negative trending topic orchestrated by Zhou Hao? With the public sentiment so one-sided, it's hard not to suspect he's behind this publicity stunt. Exactly. Could he be up to something again, using this for publicity? I've seen plenty of controversial stunts like this before. Jiang Jing's fans weren't about to take this lying down. Realizing the tide had turned against them, they immediately shifted their fire toward Zhou Hao. Fans swarmed en masse to Zhou Hao's social media accounts, unleashing a torrent of abuse and demanding he come forward to clarify. Fans from both sides attacked each other relentlessly, keeping the controversy at fever pitch. Li Yun felt like his head was about to explode. More and more bystanders saw the video, its popularity soaring as it went viral. The entire internet seemed to grind to a halt recently, with many platform servers crashing for a while. The public sentiment is turning sour. If this keeps up, it could seriously impact the upcoming movie release. Li Yun's brow furrowed deeply, his face etched with worry. This storm had erupted far too suddenly, and its explosive momentum had completely caught them off guard. Jiang Jing, once universally praised, now saw his reputation plummet overnight. If this continued, the incident could very well jeopardize the successful release of Jiang Jing's upcoming projects. By the time the two were released from the police station, the situation had spiraled beyond control. Netizens were growing increasingly vocal, and the controversy kept reaching new peaks of intensity. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Jing merely darkened his expression and nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining his usual composure. This only made Li Yun feel like the emperor wasn't worried, but the eunuch was, prompting him to sigh softly. Meanwhile, online discussions raged on, showing no signs of abating. In my opinion, both sides are at fault. If nothing else works, let's ban this actor. We can all boycott Jiang Jing's company together, making it impossible for their upcoming films to be released, right? Exactly. It's like Zhou Yu beating Huang Gai, one willing to strike, the other willing to endure. Both are at fault. It takes two to tango. In my view, both sides are at fault. Sure enough, the situation unfolded much as Li Yun had predicted. Gradually, netizens began boycotting Jiang Jing's company. Exactly. With that kind of character, why should we give him our money? Agreed. Someone this impulsive probably made a crappy movie anyway. Skip it, it's not worth watching. Netizens seemed united as one, spreading the boycott call far and wide after reaching consensus. Many joined the movement. Gu Zixing had been keeping tabs on Jiang Jing all this time. Learning of this incident put him in a great mood. Jiang Jing. I bet you never dreamed this day would come. Gu Zixing felt nothing but the exhilaration of vengeance fulfilled. He murmured to himself, a new idea gradually forming in his mind. Jiang Jing's company was now facing intense online backlash. The damage from this incident was nearly irreversible, and Jiang Jing wouldn't be able to resolve it anytime soon. This presented the perfect opportunity for his comeback. As the saying goes, it's all about the company you keep. With that thought, Gu Zixing hesitated not a moment. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number with practiced ease. After 2 rings, the call connected. Manling, are you flush with cash lately? Upon recognizing Gu Zixing's voice, Shen Manning sounded impatient. Just get to the point. I'm busy. Seeing Shen Manning speak so bluntly, he wasted no time, chuckling lightly. I need to borrow some spare cash to cover some back taxes. At this point, Gu Zixing paused, then flashed a dazzling smile, brimming with confidence. Just wait and see how my work performs. I'm sure it won't disappoint you. This time, I'm going to make a killing. You can count on it. Shen Manning pondered for a moment, still feeling hesitant. Are you sure this auction will go smoothly? Nothing unexpected will happen? Chapter 116, The Indestructible Cockroach. I'm certain. Trust me, I'm very confident this time. You don't want me to sink back into that slump, do you? Gu Zixing pleaded with a pitiful expression. Seeing Gu Zixing plead like this, Shen Manning hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in compromise. Alright, just this once. Tell our company finance department how much you need, and I'll have them transfer it to you shortly. Great, thank you. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I've got work to do. Alright, you go ahead. Not long after, Gu Zixing's phone buzzed. He picked it up to find a text from his bank confirming the funds had arrived. Seeing this, Gu Zixing was overjoyed, jumping up in excitement. In the end, Gu Zixing managed to get the money from Shen Manning. Not only did he cover the back taxes he owed, but he also hired a bunch of paid trolls to bash both of their works. Am I the only one who's always thought Gu Zixing's work has been better than Jiang Jing's? Hey, you're not alone. I've always admired Gu Zixing too. If Jiang Jing is like this behind the scenes, maybe he's the one sabotaging Gu Zixing. Haven't there always been rumors that Jiang Jing built his career on plagiarism? He's copied Gu Zixing's work plenty of times. Netizens were already strongly boycotting Jiang Jing's company. With Gu Zixing adding fuel to the fire, the internet descended into complete chaos. After pondering for a moment, Gu Zixing immediately decided to contact the platform to relist his work. As he stared at the file name on his computer screen, his smile grew wider. At the same time, he called Lin Chang. Hello, Godfather. Lin Chang, having been exposed to the online commotion lately, answered Gu Zixing's call with a noticeably more accommodating tone. In this world, everything boils down to one word: profit. Give enough of that, and anything can be negotiated. What's up, Zixing? Godfather, I've managed to settle the back taxes. Now that my previous film can be re-released, could you possibly make an exception? After all, you invested a lot in that project too. Lin Chang said cautiously. Without hesitation, Lin Chang nodded in agreement. Sure, no problem. Leave it to me. Great. Rest assured, Godfather. Once the film releases, you'll get your fair share. 60% for you, 40% for me. Gu Zixing quickly added. Alright. With that, Lin Chang nodded contentedly and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Gu Zixing was overcome with excitement. With Lin Chang's assurance, his mind was completely at ease. With his godfather's backing, getting the film back on streaming platforms wouldn't be a major issue. Sure enough, just as Gu Zixing had anticipated, within days, that familiar cover reappeared across major streaming platforms. While many still found Gu Zixing's actions hard to stomach, his die-hard fans remained loyal. Consequently, after its relaunch, the show quickly climbed back to the top of the trending charts, achieving impressive results and allowing Gu Zixing to rake in a hefty sum. Watching the steadily growing profits, Gu Zixing couldn't have been happier. But the good times didn't last long. Gu Zixing's move hadn't escaped Shen Qingning's notice. Shen Qingning spotted Gu Zixing's underhanded tactics almost immediately. Her expression hardened as she let out a cold snort. So that's why there's been a sudden surge in negative comments lately. It was his doing all along. When Shen Qingning had sensed the shifting winds earlier, she already suspected something was amiss. Now that her suspicions were confirmed, she knew it was time to fight back. She had long heard through the grapevine that Shen Manning's company was consistently operating at a loss. She had previously assigned people to monitor Gu Zixing, and the incident had severely impacted him at the time. His sudden comeback and ability to spend large sums on paid commenters now could only have been made possible with Shen Manning's assistance. Even struggling to protect herself, she was still willing to pour such a large sum into supporting Gu Zixing's efforts. What profound affection indeed, Shen Qingning thought, a wave of sarcasm washing over her as the contempt in her eyes remained utterly unmasked. She was eager to see who could possibly save Shen Manning now. Release some rumors about our collaboration with Shen Manning's company. Emphasize the profitability of the partnership. Do it fast. Shen Qingning summoned her staff and issued the order with an impassive expression. The person across from her turned pale, glancing at Shen Qingning with a look of hesitation. Mission, Shen Manning's company isn't exactly stable right now. Partnering with her. Who said we're actually going to partner with her? Understanding her subordinate's implication, Shen Qingning lifted her gaze and stared directly at the person before her, countering with a question. The person before her was instantly rendered speechless. Shen Qingning chuckled softly. Her goal wasn't collaboration, it was absorption. Under the current circumstances, no one could protect Shen Manning. This presented an excellent opportunity for them to swallow up her company. Understanding Shen Qingning's true intent, the subordinate nodded in comprehension and departed without further questions, carrying out her instructions. Shen Qingning hesitated for a moment before dialing Jiang Jing's number. The repercussions of this incident are significant. Is there anything I can do to help? The call connected, and Shen Qingning's voice carried genuine concern for Jiang Jing, warming his heart. Yet that very question inevitably brought back Zhou Hao's scathing remarks from yesterday afternoon, stirring up a wave of irritation within him. No need. For now, I don't want to trouble your side. I can handle this myself. Jiang Jing ultimately declined Shen Qingning's offer of assistance. Seeing Jiang Jing had made his position clear, Shen Qingning understood and didn't press further. Alright then. If you need anything later, just let me know. This isn't trouble for us, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Whatever happens, we'll face it together. A heavy silence hung on the line. Just as Shen Qingning was about to hang up, Jiang Jing's voice came through again, low and measured. Thank you, Qingning. Shen Qingning froze upon hearing this, then remained silent. Sure enough, Shen Manning quickly learned of the news. She practically jumped up the moment she registered it, eager to discuss the collaboration with Shen Qingning. But after a moment's thought, Shen Manning still harbored a certain apprehension toward Shen Qingning. Chapter 117, Turning Danger into Safety. For the time being, Shen Manning truly had no way to guarantee she could repay the large sum she had previously lent to Gu Zixing. Shen Manning sank into deep thought. The water glass on her desk reflected the setting sun, casting a glow across her face. The office was utterly silent, the atmosphere slightly oppressive. Just then, Shen Manning's phone suddenly rang. Shen Manning's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression softened slightly. Hello, sweetheart? Missing your mommy? Shen Manning asked with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Mom! I accidentally damaged a classmate's car, and now they're demanding 10 million yuan in compensation. The voice coming from Shen Yu on the other end instantly made Shen Manning's expression change. Why can't you just be sensible? How long did it take you to cause trouble again after just a few days of peace? Shen Manning was furious. It was bad enough that she was swamped with work at the company, but Shen Yu not only failed to show any consideration but also landed her in such a huge mess. Explain to me why you smashed your classmate's car. Shen Manning forced herself to suppress her emotions, trying her best to ask patiently. Shen Yu, however, fell into a deep silence. If she told her mother it was a quarrel with a classmate and she'd thrown a tantrum like a spoiled princess, Shen Manning would surely nag endlessly. It's just a little money. Our family can easily afford it. If you don't want to pay, fine. I'll figure it out myself. Shen Yu seemed displeased with Shen Manning's attitude. After practically yelling out this sentence, she hung up the phone. Listening to the harsh, busy tone, Shen Manning felt her mood spiraling further into despair. She knew Shen Yu was just venting. How old was he, anyway? Where could she possibly earn that much money? In the end, she would still have to cover it. Ugh. Shen Manning stared at the pile of bills before her, feeling her breathing grow increasingly labored. If all else fails... Shen Manning paused, as if recalling something. A glimmer of hope returned to her eyes. Desperate times called for desperate measures. At this point, trusting Shen Qingning was her only remaining option. Mr. Jiang, we're doing everything possible to suppress this trending topic. We expect to completely remove it from the trending list by tonight. Meanwhile, on this side, Jiang Jing was still frantically dealing with the fallout from this scandal. Just as Shen Qingning had warned, the repercussions of this storm were immense. Days had passed, yet the heat remained intense. They had exhausted every tactic, barely resting, and it had taken several days for things to gradually calm down. Still, many netizens remained fiercely outraged, persistently demanding a boycott of Jiang Jing Company. Jiang Jing understood that to truly quell the public outrage, the person involved must step forward to respond. Hiding behind the scenes was not a viable solution. Mr. Zhou, Director Jiang is waiting for you outside. Without hesitation, Jiang Jing chose to take the initiative and approached Zhou Hao. The assistant stood respectfully before Zhou Hao and conveyed the message, but Zhou Hao merely snorted coldly, his tone dripping with contempt. I won't see him. The assistant was momentarily stunned by this response. Several times he opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately, mindful of Zhou Hao's temper, he swallowed his words. My apologies, Director Jiang. Mr. Zhou Hao has a packed schedule these days and is currently unavailable for a meeting. We will reach out to you once his schedule permits. The assistant looked troubled as he explained to Jiang Jing. What kind of schedule is so packed? With all this news swirling around, what kind of schedule could possibly keep him busy? Li Yun retorted from the side, his displeasure evident. This left the assistant momentarily at a loss for words. I see. We'll head back now. We'll discuss this matter further later. Thank you. With that, Jiang Jing led Li Yun and the others out. Honestly, does this guy ever learn? Li Yun was genuinely annoyed this time. Zhou Hao was always bullying people with his connections, and now he showed no sign of remorse. Forget it. Why waste your breath on an assistant? Continuing this argument is pointless. Don't waste your time on people and things that aren't worth it. Jiang Jing had seen right through it. The assistant clearly held little sway over Zhou Hao. There was no point in making things difficult for him. Zhou Hao had shut him out merely to teach him a lesson. How could Jiang Jing not understand? But Zhou Hao had ultimately underestimated Jiang Jing. Director Jiang, what should we do next? We can't just let the video and public opinion keep escalating, can we? Li Yun was still seething inside. You're usually so sharp, why are you acting so foolish now? Jiang Jing couldn't help but chuckle softly at her expression, countering with a question. Li Yun opened her mouth, flustered, but before she could press further, Jiang Jing continued, if you're worried the film might not release on schedule, then we'll just move the release date up. At this suggestion, Li Yun couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Her eyes widened with astonishment. She opened her mouth several times to speak, but in the end, only shock remained, leaving her speechless. I've already contacted several industry contacts to submit the film for early review and prepare for release. With this much buzz, we might as well leverage the momentum to promote the movie. Jiang Jing had anticipated Zhou Hao's stance today, so he wasn't surprised by his assistant's awkward expression. This decision had been made only after much hesitation on Jiang Jing's part. Now, circumstances had indeed forced his hand. Moreover, Jiang Jing had genuine confidence in this particular work of his. He wanted to see what the market's most authentic reaction would be after this uproar. Li Yun remained immersed in shock and confusion. Seeing his expression, Jiang Jing couldn't help but smile. He gave Li Yun a light pat on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of earnestness. You still have a lot to learn. Do you think trending on the blacklist is always a bad thing? With this kind of buzz, why wouldn't we leverage it? After all. Jiang Jing paused here, meeting Li Yun's gaze. But Li Yun seemed to freeze in that moment, his eyes brimming with unmistakable confidence and ambition. Negative attention is still attention. It had to be admitted that Jiang Jing had an extensive network. After making a few calls to his contacts, the approval process was smoothly completed in no time. Next, it was time for the market to judge this film. I hope this time they can truly judge it fairly, without letting personal biases cloud their opinions. Li Yun sighed with a touch of worry. He still felt Jiang Jing's decision this time was a bit impulsive. Chapter 118, Negative publicity is still publicity. Jiang Jing, however, remained unfazed. True talent would shine through. As long as the market embraced this work, even a deluge of negative reviews couldn't overshadow its ultimate worth. Jiang Jing's bold move joining Star Pictures against all odds caught everyone off guard, inevitably landing him on the trending list once more. The most stunned of all was Gu Zixing. What? He dares to capitalize on the buzz from the controversy by suddenly releasing a new movie? Gu Zixing was utterly dumbfounded upon seeing the news. Jiang Jing's move wasn't just unexpected by everyone, even by industry standards, it was an incredibly risky gamble. Jiang Jing Pictures' surprise release came with virtually no promotion, and naturally, no one had any prior knowledge of it. Damn it, he's stolen the initiative. Gu Zixing seethed inwardly. He had recently ramped up his investment in paid trolls to spread negative rumors. According to his original plan, with Jiang Jing's negative coverage flooding the internet, he could conveniently use others' names to make a comeback and successfully return to the industry. After all, the entertainment industry was a lucrative pie everyone wanted a slice of. If he could pull off a successful comeback, the subsequent profits would be immeasurable. But now, all his plans had been shattered by Jiang Jing's sudden appearance. His scheme clearly couldn't proceed as intended, leaving Gu Zixing furious and flustered. A sudden realization dawned on Gu Zixing. A faint smile touched his lips as his year-end mood shifted from anger to mockery. I'll be damned if I don't see how you, with your reputation in tatters, can possibly turn things around with a single work. Gu Zixing's eyes flickered, his expression hardening into something sinister. Mr. Jiang, the film's promotion and the promotional activities for the previously recorded programs are both running concurrently. The data response has been quite positive. Li Yun seemed genuinely surprised. Jiang Jing's move was risky, but high risk meant high reward. The promotional data had been climbing steadily over the past few days, landing on multiple trending topics and grabbing the netizens' attention. Adding to this, the industry connections of He Guang and Huang Xiang had both stepped in to promote Jiang Jing, partially reversing the company's tarnished reputation. Both of them are speaking up for Jiang Jing. Maybe this situation isn't as straightforward as we thought. Having spent years navigating the industry, their credibility carried significant weight. Their endorsements carried immense influence, and some netizens began to sense something amiss, urging others to approach the situation rationally. I've got inside info that Zhou Hao was already acting like a diva on set, relying on his star power. Maybe this time he just pushed Jiang Jing too far. Exactly. When Zhou Hao worked with my sister before, even I could tell during the promotional livestream that he wasn't cooperating. I have no idea what those fans are blindly chasing after. He's just a jerk. What gives him the nerve to act so arrogant? Seriously, folks. He's not even that good looking, his acting's mediocre, and he's acting like he's something special? Some people gradually switched sides to support Jiang Jing, starting to dig up Zhou Hao's past scandals. Seriously, I'm done being online friends with you lot. You were the ones bashing Jiang Jing before, and now you're defending him? What gossip? Everyone knows this is just marketing for Jiang Jing's movie. How dare you talk about my brother like that? He has plenty of great works, okay? Like From the Moon, The Man of the Sea, Planet Podolin. Zhou Hao's fans couldn't stay silent either, lashing out at Jiang Jing for resorting to any means for views. Both sides plunged into an even fiercer round of arguments. Jiang Jing had no immediate plans to intervene, as this controversy conveniently generated fresh buzz for his new film, making the internet buzz with excitement. Opinion now split into two camps, one siding with Zhou Hao, accusing Jiang Jing of using underhanded tactics for publicity, the other claiming this incident finally exposed the so-called star's true colors. Both sides argued fiercely. Days later, as the premiere approached, it would be untrue to say Jiang Jing wasn't nervous. Yet as public opinion simmered, many netizens found themselves intrigued, eager to see for themselves whether his film was worth the hype. Of course, there were also fans who had stood firmly by Jiang Jing from the very beginning, determined to deliver strong numbers for him. When the final tally came in, Jiang Jing couldn't help but smile as he stared at the numbers on his computer screen. Congratulations! The premiere has already hit 200 million yuan at the box office. The growth looks impressive so far. Huang Xiang, upon hearing the news, was the first to send his congratulations. Jiang Jing chuckled softly, a weight finally lifting from his heart. Everyone really should go see it in theaters. From the costumes and set design to the cinematography, it's all on an incredibly impressive level. I've been following the drama between Jiang Jing and Zhou Hao, but after seeing this film, I'm firmly on Jiang Jing's side. It's been ages since we've seen such an innovative film executed with this level of brilliance. On the very night of the premiere, countless reviews flooded social media platforms, nearly all glowing praise. The occasional mindless bashing post was swiftly debunked by viewers who had witnessed the film firsthand. This scandal took a stunning turn thanks to Jiang Jing's genuine talent. Through this public relations maneuver, many within the industry recognized Jiang Jing's capabilities. Numerous brands extended olive branches, eager to collaborate with him. Zhou Hao, however, was growing restless. Aren't you going to do anything about this? Why are the negative articles about me piling up lately? What goes around comes around. This wasn't Zhou Hao's first offense. He'd made numerous enemies in the industry, and countless people were waiting with bated breath for his downfall. Now, many smaller companies seized this opportunity to ramp up their efforts, exposing Zhou Hao's various scandals. At first, his fans put up a desperate fight, but unexpectedly, the backlash intensified. Each scandal that surfaced came with substantial evidence. Now, Zhou Hao's fans dared not speak out, and most, having seen his true colors, quickly unfollowed him. During this period, recordings from the day of the incident involving Jiang Jing and Zhou Hao were also leaked, clearing Jiang Jing's name. The truth finally came to light. Netizens who had previously defended Zhou Hao now turned on him, condemning his lack of responsibility. The farce gradually settled, and Jiang Jing's reputation was restored. Jiang Jing's new film became a resounding success. With his career now at its zenith, he had once again surpassed Gu Zixing. Gu Zixing had intended to sit back and wait for Jiang Jing's new film to flop before making his own comeback according to plan. Little did he expect that his scheme to watch the spectacle unfold would ultimately turn him into the laughingstock. This left Gu Zixing seething with resentment. What the hell are you dragging me here for in the middle of the day? Chapter 119, Deep Mother-Son Bond? Outside the company entrance, the sun beat down so fiercely it was hard to keep one's eyes open. John's father found a shady spot to sit, looking puzzled at John's mother. To wait for Jiang Jing, of course. John's mother, annoyed by his expression, shot him a disapproving look. Jiang Jing is so successful now. Let me tell you, Gu Zixing could never reach his level no matter how many years he spent trying. If you don't take this chance to cozy up to Jiang Jing, are you really counting on Gu Zixing to support you in your old age? The recent events weren't lost on John's parents. They'd expected Jiang Jing's career to plummet, but instead, he'd staged an incredible comeback. This made John's mother realize the unbridgeable gap between Gu Zixing and Jiang Jing. Father Jiang's expression shifted slightly at these words. He opened his mouth to counter, but the stark disparity in capability between Jiang Jing and Gu Zixing was plain for all to see. Gu Zixing's heyday had long passed, and for a moment, Father Jiang didn't know how to respond. Stop wasting time. Just wait here properly. At this moment, Mrs. Jiang seemed somewhat annoyed by her husband's hesitation, muttering her displeasure. Mr. Jiang wisely kept quiet, and the two parents waited by the door for the entire afternoon. Oh. He's coming out. He's coming out. Just as they were beginning to lose hope, Mrs. Jiang's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. The couple hurried forward immediately, with Mrs. Jiang softly calling out, Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing had just finished a full day's work and was already exhausted. Turning his head, he saw it was his father and mother. His brows furrowed imperceptibly. "What brings you two here so suddenly?" Jiang Jing's tone was distant. He had no desire to engage in small talk with them. His mother, however, showed no annoyance. Instead, she approached with a smile, reaching out to take his arm. Jiang Jing subtly avoided her touch. "You must be exhausted after working all day. We just happened to be passing by and thought we'd take you home for a simple meal." Her face radiated warmth, seemingly unaffected by Jiang Jing's cold reception. "No need. I've already eaten. You two should go back." Jiang Jing didn't want to argue with them at the company entrance, his tone cold. Seeing the two women filled Jiang Jing with a sudden sense of foreboding. He suspected they were up to something, though he wasn't yet sure what their game plan was. "Your mother invites you home for a simple meal, you should go. Could your parents possibly harm you?" Jiang's father scolded softly, clearly displeased with Jiang Jing's attitude. "Your son? Now you remember me? When did you ever acknowledge me as your son before? If you truly cared about me, you wouldn't have abandoned me after birth. And when I had conflicts with Gu Zixing, you wouldn't have rushed to side with him, spreading rumors and stabbing me in the back." Jiang Jing snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as ice as he stared at them. His words caught Jiang's mother off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. She shifted uncomfortably, tugging awkwardly at the corner of her mouth. "I never relied on you for anything before. Now that my career has taken off, you needn't fawn over me either. We've long since severed all ties." Seeing Jiang's mother rendered speechless, Jiang Jing retorted coldly. He had no intention of giving these suddenly reappeared biological parents any courtesy. "Jiang Jing, don't push your luck. Who's trying to curry favor with you? You really think you're something special?" Exposed for his true intentions, Jiang's father felt momentarily humiliated. After hurling his parting shot, he turned and stormed off. Pride was everything to him, and being humiliated like this by his own son left him seething with rage. "Jiang Jing, I apologize for not considering your feelings before. After all, you're a piece of my flesh and blood. Of course, I still cared deeply for you." Tears welled in Jiang's mother's eyes. She hesitated, wanting to step forward again but stopping herself, her voice growing more emotional. "Just come home for dinner, okay? Give your mother a chance to make it up to you. Besides..." By the end of her plea, tears streamed down her cheeks like beads snapped from a string, plopping onto the floor. "And things are truly desperate at home now. We've reached the end of our rope, which is why we've humbled ourselves to seek you out. Please, have mercy. Save us." Jiang Jing heard this and sneered coldly with scorn. "I knew it. So this is what you really came for." He had long anticipated that his mother's sudden visit was surely about asking him to bail out the company. Today, she unexpectedly switched to the emotional appeal tactic, though the act lasted barely 3 seconds. "Jiang Jing, please listen to me." Jiang's mother's anxious voice rang out behind him, but he didn't even turn his head. Though Jiang Jing had made his position crystal clear, his mother seemed incapable of understanding reason. For the next stretch, she persisted in ambushing him daily outside his company building, euphemistically calling it caring for him. "She's at it again." He had expected that after his sarcastic rebuffs and explicit refusal, his father and parents would stop pursuing him. Yet, to his surprise, they persisted this time. For days now, Jiang's mother had been waiting at the company entrance early in the morning, just to catch him after work and exchange a few words. But no matter how they talked, it always boiled down to her pleading for him to invest in saving the company. Those same few lines were repeated so often they had worn calluses on Jiang's ears. "Have her removed." Spotting that familiar figure below the company building, Jiang Jing felt a surge of irritation and told Li Yun impatiently. Li Yun sighed helplessly. "Director Jiang, we've asked her to leave. We've told her several times already, but she refuses to go. She insists she needs to speak with you." Hearing this, Jiang Jing grew irritated. His mother was clearly putting him in a difficult position. The recent storm had only just subsided. If the paparazzi snapped her again now, who knew what sensationalized press releases they'd churn out? One crisis barely resolved, another would erupt. He had no time to waste on them, draining both his energy and patience. "My apologies, everyone. I've caused you trouble lately and disrupted your work. If she comes by again, please tell her I'm out of town on business. I'll be working from home for the time being. Any work matters can be handled via video conference." After much deliberation, Jiang Jingxi could only come up with this one foolproof solution. Shaking his head helplessly, he gave his instructions to his partners. The partners exchanged glances, finding it difficult to say much more. After all, this was Mr. Jiang's personal matter. As partners, they had neither the right nor the need to interfere. Seeing no objections from the partners, Jiang Jing gathered his work materials and left the office. Chapter 120, The movie goes viral. Jiang Jing paid no mind to the online controversies. On one hand, negative publicity was still publicity. The attention focused on him served as a way to boost his personal influence. On the other hand, with the film currently in theaters, the attention could also benefit its box office performance. Besides, Jiang Jing himself didn't care much about others' opinions. His integrity was clear to those who knew him, and the rumors didn't trouble him much. Since its release, the film had garnered considerable attention. Box office receipts had been climbing steadily in recent days, propelling it to nationwide popularity. Related reviews frequently dominated the homepages of major online platforms, drawing increasing attention and sparking heated discussions, making it a trending topic. Wow! This film is really profoundly shot. Nice. The cinematography is quite impressive, the visuals are crisp and the artistic style is excellent. The storyline is quite fresh and original, I really loved it. I think it's just okay, nothing special. It's okay, I guess. Opinions on the film were divided. Whether positive or negative, Jiang Jing took it all in stride. For him, receiving reviews and attention was a good thing in itself. As the film's leads, Jolie and Fang Jiahe naturally drew significant attention. With growing interest surrounding them, their star power steadily rose. Seeing this, numerous brands grew interested, extending offers to collaborate with the pair. They hoped to ride the film's momentum to boost their own visibility. Jolie and Fang Jiahe wouldn't make decisions on their own after all, they were still relatively inexperienced, so naturally, they left it to Jiang Jing to vet the offers. Jiang Jing proved to be an excellent manager. Demonstrating his commitment to his talent, Jiang Jing reviewed every single collaboration proposal before finalizing several high-end luxury endorsements for Jolie and Fang Jiahe. These were all established brands. Jolie and Fang Jiahe were naturally overjoyed. Fang Jiahuan especially felt overwhelmed by the avalanche of offers and shoots. The grueling schedule left Fang Jiahe with almost no time to rest, yet he had to maintain peak performance for every job. After days of non-stop work, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion on set. Jolie, however, wasn't having quite as smooth a time. The TV drama she had signed on for couldn't begin filming as scheduled because the original male lead had encountered an incident. The production company, eager to start filming, scrambled to find a replacement. They approached several actors, but each one backed out for various reasons before signing the contract. Word spread throughout the industry that no one wanted the role, fueling speculation that the script itself might be problematic, further discouraging potential actors. Though the production company consistently denied any issues, they found themselves at a loss. This situation was no secret within the circle. While everyone else shied away, Jiang Jing saw an opportunity. After careful consideration, he decided to recommend Fang Jiahe for the role. For Fang Jiahe, this presented a chance to play the male lead. Moreover, Fang Jiahe and Jolie had already worked together before, developing a certain chemistry. Reuniting them as the leads would surely yield good results. The production company had initially doubted Fang Jiahe's capabilities, believing he was merely riding a wave of popularity fueled by his looks and the buzz around the film, all style and no substance. But Jiang Jing never cared for such superficiality. Fang Jiahuan must possess genuine talent. After Jiang Jing secured him an audition, Fang Jiahe prepared meticulously, studying the character's background and script details thoroughly. On the day of the audition, the director's team greeted Fang Jiahe with a cool reception. Several staff members ushered Fang Jiahe into a small room before silently retreating, leaving him alone in a corner. Fang Jiahe remained calm, quietly flipping through the script excerpts and silently memorizing his lines. After an unknown amount of time, the director finally entered the room. He didn't introduce himself, merely looking down at Fang Jiahe with a detached expression. "You're Fang Jiahe?" Fang Jiayan stood up and nodded. "Yes, hello, director." The director's unapologetic gaze swept over him from head to toe. "You're quite good looking." The implication was clear, Fang Jiahe had made it big on looks alone, and the director didn't believe in his talent. Fang Jiahe understood the director's meaning perfectly, yet he merely smiled faintly, taking it as a compliment. "Thank you, director." A brief silence fell over the room. Fang Jiahe was the first to break the silence. "Director, may I begin the audition now?" The director nodded. With permission granted, Fang Jiahe began her performance. Soon, the director's expression shifted from neutrality to surprise, then delight. As the audition concluded, the director was the first to applaud. "Excellent. Absolutely excellent." Suppressing his excitement, Fang Jiahe bowed slightly. "Thank you, director." Fang Jiahuan had expected more polite exchanges before signing the contract, but to his surprise, the director asked directly, "When can you start filming?" After obtaining Jiang Jing's consent, Fang Jiahe promptly signed the contract, confirming his participation. As for Jiang Jing's side, things gradually returned to normal during this period, becoming increasingly smooth. Truly, justice prevails in the hearts of the people. The truth gradually emerged regarding the controversy between Zhou Hao and Jiang Jing. Ultimately, the whole incident stemmed from Zhou Hao's jealousy and baseless accusations, his stubborn insistence that Jiang Jing was nothing but a deadbeat who climbed the ladder by living off others. As the male lead in Jiang Jing's film, Jiang Jing had essentially given Zhou Hao a chance to prove himself. Yet Zhou Hao's actions were nothing short of biting the hand that fed him. Once the scandal brewed, directors, screenwriters, and other media professionals within the industry all took mental note of Zhou Hao's actions. With character like Zhou Hao's, who would dare collaborate with him in the future? Everyone kept their distance from Zhou Hao, afraid to work with him. He was effectively blacklisted in the industry, reduced to a nobody whose name was practically unheard of. But even the most morally bankrupt celebrities still have fans. And in the eyes of fans, there's no such thing as right or wrong. The soft blacklisting of Zhou Hao was a huge blow to his fans. After much deliberation, they concluded that the entire incident stemmed from the controversy involving Zhou Hao and Jiang Jing. As the other protagonist in this scandal, Jiang Jing seemed completely unaffected. This stark contrast only deepened the fans' sense of injustice. Seeing only their idol fall from grace, the fans refused to accept it. They pinned all the blame on Jiang Jing, then organized en masse to gather outside his company building. Under the guise of rights protection, they staged daily protests that never ceased. Chapter 121, The Terrifying Fanatics. And this chaos wasn't confined to offline activities. Fans flooded major online platforms with controlled comments, even paying for paid commenters to fabricate and spread false information to smear Jiang Jing, as if determined to ensure he never had a moment's peace. Jiang Jing, get out! Jiang Jing, quit showbiz! Scandal! Scandal! Initially, these fans merely gathered outside Jiang Jing's company building to shout protests and hurl insults. But as the crowd grew larger, the scale of the incident escalated. Frenzied fans used megaphones to shout slogans and held up protest banners. The glass doors and exterior walls of Jiang Jing's company were even splattered with paint by these fans, creating a particularly frightening sight from afar. Some within the company suggested calling the police to intervene. But Jiang Jing had no intention of making things difficult, assuming Zhou Hao's fans would soon snap out of their heated frenzy. But clearly, Jiang Jing had overestimated the rationality of these brainless fans. They only grew more frenzied and reckless. Someone leaked Jiang Jing's license plate number, allowing the fanatics to locate his car parked in the underground garage. Using some tool, they punctured the tires, completely deflating them. Fortunately, Jiang Jing was accustomed to being cautious. He noticed the tire's abnormality before getting in the car. Otherwise, if he had driven it on the road, an accident could have occurred, potentially even endangering lives. Moreover, if Jiang Jing had crashed on the road, it could have endangered other innocent motorists. Though Jiang Jing couldn't comprehend the fanatic's reckless actions, everything so far had targeted him personally. Not one to stir trouble, he could tolerate it for now. But he never imagined the situation would spiral into such a sickening direction. Someone had dug up Jiang Jing's personal information and made it public, quickly discovering he had a foster mother. A torrent of vicious abuse poured down, targeting this elderly, bedridden woman. The irrationally enraged fans were utterly oblivious to the sheer madness and disrespect of their actions, harnessing vicious curses upon a stranger completely unconnected to the incident. Some fanatics even tracked down the hospital where Jiang Jing's adoptive mother was staying, attempting to storm into her ward. All this stems solely from Zhou Hao. The fans failed to recognize that Jiang Jing was also an innocent victim in this affair. As the storm raged on, Jiang Jing could endure all the attacks directed at him, but he couldn't stand by while his adoptive mother faced threats. Left with no choice, Jiang Jing hired bodyguards for his adoptive mother to ensure she could recover in peace, free from disturbance or danger. Deep down, Jiang Jing knew that with events reaching this point, Zhou Hao's reckless actions could no longer be tolerated. Jiang Jing issued a statement on online platforms, declaring he would not tolerate such behavior and would employ legal means to protect the personal safety and reputation of himself and his family. The statement was brief, consistent with Jiang Jing's usual style, concise, to the point, and hitting the core of the matter. While Jiang Jing's original intent was to safeguard his own rights, the situation spiraled far beyond his expectations. Rather than backing down, Zhou Hao's fans intensified their clamor. Some even interpreted the statement as Jiang Jing caving in, believing he was powerless against their massive fanbase and resorting to legal threats out of desperation. Naturally, they felt vindicated in their quest for justice for Zhou Hao and decided to press on, driving a truck bearing banners to the entrance of Jiang Jing's company building. The innocent employees of Jiang Jing Company were also affected during their commutes. No one close to Jiang Jing escaped this harassment. Zhou and Fang Jiahe's Weibo accounts and private messages were flooded with abuse. Even the personal information of Jiang Jing's assistant, Li Yun, was exposed online. Harassing calls and abusive messages poured in relentlessly from morning till night. Zhou and Fang Jiahe were somewhat better off. As public figures, they weren't entirely unprepared for baseless attacks and insults. Though their responses were awkward, they weren't completely overwhelmed. As for Li Yun, she had no choice but to silence her phone and was even considering changing her number. As for Jiang Jing himself, the harassment flowed relentlessly both online and offline. Fortunately, Jiang Jing had always been a steady and calm person. Anyone else would likely have suffered a mental breakdown long ago. Jiang Jing's company had made arrangements to confront fans gathered beneath the truck, attempting to clarify the facts or shouting about protecting their rights, but these efforts yielded little effect. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Jiang Jing watched the chaotic scene at the company entrance. He shook his head, turned back to his desk, and dialed security, instructing them to send personnel to handle the situation. But this constant commotion was unsustainable. Jiang Jing found it increasingly unbearable, occasionally suffering headaches from the fans' shouts while trying to work. Jiang Jing didn't know when this situation would finally resolve itself. He had even considered relocating the company to a quieter address unknown to the fans. After all, this environment was uncomfortable for everyone, not just Jiang Jing himself, but also the company employees whose work efficiency was severely impacted. But just as one problem was brewing, another hit. Before Jiang Jing could decide whether to relocate the company, more bad news arrived. Jolie had just finished a day of filming and was preparing to return to the company to meet with Jiang Jing. Someone had leaked her whereabouts. As soon as the van carrying her left the set, it was surrounded and blocked by Zhouhao's fans. Although her assistant shouted to stop them, how could they listen? By the time Jiang Jing rushed to the hospital upon hearing the news, Jolie was already injured. Her assistant explained that the fans had smashed the car windows, injuring Jolie in the process. As a rising star with a new drama in production, Jolie was already under intense scrutiny. This incident naturally drew widespread media coverage. The nature of the incident was egregious, involving multiple parties' interests. Coupled with the resurfacing of the long-standing conflict between Zhouhao and Jiang Jing, it quickly ignited a firestorm in the public sphere, drawing immense attention. Not only did insiders and fans of those involved become aware, but even many who typically paid little attention to the entertainment world learned of the incident. News of Jolie being cornered and assaulted by Zhouhao spread like wildfire across major and minor media outlets. With Jolie's filming incomplete and her role as the female lead now compromised by injury, production delays were inevitable. For the production company, every day of filming meant a steady stream of money flowing out. With the schedule now forced into indefinite extension, costs inevitably multiplied. Frustrated and helpless, the production company ultimately blamed Zhouhao and his fans for the financial loss, further fueling the media frenzy surrounding Jolie's incident. Chapter 122, Coming to Apologize. Given the severity of the incident, relevant authorities issued regulations strictly prohibiting similar mass gatherings to prevent further violent incidents. Those leading or participating in such events would face detention and administrative penalties. Zhouhao's fans may have intended to stand up for him, but these violent incidents only made the situation worse. Zhouhao had already been facing a soft blacklist within the industry. After the Jolie incident, industry insiders avoided him even more. Even those who were once considered his industry friends now avoid contact with him, with some quietly blocking him. This is hardly surprising. Actors fear being tarnished by association, as it not only disrupts their work but may also jeopardize future opportunities. With Zhouhao's fans causing so much trouble, others now view their connection to him as bad luck. Zhouhao had assumed time would soon bury the incident, allowing him to return to the screen. Yet after waiting so long, he still hadn't received a single job offer. His assistant has been tirelessly reaching out and negotiating opportunities, but even the roles Zhouhao once looked down upon now refused to consider him. Though his reputation had plummeted, Zhouhao maintained his former spending habits. Soon, his savings dwindled to nothing, and he even fell into debt. Only now did Zhouhao truly begin to panic. He genuinely hadn't anticipated that his past incident with Jiang Jing would lead to today's consequences. Though reluctant, Zhouhao knew that if he wanted to survive in the entertainment industry, he had to bow to Jiang Jing. Without reconciling with Jiang Jing, his career in this industry would likely be over for good. After wrestling with his pride and livelihood for a long time, Zhouhao finally decided to yield to Jiang Jing. He contacted his agency to obtain Jiang Jing's contact information. After several unanswered calls, he quietly went to Jiang Jing's company and made an appointment through the assistant, hoping to meet with Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing was somewhat surprised to learn of this, but he wasn't the type to make things difficult for others. Though he didn't know Zhouhao's true intentions, he agreed to meet him, instructing his assistant to bring Zhouhao up to his office. Zhouhao was a completely different person now, no longer daring to display his former arrogance. Gone was the cocky, self-assured demeanor of before. Now he looked downcast and disheveled. He removed his mask and looked at Jiang Jing, his face etched with worry. Director Jiang, I. Zhouhao hesitated before continuing, I'm here to apologize. As the words left his mouth, Zhouhao's face flushed crimson, turning as red as a pig's liver. He certainly wasn't offering a sincere apology, but he had no choice but to bow his head and soften his stance before Jiang Jing. Seeing his demeanor, Jiang Jing felt a slight sense of satisfaction. Though he knew Zhouhao's sincerity was lacking, personally coming to apologize in private was likely the greatest concession Zhouhao could make. Jiang Jing waved his hand dismissively, his expression unreadable. Forget it. Seeing Jiang Jing drop the matter, Zhouhao grew anxious. Wait, Director Jiang, we can't just drop it. He wanted to make a comeback. How could he just let it go like this? If Jiang Jing didn't relent, what could he possibly do? Jiang Jing seemed to have guessed Zhouhao's intentions but deliberately didn't call him out, waiting for Zhouhao to speak up. Sure enough, Zhouhao had no choice but to bite the bullet. Well, Director Jiang, I was wondering, when might you be free? I'd like to accompany you to visit Miss Jolie. Jiang Jing hadn't expected Zhouhao to say that. It's possible, Jiang Jing replied with a distant smile. But if Jolie doesn't want to see you, there's nothing I can do. You know how deeply this incident affected her. Though Zhouhao felt stifled inside, he maintained a polite demeanor. Yes, I understand. I also want to seek her forgiveness. After all. Zhouhao paused to gather his thoughts. I still want to keep working in this entertainment industry. I don't want things to get awkward between us. Jiang Jing looked at him, smiling with ambiguous meaning. All right. If Jolie knew why you came, she'd likely be relieved. Jiang Jing offered a faint smile at Zhou Hao's anxious gaze. Tomorrow. I'll notify you when I go to the hospital. The next day, Jiang Jing did indeed contact Zhou Hao. When Jiang Jing arrived at the hospital, Zhou Hao was already waiting in the parking lot, carrying large bags filled with gifts and get-well items. Zhou Hao donned a mask and sunglasses before following Jiang Jing into the ward. Jolie's room was tucked away at the far end of the corridor, quiet and ideal for recuperation. She lay pale-faced on the hospital bed. While her face remained uninjured, her body bore several cuts from shattered car glass. Still shaken by the ordeal, she lacked the strength to get out of bed. Seeing Zhou Hao follow Jiang Jing into the room, a clear look of surprise flashed across Jolie's face. But Jolie wasn't stupid. She'd been following the news reports closely these past few days. Coupled with Zhou Hao's current expression and demeanor, she quickly grasped his predicament. It was clear Zhou Hao had reached a dead end and was now preparing to bow his head and submit. Judging by Jiang Jing's demeanor, he seemed prepared to accept everything. Having navigated the entertainment industry for so long, Jolie wasn't foolish. She quickly grasped Jiang Jing's intentions. It was better to resolve conflicts than to prolong them. Since they were both in the same business, she might as well do Zhou Hao a favor. Jiang Jing adopted a strictly professional demeanor as he introduced Zhou Hao and Jolie to each other. Zhou Hao immediately chimed in, "Miss Jolie, I'm here to apologize. Regarding my fans' impulsive actions. I'm truly sorry." While observing Jolie's expression, Zhou Hao gestured toward the gifts. "I know I can't compensate for your loss, but please accept this token of my sincerity." Jolie and Jiang Jing exchanged a glance. Jiang Jing then interjected, "Jolie, Zhou Hao is sincerely apologizing. I think we should just let this matter drop." Jiang Jing's mediation came as a surprise to Zhou Hao. He immediately shot Jiang Jing a grateful look. Jolie feigned hesitation, pondering for a moment before nodding. "Since Director Jiang says so, well, alright." A look of relief spread across Zhou Hao's face. He quickly pulled out his phone. "Miss Jolie, could we post something together on Weibo or something to clarify?" Jolie glanced at Jiang Jing, who nodded in agreement. Before long, Zhou Hao and Jolie issued a unified statement. Their Weibo post clarifying the misunderstanding shot to the top of the trending topics. The unexpected reversal of events quickly brought both of them a huge wave of traffic and attention. But Zhou Hao's motives for currying favor with Jiang Jing went beyond that. He was a greedy and arrogant man. Even after offending Jiang Jing like that, he still believed he could win Jiang Jing's favor and land a role in his next film. Though not one to hold grudges, Jiang Jing wasn't someone to be manipulated either. He had his own way of dealing with people like Zhou Hao. Jiang Jing feigned agreement, watching Zhou Hao's jubilant retreat with a meaningful smile. Chapter 123, Demanding an Exorbitant Price. As Zhou Hao's figure faded from view, Jolie's expression darkened. She spoke with obvious displeasure. "Honestly, that Zhou Hao is utterly unscrupulous. What else is he but a celebrity basking in his own fame? He can't go a day without causing trouble for those around him. I'll be damned if I don't see how long he can keep up this charade. Enough. The matter is settled. Gossiping behind others' backs invites trouble. A rotten neck will fall from the tree on its own. We should focus on our own responsibilities." Noticing Jolie's irritation, Jiang Jing spoke up to calm her. "Once this period passes, I'll give you a few days off. Take some time to rest properly." Hearing Jiang Jing's words, Jolie realized her earlier slip and exhaled deeply. With the vacation offer on the table, she said no more. Seeing Jolie's mood gradually calm, Jiang Jing didn't linger further. He headed straight for the agency. He had more important matters to attend to. On the way, he happened to pass by his own company. Glancing through the window, he saw that all the trucks that had been parked at the entrance had finally departed. At last, the company could enjoy some peace and quiet. Jiang Jing exhaled deeply, his mood lifting slightly. "Mr. Jiang, you're here. Recently, several plots of land have been requested by other clients, but I didn't dare give them away lightly. I saved them especially for you." The agent spotted Jiang Jing's car parked at the entrance from a distance and approached with a broad smile, his tone brimming with flattery. After all, Jiang Jing's recent box office success was undeniable. He was bound to rake in a fortune from this film. Plus, Jiang Jing had a consistently good reputation. Rather than selling to those difficult bosses, the agent preferred doing business with Jiang Jing. It was hassle-free and quite profitable. Jiang Jing acknowledged him with a brief nod over his book, then followed the agent inside to inspect the property. "Mr. Jiang, please have some water and wait a moment while I fetch the blueprints." The agent, quick to read the situation, poured Jiang Jing a cup of warm water and handed it to him before efficiently fetching the property blueprints. These plots are particularly favored by other investors. Overall, they offer excellent value for money. The nearby transportation is convenient and our security system is renowned for its excellence, the agent enthusiastically explained to Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing's eyes flickered with disinterest. These plots clearly fell short of his expectations. The agent caught Jiang Jing's expression and almost instantly understood his thoughts. After a moment's consideration, he came up with a solution. While these plots are indeed quite good, I actually think this one over here is excellent. The agent took a different approach and pulled out another blueprint. This plot isn't huge, but it's equally convenient for transportation. It has all the advantages of the previous plots, and most importantly, there are resorts nearby, so this area is naturally quieter. As he spoke, he observed Jiang Jing's expression. When he saw a slight softening in his face, the agent knew he had hit the mark. Here's a topographical map of the surrounding area for your review. The agent promptly pulled out the supplementary drawings and held them in front of Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing looked closely. Wasn't Shen Qingning's company located near this plot? Moreover, it was relatively close to the television station. If he could move here, it would be much easier to see Shen Qingning. At this thought, the corners of Jiang Jing's mouth lifted in a smile he didn't even notice himself. Could you contact the buyer of this plot? I'd like to discuss the price with them. Jiang Jing acted decisively, directing his inquiry to the agent. The agent wasted no time, immediately stepping aside to call the seller. Mr. Jiang, you've timed this perfectly. The seller happens to be available today and would like to meet you shortly at the nearby International Hotel. After hanging up, the agent felt the dawn of victory approaching, his smile growing ever brighter. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the meeting location provided by the seller. The seller turned out to be a middle-aged man. Jiang Jing stepped forward to greet him, exchanging polite compliments. Since we're all here, I'll get straight to the point. My offer for this plot is 300 million yuan, not a penny less. Jiang Jing hadn't anticipated the seller's exorbitant demand. A hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The agent, standing nearby, stiffened and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Oh, come now, we were just having a friendly discussion. Why suddenly get so serious? There's no room for negotiation. Given the value of this land, 300 million is already a very reasonable offer. The man cut the agent off abruptly, forcing the prepared negotiation script back into his throat. He glanced helplessly at Jiang Jing, whose face had already fallen. Sir, since you show no willingness to negotiate in good faith, we'll pass on this plot. There are plenty of better options available. We'd prefer to work with buyers who demonstrate more sincerity. With that, Jiang Jing rose abruptly, his expression icy. He didn't spare the man another glance before turning and walking straight out of the restaurant. The agent exchanged an awkward glance with the seller, offering an apologetic smile before hurrying after him. But Jiang Jing had already vanished. Jiang Jing felt his blood boil. The seller was asking for an outrageous price, and he had no intention of indulging such behavior. For the next period, Jiang Jing never contacted the agent again. Sure enough, the seller eventually grew restless, repeatedly instructing the agent to approach Jiang Jing again. The plot of land was still on the table, but most of the time, Jiang Jing simply read the messages without replying. Mr. Jiang, the seller contacted me again. He said if you're not satisfied with the price, we can schedule another meeting to discuss it properly. Do you have time soon? I can arrange a meeting for both of you. Seeing the agent's message again, Jiang Jing lowered his head and thought for a moment before his fingers flew across the keyboard, typing out a single sentence before hitting send. I'm unavailable at the moment. Let's revisit this matter later. After that, Jiang Jing ignored all further messages from the agent. What's wrong? You don't look too good. Sitting across from him, Shen Qingning had observed his reaction. Seeing the weight on Jiang Jing's face, he couldn't help but ask with concern. Jiang Jing snapped back to reality at the gentle call and shook his head quickly. Nothing. The moment the words left his lips, he met Shen Qingning's worried gaze. Chapter 124, School Violence. After much hesitation, Jiang Jing finally told Shen Qingning about the recent incident. He's gone too far. Does he really think buyers are suckers? Shen Qingning felt indignant after hearing the story. But she quickly regained her composure, as if remembering something, and spoke again. If this buyer lacks sincerity to such an extent, then don't consider his plot of land for now. She paused before adding, I happen to have an unused plot available. If you need it, I can sell it to you at a low price anytime. I can handle the transfer paperwork. Jiang Jing was taken aback by the offer, clearly not expecting Shen Qingning to consider selling her land to him at a discount. Yet he didn't hesitate long before shaking his head. It's fine. I have my own plans, and I don't want you to lose money because of our connection. Shen Qingning felt a warm surge in her heart, but she opened her mouth anyway, intending to say something to convince Jiang Jing to accept her plan. Don't worry. If I truly need your help, I'll come to you myself. Seeing Shen Qingning's expression, Jiang Jing seemed to understand her thoughts. He smiled faintly, gently ruffling her hair with a voice full of tenderness. Hearing Jiang Jing put it so plainly, Shen Qingning pursed her lips. It was pointless to argue further. She nodded silently, accepting his decision. Sir, madam, all your dishes have been served. Enjoy your meal. The waiter brought the final course, spoke respectfully, then withdrew. Try it. I've wanted to bring you here ever since I first spotted this place. Jiang Jing smiled as he urged Shen Qingning. Just then, Jiang Jing's phone buzzed again. Agent, the seller says the absolute minimum is 200 million. That's his biggest concession. Jiang Jing's brow furrowed slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied succinctly, 80 million. He didn't want these matters to interrupt his date with Shen Qingning, so he silenced his phone and simply savored the look of satisfaction on her face. What? 80 million? How dare you slash the price so drastically right off the bat? This is practically selling at a loss. The seller's face darkened upon receiving the agent's reply, his heart boiling with rage. After Jiang Jing countered with his ideal price, he ignored the seller's attempts to push for further reductions. Several days later, the seller finally relented. Fine, tell him 80 million it is. Ask when he can come to handle the paperwork. Jiang Jing saw the latest message and chuckled softly, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. When they met again, the atmosphere was slightly less tense than before, but the seller still shot him a displeased glance. If it weren't for some urgent expenses lately, I wouldn't have sold it to you at such a loss. Jiang Jing simply laughed heartily. Well, thank you very much then. After the paperwork was successfully completed, Jiang Jing immediately shared the good news with Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning hadn't expected Jiang Jing to handle this matter so efficiently and swiftly. The price of 80 million yuan was indeed a bargain compared to market value, and her admiration for him grew even more. She even made a special trip to inspect the site, carefully examining every detail of the plot. Turning back to Jiang Jing, her admiration was practically written all over her face. I have to admit, you really have an eye for this. Getting this plot at that price is an absolute steal. From every angle, this land purchase was truly worthwhile. Shen Qingning said with a smile, the value of this plot of land was indeed somewhat beyond her expectations. Listening to Shen Qingning's continuous praise, Jiang Jing's smile grew wider. He said proudly, of course. Don't you know who I am? Shen Qingning chuckled at his playful demeanor and playfully punched his chest. Stop bragging. Jiang Jing merely chuckled, then pulled the person before him into his embrace. Jiang Jing had been riding high lately, and Gu Zixing and Shen Manning, who always kept tabs on him, naturally heard about his recent success through the grapevine. Gu Zixing, needless to say, was seething. Not only had Jiang Jing disrupted his comeback plans, but now Jiang Jing had turned a bad hand into a winning one, while Gu Zixing remained stuck in the same rut. Jealousy had long since taken root in his heart. Why? Why does he deserve it? Shen Manning recalled overhearing at a recent banquet that Jiang Jing had acquired yet another piece of prime real estate. This memory sent waves of envy surging through her, nearly reaching a boiling point. She couldn't understand. She was barely holding the company together by sheer willpower, and now it was teetering on the brink of collapse, facing potential bankruptcy and liquidation at any moment. All her years of hard work might go down the drain. The mounting bills had already pushed her to the brink of collapse. How could Jiang Jing be so successful? The phone rang. Shen Manning answered it impatiently, not even bothering to check the caller ID. An unfamiliar voice came through. What? How could I possibly be bullied? Shen Manning's face paled as she heard the words, her emotions teetering on the edge of collapse. It was a call from Shen Yu's school. They reported that Shen Yu had been bullied by classmates, and today's incident was particularly severe. Apparently, the children hadn't known their own strength and had left visible marks on Shen Yu, finally drawing the school's attention. We sincerely apologize, ma'am, for not detecting this issue earlier. This is our failure. Currently, teachers are with your child, comforting her and calming her emotions. We will discuss the details in person when we meet. The voice on the other end sounded steady and composed. All right, thank you. I understand. I'll be there immediately. This is extremely serious. I will get to the bottom of this no matter what and arrange for my child to transfer schools. Shen Manning felt a surge of anger, her face turning grim. She gave brief instructions to the person on the other end before hanging up. After giving a few instructions to the person on the other end, she hung up and hurriedly began packing her things and booking a ticket to rush to the school. Her child was still so young, how could they have the heart to do this? At this moment, Shen Manning had no time to spare for other company matters. Shen Yu's situation was clearly more urgent, and she had no choice but to prioritize handling this matter. Now that the land acquisition was settled, the next step was building the company on that plot. Jiang Jing pondered for a moment before deciding to leverage connections to find a contractor. He instructed Li Yun to contact someone he knew. After setting a time, Li Yun drove Jiang Jing to meet with the contractor. Chapter 125, like two different people. Li Yun stopped at an intersection, waiting quietly for the traffic lights to change. But Jiang Jing, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly frowned, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on a girl across the street. Shen Yu. After watching for a while, Jiang Jing murmured softly, still hesitant to acknowledge the figure he'd been observing. Li Yun heard Jiang Jing's words and glanced at him with some confusion. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately didn't press further, refocusing his attention on the traffic lights countdown. Only when the girl crossed the street and passed in front of their car did Jiang Jing dare to confirm that it was indeed Shen Yu. He never imagined Shen Yu would become like this. Before, she had always been haughty and arrogant in front of him, but now she was completely different. Her complexion looked pale, like a fragile porcelain doll. She passed by them expressionless, not acknowledging anyone from start to finish. Jiang Jing froze in shock. What on earth had Shen been through lately? He opened his mouth as if to speak, but Shen had already walked past them. Seeing the red light countdown had ended, Li Yun floored the gas pedal and sped away. Never mind. What Shen was going through now had little to do with him. His mind snapped back to reality. Jiang Jing sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation as he tried to shake off the image of Shen Yu's demeanor from moments ago. He thought to himself, almost as if to console himself. After an unknown amount of time, Li Yun spoke in a deep voice, "Mr. Jiang, we've arrived." Jiang Jing nodded without further comment, instructed Li Yun to secure the documents, and then let him inside. "You must be Mr. Jiang. Everything is arranged. Please follow me upstairs to the conference room to discuss the details." Someone was already waiting at the door. Stepping forward, he addressed Jiang Jing with utmost respect before gesturing for them to follow. The partners had also arrived. Jiang Jing took a step forward and followed them toward the conference room. After brief pleasantries, they got down to business. Jiang Jing outlined the general plans and requirements for the land to the contractor. "If possible, I'd like to see this completed as quickly as possible." After pausing to consider, Jiang Jing added an additional request. The contractor wasn't surprised after all, big bosses like these always considered time money. He readily agreed. "That's certainly no problem. Once the construction materials arrive, we'll start work immediately. We won't waste a single minute of your time." Satisfied with the response, Jiang Jing offered a polite smile. His partner stepped forward to discuss the renovation details further. But in that moment, Jiang Jing's mind drifted back to Shen Yu's pale face and dazed expression. He couldn't fathom why Shen Yu had undergone such a sudden and drastic change in demeanor. "Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang?" Lost in thought, Jiang Jing was snapped back to reality by his partner's voice. "What are you thinking about?" The partner smiled. "The specific renovation details we've finalized so far are laid out here. Take a look and let us know if there's anything that needs to be added or modified." Handing Jiang Jing the summary of their earlier discussion, the partner glanced through it briefly before nodding in agreement. "Let's proceed with this for now. If any issues arise later, we'll adjust accordingly. Thank you all for your hard work. I have other matters to attend to and must excuse myself." Seeing the matter settled, Jiang Jing casually made up an excuse and turned to leave the conference room. The partner and the contractor exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit bewildered, but Jiang Jing's figure had already vanished from their sight. Before he was halfway through the drive back, Jiang Jing's phone suddenly rang urgently. He picked it up to see it was Shen Manning calling. Are you busy right now?" Shen Manning's voice sounded hoarse, yet it carried an uncontrollable tremor, as if she were forcing herself to suppress some raw emotion. "Just get to the point." Jiang Jing replied bluntly. "If you're not busy right now, could you please come see our daughter? She's not doing well, she's been feeling really down. I've already taken her to see a doctor." So it was about Shen Yu. Hearing Shen Manning's description and recalling Shen Yu's state when he'd seen her that afternoon, Jiang Jing's heart tightened. He understood something was seriously wrong. "Got it. I'll be right over. Send me the location." Jiang Jing's expression darkened, and he agreed without hesitation. He finally realized that no matter what, he still cared about Shen Yu. After all, she was the child he had raised with his own hands. Even though she had treated him that way, deep down, he still wished her well. "Turn around. Head to the city center hospital." No sooner had he hung up the phone than he received Shen Manning's location information. Jiang Jing immediately gave instructions to Li Yun. Li Yun didn't ask any questions. He nodded in agreement, then slightly increased the car's speed as they rushed toward Shen Manning's home. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. Jiang Jing got out of the car and hurried toward the inpatient building. But for some reason, the closer he got to the ward entrance, the more intensely his eyelid twitched. His heartbeat seemed to accelerate, leaving him feeling breathless. He opened the door and was met with a scene of blood flowing everywhere. "Shen Yu, what are you doing?" Jiang Jing roared, his eyes reddening with fury. He strode forward and pulled Shen Yu into his arms. Shen Yu still clutched the knife she used to cut herself, a pool of blood beside her. Her wrist bore several fresh, horrifying scars. Jiang Jing looked at Shen Yu with heart-wrenching pain. Her face was even more pale now, yet she remained silent throughout, only tears falling hotly onto Jiang Jing's arm, stinging like burns. "Sweetheart, Shen Yu, please give me that knife." Jiang Jing soothed Shen Yu's emotions, tentatively slipping the fruit knife from her grasp before flinging it forcefully aside. He turned his head and met Shen Manning's gaze. She stood beside them, looking utterly flustered, tears still welling in her eyes. What on earth is going on? Jiang Jing's emotions were also beginning to spiral, but to avoid frightening the child, he forced himself to steady his voice as he asked Shen Manning. "I don't know how it happened. It just suddenly turned out like this." Shen Manning hadn't yet recovered from her shock and fear, offering only a brief explanation. "It's okay, Shen Yu, it's okay. Daddy's here. Don't be afraid." Chapter 126, Bullied. Fortunately, Jiang Jing had prior experience caring for his daughter. Seeing Shen Yu still crying, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He held her tighter, gently patting her back to soothe her emotions. Only then did Shen Yu's expression begin to soften. Jiang Jing could clearly feel her body gradually relaxing. The doctor, hearing the commotion in the ward, hurried over. After understanding the situation, he pulled out the prepared sedative. Shen Yu saw the syringe and tensed up again, shaking her head repeatedly and trying to pull away. Jiang Jing quickly held her close. "Don't worry. The doctor will be gentle. Daddy is right here watching over you. No one will hurt you." These words seemed to be Shen Yu's reassurance. Shen Yu, who had been struggling violently moments ago, sensing Jiang Jing's presence, listened to his soothing words and finally cooperated to receive the sedative. The instant the sedative entered her system, Shen Yu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, with Jiang Jing by her side offering companionship and reassurance, Shen Yu, though frightened, managed to keep her emotions from spiraling out of control again. "The child's condition is unstable now. You absolutely must not stray too far. If there's any problem, press the call bell immediately. We'll come right over." Putting away the syringe, the doctor sighed helplessly at the child before him. He then turned to Jiang Jing and Shen Manning with further instructions. The two nodded repeatedly before the doctor departed. The sedative took effect quickly. Before long, Shen Yu felt drowsy. Jiang Jing first helped the doctor treat the wound on Shen Yu's wrist before carrying her to the hospital bed to rest. Perhaps from being on edge for too long, Shen Yu fell asleep soon after. Shen Manning stood by the group the entire time, unsure of what to do or how she could help, feeling like an outsider. "The child is asleep. Let's talk." Jiang Jing gazed at the sleeping Shen Yu with heartfelt tenderness, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and adjusting the pillow behind her back. Then, turning slightly, he addressed Shen Manning with a hint of coolness. Shen Manning said nothing more and followed Jiang Jing out of the ward, stopping at the stairwell nearby. A child doesn't suddenly become like this. She's clearly experiencing psychological issues now. What exactly happened? Jiang Jing didn't want to waste words with the person before him and cut straight to the point. Shen Manning's face bore the weight of exhaustion. Recent events had already worn her down, and now her daughter was in this state. She truly didn't know what to do. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Manning finally recounted the recent events to Jiang Jing. "The school called me just the other day. Her classmates noticed she wasn't very outgoing and was new, so they started teasing her. But it escalated out of control and turned into full-blown bullying." Shen Manning relayed everything the school had informed her to Jiang Jing. His expression darkened, and he felt a surge of anger toward her. After a moment of thought, Jiang Jing spoke directly. "From now on, the child will live with me." The moment Jiang Jing's words fell, Shen Manning's expression changed. Without hesitation, she refused. No. She understood the implication behind his words. He intended to fight for custody of Shen Yu. "Why not? In your current state, you're incapable of raising our daughter properly. She's already showing signs of psychological distress." Jiang Jing's anger was palpable. "As far as I know, your company hasn't been doing too well lately. Given your current situation, you simply don't have the energy to handle both sides. So having the child live with me is the best choice." "Cut the crap. I won't let Shen Yu live with you. Shen Yu is still just a little girl. When she grows up, she'll face all sorts of issues unique to girls. Who will she turn to then? Her father, a man?" Shen Manning scoffed at Jiang Jing's words, each pointed retort cutting deep. "I'll figure out how to handle things in the future. If you hadn't insisted on sending her to private school, would she have turned out like this?" Jiang Jing had completely lost control of his emotions. Hearing Shen Manning's words earlier, it would be a lie to say he felt no resentment toward her. He was furious that Shen Manning had insisted on sending Shen Yu to a private school. The child was still so young, yet she had been forced to live and study in a completely unfamiliar environment. Now she had become this way, and Shen Manning bore the primary responsibility. "What do you plan to do?" "I'm the child's mother. No matter what, a child can't be without a mother." Shen Manning's voice rose several notches, her anger at Jiang Jing's attitude palpable. "Enough!" Jiang Jing growled, and the two locked in a tense standoff, falling into a heavy silence. "Let's change the subject. We'll discuss this matter after the child recovers. What are your plans moving forward?" Seeing the argument go nowhere and realizing Shen Manning's outburst had drawn attention, Jiang Jing decided to drop it for now. "I'll put company matters on hold for now. We'll tackle whatever comes our way. My priority is taking care of the child first, then worrying about the rest." Shen Manning finally uttered something that satisfied Jiang Jing. He nodded in agreement, offering no objection. "I'll help you care for our daughter during this period. I've raised her since she was little and know her temperament best. My presence is most appropriate." Emotions flickered in Shen Manning's eyes. She opened her mouth several times as if to say something, but each time, she ended up with that same hesitant expression. "I should go back and watch over the child. We've been out long enough. When Shen Yu wakes up and sees us both gone, she'll be frightened." Jiang Jing didn't ask what Shen Yu wanted to say. He had no interest in knowing. He glanced back at the hospital room, dropped that single sentence, and turned to walk back inside first. Shen Yu hadn't woken yet.
She seemed to be having a nightmare, her brow tightly furrowed as her body trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Jing sat beside the bed and reached out to gently take her hand. Feeling that familiar touch, Shen Yu seemed to relax considerably, her furrowed brow gradually smoothing out. Seeing his child like this, recalling what Shen Manning had just said about Shen Yu's ordeal at school, he couldn't even begin to imagine how she had endured these past days. His daughter, whom he treasured like a precious jewel, was being trampled like weeds in her new school.
Chapter 127, Gone Mad.
After staying with Shen Yu until late, Jiang Jing informed Shen Manning of the situation as dusk fell and then left the hospital room. Shen Qingning had already been waiting at the reserved restaurant. Spotting the familiar figure approach, she smiled gently and gestured for him to sit down.
It's getting late. I wanted you to have a hot meal as soon as you got back, so I came a bit early. I ordered some of your usual favorites. If anything doesn't suit your taste, we can order something else. Shen Qingning smiled gently at Jiang Jing.
He nodded, his expression still heavy with worry.
Shen Qingning opened her mouth as if to ask something, but after a moment's hesitation, she closed it.
If Jiang Jing truly wanted her to know, he would speak up without her prompting. Sure enough, just as Shen Qingning had anticipated, after gathering his thoughts, Jiang Jing recounted everything that had happened today to her in detail. Shen Qingning, however, fell into a deep silence. The dim light cast a softer glow on her face, making Jiang Jing feel an unprecedented tension.
How could Shen Yu endure such injustice? She didn't even call home. I'll make time to visit her with you in the next couple of days.
Shen Qingning spoke calmly, yet her tone betrayed her deep concern for Shen Yu. Jiang Jing's eyes widened slightly at her words, clearly surprised that Shen Qingning could be so understanding. A warm feeling washed over him, and he gave a small smile, nodding solemnly.
All right, thank you. Why thank me? After all, the child is innocent. Shen Qingning offered reassurance, slightly taken aback.
Shen Qingning truly kept her word. A few days later, after wrapping up most of her work, she suggested visiting Shen Yu together with Jiang Jing.
Jiang Jing didn't delay, quickly picking her up.
Together, they bought some gifts and a bouquet of flowers before arriving at the hospital room door.
Yu, is there anything you'd like to eat? Tell mommy.
I'll be here with you for a while now.
Whatever you want, I'll get it for you.
Inside the room, Shen Manning was patiently chatting with Shen Yu. Shen Qingning knocked lightly on the door twice. The crisp sound drew Shen Manning's gaze. Upon seeing Shen Qingning, her expression hardened, seemingly surprised that both of them had appeared at the ward together.
Shen Yu's expression also darkened beside her.
At Jiang Jing's gesture, Shen Qingning stepped forward first and placed some snacks on the nearby cabinet.
Yu, right? You're so adorable. Your dad mentioned you like these snacks, so I picked some up on the way. I also brought you a bouquet of chamomile. Hope you like it. Sis, why did you suddenly come?
Shen Manning tentatively spoke, then glanced at Jiang Jing.
Jiang Jing, however, didn't see anything wrong with it.
He could clearly hear the implication in Shen Manning's words, but since he had brought Shen Qingning along, he might as well own up to it.
Of course she's coming. She's my girlfriend now.
Shen Qingning froze for a moment, glancing at Jiang Jing with a touch of embarrassment before reaching to tuck Shen Yu's blanket around her again. Shen Manning, watching this scene unfold beside her, found it unbearably painful. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she couldn't utter a single word.
Why? You found a new woman? I won't allow it.
Before Shen Manning could fully break down, Shen Yu, sitting on the hospital bed, could no longer stay still.
She suddenly glared at Jiang Jing and demanded loudly. Yu, calm down. Dad and this lady are sincere.
She heard you were sick and specifically asked me to bring her to see you.
Please don't get so worked up, okay?
Jiang Jing sensed something was terribly wrong and hurried forward to embrace Shen Yu, trying to soothe her. But Shen Yu had already lost control.
No. I don't want this lady. Make her leave. Make her go away.
Shen Yu's face was twisted with fury. She couldn't accept that her father had found someone new.
Alright, Yu, how about saying goodbye to Auntie before she leaves?
Jiang Jing understood Shen Yu couldn't accept it all at once and chose to be understanding.
I'm sorry, Yu. I didn't think this through. Auntie will leave now.
You and Daddy talk properly. Shen Qingning snapped back to her senses, her face immediately filled with apology as she addressed Shen Yu. She then turned to leave the hospital room. Temporarily calming Shen Yu down was the most important thing right now.
Make her leave. I never want to see her again. I hate her.
Shen Yu grabbed the snacks beside her and hurled them at Shen Qingning.
Shen Qingning's pupils contracted as she dodged the attack.
She seemed startled by Shen Yu's outburst, her face turning pale. But Shen Yu suddenly grabbed the full water cup from the table and hurled it at Shen Qingning. The cup smashed on the floor, shattering into pieces. Shen Qingning couldn't dodge in time, and a shard sliced across her pale arm, blood trickling from the wound.
Ugh!
Shen Qingning's brows furrowed slightly. The sudden sharp pain made her involuntarily suck in a sharp breath.
Yu! Jiang Jing's eyes widened in fury. On one side stood his daughter, on the other his girlfriend. He was momentarily at a loss for what to do.
Fortunately, the commotion in the ward caught the nurse's attention.
Taking advantage of Shen Yu's outburst, the doctor hurried over, quickly drew out a syringe, and administered a sedative to the emotionally distraught Shen Yu. Shen Yu suddenly felt all her strength drain away, leaving her unable to move. She continued to glare furiously at Shen Qingning. Seeing Shen Yu like this, Shen Qingning felt more pity than anything else. Her consciousness gradually faded away. In the end, Shen Yu couldn't resist any longer and collapsed onto the hospital bed. The farce finally came to a hasty end. Shen Manning watched helplessly from the sidelines, unable to intervene. As the commotion died down, she hurried forward, intent on getting to the bottom of what had transpired between Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning. But Jiang Jing ignored her completely, instead taking Shen Qingning's arm with a look of concern. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "If I hadn't insisted on bringing you here, you wouldn't have gotten hurt." Shen Qingning didn't seem upset. "It's just a minor scratch. Yu's having trouble accepting a new person right now is perfectly normal. Don't blame her." At that moment, Jiang Jing felt even more affection for Shen Qingning. "Let me take you to get that bandaged." He then turned to meet Shen Manling's gaze. "Please take care of Yu for now. Shen Qingling is injured, and I need to get her bandaged first. We have other matters to attend to later. I'll return tomorrow." With that, Jiang Jing ignored Shen Yu's attempt to speak, turning instead to pull Shen Qingning away from the ward, his eyes filled with concern. Chapter 128, Accident at the Construction Site. Jiang Jing left Shen Manling alone in the hospital room to process the news by herself. "How's Yu?" "Sorry, I've been swamped lately. Sorry to keep you waiting." As Shen Manling sat in gloomy despair, Gu Zixing's familiar voice reached her ears. Shen Manling leaned weakly against the wall, tear stains still visible on her face. Beside her, Shen Yu lay in the hospital bed, her pale face also streaked with unblotted tears. This was the scene that greeted Gu Zixing the moment he entered the hospital room. What happened? Startled by their appearance, Gu Zixing felt a surge of panic. "You're here." Shen Manling lifted her gaze to meet Gu Zixing's eyes, her voice sounding hoarse. Shen Manling poured out everything that had happened today to Gu Zixing, as if seeking emotional solace. How did they even end up together? Gu Zixing frowned deeply, utterly perplexed. He simply couldn't fathom why these two people, whom he'd never even considered, had suddenly become boyfriend and girlfriend. But he quickly realized that their relationship would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to them. Who knows? If you ask me, it's definitely that vixen Shen Qingning who seduced Jiang Jing. Shen Manling spat out indignantly, her resentment and frustration magnified to unbearable levels. All she wanted to do was charge forward and tear Shen Qingning apart with her bare hands. If they joined forces against the company, crushing it would be as easy as squashing an ant. "Are you willing to accept that?" Gu Zixing snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Shen Manling as if warning her of something. Shen Manling's expression already betrayed her current emotions. "Since neither of us is willing to accept this, why not do something about it?" Gu Zixing continued to steer the conversation. The two exchanged a glance, already understanding each other's thoughts. "Sooner or later, we'll clash. We might as well strike first. But who should we target first?" The question plunged them into an uneasy silence. After today's events, Shen Manling had finally come to terms with her true feelings. She realized that despite all the unpleasantness between them, her feelings for Jiang Jing were still far deeper than those for Gu Zixing. Therefore, if she had to confront both of them, she simply couldn't bring herself to lay a finger on Jiang Jing. Shen Manling glanced at Gu Zixing again, hesitating, unsure how to broach the subject. "If you want to deal with them, it might be better to start with Shen Qingning. Now that they're together, Shen Qingning must be the most important person in Jiang Jing's heart." It was Gu Zixing who voiced his thoughts first. "We don't touch him directly, but if something happens to the person most important to him, wouldn't that be far more torturous than attacking him head-on?" Gu Zixing's words struck Shen Manling like a lifeline. A glimmer of light flared in her eyes. This was exactly what she had been waiting for. "You're absolutely right. Let's make that vixen Shen Qingning suffer first. That'll teach her not to cross us so easily in the future." Both women simultaneously flashed sly smiles, their minds in perfect harmony. The satisfaction coursing through them was beyond description. Gu Zixing and Shen Manling then began plotting how to use Shen Qingling as their entry point. They planned to sow discord between Jiang Jing and Shen Qingling, thereby minimizing the threat the couple posed to them. Shen Manling couldn't help but feel a tinge of secret delight at that moment. What she didn't know was that Gu Zixing had proposed this scheme primarily because his ultimate goal was to gain a sense of superiority over Jiang Jing. Directly manipulating Jiang Jing would not only yield no personal benefit but also risk retaliation if discovered. In comparison, Shen Qingning was the easier target to handle. Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning remained unaware of the plans unfolding behind their backs. They returned to their routine work, and the bruises on Shen Qingning's wrist gradually healed. Jiang Jing's visits to Shen Yu became less frequent lately. With the company's materials finally ready and construction about to commence, he needed to periodically check the site to prevent any issues. "Mr. Jiang, there's been an incident." The weather was beautiful that day. Jiang Jing was lazily basking in the sun, thinking that if he finished early, he could visit Shen Yu sooner. Then he heard Li Yun's voice. Jiang Jing turned to Li Yun, who appeared genuinely flustered today, a stark contrast to his usual composed restraint. During the foundation work, we just discovered a worker trapped inside. He was accidentally encased in cement. Someone has already called the police. Li Yun's face was grim. Hearing this, Jiang Jing froze in place. How could such a thing happen so suddenly? Before he could process it, his body acted faster than his mind. He rushed toward the crowd, where ambulances had already arrived. Give us a hand. Medical personnel disembarked from the ambulance and carried out a stretcher. Police and firefighters arrived one after another. Amidst the chaotic clamor of the crowd, everyone involved was desperately trying every possible method to rescue the worker. When the worker was finally pulled free from the concrete, his face had turned blue and purple. He appeared to have passed out from suffocation. One paramedic rushed forward in alarm, checked his vital signs, and then, eyes reddened, told his colleague, "He's not breathing." Hearing this, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. What are we going to do? This happened so soon after we started work. Yeah, how could something like this happen out of the blue? This is really tricky now. Jiang Jing forced himself to steady his emotions, quickly stepping forward to assess the situation. He then turned to survey the workers standing before him. I'm sorry, everyone, to have this happen so soon after starting work. I'm announcing that construction is halted effective immediately. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Jing, no one daring to speak. I will personally follow up on this worker's case until it is completely and properly resolved before resuming work. Furthermore, I will strengthen safety measures for all of you to ensure nothing like this ever happens again. Jiang Jing understood the worker's concerns, his expression grave as he spoke. He then instructed Li Yun to send the workers back for now, leaving him to handle the follow-up matters with the remaining personnel. Chapter 129, Investigation Findings. Learning of the incident at the construction site, Jiang Jing felt his head spin. This was the new company he'd been eagerly anticipating, and now, with construction halfway complete, such an unexpected event had occurred. His good mood vanished instantly. Yet no matter how frustrated he felt, as the company's leader, Jiang Jing had no choice but to resolve this matter. Human life was at stake. Since the tragedy had occurred, Jiang Jing possessed no power to bring the deceased back to life. Therefore, his focus shifted to the families of the deceased workers. With this in mind, Jiang Jing instructed Li Yun to contact the deceased's family. In his view, calming the bereaved family would make resolving the situation much easier. Having witnessed such incidents countless times in both his past and present lives, this was nevertheless the first time he personally handled a matter involving a loss of life. After all, at this stage, the priority wasn't to catch the culprit, but to stabilize the families and prevent the incident from escalating further. Clearly, Jiang Jing had made the right move. Before long, Li Yun sent him a message confirming a meeting time had been arranged with the victim's family, followed by the address. Without time to consult Shen Qingning, Jiang Jing hurriedly drove to the location. Upon arrival, he saw a crowd already gathered, with Li Yun waiting just outside the throng for his arrival. Spotting Jiang Jing, Li Yun exhaled a long sigh of relief. He strode over, guiding Jiang Jing toward the center of the crowd while quietly explaining the situation. Boss, these people were all summoned by the victims' families. If the outcome of this incident doesn't satisfy them, these people might. Li Yun looked at Jiang Jing with concern. Jiang Jing, however, appeared utterly confident, showing no trace of fear. He simply looked at Li Yun calmly and said, "Don't worry. I have a solution." Soon, Jiang Jing approached the victim's family members. The deceased worker was a man in his 30s, in the prime of his life, who never imagined such a tragedy would befall him. Standing before Jiang Jing now were the deceased's wife and child, along with his parents, 4 people in total. Jiang Jing took a deep breath. Instantly, his face filled with remorse as he stepped forward. "I am deeply sorry for what has happened. I apologize." With that, he bowed deeply to the people before him. After a long moment, he slowly rose. Facing the hostile expressions before him, his expression remained unwavering. "As the company's owner, please feel free to voice any demands you may have. I will resolve your difficulties with the utmost sincerity." Jiang Jing's words and actions caught everyone present completely off guard. Even the few individuals in the crowd who appeared to harbor ill intent exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the situation unfolding before them. The 2 elders were the first to react, immediately confronting Jiang Jing and demanding 3 million yuan. At this figure, Li Yun was the first to frown. He opened his mouth to speak, but Jiang Jing swiftly grabbed his arm. Then, everyone watched as Jiang Jing nodded readily, without a moment's hesitation. Of course it's possible. After all, with an incident like this occurring, as the company owner, I cannot escape responsibility. How about this? Considering you have children to raise and their education requires considerable expenses, I'll add another 1 million. For million, what do you say? Seeing Jiang Jing so casually throw around such vast sums, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness gracious, that was 4 million, not 400. Jiang Jing offered it without batting an eye. Who wouldn't be shocked by that? The 2 elders hadn't expected Jiang Jing to agree so readily, and their next words were caught in their throats.
Observing the reactions of everyone present, Jiang Jing nodded with satisfaction before stating, however, I do have one condition. I ask that you all agree to it without fail. This time, it was the victim's wife who responded. Go ahead, what is your request? Meeting her wary gaze, Jiang Jing offered a faint smile. The matter is still under investigation. I ask that until the truth is uncovered, you refrain from slandering me or my company. As you know, rumors can be devastating. Of course, I don't intend to shirk responsibility. I simply ask that you approach this matter rationally, upholding principles of fairness and justice. Jiang Jing's request was actually reasonable and justified. It was simply that he had no trust left, which is why he brought this matter out into the open. The woman across from him was equally reasonable. After a moment's thought, she nodded in agreement. All right, I promise. Until my husband's case is fully investigated, my family won't publicly publicize this matter online. However, we can't guarantee the actions of others. As she spoke, the woman glanced around at the surrounding crowd. Jiang Jing followed her gaze and, to his surprise, spotted several shadowy figures lurking among the people. Jiang Jing gave a faint smile, then turned serious as he looked at the woman across from him. He bowed deeply once more, then beckoned with a wave for Li Yun to come to his side. Li Yun understood immediately. When he reached Jiang Jing's side, he held a POS machine in his hand. Without hesitation, Jiang Jing pulled out his bank card and handed it, along with the machine, to the family across from him. This card holds 2 million yuan. Consider it a deposit. Once the truth is uncovered, the remaining half will be transferred to this card. Please accept it. After saying this, Jiang Jing gave a slight nod before turning to leave with Li Yun. Emerging from the crowd, Li Yun still looked deeply troubled. Noticing this, Jiang Jing asked, What's wrong? Is there something else you're worried about? Lost in thought, Li Yun jumped at Jiang Jing's voice. Snapping back to reality, he stammered, Boss, you just handed over that much money? What about all the people around us? Jiang Jing understood Li Yun's concern. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile and said, Don't worry about that family. That card only had 100,000 yuan at most. The real card is inside that machine. They're not unreasonable people otherwise, they would have already used this to launch a major attack online. But just to be safe, keep an eye on them for a while. See if anyone else with bad intentions tries to approach or persuade them. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Chapter 130, The Master. Li Yun nodded solemnly. Boss, I understand. I'll keep a close eye on them. At least the matter had been temporarily resolved, though it had cost Jiang Jing a small fortune. After leaving the office, Jiang Jing pondered briefly before heading to the construction site to investigate the situation firsthand. The site wasn't too far from where he was, just a 10-minute drive, and he soon arrived outside the perimeter. What should have been a bustling hub of activity now lay eerily silent, devoid of any noise. Jiang Jing surveyed the surroundings, let out a deep sigh, and turned toward a makeshift building erected beside the site. Inside, the site supervisor sat in his office sighing and frowning, looking as if he owed someone 8 million yuan. When Jiang Jing entered and saw the foreman in this state, he couldn't help but clear his throat. The foreman snapped out of his gloom, immediately standing up and gesturing for Jiang Jing to sit. Boss, you finally made it. So? Jiang Jing asked casually after sitting down. What did the police say after they looked into it? Mentioning this only deepened the foreman's bitterness. He sighed and murmured, The scene's been cleaned up and the police investigated. It really was just an accident. Who could have known that guy would? His voice trailed off and he sighed again. Seeing this, Jiang Jing said nothing. He simply stood up and walked to the window. From here, he could see the entire construction site. The half-built structure stood not far away, its progress stalled indefinitely. Following Jiang Jing's gaze, the supervisor finally spoke up, Boss, work has been halted for 3 days now. Should we? Lost in thought, Jiang Jing snapped back to reality at the foreman's voice but shook his head. No need. Let it stand for now. But the workers? The supervisor couldn't understand why Jiang Jing had halted the work. A hint of urgency colored his tone. Workers' wages will be paid as usual, but the site must halt operations first. Any further questions? Jiang Jing's brow furrowed slightly as he shot the supervisor a displeased look. Seeing Jiang Jing's stance, the supervisor, no fool for reading the room, wisely kept his mouth shut. After briefly inspecting the construction site, Jiang Jing drove back home. No sooner had he arrived home than Shen Qingning called. Jing, how's the situation now? Hearing Shen Qingning's voice instantly calmed Jiang Jing's heart, and a smile spread across his face. Don't worry. The victim's family has been mostly reassured. It's just the construction site that can't resume work for now. Why? Shen Qingning was puzzled, but Jiang Jing had his own reasons. He didn't intend to share them with her, subconsciously sensing she wouldn't approve. He simply made up an excuse to brush it off. Shen Qingning sensed his reluctance and wisely didn't press further. After hanging up, Jiang Jing exhaled a long sigh of relief. Truthfully, he was somewhat superstitious. While he wasn't overly concerned about most matters, when it came to his career, Jiang Jing was always cautious and careful.
Faced with this unexpected situation, his first thought was whether the feng shui at his new location was off. He considered hiring a master to perform a ritual, hoping to ensure a steady flow of wealth for the company's new address. With this in mind, Jiang Jing sent a message to Huang Xiang. Soon after, Huang Xiang replied with the contact information for a Thai master. Huang Xiang knew this master personally, and they shared a certain rapport. Trusting Huang Xiang, Jiang Jing decided to invite this master for consultation. Upon receiving the contact details, Jiang Jing promptly made the call. When it came to rituals, Jiang Jing was never stingy with money, so negotiations with the master proceeded smoothly. Within half an hour, all arrangements were finalized. The date was set for 3 days later. That morning, Jiang Jing rose early, tidied himself up, changed into more understated attire, and drove to the airport. Soon after, Jiang Jing spotted the Thai master at the exit. Fortunately, both men were relatively low-key, so they didn't attract much attention. In the car, Jiang Jing looked at the master seated beside him and asked, "Master, shall we take you to the hotel first, or?" The master shook his head. "Let's go straight to the site. No need for a hotel. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can rest easy, wouldn't you agree?" Jiang Jing offered no response. He turned the wheel and sped toward the construction site. After quickly setting up the ritual array, the master exhaled in relief. He then gestured for Jiang Jing to stand at the array's center. But Jiang Jing hesitated. "Master, this." Noticing Jiang Jing's expression, the Thai master realized he'd misunderstood something. He hurriedly explained, "The success of this ritual largely depends on your own fortune. If you don't step inside, the ritual cannot proceed." Hearing this, Jiang Jing no longer hesitated. He took 3 steps in 2 strides and reached the very center of the formation. Seeing this, the master began the movements with his hands. The rest of the ritual proceeded normally. Jiang Jing felt nothing unusual, yet when he opened his eyes again, he was overcome by an inexplicable sense of peace. Watching the master gather his belongings, Jiang Jing approached and asked, "Master, is that all?" Without looking up, the master continued his tasks as he replied, "It's concluded. Your fortune is favorable, so the ritual proceeded smoothly. However, there's one thing you must heed." He paused, rose to his feet, and fixed his gaze directly on Jiang Jing's eyes. Jiang Jing immediately grew serious and replied respectfully, "Master, please speak. Having observed you this time, I see that while your fortune is indeed favorable, there are always petty individuals plotting against you. This matter could be minor or significant, but you must be extremely cautious of these schemers. Otherwise, you might unexpectedly stumble and fall." The master's expression was solemn. His words served both as a reminder and a warning. Jiang Jing nodded in understanding. He recognized the master's caution, but who could these schemers be? Beyond Gu Zixing and Shen Manning, he couldn't think of anyone else. "Thank you for the warning, master. I'll be more vigilant," Jiang Jing replied. Satisfied, the master nodded. "Very well. That puts my mind at ease." Chapter 131, Launching a New Company. Jiang Jing smiled and reached out to take the package from the master's hands. "Do you have any plans after this, master?" "Perhaps." Before Jiang Jing could finish, the master interrupted him. "No need for such trouble. Just take me directly to the airport. I have other matters to attend to." Hearing this, Jiang Jing didn't press further or inquire about the other matters. After all, a master needed to maintain a certain air of mystery. With that thought, Jiang Jing promptly drove the master back to the airport. Watching him depart, Jiang Jing finally exhaled in relief. The airport bustled with people and prying eyes, so he didn't linger long before leaving. After leaving the airport, Jiang Jing returned to the company. After some consideration, he sent a message to the construction site supervisor, instructing him to notify the workers to resume normal operations starting the next day. The foreman was puzzled. He couldn't fathom why Jiang Jing had changed his mind so abruptly after all these days. But as the boss's orders, he dared not question it. He simply agreed and relayed the message down the line. After construction resumed, Jiang Jing kept a close eye on the site for quite some time. When no further incidents occurred, he felt considerably more at ease. Through this series of events, Jiang Jing began to view Huang Xiang with newfound respect. He truly hadn't expected Huang Xiang to possess such connections. Regardless, Huang Xiang had done Jiang Jing a significant favor. To express his gratitude, Jiang Jing deliberated and ultimately decided to invest in a short drama Huang Xiang was recently producing, considering it a small repayment of the favor. When Huang Xiang learned of this, he didn't react strongly, or rather, Jiang Jing's gesture was entirely within Huang Xiang's expectations. Still, after some consideration, Huang Xiang called Jiang Jing to arrange a meeting. At the appointed time, Huang Xiang arrived early and waited. Soon enough, Jiang Jing walked in, radiant as if bathed in spring sunshine. Seeing Jiang Jing's appearance, Huang Xiang couldn't help but tease, "Director Jiang, you look in great shape." "Not at all, not at all. I owe it all to you, Teacher Huang." Facing Huang Xiang's teasing, Jiang Jing just smiled, then sat down across from him. "Teacher Huang, what brings you here today?" Hearing this, Huang Xiang finally adopted a serious tone. "To be honest, I've been thinking lately, and I've decided I want to start my own small company. A company? What kind of company? Jiang Jing's brow furrowed slightly, unsure what Huang Xiang was up to. One specializing in artist outsourcing. You know what I do, and besides, many entertainment companies today only care about making money but don't know how to cultivate talent. My expertise aligns perfectly with this, so... Seeing Jiang Jing's confusion, Huang Xiang felt compelled to elaborate. I've never heard of talent outsourcing before, but it sounds promising. Why are you so certain this company will succeed? Jiang Jing remained skeptical, even doubtful. Huang Xiang smiled without answering. Then think about this, Director Jiang, why did you send Jolie to me in the first place? The moment those words left his mouth, Jiang Jing had an epiphany. Right, he had entrusted Jolie to Huang Xiang precisely because he recognized his talent. Now, seeing how his other artists under Huang's guidance had gained valuable experience, it became clear that this talent outsourcing model actually held promise. With this realization, Jiang Jing felt his interest stir. Sounds promising. Would Teacher Huang be open to a partnership? I'd like to invest alongside you. Huang Xiang had been waiting for this exact response from Jiang Jing. He nodded eagerly. Absolutely. I'll be honest, I specifically wanted to partner with you. You know how significant the initial investment is for starting a company. I couldn't handle it alone, but with you on board, it changes everything. Of course, future dividends will be calculated based on shareholding, and you won't be shortchanged, Director Jiang. I trust Mr. Huang's character. Since that's the case, I'll leave the negotiations to you. Just let me know what you need. Jiang Jing and Huang Xiang reached an agreement instantly, both parties highly satisfied with this collaboration. Jiang Jing didn't deliberately conceal his partnership with Huang Xiang, so news of it quickly reached Shen Qingning's ears. Upon hearing the news, Shen Qingning's first reaction was disbelief. In her understanding, Jiang Jing wasn't the type to invest in an outsourcing company. But after much thought, Shen Qingning decided to confront Jiang Jing. Checking the time, she hurried to his office. Inside the office, Jiang Jing was reviewing a script. When Li Yun entered to announce Shen Qingning's arrival, Jiang Jing looked genuinely surprised. Seeing Shen Qingning walk in, Jiang Jing promptly set down what he was holding, his face breaking into an instinctive smile as he asked, "Qingning, why did you come over? You didn't even give me a heads up so I could come out to meet you." "Nothing major. I just heard you're collaborating with Huang Xiang lately, so I came to ask about it," Shen Qingning said casually as she sat down on the sofa. Hearing this, Jiang Jing raised an eyebrow. He poured a glass of water and placed it before Shen Qingning, then sat down beside her. "I didn't expect you already knew. I was wondering how to bring it up." Shen Qingning's hand, which had been adjusting her clothes, froze upon hearing Jiang Jing's words. She stared at him in disbelief. "Those rumors are true? You really partnered with Huang Xiang to invest in an outsourcing company?" "Of course." Jiang Jing didn't understand why Shen Qingning was reacting so strongly, so he simply stated the facts. "Huang Xiang approached me a few days ago, saying he wanted to start an artist outsourcing company. I thought it was a good idea, so I partnered with him. What's the problem? Is there something wrong with that?" Jiang Jing was completely baffled. "It's not that there's something wrong." Shen Qingning was almost amused by Jiang Jing's reaction. "It's very wrong, okay? Jiang Jing, how come I never noticed before that you have this tendency to be a sucker?" Jiang Jing was even more puzzled, but he could tell Shen Qingning was getting angry. He wisely kept quiet and just listened to her. Seeing this, Shen Qingning's anger flared even more, but she forced herself to calm down. "Jiang Jing, do you really think outsourcing companies have such great prospects? If it were as easy as Huang Xiang makes it sound, why do you think no one in the market is willing to start this kind of outsourcing company right now? Because the market outlook for these outsourcing companies, especially talent agencies, is just not viable. Do you really think any company would willingly expose their artists to the scrutiny of other firms?" Chapter 132, Romance Exposed. Seeing Shen Qingning's vehement opposition to his investment in Huang Xiang's outsourcing company, Jiang Jing felt deeply puzzled. Yet after much deliberation, he suppressed his frustration and patiently explained to Shen Qingning. "Qingning, Huang Xiang isn't what you imagine him to be. He's a university professor himself, teaching in the performing arts department. Both logically and emotionally, this company aligns perfectly with his professional background. Besides, I previously sent Jolie to study under Huang Xiang for a period. You should be able to see the results for yourself. That's precisely why I want to collaborate with him," Jiang Jing said softly to Shen Qingning. Unexpectedly, Shen Qingning continued to stare at Jiang Jing with a cold expression. She didn't touch the tea Jiang Jing had thoughtfully poured for her. "Jiang Jing, are you absolutely determined to invest in this outsourcing company?" Shen Qingning couldn't understand why Jiang Jing remained so fixated on this matter. She was even more baffled by why Jiang Jing would choose to trust Huang Xiang over trusting her, Shen Qingning. As these thoughts swirled, the disappointment in Shen Qingning's gaze toward Jiang Jing deepened. As if sensing the shift in her gaze, Jiang Jing felt a growing unease himself. He too began to waver, no longer certain whether he should persist. "Qingning, Jiang Jing began awkwardly, but the moment he addressed her, he saw her frown deepen. "Jiang Jing, I always thought you were a rational person, but this time you've truly disappointed me. With that, Shen Qingning shook her head, stood up, and left Jiang Jing's company without saying another word. Jiang Jing wanted to stop her, but his mouth opened and closed, unable to form any words. As Shen Qingning's figure vanished completely from his sight, Jiang Jing felt an increasing ache in his heart. He sat motionless on the sofa, lost in thought. After an unknown span of time, he lifted his head again, his gaze hardening with resolve. He firmly believed his choice was correct. Sooner or later, he was certain Shen Qingning would change her perspective on Huang Xiang's outsourcing company. Indeed, events unfolded exactly as Jiang Jing and Huang Xiang had discussed. Having spent years immersed in the entertainment industry, Huang Xiang leveraged his extensive network built over the years. Soon, his outsourcing company gained prominence within the entertainment circle. Numerous small company owners flocked to seek partnerships with Huang Xiang, hoping to secure a chance for their artists to gain fame. Coupled with Jiang Jing's support and promotion, their small outsourcing ventures soon became highly profitable. Jiang Jing, in particular, not only recouped his initial investment but also earned a substantial profit. This success further solidified his confidence in the company's future. However, before Jiang Jing could share his gains with Shen Qingning, reality delivered a harsh blow. That day, Jiang Jing examined the outsourcing company's financial statements, his face radiating uncontrollable joy. Holding his phone in one hand and the report in the other, he pondered whether to call Shen Qingning when the office door suddenly rattled with urgent knocks. Jiang Jing snapped back to attention, glanced down at his belongings, tucked them away neatly, and then called out loudly, "Come in." Hearing this, Li Yun pushed the door open. Spotting Li Yun's figure, Jiang Jing's brow furrowed slightly. "Li Yun? What's going on? Why the panic?" Li Yun's expression remained grave. He hurried over to Jiang Jing with his phone in hand and said anxiously, "Boss, take a look at this report. It says Jolie and Fang Jiahe are in a relationship." At the word romance, Jiang Jing's eyebrow twitched, a bad feeling instantly settling in his gut. He quickly scanned the article on Li Yun's phone. As he read, Jiang Jing's face turned into a palette of colors, shifting from one hue to another before finally darkening completely. After finishing the entire piece, Jiang Jing felt nothing but a throbbing headache. What the hell are they trying to do? He growled under his breath. Hearing this, Li Yun asked, "Boss, this paparazzi story, it can't be true, right?" His voice grew increasingly uncertain. Jiang Jing shot Li Yun a sidelong glance and snapped. "You're asking me? Who should I ask? How the hell should I know what shenanigans these two are up to? Never mind. This isn't the time for that. Get Jolie and Fang Jiahe to my office. As for this paparazzo and the posts, contact them immediately and get those posts taken down. We'll address this matter after I've verified everything." Jiang Jing swiftly arranged the next steps. Only after Li Yun left the office did he let out a long sigh and shake his head wearily. He was genuinely at his wits' end. Before seeing this post, he truly knew nothing about the situation between the two. Yes, he could tell Jolie seemed to like Fang Jiawan, but back then, he hadn't sensed Fang Jiawan showing Jolie any special favor. Later, as his own responsibilities grew, he paid less attention to their interactions. Little did he know these two had been brewing a major surprise for him. Before Jiang Jing could finish processing it all, the office door rattled again. Snapping back to attention, he barked an impatient "Come in." As the door swung open, Jolie and Fang Jiahe entered one after the other. Jiang Jing sat there, watching them silently. He didn't speak, just stared intently, his gaze growing so fixed it made both of them increasingly uneasy. "Jiang. Brother Jiang." Fang Jiahe stammered first, followed by Jolie's quiet director Jiang. Hearing this, Jiang Jing sneered coldly. "So you still remember who I am? Who gave you the audacity to start an office romance?" At the last words, Fang Jiahe and Jolie both paled. Jolie reacted more visibly, her body trembling slightly. Seeing this, Fang Jiahe quickly shielded Jolie behind him, meeting Jiang Jing's scrutinizing gaze head-on. "Brother Jiang, you know everything." "Very well. Of course I know. And soon, netizens will know too. If you want to date, fine, but why did you have to get caught by paparazzi?" Jiang Jing looked at Fang Jiahe, utterly exasperated. Chapter 133, Negotiating with the Paparazzi. Hearing they'd been photographed, Fang Jiahe froze. He turned to exchange a look with Jolie, both eyes reflecting utter disbelief. Seeing their reactions, Jiang Jing felt utterly drained. "What? You two didn't know? Here, take a look." He handed them the printed post he'd prepared earlier. They wisely avoided huddling together, instead reading it separately. After finishing the material in their hands, both wore grim expressions. "Director Jiang, this." Jolie looked at Jiang Jing helplessly, unsure how to proceed. Seeing Jolie's expression, Jiang Jing sighed deeply. "There's no way around it. Since this has already happened, I'm not the type to forcefully break you two apart. But this situation needs to be addressed. You both need to give your fans an explanation. I'll hold off on releasing this news for now. Don't blame me for being ruthless. At least for you right now, announcing your relationship would be like digging your own graves. Don't worry, brother Jiang, we understand." Fang Jiahe was the first to grasp the implication they could date, but it was best to keep it private, not flaunt it publicly.
Once both had established a solid fanbase, they could consider other steps later. What Jiang Jing valued most in Fang Jiahe was her sharpness. Hearing her response, he nodded approvingly. Very well. The immediate priority is for you both to focus on delivering stellar performances in your current drama. As the leads, a successful run of this project will actually benefit your future relationship announcement. With that, Jiang Jing winked at them. After Zhou Li and Fang Jiahuan left, Jiang Jing let out a long sigh. He still found the situation incredibly headache-inducing. Though he anticipated this outcome, learning of their actual relationship left him with an indescribable mix of emotions. Reason told him he shouldn't let them continue, yet emotion made him reluctant to break up a young couple. His only consolation was that neither was a top-tier idol. Even if their relationship went public, it wouldn't lead to a career-ending scandal at worst, they'd lose some fans. With that in mind, Jiang Jing decided to silence the paparazzi first. He called Li Yun and instructed him to bring the photographer over. Soon after, the paparazzi who had exposed Fang Jiahan and Zhou Li's relationship appeared before Jiang Jing. Director Jiang, what brings you here? The paparazzo wore a forced smile, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Jing, his expression anything but friendly. Ignoring the man's attitude, Jiang Jing poured himself a cup of tea before stating, I believe you know why I asked you here today. Of course. It's about that post, right? Director Jiang, you're not trying to suppress the news, are you? The paparazzo shifted his posture, growing even more brazen. Exactly. You should understand. I won't beat around the bush. Just name your price. How much will it take for you to delete that post? Jiang Jing saw no point in playing games and cut straight to the chase. Oh? Director Jiang is a straightforward man, it seems. Fine, I won't mince words either. How about this amount? The paparazzo held up 5 fingers. Before Jiang Jing could react, Li Yun beside him sucked in a sharp breath. Jiang Jing shot Li Yun a sidelong glance, then fixed the paparazzo with an even more hostile stare. That's no small sum. The real question is, even if I could afford it, would you have the stomach to swallow it? The paparazzo smiled. Then Director Jiang needn't trouble himself. I'm just doing my job. This price for the future of 2 people under your command, I think it's well worth it, don't you? Of course, Director Jiang could choose not to pay. But then, who knows whose hands this post might end up in? His final words were practically a threat. Hearing this, Jiang Jing's hand tightened around his cup. After a long pause, he took a small sip of tea and said, Fine, I agree. But you know the rules, you take the money and do the job. Once you have it, if I ever see that post online, rest assured, Director Jiang, I have my professional integrity. The paparazzo nodded cheerfully. Seeing this, Jiang Jing hesitated no longer and promptly transferred the money to the paparazzo. The paparazzo deleted the original post right in front of Jiang Jing and even issued a statement. As for the posts that had already spread, the paparazzo couldn't do much about them, but this was sufficient for Jiang Jing. After the paparazzo left, Li Yun voiced his discontent. Boss, that paparazzo demanded so much money you just handed it over? Jiang Jing shook his head. No choice. The posts he held were crucial. For Zhou Li and Fang Jiahuan, this was the most expedient solution. That said, only heaven knew how much it hurt Jiang Jing to part with that money. He'd just made some cash from Huang Xiang's company, only to throw it all away in an instant. Who could possibly understand the bitterness in his heart? So what should we do next? Li Yun, unaware of Jiang Jing's inner turmoil, pressed on. Jiang Jing pondered briefly before swiftly issuing orders. Tell the PR department, before this news hits the trending topics, issue a statement immediately. Turn the tables and take the initiative. Speed is crucial. Fortunately, Jiang Jing reacted swiftly. Before the trending topic appeared, he clarified that the rumors about Zhou and Fang were false. To emphasize the accuracy of the information, both Zhou Li and Fang Jiahan reposted the clarification, which finally managed to calm the situation down. However, Gu Zixing and Shen Manning weren't as pleased as Jiang Jing. Gu Zixing had spotted the news first, but before they could strategize their response, Jiang Jing had already suppressed the heat. Learning this, both Gu Zixing and Shen Manning felt furious. Shen Manning, in particular, had initially felt no ill will after divorcing Jiang Jing. But as misfortune piled upon her, first her own setbacks, then Shen Yu's troubles, and now witnessing Jiang Jing's apparent prosperity post-divorce while her own life descended into chaos, her resentment swelled. Yet despite her resentment, she found herself utterly powerless against Jiang Jing, a fact that only deepened her bitter envy. Chapter 134, The Custody Battle. Even so, Shen Manning had no spare energy to target Jiang Jing. Shen Yu's condition remained unstable. Though constantly monitored by hospital staff, she frequently suffered mental breakdowns. Each time this happened, the medical staff were utterly helpless. In the end, it was always Shen Manning who had to step in to calm Shen Yu down. Once or twice, Shen Manning could tolerate it, but as the frequency increased, her frustration grew. During these moments, she found herself longing for the Jiang Jing who had once taken care of both her and her daughter in every way. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing had finally dealt with the matters involving Zhou Li and Fang Jiahuan. He let out a long sigh of relief. After much deliberation, he drove to the hospital where Shen Yu was staying.
Despite Shen Yu's previous harsh treatment of him, the thought of her being confined to the hospital day after day at such a young age inevitably tugged at Jiang Jing's heartstrings. This thought made Jiang Jing's heart feel increasingly heavy. Following his memory, Jiang Jing easily found the ward door. Through the window in the door, he could see Shen Yu lying in her hospital bed, staring blankly at the sky outside. Seeing her like this, Jiang Jing let out a long sigh. Not spotting Shen Manning anywhere, he decided to seek out Shen Yu's attending physician to learn about her current condition. Upon understanding Jiang Jing's purpose, the attending physician gave him a slightly displeased look and said, "As the child's parent, you should pay more attention to his health on a daily basis. His current condition remains highly unstable, and his mental state is particularly poor. He feels completely insecure. As his father, you need to spend more time with him instead of always prioritizing work." Facing the doctor's reproach, Jiang Jing offered no explanation. He merely gave an apologetic smile, asked a few more questions about precautions, and then left the doctor's office. Returning to the ward door, he still saw no sign of Shen Manning. Jiang Jing's frown deepened. This time, he entered without hesitation. The door creaked open. Shen Yu, lying on the bed, merely twitched her ears slightly. Her eyes remained fixed on the window, showing no reaction. Seeing this, Jiang Jing approached Shen Yu's bedside and called softly, "Yu." At the sound of Jiang Jing's familiar voice, Shen Yu's body stiffened. Slowly, she pulled her thoughts back, turned her head, and met Jiang Jing's gaze. Shen Yu's lips trembled for a moment. After a long pause, she finally uttered those two words, "Dad." Jiang Jing sat down beside the bed, reaching out to gently stroke the top of Shen Yu's head. He then carefully lifted her into his arms. "How have you been lately, Yu? Has your health improved?" Hearing Jiang Jing's tender voice, Shen Yu felt a sharp sting in her nose, her eyes gradually reddening. She reached up to wrap her arms tightly around Jiang Jing's neck, burying her face in his chest and weeping silently. As if sensing the dampness against his chest, Jiang Jing opened his mouth but said nothing. Instead, he gently patted Shen Yu's back, as if she were still a small infant. Facing Jiang Jing, Shen Yu didn't erupt into the hysterics she'd shown towards Shen Manning and the medical staff. Before long, she drifted into a deep sleep in his arms. Jiang Jing gazed down at Shen Yu's sleeping face, his eyes filled with an inscrutable, enigmatic expression. Jiang Jing held the sleeping Shen Yu like this until Shen Manning pushed open the door. Hearing the sound at the doorway, Jiang Jing finally looked up. Spotting Shen Manning, his expression darkened instantly. He paid her no further attention, simply lowering his head again to continue smoothing Shen Yu's hair. Shen Manning watched Jiang Jing cradle Shen Yu as he always had. She couldn't fathom her own emotions, yet instinctively drew closer to him, as if nothing had ever happened between them. As if sensing her intent, Jiang Jing murmured before she could approach further, "Shen Manning, I need to talk to you." At his words, Shen Manning's footsteps halted abruptly. Her gaze toward Jiang Jing was filled with complexity. After a long moment, she finally nodded. "All right, I'll wait for you outside." With that, Shen Manning didn't linger for a second longer. She turned and left the hospital room. After Shen Manning left, Jiang Jing gently laid Shen Yu on the hospital bed and carefully tucked the blanket around her. Just as he turned to leave, Shen Yu, who had awakened at some unknown moment, immediately grabbed the hem of his shirt. Jiang Jing turned back, meeting Shen Yu's anxious gaze. "Daddy, are you leaving too? Are you abandoning Yu too? Do you also think Yu is a bad child?" Shen Yu spoke with great effort, though it was less about physical strain and more about fear. She was afraid to speak. Jiang Jing sensed her unease and immediately knelt down, gently stroking her small face as he said softly, "Yu, get some rest first. Daddy needs to go talk to Mommy about something. I'll be back soon." After Shen Yu nodded, Jiang Jing turned and left the hospital room. Not far from the ward, Shen Manning had been waiting in the corridor for quite some time. She kept glancing at the time with growing impatience. Only when Jiang Jing stepped out of the room did Shen Manning let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. "Spit it out. What do you want from me?" Shen Manning waved her hand impatiently. Ignoring her attitude, Jiang Jing cut straight to the point, "Give me custody of Yu." The simple request instantly darkened Shen Manning's expression. "Jiang Jing, what do you mean? You gave up custody of Yu so readily back then. Now you want it back?" "Shen Manning, I'm not joking with you." Jiang Jing's brow furrowed slightly. "You've seen how unstable Yu's condition is now. You don't have the energy or patience to care for her properly. If you don't hand over custody to me, are you just going to let her stay in the hospital like this?" Shen Manning hesitated. She lacked patience, yet her heart ached for her only daughter. But she knew all too well she couldn't properly care for Shen Yu. Still, she couldn't bear to simply relinquish custody. "What are you still hesitating about?" Jiang Jing couldn't fathom what Shen Manning was thinking. He believed his demands were perfectly reasonable. Hearing Jiang Jing's urging, Shen Manning finally spoke. "Giving you custody of Yu isn't impossible, but I have conditions." Jiang Jing's expression darkened considerably. "What conditions?" "I want 500 million. Shen Manning stared straight at Jiang Jing. She had made up her mind she needed the money to save her company. Since Jiang Jing wanted custody of Shen Yu, he'd have to pay for it. Chapter 135, Conflicted. Hearing Shen Manling's demand, Jiang Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. 500 million? Shen Manling, have you gone mad for money?
Shen Manling no longer cared how Jiang Jing viewed her. She crossed her arms, adopting a haughty demeanor.
This isn't me forcing your hand. You said you wanted you use custody. Since that's the case, you'll have to pay a price. You can't just snap your fingers and expect custody to land in your lap.
Seeing Shen Manling act as if this were perfectly reasonable only made Jiang Jing's anger boil over.
Jiang Jing sneered coldly. Shen Manling, you really have lost your mind. How can you even say such things? You're Yu Yu's father. She's your own flesh and blood. You can't take care of her properly, which is why I want to step in. And now you dare to make such an outrageous demand? Shen Manling hated nothing more than Jiang Jing's nagging.
At his words, a flash of impatience crossed her face.
Cut the nonsense. 500 million, are you giving it or not?
Seeing Shen Manling like this, Jiang Jing was so furious he couldn't speak.
But remembering Shen Yu lying in the hospital ward, he forced himself to calm down and asked, what do you need 500 million for?
It was better that Jiang Jing hadn't brought this up. The moment he did, Shen Manling was reminded of her company, which he had left in utter disarray. Before divorcing Jiang Jing, everything had been fine. But since the divorce, her company had gone downhill. Every time she thought about it, she couldn't help but resent Jiang Jing.
What for? Director Jiang, are you seriously meddling in your ex-wife's affairs after the divorce? I'll make it simple.
If you want custody of Yu Yu, hand over 500 million yuan paid in full, upfront. I'll go with you to change the custody arrangement without a word.
Otherwise, forget about it. As for what I'll do with the money? Director Jiang needn't concern himself. Shen Manling's expression darkened completely.
She couldn't be bothered to argue with Jiang Jing any longer. Jiang Jing grew furious, his trembling finger pointing at Shen Manling. He remained speechless for a long moment until his gaze drifted toward Shen Yu's hospital room. Unbeknownst to him, a tiny figure had been pressed against the glass door. Shen Yu, who should have been lying in bed. Perhaps it was Shen Yu's gaze that finally brought Jiang Jing back to his senses.
Shen Manling, if you don't want to give me custody, just say so.
There's no need to make things this difficult for me. Shen Manling curled her lip, about to respond, when Gu Zixing's voice cut in from the side. When did our esteemed director Jiang sink to this level?
Forget everything else, just the box office for your films alone must be well over 500 million. And now you can't even spare a portion to help Manling out? Or could it be that you never truly wanted custody of Yu Yu in the first place? Come to think of it, how many times have you even visited her since divorcing Manling?
And you call yourself the father who raised her? Jiang Jing hadn't expected Gu Zixing to suddenly appear from the side.
The moment his gaze met Gu Zixing's figure, Jiang Jing rolled his eyes dramatically without a shred of politeness.
I had no idea, Mr. Gu.
When did you become so bored that you'd stoop to eavesdropping?
Facing Gu Zixing's provocation, Jiang Jing wasn't intimidated, firing back without hesitation. Gu Zixing ignored Jiang Jing's retort, instead casually draping his arm around Shen Manling's shoulder.
The two looked intimately close. Director Jiang, that's a bit harsh. I merely came to check on Yu Yu and Manling and happened to overhear your conversation. But now it seems, Director Jiang, you've chosen money over Yu Yu after all. As he spoke, Gu Zixing raised an eyebrow at Jiang Jing, his smugness and provocation evident in every glance.
The matters between me and Shen Manling are none of your concern, Mr. Gu. Jiang Jing had no desire to argue further with Shen Manling and Gu Zixing. He turned to leave. But after taking just a few steps, his hand clenched tightly. After a moment's struggle, he paused and called back, Shen Manling, I'll consider what you just said. With that, Jiang Jing turned and left the hospital, paying no further attention to the two people behind him. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Jing sat in his car, his mind filled with confusion.
He didn't know what he should do now.
Returning to the company, he knew he wouldn't be able to focus on business matters. After much deliberation, Jiang Jing sent a message to Li Yun, canceling his afternoon schedule, and then headed straight back to his home. Back home, Jiang Jing collapsed exhausted onto the sofa, the scenes from the hospital replaying endlessly in his mind. Shen Yu lying in the hospital bed. Shen Manling, fixated solely on money. And Gu Zixing, fanning the flames. These three figures kept flashing through Jiang Jing's mind. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh, climbed off the sofa, and began to tally up his available funds. Shen Manling's demand for 500 million yuan was actually within Jiang Jing's means provided he sacrificed everything he owned. After tallying his assets, he realized his current liquid funds were nowhere near enough to regain custody of Shen Yu. Yet the thought of abandoning his career solely for custody felt unbearable. Jiang Jing knew he couldn't bring himself to do it. Yet the memory of Shen Yu's expression plunged him back into deep turmoil. Gu Zixing was right, Shen Yu was the child he had raised from infancy. Only he knew how much heart and soul he had poured into her. Even if she wasn't his biological child, Jiang Jing simply couldn't bring himself to abandon her. Meanwhile, Shen Qingning somehow learned that Shen Manling demanded 500 million yuan from Jiang Jing in exchange for custody of Shen Yu. She understood Jiang Jing's deep affection for the young girl. Though she didn't entirely approve of the deal, if Jiang Jing was truly set on it, Shen Qingning could only choose to support him. Besides, Shen Qingning knew exactly how much capital Jiang Jing controlled. Raising 500 million yuan in such a short time was practically impossible for him. With this in mind, she dialed his number.
Jiang Jing, where are you right now?
The call connected, and Shen Qingning asked without hesitation. Jiang Jing, who was still tallying his funds, was particularly surprised to receive Shen Qingning's call.
Qingning? I'm at home. What do you need?
Jiang Jing instinctively chose to conceal the matter between him and Shen Manning.
Chapter 136, Raising Funds. Fortunately, Shen Qingning showed no intention of pressing the matter. Instead, she stated directly, Jiang Jing, regarding Shen Yu. I know you can't come up with that much money in such a short time. I can help you.
The moment Jiang Jing heard Shen Yu, he understood Shen Qingning's proposal. Precisely because of this, the bitter smile on his face deepened. He cut her off and replied earnestly.
Qingning, this matter ultimately involves complications between Shen Manning and me. There's truly no need to drag you into it. It wouldn't be fair to you, would it? Shen Qingning fell silent upon hearing Jiang Jing's words. Yes, this matter ultimately concerned Jiang Jing and Shen Manning. Regardless of her current relationship with Jiang Jing, neither reason nor sentiment dictated she should intervene. Yet Shen Qingning inexplicably couldn't bear seeing Jiang Jing struggle. For a moment, she didn't know what to do.
Noticing her silence, Jiang Jing sighed softly and continued, besides, I suspect Shen Manning wants that 500 million specifically for her company's cash flow. If I actually give her that money, everything we've done to bring down Shen Manning and Gu Zixing would be completely wasted, wouldn't it? Shen Qingning's expression shifted slightly. What about Shen Yu? She's still just a child. Aren't you afraid? Qingning, Shen Yu is Shen Manling's daughter after all. Knowing Shen Manning, she won't abandon her. You can rest assured. As for trading 500 million for custody, I need more time to consider it. There's no need to rush. Jiang Jing cut Shen Qingning off, making the decision outright. Hearing this, Shen Qingning could say no more and could only go along with Jiang Jing's words. In that case, let's just wait and see. After speaking, both hung up simultaneously. Staring at the darkening screen, Jiang Jing rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. After a moment of internal struggle, he decided to set this matter aside for now. Perhaps a new turning point would emerge soon. But reality clearly had no intention of letting Jiang Jing relax. Before he could gather his thoughts or adjust his state of mind, the project manager at the new company's construction site called, reporting that the previous funds had been exhausted and requesting another disbursement. Jiang Jing had no choice but to prioritize the new company. Once the funds were transferred, he watched helplessly as the numbers in his account dwindled significantly, a painful sight. Fortunately, Jiang Jing had some good news. Since the last romantic scandal, Fang Jiahuan and Zhou Li had both become much more restrained, focusing more of their energy on filming. Their jointly produced campus drama had successfully wrapped up. Judging from the leaked photos from the TV series, the two had become quite popular online again. And numerous endorsement deals began flooding into Jiang Jing's company, all vying to secure Fang Jia and Zhou Li as brand ambassadors. Overnight, Fang Jiahuan and Zhou Li's commercial value skyrocketed. Yet despite Jiang Jing's urgent need for funds, he didn't rush to finalize endorsements for them. Instead, he meticulously documented every company that approached for contract negotiations, then handed the records to Li Yun for investigation. He wanted to vet these companies for any negative news, especially tax evasion issues. After arranging this, Jiang Jing summoned Fang Jiahan and Zhou Li back into his office. This time, Zhou Li showed none of her previous nervousness. Standing side by side with Fang Jiahan before Jiang Jing, her eyes and brows radiated unhidden delight. Director Jiang, have you seen the news online? Jiahan and I are trending now. Jiang Jing nodded with a smile. Just as Zhou Li said, both had gained a new wave of fans, and the proportion of CP fans was steadily increasing. Many CP fans had jumped ship after seeing the dramas behind-the-scenes footage. While assigning staff to manage their relationship news, Jiang Jing paid special attention to the CP fans' movements to gauge the potential for tying Fang Jiahuan and Zhou Li together. Clearly, Jiang Jing was very satisfied with the current results, though he didn't let his excitement run as high as Zhou Li's. Good. Your popularity has surged significantly now. But the higher you climb, the more cautious you must be. Don't forget, as your fanbase grows, so does the number of haters. One misstep could ruin everything. Remember what I told you before. Only then did Fang Jiahuan speak up. Brother Jiang, rest assured. We'll keep that firmly in mind. Good. By the way, many parties have approached us recently regarding endorsement deals. I've already had Li Yun investigate the relevant information. It shouldn't be long before you have endorsement contracts to sign. Remember, before any official announcements, you must avoid such comments at all costs to prevent anyone from finding fault. Jiang Jing reiterated his caution. After the two left, Jiang Jing exhaled a long sigh of relief. With their soaring commercial value, his income as company owner had certainly increased. Yet for Jiang Jing now, these earnings were merely a drop in the bucket, utterly insufficient to resolve his predicament.
Coincidentally, just as Jiang Jing was deep in worry, Huang Xiang contacted him again, arranging a meeting. Jiang Jing was puzzled but agreed, suspecting Huang Xiang might have urgent business. They met at a quiet cafe. In a corner, Huang Xiang placed a contract before Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing scanned it, puzzled, then looked questioningly at Huang Xiang. "What is this?" Huang Xiang gestured for Jiang Jing to open it. As Jiang Jing reviewed the contract, Huang Xiang began explaining. "This is the acquisition contract for our outsourcing company. The company's recent performance hasn't gone unnoticed within the industry. As luck would have it, a major film studio has taken notice of our company's growth potential and profitability. They're interested in acquiring us. This is the contract they sent over. I've already reviewed it, but I wanted you to take a look and see if anything seems off." Jiang Jing skimmed through the contract, his eyes scanning 10 lines at a time. But when they landed on the acquisition price, they froze. 10 billion? That much? Jiang Jing rubbed his eyes in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom the figure. Huang Xiang smiled, sipping his coffee. "Of course. While our company isn't massive, its profits are substantial. 10 billion seems more than sufficient. But since this venture is our joint effort, I didn't want to finalize it without consulting you first." Chapter 137, She Wants 5 billion. Hearing this, Jiang Jing fell deep in thought. At 10 billion, based on his original investment share, he could secure at least 5 billion plus. This deal was a surefire win for him. With that settled, Jiang Jing closed the contract and looked directly at Huang Xiang. "Since they're showing such sincerity, let's sell it. We'll split the proceeds exactly as we originally agreed." After relentless effort, Jiang Jing ultimately secured 450 million yuan. Gazing at the figure in his bank account, Jiang Jing couldn't help but smile. Recalling Shen Yu's innocent smile, he felt all his efforts were worth it. Jiang Jing wasted no time afterward, quickly scraping together the remaining funds to cover the gap. As the balance in his account steadily grew, a heavy weight lifted from Jiang Jing's heart, bolstering his confidence. "The 500 million you demanded, I've secured it. Hand over custody of the child. I promise to give them the life they deserve." Jiang Jing marched straight into Shen Qingning's office, slammed the bank card onto the desk, and stated flatly. Shen Manning clearly hadn't anticipated Jiang Jing's sudden move. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes as she stared at him, speechless for a long moment. She truly hadn't expected Jiang Jing to actually follow through with her demands. She thought this would make him back down, but it seemed he was genuinely determined to reclaim custody of Shen Yu this time. "Don't even think about backing out. I'm well aware your company is in dire straits. This money will help it weather the storm as quickly as possible. Otherwise, bankruptcy looms at any moment." Jiang Jing stared at Shen Manning, as if reading something in her eyes. He spoke first, cutting off her words. "Stop hesitating. This is the best solution to your company's problems right now." Jiang Jing didn't want to waste any more time with her, his tone growing sharper. "Fine. You can have custody of the child. I won't interfere anymore." Shen Manling's eyes stung, forcing a flush of red, but with no other choice, she sighed softly and agreed. The company's current state was entirely due to her stubborn persistence. For the greater good of the company, Shen Manning had no option but to reach an agreement with Jiang Jing. "I'll contact a lawyer soon to draft the custody transfer agreement. The lawyer will send it to your email." Shen Manning kept her eyes lowered, her expression unreadable. Satisfied with her response, Jiang Jing nodded without further ado and turned to leave the company promptly. Shen Manning watched the office gradually fall silent, a sense of loss settling over her. How had things spiraled into this situation step by step? Jiang Jing knew that once Shen Manning made a decision like this, she would never go back on her word. Therefore, he no longer wasted time on her. During this period, Jiang Jing often visited Shen Yu. "Yu, Daddy brought some of your favorite snacks today. Shall we share them together?" Jiang Jing stood at the ward door, holding a bag and smiling broadly as he waved it toward Shen Yu inside. Shen Yu sat on the hospital bed, her gaze vacant. Only upon hearing Jiang Jing's voice did her attention shift, and a faint smile touched her lips. Jiang Jing's heart leapt with joy, thinking Shen Yu's condition had improved. He was about to step forward when, unexpectedly, Shen Yu suddenly screamed in terror. "Ah! Get out of here! Don't come near me! Get out now!" Shen Yu's shrill voice cut like a knife, but it was Jiang Jing's heart that ached the most. All right, I'll leave first. You calm down, Yu, okay?" Jiang Jing patiently urged her, then stepped back dejectedly to the doorway. Inside, Shen Yu continued screaming. Jiang Jing forced himself to suppress his heartache as doctors and nurses arrived to stabilize her emotions. In the days that followed, Jiang Jing made numerous attempts to visit Shen Yu. Yet she frequently experienced bouts of emotional instability and mental breakdowns. Each visit felt like a blunt knife repeatedly slicing through his heart. Eventually, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. It was Shen Qingning who sought him out first, which came as a surprise. "I know about your custody battle with Shen Manning." Shen Qingning's words were delivered calmly, yet they unleashed a storm within Jiang Jing's heart. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep it from you." Jiang Jing's voice was hoarse. He opened his mouth to explain, but Shen Qingning smiled and shook her head, interrupting him softly. That's not what concerns me. It's that Yu's condition still doesn't seem to be improving. I've been looking into some doctors' profiles. At this point, Shen Qingning handed him a folder. Jiang Jing looked closely. It contained the resume of a renowned doctor, filled with an impressive list of accomplishments, each one a remarkable achievement. This surprised Jiang Jing. He lifted his gaze to meet Shen Qingning's eyes, still smiling. If you don't mind, I can arrange a transfer. This doctor is a renowned psychiatrist internationally, with numerous accolades and a track record of successfully treating many severe cases. I don't believe Yu's condition is excessively severe. If she can accept this doctor's treatment, I believe she should recover quite quickly. Jiang Jing suddenly felt a pang in his nose. Someone had empathized with his heartache and pain so deeply, going out of their way to help him behind the scenes without his knowledge. Of course I don't mind. Thank you so much. Jiang Jing's expression was filled with gratitude, but Shen Qingning merely waved it off. There's no need to thank me. I just don't want a child to suffer from illness at such a young age. I just wonder if Yu would be willing to transfer hospitals abroad. Hearing this, Jiang Jing finally understood Shen Qingning's true concern and quickly responded. Rest assured, I'll talk to Yu properly. We'll definitely cooperate with you to complete the transfer procedures as soon as possible. Hearing Jiang Jing's words, Shen Qingning suddenly felt much more at ease. She gently clasped his hand, and the warmth from her palm seeped into his heart. It's okay. If Yu still resists, we'll find another way. I'll work alongside you. You're not alone. Shen Qingning gently embraced Jiang Jing, leaving him with a warm, fuzzy feeling deep inside. Chapter 138, Successfully Regaining Custody. He found himself increasingly grateful for his good fortune in finding such a girlfriend. Over the past period, Shen Qingning's thoughtful care hadn't gone unnoticed. What he hadn't anticipated was that behind the scenes, Shen Qingning was still worrying about Shen Yu's situation, not putting on a show for his sake. Such thoughtfulness and consideration genuinely moved Jiang Jing. Of course, his own gratitude toward Shen Qingning played a part too. True to form, Shen Qingning worked swiftly. Within days, Jiang Jing received the custody transfer agreement in his email. After a quick review to confirm everything was in order, he signed it without hesitation and promptly sent the receipt back. And so, Shen Yu's custody was officially transferred to Jiang Jing, bringing the matter to a close. During these days, Jiang Jing also worked on preparing Shen Yu psychologically. Seeing her emotions gradually stabilize, he reassured her and agreed to the hospital transfer. By the time Shen Manning learned of this, Shen Yu had already nearly completed the transfer paperwork. Shen Manning rushed frantically to the hospital ward, arriving just as she encountered Shen Yu sitting on the bed, lost in thought. Spotting Shen Manning's figure nearby, Jiang Jing rose to greet her. We apologize for not informing you sooner about the transfer. We wanted to wait until everything was settled before telling you. Jiang Jing's tone was neutral. Shen Manning opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, her expression hesitant. But after a moment's thought, she swallowed her words and gave a slight nod. After all, custody of Shen Yu was now in Jiang Jing's hands. What right did she have to question him? Shen Manning thought to herself with bitter self-mockery. Yu, if anything makes you uncomfortable, you must tell Daddy, understand? Take good care of yourself abroad. Mommy will miss you, and you'll miss Mommy too, right? Shen Manning's gaze shifted back to Shen Yu lying in the hospital bed. The wave of reluctance and longing surged through her like a tidal wave, leaving her breathless. She hurried to the bedside, crouched down gently, and tentatively took Shen Yu's hand. Seeing no resistance, she asked reluctantly. But Shen Yu seemed distant now, only staring coldly at Shen Manning. She remained silent for a long while. Tears welled up in Shen Manning's eyes, and the pain in her heart was unbearable. Finally, she reluctantly let go of her hand. Fortunately, the subsequent transfer to the new hospital went relatively smoothly. During the journey, Shen Yu stayed quiet and obediently followed Jiang Jing's instructions. I knew this child was actually quite obedient. She was just sick, Jiang Jing thought with a flicker of joy, smiling softly as he held Shen Yu's hand. However, upon arriving at the new hospital, Shen Yu's demeanor shifted slightly. Perhaps the unfamiliar surroundings and the presence of strangers made her wary. For a while, she remained guarded, barely uttering a word. Jiang Jing? That midday, as Jiang Jing sat beside Shen Yu, carefully feeding her bite by bite, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Startled, he turned to see who had arrived. Sure enough, it was Su Xiufang, whom he hadn't seen in ages. Mom? What brings you here? Are you feeling better? Jiang Jing asked, his voice tinged with surprise and delight, his concern for Su Xiufang evident. Su Xiufang approached with a warm smile, but it was Shen Yu who reacted first. Hearing rustling sounds behind them, Jiang Jing turned to see Shen Yu, who had been eating with a distant expression moments ago, had swiftly retreated to the corner of the bed. She now looked at Su Xiufang with fear in her eyes. Never mind. Let's discuss this outside. Su Xiufang met Shen Yu's gaze and instantly understood. Without further comment, she turned and walked out of the ward, gently closing the door behind her. Only then did Shen Yu's guard relax slightly. I'm also undergoing treatment and rehabilitation at this hospital.
I heard you brought Yu here for psychological treatment and wanted to check on the situation. I never imagined it would be worse than I anticipated. Seeing Jiang Jing emerge with a desolate look, Su Xiufang finally explained her reason for coming. As she spoke, Su Xiufang cast a worried glance back at Shen Yu inside the ward. Listen, raising children requires patience. Sick kids can't be treated like healthy ones. Sometimes their thoughts differ from ours. You must care for him wholeheartedly, understand? Su Xiufang knew Shen Yu harbored some resentment toward her now, so she tactfully avoided suggesting she and Jiang Jing share childcare duties. Besides, it seemed the child still trusted Jiang Jing more. Her earlier glance into the room had caught Shen Yu looking worriedly in the direction Jiang Jing had left. I understand. I'll take good care of Yu and help him overcome his illness as soon as possible. Jiang Jing's mood grew somber as he nodded solemnly in agreement. After this conversation, Jiang Jing felt somewhat enlightened. From then on, he personally took charge of Shen Yu's care, staying by his side almost around the clock, day and night. He often shared amusing anecdotes from his work and daily life with Shen Yu. Sometimes, Jiang Jing could see Shen Yu's lips curl into a gentle smile. After maintaining this routine for quite some time, Jiang Jing could clearly sense Shen Yu's condition improving day by day. Their relationship had also grown much closer through this period of shared time. What would you like to eat tonight, Yu? Jiang Jing asked with his usual patience, his eyes filled with tenderness as he looked at Shen Yu. Shen Yu, however, pouted slightly and shook her head in response. Her voice was soft, but Jiang Jing caught every syllable. I want porridge. Alright, then let's have porridge tonight. Jiang Jing smiled as he answered. Just then, his phone rang. Shen Yu's expression shifted imperceptibly. Hello, what's this about? Jiang Jing's tone turned slightly colder. Mr. Jiang, congratulations. The voice on the other end carried a cheerful tone. It was a business partner calling. We've signed quite a few new talents recently. These newcomers are incredibly promising, solid fundamentals too. Following your suggestion, we had them appear in a few TV dramas and films first. Surprisingly, they all performed quite well. The ratings are soaring. Jiang Jing's lips curved into a smile. Thank you all for your cooperation during this period. The company's thriving growth wouldn't have been possible without your diligent management. I'll ensure you're generously rewarded upon my return. Chapter 139, Home Treatment. Jiang Jing knew his partners had worked tirelessly to keep the company running smoothly. With the business now at its peak and profits rolling in, their contributions were undeniable. After exchanging brief updates, Jiang Jing ended the call. Yu wants porridge today. Daddy will cook it himself. Wait here a moment, okay? I'll be right back. After hanging up, Jiang Jing immediately refocused his attention on Shen Yu. Seeing his reaction, Shen Yu's tension finally eased slightly. She pressed her lips together slightly, gave a faint smile, and nodded gently. Jiang Jing, his face beaming with affection, ruffled her hair tenderly. Now, you must promise me, okay? You're not to wander off. Just wait patiently here for Daddy. Shen Yu nodded again. Satisfied with her response, Jiang Jing turned and left the ward, heading straight outside. He wanted to prepare dinner for Shen Yu as quickly as possible before returning to her side. Jiang Jing, where are you going? Is Yu okay staying alone in the ward? He happened to bump into Su Xiufang, who was out for a stroll. The moment she spotted Jiang Jing, she hurried over with a look of concern, gently patting his shoulder as displeasure flashed in her eyes. Recognizing her, Jiang Jing's eyes crinkled with a smile. I'm just heading home to make kanji for Yu. She said she wanted some today. Well, it seems your relationship has improved lately. But leaving the child alone in the hospital room isn't that risky? Hearing Jiang Jing's answer, Su Xiufang felt genuine happiness for her, her heart filled with relief. Jiang Jing had always been consumed by work, rarely making time for family. When she'd run into him earlier, she'd learned he'd largely handed over company management to partners and subordinates. This period of time spent with his family was a rare respite. Fortunately, his team was efficient and kept the company running smoothly. Jiang Jing was well aware of the recent TV dramas his company had produced, and Su Xiufang had always admired the company's capabilities. Still, she couldn't help but worry. Would Shen Yu be safe alone in the hospital room? Don't worry, Mom. I've asked the nurses to keep an eye on her and I'll be back soon. You can rest assured. As he spoke, Jiang Jing saw the elevator doors open and hurried toward the hospital exit, only to be stopped once more when Su Xiufang tugged at his sleeve. Confused, Jiang Jing looked at Su Xiufang. Do you go home every day just to cook and bring food for Yu? Su Xiufang inquired. Jiang Jing nodded blankly. Since Shen Yu only trusted him now, and his earlier conversation with Su Xiufang had given him insight, he had always personally taken care of Shen Yu, not letting anyone else get involved. If that's the case, running back and forth between the hospital and home all day must be exhausting, Su Xiufang said, her eyes suddenly filled with concern. After all, Jiang Jing was the child she had watched grow up. Why not bring Yu home instead? Have a psychologist come to the house for treatment. The hospital is crowded and full of strangers, and the environment is unfamiliar. Even if she stays here too long, she'll feel uncomfortable.
These words suddenly made everything click for Jiang Jing. Right. Why hadn't he thought of that before? But we just transferred Yu to this hospital. She hasn't been here long, and now I'm suggesting bringing her home again. I'm worried she won't adjust. Jiang Jing hesitated. He was willing to endure the back-and-forth trips if it meant even slight improvement in Shen Yu's condition. But suddenly changing her environment again? He couldn't be sure how it would affect her. Yu is still a child. You're the person she trusts most. For a child's treatment, it's worth trying a more comfortable environment. If she truly resists, then let her continue treatment at the hospital. We have to give it a shot. Su Xiufang instantly saw through Jiang Jing's hesitation. She seemed utterly unconcerned, a testament to her trust in Shen Yu. I understand. I'll give it serious thought. Thank you, Mom. Alright, go now. Hearing Jiang Jing's reply, Su Xiufang said no more, watching until his figure disappeared at the hospital entrance. After returning home, Jiang Jing truly took Su Xiufang's words to heart. He carefully considered her advice and concluded she was right. After preparing dinner, he hurried back to the hospital ward as quickly as possible. Inside the room, Shen Yu's complexion had improved, looking rosy and much better than her previous pallor. Yet she remained seated silently on the hospital bed, the room so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yu. I apologize. Jiang Jing hurried forward, opened the lunchbox, picked up a spoon, scooped a mouthful of porridge, blew gently on it, and offered it to Shen Yu's lips. To his surprise, she accepted it without protest, obediently swallowing the spoonful. But there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Yu. While feeding her, Jiang Jing tried to use the gentlest tone possible, though he clearly sensed Shen Yu's body stiffen. Daddy knows Yu has seen so many unfamiliar uncles and aunts at the hospital lately, and it must be scary. So Daddy wants to bring Yu home to live and have the doctor uncle treat Yu at home. Expecting a refusal, he was surprised when Shen Yu suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glinting with a light he hadn't noticed before. Okay. Shen Yu uttered the word softly, yet Jiang Jing distinctly felt her joy. The next day, Jiang Jing completed the necessary paperwork and rushed Shen Yu home. As soon as they reached the doorstep, a familiar figure caught his eye. Shen Manning? What are you doing here? Jiang Jing furrowed his brow slightly, his voice tinged with confusion. Shen Manling's attention was drawn by the voice. A smile touched her lips as she turned to speak, but Shen Yu beside her suddenly erupted with emotion. Didn't you take the money and abandon me? What are you doing here? This is my home. Get out. At these words, Jiang Jing and Shen Manning exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Yu, who told you this? Shen Manling's expression darkened instantly as she pressed. Everyone already knows about these things. Even the uncles and aunts at the hospital know. Chapter 140, A String of Good Luck. Shen Yu's emotions grew increasingly agitated, tears falling like broken beads onto the floor. Jiang Jing's eyes flashed with understanding. No wonder Shen Yu's condition at the hospital had been so erratic. She'd heard about their deal from others. Sweetheart, how could those uncles and aunts possibly know the truth? Mommy has always loved you the most. We came today just to see our precious Yu. Shen Manning, panicked and trembling, reached out to grasp Shen Yu's hand, only to have it violently jerked away. There, Yu. Daddy's right here. Let's go home now. Jiang Jing had already seen through the situation. Shen Yu was now severely averse to Shen Manning, even showing signs of stress. Forcing Shen Yu to spend time with Shen Manning would inevitably lead to trouble. So Jiang Jing hurriedly scooped Shen Yu into his arms, gently patting her back to soothe her emotions. I've already given you the money you requested. Yao is my daughter now. I hope you won't interfere in our father-daughter relationship any further. As Jiang Jing felt Shen Yao's emotions gradually stabilize, he lifted his gaze to see Shen Manning beside him, her face filled with panic and confusion, unsure how to react. His anger flared instantly. His expression darkened instantly. He had no desire to engage further with Shen Manning. Having already met her demands, Jiang Jing delivered his final words coldly, his eyes as icy as steel. He then picked up Shen Yu and walked toward the house, not sparing Shen Manning a single glance. Shen Manning stood frozen at the doorway, unable to react for a long moment. Jiang Jing's words echoed relentlessly in her ears, stabbing her heart with each repetition. They had truly pierced her soul. Inside the room, Jiang Jing gently laid Shen Yu on the bed. His icy expression gradually melted, giving way to a smile. Yu, isn't the bed at home much softer than the hospital bed? Jiang Jing asked, though his tone sounded almost like he was seeking praise. Shen Yu instantly forgot all the unpleasantness from moments before. She understood that Jiang Jing was trying to cheer her up. She lay on the bed, rolling around contentedly a few times before nodding. You said earlier that you overheard some uncles and aunts talking about your dad and mom at the hospital, right? Jiang Jing shifted the topic, asking tentatively. Shen Yu's mood visibly sank. Those uncles and aunts don't know what really happened. Daddy will tell you everything you want to know someday. But until then, just remember this, Daddy will always love you. That's all you need to know. Seeing the child's dejected expression, Jiang Jing felt his heartache even more. He gently pulled Shen Yu into his embrace. Feeling the security of his large hands, Shen Yu nodded softly in his arms. I know, Dad. I love you too, Shen Yu murmured softly. She heard Jiang Jing chuckle softly above her head, though the slight stiffness in his body betrayed the emotions churning within him. Fortunately, Shen Manning had the sense to stay away. Ever since Jiang Jing had drawn a clear line with her, she hadn't appeared before the father and daughter in the days that followed. Jiang Jing had been patiently guiding Shen Yu through her emotions, and Shen Yu had become more cooperative with her treatment, showing steady improvement. Yu, may I come in? Shen Qingning knocked softly on the door, asking tentatively. Shen Yu met Shen Qingning's gaze, hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, silently allowing her to enter the room. This is the pork rib soup I made myself. I heard you don't like carrots, so I substituted other ingredients. But don't worry, the flavor won't be compromised at all. Shen Qingning tiptoed inside, observing Shen Yu's expression as she pulled out the insulated container. The moment the container was opened, an intense aroma filled the room. A fleeting emotion seemed to pass through Yu's eyes. Let Auntie feed you a taste, okay? Ah. Shen Qingning ladled a bowl and brought it to Shen Yu's mouth. It's delicious. Thank you, Auntie. Shen Yu savored it slowly, remaining silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Shen Qingning beamed with delight, her eyes crinkling. You like it, Yu? Then Auntie will make it for you often. True to her word, Shen Qingning frequently brought various dishes to Jiang Jing's residence in the days that followed, accompanying Jiang Jing to assist with Shen Yu's treatment. Shen Yu's condition visibly improved significantly compared to the beginning. That day, Shen Qingning brought a light soup as usual. After watching Shen Yu finish it, she turned to leave, but Shen Yu softly called her back. Auntie. Shen Qingning visibly paused for a moment, exchanging a glance with Jiang Jing before turning back with a warm smile. What is it, Yu? Thank you, Auntie. Having you here these past days has made me very happy. What Shen Yu said next left both Shen Qingning and Jiang Jing frozen in place, speechless for a long while. Over these days, Shen Yu had observed how Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning interacted and how they treated her. Gradually, she had come to accept the reality of their relationship. I'm sorry, Dad. I was so unreasonable before, always making you angry. It's all Yuyo's fault. Dad, please don't be mad at me anymore, okay? Shen Yuyo blinked her big, watery eyes and looked at Jiang Jing, her face full of sincere apology. Who could bear to hold a grudge against Shen Yu when she looked like that? Jiang Jing smiled and took her hand. Silly Yu, how could Daddy ever be angry with you? Jiang Jing accepted her apology with complete ease. Father and daughter finally bridged the gap that had separated them for years, mending their relationship. Sometimes blood ties work like that magical. Even after all they'd been through, even when they'd been at odds, their hearts had remained tightly bound together from the start, never truly parted. Meanwhile, Su Xiufang also received good news. Miss Su, congratulations. I never imagined you'd recover to this extent so quickly. Thank you for your cooperation with our medical staff during this time. You've worked hard. The attending physician, reviewing Su Xiufang's latest test results, couldn't contain his smile. Su Xiufang's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? Of course, most of this is thanks to your efforts. Does that mean I can be discharged? The doctor looked at her and nodded solemnly. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Jing was overjoyed. With both his mother and daughter steadily recovering, he felt an unprecedented sense of delight and relief. Mom, once you're discharged, you can move right in with us. I've hired a nanny for you and Yu. She'll focus solely on taking care of you both. Qingning will also come visit you often. Chapter 141 successfully cleared his name. After arranging everything, Jiang Jing processed the discharge paperwork for Shen Yu and Su Xiufang. He then spoke to Su Xiufang with a warm smile. With her consent, he brought Su Xiufang back home. After enduring countless hardships, the family was finally reunited. A wave of warmth washed over Jiang Jing, filling him with deep satisfaction. With family matters largely resolved, Jiang Jing pondered briefly before deciding to return to work as soon as possible. After all, he couldn't rely indefinitely on partners and subordinates to manage the company. As CEO, he must shoulder his responsibilities. His prolonged absence had allowed Shen Manning and Gu Zixing ample time to act. Further delay risked turning the situation against him. Mr. Jiang, you're back. Early the next morning, Li Yun was handling unfinished company matters from the previous night when he spotted Jiang Jing. Li Yun froze momentarily. He quickly regained his composure, rising from his chair with a respectful bow. Jiang Jing nodded in acknowledgement. What's the latest with Gu Zixing and Shen Manning? Jiang Jing cut straight to the chase without any preamble. Miss Shen Manning's company crisis has been resolved. Gu Zixing recently settled all his outstanding tax liabilities and even produced a public service short film. The online reception has been quite positive. Li Yun worked with remarkable efficiency. He wasn't surprised by Jiang Jing's inquiry. Without needing instructions, he had anticipated his superior's thoughts and already compiled a detailed report on Gu Zixing and Shen Manning's recent activities. Li Yun placed a laptop in front of Jiang Jing and opened a website. Please take a look. Jiang Jing clicked to view it, and the first thing that caught his eye was Gu Zixing's recently released public service short film. Jiang Jing clicked play and watched it through. He was slightly surprised. It must be said that Gu Zixing's latest public service short film was indeed quite good overall, whether in terms of quality, cinematography, casting, or the actors' performances. However, given Gu Zixing's years of experience in the industry, this level of work still fell short. After so long in the spotlight, audiences naturally had higher expectations for him. I feel like Gu Zixing's previous incident was deliberately orchestrated. Exactly. This public service short is so well made, it brought tears to my eyes. Support Gu Zixing's comeback. Netizens were unanimously positive. Jiang Jing had anticipated Gu Zixing's recent moves. Earlier, he had given Shen Manning a full 500 million yuan, more than enough to help her company weather the storm. Naturally, they would use the remaining funds to support Gu Zixing, and indeed, that's exactly what happened. Gu Zixing's short film has sparked a wave of online imitations. His current reputation has largely been salvaged by this public service video. Li Yun, standing beside Jiang Jing, promptly summarized the situation. Jiang Jing understood completely, remaining silent. Of course, not all the comments genuinely supported Gu Zixing. He would undoubtedly have paid for some online trolls to stir up public sentiment. Jiang Jing simply swiped his mouse down lightly. Tax audits are the state's business. Would the state smear a director? Besides, this director isn't even that famous. Probably just another one of Gu Zixing's whitewashing tactics. No way. Absolutely not. I refuse to agree. As expected, many viewers simply couldn't accept Gu Zixing's comeback, and those opposing it were far from few. Moreover, Gu Zixing's choice to attempt redemption through a public service short film was likely just a publicity stunt, cashing in on the goodwill of charity. The real test would be whether he could deliver more outstanding work in the future, otherwise, audiences would turn their backs on him at any moment. Jiang Jing snorted coldly, already silently plotting his next move. Upon learning of Jiang Jing's return to work, Shen Qingning rushed over promptly, her expression grave. You've seen what Gu Zixing's been up to lately, right? Jiang Jing didn't respond. Shen Qingning looked at him, her eyes already conveying the confirmation she sought. Sigh. Shen Qingning sighed helplessly, sinking wearily onto the nearby sofa, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. Earlier, Shen Manning used that money to cover the company's previous shortfall. Your absence from the company gave them the chance to exploit the gap. They've been relentlessly pushing forward and have now firmly re-established their company's position. Shen Qingning relayed the news she'd gathered from others over the past days to Jiang Jing. As she spoke, another wave of helplessness washed over her, mingled with growing anger toward Shen Manning. Shen Manning is utterly despicable. Taking advantage of someone's vulnerability. Utterly unethical. Shen Qingning's brows knitted tightly. If Shen Manning had saved the company through her own abilities, Shen Qingning wouldn't have uttered a single word. But they both knew full well that behind this lay the financial backing provided by Jiang Jing. Without that, they could never have resolved the company's crisis so effortlessly. This left Shen Qingning feeling like they'd shot themselves in the foot. Now look, all our previous efforts have been completely wasted. Shen Qingning wasn't dismissing Jiang Jing's strategy to regain custody of Shenyu. Yet, no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't shake the feeling of regret. They had the victory practically in the bag. Jiang Jing listened silently to Shen Qingning's words. Suddenly, he stood up, stepped forward, and placed both hands on her shoulders, gazing at her with deep affection. Then just tell me one thing, do you trust me? Shen Qingning was momentarily stunned by his sudden gesture, but she answered instinctively, of course I believe you. If you believe me, then stop worrying so much. Jiang Jing smiled as if he'd anticipated Shen Qingning's response all along. Rest assured, they don't have that kind of power yet. The company has only just stabilized, any major moves won't happen anytime soon. Jiang Jing seemed unconcerned, analyzing the situation with casual ease. Shen Qingning watched him, an indescribable emotion slowly spreading within her. He always seemed to handle things this way, approaching every problem with unwavering confidence. What was astonishing was that Jiang Jing almost always managed to navigate these crises successfully, delivering surprise after surprise. Now that Jiang Jing had spoken so decisively, Shen Qingning felt considerably more at ease. I promise you, in 2 months we'll restart filming for a new movie. This time, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Not only will it overshadow Gu Zixing's gimmicks, but it will also deliver a decisive counterpunch. Chapter 142, Seeking Inspiration. Thanks to this public service short film, Gu Zixing's career not only turned around but also allowed him to temporarily re-enter the entertainment industry. Perhaps because his scandal had erupted so abruptly and his hiatus had been relatively brief, Gu Zixing's fanbase, though diminished, remained substantial. Now that he'd returned to the entertainment scene, fans who hadn't abandoned him before were flocking back, and his popularity was even showing signs of returning to its peak. Upon hearing this news, Gu Zixing was nearly beside himself with joy. Yet even in his elation, he remained level-headed, seizing this wave of attention to appear on various variety shows. The appearance fees alone brought him a fortune, even overshadowing Jiang Jing's recent success. Jiang Jing naturally noticed the online momentum. Ever since learning of Gu Zixing's comeback, he'd been closely monitoring his every move. Sure enough, seeing his rival start appearing on shows to rake in cash, Jiang Jing couldn't quite pinpoint the feeling in his gut. Adding to his frustration was the realization that Gu Zixing's current prominence was built entirely on the money he had given to Shen Manning. The thought made Jiang Jing's face darken, his expression turning grim. However, Jiang Jing wasn't the type to stew in private resentment. Despite his discomfort, he understood clearly that Gu Zixing's current popularity was merely temporary. Maintaining such fame through such tactics was impossible. It was merely a matter of waiting. Jiang Jing believed he had the patience to wait it out. But Jiang Jing wasn't idle. Aside from tending to Shen Yu's condition, he spent his days holed up in his studio, polishing the script for his next film. Yet no matter how hard he tried, it felt as if his well of inspiration had run dry. No compelling plot twists came to mind. Often, after spending an entire day polishing the script, he'd end up making barely any changes. And yet, he remained deeply dissatisfied with the current draft, sensing something was missing. He scanned it over and over, yet couldn't pinpoint what needed adjusting. For a day or two, Jiang Jing considered this a normal phase. But as the period dragged on, his inner restlessness and unease grew increasingly pronounced. Seeing he truly couldn't think of anything, Jiang Jing slumped exhausted in his chair, the script slipping from his hands onto the desk. He stared up at the ceiling, recalling everything that had happened recently. After an unknown amount of time, he let out a long sigh. He raised his hand to cover his slightly sore eyes. He thought, perhaps it was because there had been too much going on lately, making it impossible for him to focus on revising the script. With that thought, he decided to set the script aside for now. If inspiration was dry, he'd go seek it out. He was certain he'd eventually craft a script he was satisfied with. Reaching this conclusion, Jiang Jing exhaled deeply. But inspiration was a fickle thing. He had no idea where to look for it. After much deliberation, he settled on seeking out Shen Qingning first. At that moment, Shen Qingning was still working overtime at the office. Fortunately, most of her colleagues had already left, and with numerous paparazzi staking out Gu Zixing, Jiang Jing didn't have to worry about any negative news breaking. He simply drove over to Shen Qingning's company. While Shen Qingning was still handling work matters, a knock sounded at her office door. Without much thought, assuming it was her assistant, she kept her eyes glued to the computer screen and called out, "Come in." Jiang Jing entered and found Shen Qingning completely absorbed in her work. Seeing this, Jiang Jing's earlier restlessness eased considerably. Noticing she was still busy, he sat down on the nearby sofa, propping his face up as he stared intently at her profile. Perhaps it was Jiang Jing's unabashed gaze, or perhaps she was puzzled by the silence, but Shen Qingning frowned slightly. After finishing the last bit of work on her desk, she looked up impatiently, only to meet Jiang Jing's direct stare. Shen Qingning froze instantly. Noticing Shen Qingning's gaze, Jiang Jing smile deepened. "Qingning, are you done?" Shen Qingning composed herself and asked in surprise, "Jiang Jing? When did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me?" Jiang Jing smiled faintly. "I was feeling a bit restless, so I thought I'd come see you. Didn't expect you'd still be busy, so I didn't want to disturb you." Hearing Jiang Jing mention feeling restless, Shen Qingning's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. She rose from her chair and sat down beside him, her gaze filled with concern. "Did something happen? Did Gu Zixing come looking for trouble again? Or is it Shen Manning?" Shen Qingning's voice trembled with anxiety as she voiced her suspicions. Seeing Shen Qingning's own growing agitation, Jiang Jing couldn't help but offer reassurance. "Don't worry, it's none of those things. I imagine both of them are too busy raking in money right now to spare any time for me. But I did come here hoping you could help me." Hearing this, Shen Qingning looked puzzled, unsure what Jiang Jing meant. "What's wrong? Did you run into some trouble?" "Not exactly a problem, but I've been feeling stuck lately. Gu Zixing is riding high right now, and I'd rather not get entangled with him. I thought I'd focus on polishing the script, but days have passed and I still can't find any inspiration. I'm at a loss, so I came to ask if you have any ideas." Jiang Jing inhaled the pleasant scent emanating from Shen Qingning, and his nerves relaxed. Shen Qingning, however, seemed troubled. "Inspiration? I'm not really sure about that either. You know, I don't work in directing, and I have no idea how to handle your scripts. So I'm afraid I can't offer any particularly helpful advice." Jiang Jing responded softly, encouragingly, "It's okay. Just tell me what you think. It might actually help me." Hearing this, Shen Qingning sighed softly. "I think your lack of inspiration stems from being overwhelmed by past events. You haven't had the mental space for creativity. Trying to suddenly immerse yourself now is difficult. Instead, why not join a reality show? You might find the inspiration you seek in the group dynamic. After all, there's strength in numbers." "A reality show?" Jiang Jing pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, his face lit up with delight. He couldn't help but give Shen Qingning a big hug. "Qingning, I know what to do now." Chapter 143, Joining the New Show. Shen Qingning was utterly baffled, clueless about what had just happened. Before she could ask, Jiang Jing dropped a quick line and hurried off, looking incredibly rushed. Watching Jiang Jing's hasty retreat, Shen Qingning shook her head helplessly before tidying up and preparing to leave work. Back at Jiang Jing's end, after leaving Shen Qingning's company, he drove straight home without a second thought. Once home, Jiang Jing eagerly dialed Huang Xian's number to inquire about the reality show. Truthfully, Jiang Jing had his own motives. Though his experience on Huang Xiang and He Guang's previous variety show hadn't been ideal, the program's reception afterward had been surprisingly positive. Shen Qingning's earlier suggestion had reminded him of this slow-paced variety show, which perfectly aligned with his current mental state. Adopting a nothing-to-lose attitude, Jiang Jing inquired whether Huang Xiang had any open spots he could reserve for him. As if fate had smiled upon him, Huang Xiang actually gave Jiang Jing an affirmative answer. You know how this show moves at a leisurely pace, without any particularly impactful or thrilling segments. That's why the production team is considering adding another resident guest with built-in popularity to boost ratings. As far as I know, they haven't finalized that choice yet. Maybe you could ask He Guang, he still has some influence with the production team. Huang Xiang pointed Jiang Jing in a direction. Hearing this, Jiang Jing's eyes lit up even brighter. Really? Mr. Huang, thank you so much. I'll go ask him right away. If it works out, I'll treat you and Mr. He to dinner sometime. With that, Jiang Jing hung up and immediately dialed He Guang without hesitation. Mr. He, are you busy right now? I have something I'd like to ask you. Recognizing Jiang Jing's voice, He Guang's tone softened considerably. Director Jiang, go ahead. No need to be so formal. Well, I heard that the variety show you're doing with Teacher Huang needs a regular cast member? If it's possible, I was wondering. Jiang Jing made his request without much subtlety. Hearing this, He Guang was slightly surprised. However, he had heard rumors about Huang Xiang and Jiang Jing teaming up to start a company. After a moment's thought, he realized who must have leaked the news to Jiang Jing. Yet, He Guang showed no sign of anger. Instead, he was genuinely pleased. Director Jiang, it would be fantastic if you could join us. Just the other day, the production team asked me if I had any recommendations. Let me check with them. I should have an answer soon and we'll get back to you. How does that sound? Jiang Jing was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Mr. He. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. After hanging up, Jiang Jing collapsed onto his bed, a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He never imagined things would go this smoothly and far better than he dared hope. A few days later, He Guang got back to Jiang Jing with news. The production team had agreed to bring him on as the third permanent cast member. The contract was already being negotiated and should be in his hands soon. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Jing nearly lost his mind with joy. He sincerely thanked his past self for diligently cultivating relationships with Huang Xiang and He Guang. Just as He Guang had predicted, within days, Jiang Jing received the invitation letter and contract from the production team. After a quick review, he found the terms largely aligned with his expectations and signed without hesitation. However, neither the production team nor Jiang Jing himself disclosed any information about his participation to the public. Viewers only learned of his role as a regular cast member when the latest episode aired. Returning to the show's set, Jiang Jing experienced firsthand what it meant to switch roles from being a guest to now managing the flow. He adapted effortlessly, perhaps because of his newfound position of authority. He felt no discomfort at all. Soon, all the guests had arrived, and filming commenced. Jiang Jing followed Huang Xiang and He Guang's lead in welcoming the new flying guests. There were 3 flying guests this time, including a young man named Wei Weiwei, a rare name that Jiang Jing quickly memorized. Though it was his first time as a regular host, Jiang Jing juggled welcoming new guests with pitching in wherever needed. When others were chatting and didn't require his attention, he quietly worked in the background. While busy, he kept an eye on everyone present, searching for inspiration. He understood such things couldn't be rushed, so he remained patient. What Jiang Jing didn't notice, however, was that while he was focused on his tasks, the boy named Wei Weiwei was quietly observing him. Only Wei Weiwei knew his true motive. He joined the show specifically for Jiang Jing. Through some obscure connection, a rumor he picked up somewhere, he learned Jiang Jing was set to become a regular cast member. That's why he fought his way in as a guest star. Though he been in the entertainment industry for years, his career had always been lukewarm. This time, he aimed to secure a movie role from Jiang Jing, not seeking overnight fame, but hoping to elevate his status. Driven by this ambition, Wei Weiwei couldn't stay seated. He approached Jiang Jing and offered, "Teacher Jiang, let me help you." Wei Weiwei's voice from behind startled Jiang Jing. He instinctively turned and met Wei Weiwei's intense gaze. "Weiwei, it's fine. You two just sit over there. I'll be done here soon." "It's fine, Director Jiang. Let me help you. 2 people will be faster than 1. Wei Weiwei didn't give Jiang Jing a chance to refuse, diving straight in to assist. Jiang Jing had no choice but to let him take over. What Jiang Jing hadn't anticipated was that this wouldn't be a one-time occurrence. Almost every time he was busy, Wei Weiwei would appear by his side, either pitching in with tasks or offering tea and water with attentive care. Each time Jiang Jing looked at him questioningly, Wei Weiwei would simply smile without saying a word. Jiang Jing was no fool. How could he not see through Wei Weiwei's intentions? There was no such thing as unprompted kindness in this world, it was all about personal gain. Sure enough, during the meal, as everyone chatted over their food, the conversation somehow drifted to Jiang Jing. Wei Weiwei seized the moment, volunteering himself at the table. Teacher Jiang, I'm also an actor. I've always admired your talent. Would you be willing to give me a chance? I'd love to work with you on a film. Chapter 144, Voluntarily Offering One's Services. The moment these words left his mouth, nearly everyone present couldn't help but gasp in surprise. All eyes immediately turned to Wei Weiwei, who still wore a confident smile, radiating an air of certainty. The looks they gave him seemed to carry both mockery at his presumption and envy for his audacity to seize an opportunity. He Guang, however, turned to Jiang Jing and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He gave a nervous chuckle and said, the casting for this role is almost finalized. Acting isn't child's play, you can't just pick anyone you want. As soon as He Guang finished speaking, a wave of snickers rippled through the crowd. Gu Weiwei didn't seem annoyed. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Jing, as if trying to read something in his eyes. Jiang Jing remained silent, meeting his stare for a long moment with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Just as everyone sensed the awkward tension building, Jiang Jing finally spoke, his tone unhurried. Well, that takes some guts. Everyone froze in place, clearly stunned that Jiang Jing had actually agreed. Gu Weiwei, right? I saw you several times on set today. Your skills are impressive, you're a promising talent. Jiang Jing looked at him, his tone tinged with genuine appreciation. During the day, Jiang Jing had witnessed Gu Weiwei bustling about the set more than once. Even during breaks, Gu Weiwei remained intensely focused, poring over the script. Throughout the day, Jiang Jing had come to believe he was indeed a talent worth shaping. Now, it seemed he also possessed a boldness uncommon among ordinary people, a quality indispensable to truly outstanding individuals. Given such resolve, Jiang Jing agreed without hesitation. But let me make one thing clear, I have high standards for actors. Even if you land this role, you must never slack off from start to finish. As if recalling something, Jiang Jing looked at him intently, enunciating each word. Gu Weiwei was already overjoyed. He agreed to any demand without hesitation, nodding repeatedly with a beaming smile. No problem. I'm already so grateful you're giving me this chance, Mr. Jiang. I'll definitely give it my all. The other new actors watched Gu Weiwei's performance, expecting it to be a joke. They were stunned when Jiang Jing actually agreed to cast him. This left them feeling a bit resentful, their expressions gradually darkening. So he knows how to suck up, huh? Yeah, if I'd known sucking up to Mr. Jiang would land me a role, I'd have gone up first. Why should he, Gu Weiwei, get it? Exactly, anyone can do that. It's disgusting. Jealousy flared among the new actors. They glared at Gu Weiwei, whispering discontentedly among themselves, their resentment toward him growing by the minute. Mr. Jiang, my acting skills are quite solid. Why not give me a chance? A young, attractive newcomer actress looked at Jiang Jing with a hint of coyness. Seeing someone volunteer, the other actors quickly chimed in. Mr. Jiang, I'm also classically trained and have been in several films. What do you think of my qualifications? Exactly. Director Jiang, I've got real potential. Why not give me a chance to prove myself? Director Jiang, what do you think of me? One after another, the actors enthusiastically pitched themselves to Jiang Jing. Watching their antics, Jiang Jing felt a tinge of sarcasm welling up inside, though outwardly he maintained his smile without comment. The actors, sensing they were making fools of themselves, eventually fell silent. Even after today's recording wrapped, Jiang Jing lingered past quitting time, his mind heavy with worry. After much deliberation, he decided against resting and instead sought out Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang seemed slightly surprised by Jiang Jing's late arrival. I apologize for disturbing your rest so late, but I urgently need your advice. I'm stuck in a creative rut, what should I do? Huang Xiang's eyes narrowed with understanding upon hearing this. So that was why he decome. He smiled and gave Jiang Jing a meaningful pat on the shoulder. Young man, don't rush things. Plateaus are perfectly normal. Just keep a level head, and you'll break through eventually. But? Jiang Jing opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, only to be cut off by Huang Xiang. When you hit a wall, the most crucial thing is to focus your heart and mind, while also using your eyes to observe. Observe? Jiang Jing looked puzzled. Exactly, observe. Pay attention to the people around you, the scenery, and the things in your surroundings. At the same time, use your heart to feel the world around you. That's how you'll find the breakthrough. Jiang Jing listened, grasping only fragments of the advice. Huang Xiang's words seemed almost as unhelpful as silence. Feeling a bit helpless, he suppressed his impatience, nodded, thanked Huang Xiang, and turned to leave. Not wanting to disturb Huang Xiang's rest any further. The following week, Jiang Jing worked non-stop, immersed in program recordings. Yet what troubled him was that despite diligently following Huang Xiang's advice, he still couldn't find any inspiration. This left him feeling an unprecedented sense of loss and helplessness. Had he truly run out of ideas? The Jiang Jing of before had always carried an unshakable confidence, but now he was experiencing a profound sense of defeat for the first time. He desperately sought an answer, yet it seemed to only plunge him into deeper confusion. As the frustration washed over him, he began to question whether he could continue like this. Mr. Jiang, tomorrow's shoot is quite demanding. We'll need you to get up early. Just then, a crew member knocked softly on Jiang Jing's dressing room door, speaking with an apologetic expression. Having spent so much time on set, Jiang Jing was accustomed to such requests. He merely nodded in acknowledgement, and the staff member promptly withdrew. Early the next morning, the second week of filming commenced. Actors bustled about preparing as Jiang Jing passed the makeup room, casting a fleeting glance before turning to leave. But around the corner, an unexpected figure appeared. Her aura instantly captured Jiang Jing's attention, compelling him to follow her movements with his eyes. Unlike the other actors, she wore nothing more than an ordinary t-shirt and basic jeans, with only light makeup on her face. Yet, it was clear that every gesture and movement radiated a unique charm, something Jiang Jing had never seen in any of the other performers. Miss Su Hanyun, please wait. Jiang Jing recognized her vaguely a rising actress who gained online buzz from several arthouse films. Chapter 145, The Unsolicited Invitation. Hearing his voice, Su Hanyun halted, turning to him with a puzzled look. Hello. Here's my card. I'm Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing politely handed over his card and introduced himself first. I've long admired your work. Jiang Jing enjoyed considerable prestige within the industry, and Su Hanyun had heard about him more than once. Still, her response carried a hint of detachment. May I ask if Miss Su Hanyun would be interested in joining the cast of my next film as the leading lady? Seeing her reaction, Jiang Jing smiled and cut straight to the point, causing Su Hanyun's pupils to widen noticeably. Su Hanyun clearly hadn't expected Jiang Jing to personally invite her to star in his next film. Yet after a moment's hesitation, she shook her head with a hint of resignation, her face filled with regret as she replied. I'm sorry, I won't be able to participate in your next project. Jiang Jing hadn't entirely anticipated this response, yet he paused slightly before pressing on with a hint of reluctance. If I may ask, is there a reason? Su Hanyun, being straightforward, nodded and voiced her thoughts. I've done far too many art films already, Mr. Jiang. I've heard of you and understand the scope of your work. But continuing to do only art films will eventually lead to audience fatigue. So I'm sorry, but I want to try more innovative roles going forward. It's also a personal challenge for me. Jiang Jing quickly grasped the unspoken meaning behind Su Hanyun's words. She was seeking a career transition. Of course, no problem. If Miss Su no longer wishes to pursue art films, I can personally craft a film tailored exclusively to your unique character. This statement made Su Hanyun gasp in surprise. Gu Weiwei, who happened to be passing by, overheard and glanced at them with astonishment. How could that be possible? Su Hanyun instinctively declined, but Jiang Jing cut her off before she could finish. Don't feel pressured. This is a new endeavor for both of us. I sense a unique aura within you. If you agree to film, even the lead character's persona can be shaped according to your input. Su Hanyun fell silent, unsure how to respond. Jiang Jing's offer was undeniably tempting, and she found herself drawn to it. Exactly. Mr. Jiang always keeps his word. With such generous terms, I'd be thrilled to accept. Gu Weiwei chimed in at the perfect moment, lending his voice to persuade Su Hanyun on Jiang Jing's behalf. Yet his tone carried an indescribable tinge of envy. Jiang Jing shot him a glance but said nothing, instead fixing his gaze back on Su Hanyun, awaiting her response. Su Hanyun bit her lower lip, her expression still hesitant. No worries. If you need time to decide, I've already given you my card. Feel free to contact me anytime once you've made up your mind. Jiang Jing, seeing through her hesitation, offered a sympathetic smile to ease the tension. Su Hanyun instantly felt her tense nerves relax considerably. She exhaled a sigh of relief and replied with gratitude, "Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely give you my answer as soon as I've made up my mind." Very well. I must attend to other matters now. Until we meet again, Miss Su. Jiang Jing bowed courteously, took his leave, and departed. Only Gu Weiwei remained, watching Jiang Jing's retreating figure, his mind unsettled for a long time afterward. He had been running around tirelessly for Jiang Jing all this time, confident it would elevate his standing within the industry. Yet now, Su Hanyun had unexpectedly stolen the spotlight, leaving him consumed by jealousy. Jiang Jing, however, was elated. After meeting Su Hanyun, inspiration had suddenly gushed forth like a spring. The plotline and key character concepts for his next work had crystallized almost instantly. Once the program's miscellaneous tasks were finished, Jiang Jing headed straight for his dressing room. He needed to capture every fleeting thought immediately, not a moment to waste. Sitting down at his workstation, Jiang Jing wrote furiously on paper while thinking, his pen flowing with divine inspiration. Vivid character designs leapt onto the page. As he wrote, Jiang Jing couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, his heart brimming with anticipation for the soon-to-be-born creation. Mr. Jiang, you shouldn't push yourself so hard. It's time for dinner. He Guang's voice from outside finally pulled Jiang Jing out of his world. He glanced out the window. The sky had completely darkened, and only then did he realize he'd been sitting there for several hours.
When truly immersed in something, one truly loses track of time, Jiang Jing reflected. He opened the door to find He Guang and Huang Xiang waiting. Nodding to them, they headed toward the dining hall together. Jiang Jing arrived to find most of the city's elite already seated. His gaze settled on Su Hanyun. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Jiang Jing said with a hint of regret. Everyone simply smiled, no one voiced any reproach. As Jiang Jing took his seat, He Guang began orchestrating lively conversation among the group. Around the table, they discussed their upcoming career plans, with each of these new generation actors taking turns sharing their aspirations for the future. I'm determined to become an actor, not just any actor, but a great one. I'm aiming for the big screen, Gu Weiwei declared, his words radiating ambition and aspiration. Impressive. That takes guts. I admire you, He Guang smiled, clapping lightly for Gu Weiwei, his tone brimming with appreciation. What about you, Su Hanyun? Jiang Jing, who had remained silent throughout, noticed Su Hanyun's consistent quietness. He turned to her thoughtfully and asked. This question instantly drew everyone's attention. All eyes shifted to Su Hanyun, then back to Jiang Jing, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Me? As actors, we all aspire to showcase ourselves on bigger screens, but I know I still have much to refine. So I'll just let things unfold naturally. Jiang Jing smiled. Is that so? Might Miss Su consider starring in my film? Your aura is truly extraordinary. Perhaps I could help you step onto a larger stage. Chapter 146, Reality Show Overhaul. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. No one had expected Jiang Jing to extend an olive branch to Su Hanyun right in front of everyone. But what dominated their reactions was envy and curiosity. They couldn't fathom why Su Hanyun, who had barely interacted with Jiang Jing, could garner such favor from him. Of course, if Miss Su hasn't made up her mind yet, I apologize here, I was too abrupt. Seeing Su Hanyun freeze again, Jiang Jing quickly spoke up to smooth things over. No, Mr. Jiang, I'm truly grateful for your recognition. I've thought it through today, collaborating with you would be an excellent challenge for me. Su Hanyun replied diplomatically, her tone carrying unmistakable certainty. Jiang Jing's face instantly lit up with delight. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Weiwei, seated across the table, watched the scene unfold, his expression gradually darkening. After a full day of deliberation, Su Hanyun concluded that partnering with Jiang Jing would be a sound decision. Moreover, her interactions that morning had revealed why Jiang Jing had carved out such a prominent place in their industry. It was undeniably well-deserved. Then, here's to a fruitful collaboration, Jiang Jing said, raising his wine glass in Su Hanyun's direction. Su Hanyun promptly raised her own glass in return. Thank you for your confidence, Mr. Jiang. I will do my utmost not to let you down. Here's to a successful partnership. This toast is for you. With that, she downed the entire glass in one swift gulp. I noticed you seemed in high spirits when I called you for dinner earlier. So you really do have good news, you found a gem in the production team. He Guan, who had been observing for a while, quickly grasped the situation and put on a cheerful expression. I owe it all to the production team. Where else would I find such a talented actor? Jiang Jing smiled, his words clearly reflecting his current joy. Exactly. Today we unearthed Su Hanyun, and just days ago we secured our most dynamic talent, Gu Weiwei. Another voice chimed in. Gu Weiwei, however, looked slightly awkward, laughing awkwardly to deflect the topic. Stop teasing me. How could I possibly be compared to Miss Su? Jiang Jing was absolutely overjoyed. His purpose in joining the show was to discover talented new actors while simultaneously breaking through his own creative block. Just as he'd been drowning in deep despair, even contemplating giving up, Su Hanyun had appeared before him like a gift from heaven. It was as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind, and inspiration began gushing forth like a spring. Now that his goal was achieved, Jiang Jing couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Everything was ready, all that was missing was the final push. As long as he polished the script for his next project, filming could begin any time. He eagerly anticipated the sparks that would fly from collaborating with Su Hanyun. The other actors exchanged glances back and forth, eventually sinking into an awkward silence. By the end, hardly anyone spoke, the atmosphere growing heavy. This peculiar tension lingered until the dinner concluded, gradually dissipating. After dinner, Jiang Jing wasted no time. A new idea had struck him during the meal, so he hurried back to his dressing room to revisit the concept forming in his mind. He worked tirelessly until nearly midnight before reluctantly stepping away from his workstation, his anticipation for his upcoming collaboration with Su Hanyun growing stronger. Jiang Jing gazed out the window, lost in thought. Appearing on the show was merely a pretext. Now that he'd achieved his true goal, accessing the quick input bar in the lower left corner, and had an exceptional concept for his work, he preferred to focus his time and energy on refining it. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Jing decided to withdraw from the reality show in the near future and redirect his efforts toward polishing the script. Yes, that's how it will be. With this thought, Jiang Jing nodded firmly, as if making a resolute decision. The next morning, Jiang Jing awoke feeling excited. There was still filming scheduled for the day. Without delay, he stepped out of his room to meet up with the others, only to bump into Li Yun, who was rushing by. What's wrong? You look flustered. Seeing his state, Jiang Jing frowned slightly but still asked.
Mr. Jiang, there's been an incident.
Li Yun, recognizing Jiang Jing, halted abruptly, barely steadying himself as he gasped for breath. Unexpected changes always came swiftly. Hearing this, Jiang Jing felt his heart skip a beat, his expression tightening with tension.
Headquarters demands this reality show be overhauled. It's a final order. Li Yun placed the notice before Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing felt puzzled. Hadn't everything been fine before?
He eagerly opened it to find that the higher-ups were demanding all episodes featuring Jiang Jing be scrapped.
What the hell is going on? Jiang Jing's expression immediately darkened. The specifics are still under investigation.
We should have some clarity in a few days, Li Yun explained. Jiang Jing nodded, his expression cold. Without another word, he walked out. Arriving at the production site, he found the cast members all looking gloomy. The scheduled filming time from yesterday had long passed, yet everyone was still in their street clothes, their faces looking haggard. Glancing around, he noticed the crew members involved in the shoot were also sighing and groaning. Jiang Jing suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Just yesterday, he had been gloating over discovering someone as talented as Su Han-yoon, yet today such a major setback had occurred. Perhaps this was what they meant by too much of a good thing, he thought to himself with bitter self-mockery. The entire production crew was now mired in a low-spirited atmosphere.
Upon seeing Jiang Jing, everyone instinctively fell silent. Apologies, Mr. Jiang.
The higher-ups have ordered this program to suspend filming for rectification.
Since the guests no longer have assignments, they've all returned home. One staff member addressed Jiang Jing with utmost deference, though the helplessness etched on his face remained unmistakable.
Jiang Jing opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end, he could only nod helplessly. He let out an unnoticed sigh before joining the other actors in packing his belongings to leave. Just before departure, Jiang Jing happened to cross paths with Su Han-yoon. Su Han-yoon's expression remained composed, seemingly unconcerned by the sudden turn of events. Mr. Jiang, Su Han-yoon greeted him with a humble demeanor upon seeing him.
Jiang Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 147, Throwing out a brick to attract jade. By the way, let's exchange contact information.
It'll make it easier to coordinate future collaboration schedules. Seeing Su Han-yoon about to leave, Jiang Jing quickly called out to stop her. Su Han-yoon paused, just turning back, when her agent hurried over with a beaming smile.
Certainly. Here's my card. Feel free to reach out anytime regarding follow-up matters.
Jiang Jing took it, glancing over it thoughtfully.
The agent spoke again. By the way, would Mr. Jiang be available today to discuss the details of our future collaboration at your company? If it's feasible, we could proceed with signing the contract?
The question caught Jiang Jing off guard. He hadn't expected that despite the major incident on set, their attitude toward him hadn't changed. They were still as eager as ever. This warmed Jiang Jing's heart.
Su Han-yoon watched him silently from the side, seemingly waiting for Jiang Jing's response.
With such outstanding actors, I'll always make time, Jiang Jing replied with a smile. He had long intended to find an opportunity to discuss collaboration details with Su Han-yoon and her agent, but the sudden upheaval had disrupted his plans. Now that such a golden chance presented itself, he wouldn't let it slip away. Li Yun gestured invitingly, and Jiang Jing's group followed him back to the company.
Miss Su, rest assured every single condition I mentioned yesterday remains intact.
Beyond that, I'll offer you this amount in compensation, Jiang Jing stated directly upon sitting down, demonstrating his sincerity while gesturing a figure. Su Han-yoon's expression visibly shifted with surprise at the sum. She exchanged a glance with her agent, whose smile broadened with delight. He knew that even if Jiang Jing faced temporary setbacks, he wouldn't be easily knocked down in this industry. With such fervent interest now, Jiang Jing would naturally be generous, and it seemed he was even more lavish than anticipated. If the task is completed successfully, there's a strong possibility of additional bonuses afterward.
What do you think? Jiang Jing added. Absolutely. Mr. Jiang is so generous. I love working with straightforward people. Here's to a successful collaboration. Su Han-yoon's agent agreed with a beaming smile.
The fee Jiang Jing offered was perfectly in line with market rates, and his attitude clearly showed genuine care for Su Han-yoon. There was no reason for them to refuse. In that case, let's sign the contract. Jiang Jing smiled slightly, motioning for Li Yun to bring the prepared agreement.
Both parties signed and sealed it, exchanging satisfied smiles. The script is still being refined. We'll notify you about the official launch later. Feel free to discuss any details. After all, you're the sole female lead.
Jiang Jing smiled, looking at Su Han-yoon.
Su Han-yoon, somewhat overwhelmed by the attention, nodded obediently.
Jiang Jing granted her such freedom precisely to gauge how far Su Han-yoon's creative potential could be developed. After all, a good actor must bring unique insights to a script. Merely following the lines wouldn't suffice to make the character truly vivid.
Mr. Jiang, I have one more bold request. Would you be willing to hear me out?
The agent beside her hesitated for a moment before deciding to give it a try.
Jiang Jing's attention was instantly drawn to the agent.
He gestured for her to continue, effectively giving his tacit approval. I've heard that Jiang Jing's company is a major player in the industry, producing numerous works each year. I'm confident you won't shortchange our talent. In my opinion, Su Han-yoon would be a perfect fit for the project your company is currently developing. Su Han-yoon heard this and instantly lifted her head, meeting the agent's gaze. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but retreated at the agent's sharp glance. Jiang Jing, however, frowned imperceptibly and turned to Li Yun beside him. Li Yun swiftly retrieved the relevant materials and handed them to Jiang Jing, adding in a low voice beside him, "It is indeed a program the production team has been preparing recently. The format is similar to a talent competition, though the specifics haven't been finalized yet." Jiang Jing skimmed through the documents briefly, understanding the situation, then returned to his usual calm. "I'm sorry, but I cannot allow Su Han-yoon to participate in this program." Jiang Jing stated it matter-of-factly, though he instantly caught the fleeting look of displeasure on the agent's face. "It's fine." Su Han-yoon, sensing the awkwardness, broke the brief silence. Jiang Jing shifted his gaze back to Su Han-yoon, who offered a small, tight-lipped smile. "If I wish to participate, I can audition on my own without troubling you." Hearing this, Jiang Jing understood why the agent was displeased with his refusal and hastened to explain. "The reason I won't let Miss Su join this program is that its nature is similar to a talent show. Talent shows involve many guests, each with their own opinions, inevitably leading to disagreements." Jiang Jing paused here before voicing his truest concern. "I don't want to sacrifice the greater good for the lesser. More than the talent show itself, I'm afraid of dulling Miss Su's unique spark." Moreover, this project was largely being prepared by his subordinates without his direct involvement, leaving Jiang Jing somewhat uneasy. The agent now understood Jiang Jing's thoughtful reasoning, his expression shifting to one of sudden comprehension. "Of course. Since we've signed a contract with Miss Su, we certainly won't have her sitting idle waiting for production to start. Mr. Huang has a serious drama currently in preparation. Why not have Miss Su join that project? It would be better for her." It turned out Jiang Jing had refused the agent's earlier request precisely to lead into Huang Xiang's drama. The agent's face lit up, instantly sweeping away any lingering resentment. He nodded vigorously in agreement. "No problem. Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Jiang. I'll work hard to live up to your expectations." Before the agent could say more, Su Han-yoon beside him had already stood up, visibly excited, his face full of determination, unable to hide his inner thrill. After all, this was Huang Xiang's drama, and a serious one at that. Its prestige far surpassed that of other gigs. Su Han-yoon gazed at Jiang Jing, suddenly feeling as though he were a benefactor in her life. Just after signing, he had secured such an incredible opportunity for her, something the Su Han-yoon who could only land art house roles before would never have dared to dream of. This thought deepened her gratitude toward Jiang Jing. Chapter 148, A Breakthrough Attempt. "In that case, we won't keep Mr. Jiang any longer. We're truly grateful for your attention and support toward our artist." Having secured the desired role, the agent saw no reason to linger. With a broad smile, he hurriedly ushered Su Han-yoon out, as if fearing Jiang Jing might change his mind. Jiang Jing watched the retreating figures and chuckled to himself. "See them out." He then turned to instruct Li Yun beside him. Li Yun followed without a word, striding swiftly after the departing pair. Jiang Jing then retrieved the folder he'd brought back from the production crew and began refining his script alone, feeling his creative juices flowing. Through his discussions with Su Han-yoon, Jiang Jing had conceived the character design that best suited her. Using this character as the foundation, he then expanded his ideas to develop the other elements of the work. To his surprise, Su Han-yoon had sparked innovative ideas he'd never conceived before. Jiang Jing now realized he'd genuinely broken through the creative block that had troubled him countless times. With his thoughts flowing freely, Jiang Jing became increasingly immersed in his own world, so much so that he didn't notice Shen Qingning coming to check on him after finishing her tasks. Ugh. After an unknown span of time, Jiang Jing stretched lazily, his body heavy with fatigue. Turning his head, he was startled to see a familiar figure seated beside him. Regaining his composure, he recognized Shen Qingning. Meeting her gaze, he scratched his head awkwardly. "Have you been here long?" "Sorry, I was engrossed in the script and didn't notice you." Shen Qingning shook her head with understanding and pulled out a thermos. "I knew my worries were justified. You always forget to eat when you're busy. Keep this up, and you'll end up with stomach problems." Jiang Jing smiled sweetly, took the lunchbox from her, and began eating heartily. While eating, Shen Qingning walked over, picked up the folder on the table, and glanced at Jiang Jing's draft. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "This topic seems really fresh. I think it could be a great piece." Jiang Jing's smile widened, his inner joy growing. "By the way, that new artist you signed Su Han-yoon, right?" Shen Qingning recalled the rumors she'd heard and asked tentatively. Jiang Jing didn't hide anything, simply nodding in response. "I heard you publicly extended an olive branch to Su Han-yoon back when you were on the production team, wanting to sign her. It's rare for an actor to make you do that. What makes her so special?" Perhaps because the incident at the dinner table had spread, Shen Qingning had also learned about that day's events. There's a unique sparkle in her eyes that others lack. Plus, she's a rising star.
She's already received considerable acclaim for her roles in several art films, yet she remains humble and unassuming in this industry. She's highly moldable. Jiang Jing didn't hold back, honestly sharing his thoughts with Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning understood immediately. Jiang Jing added confidently, "Rest assured, Su Hanyun is bound to become a huge star." Shen Qingning couldn't help but chuckle at his earnestness. She gave his shoulder a light pat, her tone turning more serious. "Yes, I trust your judgment. Go for it with confidence." Jiang Jing looked at the person who had supported him from the very beginning, a sudden warmth filling his heart. The two began discussing recent developments, and their conversation naturally turned to plans for the next film. The next film is still in the conceptual phase, but I'm confident that given my current momentum, we'll start shooting soon. Jiang Jing spoke with brimming confidence, but the next moment, his expression turned slightly uneasy. After a moment's hesitation, he continued. "It's just that this time, it's a breakthrough attempt for me. Based on my estimates, the initial funding required might be a bit higher." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingning's expression showed understanding, seemingly unsurprised. While skimming the script earlier, Shen Qingning had already guessed this project was likely a large-scale production. Thus, requiring more funding was entirely reasonable, something she fully understood. "I find the concept of your new work quite refreshing, and I trust your artistic vision. I'm willing to increase my investment." After discussing the investment, Shen Qingning paused briefly before making her decision without further hesitation. For the previous two films, following Jiang Jing's advice, Shen Qingning had tentatively invested some funds. Just as Jiang Jing had predicted, both films performed exceptionally well, yielding substantial profits for Shen Qingning. This success only deepened her faith in Jiang Jing's foresight. "No problem. I'll increase the investment amount then," Shen Qingning replied decisively. Seeing the depth of her trust, Jiang Jing felt a surge of both emotion and gratitude. Unable to contain his emotions, Jiang Jing abruptly stood up, strode forward, and pulled Shen Qingning into his embrace. Feeling the warmth rising through the single layer of fabric, Shen Qingning's heartbeat quickened. "I promise you, this film will outperform the previous two. It will be a box office smash. Based on my market analysis, this work will receive countless rave reviews." Shen Qingning nestled into his embrace, nodding softly before wrapping her arms around him even tighter. "Even if it truly loses money, I won't let you suffer any loss. I'll compensate you for every penny lost at the original investment value." Jiang Jing added another sentence. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingning suddenly pulled away from his embrace, shooting him a playful glare. "How can you do business like this? Investments naturally involve both gains and losses. Don't start off by predicting your own failure. I believe in you, you can absolutely do this." Jiang Jing noticed Shen Qingning seemed genuinely upset, so he quickly chuckled awkwardly, pulling her back into his embrace and ruffling her hair. "My dear Qingning, you're so kind." A flushed blush spread across Shen Qingning's cheeks. She remained silent as they stood embraced in the night, feeling each other's heartbeats. In this moment, they were truly filled with hope for the future. "All right, it's getting late. Let's hurry home. You can't neglect your health just because you're busy with work." Shen Qingning glanced at the wall clock and offered the reminder. Only then did Jiang Jing realize how late it had become. He promptly took her hand and steered her toward the company exit. It was nearly midnight now. All the employees had left the company, and the lights on every floor had been turned off. The place was pitch black, so naturally, no one would see them. Jiang Jing held Shen Qingning's hand even more unrestrainedly. Chapter 149, Caught on Camera. Jiang Jing drove Shen Qingning home. Though he didn't drive slowly, his pace was steady. Shen Qingning gazed out the window, feeling drowsiness wash over her. Later, she couldn't help but doze off, and it was Jiang Jing who finally woke her. "Holy crap! This is explosive news." Unbeknownst to them, in an unnoticed corner, a man wearing a black baseball cap spotted their figures and instantly grew excited. He then began frantically snapping photos of the pair not far away. Their intertwined hands left no doubt about their relationship. All that stakeout time was worth it, Jiang Jing. The paparazzo checked his camera with satisfaction, confirmed no one was nearby, then emerged from the bushes. He brushed dust off his clothes with disgust, smirking triumphantly after verifying he'd captured both faces clearly. But this Jiang Jing sure knows how to hide it deep. All that respectable act in public, yet secretly hooked up with a high flyer all along. The paparazzo seemed to recall something, murmuring to himself. Though Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning's romance remained unknown to outsiders, these paparazzi still kept tabs on Jiang Jing's gossip. He'd only been hoping for a lucky break after all, rumors claimed most tycoons dabbled in scandals. Never did he expect to actually stumble upon one, and such a sensational one at that. Early the next morning. Hashtag Jiang Jing climbs the ladder by hooking up with a sugar daddy. Hashtag Jiang Jing shameless. Hashtag Jiang Jing living off a sugar daddy. As these negative hashtags surged to the top of trending topics across major social platforms, the sudden onslaught caught the company completely off guard. With no time for damage control, panic spread throughout the organization. Holy crap, men really do climb the ladder fast. No wonder Jiang Jing always sailed through the industry, turns out he had powerful backers. Last time he managed to whitewash the scandal, Shen Qingning's behind-the-scenes help probably played a big part. This time, with both eyewitnesses and physical evidence, I'm curious to see how Jiang Jing will wriggle out of this one. The photos were crystal clear, allowing netizens to see both Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning's faces distinctly. Their actions were undeniably intimate, making it impossible to misinterpret the nature of their relationship. After ruining my brother's career for so long, the boomerang finally came back to bite her. Not only netizens, but fans of male artists who'd been soft-banned also caught wind of this extraordinary scandal. They'd already harbored deep resentment toward Jiang Jing, and now that they had their chance, they were eager to rub salt in the wound. Jiang Jing's social media feed instantly turned into a cesspool of mudslinging. Moderators spent the entire morning cleaning up the mess, yet couldn't fully erase the filth. The entire internet buzzed with excitement once more. Didn't you know? This is old news. Their company is practically a love factory. Some netizens, seemingly eager to stir up more drama, began posing as industry insiders to leak information. All ears. Drop the juicy details. This is explosive, guys. Just as he'd anticipated, his comments section was flooded with gossip-hungry onlookers. Someone already dug this up ages ago. Their companies Zhou Li and Fang Jiaheng dated, no clue what their relationship is now. Artists dating, sigh. I always blamed the company for lax oversight, but turns out it's because the top is crooked, so the bottom follows suit. By the time Jiang Jing rushed back to the company, the internet was already in an uproar over this scene. Mr. Jiang, this leaked photo has already caused immense damage to the company. Overnight, our market value has plummeted, and the stock continues to fall. We're already drafting an emergency PR plan. Li Yan's face was anxious, but he remained calm as he analyzed the company's current situation. Jiang Jing kept his eyes lowered, lost in thought. You saw the online reports, right? It's infuriating. These paparazzi just won't quit. Sure enough, Shen Qingning eventually caught wind of the online buzz. She immediately set aside her work and rushed to Jiang Jing's office. Jiang Jing remained silent, deep in thought. After a moment, he decided to seek Shen Qingning's consent. Given the circumstances, our best PR strategy now is to proactively announce our relationship. Shen Qingning stared at him in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Admitting our relationship at this moment? We're not what they're making us out to be, are we? The truth will prevail. The most critical thing now is to stop the company's stock from falling further. Jiang Jing's counter-question and rational analysis did calm Shen Qingning. What they needed most now was emergency PR, and the best immediate solution was to publicly announce their relationship, clearing out the related rumors. After reaching a consensus, Jiang Jing immediately had the PR team draft the statement. Once the news of their relationship was released, the internet erupted even more. Holy crap! They're actually together? I've been watching all morning, thinking those were photoshopped. Please, someone dig deep into Jiang Jing's rise to power. I used to dismiss him, but now I'm studying every frame. So cool. Respect. Respect. The call resonated instantly. Netizens, acting like private investigators, meticulously traced the overlapping timelines of Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning's past activities. Within hours, they pieced together a complete timeline of Jiang Jing's alleged pursuit of Shen Qingning. This blog post went viral among online onlookers. The news of Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning's relationship was undoubtedly a bombshell for netizens. Online reactions were mixed. Some saw their pairing as natural, while others insisted Jiang Jing had climbed the social ladder to achieve his current status. Both parties wisely chose to remain silent. Ha! Jiang Jing! You finally tripped up in the gutter. The post spread like wildfire, and Gu Zixing, who always kept tabs on Jiang Jing, naturally saw it. He clicked through to read it thoroughly, feeling utterly smug inside. This incident generated such intense buzz that it even crashed the servers of several major social media platforms. Netizens always treated the misdeeds of these public figures with a gleeful, spectator-like attitude, relishing the drama as their after-dinner gossip. Yet no one ever truly cared about uncovering the truth. Given this, Gu Zixing could easily stir the pot and ride the wave. This time, he was determined to bring Jiang Jing down no matter what. You're quite the internet sensation now, Jiang Jing, Gu Zixing murmured, staring at his phone screen before flashing a sly grin. Well then, I'll just add fuel to the fire and make it burn even brighter. How about that? Chapter 150, Daring to Return to the Old Mansion. Without hesitation, Gu Zixing dialed Shen Manning's number. She answered with a hint of impatience, but her words were abruptly cut off by Gu Zixing. Do you still have the marriage certificate from your previous marriage to Jiang Jing? Shen Manning clearly hadn't expected this question and froze for a moment. Gu Zixing then recounted everything that had transpired that night. From his words, Shen Manning could tell he was determined to drag Jiang Jing down this time. That's why I asked for your marriage certificate. With them in the spotlight now, one more expose would make Jiang Jing utterly irredeemable. As he spoke, Gu Zixing imagined Jiang Jing's collapse, his smile growing broader. Why don't we just expose the fact that you were married to Jiang Jing before? What do you say? Hearing no response, Gu Zixing grew impatient and repeated his question. Shen Manning, however, fell into a deep silence. She truly couldn't bring herself to do it now. But then she recalled the harsh words Jiang Jing had hurled at her that day. Shen Manning clenched her eyes shut tightly. When she opened them again, her gaze held no trace of emotion. Her voice was cold and detached. Fine. I'll compile the relevant documents and send them to you immediately. Satisfied with the response, Gu Zixing rubbed his hands together, itching to get started. Shen Manning quickly located the documents and sent them to Gu Zixing. He organized them, hired marketing accounts and paid commenters, posing as industry insiders privy to the hidden truth. He then dropped this bombshell. Holy crap! Jiang Jing is actually remarried. The official state seal is stamped on the documents, no way it's fake. Jiang Jing really has some moves, huh? This bombshell sent netizens into a frenzy. Their initial disdain for Jiang Jing gradually morphed into outright mockery upon learning he was divorced. Online, everyone slandered and spread rumors about Jiang Jing, mocking him relentlessly. Overnight, he plummeted from his pedestal, becoming a pariah everyone wanted to see brought down. Shen Qingning, where are you right now? Shen Qingning, who was working with Jiang Jing to resolve internal company issues, suddenly received a familiar call. Hearing the voice on the other end, she paused for a moment before finally speaking honestly. I'm with Jiang Jing. He needs my help right now. Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning. Why do you always have to cause trouble? Get back here this instant. The voice on the other end was filled with fury. Jiang Jing glanced at Shen Qingning in the conference room with concern, momentarily torn. Do you have any idea how much our stock has plummeted because of your reckless actions? How many corporate partners we've lost? If you don't return immediately, you'll never see Jiang Jing again. I mean every word. The tone of the family member carried a hint of scolding, their voice rising several decibels. Shen Qingning hesitated for a moment before sighing helplessly. I understand. I'll return immediately. With that, Shen Qingning hung up the phone. After exchanging a few words with her subordinate nearby, she hurriedly left. Mr. Jiang, someone has exposed your past relationship with Miss Shen Manning. More people are now spreading rumors and smearing your reputation online. Li Yun, who had been monitoring the online situation, saw his cold expression gradually soften as his brows knitted tightly together in a deep frown. No response for now. Jiang Jing remained composed. He understood that staying silent wasn't cowardice, it was biding his time for the optimal moment. When he couldn't strike down his adversaries in one blow, he had to endure. The PR team should follow this main approach. Until this round of countermeasures concludes, I won't address any questions publicly. Dismissed. Jiang Jing laid out his strategy. Everyone dispersed, returning to their posts to handle this sudden crisis. Everyone was more alert than ever, no one daring to falter at such a critical juncture. Where's Shen Qingning? After leaving the conference room, Jiang Jing couldn't spot her familiar figure. But upon closer inspection, he saw one of Shen Qingning's subordinates standing at the end of the corridor. He strode over, eyes blazing with anger. Where did Shen Qingning go? The subordinate looked at Jiang Jing, hesitating to speak. Shen Qingning had given him specific instructions, and he wasn't sure if he should answer this question. The young lady was called back by her family. It seems they don't approve of your relationship with her and want to talk to her. After some hesitation, the subordinate finally seemed to make up his mind and revealed Shen Qingning's whereabouts. The subordinate knew that Shen Qingning being summoned back to the family meant more than just a simple talk. However, Jiang Jing's authority ultimately outweighed his own. He was genuinely worried about Shen Qingning, which was why he had informed Jiang Jing of her whereabouts. Jiang Jing's stride halted abruptly. Damn it! His expression darkened as he sprinted out the company entrance, jumped into his car, and floored it toward the ancestral home. Reporters swarmed the company gates, waiting obediently for the chance to snag a headline. Frustration boiled within Jiang Jing. With no other option, he took a rarely used side road, detouring for some time before finally reaching the old estate. Can't handle it already? When you were with Jiang Jing before, why didn't you ever think this day would come? No sooner had Jiang Jing arrived at the front gate of the old residence than he heard a furious rebuke. I say she's just not thinking straight. Someone. Throw a basin of water on her. Make her come to her senses. Another voice, that of an older woman, echoed from inside. He hurried his pace, abruptly pushing open the door. All eyes instantly turned to Jiang Jing. But Jiang Jing had no time to notice the commotion. His gaze locked onto Shen Qingning in the center of the hall, held up by several people, about to receive the family punishment. Water droplets still clung to Shen Qingning's hair, and her face, whether from tears or the dousing, looked utterly wretched. Seeing this, Jiang Jing felt an overwhelming pang of heartache. Qingning, are you okay? Jiang Jing's eyes brimmed with worry. Yet Shen Qingning turned her head, locked eyes with Jiang Jing for a long moment, then pressed her lips together in a faint smile and shook her head to signal she was fine. This only made Jiang Jing's heart ache even more intensely. Oof. I truly underestimated you. Never expected you'd find your way here so quickly. An older man looked down on Jiang Jing from above, his words and gaze dripping with contempt. This is our family affair. When someone makes a mistake, they should be dealt with according to our family rules.
As an outsider, you have no business interfering. The woman beside him shot Jiang Jing a sidelong glance and spoke indifferently. Chapter 151, Family Rules. Someone. Pour another basin of water on Shen Qingning. I refuse to believe she won't wake up completely today. After the woman finished speaking, she issued another order to her subordinates. Naturally, the servants dared not disobey. They brought another basin of water, poised to drench Shen Qingning once more, turning her into a drenched chicken. Stop this at once. As long as I'm here, no one touches her. Jiang Jing, disregarding their seniority, strode forward swiftly. With a few swift moves, he knocked the men restraining Shen Qingning to the ground. Suddenly freed, Shen Qingning stumbled, nearly falling to her knees. Fortunately, Jiang Jing caught her in time. The pain she'd feared didn't come. Instead, she fell into a warm embrace. That warmth brought Shen Qingning a profound sense of security. Jiang Jing, do you really think you're some kind of savior? Do you believe that by taking Shen Qingning away, you two can actually be together? What a joke! The elderly woman from the family watched Jiang Jing's every move, trembling with rage. When had it become an outsider's place to meddle in their family affairs? Besides, you're nothing but a man abandoned by Shen Manning. Who knows what sordid deeds you've committed behind closed doors? Our family won't take back such a disgraceful man. The woman's tone grew increasingly aggressive. The other elders' expressions shifted slightly, but none intended to intervene. These words left Jiang Jing deeply humiliated. He pressed his lips together tightly, seemingly struggling to hold back something. Shen Qingning forced herself upright, stubbornly lifting her pale face. Just as she opened her mouth to retort, Jiang Jing tightened his grip on her hand. You all are unaware my divorce from Shen Manning wasn't due to any wrongdoing on my part. She was the one at fault. If you wish to investigate the truth, I'm more than willing to cooperate. As members of prominent families, you should understand the power of public opinion. Moreover, to pass judgment without knowing the truth, is this the upbringing your families taught you? His words caused the elders to exchange stunned glances, their eyes filled with surprise. They had intended to humiliate Jiang Jing into backing down, but she proved unexpectedly resilient, responding to their accusations with neither humility nor arrogance. Furthermore, Jiang Jing continued, drawing their attention once more. As an outsider, I am well aware that Shen Qingning now holds the household authority at Luming, correct? If Miss Shen Qingning is the head of the household, then what right do you have to enforce family discipline upon her? This counterattack instantly silenced the elders. What Jiang Jing said was undeniably true. Shen Qingning refrained from confronting them solely out of respect for the hierarchical order between elders and juniors, but Jiang Jing naturally had no such reservations. Coupled with Jiang Jing's composed demeanor moments ago, pressing the issue further would only embarrass themselves. Thus, the crowd fell into an unspoken silence. Since none of you object to what I just said, I shall take Qingning away for now. She appears to be in a very poor state. I'll take her to see a doctor. Without waiting for the family members' reactions, Jiang Jing scooped Shen Qingning into his arms and strode toward the old mansion's exit. Shen Qingning's eyes welled up, a sharp sting burning her nose. She lifted her chin slightly, forcing back the tear threatening to spill. Wipe your tears first. I'll have someone buy you a new set of clothes later. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Jiang Jing brought Shen Qingning to his private lounge, settled her onto the sofa, and thoughtfully adjusted the air conditioner to a warmer setting. These small gestures warmed Shen Qingning's heart. Shen Qingning shook her head. It's good you were here today. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Yet that brief affirmation made Jiang Jing suddenly feel that everything had been worth it. Noticing Shen Qingning's complexion hadn't improved much, Jiang Jing, after much deliberation, still couldn't shake his concern. He called in his private doctor to give her a thorough examination. Miss Shen doesn't have any major issues. It's likely due to the fertilization process combined with catching a slight chill. Just take a little care and she'll be fine. The doctor packed up his equipment as he spoke. Hearing this, Jiang Jing finally exhaled in relief. He turned to Shen Qingning and offered her a gentle smile. After everything was settled, Shen Qingning's eyes were reddened. For some reason, in front of the person she trusted most, she always instinctively revealed her vulnerability, her tone unwittingly tinged with a hint of grievance. They've gone too far. It's partly my fault. If I'd known they'd dare go this far, I shouldn't have spared them any face from the start. Today, Shen Qingning had seen the ugly true colors of these family elders. When Jiang Jing needed her most, they'd prioritized their own interests, summoning her back in haste only to subject her to a harsh family punishment. The memory alone still cut deeply into her heart. Jiang Jing gently ruffled Shen Qingning's hair with a look of heartache, soothing her emotions as he asked softly, "So what now? What are you planning to do?" Jiang Jing's question hit the mark. Shen Qingning's emotions gradually steadied as she recalled their actions that afternoon. Her gaze sharpened. I'll find a way to transfer all the shares held by these elders. Jiang Jing paused, clearly not expecting Shen Qingning to be willing to take things this far. Once these shares are transferred, no one among them will be able to threaten my position of power among the shareholders. Previously, out of respect for old ties, I didn't want too much conflict with them. But since these elders show no restraint, they can't blame me for what comes next, Shen Qingning said coldly, her expression resolute, as if she had made some profound decision. Good. Jiang Jing replied softly, his eyes meeting hers in a silent exchange of understanding. You're doing the right thing. No matter what, I'll always stand behind you. Do whatever you need to do with confidence. These words brought Shen Qingning an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Having always fought alone, she now felt as if she suddenly had a pillar of support. Her eyes stung with tears. If you need financial support, come to me anytime. I'll spare no effort to help you. Jiang Jing pulled Shen Qingning back into his embrace with a look of deep affection. She returned the hug, breathing in greedily the comforting scent that enveloped her. Chapter 152, The Old Foxes. But reclaiming shares from those elders wouldn't be as simple as they imagined. These people were all seasoned veterans, how could they succeed so easily? Shen Qingning racked her brain for a long time, finally devising the most promising strategy. Several days later, Shen Qingning proactively called the family back. Didn't you leave with Jiang Jing? The moment you stepped out of this family's door, you ceased to be one of us. The voice on the other end remained displeased. I'm sorry. I was immature before. I know the company has faced problems recently because of me. It's all my fault. Shen Qingning suppressed her urge to snap back, forcing a tremor of emotion into her voice as she pleaded with the person on the other end. The man on the line froze upon hearing her words. He opened his mouth to rebuke her, but the words stuck in his throat. Please, elders, give me one chance to resolve the company's issues. Afterwards, even if you disown me, I won't care. This company is the culmination of our lifelong dedication. Shen Qingning appealed to both emotion and reason, ultimately persuading the person across from her. Recently, I tapped into my connections and found a very capable friend. He said he could step in and smooth things over for us. All we need to do is invest in his new company. He assured us that our investment would count as our shares, and he would also help us navigate the company's current predicament. The person across from her immediately sensed something was off. You think this is a free lunch? Let me finish. Shen Qingning, as if anticipating this reaction, quickly added, he wants to leverage our reputation to build his name in the industry. Shen Qingning elaborated further, finally dispelling the elders' concerns. After discussion, they decided to follow her suggestion. Investing would net them shares, a move they deemed entirely beneficial. Jiang Jing watched from the sidelines, lips pressed into a faint smile. The new company Shen Qingning urged them to invest in? It was nothing but an empty shell. Shen Qingning intended to lure them into investing this way, then extort all their shares. After all, to deal with such shameless people, one must be even more shameless than they are. Jiang Jing had always trusted Shen Qingning's abilities and was confident in her methods, so he paid little further attention to this matter. Mr. Jiang, as per your instructions, all negative online entries about you and Miss Shen have been purged. They won't find any trace of those articles now. Li Yun entered with his laptop, presenting their results to Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing clicked to verify exactly as Li Yun stated. Soon, the entries vanished entirely from search results. Satisfied, Jiang Jing nodded. Well done. After several rounds of damage control over the past period, coupled with this decisive removal of all entries, the netizens who had been in an uproar for days finally began to calm down and return to their daily lives. Jiang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he wouldn't have to be constantly overwhelmed by these negative reports. He never forgot that he had more important matters to attend to, namely, dedicating himself to refining the script. In the days that followed, Jiang Jing devoted himself almost entirely to the script. After finishing his work, he spent time with his daughter and Shen Qingning. The family enjoyed harmonious moments together, their hearts gradually drawing closer. Daddy, my teacher said that going for a walk after dinner is good for your health. Can we go to the park next door for a walk later? That evening, as the family shared a warm meal together, Shen Yu suddenly seemed to remember something. She lifted her head, her big, watery eyes blinking at Jiang Jing as she asked. Seeing his adorable daughter like this, Jiang Jing's heart melted. How could he possibly refuse? Sure. But Yu, make sure to eat your dinner today, and Daddy will take you for a walk. At those words, Shen Yu's face lit up with joy. She lowered her head and began shoveling rice into her mouth with gusto. Yu, slow down. Don't choke. Shen Qingning, watching from the side, looked concerned. She shot Jiang Jing a reproachful glance, but he merely gave her a carefree smile. After dinner, Jiang Jing took them both to the park next to the residential complex as promised. Shen Yu scampered around the park, full of energy. Daddy, look. So many stars in the sky. Shen Yu's eyes sparkled as she pointed upward. Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning followed her finger, about to look up, when suddenly they heard a dog barking. Jiang Jing is right there. Go get him. Bobby. Go. Jiang Jing whipped his head around to see a figure wearing a black baseball cap and mask, completely covered up, holding a wild dog on a leash. The moment the dog spotted Jiang Jing, its owner yanked the leash loose. The wild dog, freed from its leash, charged forward barking wildly. But contrary to its owner's intent, it didn't lunge at Jiang Jing. Instead, it raced straight toward Shen Yu. Yu. Watch out.
Jiang Jing felt as if time itself had frozen around him, his vision narrowing to focus solely on Xingyu. His eyes widened in terror as he shouted. His body reacted before his mind could process the command. Jiang Jing lunged forward, beating the dog to Xingyu and scooping her into his arms. The dog, seemingly blinded by rage, lunged at Jiang Jing's calf without hesitation, sinking its teeth in. Ugh! The searing pain instantly twisted Jiang Jing's expression, forcing out a muffled groan.
Shen Qingning, nearby, rushed over without a second thought.
Daddy! Daddy, what's wrong?
Xingyu was still just a child. Seeing so much happen in such a short time, and witnessing Jiang Jing's pained expression, she couldn't contain her panic. Tears fell like beads from a broken string, landing heavily on the ground as she cried out. Fearing he might frighten the child, Jiang Jing forced himself to endure the pain, holding Xingyu even tighter.
Don't cry, Yu. Daddy's fine. Don't worry. Yet his pallid complexion and slightly trembling voice betrayed his true state. Bobby, good boy, let's go.
The wild dog obeyed its master's command, snapping at Jiang Jing before darting back into its owner's embrace. They fled the scene as if terrified of being caught. Shen Qingning glared at them with fury, but Jiang Jing needed her now. With no other choice, she stayed put, watching helplessly as the perpetrator escaped.
Shen Qingning seethed with frustration. Shen Qingning called an ambulance for Jiang Jing, who was admitted to the hospital that same day. Watching the emergency room light stay on, Shen Qingning felt a wave of panic. That man's demeanor strongly suggested he was Jiang Jing's haters. Now that he'd struck once, there would likely be a second time. Who knew if he might target Yu next? Chapter 153, Xingyu hospitalized. After all, Jiang Jing had been bitten by a stray dog in broad daylight. Even if he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, there were inevitably nosy onlookers. After the ambulance took him away, they uploaded the recorded video online.
Many people naturally recognized the protagonist in the video as Jiang Jing, who was already notorious. Some media outlets, quick to spot the story's viral potential, capitalized on the situation and pushed the wild dog attack onto the trending topics list. Those unfamiliar with Jiang Jing's background condemned the stray dogs, with some extremists even calling for the mass euthanasia of all strays.
Yet more netizens sensed something amiss. While many derided Jiang Jing as a freeloading phoenix man and looked down on him, prompting even some fans to abandon him. Yet witnessing the string of bizarre incidents surrounding Jiang Jing, even the most oblivious observers realized this was too coincidental and implausible. Even his remaining loyal fans found the situation increasingly implausible. Some acted swiftly, immediately re-watching the media-released video upon sensing something amiss. They practically scoured every video online related to the incident. Finally, a netizen identified the owner of the stray dog. At that moment, many realized the biting dog actually had an owner. This discovery sparked even greater outrage. I don't know who the victim is, but letting your dog attack someone is just wrong, right? Honestly, people like this shouldn't even own dogs. They can't even take care of themselves properly, and they don't even leash their dog when walking it. I'm speechless. Exactly. It's people like this who ruin dogs' reputations. Who knows how frustrated we responsible dog owners feel, always having to endure those strange looks from others. Wait, am I the only one curious about who this person actually is? Didn't you see in the video? He clearly watched his dog bite someone and didn't even try to stop it? That's his own dog. I don't buy that he couldn't control it. More and more people began spontaneously investigating who this dog owner really was. Perhaps it was the power of numbers, or maybe some netizens had some clever tricks up their sleeves. Soon, the dog owner's information was dug up, posted online, and even bought some buzz. As his basic personal details surfaced, his past online comments were also dug up. That's when netizens discovered this dog owner was actually a hardcore hater of Jiang Jing. This time, Jiang Jing's fans couldn't sit still. After all, hating is one thing, but this had escalated beyond mere insults. It was a direct personal attack on Jiang Jing himself. The fury unleashed by the fans was terrifying. Within just 10 minutes of the dog walker's comments surfacing, every comments section across all their platforms was completely flooded by the fans, filled with nothing but profanity and abuse. Turning to Jiang Jing's situation, though he was rushed to the hospital promptly, he had refused to budge an inch to protect Xingyu in his arms when attacked. This resulted in a torn calf tendon, confining him to bed rest at the hospital. His only solace was that despite his severe injury, Xingyu, whom he'd shielded, had only suffered shock and no physical harm. A silver lining in this misfortune. While Jiang Jing recuperated in the hospital, Shen Qingning had no spare time to visit. She only rushed over to check on him the day of the incident. After confirming he was out of serious danger, she hurriedly left without exchanging many words. Shen Qingning wasn't idle, though. She was constantly busy handling the aftermath for Jiang Jing. She was also closely monitoring the online doxing of the dog walker. Upon learning the individual was one of Jiang Jing's haters, the expression on Shen Qingning's face grew increasingly grim. But she wouldn't stoop to insulting the dog walker like those fans. Instead, she saw an opportunity to leverage the public outcry to restore Jiang Jing's reputation. Her move proved remarkably shrewd. With Jiang Jing injured and at his most pitiable, Shen Qingning successfully turned public sentiment in his favor. Meanwhile, Gu Zixing kept a close eye on Jiang Jing's movements. Seeing the prize money's reputation clearly improving, Gu Zixing's expression instantly darkened. In a fit of rage, Gu Zixing slammed everything on the table to the ground, his face grim. Fine, very fine indeed, Jiang Jing. You got lucky this time. Just you wait, I won't let you off the hook. Gu Zixing would never allow Jiang Jing to make such a comeback unchallenged. Having been so badly screwed over by Jiang Jing before, he wouldn't pass up this hard-won chance to strike back. After a moment's thought, Gu Zixing let out a sinister chuckle. If Jiang Jing wanted to salvage his reputation, Gu Zixing would make sure he never succeeded. Coincidentally, Gu Zixing had recently returned to the entertainment scene. Riding the wave of attention, he'd secured several contracts for short drama shoots and made a tidy sum of money. Gu Zixing decided to use this money to buy negative articles about Jiang Jing. Watching the flood of negative articles about Jiang Jing suddenly appear online, a triumphant smile spread across Gu Zixing's face. Shen Manning naturally learned about Jiang Jing being bitten by a dog. Though her heart was torn, she couldn't resist inquiring about Jiang Jing's hospital location. Privately, she planned to visit him. Outside the hospital, Shen Manning took a deep breath and walked in with a nonchalant air. Jiang Jing's room was easy to find. Shen Qingning had paid to upgrade him to the best suite, a place Shen Manning was familiar with. She navigated the halls with ease, arriving at Jiang Jing's doorstep. Yet, just before pushing the door open, Shen Manning hesitated. Peering through the small window in the door, she could only make out a figure lying on the hospital bed from her angle. Beyond that, she couldn't see much else. Though this was the hospital's VIP ward area, doctors and nurses still made regular rounds. Several people noticed Shen Manning lingering outside Jiang Jing's room. Just as someone was about to step forward to check on the situation, Shen Manning seemed to make up her mind. She knocked 3 times on the door before pushing it open. Jiang Jing heard the knock and assumed it was Shen Qingning. He lifted his head toward the doorway, but the moment he recognized the visitor, his expression darkened instantly. Chapter 154, Jealousy. Jiang Jing suppressed the flicker of hope in his eyes and lowered his head to resume his work. Even during his convalescence, certain tasks demanded his attention. Seeing Jiang Jing ignore her, Shen Manning felt deeply humiliated. Yet, as if remembering something, she set down the items she was carrying and sat down on the sofa inside the room. After a moment of hesitation, she finally asked, Jiang Jing, are you okay? Are your injuries serious? Jiang Jing chose to ignore Shen Manning, pretending not to hear her and refusing to spare her a single glance. An awkward silence instantly filled the hospital room. Shen Manning, feeling particularly uncomfortable, dug her fingernails painfully into her palm as Jiang Jing continued to disregard her. Jiang Jing. Unable to sit still in this tense atmosphere, Shen Manning couldn't help but hiss angrily. Only then did Jiang Jing lift his head, staring expressionlessly at Shen Manning across from him. What are you doing here? Shen Manning was thoroughly provoked by Jiang Jing's reaction. If it weren't for the custody of you being in your hands right now, do you think I'd want to come? Jiang Jing responded with a faint "oh." After handling the last bit of business in his hands, he lifted his eyes, as still as an ancient well, and said indifferently, since you don't want to come, then you don't have to. I don't need your visits. With that, Jiang Jing gave Shen Manning no time to react before pressing the bedside call button. The next moment, a nurse pushed open the door. She glanced at Shen Manning before approaching Jiang Jing. Mr. Jiang, what are your instructions? Jiang Jing lifted his chin slightly. I don't want any unauthorized people entering my hospital room. The nurse understood the unspoken meaning behind Jiang Jing's words. Nodding slightly, she approached Shen Manning. Ma'am, please follow me. With that, the nurse gestured for her to come along. Shen Manning stared at Jiang Jing in disbelief. Jiang Jing, are you kicking me out? Jiang Jing let out an irritated tsk, ignoring Shen Manning. Instead, he instructed the nurse, hurry up. And take those things with you too. He gestured toward the tonics Shen Manning had brought. The nurse promptly gathered the items, then blocked Shen Manning's view. Facing her fury, the nurse merely smiled amiably, yet her stance showed no sign of yielding. Fine, very fine, Jiang Jing. We'll see about that. Shen Manning was so enraged she laughed bitterly, then turned and stormed out of Jiang Jing's hospital room. As she walked out, Shen Manning seethed inwardly. Yet beneath her anger lay an indescribable sense of loss. Shen Qingning had also come to the hospital to check on Jiang Jing, but unexpectedly bumped into a dazed and disoriented Shen Manning in the hallway. Shen Qingning's expression turned intriguingly complex. Shen Manning seemed to sense something. She lifted her head and met Shen Qingning's probing gaze. Instantly, Shen Manning shed her dejected aura and met Shen Qingning's stare with a hint of assertiveness. Well, if it isn't my dear sister. What brings you to the hospital today? Shen Manning couldn't resist speaking first, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Shen Qingning had no desire to engage with Shen Manning. She merely gave her a fleeting, indifferent glance before attempting to walk around her toward Jiang Jing's ward. But Shen Manning stubbornly refused to budge. Sis, where's the rush? Could it be you're off to see Jiang Jing? Seeing Shen Manning determinedly blocking her path, Shen Qingning grew irritated. What do you want?
Yet even in this moment, her tone remained cool, her anger hidden beneath a composed exterior.
Nothing much. Just curious about one thing: how could you fall for a man I rejected?
What exactly is so great about this Jiang Jing that you're so utterly obsessed?
Shen Manning whispered provocatively into Jiang Jing's ear.
Shen Qingling's hands, hanging loosely at her sides, clenched tightly before she forced herself to calm down.
She glared coldly at Shen Manning and said, "You know exactly what's so good about Jiang Jing, don't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so obsessed with him, right?" Shen Manning's expression froze instantly.
Before she could say anything else, Shen Qingning walked straight past her. By the time Shen Manning reacted, Shen Qingning had already pushed open the door to Jiang Jing's hospital room and stepped inside. Shen Manning stood rooted to the spot, wrestling with herself for a moment.
Finally, she chose to follow.
This time, Shen Qingning didn't enter but remained at the doorway, watching.
The hospital room door wasn't particularly soundproof.
Standing there, Shen Manning could hear what was being said inside. Neither Jiang Jing nor Shen Qingning made any effort to lower their voices, so Shen Manning heard everything with crystal clarity. Listening to their laughter and chatter, Shen Manning clenched her fists so tightly her palms nearly bled. Watching Jiang Jing's cheerful demeanor toward Shen Qingning, then comparing it to his attitude toward her, Shen Manning couldn't deny she was consumed by jealousy. Unable to bear listening any longer, she turned and left the hospital in quick strides. Inside the ward, Shen Qingning mentioned having just encountered Shen Manning in the hallway.
Jiang Jing's expression immediately darkened. Clearly unwilling to dwell on Shen Manning, he quickly changed the subject.
She said she came to see me, but I sent her away immediately.
Let's not speak of such unlucky people.
You've been working hard these past few days.
I know you handled the aftermath of that online incident for me. Thank you. Jiang Jing gave Shen Qingning a gentle smile. Shen Qingning shook her head. It's no big deal. Since we're lovers, helping you is only natural. That won't do. How about this? I'll give you half of my company's profits for this period. What do you say?
Jiang Jing wasn't sure what to offer Shen Qingning, but after some thought, he proposed this. Shen Qingning hastily shook her head, refusing repeatedly. But Jiang Jing persisted, and in the end, she accepted his sincerity with a mix of reluctance and acceptance.
Though confined to the hospital, Jiang Jing couldn't sit still.
With little to occupy him beyond essential company matters, he grew restless after just a few days. Realizing his discharge was unlikely anytime soon, he turned his attention to scriptwriting. After over half a month of relentless work, Jiang Jing polished the script to completion.
He sent the finalized draft to Su Hanyun, requesting an early review. Any unsuitable elements would be revised accordingly. Chapter 155, Signing the Contract.
Upon receiving Jiang Jing's script, Su Hanyun skimmed through it briefly before becoming deeply intrigued.
Noticing his expression, his agent inquired curiously, "Hanyun, what do you think? Is the script any good?" Su Hanyun nodded eagerly.
"I'm quite satisfied with this script, but..."
Seeing Su Hanyun's slight frown, the agent's expression darkened. "What's wrong?" Su Hanyun didn't speak, merely handing the script to the agent.
After reading it, the agent immediately understood Su Hanyun's concern.
"Don't worry. I trust your acting skills. As for what's troubling you, I'll handle it. Come on, let's go see Director Jiang first." "Why see Director Jiang?"
Su Hanyun was puzzled by her agent's decision.
But the agent offered no explanation, simply leading Su Hanyun toward Jiang Jing Company. Jiang Jing was still handling matters when Li Yin entered to announce Su Hanyun and her agent had arrived. Jiang Jing's brow furrowed slightly, assuming Su Hanyun was dissatisfied with the script.
Just as Jiang Jing was worrying, the agent entered with Su Hanyun.
"Director Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you."
The agent extended her hand to Jiang Jing with grace and poise.
"Hello," Jiang Jing responded with a slight nod. After a brief handshake, he gestured for them to take a seat on the sofa. Soon after, Li Yun arrived carrying 3 cups of freshly brewed tea, placing them before the trio. Only then did Jiang Jing inquire, "May I ask what concerns brought you here today? Is there something about the script that you find unsatisfactory?"
The agent glanced at Su Hanyun beside her and replied with a smile, "There are no issues with the script itself.
We have full confidence in Director Zhang's abilities. However, I've heard you run an acting workshop in collaboration with Mr. Huang Xiang, correct? Our suggestion is to enroll Han Yun in that program for some training. We believe it would significantly enhance her performance in the script. What do you think, Director Jiang?"
Hearing this, Jiang Jing visibly relaxed, his smile growing more genuine.
"Ah, so that's the reason. It's not a major issue.
Since the film is still in the planning and pre-production phase, there's ample time before principal photography begins.
This will allow Ms. Su sufficient time to attend the acting classes.
Please leave your contact information with me.
I'll reach out to Mr. Huang Xiang. Once the schedule is finalized, I'll inform you immediately." After a pause, Jiang Jing's expression turned slightly troubled. Noticing this, the agent's smile faded slightly as she asked with concern, "Director Jiang, is there another issue?"
Jiang Jing shook his head, hesitating before saying, "Not exactly. It's just that while I have a working relationship with teacher Huang Xiang, for this training course, teacher Huang Xiang would also need. Jiang Jing didn't finish his sentence, but his hesitation made his meaning clear to the agent. Seeing this, the agent's smile broadened. Director Jiang, you needn't worry about the compensation. Just let us know roughly how much you require. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. Once teacher Huang Xiang confirms, I'll send the contract your way. Jiang Jing was thoroughly satisfied with the agent's efficiency. We didn't expect Director Jiang to be so decisive. That puts our minds at ease. You go ahead with your work, Director. I'll take Han Yun back first. We'll await your news. The agent beamed with genuine warmth as he hurriedly escorted Su Han Yun out. After watching Li Yun escort Su Han Yun and the others away, Jiang Jing finally exhaled a long breath of relief. The smooth progress of this matter had caught him off guard, but fortunately, everything was moving in a positive direction. With the script and female lead secured, the most critical task now was casting the male lead. The thought of the vacant leading role immediately plunged Jiang Jing into a funk, his earlier good mood vanishing in an instant. Truthfully, when it came to the male lead, Jiang Jing's first thought was Fang Jiahuan. Back when the script was first conceived, he had considered casting Fang Jiahuan in the role. But now, the timing was off. Setting aside the internal knowledge that Fang Jiahan and Jolie were already a couple, their on-screen chemistry had already sparked a wildly popular fan-made pairing. At this critical juncture, Jiang Jing simply couldn't risk casting Fang Jiahan opposite another actress in a leading role. After much deliberation, Jiang Jing ultimately abandoned the idea of casting Fang Jiahong as the male lead. Yet the role couldn't be left vacant, and Jiang Jing couldn't immediately identify a suitable leading man from his roster. After careful consideration, Jiang Jing decided to approach Shen Qingning first to discuss the matter. In Shen Qingning's office, she watched Jiang Jing sitting on the sofa, his gaze fixed on her. With a resigned sigh, she set down what she was holding and sat beside him. Go ahead. What brings you here this time? Seeing Jiang Jing's troubled expression, Shen Qingning knew he must be wrestling with another dilemma. Hearing this, Jiang Jing feigned annoyance. Qingning, how could you say that? If I have nothing to discuss, does that mean I can't come see you? He added, looking at Shen Qingning with a deliberately aggrieved expression. Shen Qingning's face darkened. She never would have imagined Jiang Jing had this side to him. She deliberately stiffened her expression. Well, if you have nothing to say, I'll get back to work. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Jing quickly backtracked, not daring to say anything else. Alright, no more jokes. I came today because there's something I need your help figuring out. Seeing Jiang Jing looking so troubled, Shen Qingning actually became somewhat interested. Tell me about it. What could possibly be troubling our great director Jiang so much? Jiang Jing sighed deeply before speaking. Su Han Yun has already been confirmed as the female lead for the next film, but the male lead is still up in the air. I was thinking of casting Fang Jiahe for the role, but as you know, that kid is currently deeply involved with Jolie. Having Fang Jiahe work closely with another actress at this time might not be good for his career, so you don't know who to cast as the male lead? Shen Qingning hadn't expected this to be the reason. Surprise gave way to helplessness. I never believed Fang Jiahan was your only viable option. You simply focused most of your attention on him. Why not revert to the original plan open auditions? You might find a more suitable actor through that route. Shen Qingning carefully analyzed the situation for Jiang Jing. Chapter 156, A Different Approach. Shen Qingning's words suddenly made everything clear to Jiang Jing. She was right. Ever since signing Fang Jiahan, the first actor Jiang Jing thought of whenever casting was Fang Jiahan. But Fang Jiahan couldn't always be his go-to. Jiang Jing needed to find fresh talent to enrich his work. Realizing this, Jiang Jing couldn't help but give Shen Qingning a big bear hug. Overcome with emotion, he planted a quick peck on her cheek before rushing back to his company. Shen Qingning, however, was left dumbfounded by Jiang Jing's sudden display. Only after his figure vanished completely did she snap back to reality. Realizing what he had just done to her, her face instantly flushed scarlet. She raised her hand to touch the spot he'd kissed, feeling her cheeks burn alarmingly hot. As luck would have it, Shen Qingning's assistant walked in at that moment. Noticing her flushed face, the assistant, though puzzled, asked with concern, Miss Shen, are you okay? Do you have a fever? Or is it too hot in here? Why is your face so red? Hearing the assistant's voice made Shen Qingning even more uncomfortable, but she waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine. You can leave now. Just bring me a glass of ice water. Meanwhile, after leaving Shen Qingning's company, Jiang Jing headed straight back to his own office. The moment he entered, he called Li Yun inside. Boss? Li Yun knocked on the door, puzzled. Seeing Jiang Jing's flushed expression, he knew Jiang Jing had just visited Shen Qingning. At this moment, Li Yun wasn't sure how to proceed. Jiang Jing, however, snapped back to reality upon hearing Li Yun's voice. He said earnestly, announce that the male lead for our next film will be selected through a nationwide open casting call. Do it as soon as possible. Li Yun nodded without question and immediately set to work. Before long, Jiang Jing saw the nationwide audition announcement posted on the company's official account. He also reposted and promoted it using his personal account.
Within just a few minutes, the number of reposts and likes had already reached an impressive level. True to expectations, the announcement caused an immediate sensation, even briefly trending on social media. Numerous actors in the entertainment industry were keeping a close eye on Jiang Jing, surprised that such an opportunity had actually materialized. Before long, a significant number of people began signing up. He Guang also noticed the news about Jiang Jing's audition. After a moment's thought, he sought him out. When Jiang Jing received He Guang's meeting request, he was somewhat surprised and wanted to ask what it was about. However, He Guang didn't elaborate, only stating he wanted to arrange a time to meet. Intrigued by He Guang's mysteriousness, Jiang Jing agreed without hesitation. By the time Jiang Jing arrived, He Guang was already seated in a corner of the coffee shop. Seeing this, Jiang Jing walked in and sat down across from him. "Mr. He, it's been a while. What's the urgency in summoning me like this?" Jiang Jing asked as soon as he sat down. He Guang's expression remained calm. He took a sip of coffee before speaking. "You're holding auditions for your new film, right? You saw my announcement too, Mr. He?" Jiang Jing was a bit surprised, not realizing He Guang was still interested in this matter. He Guang nodded. "Word about your auditions has spread far and wide. You know, your popularity right now is nothing to sneeze at. So, Mr. He, did you come to recommend someone?" Beyond that, Jiang Jing couldn't think of any other reason He Guang would seek him out. But to Jiang Jing's surprise, He Guang shook his head again. "Not really. I'm here partly for myself and partly on behalf of the station. They've asked me to discuss with you the possibility of turning these auditions into a reality TV show." Hearing this, Jiang Jing's expression grew slightly distant. "A reality show?" "Exactly. An actor-focused reality show. Of course, it all depends on your willingness. If you're not interested, we won't push it, we're all friends here." He Guang, being shrewd, knew Jiang Jing might be displeased. Also, candidates will undergo preliminary screening, but rest assured, since it's your audition, the station won't interfere much. Everyone participating will have signed up voluntarily. Jiang Jing wasn't opposed to his auditions becoming a variety show. He understood He Guang's true purpose in bringing this up simply to generate buzz for the station. That wasn't a bad thing for Jiang Jing. His greater concern was whether turning it into a variety show would mean investors pushing actors into the mix, which would make things difficult for him. "Mr. He, I have no objection to filming it as a variety show. It's just, I'm concerned that among these actors, might there be..." Jiang Jing paused to consider his words before continuing. He didn't spell it out, but He Guang understood the implication. "Rest assured. If it becomes a variety show, everything will be done according to your wishes. No investors will interfere. You can trust me on this." He Guang gave Jiang Jing his word. Hearing He Guang's assurance, Jiang Jing decided to take the gamble. After all, this format would generate more buzz, giving him more opportunities. After He Guang finished speaking, Jiang Jing fell into deep contemplation. After weighing the pros and cons repeatedly, he finally nodded. "In that case, I'll accept your proposal, Teacher He." "Really?" He Guang hadn't expected Jiang Jing to agree so readily. But his reaction was equally swift. "Rest assured, if you have any concerns, feel free to voice them. I trust your judgment, Teacher He. Since you brought this to me, I should at least give you the courtesy of consideration. But I have one condition: while I agree to turn the auditions into a variety show, I also hope you'll collaborate with me on the production. Furthermore, I want you to have full authority over this project." Jiang Jing stated his request solemnly, his absolute minimum requirement. Seeing Jiang Jing place such trust in him, He Guang's expression grew solemn. He nodded. "Rest assured. Since I'm the one bringing this to you, I'll personally oversee everything. No need to worry." Chapter 157, Audition Venue. "Hearing that from you, Teacher He, puts my mind at ease. Of course I trust you. This matter will require your full attention." Jiang Jing raised his coffee and took a sip. After bidding farewell to Jiang Jing, He Guang rushed back to the station. He began drafting the contract and, after informing the station director, immediately assigned staff to develop the production plan. The contract was completed first. He Guang reviewed it thoroughly, confirmed there were no issues, and then sent it to Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing hadn't expected He Guang to move so swiftly. After glancing through the contract and confirming there were no unfavorable clauses, Jiang Jing signed his name. Once signed, Jiang Jing had Li Yun personally deliver the contract to He Guang before feeling at ease. Though Jiang Jing had agreed to transform the auditions into a variety show, the announcement about the auditions still prominently displayed on both his personal account and the company's official account. Staring at his account, his fingers idly rubbing the mouse, he pondered for a long time before deciding to leave the announcement up for now. He Guang proved remarkably efficient. Perhaps leveraging his connections with the TV station, a complete variety show proposal landed on Jiang Jing's desk within just 3 days. Jiang Jing glanced down at the proposal, then looked up, his eyes brimming with surprise. "You finished the proposal this quickly? Mr. He, it seems you came prepared that day." He joked as he began flipping through the document. He Guang detected the playful tone in Jiang Jing's words. Taking a sip of tea, he chuckled. Now, what are you saying? I didn't work on this alone. It's just a proposal. 3 days felt like an eternity to me. Jiang Jing smiled without responding, instead scrutinizing the document meticulously, not overlooking a single detail. Seeing Jiang Jing's thoroughness, He Guang remained unperturbed, quietly waiting for him to finish. It wasn't unreasonable for Jiang Jing to be cautious. After all, people tampering with contracts or proposals was far too common. Though he hadn't personally suffered such losses, he wasn't about to learn the hard way. Extra vigilance was simply necessary. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Jing finally finished reviewing the documents. He placed the proposal on the table and looked up at He Guang sitting across from him. Seeing Jiang Jing like this, He Guang couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He didn't know why, but he found it hard to read Jiang Jing's expression. What's wrong? Is there something unsatisfactory about the proposal? Just tell me briefly, and I'll make adjustments when I get back. He Guang could only ask cautiously for now. But to He Guang's surprise, after hearing his words, a smile appeared on Jiang Jing's face. Jiang Jing pushed the proposal toward He Guang and said cheerfully, Mr. He, your capabilities truly haven't disappointed me. I'm very satisfied with this proposal. There's nothing wrong with it. We'll proceed with the program filming based on this plan. I hope our collaboration with you, Mr. He, will be a complete success. Hearing this, He Guang finally relaxed completely, his smile broadening. However, suddenly, as if remembering something, his smile faded slightly, and he spoke with concern. What is it? Jiang Jing asked, puzzled. He Guang hesitated for a moment before continuing. It's just about the program promotion. The station's stance is. Before He Guang could finish, Jiang Jing grasped the implication and explained, rest assured, Professor He, the promotion won't be an issue. My company and I will fully support your efforts. As for the previously released announcements? Just delete them, right? Hearing this, He Guang relaxed noticeably. They chatted briefly before going their separate ways to attend to their respective duties. Upon returning to the company, Jiang Jing immediately withdrew all announcements posted on both the company and his personal accounts. The retraction didn't go unnoticed. Many would-be audition participants grew anxious, flooding the comment section with inquiries about what had happened and whether the cast had already been finalized. Jiang Jing offered no response whatsoever. Just as the number of concerned individuals grew, he collaborated with He Guang's television station to announce that the auditions would be conducted in the format of a variety show. They simultaneously released the time and location for the initial auditions. No one could have imagined auditions could be held in such a format. Yet precisely because of this, the news caught the attention not only of domestic actors but also drew many international performers who heard about it and flocked to apply. Within just a few days, the satellite TV station had already received a substantial number of resumes. The crowd was diverse newcomers alongside lesser-known actors who'd been in the entertainment industry for years without gaining significant traction. The preliminary rounds soon arrived. However, due to the overwhelming number of participants, a centralized audition was impossible. Instead, they adopted a model similar to other variety shows, setting up audition sites nationwide. After screening a certain number of actors, they would proceed with unified variety show filming. Jiang Jing didn't need to concern himself with the preliminary rounds, but he couldn't shake his unease. After much deliberation, he decided to visit the nearest audition site. He wanted to see who was participating and whether the so-called judges would evaluate fairly. With this mindset, Jiang Jing disguised himself and drove to the audition venue. The auditions were held in a building about a 30-minute drive from Jiang Jing's company. By the time he arrived, the auditions were already well underway, and the venue was packed. Most attendees were amateur actors, many of whom looked like inexperienced college students at first glance. Observing them, Jiang Jing couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his face. Seeing these people reminded him of Zhou Li and Fang Jiahong in their early days. While Fang Jiahong had progressed reasonably well, Zhou Li was someone Jiang Jing had genuinely watched transform from a clueless newcomer into her current self. After a moment of nostalgia, Jiang Jing began wandering through the venue. Glancing around, he didn't spot any actors who immediately caught his eye. Feeling slightly disappointed, he made his way to the judges' review area and stood outside, peering through the window. At a glance, Jiang Jing spotted someone who instantly captured his attention. He vaguely recognized the person Ding Heshi. Standing outside, watching him audition inside, Jiang Jing felt his eyes were glued to Ding Heshi. Jiang Jing stared intently at Ding Heshi's audition performance. As he watched, memories of others' evaluations of Ding Heshi surfaced. Chapter 158, Advancing Successfully. Now, it seemed he was indeed impressive, excellent acting skills and an exceptionally humble, eager-to-learn personality. Though Jiang Jing couldn't yet see the latter quality, he had a premonition that this person would achieve great things in the future. With that thought, Jiang Jing knocked on the door. Before anyone inside could respond, he pushed it open and walked in. The judges inside hadn't expected anyone to dare interrupt the open auditions. Each wore a look of displeasure. Even Ding Heshi, still in the middle of his audition, was abruptly halted. He stood frozen in place, unsure what to do, a trace of panic visible on his face.
Noticing Ding Hushi's expression, Jiang Jing gave him a reassuring glance, which only left Ding Hushi even more baffled. Seeing Jiang Jing enter and look directly at Ding Hushi first, the judges exchanged glances, their eyes filled with displeasure and anger. Finally, one of them couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up first and angrily addressed Jiang Jing. "Sir, the audition is currently in progress. If you insist on disrupting the order, we will have no choice but to call security." Their expressions clearly signaled their intent to have Jiang Jing removed. Jiang Jing froze for a moment before realizing he had been misunderstood. He quickly removed the hat from his head and the mask covering his face. When Jiang Jing looked up again, everyone present froze. Even the man who had confronted him first wore a look of utter bewilderment. Ding Hushi, standing in the center of the room, was beyond speechless. His gaze shifted from surprise to panic, then down to his feet. He remained silent, fearing his earlier performance had offended Jiang Jing, prompting the interruption. The thought turned Ding Hushi's face deathly pale. He swayed unsteadily, his hands hanging limply at his sides, clenched tightly. The judges were the first to recover, scrambling to their feet and jostling to greet Jiang Jing. "Professor Jiang." Jiang Jing waved his hand. Before he could say anything, Ding Hushi spoke first, murmuring, "I'm sorry." He hurriedly bowed and made to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Jing knew Ding Hushi must have misunderstood something. Without hesitation, he called out, "Wait." Ding Hushi froze instantly, turning to face Jiang Jing with utter bewilderment. Observing Ding Hushi's perplexed expression, Jiang Jing sighed softly before gesturing for him to return to his original position. He then addressed the judges. "I was observing this contestant's performance from outside just now. I'm quite satisfied. In my view, he possesses the capability to advance directly to the show. What are your thoughts?" Jiang Jing spoke carefully. The judges exchanged glances, instantly realizing Jiang Jing intended for Ding Hushi to advance directly. And judging by Ding Hushi's recent performance, he truly was a rare acting talent. With that thought, the judges nodded in unison. Naturally. Ding Hushi's acting skills are commendable in our view. At least, from the interviews so far, we haven't seen many actors like him. So, Director Jiang, your suggestion is? Jiang Jing nodded with satisfaction. Very well. In that case, it's settled. After concluding his discussion with the judges, Jiang Jing turned to Ding Hushi, who still looked bewildered. With a smile, he said, "Contestant Ding Hushi, congratulations on advancing. You need not participate in any further proceedings. You may proceed directly to the program recording. Staff will send you the official invitation letter shortly." Hearing the news of his advancement, Ding Hushi froze in place, standing there at a loss. His expression was a mix of joy and tears, and he asked in disbelief, "Director Jiang, you mean? I've advanced?" Jiang Jing nodded cheerfully, "That's right, you've advanced." Upon receiving confirmation, Ding Hushi burst into tears of joy. He never imagined such luck would come his way. He immediately bowed deeply to Jiang Jing. "Thank you, Director Jiang. Thank you, all the judges." Jiang Jing quickly helped Ding Hushi up, wiping the tears from his face. "You deserve this. We've seen your dedication. Few actors possess such solid fundamentals. Alright, go prepare now." With that, Jiang Jing signaled for the judges to continue while he turned away, thoroughly satisfied. His original intention for attending the auditions had been merely to observe the process, but unexpectedly discovering Ding Hushi's talent had brought him such sudden delight that his mood remained exceptionally uplifted for days afterward. The initial auditions alone had taken over a month, a relatively swift pace. After they concluded, the preliminary list of contestants eligible for the show's recording was finalized. Once confirmed, the recording schedule was set at the earliest possible date. After all, the show originated from Jiang Jing's own male lead casting call. Now that it had been transformed into a variety program, Jiang Jing naturally participated as a judge. However, having only one judge wouldn't do. Yet, every time Jiang Jing asked He Guang who the other judge was, He Guang would play coy, simply saying, "You'll find out during the recording." Jiang Jing had to suppress his curiosity until the day of filming. He Guang notified him to arrive early for pre-interviews. When Jiang Jing arrived punctually at the backstage area, he was stunned to see Huang Xiang there. "Teacher Huang? What brings you here?" Jiang Jing approached in surprise. Seeing Huang Xiang's utterly unsurprised expression, he instantly realized, "The other judge, it's you, isn't it?" Huang Xiang nodded cheerfully. "That's right, it's me. I heard you were collaborating with the satellite channel, so I suggested to Teacher He that I should be a judge too." He agreed immediately. Just then, He Guang pushed open the door. "Ah, there you two are. Pre-interviews are about to start. You'd better get ready quickly." He Guang walked in while speaking. "Who would have thought the three of us would end up on the same variety show like this?" Jiang Jing remarked with emotion. He Guang smiled and explained, "After all, the show's ultimate goal is to help you select the most suitable male lead. Naturally, the focus is on you. Having Huang Xiang join as the other mentor should put your mind at ease, right? I'll just co-host with the two of you. Acting isn't my strongest suit, but hosting is definitely my specialty." As the three chatted, the door knocked again. "Teachers, it's your turn for the pre-interview.
It was the production assistant coming to prompt them. Chapter 159, Impressive First Impression. Hearing this, the trio paused their conversation and headed toward the pre-interview room together. Passing through the corridor, Jiang Jing glimpsed the contestants gathered around the filming area through the window. At first glance, they were all exceptionally good-looking young men. Yet, Jiang Jing couldn't help but wonder if any of them had the potential to carry the show. Noticing Jiang Jing staring out the window, Wang Xiang and He Guang followed his gaze. Their eyes immediately landed on the dense crowd. He Guang chuckled, "These youngsters, the sheer number is intimidating. Someone unaware might think this is the open auditions." Hearing He Guang's voice snapped Jiang Jing back to reality. He chuckled, "Don't worry. Only a handful will make the cut in the end. Setting aside my own standards, teacher Huang's requirements alone are exceptionally strict." With that, Jiang Jing turned and walked straight ahead, no longer glancing out the window. He Guang and Huang Xiang exchanged a look before following Jiang Jing's pace. The pre-interview process was brief and wouldn't take long. After the pre-interview, the trio returned to the makeup room where stylists made final adjustments to their outfits. This marked Jiang Jing's first time undergoing such elaborate grooming makeup application and hair gel styling. The meticulousness made him dizzy. Yet, reminding himself this was for a variety show and his own sake, he endured it. Once the stylist finished, Jiang Jing stared at his reflection in the mirror, feeling strangely unfamiliar with his own refined appearance. He stood up and stretched, a vague sense of unease creeping over him. Something felt off, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He Guang, observing Jiang Jing's new look, couldn't help but compliment, "Our director Jiang has such great natural looks. With this styling, he's actually drawing more attention than those contestants out there." Huang Xiang, adjusting his own clothes, joined them and scrutinized Jiang Jing from head to toe, murmuring in admiration, "The show really has done wonders. I've never seen director Jiang like this before." "Please, you two, stop teasing me," Jiang Jing said with a hint of resignation, though he ultimately said no more. The recording began promptly. Jiang Jing surveyed the rows of actors standing before him and felt his head spin. He shot a pleading glance at Huang Xiang beside him, only to find Huang's reaction mirrored his own. Seeing this, Jiang Jing had no choice but to bite the bullet and proceed. He hoped to find some standout actors among them, but reality often fell short of expectations. Aside from Ding Heshi, Jiang Jing couldn't find a single male actor who met his standards. Everyone else seemed to fall a bit short. The one silver lining was that the first episode wrapped smoothly. When quitting time came, Jiang Jing slumped wearily into a chair in the makeup room. He appeared deep in thought, but only he knew he'd been zoning out for a while. Shortly after, He Guang pushed open the door. Seeing Jiang Jing like this, he sighed helplessly, "Alright, get up. The recording's over, but we've got a cast dinner afterward. Teacher Huang and I are almost ready, just waiting for you." Hearing this, Jiang Jing felt like he could just die right there. Though that was his inner thought, the work still had to be done. With no other choice, he forced himself to muster some energy and followed He Guang to the banquet hall. The banquet hall was spacious, but the number of contestants was overwhelming. The moment Jiang Jing stepped inside, the noise felt suffocating. He was naturally a quiet person, and after a full day of filming, he hadn't even made it to the end of his shift. Exhaustion washed over him. Noticing Jiang Jing's unease, Wang Xiang whispered something to He Guang before motioning for Jiang Jing to follow him. Once they reached a corner of the banquet hall, Wang Xiang finally addressed Jiang Jing, "You look a bit tired. Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Jing shook his head weakly. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just exhausted. Filmed all day, and I haven't found a single suitable candidate." Huang Xiang couldn't help but chuckle wryly, yet he offered earnest advice, "Casting isn't something to rush. These contestants still have potential. You'll find someone who meets your standards eventually." Jiang Jing merely smiled and nodded in agreement. But the moment Huang Xiang turned away, his expression darkened. He understood exactly what Huang Xiang meant: give these people time, and someone would eventually meet his standards. But Jiang Jing disagreed. He firmly believed that first, instinctive chemistry was paramount. Even if these contestants later trained and met his criteria, he'd always feel something was missing. After a moment of deep thought, Jiang Jing shook his head to appear as composed as usual before blending back into the crowd. As he'd been pondering, images of Ding Heshi's every gesture and expression during his performance kept flashing through his mind. That instant confirmed it: Jiang Jing wanted only Ding Heshi as the male lead for his new film. With that thought, he swiftly scanned the crowd for Ding Heshi's figure. Soon, he spotted him in a corner conversing with others. Yet, as he watched Ding Heshi, Jiang Jing unconsciously halted his steps. Finding a spot where he wouldn't be easily seen, he kept his eyes fixed on Ding Heshi's movements. Only after the banquet concluded did Jiang Jing return to Huang Xiang and He Guang. Noticing Jiang Jing's keen interest, He Guang couldn't help asking, "What's up? You seemed down earlier, but now you're all perked up." "Nothing much, teacher He. What do you think of that contestant?" Jiang Jing said, subtly gesturing toward Ding Heshi. Following his gesture, He Guang and Huang Xiang noticed Ding Heshi standing there. They recalled him indeed, he had been the standout performer during the earlier recording. "He seems promising. What's up? You fancy him too?" Huang Xiang was the first to grasp Jiang Jing's intent.
Jiang Jing merely smiled without comment, offering no further response. As the gathering wound down and most attendees began dispersing, Jiang Jing finally intercepted Ding Heshi, who was about to leave. Spotting Jiang Jing standing nearby, Ding Heshi recalled the coach's earlier attitude during the auditions. He quickened his pace and approached.
Mr. Jiang, hello. I'm Ding Heshi. I wonder if you still remember me.
Ding Heshi smiled shyly, his voice gentle and polite.
Jiang Jing gave a slight nod. Ding Heshi, right? I remember you. Your performance was quite good. Chapter 160, Appreciation. Thank you for your kind words, Teacher Jiang.
Ding Heshi's smile broadened.
It's getting late. You should head back and rest, Teacher Jiang. I should be going too.
Ding Heshi had no intention of furthering their relationship at most, he harbored a certain admiration for Jiang Jing.
Jiang Jing found this attitude even more satisfying.
He'd seen plenty of actors willing to do anything to land a screen role, but a newcomer like Ding Heshi was a rare find.
Wait a moment.
Jiang Jing quickly called out to Ding Heshi, who was about to leave.
Ding Heshi looked at Jiang Jing with some confusion. Teacher Jiang, is there something else? Well, would it be possible for me to have your contact information?
I really appreciate your acting style, Jiang Jing explained after a moment's consideration.
Ding Heshi froze in place. Teacher Jiang, what did you say? He couldn't quite believe his ears. Is that a no? Seeing Ding Heshi's reaction, Jiang Jing mistakenly thought he was reluctant.
The thought brought a hint of disappointment to Jiang Jing's expression.
No. Teacher Jiang, please give me your number. Ding Heshi snapped out of it, waving his hands repeatedly.
He then stepped closer to Jiang Jing, pulled out his phone, and waited obediently. Watching Ding Heshi's humble demeanor, Jiang Jing found himself growing increasingly impressed. After exchanging contact information, Jiang Jing finally let Ding Heshi leave. Back home at last, Jiang Jing exhaled a long sigh of relief. He collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. Yet the moment he opened his phone, Ding Heshi's self-introduction message immediately caught his eye. After pondering for a while, Jiang Jing set his phone aside and headed to wash up and go to sleep. The next day, with no filming schedule, Jiang Jing could finally get a good night's rest at home. When he woke up again, he glanced at the time before sending Ding Heshi a message. Ding Heshi's reply was surprisingly swift, almost instantaneous, which gave Jiang Jing a slight jolt of surprise. But Jiang Jing quickly got into a conversation with Ding Heshi.
Once he felt they'd become somewhat acquainted, Jiang Jing finally asked, "Are you interested in starring in my movie?"
After Jiang Jing sent the message, it took a moment before Ding Heshi slowly typed out a question mark.
Then Ding Heshi's messages poured out like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, one after another. Mr. Jiang, are you serious? Can I really be in your movie? Mr. Jiang, you're not joking with me, are you?
After firing off numerous messages, Ding Heshi finally stopped typing. Clutching his phone, he felt incredibly anxious, his hands trembling. Jiang Jing seized the moment to reply, "Of course.
I admire your acting.
If you're willing, I can arrange a role for you in my next film."
Upon receiving Jiang Jing's affirmative reply, Ding Heshi was utterly stunned. He never imagined he could truly earn Jiang Jing's favor.
Yet amidst his astonishment, Ding Heshi slowly came to his senses.
He was still in the middle of filming a show.
Although Jiang Jing was one of the program's mentors, if news spread that he had agreed to film a movie for Jiang Jing, Ding Heshi feared it would damage both his and Jiang Jing's reputations.
But, Teacher Jiang.
Ding Heshi hesitated for a moment before speaking. "However, I'm still filming the show right now.
If I were to star in your movie, I'm afraid it might."
Jiang Jing could see what Ding Heshi was hesitating about and explained, "Don't worry, it's not a problem. I created this variety show hoping to find suitable candidates among you contestants.
Now that you're one of them, appearing in my film shouldn't be an issue, right?"
Hearing this, Ding Heshi finally relaxed.
With Jiang Jing's assurance, he no longer hesitated.
After agreeing, he arrived alone at Jiang Jing's company the very next day. Jiang Jing produced a contract he'd prepared in advance and placed it before Ding Heshi. Watching him sign, Jiang Jing couldn't hide the smile spreading across his face. After carefully putting away the contract, Jiang Jing addressed Ding Heshi. "Next, I'll arrange for you to join teacher Huang Xiang's training program to hone your acting skills. While you have natural talent, you still seem a bit raw. There, you'll improve rapidly.
Is that okay with you? What about the production team?"
Ding Heshi still felt some concern.
"You needn't worry about that. I'll handle the production team.
Just focus on learning from teacher Huang Xiang."
Jiang Jing waved his hand dismissively, signaling Ding Heshi to set his mind at ease.
After Ding Heshi left, Jiang Jing contacted He Guang to inform him that Ding Heshi would be withdrawing from the show's recording.
He Guang was taken aback. "What's going on?"
Jiang Jing gave He Guang a brief explanation, but He Guang grew even more concerned. Since it was hard to explain over the phone, He Guang decided to meet Jiang Jing privately and got straight to the point. "Jiang Jing, you know the satellite channel planned the show around your movie's male lead.
Now that your lead actor is confirmed, what about the variety show's final filming?"
Jiang Jing replied confidently, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Before my movie starts shooting, I'll film a micro short, like a prequel. It will definitely give the contestants and viewers a proper explanation."
Jiang Jing's explanation managed to send He Guang away.
But the moment He Guang left, Jiang Jing's initially confident demeanor instantly turned into a worried frown. The truth was, despite his assurances, he hadn't even started writing the script for the movie prequel. Or rather, before meeting Ding Heshi, he hadn't even considered such a thing.
Yet he had no choice.
To secure Ding Heshi as the lead for his new film, Jiang Jing resolved to write the prequel script.
But screenwriting proved challenging.
Once he immersed himself in the script, he had no time left for the show's recordings.
Left with no alternative, Jiang Jing began missing sessions. His absences became too frequent, however. Repeated missed shoots gradually raised suspicions among the contestants participating in the recording. It was important to note that Jiang Jing's absences began after Ding Heshi withdrew from the show.
Once or twice could be excused, but as time dragged on, more and more people began questioning the relationship between Jiang Jing and Ding Heshi. Rumors even started spreading that the two must have known each other beforehand and were now playing everyone like fools.
Chapter 161, Prequel Script.
Some went further, claiming the male lead role in the film had been pre-assigned to Jiang Jing specifically to Ding Heshi and that Ding's appearance on the show was merely a formality. These rumors spread like wildfire, complete with fabricated details.
Anyone unaware of the truth might genuinely believe them.
The show's participants were outraged.
Some, unable to contain their anger, took to the internet to write detailed exposés accusing the two of impropriety.
He Guang, who had been following the situation, began to doubt whether there was any truth to the rumors after reading these posts. Compounding the issue, Jiang Jing himself had a notorious reputation for attracting controversy. Suddenly, more and more people began paying attention to the story. Once they learned Jiang Jing was involved, it felt like all his haters instantly pounced, accusing him of pulling strings for Ding Heshi and treating everyone like his little darlings. Jiang Jing naturally saw all this online, yet as he scanned his comment section, his heart remained utterly unmoved. He even felt like laughing. Not only did Jiang Jing offer no response, but to focus entirely on scriptwriting, he deliberately cut off external contact.
He went offline completely, uninstalling all entertainment apps and keeping only the most basic social media platforms. Shen Qingning also noticed the online commotion. Though unaware of the specifics, she instinctively trusted Jiang Jing, convinced his choices were sound.
She instructed her staff to delete all defamatory posts online while simultaneously controlling the narrative to salvage Jiang Jing's reputation.
Yet as Jiang Jing remained silent, Shen Qingning couldn't shake a sense of foreboding.
She feared he might have been crushed by the online backlash, which was why he hadn't issued a clarification.
Shen Qingning tried messaging Jiang Jing, but received no response whatsoever.
Seeing this, Shen Qingning grew increasingly anxious. She feared Jiang Jing might truly be struggling and had shut herself off.
The more Shen Qingning thought about it, the more worried and frightened she became.
Unable to continue working, she abandoned her tasks and drove straight to Jiang Jing's studio. Inside the studio, Li Yun was still working at his desk. Seeing Shen Qingning burst in, he startled but quickly recovered, stepping forward to ask, "Ms. Shen, what brings you here at this hour?"
"Where's Jiang Jing? Is he in his office?" Shen Qingning's expression was grim as she demanded. Li Yun was puzzled but nodded anyway. "The boss is in his office, currently." Before Li Yun could finish, Shen Qingning barged straight into Jiang Jing's office. Seeing Jiang Jing sitting upright and composed inside, Shen Qingning finally relaxed. Finally.
Jiang Jing's face now wore a look of joy as he murmured something under his breath. Shen Qingning looked at him, somewhat confused, while he gazed at the documents before him with pure delight.
"I finally finished writing the prequel script." Jiang Jing looked at Shen Qingning with a pleased expression.
Shen Qingning understood immediately, returning the smile and giving him a thumbs up.
"I knew you could do it."
Jiang Jing seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Only he knew how much energy and thought he poured into polishing this script over the past period. Now that the prequel was finally complete, he could return to the variety show with the script in hand. News of Jiang Jing bringing his new script back to the show quickly reached the rest of the crew.
"Did you hear? That Jiang boss is apparently coming back soon."
One trainee, seemingly relishing the drama, pulled a few others aside for a whispered conversation.
"I heard too. Apparently, Mr. Jiang wants to cast roles while he's here."
"I'm definitely not competing. Everyone knows he's the reason the show had to pause filming last time." A delicate-looking girl spoke with visible displeasure, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Beside her, a young man looked troubled. After a moment's thought, he ventured, "But Mr. Jiang is a well-known figure in the industry. The quality of his scripts before, we all saw that." Just as they were talking, Jiang Jing hurriedly arrived at the set. Everyone spotted him and exchanged knowing glances. Their expressions varied, but no one made the first move to greet him.
The trainees harbored considerable resentment toward Jiang Jing's sudden return. "Well, if it isn't Mr. Jiang."
He Guang was the first to speak up, approaching with a broad smile that finally eased the awkward tension.
"Now that Mr. Jiang is back, our big family is finally reunited. Let's give him a round of applause."
He Guang turned to the trainees with a smile, his tone carrying an unmistakable note of command.
The trainees felt they couldn't argue further and reluctantly began clapping. Their applause soon filled the entire set. Jiang Jing then cut straight to the point, explaining he had returned to conduct audition screenings for the trainees. The trainees looked conflicted, but the young man who had spoken up for Jiang Jing earlier stepped forward first. "Mr. Jiang, if you don't mind, I'd like to give it a try." Jiang Jing laughed heartily. "Of course I don't mind. I already admire your courage greatly." As if receiving Jiang Jing's affirmation, the young man suddenly felt greatly encouraged. Taking the script from Jiang Jing, he was first slightly stunned by the writer's skill, but the next moment he swiftly immersed himself in the role. He glanced at the plot synopsis and the character profile for his part, pondered it briefly, then nodded solemnly to Jiang Jing, indicating he was ready to begin. Jiang Jing selected a few other students to act alongside him. The young man immediately adopted a serious demeanor and began his performance, guided by his memory and interpretation. "Excuse me, I need to interrupt." Midway through the scene, Jiang Jing hesitated before halting the unfolding performance. "The character you're portraying shouldn't be this calm in this situation. Moreover, in less than 2 minutes, you've already messed up your lines several times. Your skills still need work." Jiang Jing ruthlessly pointed out all the students' mistakes. The student's face flushed with embarrassment, but he still nodded humbly. "See? I told you. Jiang Jing's character isn't nearly as good as he seems on the surface. What good does it do to volunteer for an audition? It's just slapping a hot face against a cold butt." Chapter 162, Pre-selected? From the crowd, the female student who had earlier voiced complaints about Jiang Jing snorted derisively, her words dripping with scorn toward the young man. Jiang Jing then conducted auditions with several other acting students one by one. However, their performances were mediocre and failed to meet his expectations. As dusk approached, Jiang Jing sighed helplessly. "We'll wrap up auditions for today. Thank you all for taking the time to participate. I need to go back and give this careful consideration." Everyone understood the implication behind his words. After some low murmurs among themselves, the group gradually dispersed. That evening, Huang Xiang invited Jiang Jing to join them for dinner. Though Jiang Jing accepted, his face remained clouded with worry throughout the meal. "I've told you before, young man, you can't be too impatient," Huang Xiang remarked, his words carrying weight as he saw right through Jiang Jing's disappointment. "That said, there's a young actor in my training program named Ding Heshi. He's quite capable. Both his acting skills and his line delivery meet our high standards, Mr. Jiang." Huang Xiang suddenly seemed to recall something and, unusually, brought up Ding Heshi again. This instantly caught Jiang Jing's attention. After all, Huang Xiang wasn't one to readily praise these new generation actors. In his view, these young people often seemed too restless. This was unprecedented, suggesting he genuinely held Ding Heshi in high regard. Indeed, judging solely by today's performance, compared to Ding Heshi, he truly is the perfect choice for this role. Jiang Jing pondered for a moment, recalling Ding Heshi's performance, and nodded in agreement. He was completely unaware that a female trainee happened to pass by and overheard their entire conversation. Immediately, her face flushed with anger as she turned and stormed off. "I was wondering why Director Jiang seemed dissatisfied with everyone today, shaking his head constantly during auditions. Turns out he already had someone picked." The female trainee returned, angrily flinging her coat onto the sofa with a loud thud. This immediately drew the attention of the other trainees. "Watch what you say," someone cautioned from the crowd. But she couldn't contain her fury. Making a solemn gesture, she swept her gaze across the trainees. "I swear to you all. When I went out to buy water just now, I happened to overhear Mr. Jiang and Mr. Huang talking. I heard it clearly. They've already decided who gets the roles." Her words sent a wave of disbelief through the trainees, followed by an uncontrollable surge of anger toward Jiang Jing. "Then why come back under the guise of auditions? Are we just monkeys to be played with?" After a day of pent-up frustration, discontent now erupted and spread like wildfire. The trainees united almost unanimously in boycotting the entire production crew. The next morning, when filming should have commenced as scheduled, the trainees were nowhere to be found. The crew was left utterly baffled. "It's nearly noon. Call them one by one and tell them to hurry over." The director, unusually flushed with anger, urged his assistant. The assistant, naturally, dared not delay. He immediately went downstairs to carry out the director's orders. Only after the assistant had contacted each of them did the trainees finally appear, stretching lazily one after another. Yet they all remained silent, as if in tacit agreement. "Since you're here, we'll continue filming. I'll settle accounts with you about your tardiness after we wrap," the director said coldly. The trainees, however, seemed to dismiss him with a sneer. "Director, isn't Mr. Jiang already set on his choice? Why are we wasting our time here?" The female trainee who had overheard Jiang Jing and Huang Xiang's conversation yesterday spoke up first, her eyes coldly fixed on Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing's expression turned abruptly icy as he looked at her, puzzled. "Exactly. We're not here to film today. I demand an explanation from Mr. Jiang. We strongly protest the entire production and refuse to film any further." A male student nearby, seemingly emboldened by the spirit of the moment, also stepped forward indignantly. The entire crew fell silent, looking at Jiang Jing with confusion.
Jiang Jing felt utterly wronged, unable to understand why this sudden wave of criticism had been directed at him. He hadn't even had a chance to protest his innocence. As the tension grew unbearable, Guang quickly stepped in with a forced smile, trying to smooth things over. After a brief discussion, they hastily convened an emergency meeting. After all, if this continued, morale would inevitably collapse, leading to incalculable damage. First, let me make one thing crystal clear regarding the selection of scripts. I, Jiang Jing, swear to heaven that there has never been any prearranged favoritism. I take filming seriously and won't tolerate even a speck of sand in my eye. Jiang Jing paused for a moment before making this solemn pledge, looking at everyone with unwavering conviction. The others, however, regarded him with a look of doubt. They then turned and entered the conference room. Given the current situation, they had no choice but to postpone today's filming. Stabilizing morale was now their utmost priority. If all else fails, we could implement a voting system. Have candidates take turns auditioning, then have both us and the trainees participate in selecting the most suitable person through a vote. That way, everyone will accept the decision willingly, Jiang Jing suggested. Immediately, voices of dissent arose. No, that won't work. Some trainees will still perceive our voting as biased. And if the chosen candidate doesn't meet your expectations, replacing them later will only fuel suspicions of prearranged decisions. Huang Xiang's words left Jiang Jing silent. There was logic to his point, but what other options remained? How about this? Huang Xiang smiled, maintaining his usual unassuming demeanor. All eyes instantly turned to Huang Xiang. Simply shorten the program's recording schedule. Finalize the male actor for the prequel this very episode to prevent prolonged speculation from fueling public discourse. The moment Huang Xiang finished speaking, the sports team members couldn't help but gasp in shock. Jiang Jing, however, immediately expressed his agreement. This left the others feeling conflicted and uncertain how to proceed, as this approach undoubtedly presented a massive challenge for them. From the perspective of industry insiders' experience, such a move was indeed rather bold. Guang's expression was the most complex, signifying that he was facing yet another difficult challenge in his career. However, seeing Jiang Jing and Huang Xiang had already made their decision, they hesitated for a moment before finally swallowing the words they were about to speak. Chapter 163, The Right Choice. Fortunately, Guang had built considerable credibility among the trainees in previous episodes, often looking out for those participating in the program. They still held a fair amount of trust in him. With Guang mediating, the filming was ultimately completed through extra overtime. How's it going? Still haven't found a suitable actor? Huang Xiang leaned closer to Jiang Jing from the judge's seat and asked softly. As the auditions progressed through round after round, Jiang Jing's expression remained composed, clearly indicating he hadn't found his ideal candidate yet. This had the rest of the crew holding their breath for him. Not yet. We'll keep looking, Jiang Jing replied with a resigned sigh and a shake of his head. Huang Xiang fell silent, refocusing his attention on the contestants on stage. Yet both men knew deep down that today's episode was nearing its end. If the final few contestants still failed to impress Jiang Jing, today's plan would likely end in failure. It seems our Mr. Jiang truly holds actors to high standards. We haven't seen him genuinely smile yet. So, let's anticipate the final group of trainees. Will they be able to make Mr. Jiang smile? Guang, forcing a smile, stood on stage for the recording, trying to introduce the final audition group with a light tone. The displeasure on the faces of the other trainees who had already finished their auditions grew increasingly obvious. Jiang Jing, however, remained composed, his gaze fixed intently on the trainees on stage. After taking the stage, this group first respectfully greeted him before swiftly immersing themselves in their performance. Initially, the other trainees had been growing impatient, each wanting to finish quickly and leave the set. Yet unexpectedly, this group delivered an exceptionally brilliant performance. They gradually overcame their nerves, finding their rhythm. By the climax of the scene, the actors poured their emotions into the role with such intensity that everyone present felt moved. That concludes my performance. Thank you. Jiang Jing recognized him. This was the actor who had bravely volunteered to audition yesterday. I'm Colin. Colin looked flattered and overwhelmed, answering hastily. I remember you. During yesterday's audition, your performance wasn't as strong as today's. Looks like you really studied the script after returning home last night. Jiang Jing smiled, his words brimming with genuine appreciation for Colin. The young man scratched his head modestly, replying, My acting skills aren't as polished as most of the other trainees here, but I've always believed that diligence can compensate for shortcomings. It seems that approach has paid off. It seems our CEO Jiang has finally found his ideal actor. With that, I declare today's recording concluded. Thank you to all the crew members for your participation, to our sponsors for their support, and to every trainee and mentor for your hard work. Goodbye. Following the director's cue, Guang strode onto the stage and delivered the closing remarks, marking the official end of filming. Thank you all for participating. You've worked hard. After the program airs, I'll personally compensate each of you with additional payment as a token of appreciation for dedicating your time to this extended shoot.
Jiang Jing spoke with his usual detached expression. He then gave Colin a meaningful glance. Colin immediately understood and hurried after Jiang Jing as soon as he turned to leave. The others sensibly dispersed. Everyone had witnessed Colin's performance today. The outcome was clear to all, accepted without complaint, and naturally, no one voiced any further grievances. Soon after, they received the substantial compensation Jiang Jing had promised. With that, they tacitly kept their mouths shut, avoiding any further trouble for themselves. There's a dinner gathering tonight. Make sure to join us after you finish up. Huang Xiang hurried over to Jiang Jing's side to say this. But Jiang Jing merely exchanged a glance with him, and Huang Xiang instantly understood the message. He gave a slightly helpless smile but didn't intervene. This collaboration with the TV station had clearly ended on a sour note. Whether Jiang Jing attended this farewell dinner or not made little difference. Showing up might only invite unnecessary trouble. Better to let him find his own peace. In this circle, keeping a low profile was the wisest choice. Alright, now that you've found the right actor, stop overthinking it. Just focus on polishing the work. Huang Xiang patted Jiang Jing's shoulder with a smile before leaving to join the group heading to the gathering. Jiang Jing brought Colin back to the company. Colin felt tense throughout the journey, fully aware of what awaited him at the office. Your courage and diligence are qualities most new actors lack. I admire that. And your performance today was truly impressive. You got the script yesterday, did one audition, and today you made a quantum leap. That speaks volumes about your work ethic. Jiang Jing led him into his office. No sooner had they sat down than he began speaking, lavishing praise without reservation. Thank you so much for your recognition, Mr. Jiang. I'm not as good as you say, but I'll strive to live up to your praise. Colin felt a surge of joy. Jiang Jing's affirmation was a tremendous honor, though he remained modest. In that case, may I take it as your willingness to sign with our company and become one of our artists? Jiang Jing laughed heartily, then produced a contract from somewhere, placing it on the desk and gently sliding it toward Colin across from him. Colin suddenly felt time freeze. He just stared blankly at the contract on the table, momentarily lost in thought. The man who had ruthlessly pointed out his shortcomings during yesterday's audition was Jiang Jing. Now, it was also Jiang Jing extending this olive branch. This made him realize Jiang Jing was indeed a man of his word. Working with him could naturally help avoid certain troubles within the industry. Moreover, his original intention today had been simply to showcase his abilities to the best of his ability. Even if he wasn't selected, he might catch the eye of other directors. Having Jiang Jing notice him was clearly an unexpected bonus. Chapter 164, Charity Gala. Of course. It would be my honor to collaborate with Mr. Jiang. Snapping back to reality, he nodded repeatedly, his expression brimming with flattered gratitude. Satisfied with the response, Jiang Jing signed the contract with a broad smile. Colin put pen to paper, signing his name. From this day forward, he was officially an employee under Jiang Jing. Having secured his ideal candidate, Jiang Jing immediately began feeding him ample resources. And wasn't there a perfect opportunity available right now? So a few days later, Jiang Jing decided to send him straight to Huang Xiang's acting training program. Amidst his delight, Colin also noticed the buzz among the trainees about Ding Hushi, who had been pre-selected. Young Ding, you handled this scene quite well. The issues I pointed out last time show significant improvement. Clearly you've put in the work. Huang Xiang watched his performance clip, his eyes brimming with praise. Ding Hushi remained composed, even cracking jokes with Huang Xiang. Of course. You should see who my master is. This remark drew light laughter from Huang Xiang and the others nearby. The atmosphere between them seemed remarkably harmonious. Colin stared at the script in his hands, a vague, indescribable emotion gradually welling up inside him. Over the following days, Colin observed Ding Hushi's performance in the training class closely. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Ding Hushi was indeed exceptionally talented. And he was also diligent and hard-working enough to thrive in the training program. He had exchanged a few words with Ding Hushi and similarly felt the gap between himself and Ding Hushi. Thinking of this, Colin tightened his grip on the script, his hand squeezing harder until several deep creases instantly appeared on one corner of the pages. In his heart, Colin vowed silently to hone his acting skills relentlessly. He believed that sooner or later, he too would earn the recognition that Ding Hushi enjoyed. Good day, Mr. Jiang. Not far away, a staff member spotted Jiang Jing and greeted him respectfully. Jiang Jing responded with a smile, then turned his gaze toward Colin, who was diligently memorizing his lines. A look of satisfaction and warmth spread across his face. He placed great importance and confidence in this film, so he absolutely could not tolerate any actor dropping the ball. Whenever he had free time lately, he made a point to come observe. What surprised and pleased him was that almost every time he came, he saw Colin diligently practicing. This genuine dedication filled Jiang Jing with satisfaction. He couldn't help but silently rejoice that he had unearthed such a gem. Jiang Jing now found himself increasingly eager to see Colin's performance during filming. Mr. Jiang, you're here. Just then, Colin, who had been diligently memorizing his lines, turned his head and caught sight of Jiang Jing. He promptly walked over and greeted him with utmost respect. Jiang Jing nodded in acknowledgement.
Not far away, Ding Hushi also noticed the commotion and approached. Since you two are both here, why not take advantage of the moment? Let me evaluate your recent progress today. Jiang Jing's gaze lingered on the pair before him, then he spoke on a sudden impulse. The moment the words left his mouth, Jiang Jing could clearly sense both Colin and Ding Hushi stiffen. However, they only hesitated briefly before Ding Hushi spoke first. Of course, no problem. Seeing Ding Hushi agree, Colin naturally had no reason to refuse. They moved in unspoken agreement to a more open area, each picking up the scripts they'd been practicing with. After a moment of preparation, they slipped into their acting roles. However, Jiang Jing sensed a different atmosphere between them. When he looked at Colin, he thought he caught a fleeting glimpse of something in Colin's eyes, a competitive edge? You needn't concern yourself with this matter. I'll handle everything for you. Ding Hushi spoke first, and Colin swiftly followed with his lines. Upon hearing the dialogue, Jiang Jing finally realized they were rehearsing a renowned classic. And what they were now performing before him was precisely the most iconic, audience-acclaimed scene from that very work. Admiration flickered in Jiang Jing's eyes. The pair's boldness was indeed impressive, a quality that pleased him greatly. As their performance reached its peak, Jiang Jing's satisfaction deepened. It seemed the grueling training had elevated Colin and Ding Hushi's acting skills to a new level. In the empty space, Jiang Jing's applause sounded particularly abrupt. They glanced tentatively at him. When their eyes met his approving gaze, it felt as if a heavy weight had finally lifted from their hearts, and they breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Very good. It seems you've been diligently practicing with Master Huang lately. He has a unique perspective on performance. I hope you'll seize this learning opportunity in the time ahead and keep up this momentum. I believe you still have room for improvement. Jiang Jing's words carried clear praise for the pair. We're also grateful for your recognition and dedication, Mr. Jiang. If not for you, I might still be just an unremarkable extra. Colin quickly chimed in, though these words truly reflected his heartfelt feelings over the past period. He was genuinely grateful for Jiang Jing's mentorship. MHM. Jiang Jing responded with a low murmur before continuing, this wasn't just about testing your progress. The company recently secured advertising shoot opportunities, so I've decided to internally recommend both of you. Seeing your stage presence fully up to par puts my mind at ease. Hearing this, the two finally understood the purpose of Jiang Jing's visit today. Thank you so much, President Jiang. We'll definitely keep working hard. Ding Hushi also deeply valued this hard-won opportunity and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Please accompany us to complete today's shoot. Seeing no objection from the pair, Jiang Jing gestured toward the staff nearby. They immediately responded, smiling respectfully as they addressed Colin and Ding Hushi. Colin and Ding Hushi naturally didn't hesitate. They quickly gathered their things and followed the staff to the filming location for today's shoot. Jiang Jing glanced at his wristwatch. Time was running short. Tonight's charity dinner awaited. Though he yearned to follow and observe their filming progress, he'd already promised Shen Qingning he'd pick her up at her company. After careful consideration, Jiang Jing ultimately decided to prioritize attending tonight's charity event. Chapter 165, Building the Film Studio. When Jiang Jing arrived at the company building, Shen Qingning had just finished dressing and stepped out the front door. Jiang Jing, beaming with a gentlemanly smile, opened the car door for her and gestured for her to enter. Amused by his manner, Shen Qingning giggled repeatedly before settling into the seat. You look beautiful today, Jiang Jing remarked, catching a glimpse of Shen Qingning through the rearview mirror. She was stunning in her little black dress. Thank you. You look handsome too. Receiving Jiang Jing's compliment, Shen Qingning felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. She turned to return the compliment. His sharp formal attire today accentuated his already superior physique. They chatted casually along the way and soon arrived at the banquet venue. Jiang Jing gallantly stepped out of the car first, and Shen Qingning naturally followed close behind. Hand in hand, they walked together toward the banquet hall. Look! Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning are here. A sudden commotion erupted from the crowd as someone shouted. Immediately, the continuous clicking of camera shutters filled the air. No one wanted to miss the chance to capture the front page headline. This must be Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning's first public appearance together since announcing their relationship. One person remarked while snapping photos. Since their romance became public, Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning had maintained a low profile. Today marked their first joint appearance before the media, naturally drawing significant attention. Amidst the spotlight, they smiled gently and entered the venue. The banquet commenced as scheduled. After greeting several familiar business executives, Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning prepared to depart. Little did they know, the commotion outside the venue had already drawn many eyes toward them. Jiang Jing, a figure who generated buzz wherever he went, was naturally a boon to these businessmen. Moreover, Jiang Jing had recently demonstrated the commercial potential of his films. Upon learning of his attendance at this charity dinner, numerous sponsors deliberately cleared their schedules to attend tonight's event specifically to pursue collaborations. True to expectations, the moment Jiang Jing turned, a portly man approached with a broad smile, extending greetings. Mr. Jiang, I've long admired your reputation.
Hearing is one thing, but meeting you in person reveals your truly exceptional presence. The moment these flattering words left the man's lips, Jiang Jing instantly understood his intentions. A flicker of recognition crossed his eyes before quickly settling into composure. He returned the greeting with a professional smile. Not at all, you flatter me. Jiang Jing replied with a modest smile. I have a few partners I need to greet. I'll go say hello. You two take your time chatting. Shen Qingning sensed something and excused herself, leaving the two alone. I hear you're planning to make a big splash in the industry again, Mr. Jiang. Preparing to shoot a new film, I hear? Upon hearing Shen Qingning's words, he understood immediately Jiang Jing was willing to talk. Making a big splash might be overstating it. In our line of work, isn't it just about putting out more projects for the market to judge? The other man smiled, deciding not to waste time and getting straight to the point. If you say so, Mr. Jiang, then it must be true. Might you be looking for partners? Shen Qingning found a corner to sit in nearby, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Jiang Jing. Watching him move effortlessly among the investors, seemingly engaged in pleasant conversation, her admiration for him deepened. Jiang Jing was in high spirits too. After this charity dinner, exchanging pleasantries with the sponsors, he'd managed to secure quite a bit of funding. Perfect. With the fake Jiang Jing's film production securing substantial capital, he could now fully focus on the project and dive into the filming process with confidence. The charity dinner had just ended. After dropping Shen Qingning off at home, Jiang Jing wasted no time contacting people to start scouting locations, his confidence in this film growing stronger. Seeing Jiang Jing's eager demeanor, Shen Qingning smiled with a hint of helplessness but raised no objections. It was certainly a good thing that Jiang Jing was so actively engaged in his own career. Jolie, when filming starts, you and Fang Jiahan must make cameo appearances. I'll reserve roles for you both. After roughly screening several locations, Jiang Jing called Jolie again. Hearing the good news, Jolie couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yes. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. No matter how busy our schedules are, we'll definitely make time for cameos. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Jiang. Fang Jiaha chimed in with a playful tone from beside her. Jiang Jing's mood lifted and he smiled broadly. Sorry, Mr. Jiang. We searched for locations matching your requirements as instructed, but there really aren't any available. The staff members sounded helpless. Only after Jiang Jing hung up did he offer an apologetic explanation. Jiang Jing's earlier excitement plummeted instantly. He frowned deeply. Not even in neighboring cities? The staff member's helplessness deepened. He shook his head dejectedly, unable to continue. Jiang Jing felt disheartened. He'd assumed securing the investment would allow everything to proceed smoothly from here on out. He hadn't anticipated that filming locations would become such a major hurdle. If all else fails, we could provide a green screen. The staff member hesitated, then suddenly seemed to remember something and spoke up. Before they could finish, however, Jiang Jing cut them off coldly. No. We can't use green screens for everything. And if we do use them, it will inevitably affect the actor's performance to some degree. Seeing Jiang Jing had made his position clear, the staff member wisely fell silent, his respect for Jiang Jing deepening. He could tell Jiang Jing was meticulous about his work, even to the point of being somewhat rigid. Yet it was precisely this rigidity that earned Jiang Jing's work widespread acclaim within the industry. Since there's no existing location, I'll build my own dedicated film studio. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Jing made this decision. The staff nearby gasped in unison, their eyes brimming with undisguised shock. Without delay, Jiang Jing promptly dispatched Li Yun to secure the necessary funds. For the following period, Jiang Jing focused entirely on building the film studio, rarely attending Huang Xiang's training program. Chapter 166, Habitual Deadbeat. News of Jiang Jing's plans to build a private film studio quickly reached Gu Zixing in Shen Manning. So it's just a film studio? We can build one too. And even if we can't, we absolutely must find a way to sabotage Jiang Jing's project. Gu Zixing made up his mind the moment he heard the news. Beside him, Shen Manning furrowed her brows slightly, her expression tinged with displeasure. No, we can't be so rash. Her words were met with immediate counterargument from Gu Zixing. We're not short on money now. Do you really want to just watch him keep soaring to new heights? Gu Zixing was well aware of Jiang Jing's recent activities. He'd harbored resentment for a long time, and now that a chance had finally presented itself, he was determined not to let it slip away. But Shen Manning naturally had her own concerns. Have you forgotten? Remember how devastating our losses were when we backed the wrong project? Wasn't that enough to teach you a lesson? Shen Manning couldn't help but remind him. Regarding Jiang Jing's latest move, her stance was to let it be prioritizing her own tasks at hand was paramount. Sigh. Gu Zixing sighed helplessly, then replied in a muffled tone, fine. I get it. After saying that, Gu Zixing ignored Shen Manning and walked out the door. But how could Gu Zixing be so easily persuaded by Shen Manning? No sooner had he stepped outside than he rolled his eyes impatiently and muttered angrily under his breath. Such a drama queen. Always so timid and hesitant about everything. I refuse to believe I have to be the one to back down every single time. With that, Gu Zixing gave a cold snort and walked away. He found a trusted associate and, after a moment's thought, instructed, "I hear Jiang Jing's been scheming about some film studio. Go check it out for me." The man understood Gu Zixing's meaning immediately. Nodding without further comment, he set off to investigate as directed. Watching the figure disappear, Gu Zixing felt his hatred for Jiang Jing grow steadily. Shen Manning's words held merit, so Gu Zixing resolved to probe the situation first before deciding his next move. This time, he was determined to outdo Jiang Jing. There was no way he would give up now. Jiang Jing. I'll see what tricks you're up to this time. This time, I'll drag you down no matter what. If I can't have it easy, then none of you will either. As Gu Zixing plotted, the image of Jiang Jing's downfall seemed to materialize before his eyes, drawing a smug smile that grew increasingly maniacal. The mere thought of Jiang Jing's humiliation was enough to fill him with satisfaction. He grew more and more eager for the day his dream would come true. A few days later, the man he'd sent returned with good news. Mr. Jiang does indeed have that intention, but he hasn't finalized the cooperation with the construction company yet. We can absolutely make our move in the meantime. Upon hearing this, Gu Zixing nearly burst into laughter immediately, nodding in strong agreement. Exactly. Then spread the word that they should partner with that deadbeat company. Right now, he's desperate to seal the deal quickly. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Understanding the implication, the other party quickly decided to follow Gu Zixing's instructions. What? A company approached us for a partnership? And they're offering the most favorable price? Early the next morning, Jiang Jing received news that a company had proactively extended an olive branch. He was somewhat taken aback. Still, he remained cautious. While it wasn't unusual for a company to seek him out for collaboration, the willingness to slash prices to the absolute minimum was suspicious. After careful consideration, Jiang Jing ultimately decided to decline the offer for now. Yet it was precisely this company that drew his attention to the numerous construction firms operating in his vicinity. This observation sparked a new idea, prompting him to actively seek out local partners. True to his expectations, after negotiating with several companies, one construction firm stood out as the most aligned with Jiang Jing's vision. He found both their building materials and the capabilities of their designers highly commendable. There are basically no major issues. When could you sign the contract at the earliest? Jiang Jing felt an immediate surge of joy, as if he'd struck gold. He hadn't expected this unexpected turn of events, so he promptly proposed signing the contract. The other party was naturally even more delighted, nodding eagerly in response. "As soon as you finalize the plan, we can sign the contract immediately." Jiang Jing and the representative hit it off instantly. After briefly discussing the renovation details, the representative produced the contract. Jiang Jing picked up the pen without hesitation, his hand just touching the paper when a familiar voice echoed from the office doorway. "Don't sign." Jiang Jing froze, his gaze meeting Shen Qingning's in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Before Jiang Jing could finish speaking, Shen Qingning strode forward and snatched the pen from his hand. "Mr. Lin, before rushing to find new clients, perhaps you should first clean up the mess you've already created. What do you think?" Shen Qingning shot a pointed glance at the company's owner, whose face immediately darkened. She then produced several documents previously received legal notices explicitly stating this construction firm was a habitual deadbeat debtor. Jiang Jing felt a chill run through his veins. Unusual events never came without a reason. Without Shen Qingning's timely intervention today, he would have landed himself in serious trouble. Shen Qingning glanced at the documents. Jiang Jing had no intention of wasting more words with the construction company's representatives. She took his hand and led him out the door. Even after settling into the car, Jiang Jing still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. Shen Qingning sighed softly, her voice laced with gentle reproach. "Really, you should have thoroughly investigated this company before signing any contracts. They're connected to Gu Zixing. You've always been so cautious, why did you let your guard down today?" Jiang Jing snapped back to reality, scratching his head sheepishly. He'd indeed been desperate for a solution and nearly fallen into Gu Zixing's trap. A sudden chill of dread washed over him. "I've looked into a few other companies for you. Their backgrounds are all clear, nothing major to worry about. You could try reaching out to them." Shen Qingning produced several company profiles and handed them to Jiang Jing. The detailed information deepened his gratitude toward her. Chapter 167, the program has inside information. Following Shen Qingning's advice, he first made a preliminary selection and then proceeded to meet with the companies she recommended for face-to-face negotiations. Shen Qingning's efficiency proved exceptional, none of the companies she found were subpar. Ultimately, Jiang Jing settled on the firm with the highest caliber of designers. After finalizing the details, he signed the contract immediately and commenced construction. He hadn't expected this construction company to move so swiftly, and his impression of them improved considerably. "That damn Shen Qingning. Why does she always ruin my plans?" Meanwhile, Jiang Jing, having learned his scheme had failed, angrily slammed down the phone and stomped his foot in frustration. Had Shen Qingning not intervened at the last moment, Jiang Jing would now be plunged into an abyss of no return. Gu Zixing knew this company's conduct was utterly despicable. Any client who signed a contract with them wouldn't just be driven to the brink of mental collapse by this deadbeat, the company would also drag their clients into the mess. Gu Zixing was furious, his heart filled with bitterness. But now, Jiang Jing must have realized his hand was in this. No matter how angry he was, there was nothing else he could do. He'd have to take action elsewhere. Hey, get on it. Investigate what programs Jiang Jing has been appearing on lately. Who has he been rubbing shoulders with? Is there anyone holding dirt on him? Dig deep, no stone unturned. Gu Zixing pondered his recent surge in prominence within the entertainment industry. Perhaps he could leverage his current fame to set a trap for Jiang Jing online. Public opinion was a formidable force. It could elevate someone to godlike status or destroy them with equal ease. If he could dig up some explosive dirt, Jiang Jing would be in deep trouble. He contacted his team, vowing to turn the entire production crew upside down if necessary to find a flaw. Things went smoother than he'd anticipated. The incident where a contestant clashed with Jiang Jing during a previous show had caused quite a stir, so it didn't take much effort to uncover. Upon hearing the news, Gu Zixing burst out laughing. I told you. Jiang Jing doesn't have that kind of clout. How could he possibly be flawless everywhere? Gu Zixing's mood lifted considerably. Now that we have this ready-made material, why bother making a fuss about it? Hearing Gu Zixing's words, the other party quickly responded with flattery. Mr. Gu, you are truly exceptionally wise. Flattered by the praise, Gu Zixing grew a bit giddy, feigning annoyance as he retorted, enough with the smooth talk. Do as I say, investigate this matter thoroughly from start to finish, then make the most of it. For the following period, Jiang Jing remained fully occupied with establishing the film studio, leaving him no mental bandwidth for anything else. This intense busyness strangely brought him a weary yet fulfilling sense of satisfaction. Yet that day, Guang made an unusual call during Jiang Jing's off hours. Jiang Jing furrowed his brow slightly before answering. How've you been? Guang's voice carried a hint of teasing over the line. Alright, pretty busy. But I doubt you're just calling to chat, right? Jiang Jing replied, prompting a soft chuckle from the other end. What? Can't I just call to check in sometimes? Jiang Jing was momentarily speechless before Guang continued. Seems someone's been tracking your movements lately. Not sure who exactly. Don't get too caught up in that film studio business. Keep your guard up in your daily life too, lest you get bitten by a venomous snake. Guang's words carried hidden meaning. Jiang Jing didn't need to think long to realize it must be Gu Zixing making another move. Last time, Gu Zixing's schemes had backfired. Given his temperament, he'd surely be seething over the failed plan and would now try to break through from another angle. Got it. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal once I'm done with this. Jiang Jing's tone carried a hint of gratitude. The other party merely chuckled, exchanged a few brief words, then hung up. Each went back to their own business. Jiang Jing hadn't been closely following Gu Zixing's plans lately, preoccupied with construction matters. But since Guang had called, he needed to prepare early to avoid any sudden developments that might inevitably affect him. Mr. Jiang, please review the interior design plans. If everything looks good, we'll start work tonight. The foreman, holding the blueprints, interrupted Jiang Jing's thoughts. Snapping back to attention, Jiang Jing examined the flawless design and couldn't help but feel his mood lift considerably. Indeed, excellent work. Thank you all for your efforts. Once this project is completed, you'll be well rewarded. Hearing Jiang Jing's words, the workers on the site felt their motivation surge. They threw themselves into their tasks with renewed vigor. What surprised Jiang Jing was that Gu Zixing had remained completely silent during this period. Could it be he had overreacted? Still, Jiang Jing was glad to avoid any trouble. The construction company worked diligently, quickly building the film studio he envisioned. Seeing the progress made, Jiang Jing felt deeply satisfied. With the base now complete and funding secured, preparations for the official launch could proceed. Several days later, the launch ceremony commenced as scheduled. Jiang Jing wore a broad smile as Ding Hashi and Colin arrived early, dressed in formal attire. They checked their reflections in a mirror, visibly excited. Please gather for a group photo to commemorate the commencement ceremony. Then, we kindly request Mr. Jiang to perform the ribbon cutting, a symbolic gesture for good fortune. The MC, swept up in the lively atmosphere, announced the proceedings with palpable excitement, and everyone cooperated seamlessly. Media outlets had also arrived to cover the event. Jiang Jing's commercial value was undeniable to all present, and they certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity to rack up views. Everyone lined up in a row. Jiang Jing stood at the center, smiling as he cut the ribbon. Ding Hashi and Colin stood side by side on either side, facing the cameras and striking a thumbs-up pose, their smiles radiant. That evening, news of Jiang Jing's production launch trended across major social media platforms. Everyone eagerly anticipated what kind of work Jiang Jing would deliver this time. Things were progressing so smoothly that Jiang Jing hadn't even had time to celebrate when, that very night, the trending topic was pushed down by another entry. Hashtag Jiang Jing deceives newcomers. Hashtag Jiang Jing program has shady deals. Hashtag entertainment industry is too dark. Chapter 168, Buying Negative Coverage. This trending topic surged with overwhelming force. The data team checked the backend and found it had completely overtaken the morning's buzz in under 2 minutes. Now, no mention of Jiang Jing's production kickoff remained on the trending list, clearly a deliberate move. Today's Jiang Jing film crew kickoff photos, industry insiders reveal casting was predetermined, yet fake auditions were staged on variety show trainees speak out. Shortly after the trending topic appeared, numerous marketing accounts began editing related content. Their evidence all pointed to the same image, complaints posted by trainees who had participated in the variety show using their secondary social media accounts. Unbelievable. I never want to be in showbiz again. If roles were predetermined, why go through the charade? They treated us new actors like monkeys. This news left many netizens sighing in disbelief. Who would have thought Jiang Jing was this kind of person? Who exactly has been protecting him all this time? I hate people who treat social fairness like it doesn't exist. At the end of the day, Jiang Jing is just a businessman, he only cares about his own interests. Exactly. When the paparazzi photos surfaced this morning, I was already wondering why they suddenly picked an almost unknown actor for such a crucial role. Looks like there's capital power behind the scenes. Jiang Jing learned of yet another controversy swirling around him. This time, however, he remained unusually composed. He calmly opened his social media app, scanned the real-time posts flooding the feed, then tapped his screen to close it. His expression remained unchanged, but a fleeting sneer flashed in his eyes. Poof. Jiang Jing snorted coldly. Produce the evidence. This time, we won't beat around the bush, we'll respond directly. Jiang Jing turned to instruct Li Yun, who promptly posted the pre-drafted statement across all major social media platforms. The post clearly outlined the incident's cause, progression, and outcome, laying all evidence bare. Netizens were left speechless. He Guang's earlier warning had prompted Jiang Jing to conduct a thorough self-review. Recently, aside from conflicts with trainees, he hadn't interacted with any unnecessary individuals. If Gu Zixing intended to sabotage him, this would be his only avenue, and Jiang Jing had prepared for it long ago. Sure enough, after he published his clarification, numerous other trainees who had participated in the program recording, along with He Guang, Wang Xiang, and others, began posting one after another to corroborate Jiang Jing's account. This completely cleared Jiang Jing's name. Jiang Jing, however, had no intention of letting those who freely spread rumors online off the hook. He quickly followed up with another statement, declaring he would pursue legal action against those who had spread false information and stirred trouble online, showing no leniency whatsoever. Jiang Jing's tone was exceptionally stern, and he specifically issued a lawyer's letter, a stance he had never adopted before. Seeing Jiang Jing get serious, these paid agents finally felt genuine fear under the threat of legal consequences. After Jiang Jing's announcement, the flood of negative articles subsided considerably. Yet, some stubborn individuals remained unconvinced and continued spreading rumors about him. Jiang Jing never expected a single announcement to quell the entire storm. Fortunately, he had already made preparations. Seeing that some remained unrepentant after the announcement, Jiang Jing no longer held back. He contacted his law firm and initiated legal proceedings against the media outlets and accounts most guilty of spreading rumors, directly issuing a formal legal notice. Simultaneously, Jiang Jing decided to go all in. He began investigating who was behind this whole affair. The sharp decline in smear articles alone made it clear that someone was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Jiang Jing moved swiftly. Before the other party could react, he had already uncovered the entire truth. Yet despite his thorough preparation, Jiang Jing's face darkened upon seeing the findings. As expected, Gu Zixing was behind this smear campaign. Jiang Jing never imagined Gu Zixing would be so persistent. He hadn't even settled the score with Gu over the previous deadbeat company, and now Gu was stirring trouble again. Jiang Jing frowned deeply, his hand gripping his phone tightly. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Li Yun stood nearby, watching Jiang Jing's expression grow increasingly grim. He held his breath, daring not to breathe loudly. Yet Jiang Jing remained silent. After much hesitation, Li Yun cautiously spoke up, "Boss, what should we do now?" Only then did Jiang Jing snap back to reality, noticing the other person in the office. He composed himself, returning to his usual demeanor. Setting his phone on the desk, he pondered for a moment before speaking. If Gu Zixing wants to play dirty, then I, Jiang Jing, am no pushover either. So what if he bought smear articles? If he can do it, so can I. I'll be damned if I don't see how he intends to face the consequences. With that, Jiang Jing let out a cold laugh. Li Yun grasped Jiang Jing's intent and nodded promptly. "I'll handle it immediately." He turned to leave. But just as Li Yun was about to step out of the office, Jiang Jing called him back. "Hold on." Li Yun halted, spun around, and returned to Jiang Jing's side. "Boss, any further instructions? Do you know what kind of smear piece I want to buy?" Jiang Jing looked at Li Yun in confusion, puzzled by his swift action. The question left Li Yun frozen in place. In the entertainment industry, besides fabricating rumors, what other forms of smear pieces existed? Seeing Li Yun's bewildered expression, Jiang Jing sighed inwardly but explained, "I never engage in spreading rumors or stirring trouble. You'd be wise to steer clear of such morally ambiguous affairs too. Gu Zixing has plenty of dirt on him, it's just that posts about him were suppressed back then. But now that no one can shield Gu Zixing, these matters can resurface. Now, do you understand what needs to be done? Jiang Jing guided him gently, though he didn't spell it out explicitly. Li Yun, being sharp, instantly grasped Jiang Jing's meaning. A knowing smile spread across his face before he exited the office. Jiang Jing leaned back in his chair, idly flipping through the fabricated posts on his phone. As he read, he couldn't help but chuckle. He eventually set the phone aside, refusing to waste his time on such clownish nonsense. Chapter 169, Broken Bones. As Jiang Jing's assistant, Li Yun moved with remarkable speed. Within half an hour, various slanderous rumors about Gu Zixing's past began circulating online, including but not limited to fabricating incidents, theft and plagiarism, and abusing power to intimidate others. These scandals had been buried before, but now that no one was protecting Gu Zixing, their resurfacing came as no surprise. Initially, only 1 or 2 posts appeared, but through the netizens' unintentional sharing, the number of smear posts about Gu Zixing snowballed. It wasn't just the ones Jiang Jing had instructed Li Yun to release, many more had been deleted under Gu Zixing's pressure back then. Gu Zixing's past misdeeds were being unearthed one after another. While the internet had initially been flooded with criticism of Jiang Jing, attention now shifted toward Gu Zixing. These exposés successfully drew in a crowd of curious netizens. They sensed more information to uncover in Gu Zixing and began digging relentlessly. Meanwhile, Gu Zixing's detractors seized the opportunity to incite attacks against him, flooding his comment sections with abuse. Suddenly, the criticism directed at Jiang Jing diminished significantly. After all, attacking something already proven true felt far more satisfying than speculating about unverified rumors. Seeing this, Jiang Jing breathed a long sigh of relief. Regardless of the process, he now had a moment to catch his breath. Seizing this opening, Jiang Jing promptly put the film production on the official schedule. He called Li Yun in. Contact Colin and Ding Heshi. Have them ready. We start shooting in 3 days. Li Yun looked surprised. Boss, we're starting filming now? But online. Don't worry about the online chatter. With Gu Zixing diverting attention for us, there shouldn't be any major issues. But boss, I'm afraid there might be some extreme. Li Yun remained deeply concerned. No worries. Just go notify them. We're filming at our own studio complex. With proper security in place, there shouldn't be any major incidents. Jiang Jing cut him off. Hearing this, Li Yun said no more and went to inform Colin and Ding Heshi about the filming preparations. After Li Yun left, Jiang Jing pondered how best to shoot the prequel and main film. After much deliberation, he opted for the most time-efficient approach, scheduling both productions to run concurrently. Fortunately, their styles were quite similar. Jiang Jing therefore chose locations extremely close to each other, making it convenient for him to shuttle between sets and oversee progress. After the kickoff ceremony, Jiang Jing launched into an intense filming schedule. However, as both director and screenwriter, he also had to oversee the progress of both sets simultaneously. Consequently, he delegated most of the actual filming to the assistant directors on each set, which lightened his own load considerably. Shooting proceeded smoothly, and Jiang Jing settled into a routine of shuttling between the 2 sets daily. He typically spent mornings on the main film set and afternoons on the prequel set. While the days were exhausting, they were also fulfilling. Just as Jiang Jing thought filming would proceed without a hitch, an unexpected incident occurred. That day, the prequel set was filming wirework scenes. Jiang Jing was originally scheduled for the main set that morning, but from the moment he woke up, he felt an uneasy sense that something was about to happen. On a whim, he found himself drawn to the prequel set instead. When he arrived, rigging equipment was being set up. Jiang Jing stood below, watching intently to ensure everything was assembled flawlessly. Shooting commenced shortly after. Sitting in front of the camera monitor, Jiang Jing watched as crew members fitted Colin with his wire harness safety gear. Through the monitor, Jiang Jing sensed something was off with Colin's demeanor and immediately called a halt. Frowning, he approached Colin and inquired, "Why do you look so pale? Are you afraid of the wirework?" Colin glanced tentatively at Jiang Jing's expression, then took a deep breath, shook his head, and said, "I'm fine, Director Jiang. I can shoot normally." The more Jiang Jing looked at him, the more uneasy he felt. But since Colin insisted, Jiang Jing said no more, merely signaling the assistant director to begin filming. Shooting proceeded normally until the wirework sequence arrived, amplifying Jiang Jing's growing anxiety. The wire began to rise, lifting Colin into the air as he attempted to control his body mid-flight to perform the required movements. But Colin had zero experience with wire work. Performing actions while suspended in mid-air for the first time offered him no sense of security whatsoever. Even as he strained to maintain control, fear inevitably crept into his mind. Jiang Jing's brow furrowed deeply. He shouted urgently, "Cut!" Perhaps taken too suddenly, the wire operator startled at Jiang Jing's command, his hands flustered. Compounded by his own operational error, the safety harness around Colin's waist suddenly failed during descent. Before Colin could grab the safety strap, he plummeted straight toward the ground. Jiang Jing's heart sank. He grabbed a nearby cushion and hurled it beneath Colin while sprinting toward him. But the descent was swift. Even though the mat reached beneath him and caught most of his body, his right leg slammed hard against the ground. A sharp crack echoed, causing Jiang Jing's expression to darken instantly. Colin's face also turned pale. Lying on the mat, he tried to grasp his excruciatingly painful right leg but couldn't. He lay there, unable to suppress a cry of agony. Seeing Colin like this, Jiang Jing signaled to the staff who had gathered to hold Colin's hands while tentatively touching his leg. But the moment Jiang Jing's hand touched it, Colin screamed in pain. Jiang Jing's face darkened as he said in a low voice, "Call an ambulance. His leg is broken." The ambulance arrived quickly. Jiang Jing arranged for a staff member to accompany Colin to the hospital for examination while he stayed behind to handle matters at the prequel set. Once the ambulance carried Colin away, Jiang Jing's expression darkened completely. He summoned the staff member who had just fitted Colin with protective gear. "You owe me an explanation. Why did the protective straps suddenly come loose?" Chapter 170, Successful Proposal. Faced with everyone's praise, Ding Hushi felt suddenly shy, but greatly encouraged. He humbly responded, "All right, please rest assured, directors and producers. I'll work even harder to study the script." Hearing this, Jiang Jing felt immense satisfaction. "All right, keep it up. I believe in you," Jiang Jing said, patting Ding Hushi on the shoulder encouragingly. After this experience, Ding Hushi was energized like he'd been injected with adrenaline, throwing himself into the script with intense dedication. After wrapping for the day, Ding Hushi didn't forget to consult Jiang Jing about some script-related questions. Seeing someone so dedicated to the script was rare, so Jiang Jing patiently engaged in discussion. "Director Jiang, do you think this scene should be played like this? I feel." "What led you to that idea?" "Well, I was thinking." "No, I wrote that scene with this specific purpose in mind." "Oh, I see. That makes sense. And this point here, Director Jiang, do you think my interpretation works?" The two were so engrossed in discussing the script's plot that they completely failed to notice a shadowy figure lurking nearby. The man had been observing from the darkness for quite some time. Upon confirming it was indeed Jiang Jing and Ding Hushi, his eyes lit up. A bold idea suddenly struck him. This man was a gossip reporter, currently struggling to find fresh scandalous stories. Wasn't this a ready-made news scoop? The next morning, headlines about Jiang Jing dominated the trending topics. #shocking. Jiang Jing seen behaving intimately with a man late at night. #renowned director Jiang Jing actually prefers men. #how extravagant directors in the entertainment industry play around. These entertainment gossip reporters were pushing boundaries further than ever. The gist was that Jiang Jing was bisexual, no longer bothering to fabricate rumors about him and women. Instead, they outright claimed Ding Hushi was Jiang Jing's kept mistress. Once published, the rumors quickly snowballed. Even before Jiang Jing realized what was happening, the story had already trended again. When Jiang Jing woke up, he was greeted by over a dozen missed calls from Shen Qingning. "Hey, what's up?" Unaware of the situation, Jiang Jing answered the call lazily. Seeing his calm demeanor, Shen Qingning couldn't help but laugh. "You haven't checked your phone yet, have you? Just woke up?" "Yeah, what's up? Another incident?" Jiang Jing sensed trouble upon hearing Shen Qingning's tone and pressed for details. "Just check today's trending topics. You'll see what happened." Shen Qingning reminded him patiently. Jiang Jing immediately opened the trending list. When he saw the content and images there, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "All right, I got it. Don't worry, I'll handle this properly. These gossip reporters are getting more and more entertaining. Their imaginations are truly wild. I really admire them if they're so good at making stuff up. Why don't they just become screenwriters and write stories instead?" "Fine, just handle it yourself then." Seeing this, Shen Qingning felt it was best not to say more, so she simply reminded Jiang Jing. After that, Shen Qingning hung up the phone. After ending the call, Shen Qingning pondered it over and over. She figured that, given Jiang Jing's personality, he'd most likely make a big show of it only to let it slide. That approach would backfire on him sooner or later. With that thought, Shen Qingning decided to call her assistant directly. "Hello, Ms. Shen. Clear up all the gossip and rumors about Jiang Jing and some male mistress." "Understood, Ms. Shen." Her assistant worked with lightning speed. Before long, all trending topics about Jiang Jing vanished from the headlines. Seeing the trending topics disappear, Jiang Jing knew Shen Qingning had likely intervened. Seizing the opportunity, he promptly released a clarification statement in video explaining his relationship with Ding Hushi. At the end of the video, Jiang Jing also promoted his newly filmed movie. That concludes my explanation and clarification of the entire incident. I hope everyone will now focus more on our latest film. As a director, I don't want to trend on search engines this way. I want my work to speak for itself, to convey the messages I truly wish to express. Thanks to this incident, Jiang Jing gained a significant surge in attention. Shen Manning also saw this video. As she read the comments section filled with people encouraging Jiang Jing, a complex mix of emotions welled up inside her. Yes, watching Jiang Jing's career soar to new heights after their divorce, Shen Manning was filled with regret. Clearly, she had bet on the wrong horse. Gu Zixing's entertainment career had suffered severe setbacks recently. Even though he'd secured substantial capital backing, the quality of his productions and their viewership remained disappointing. His actions had already stirred considerable discontent. If he didn't take immediate steps to rectify the situation, he risked provoking widespread public outrage. At best, he'd face harsh criticism from investors. At worst, they might blacklist him, severing all future collaborations. This would severely damage his reputation, standing, and prospects within the entertainment industry. Clearly, Gu Zixing was well aware of this. Lately, he's been frantically scrambling for solutions to salvage the situation. After much deliberation, Gu Zixing set his sights on Shen Manning once more. He planned to leverage her to counter his recent setbacks, trending on social media to generate buzz, simultaneously promoting his new drama, hoping for some unexpected windfall. Gu Zixing's strategy? A proposal. Yes, he had meticulously orchestrated a proposal for Shen Manning. It was the best and fastest way he could think of to trend on social media, and it was absolutely positive. Afterward, he would buy some marketing accounts to package him as a deeply affectionate persona, which would surely win the hearts of many girls. Lunchtime. Shen Manning, who was taking a break, received a message on her phone from Gu Zixing. Manning, I reserved a private room at Yuting Palace tonight, room 8. There's a dinner gathering at 8 p.m. Make sure to attend. Shen Manning thought for a moment, confirmed she had no plans that evening, and agreed. Okay. Time flew by, and soon it was 8 p.m. Shen Manning arrived at room 8 as promised. The moment she reached the door, a bad feeling washed over her. The room was pitch black, no lights were on. Sure enough, the next second, the lights burst on. Gu Zixing knelt before her, holding a bouquet of flowers. Balloons adorned the walls, and the room was packed with people, each clutching sparklers. Chapter 171, Engagement Party. Manning, marry me. Gu Zixing declared earnestly, his eyes brimming with deep affection. The moment he spoke, the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. Wow! Marry him! Marry him! Together! Together! Say yes! Director Gu is so romantic! Amidst the cheers, Shen Manning reluctantly agreed to Gu Zixing, alright. Hearing her consent, Gu Zixing joyfully swept Shen Manning into his arms and spun her around in circles. Yay! This is great! Manning, you're finally marrying me. Shen Manning, held tightly by Gu Zixing, showed no trace of joy on her face. Instead, it was filled with complex emotions. The proposal had been entirely unplanned, he hadn't discussed it with her at all. She had only agreed today because, with so many people present, she couldn't bring herself to refuse him and make him lose face. Gu Zixing's actions had lifted Shen Manning high, leaving her no chance to refuse. Thus, Shen Manning was forced to accept Gu Zixing's proposal. Meanwhile, photos of Gu Zixing's proposal scene quickly spread online. Soon, news of Gu Zixing's successful proposal made headlines that very night. Hashtag Gu Zixing happy event approaching. Hashtag Gu Zixing proposed. Hashtag Gu Zixing Shen Manning. Hashtag Gu Zixing engagement party. The news shot to the top of major social media platforms as soon as it was released, reaching even the actors present at the filming location. Shen Qingning, who was on set observing filming, saw it too. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing heard the gossip early that morning from crew members present. He found it hardly surprising. In Jiang Jing's view, they were always meant to be together. After all these years of delay, it was only right they formalized their relationship and consummated their bond. Did you hear about that Gu Zixing and Shen Manning thing? Shen Qingning couldn't help but glance at Jiang Jing curiously and pressed for details. Of course I heard. I'm not exactly offline. It was all over the top headlines on every app first thing this morning. From the pictures, Gu Zixing was down on one knee proposing to Shen Manning. Seemed pretty legit. Jiang Jing chuckled as he spoke. Oh, right. When do you think they'll invite us to their wedding? Or maybe the engagement party? Jiang Jing asked, his voice thick with gossip. Shen Qingning shrugged indifferently. No clue about that. Guess it depends on when they're ready. Probably soon. True, Jiang Jing nodded. But neither Jiang Jing nor Shen Qingning could have predicted that over the next period, Shen Manning and Gu Zixing would suddenly go silent about any engagement or wedding plans, as if possessed. Instead, they leveraged the online buzz to drive attention toward their own companies. Shen Manning took it to the extreme, immediately launching promotions for the cosmetics line she endorsed. Hey everyone, this wrinkle-reducing effect is seriously amazing. Not only does it smooth lines, it also fights aging and brightens skin. Plus, it's on sale now for just 1,999 yuan. Ladies passing by, pay attention, don't miss out. Jiang Jing, scrolling through his phone, accidentally stumbled upon Shen Manning's livestream on a platform. Oof. Jiang Jing chuckled softly upon hearing the sound, then swiped past the video. The next second, Jiang Jing received a call from an unknown number. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Jing decided to answer. The moment the voice came through on the other end, Jiang Jing regretted it. Jiang Jing, you finally picked up my call. Jiang's mother's voice reached his ears from the other end of the line. Oomph, you ungrateful little bastard. You won't even answer your own parents' call. Jiang's father's sarcastic voice chimed in from the side. A flicker of impatience crossed Jiang's eyes. What shameless old fools, always pestering people like this. What do you want? If it's nothing, I'm hanging up. I'm busy working. Jiang Jing said impatiently. Seeing Jiang Jing about to hang up, his mother quickly stated the purpose of her call. Alright, Jing. Gu Zixing is getting engaged soon, right? I just wanted to invite you to their engagement banquet on his behalf. Since you'll be there anyway, you'll need to bring a gift to show your goodwill. So she was after the money in his pocket. No wonder she was being so nice. Jiang Jing saw through her true intentions and snorted coldly. Fine, I got it. I've got things to do. I'll go handle them now. Without giving his parents a chance to respond, he swiftly hung up. Though Jiang Jing outwardly agreed to attend the engagement banquet and present a gift, his mind was already racing with schemes to sabotage Shen Manning and Gu Zixing at the event. The next day, he received the invitation delivered by Gu Zixing's staff. Shen Manning and Gu Zixing's engagement banquet was scheduled for this Wednesday. Jiang Jing glanced at the invitation briefly before setting it aside to attend to his own affairs. Time flew by in a flash, and before they knew it, Wednesday had arrived. Shen Qingning and Jiang Jing, as promised, set aside their tasks to attend Gu Zixing and Shen Manning's engagement banquet. By the time they arrived at the hotel entrance, Gu Zixing and Shen Manning had been waiting for quite some time, dressed in a suit and evening gown. However, the moment Shen Qingning and Jiang Jing appeared at the hotel entrance, the others swarmed around them like dogs smelling meat, immediately fawning over the pair. Director Jiang, President Shen, you're here. What a rare treat. Wow. What a lucky day to actually meet Director Jiang and President Shen in person. Director Jiang, what film are you planning next? Or perhaps looking for partners? Would you consider our company? We'd love for you to look at our company. We're eager to collaborate with you, Director Jiang. A crowd swarmed Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning so tightly they couldn't move, even pushing the event's host Shen Manning and Gu Zixing to the side. Shen Qingning and Jiang Jing could only respond with forced smiles to these overly enthusiastic partners. Mr. Zhang, you're joking. We'd definitely collaborate with your company if the opportunity arose. We'll definitely collaborate when the time is right, it's just that no suitable opportunity has presented itself yet. Exactly. Partnering with your esteemed company would be an honor. Watching Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning converse effortlessly and radiate energy amidst the crowd, they completely overshadowed the engagement banquet's hosts, Shen Manning and Gu Zixing. Shen Manning and Gu Zixing's expressions darkened as if they'd swallowed a fly. Chapter 172, Attending the Engagement Banquet. Jiang Jing, naturally, kept a close eye on Gu Zixing and Shen Manning's expressions. Spotting the grim looks and forced restraint on their faces, he couldn't help but chuckle. By the end, he couldn't hold back any longer, a mocking smile spreading across his own face. Coincidentally, Gu Zixing also caught Jiang Jing's expression. His already sullen face darkened instantly. The hand hanging at his side clenched into a tight fist, as if he might lunge at Jiang Jing the next second. Noticing Gu Zixing's hand, Jiang Jing's eyebrows arched slightly. His gaze shifted to a provocative stare, locking directly with Gu Zixing's. Shen Manning, standing nearby, observed the tension between them. She glanced at Gu Zixing beside her, then fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Jing. After a long moment, just as Gu Zixing seemed on the verge of losing control, Shen Manning stepped forward. She stepped between Jiang Jing and Gu Zixing, her face stretched into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, breaking the intense stare between them. Shen Manning turned and whispered something to Gu Zixing. Though clearly reluctant, Gu Zixing loosened his clenched fist and took a step back, signaling his concession. Seeing this, Jiang Jing shifted his gaze away with a hint of disappointment. He couldn't care less about having anything to do with Shen Manning. Shen Manning watched Jiang Jing's retreating figure for a long moment before taking a deep breath. She then turned her attention to Shen Qingning, who was still surrounded by the crowd. Composing herself, Shen Manning approached with a forced smile, feigning closeness to Shen Qingning. She patted her shoulder and said, "This isn't a business meeting today. You shouldn't crowd your sister like this, at least let her sit down." Hearing Shen Manning's words, the group of executives surrounding Shen Qingning suddenly realized their mistake and quickly made way, clearing a path. Shen Manning breathed a slight sigh of relief before turning to Shen Qingning and Jiang Jing. "Sis, Director Jiang, I'm truly delighted you could attend Zixing and my engagement ceremony today. After all, we're family. Zixing and I have already reserved seats for you both. I'll show you to them now." With that, Shen Manning didn't give Shen Qingning or Jiang Jing a chance to refuse. She grabbed Shen Qingling's arm and pulled her toward the main table. Seeing Shen Manning lead Shen Qingling away, Jiang Jing followed without a second thought. Jiang Jing glanced at his biological parents seated at the head table, a mocking smile curling his lips. Yet he merely gave them a fleeting, indifferent look, showing no further reaction. What Jiang Jing hadn't anticipated was Shen Manning seating them at the head table, placing his own parents right beside him. Approaching the table, Shen Qingning scanned the room and instinctively looked toward Jiang Jing. Ignoring Shen Manning, who was tugging at her arm, she brushed her hand away decisively and walked to Jiang Jing's side, her expression filled with concern. "Jing. Shen Qingning murmured softly, her voice laced with worry. Hearing this, Jiang Jing snapped back to attention, meeting Shen Qingning's gaze. He gave her a gentle smile, then shook his head slightly, signaling that he was fine. Seeing this, Shen Qingning still felt uneasy and was about to say more when Shen Manning stepped in, her tone laced with provocation. Director Jiang and sister don't want to sit here? If you'd rather not, I could. Before Shen Manning could continue, Jiang Jing interrupted, the main table is perfect. How could we refuse an invitation from Ms. Shen? It's clear Ms. Shen and Director Gu value us by seating Qingning and me here. We're truly grateful for your kindness. With that, Jiang Jing took his seat beside his biological parents, utterly unconcerned about how his earlier remark had soured Shen Manling's expression. Seeing Jiang Jing settle in, Shen Qingning relaxed slightly. Without hesitation, she took the seat next to him. Once seated, she smiled at Shen Manning and said, Manling, don't worry about us sitting here. Just go handle your business. Hearing Shen Qingling's words, Shen Manling's expression nearly twisted into something unbearable. But mindful of the current situation, she swallowed her pride and forced a smile instead of saying anything. Seeing Shen Manling humiliated by Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning, Jiang Jing's biological parents found it hard to bear. Their expressions darkened further when they saw Jiang Jing seated beside them. Yet they also noticed Shen Qingning seated beside Jiang Jing. Having experienced Shen Qingning's tactics firsthand, Jiang Jing's biological parents harbored a particular wariness toward her. Thus, though Mr. and Mrs. Jiang desperately wanted to reprimand Jiang Jing, they held their tongues out of deference to Shen Qingning. They didn't scold him, nor did they even acknowledge him with a greeting. Jiang Jing, however, couldn't care less about his biological parents' opinions or attitudes toward him. Even seated right beside them, he treated them as if they were invisible, offering no acknowledgement whatsoever. Seeing Jiang Jing ignore them only fueled Jiang's parents' anger further, creating an increasingly awkward atmosphere around them. Yet Jiang Jing seemed oblivious, showing no reaction at all. He only occasionally chatted with Shen Qingning, spending the rest of his time cautiously scanning the surroundings, especially watching Gu Zixing and Shen Manling's movements, fearing he and Shen Qingning might fall into another trap they'd set. But under Jiang Jing's watchful eye, the pair showed no suspicious activity, allowing him to relax somewhat. With nothing else to occupy him, Jiang Jing pulled out his phone. The moment he opened an app, a live stream popped up. Out of curiosity, he clicked in. Only then did he realize the account belonged to none other than Gu Zixing. Jiang Jing's expression darkened instantly. He never imagined Gu Zixing would livestream his own engagement banquet with Shen Manning just to boost views. Sensing something was off with Jiang Jing's expression, Shen Qingning leaned over curiously, wanting to see what he was watching. Before she could get a clear look, Jiang Jing's face darkened like a sooty pot bottom. He whispered to her, Qingning, switch seats with me. Quick! Shen Qingning felt puzzled and was about to ask, but upon catching Jiang Jing's expression, she chose to remain silent. She stood up and swapped seats with him. Chapter 173, Utterly Humiliated. After settling back down, Jiang Jing glanced at his phone. Seeing Shen Qingning's face absent from the screen, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Shen Qingning, however, grew increasingly curious. She whispered, Jing, what's wrong? Why do you look so grim? Only then did Jiang Jing find time to explain. He handed his phone to Shen Qingning. Seeing the content displayed, Shen Qingning couldn't help but gasp. She covered her mouth in surprise. Is this a live feed from the scene? Jiang Jing nodded. Exactly. It's happening right now. Look at this camera angle, it's already focused on our table. As he spoke, Jiang Jing lifted his head and looked toward the camera. Sure enough, his gaze locked with Gu Zixing's. Gu Zixing's expression darkened considerably upon realizing his attempt to secretly film Shen Qingning had been discovered. Shen Qingning followed Jiang Jing's line of sight. And upon seeing Gu Zixing and the cameraman beside him, she instantly grasped his intent. He aimed to expose her publicly first, to influence Jiang Jing second, to boost his own online traffic and third, to strike at the Shen group, buying Shen Manning breathing room. It was a three-pronged attack, utterly risk-free for Gu Zixing. Realizing this, Shen Qingning's expression darkened instantly. She shot Gu Zixing a cold glance, her eyes brimming with warning. Frustrated that his plan had backfired, Gu Zixing seethed inwardly, yet he was powerless to act against Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning. Others, however, couldn't understand why Gu Zixing stood motionless beside the camera. They hurriedly urged him and Shen Qingning to proceed with the formalities. But neither paid them any mind. Shen Manling's entire focus was now on Jiang Jing. Watching him shield Shen Qingning, determined not to expose her to the cameras, and seeing his thoughtful demeanor, Shen Manning felt jealousy threatening to consume her. The atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. The once bustling banquet hall now fell into an uneasy silence. Everyone stared curiously at Gu Zixing and Shen Manning, seemingly baffled by their actions. Seeing the awkwardness escalate, Jiang's parents finally stepped forward. Jiang's father raised his wineglass and spoke first. Today, on behalf of my son, I extend my deepest gratitude to all of you for attending his engagement ceremony. Here, I raise a toast to you all. With that, Jiang's father downed his wine in one gulp, without the slightest hesitation. Taking advantage of Jiang's father breaking the ice, Jiang's mother, without a moment's delay, hurried over to Gu Zixing and Shen Manning. She tugged at their sleeves and whispered urgently, "Don't forget what day it is today. What kind of scene are you two making standing here? Hurry up and get through the formalities first." Only then did Gu Zixing and Shen Manning snap back to reality, realizing all the guests' eyes were fixed on them. Gu Zixing was fine, but Shen Manning felt utterly uncomfortable. Fortunately, with the assistance of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, the engagement ceremony concluded smoothly. After the ceremony, it was time for the banquet. Many of the attendees were from families who owned companies. During the free time, Jiang Jing stayed by Shen Qingning's side. They found a slightly quieter spot to chat and drink, which was quite pleasant. But every time this happened, there's always someone who has to stir up trouble. Gu Zixing, Shen Manning, and Jiang's parents appeared out of nowhere, suddenly materializing before Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning. Jiang Jing instinctively shielded Shen Qingning behind him. True to form, the moment he did so, the camera following the group swiveled its lens toward them. Jiang Jing's previously composed expression darkened instantly, turning as black as a pot bottom. His face grim, he forced his temper down and demanded, "What are you doing over here?" Just as Gu Zixing opened his mouth to speak, Jiang's mother cut him off. She affectionately took Shen Manling's hand, her expression radiating deep maternal warmth. "Manling, you know I adore you most of all. Zixing used to be so childish, but only you could tolerate him. Let me tell you, even though that brat has a terrible temper, his taste is impeccable. Only someone like Man Ning is worthy of being our family's daughter-in-law." These words were clearly meant for Jiang Jing to hear. Jiang Jing wasn't a little kid. He could easily discern the meaning behind them, and his expression darkened considerably. But out of consideration for the dignity of both parties, Jiang Jing held his tongue and ignored Jiang's mother's remarks. But Jiang Jing's restraint only emboldened them further. As the conversation threatened to drag Shen Qingning into the fray, Jiang Jing could no longer hold back. "Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang," Jiang Jing interjected bluntly, "at your age, you should be more mindful of your words." His sharp rebuke left his parents momentarily stunned. Father Jiang reacted swiftly, his face darkening instantly as he snapped, "Is this how you speak to your elders? Don't forget, we are your biological parents." "Biological parents?" Jiang Jing couldn't help but laugh. "So you finally realize I'm your real son? Then why do you constantly shield that Gu Zixing, who shares not a single drop of your blood?" Enraged and humiliated, Jiang's father forgot they were live streaming and lunged at Jiang Jing. But Jiang Jing was no child. He swiftly grabbed his father's wrist and flung him aside, his voice icy. "I've said it before, I'm no longer part of your family, and I refuse to acknowledge you. I warned you not to provoke me again." "What? Have you forgotten my words? Or do you want to relive the past?" Shen Qingning stepped out from behind Jiang Jing, playing along. Seeing the tension escalate, Jiang's mother quickly tried to smooth things over. All right. Let's move on to the next part of the proceedings. I'm sure everyone's eager to get started." "Exactly. We've waited this long, and I'm sure everyone's hungry. Let's get started with the meal," Jiang's father chimed in. With that, the crowd's attention, which had been focused on the spectacle moments ago, instantly shifted. They stopped picking on Shen Manning and Gu Zixing, and the wedding proceeded in a remarkably perfunctory manner. The next step was the toast-giving ceremony, where the bride and groom would visit each table to offer toasts to the guests. Out of nowhere, Jiang's mother started making snide remarks, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Manling is truly exceptional. She's born with the grace of a proper lady, exactly the kind of person who deserves to be our daughter-in-law. Unlike some ungrateful wretches who don't know a good thing when they see it. They have such a wonderful woman right in front of them but refuse to cherish her, insisting on associating with all sorts of unsavory characters instead." Chapter 174, Chaos Ensues. Jiang Jing's expression darkened at this remark, clearly displeased. Yet he held his tongue. He'd come to attend a wedding, not stir trouble. After all, it was someone else's celebration. Making a scene would only be embarrassing. Jiang Jing spared Shen Manning and the others' feelings, but others didn't share that sentiment. Seeing Jiang Jing didn't argue back, his parents only grew more animated. "I don't understand why you chose someone like her. She's clearly no match for Manling." "Exactly. In my opinion, Manling was perfect, beautiful, intelligent, and gracious. I can't fathom why you ever divorced her." These words instantly ignited Jiang Jing's anger. He had intended to attend the wedding quietly and discreetly, but he hadn't expected the other party to be so relentless and unyielding. He couldn't tolerate it any longer. Otherwise, the other person wouldn't just fail to back down, they'd become even more brazen. With that thought, Jiang Jing fired back immediately. Right, she's the best. She married me while her heart belonged to another man. The child wasn't even mine, but I raised it as my own. Haven't I been more than generous and dutiful to her? And you too. I didn't even plan to address you today, but you had to come looking for trouble. How pathetic can you be? What kind of old fools are you? You abandoned me in the snow when I was born, nearly freezing me to death in that bitter cold. Now that I've made something of myself, you come crawling back? Your faces are thick enough to hang curtains on." The moment the words left his mouth, John's parents' faces turned deathly pale and twisted with shock. They clearly hadn't expected the usually easygoing Jiang Jing to explode like this in front of so many people, spewing such venomous words. Shen Qingning, standing nearby, seized the moment to pour fuel on the fire. I don't know what you were thinking, insisting on being kind to two people with no blood ties to you while treating your own child with such cruelty and meanness. Looks like you were born to be despicable. You deserve to be dealt with. Don't expect anyone to take care of you in your old age. Just expect to die alone. Jiang Jing snorted coldly from the side. With all the wicked deeds they've done, they'd better watch their backs every moment. Who knows when their karma will catch up. Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning traded barbs, their sarcastic remarks toward Mr. and Mrs. Jiang turning the atmosphere chaotic. Shen Manning noticed the commotion unfolding. Watching her engagement banquet devolve into this spectacle, her pride stung. Furious, she stormed toward Jiang Jing, intent on giving him a piece of her mind. But before she could take a few steps, she tripped over her own skirt and fell flat on her face. Even more coincidentally, she landed right on the 4-tier princess cake nearby. Instantly, her expensive dress and the meticulous makeup she'd specially commissioned a designer for today were ruined beyond repair. Gu Zixing, who was nearby, rushed over and pulled Shen Manning up, but it couldn't change the situation. The wedding descended into chaos in an instant, with many guests bursting into laughter. Ah, she's so funny. What kind of engagement party is this? It's such a mess. So embarrassing. I wish I hadn't come. Well, that was thrilling. Never seen such an exciting wedding before. Awesome. So cool. But worse than the mockery from those present was the fact that Gu Zixing and Shen Manning had live-streamed their entire engagement party to grab attention. Not only did the guests witness Shen Manning's humiliating spectacle, but netizens across the country also saw her pitiful state. They flooded the live chat with mocking comments. Is this a real wedding? Or is it scripted? How did the bride-to-be end up like this? Yeah, this is just for laughs, right? This doesn't look like a wedding at all. No idea. Just watching the drama unfold feels so thrilling. That woman looks familiar. Isn't that guy the director who had tax issues recently? How did he make a comeback? Did he settle it? Seems like he paid off all the taxes he owed. If it's not working, just look up which company it is. Curious onlookers in the comments section dug up all the information about Shen Manning's company. But amidst the teasing, some noticed the relationship between Shen Manning and Gu Zixing. The rumor that Gu Zixing was Shen Manning's white moonlight had spread across the entire internet. Now that they were engaged, combined with Gu Zixing's previous tax evasion scandal, some began to suspect whether Shen Manning had been involved behind the scenes. Fortunately, Shen Manning operated with such precision that she left no trace for anyone to exploit. Seeing the wedding in shambles, Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning felt their role at the banquet had run its course. They'd witnessed the spectacle and stirred up the muddy waters. It was time to leave. The pair simply got up and left, leaving the mess for Shen Manning and Gu Zixing to clean up. Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning unleashed a barrage of revelations, exposing previously hidden truths that sent the engagement banquet into utter chaos. Gu Zixing broadcast the entire spectacle live. By the time Gu Zixing reacted and shut down the stream, it was too late. This farce went viral online, drawing mockery from netizens. Some speculated about Jiang Jing and Gu Zixing's relationship, while others scoffed that Shen Manning had chased after peanuts and missed the watermelon by divorcing Jiang Jing. Not only that, but after Shen Manning and Jiang Jing left the engagement party, they kept a close watch on Gu Zixing and Shen Manning's every move. Shen Manning had been struggling financially lately. To raise funds, she sold off a significant portion of her company shares to weather the storm. Unfortunately, she hadn't anticipated one crucial detail. Every single share she dumped at a low price was snapped up by Shen Qingning. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing wasn't idle either. He returned to the film set as usual to continue shooting. The entire crew had heard whispers about the dramatic incident at the wedding. Ding Hushi specifically came over to gossip about it. Director Jiang, I heard you attended Gu Zixing and Shen Manning's engagement party, and things got pretty heated? Jiang Jing responded indifferently. Why ask? Videos of us causing a scene at the wedding are all over the internet. Didn't you see them? Ding Hushi scratched his head awkwardly. Ha, I did see it. I just wanted to confirm with you if it was real. Honestly, I remember you having such a calm temper. In all the time we've worked together, you've barely ever lost your cool, so I couldn't believe it was really you. Jiang Jing shrugged. With people like that, and in that situation, it's hard not to lose your temper. Chapter 175, Grand Finale 1. The engagement banquet had dealt Gu Zixing and Shen Manning a major blow, leaving Jiang Jing in an exceptionally good mood. This positive energy even spilled over into smoother filming progress. For the next fortnight, Jiang Jing immersed himself in the production crew, closely monitoring the progress of both sets. Things went smoothly for over half a month, perhaps due to the relentless pace. Even the filming equipment couldn't withstand the strain and broke down completely. With the most crucial camera out of commission, Jiang Jing had no choice but to halt filming temporarily. He granted the crew a few days off, planning to resume once the equipment was repaired. During this break, Jiang Jing didn't idle away his time. He seized the opportunity to return home. After working non-stop for so long, it had been a while since he'd seen Su Xiufang and Xinyu. This break provided the perfect opportunity to check on how the two were getting along. On the journey home, Jiang Jing was filled with worry. Xinyu hadn't been particularly kind to Su Xiufang before, and he didn't feel comfortable leaving Xinyu in the care of others. He had no choice but to temporarily entrust Xinyu to Su Xiufang. Although Jiang Jing frequently contacted Su Xiufang to check on them, he couldn't shake his unease without seeing things for himself. He arrived home quite late. Glancing at the time, Jiang Jing decided it was too late to visit Su Xiufang now. He turned back to his own place and settled in for a good night's rest. The next morning, after a quick wash, Jiang Jing ordered some food from a restaurant and headed to Su Xiufang's residence. After knocking on the door, Jiang Jing waited patiently outside. Soon, the door opened, revealed by the caregiver. Seeing Jiang Jing standing outside, the caregiver paused for a moment before quickly recovering. With a smile, she said, "Mr. Jiang is back. Come in, come in. The lady and the young lady have been asking about you for days. Thank you for your hard work these past few days." Jiang Jing nodded to the caregiver before stepping inside. He handed over the items he was carrying. "I brought some food. I assume neither my mother nor you have had lunch yet?" The caregiver shook her head. "Not yet. It's still a bit early for lunch. I'll go put these away first." Watching the caregiver go about her tasks, Jiang Jing changed his shoes before stepping inside. In the living room, Su Xiufang was watching Xinyu draw. Hearing Jiang Jing's voice, she turned around in surprise, only to see him walking in from the doorway. "Mom, I'm back." Jiang Jing smiled at Su Xiufang and greeted her as usual. Su Xiufang hurriedly rose to greet him, her surprise quickly giving way to delight. "How come you have time to come back now? Did things wrap up on set?" "Not really. The equipment broke down, so we couldn't shoot anyway. They gave us a few days off, so I thought I'd come back to see you and Yu. How's she been lately? Been a good girl?" Jiang Jing gave a brief explanation and casually inquired about Xinyu's recent activities. Hearing this, Su Xiufang gestured for Jiang Jing to look toward Xinyu. Music played softly in the living room, and Jiang Jing and Su Xiufang spoke in hushed tones, so they didn't draw Xinyu's attention. Watching Xinyu intently drawing on the coffee table, Jiang Jing felt as if he were seeing her for the first time in ages. He couldn't recall the last time he'd seen her like this. All he remembered was that after Gu Zixing returned, Xinyu's attitude toward him had suddenly changed, so much so that he'd forgotten. Before that, Xinyu had been a good child, just spoiled and a bit willful, but now, she seemed more obedient. Thinking of this, Jiang Jing felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Su Xiufang sensed Jiang Jing's unease. She patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, those things are in the past. Isn't Yu a good girl now? Away from those two, she's happy every day with me. Seeing this little girl by my side lifts my spirits too." Seeing how well Su Xiufang and Xinyu got along, Jiang Jing felt reassured. He walked over and sat down on the sofa. Watching Xinyu's focused profile, Jiang Jing's expression softened. As if sensing someone watching her, Xinyu instinctively looked up and met Jiang Jing's gaze. The moment she saw Jiang Jing, Xinyu froze, but she quickly recovered, her face lighting up with joy and surprise. "Dad, you finally came to see me." Without a second thought, Xinyu dropped what she was holding and threw herself into Jiang Jing's arms. Jiang Jing caught her, shielding her from falling to the ground. "Yes, Daddy's back. Has Yu been listening to Grandma all this time?" Xinyu nodded without hesitation. "I've been so good these past few days, but Daddy just didn't know." Jiang Jing's smile deepened as he engaged Xinyu in casual conversation, though he mostly listened to her chatter about her daily life. Su Xiufang watched the father and daughter across from her, leaning back on the sofa with a warm smile, choosing not to interrupt. Perhaps it had been too long since she'd seen Jiang Jing, for Xinyu clung to him constantly, even insisting on sitting beside him during dinner. After the meal, while Xinyu was taken away by the caregiver to change her soiled clothes, Su Xiufang pulled Jiang Jing aside and asked, "Xiao Jing, how are things going with Qingning? You've been together for quite some time now, and you're not getting any younger. Why not settle things sooner rather than later? It would put my mind at ease." Seeing Su Xiufang broach the subject immediately, Jiang Jing felt utterly helpless. As she prepared to launch into another lengthy speech, he quickly interrupted, "Mom, I know you're anxious about Qingning and me, but the timing just isn't right now. Look at me, I'm swamped on set every day. Let's discuss marriage when I have more free time, okay?" Su Xiufang knew instantly that Jiang Jing was using excuses to brush her off. She shot him a disapproving glare and scolded, "Don't blame your mother for worrying. Look at yourself, you're getting on in years. Can't you settle down and get married? What? Now you think I nag too much? Oh, Mom, how could that be? I don't resent your nagging at all. It's just that I'm genuinely swamped right now. Rest assured, once I wrap up my current projects, I'll definitely sit down with you to discuss this properly. Jiang Jing hurriedly assured Su Xiufang. Before he could finish, Shen Yu had approached unnoticed. Her clear, crisp voice rang out, "Daddy, are you going to be with Aunt Qingning?" Jiang Jing froze in place, unsure how to address the matter. He turned around, crouched down, and looked Shen Yu in the eye. Seeing Jiang Jing's silence, Shen Yu grew puzzled. "Daddy?" Only then did Jiang Jing snap back to reality. Hesitantly, he asked, You, I." Sensing his hesitation, Shen Yu quickly added, "Daddy, it's okay. I like Aunt Qingning too. She's so kind to me, even kinder than mommy ever was. So if you want to be with Aunt Qingning, you absolutely won't object."
Seeing Shen Yu's dramatic change, Jiang Jing felt both relieved and deeply pained. He pulled her into his arms and whispered a promise. You, don't worry. Daddy will never treat you the way your mother did. Chapter 176, Grand Finale 2. After letting Shen Yu go play on her own, Su Xiufang continued. "Since you're back, tomorrow is Yu's follow-up appointment with the psychologist. You should take her. After all, as her father, you can't remain completely unaware of her condition." Only then did Jiang Jing recall that Shen Yu's follow-up appointments were still ongoing. He readily agreed. The next day, Jiang Jing drove Shen Yu to see the psychologist. After the examination, the nurse took Shen Yu out, leaving only Jiang Jing and the psychologist in the room. "Doctor, how is Yu doing now?" Jiang Jing asked nervously. "Rest assured, the child's psychological state is very stable now. If possible, you should try to encourage her to interact more with the outside world. Don't keep her cooped up at home all the time. It's better for her development to socialize and play with peers her age." The psychologist's words eased Jiang Jing's worries considerably. Stepping out of the consultation room, however, Jiang Jing didn't see Shen Yu waiting at the door. Alarm bells immediately went off in his mind. He found a nurse and asked anxiously, "Excuse me, where is my daughter? Wasn't she supposed to be waiting outside?" The nurse looked puzzled and pointed toward the exit. A woman claiming to be the child's mother just left with her. Jiang Jing's face darkened instantly, but he had no time to blame the nurse. He immediately followed the direction she pointed and gave chase. But it was too late. From a distance, Jiang Jing saw Shen Manning get into a black car with Shen Yu. Shen Yu seemed to recognize someone and resisted fiercely, but a hand reached out from the car and yanked her inside. Jiang Jing quickened his pace, but he was still a step too slow. He slammed his fist into the nearby pillar in frustration, but there was no time for regret. He immediately jumped into his car and gave chase, dialing Shen Qingning's number as he sped after the van. After explaining the situation, Jiang Jing's gaze darkened with uncertainty. The moment he hung up, his phone rang again. Without hesitation, he answered it, only to hear Gu Zixing's voice on the other end. "Jiang Jing, Shen Yu is in my custody. I know you're in the car chasing us. If you know what's good for you, don't make any rash moves. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to Shen Yu." Gu Zixing's sinister voice echoed throughout the cabin. Jiang Jing's grip on the steering wheel tightened violently. His voice was low and heavy. "Gu Zixing, what exactly are you trying to do? Shen Yu is just a child, and Shen Manning must be right beside you, isn't she? Shen Manning, Yu is your child too. How can you, as her mother, help Gu Zixing harm her?" Shen Manning remained silent. The only response to Jiang Jing came from Gu Zixing's nauseating voice. "Jiang Jing, I've ended up in this mess entirely because of you. You jinx. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself." "Gu Zixing, what exactly do you want?" Jiang Jing had no time for bickering and cut straight to the chase. "Simple. Give me 10 billion. That shouldn't be too hard for you. Just give me 10 billion, and I'll ensure Shen Yu remains unharmed. But I'm giving you only 2 days. If I don't see what I want within 2 days, don't blame me for being ruthless." Daddy, save me." Before Jiang Jing could respond, Shen Yu's desperate cry pierced the air, clutching at his heart. On the other end of the line, Gu Zixing seemed caught off guard by Shen Yu's sudden outburst. Without hesitation, he slapped her across the face. The sharp crack of the slap stunned both Shen Manning, who was holding Shen Yu, and Jiang Jing, who was driving. Jiang Jing cried out anxiously, "Gu Zixing, don't lay a hand on the child." On the other end, Shen Manning was equally shocked that Gu Zixing would strike Shen Yu. Holding the child tenderly, she whispered accusingly, "Gu Zixing, what do you think you're doing? Didn't I tell you never to lay a hand on Yu?" But Gu Zixing's response was another swift slap, this time aimed squarely at Shen Manling's face. "Shen Manning, don't push your luck. Who are you trying to fool with this act of maternal devotion? Didn't you agree when I suggested kidnapping Shen Yu? Mark my words, if you dare interfere with my plans, don't blame me for showing you no mercy." The call abruptly ended.
Gu Zixing's car instantly accelerated, crossing the tracks just before the train arrived. Jiang Jing was momentarily stunned, realizing Gu Zixing had managed to shake him off. The train roared past Jiang Jing's car. By the time it had passed, there was no trace of Gu Zixing's vehicle in sight. Jiang Jing slammed his fist hard against the steering wheel, but it was futile. He had no choice but to drive to find Shen Qingning first. On the way, Jiang Jing received a text message from Gu Zixing, detailing the time and location for the ransom handover. After meeting up with Shen Qingning, Jiang Jing's expression had turned grim. He quickly explained the situation to her. Without hesitation, Shen Qingning chose to call the police, simultaneously forwarding the text message to them. After making all the necessary arrangements, Shen Qingning tried to reassure Jiang Jing, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Trust the police." Jiang Jing clenched his fists and nodded weakly. Before he could say anything, the phone rang again, still Gu Zixing's number. Without hesitation, Jiang Jing answered. This time, however, it was Shen Manning speaking. "Jiang Jing, I knocked Gu Zixing unconscious. Yu is in critical condition. Hurry over and take her away." Shen Manning's voice was frantic, punctuated by sharp gasps. The call ended. Jiang Jing exchanged a glance with Shen Qingning, then grabbed the phone and dashed out without hesitation. Arriving at the location Shen Manning had given, Jiang Jing saw from afar that the villa's front door stood wide open. As they drew nearer, Jiang Jing noticed Shen Manning leaning against the doorway, covered in blood, holding Shen Yu in her arms. The girl appeared unconscious. Seeing Jiang Jing and Shen Qingning, Shen Manning finally exhaled. "You're finally here. I've already called the police. You've been through too much shock and has passed out. Please take her to the hospital." Jiang Jing looked at Shen Manning with a complex expression. He reached out to take Shen Yu from her arms. Finding no obvious injuries, he finally asked, "Where's Gu Zixing? How did this place end up like this?" Shen Manning glanced toward Gu Zixing, who lay sprawled on the floor inside the door, his condition unknown. She smiled with a sense of relief. "He might be unconscious, or he might be dead. He wouldn't let Yu go. I was blinded by my own foolishness when I agreed to his plan, but I never imagined he wouldn't let me live either. Nor would he spare Yu. He's gone mad. I had no way out. But Yu is my daughter. I couldn't stand by and watch Gu Zixing harm her." Shen Manning gazed deeply at Shen Yu before catching her breath. "Take Yu away. I've already called the police. I know I've wronged you both. Let me drag Gu Zixing to hell with me to atone for my sins." With that, Shen Manning mustered her last ounce of strength, flicked the lighter in her hand, and tossed it onto the ground. Flames erupted instantly, completely separating Jiang Jing and Shen Manning. Across the sea of fire, Shen Manning gave a faint, apologetic smile before closing her eyes, her strength finally spent.